Want to become a millionaire? First, you have to learn how to lose money. While other protagonists rack their brains to make a profit, you are bound to a prodigal tycoon system. Spend 1 million in company funds within a week, and you can withdraw the full 1 million into your personal account. Fail to spend it all? Sorry, you only get 0.1% of what you spent as a reward. With only 2 days left until the settlement, you acquire a clothing factory on the verge of bankruptcy. Faced with a shameless former boss trying to skip out on wages, a dilapidated factory, and products with no sales, everyone thinks you're a fool who doesn't understand business. But they don't know that every loss for this company is your stepping stone to financial freedom. Unpaid wages? You not only settle them now, but you also prepay next month's salary and give everyone a raise. Fabric is too cheap? You order the most expensive. The workshop is too hot? You decide to install central air conditioning immediately. This is a story where the more you squander, the more you earn. Now, watch as you turn a bankrupt factory into your personal ATM. Mr. Chen, this clothing factory is consistently losing money, the equipment is outdated, and the acquisition price of 400,000 is too high. You really should reconsider. Tang Qiu, a lawyer, attempts to give you one last piece of advice in the upscale cafe, but you couldn't care less. You are in your early 20s, dressed in casual sportswear, looking sunny and handsome. You smile faintly. No need, Miss Tang. This price is fine. Haggling is too much trouble. You just want to buy the company as quickly as possible and then burn through the 1 million in your system account. 3 days ago, the moment you received your university diploma, you bound yourself to a prodigal tycoon system. Host, Chenmo. System funds, 1 million. Settlement period, 1 week. Countdown, 2 days, 2 hours. Conversion rule, at settlement, if system funds have been spent down to less than 0.1% of the total amount, i.e., below 1,000, the host can convert the initial 1 million in system funds entirely into personal assets. If it's above 1,000, only 0.1% of the amount spent can be converted. Note, all expenses must be for company operations. Maliciously causing losses or personal enrichment is forbidden. The rule is simple. Reasonably spend 1 million down to less than 1,000 within a week, and you will become a millionaire. Otherwise, even if you spend 990,000, you'll only get a paltry 990 yuan. So, the problems the lawyer mentioned are actually good things for you. The more broken the company, the more places there are to spend money. Mr. Chen, Tang Qiu calls out, noticing you're distracted. Oh, right, Ms. Tang, you come back to your senses. I heard this company might be behind on employee wages? Yes, I was about to remind you. You must clarify this when signing the contract, Tang Qiu says sternly. It's fine, money isn't an issue. Your nonchalant attitude makes Tang Qiu sigh inwardly. She increasingly sees you as a rich kid with too much money to burn. Soon, a middle-aged man with thinning hair walks in. He is the factory owner, Lu Chang. Seeing you, his cash cow, he can't stop smiling. Mr. Chen, Ms. Tang, sorry to keep you waiting. Mr. Lu, let's skip the pleasantries and sign the contract, you say, getting straight to the point. You have no time to waste. Tang Qiu helplessly takes out the contract and guides you both through the signing. As soon as the ink is dry, Lu Cheng immediately rubs his hands together and asks, Mr. Chen, about the money. I'll transfer it now. You take out your phone and immediately transfer the 400,000 acquisition fee and 50,000 lawyer's fee. Your system funds instantly drop by 450,000. Mr. Chen, you're so decisive. Lu Cheng beams, looking at the transaction confirmation. Come, let me take you to the factory for the handover. Perfect. You nod in satisfaction. Arriving at the Changfeng garment factory, you see the rusty, dilapidated company sign that looks like it could fall at any moment, and your eyes light up. Excellent. Replacing this will be another expense. As your group enters the office lobby, you see a dozen employees gathered, looking anxious. The sales manager, Wei Yan, quickly approaches. Boss, the employees know the company has been sold. They want to ask about this month's wages. Wages? Lu Cheng feigns ignorance, frantically winking at Wei Yan. What wages? He never intended to pay them, planning to bolt after getting the money. Tang Qiu steps forward, adjusts her glasses, her aura commanding. Mr. Lu, according to the regulations, you are responsible for paying wages accrued before the contract signing. If you try to play tricks, I won't hesitate to send a legal letter. The amount you'll lose then will likely be much more than just these wages. Lu Cheng's face stiffens. After weighing his options, he reluctantly says to you, Mr. Chen, it was my oversight. I'll settle it as soon as possible. How soon is as soon as possible? A young employee named Li Shin steps forward. Mr. Lu, you're not planning to run off, are you? You smile. You had considered paying the wages yourself, but since Lu Chang wants to treat you like a sucker, you won't be polite. Mr. Lu, I just transferred you 400,000. That should be more than enough to cover these wages, right? Do it here. Do it now. Your tone is calm but carries an undeniable pressure. Under Tang Qiu's legal threat and your urging, Lu Cheng finally agrees with a dark face. A strange scene unfolds in the office. Lu Cheng sits at his desk, gritting his teeth as he calculates this month's wages. Next to him, you have a small table brought in, and you're also holding a timecard log and a calculator. Mr. Chen, what are you doing? Tang Qiu asks, confused. Paying salaries. But isn't Mr. Lu paying them? He's paying for this month. I'm paying for next month, you state calmly. Tang Qiu is utterly stunned. She had heard of delaying wages, but never of paying a month in advance. The first to enter is the sales manager, Wei Yan. After receiving his 7,870 yuan salary from Lu Chang, he's about to leave when you call him over. Have a seat. You point to the chair. Wei Yan, right? Your current base salary of 3,000 is too low. Starting next month, it's raised to 4,000. And your commission will also increase by 1%. As you finish speaking, you directly transfer 4,000 yuan to Wei Yan's account. Mr. Chen, this next month hasn't even started. Wei Yan is both shocked and delighted. Considering the instability, all future salaries will be paid in advance, you explain with a sincere look. Unfortunately, I can't calculate your commission bonus in advance, so you'll have to wait until the end of the month for that. A surge of hot blood rushes through Wei Yan. He had been worried about you being young and unreliable, but now all he feels is the loyalty of a knight to his lord. Don't worry, Mr. Shan. I will work hard and bring in more orders for the company. Following this, every employee experiences the same magical scene, receiving one salary from the old boss, then another from you, the new boss, for the next month, complete with a raise. Everyone walks out of the office in a daze of blissful confusion. After paying the salaries, you still have over 400,000 left in your system funds. You call Wei Yan over. Mr. Chen, you were looking for me? What does the company need to spend money on urgently right now? Wei Yan's spirit lifts. This is exactly what he wanted to bring up. Mr. Chen, the most critical thing is the fabric. The previous material was so bad that all our old clients left. If we switch to better fabric, it would cost about 80,000. Only 80,000? You frown. That's too little. Well, if we switch to the best high-grade fabric on the market, it would be about 150,000, Wei Yan says cautiously. Excellent. You slam your hand on the table. I'll give you 200,000. Within 2 days, I want the best fabric bought and delivered. Not a single cent is to be left over. You transfer the 200,000 on the spot. Wei Yan's hands tremble as he stares at his phone. There's still time. Show me the workshop. The moment you step into the workshop, a wave of stuffy heat hits you. You see old, buzzing fans hanging above each workstation. You immediately find your next spending target. How can employees work properly when it's this hot? You turn to Wei Yan. Get someone to install central air conditioning on both floors. And that broken sign at the entrance, replace it with the most high-end light box. It must be done in 2 days. With that, you take out your phone and transfer the remaining 220,000 plus from your system account to Wei Yan. Remember, you pat Wei Yan's shoulder, your tone more serious than ever. This money must all be spent within 2 days. Don't save a single cent for me. With your mission accomplished, you turn and leave breezily. Your system funds are depleted. Now, all you have to do is wait for the settlement in 2 days to become a true millionaire. Behind you, the lawyer Tang Qiu stands in a daze, beginning to question her understanding of reality. Wei Yan, meanwhile, clutches his phone tightly, looking at your departing figure as if witnessing the rise of a business titan. Installing air conditioning in the workshop was something they often fantasized about, especially as the weather grew hotter and the wind from the fans had turned into hot air, causing headaches after prolonged exposure. Now they were hearing that the new boss wanted to install air conditioning in the workshop, something they never expected. First, there were salary increases, and now air conditioning. Was this new boss really here to provide benefits? Some of the older employees felt it was almost like a dream. They had worked in so many workshops and factories, and this was the first time they encountered a boss who genuinely cared about the employees. Everyone quiet down. Is there anyone here who knows about air conditioning? Wei Yan raised his hand to stop the chatter. The discussions in the workshop gradually quieted down, and then a young man with darker skin stepped forward. Brother Yan, my sister sells air conditioning units and my brother-in-law installs them. I think I can help. Wei Yan glanced at the newcomer, surprised to find it was Li Shun. Since someone had knowledge about air conditioning, he felt relieved. After all, it was quite urgent for him to handle everything alone within 2 days. Now that someone was willing to help, it couldn't be better, especially since they could handle both sales and installation. Alright, then this matter will be up to you. Also, the boss wants to replace the company sign with a better one, so you can take care of that. 2. Remember to be quick, we only have 2 days. I'd like to know the budget, otherwise I won't know what price range to choose from, Li Shan asked, considering that installing air conditioning in a nearly 500 square meter workshop was no small expense. If the budget was insufficient, it would be difficult for him to proceed. Wei Yan looked at the transfer records and slowly spoke as he examined the numbers. The total budget is 223,700, which includes both the sign and the air conditioning. Why is there a mix of whole and decimal amounts? Li Shan asked, puzzled. Wei Yan also found the transfer amount somewhat confusing, but he quickly figured it out. The boss probably did some research on this. The budget should be calculated by him. So when you go to purchase, just stick to this budget. The boss also said to spend the entire budget, without any surplus. Got it, Brother Yan. Li Shan nodded immediately. Thanks to his sister, he had some understanding of air conditioning prices, and a budget of over 200,000 was sufficient for installing in a 500 square meter workshop. Is there anything else? Wei Yan asked, noticing that Li Shan was standing still without moving. Li Shan hesitated for a moment and said worriedly, Brother Yan, the boss is investing so much in the factory, but there are no new orders to work on. If this continues, we employees will have nothing to do. Is this really okay? Wei Yan frowned slightly at this. It was certainly not acceptable for the workshop to have no orders. After thinking for a moment, he slowly replied, here's the thing, there should be some high-quality fabrics in the warehouse. You find those few skilled workers and have them make a few sample garments. Once that's done, let me know, and I'll look for orders. Some of his previous clients had stopped placing orders due to fabric issues, but now that the fabric problem was resolved, and even better than before, he believed that good sample garments made from quality fabric could at least help regain some clients. The boss had just taken office and invested such a large sum into the company. As a salesperson, he should do his part to bring in some orders and show the company some returns. Moreover, the boss valued him so much. In the old city neighborhood, this is the place. Thank you, Lawyer Tang. You live here? Tang Qiu looked through the car window at the old apartment building ahead, her expression one of surprise. In her mind, Chenmo was already a rich second generation, and he shouldn't be living in such an old neighborhood. Could it be that he had a falling out with his family and was trying to prove himself by starting his own business? This kind of plot appears in many TV dramas. Could it be that it has happened to him? Yes, Chenmo admitted generously, getting out of the car. The place he was living in was rented after he obtained the system. He didn't want to rent a better neighborhood, but as a recent college graduate, he didn't have much savings. After some selection, only an old community in the suburbs met his current financial requirements. 600 a month, with a 6-month minimum lease. For this, he spent 4,000 to rent for half a year, which included a 400 yuan deposit. However, this was just temporary. Once the settlement time arrived and he received 1 million, he could rent wherever he wanted, or even buy a house. For now, he would just make do for a few days. Chenmo smiled faintly and walked towards his apartment building. I knew it would be a burden. Now, can you afford to support it? I must have been blind to choose to marry you. As soon as Chenmo stepped into the hallway, he heard a commotion from upstairs, followed by a loud bang of a door slamming shut. He paused for a moment but chose to continue upstairs. After all, this old building only had 7 floors and no elevator. If he wanted to go home, he had to take the stairs. When he reached the 3rd floor, he saw a middle-aged man sitting on the stair landing with a worried expression, holding a cigarette in his right hand, though it was unlit, just resting quietly in his grip. Seeing Chenmo coming up from below, he slowly shifted his body, clearing a wide passage on the stairs. Chenmo glanced briefly at the middle-aged man and then averted his gaze, walking past through the open space. From the noise he had just heard, it was easy to deduce that a couple was having an argument. This was not something he could involve himself in, especially since he had no means to mediate marital disputes. The next day, don't worry, Mr. Chen, I've already contacted about the fabric yesterday. It should arrive at the company this morning. The payment? I've already sent part of it. Once the fabric arrives and is checked for quality, I'll send the rest. I've assigned the air conditioning issue to Li Shan. It should be resolved today, if all goes well. Okay, I understand. In the room, Chenmo listened to Wei Yan's report, relaxing comfortably on the sofa. He didn't go to the company today. After all, there was nothing for him to do there. He just needed to supervise Wei Yan to ensure he spent the transferred funds quickly. Everything seemed to be under control, just waiting for the system settlement the day after tomorrow. Thinking of this, Chenmo happily opened his food delivery app and ordered a luxurious meal. With just over a day left until he became a millionaire, this little money was nothing. At Changfeng Garment Factory, Wei Yan had just hung up the phone when an employee approached him with several sample garments. The samples are ready, take a look. The employee handed the samples to Wei Yan. He examined them carefully and found no quality issues, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, this will do. I have to step out for a bit. A batch of new fabric will arrive soon, the same quality as the sample fabric. When it arrives, have someone check it and let me know once it's confirmed to be fine. With that, he turned and left. Now that he had the samples, he naturally needed to take them to meet clients and try to secure some orders. At the sign-making factory, boss, is it really impossible to make the sign in 2 days? It's really not possible. This is a large illuminated sign, and 2 days is simply not enough time. The boss looked at the young man in front of him, helplessly speaking. It was the first time he had seen someone request such a large custom sign with only a 2-day deadline. Isn't this making things difficult for people? Then wait a moment. Li Shen hesitated for a moment, but decided to call and confirm, seeking his boss's opinion. After all, the boss had requested a resolution within 2 days, and he couldn't afford to be careless. As for the boss's number, Wei Yan had given it to him long ago. He found the number and quickly dialed. It wasn't long before the call connected. Hello, who is this? Hearing the voice on the other end, Li Shen hurriedly replied. Manager Chen, it's Li Shen. Oh, it's you. What's the matter? It's about the plaque. Li Shen explained the situation in detail. No problem, if the construction takes a bit longer, then so be it, but the payment must be made now. Chenmo quickly said after listening. He didn't care how long the plaque's construction took, as long as he could spend the money. Manager Chen, we can pay a portion as a deposit, no need to pay the full amount. No, I want the full payment. Alright, Manager Chen. Li Shen hung up the phone and walked back. How did it go, little brother? The owner of the plaque factory hurriedly asked as he saw Li Shen return. This order was quite substantial, and he didn't want to let it slip away easily. It's settled here with you. Then shall we sign the contract? Sure. Li Shen nodded. After a flurry of activity, the contract was signed within 2 days. Brotherly, the contract is signed. What about the deposit? The owner put away the contract and looked at Li Shen. For such a large plaque, it was impossible to start work without a deposit. I'll transfer it to you now. Seeing this, Li Shen didn't hesitate and took out his phone to start the transfer, but it wasn't a deposit, it was the full payment. As for the money, Wei Yan had already transferred the funds to his account that morning. This was also why he was so attentive. Over 200,000 yuan had easily made its way into his hands, showing how much trust the company had in him. This was something he had never felt in other companies. For this trust alone, he wanted to do a good job on what the boss had entrusted him with. Brotherly, is this transfer amount the full payment for the plaque? The plaque factory owner asked uncertainly as he looked at the transfer record. That's right, it's the full amount. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now, Li Shen said, not waiting for the owner to respond, and turned to leave. To be honest, this feeling of spending money was quite exhilarating. He suddenly understood why the boss insisted on full payment. Now that the plaque issue was resolved, only the air conditioning matter remained. But with his sister around, it should be sorted out quickly. A day passed in a flash. Everyone, please help out. If we finish installing the air conditioning early, we can all enjoy it sooner. In the workshop, Wei Yan looked at the busy employees assisting the installation workers, smiling. Good job, Li Shen, your efficiency is impressive. You managed to sort out the air conditioning in just 1 day. Brother Yan, my sister and brother-in-law are in charge of selling and installing, so it's hard not to be quick. Li Shen puffed out his chest and smiled, then spoke again. By the way, regarding the plaque, it's tough to complete in 2 days, but the payment has all been made. I wonder what the boss is thinking. He could have just paid a portion as a deposit. The boss must have his reasons for doing this. Wei Yan patted Li Shen's shoulder with a knowing look. Keep up the good work. I just spoke with the boss, and he seems very satisfied with your efficiency. Yes, Brother Yan, Li Shen assured him, his expression very serious. He was now full of motivation. In other factories, the bosses never considered the employees' feelings, but he felt cared for by the new boss. Such companies were rare, and he had to cherish this opportunity. By the way, Brother Yan, how's the order situation? The air conditioning will be installed today, but we're still waiting on the order. Fon Xin, there's already an order. Once the prepayment hits the company account tomorrow, you can start working, Wei Yan said with a smile. After a day of relentless contact with clients, he finally secured an order. Although it was just a small order worth tens of thousands, it was only the beginning, and several other clients were leaning towards placing orders. He believed that with a couple more visits he could secure them. Brother Yan is impressive. Stop flattering, just work hard. The new boss is good. With that, he patted Li Shen on the shoulder and turned to leave. He still needed to continue contacting clients to secure more orders. In the old city community, Chenmo was nestled on the sofa, his face beaming with joy. Today was the day for system settlement, and he had just spoken with Wei Yan on the phone. Everything on that end was settled. Now, the system funds were down to just over 200, which was the leftover from purchasing air conditioners and plaques, returned to the company account. According to the system fund settlement rules, as long as the remaining system funds were below 1,000, he could fully convert 1 million in system funds. Therefore, whether he spent the remaining 200 or not wouldn't affect the full conversion of the system funds, so he didn't pay it any mind. He focused his consciousness on the system panel. In his mind, Host, Chenmo System Funds, 231, 1 million, Personal Assets, 3527 Settlement Cycle, 1 week, Countdown, 23 minutes 49 seconds, watching the countdown with only 20 minutes left, Chenmo could hardly contain his joy. As long as he waited for 20 minutes, he would become a millionaire in one go. At Changfeng Garment Factory, Wei Yan walked through the workshop, enjoying the coolness brought by the new air conditioning, his face filled with delight. The employees working in the distance also wore smiles. Brother Yan, can we start working? Li Shan asked hurriedly upon seeing Wei Yan approach. Yes, go notify everyone to work on the order quietly and make it detailed. This concerns future orders. He had just spoken with them on the phone, and the prepayment would soon be deposited into the company account. Got it, brother Yan. Li Shan smiled and quickly turned to arrange the work. Wei Yan looked at the workshop gradually becoming busy and couldn't help but smile. In the old city community, Chenmo leaned back on the sofa, intently watching the settlement countdown. 15 minutes, 10 minutes. Just as the countdown reached a little over 3 minutes, the system panel suddenly flickered. At first, Chenmo didn't pay much attention, but soon he noticed something was off. The system funds, which were originally only 231, suddenly changed to 40231. What? Chenmo thought he must have misread it, rubbing his eyes hard and looking again. The system funds were still 40,231, he hadn't misread it. What's going on? Staring at the sudden increase of 40,000 in system funds, Chenmo was a bit dazed. How did 40,000 suddenly appear? Watching the countdown gradually approach zero, he realized it was clearly impossible to spend that 40,000 now. System settling, system settlement complete, starting fund conversion complete, starting to replenish system funds. System funds have been replenished, please check host. Hearing the system's notifications, Chenmo instinctively looked at the system panel. Host, Chenmo System Funds, 2 million Personal Assets, 3287 Settlement Cycle, 2 weeks later, Countdown. Looking at his personal assets of just over 3,000, Chenmo slumped helplessly on the sofa. 1 million. 1 million just slipped away from him like that. After a long while, Chenmo slowly sat up from the sofa, looking at the replenished system funds, feeling motivated again. This time, he only needed to spend the system funds of 2 million down to below 2,000 before the settlement, and he could fully convert 2 million of his personal assets. This was double the previous 1 million. However, before that, he had to clarify the sudden appearance of the 40,000 yuan. If it weren't for this 40,000, he would already be a millionaire today. He needed to find out who was behind this. Ding ding ding. A ringtone sounded. Chenmo glanced at the caller ID. It was Wei Yan, and he answered the call. As soon as he picked up, a joyful voice came through. Mr. Chen, there was a transfer of 40,000 just now. You should have received it, right? Goodness, before he could even investigate, the instigator had already walked into the trap. Listening to the question on the phone, Chenmo gritted his teeth and said, I have received it. I want to know what this 40,000 is for. Oh, this is an order I received yesterday. The 40,000 is a deposit. Mr. Chen, don't worry, although this order isn't large, I will definitely bring in more resources in the future. The voice on the other end was full of expectation and longing. Chenmo's mouth twitched. He wanted to say a few words to the other party, but since they were thinking about the company's development, he couldn't find a reason to scold them. Wei Yan, I'll remember you. He hung up the phone. Chenmo first did a self-reflection. This failure also had elements of his carelessness. Who would have thought that just 2 days after acquiring the company, Wei Yan could bring in orders for the company? It seemed that merely spending money wasn't enough. He also needed to find ways to suppress the company's profits to safely convert the system funds in full. Let this be a lesson. But this time, he was determined to secure the 2 million in system funds. The next morning, Monday, Chenmo got up early to wash up. He couldn't continue staying at home this time. He needed to go to the company to continue looking for places to spend money. 2 million was not a small amount, and he had to hurry. As he opened the door and went downstairs, just as he reached the 3rd floor, he saw the door of room 301 open. A middle-aged man and a 6 or 7-year-old girl walked out, and soon after, a middle-aged woman leaned out to hand a thermos lunchbox to the middle-aged man. Be careful on the road, this is lunch, remember to eat at noon. Work can't be rushed, take your time, you'll find it eventually, the middle-aged woman gently reminded. Chenmo looked at this scene in surprise. Just 2 days ago, he remembered this couple had a fierce argument, and it was quite intense. He didn't expect them to reconcile so quickly. The woman's caring demeanor showed no trace of the fierceness from 2 days ago. What an interesting family. At this moment, it seemed the family noticed him coming downstairs. The middle-aged woman directly closed the door and returned to the room, while the little girl seemed a bit shy, timidly hiding behind the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man stepped back 2 paces to protect the little girl, clearly indicating for him to go first. Seeing this, Chenmo didn't hesitate. He smiled kindly at the father and daughter and walked past them. Leaving the community, he took a taxi directly to the company. In the garment factory, hello, Mr. Chen. Wei Yan hurriedly approached to greet him as soon as he saw Chenmo enter the company. Upon seeing Wei Yan, Chenmo instantly thought of the lost 1 million, and a faint pain surged in his heart. Looking at Wei Yan's expectant face, he cleared his throat. So, Wei Yan, do you have any plans next? Is this a test for me? Wei Yan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly spoke up. Mr. Chen, the company is in urgent need of orders right now. I have contacted many previous clients we worked with and am preparing to discuss, I hope, to increase the number of orders for the company and create more benefits. Still looking for orders? Chenmo was taken aback by the words. How could this be? Not to mention whether it would affect the settlement. Just taking on one more order meant he would have to spend more money, which undoubtedly made it harder for him to exhaust the system's funds. No, he had to do everything possible to stop Wei Yan from continuing to take orders. After thinking for a moment, he spoke lightly. Well, there's no rush on the orders. I need to tell you a few things. Please go ahead, Mr. Chen. Wei Yan replied respectfully, his heart beginning to anticipate what important task Mr. Chen might assign him. I noticed that the exterior walls of the company are peeling a bit. You should find a worker to renovate them. Mr. Chen, this can be handled by the workshop staff. I should focus on business instead. The current order volume can be completed by the workers in a few days, and if we don't continue taking orders, the workers will be idle. Wei Yan, you need to think long term. If we handle the internal matters well now, won't we have orders in the future? But this kind of thing can be managed by others. Wei Yan was somewhat confused. Chenmo smiled slightly without responding, patted Wei Yan on the shoulder, and directly entered the office. Once seated in the office, he began to think about where he could spend money. The salaries had just been paid, so it was impossible to distribute bonuses again. Right, he couldn't give bonuses to old employees, but he could definitely hire a new batch of employees. Chenmo's eyes lit up. It was unacceptable for the entire company to lack even a finance or HR department. Moreover, as a boss, it wasn't unreasonable to find an assistant. He could hire a few workshop employees and also a few salespeople. However, the salespeople had to be carefully selected. He needed to find some with poor business skills, otherwise they would all be like Wei Yan, which wouldn't do. As for the assistant, he also needed to find someone with little experience, just someone who could handle basic tasks. Otherwise, if the assistant was too capable and managed the company to be increasingly profitable, it would be troublesome. Mr. Chen, you called for me. Li Shan knocked and entered the office. Have a seat. Chenmo gestured to the chair in front of him. Once Li Shan sat down, he spoke gently. I wanted to ask you a few things. Please go ahead, Mr. Chen. Li Shan placed his hands on his legs, speaking somewhat nervously. Don't be tense, I just want to know if there are any areas in the workshop that need improvement, or if the workshop employees have any suggestions, feel free to share. Li Shan thought for a moment. The workshop is already quite good, there's nothing that needs improvement. The air conditioning had been installed, so what could there be to complain about? Think carefully about any areas that require spending, or any expectations the employees might have. You can say anything, I won't hold it against you. Chenmo pressed on. This time, Li Shan thought for a long while before finally speaking. There is one expectation. I've heard a few old employees mention that it would be great if the company could pay for the 5 insurances and 1 fund for the employees. Li Shan said earnestly, though he didn't hold much hope, for he had never seen a private small enterprise provide insurance for its employees. Upon hearing this, Chenmo instantly perked up. Wasn't this another area where he could spend money? Your suggestion is excellent. As a good company, providing the 5 insurances and 1 fund for employees is the most basic thing. Starting next month, the company will fully pay for the 5 insurances and 1 fund for the employees. Really, Mr. Chen? Li Shan looked at Chenmo in surprise, not expecting that his casual remark would lead the boss to agree directly. Of course it's true. You can go back and tell the other employees, so they can prepare their documents. It might come in handy in a couple of days. Okay, Mr. Chen. Chenmo looked at Li Shan with satisfaction. This Li Shan was good, knowing how to help him spend money, much better than Wei Yan. After chatting for a while longer, seeing that Li Shan couldn't come up with any other areas to spend money, he let him leave. The 5 insurances and 1 fund. Chenmo murmured to himself, not quite understanding the specific process for getting insurance. It seemed he needed to hire an assistant soon. Having someone to help would make things much easier for him. After all, it was the system paying, so why not hire someone? He checked his phone and found that there was a job fair at the city government building tomorrow, so he could try his luck there. In the workshop, Li Shan clapped his hands, gathering all the employees together. Li Zi, does the boss have any plans? An old employee asked with a smile. Since the air conditioning was installed yesterday, everyone had been in an excited state. Seeing Li Shan return from the office and gather them all, they assumed the boss had something to announce. Well, there's no specific plan, but the boss asked me to inform everyone that starting next month, the company will begin contributing to the 5 insurances and 1 fund for all employees. You all need to prepare some documents in the next few days. They might be needed soon, Li Shan said, observing everyone's expressions. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, everyone looked shocked. Li Zi, you're not joking, are you? The boss is really going to contribute to the 5 insurances and 1 fund for us? One employee asked, somewhat incredulous. Do you think I would joke about something like this? Li Shen retorted. Even if he had 8 lives, he wouldn't dare make such a joke. The 5 insurances and 1 fund. I was just talking about this a couple of days ago, and I didn't expect it to happen today. Wow, I can't believe such a small company would contribute to the 5 insurances and 1 fund for employees. Shen Zong is truly a conscientious boss. If those old friends who left knew about this, they'd probably regret it to death. In the workshop, all the employees fell into excited discussions. After a while, one employee suddenly stepped forward and asked, Li Zi, what documents do we need to handle the 5 insurances and 1 fund? Li Shen was momentarily taken aback. Right. What documents were needed for the 5 insurances and 1 fund? It seemed the boss hadn't mentioned it. Should he go back and ask the boss? No, the boss was extremely busy. How could he disturb him over such a trivial matter? After thinking for a moment, he replied, you can just check on your phones, you'll find out. Time passed quickly, and soon it was afternoon when Wei Yan knocked and entered the office. Shen Zong, the workers for the wall renovation have been found and they can start tomorrow. I'm planning to go out of town to meet a big client tomorrow, so I might not come to the office to clock in. I hope Shen Zong can approve this. Chenmo was taken aback. A big client? This couldn't happen. What if it turned into a lot of income? No, he had to stop it. Wei Yan, let's put the big client matter on hold for now. I've noticed that the office desks and chairs are already worn out and I hope you can procure a new batch. Shen Zong, I know you're eager to bring in clients for the company, but right now the company is in a reform phase. We will gradually increase the staff, including salespeople, so it's best to handle internal matters first before considering business orders. Of course, this might affect your income, but don't worry, next month's salary will be based on your usual highest performance standards. Chenmo said meaningfully to Wei Yan. He had discovered a loophole in the system, although the system didn't allow him to intentionally incur losses. As long as he provided a reasonable explanation before making a loss, it fell within the system's permissible range. Wei Yan opened his mouth. With the boss saying this, he felt it was hard to argue further. Later that evening, in front of a barbecue stall, Wei Yan and Li Shen sat at a small square table, enjoying skewers and beer. What's wrong, Yan Go? You look like you have something on your mind, Li Shen asked casually as he devoured a lamb skewer. Indeed, there are a few things, Wei Yan replied, taking a sip of beer and frowning. What's wrong? Your sister-in-law ran off with someone else and there's nothing I can do to help with that. You brat, are you itching for a fight? Wei Yan shot a glare at Li Shen, then continued speaking. It's work-related. Today, Manager Chen assigned me several odd jobs just to keep me from going out to chase business. Is that all? If the boss tells you to do something, just do it. The boss isn't short on money, Li Shen said nonchalantly, downing another bottle of beer. I know that, but looking at the boss's expression, I can't shake the feeling that there's something else going on. Is that so? Li Shen rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then suddenly looked up. The boss said something about handling internal company matters first, right? That's right. Wei Yan nodded. Seeing this, Li Shen grinned. I think I've found the reason. Spill it, Wei Yan asked eagerly. Li Shen looked at Wei Yan's anxious expression and pretended to be profound. You haven't forgotten about that order cancellation incident from last year, have you? How could I forget? But what does that have to do with Manager Chen? Wei Yan's expression was puzzled. He was one of the victims in that order cancellation incident, so how could he possibly forget? That was his client, and due to the poor quality of the clothes, they ended up canceling all their orders. The returned items amounted to tens of thousands, all gathering dust in the warehouse now. Of course it has something to do with it. You see, there are tens of thousands of items in the warehouse that haven't been dealt with, yet you're only thinking about going out to get new orders. What boss would be happy about that? Look, Manager Chen has been talking to you about internal company matters, clearly hinting at something. Li Shen analyzed seriously. Upon hearing this, Wei Yan felt as if he had been enlightened. Suddenly realizing the situation, he excitedly slapped the table. Right, how did I not think of that? Manager Chen wants me to deal with the backlog of clothes. But soon, his excitement dimmed again. But the quality of those clothes is too poor. Even if I want to deal with them, the clients might not want them. Can't you be a bit flexible? You can find other sales channels. Do you have any ideas? Wei Yan looked at Li Shen expectantly. Li Shen smiled without answering, pointing at his empty glass. Seeing this, Wei Yan quickly opened a new bottle and filled it up. Li Shen picked up the filled glass and took a big gulp. You could find those street vendors selling clothes. I've seen the quality of what they sell, and it's not great either. But they focus on being cheap, usually around 10 to 20 bucks a piece. You could find a few more vendors. If you sell them for 5 or 6 bucks each, I don't believe those vendors won't take them. As Li Shen spoke, Wei Yan found the idea increasingly feasible. He decided to look for a few vendors to try out tomorrow night. Good brother, I owe you one this time. Let me toast to you. Saying this, he clinked glasses with Li Shen and downed his drink. Cheers! Li Shen also happily finished his drink. After finishing the drinks, Wei Yan looked up at Li Shen. Do you think we should discuss this with Manager Chen first? There's no need for that. Once we deal with the backlog of clothes, we can inform Manager Chan and give him a surprise. Sounds good. The next day, Chenmo woke up early, washed up, and headed out. Today, he didn't go to the office but went straight to the city government building. There was a job fair at the city government building today, and he wanted to try his luck to see if he could find a few suitable candidates. Upon reaching the third floor, he coincidentally ran into that family again. The woman was at the door, helping the man adjust his collar, seemingly giving him some advice. When he saw him coming downstairs, the man took the little girl and went down first. Looking at the backpack on the man, it seemed he was taking the little girl to school. They arrived at the entrance of the community, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the municipal government building. At the municipal government building, Chenmo registered with the management staff and paid some fees to secure a recruitment position. Due to the rush, he hadn't prepared any recruitment tools. Compared to the posters and banners of other companies, he only had a handwritten recruitment ad placed on the square table in front of him. Changfeng Garment Factory is hiring talented individuals with high salaries. Recruitment positions: assistant to the boss, finance, accounting, clerical, workers, sales, etc. Moreover, his location was quite remote, considered a corner of the entire recruitment venue. Half a day passed in a flash, and Chenmo, resting his head on the table, began to feel drowsy. He hadn't managed to recruit a single person in the entire half day. Those looking for jobs almost glanced at the recruitment ad and then directly ignored him. They're hiring clerks here. There isn't even a decent poster. It must not be a good place. Maybe it's a scam company. Then, let's go check over there. Two girls stood in front of the table, chatted for a moment, and then walked away. Superficial. Chenmo silently complained about the two girls who didn't even bother to ask, then laid his head on the table and began to doze off. He realized that it was unlikely he would recruit anyone today. Your qualifications are good, we can hire you. Really? Shunro looked at the interviewer with some surprise. The interviewer smiled slightly at the pleasantly surprised Shunro and spoke again. However, you mentioned that you haven't graduated yet and are in the internship stage, so you cannot be confirmed before you graduate. As for the salary, we can only temporarily offer 2,000 a month. Regarding the 5,000 advance salary you mentioned, we cannot accommodate that. Upon hearing this, Shunro's surprised expression instantly dimmed, and she looked at the interviewer pleadingly. I really need some money right now, can't you advance it? I promise I can sign a contract and I will definitely work hard. Sorry, the company has no precedent for advancing salaries. The interviewer's attitude was firm. Seeing this, Shunro turned away in disappointment. She didn't know how many companies she had interviewed with, but none were willing to advance her salary. What to do? She really needed money now. Shunro walked past a company, deep in thought, searching for a suitable job. Since she had another job in the evening, she needed to find a daytime job that wouldn't interfere with her evening work. In the morning, she had almost walked through the entire recruitment venue, and now she was at the last row. If she didn't find a suitable job, she would have to settle for temporary work. Her gaze swept over the recruitment ads in the last row, and her expression gradually fell. The positions offered by the last row of companies did not meet her requirements. It seemed she could only look for temporary work, but temporary jobs were ultimately not a long-term solution. With a gloomy expression, just as she was about to leave, her eyes caught a recruitment ad on a square table in the corner. Hiring assistants, finance, clerks. She had a business major in college, and she could qualify for several positions listed in the ad. However, looking at the shabby recruitment ad and the recruiter who seemed to be sleeping on the table, Shunro hesitated. Again, was such a company really reliable? It was the first time she had seen a recruiter sleeping at a recruitment fair. Shunro stood in place, hesitating for a long time, but finally took a step forward. She decided to give it a try. After all, her requirement was to have her salary advanced, and if this company wasn't reliable, they probably wouldn't advance her salary either. With this mindset, Shunro approached the square table and gently spoke to the deeply sleeping Chenmo. Hello, I would like to interview. After a while, there was no response. Shunro looked at the unresponsive recruiter and repeated, hello, I would like to interview. Still no response. Shunro glanced around and finally reached out to tap the other person's arm. The person at the table seemed to sense the touch, moved their arm, changed position, and continued to sleep. In a dazed voice, they mumbled, don't disturb me, I'm trying to sleep. Shunro stood there, unsure of what to do. She wanted to wake him up but was worried about offending the recruiter. Thus, about 20 minutes passed. Chenmo slowly woke up, wanting to move, but the numbness in his arms and legs made him stop. Just then, a soft voice came through. Hello, I would like to interview. Interview? Chenmo was taken aback for a moment, then realized he was at a job fair. Looking up, he saw a beautifully delicate woman quietly standing in front of him. Here's my resume, you can take a look. Seeing the recruiter looking over, Shunro hurriedly handed over her resume. Chenmo reached out to take it, but the numbness in his arm made him pause, and he finally looked at the woman apologetically. Sorry, my hand is numb, please wait a moment. Shunro nodded. In response, she had already waited a long time, so a little longer wouldn't matter. After a while, Chenmo noticed the numbness in his arm had lessened significantly, and he finally took the resume to look at it. An intern, with no work experience. Great. Isn't this exactly the kind of talent he needs? No work experience means weak business skills. Weak business skills make it hard to create value for the company. If the company can't create value, it will indirectly lead to reduced profits. If the company's profits decrease, the probability of him fully converting the system funds will greatly increase. It's a virtuous cycle. Chenmo was overjoyed and looked up at Shinro, asking, "What position do you want to apply for? Assistant, finance, or clerk is fine." Shinro replied directly, "Then let's go with assistant." Such talent should only be placed in relatively important positions to maximize its utility. Shinro opened her mouth, momentarily not understanding the meaning, but quickly reacted and tentatively looked at Chenmo, asking, "Am I hired?" "Of course." Chenmo nodded. Seeing Chenmo nod, Shinro's initially excited expression gradually calmed down. She speculated that his quick agreement was probably because he hadn't seen her request for an advance on her salary. Thinking this, she reminded him, "Didn't you see my request for an advance on my salary?" "I saw it," Chenmo replied, puzzled. How could he miss such a satisfactory request? It was just an advance on the salary. He had already advanced a month's salary to the workshop employees. This issue was not a problem for him at all. "Oh, you mean the salary issue?" Chenmo suddenly realized they hadn't discussed salary yet. "What are your salary expectations?" "Salary expectations?" Shinro looked at Chenmo in confusion. All the companies she interviewed with today had uniformly offered her around 2,000 after seeing she was an intern. This was the first time a recruiter had asked her about her salary expectations. This company was indeed a bit different. Shinro thought seriously for a moment and tentatively spoke, "Is 3,000 okay?" It was hard to find someone willing to advance her salary, so she didn't dare to ask for too much. She was afraid that if she asked for too much, he wouldn't be satisfied and wouldn't hire her. 3,000? Chenmo frowned upon hearing this. He needed to exhaust the system's funds as much as possible. A salary of 3,000 was simply too low. However, the sight of Chenmo frowning made Shinro anxious, worried that she might be asking for too much, and she quickly spoke up. 2,000 is fine too. Chenmo's frown deepened. What was wrong with this person? Why was she lowering her own salary? Is it too high? Shinro looked at Chenmo nervously. "Hi, it was too low, okay?" Seeing that Shinro was about to speak again, Chenmo hurriedly stopped her and said seriously, "Look, you graduated from a university with excellent grades, and you receive scholarships every year. These are all your advantages. So, for such an outstanding talent, our company has decided to offer you a salary of 6,000 a month. But don't worry, this is just temporary. Your salary will increase as you become more proficient in your work." This salary was the highest he could offer after constantly testing the system. He also figured out that he could offer an initial salary that exceeded the normal wage by up to 30%. Given Shinro's qualifications, the internship salary was likely between 400 and 500, so he could offer 6,000. However, this was just a temporary salary. He could definitely raise it later. After all, there was a significant difference in assistant salaries, with some elite assistants earning hundreds of thousands a year, so when he raised Shinro's salary later, the system wouldn't find any fault. As for other companies offering around 2,000 for interns, that was just an excuse to exploit labor. Shinro exclaimed. She had thought the offer would be very low and never expected it to be 6,000 a month. This was the first time she had encountered an interviewer so proactive about raising salaries. 6,000, this was a salary she hadn't even dreamed of. Before coming here, Chenmo smiled slightly at Shinro's shocked expression. "If you think it's acceptable, you can come to the company tomorrow to sign the contract. The address is written on this note." Saying this, he took out a note and handed it over. The note was something he had prepared earlier to use as a business card. It seemed he needed to make some proper business cards. As a company owner, not having a decent business card was quite unacceptable. Shinro instinctively took the note. Even as she left, she was still in a daze. As Shinro departed, the recruitment area returned to its previous state of neglect. After a while, it was soon noon, and the recruitment fair came to an end. Chenmo looked at the recruiters from other companies who had already started packing up and leaving one after another. Great, he had only interviewed one person in half a day, and he didn't even know if Shinro would come to the company to sign the contract tomorrow. Chenmo sighed and began to pack up his things. It seemed he didn't need to pack much. He only had a handwritten recruitment advertisement. He casually picked it up and walked out, preparing to throw it in the trash can at the entrance. At the entrance of the recruitment fair. "Hello, I was delayed by something. May I ask if you are still hiring? I can do any job. Sorry, the recruitment has ended. Please come back next time." "Hello, does your company still need people?" "Sorry, we are not in need of anyone anymore." Just as he reached the door, Chenmo saw a middle-aged man repeatedly stopping the departing recruiters, inquiring about job opportunities. It was him. As he walked in and saw the middle-aged man's appearance, Chenmo showed a look of surprise. He had encountered this middle-aged man earlier today while going downstairs. The man was sending his child to school. Now, seeing him humbly stopping a recruiter, it seemed he was in urgent need of a job. Chenmo couldn't help but think of the argument he had overheard a few days ago, and after a moment's thought he stepped forward. Anyway, he also needed new employees to consume the company's funds, so it didn't matter who he hired as long as it was within his capabilities. He didn't mind lending a hand. Hello, does your company still need people? Here's my resume, you can take a look. Yang Dahai carefully stopped a recruiter preparing to hand over his resume. The job fair is over, didn't you? No. Besides, our company only needs young people. How old are you? A recruiter impatiently swatted away the resume and left without looking back. Yang Dahai wasn't angry. He bent down to pick up his resume and continued searching for the next recruiter. He had taken his daughter to school today and unexpectedly got held up by the teacher discussing his daughter's academic issues. Plus, the school was a bit far from the job fair location, so by the time he arrived, the fair had already ended. With no other options, he could only stop the recruiters coming out, hoping to find a job. He didn't care about the recruiters' attitudes, he just wanted to find a job. After all, he had been unemployed at home for a while, and the burden of the family had fallen entirely on his wife, making the household expenses increasingly difficult to manage. However, due to health reasons, he couldn't do physical labor, so he could only keep trying his luck. He hoped to find a suitable job. Hello, can I take a bit of your time? Here's my resume, you can take a look. Yang Dahai stopped another recruiter, smiling as he handed over his resume. No time. The recruiter didn't swat away the resume, but his attitude wasn't good either. Can I see the resume? Just as Yang Dahai was about to look for the next target, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. Turning around, he saw a young man smiling at him. Oh, it's you. What's up? Yang Dahai instantly recognized the young man in front of him. He was the one who had recently moved upstairs, and they had often run into each other on the stairs these past few days. He just didn't know what the young man wanted from him. Chenmo, seeing the middle-aged man's puzzled expression, raised the recruitment advertisement in his hand and smiled. My company also needs to hire people. If you're interested, let's find a place to chat. Yang Dahai looked at the handwritten recruitment ad and then at Chenmo's young face, his expression revealing doubt. It was the first time he had seen such a young boss. However, after hesitating for a moment, he nodded in agreement. He knew that continuing to stop people here would yield a minuscule chance of finding a job. It was better to talk with this young man. After all, young bosses weren't unheard of. Outside, on a public bench in a shaded area, Chenmo handed a bottle of chilled mineral water to Yang Dahai and sat down beside him, flipping through Yang Dahai's resume. Yang Dahai accepted the mineral water and thanked him gratefully. After a while, Chenmo closed the resume and turned to Yang Dahai. I see on your resume that you drove a large truck for 20 years. Why did you stop? Upon hearing this, Yang Dahai's face showed bitterness. Driving a large truck requires long-distance trips. I'm getting older, and compared to those young drivers, it's hard for me to compete. Moreover, I injured my back last year, and by the time I recovered, no one wanted to hire me to drive trucks anymore. Chenmo fell silent for a long time after hearing this. He didn't know how to comment on the situation. It was understandable for a boss to prefer young people as they were more energetic and efficient. But what had Yang Dahai done wrong? He had diligently driven trucks for 20 years, only to end up unemployed. Survival of the fittest, the capable take the lead. Neither of them had done anything wrong. It could only be said that the current society was too cold, lacking a bit of humanity. Chenmo fell into deep thought, beginning to ponder what kind of job would be suitable for Yang Dahai. With a back injury, he couldn't do heavy labor, but that was not a problem. He had observed the work in the workshop, which didn't require much strength. However, he thought of an even more suitable job. A driver. Being a boss, hiring a full-time driver wasn't excessive, right? Moreover, with Yang Dahai's 20 years of experience driving large trucks, he would be more than capable of handling a smaller vehicle. The only issue at the moment was the vehicle. If there was a driver, there had to be a car. As the company owner, providing himself with a car, no, providing the company with a car. When he thought about getting a car for himself, the system clearly issued a warning about a violation. However, after he considered getting a car for the company, the system did not issue any violation alerts. Feasible. Chenmo felt a surge of joy in his heart. As for providing a car for the company, so what? As long as he didn't tell the other employees who would know it was the company's car. I'm so clever. I need a full-time driver now. I wonder what you think. If you don't mind my age, I would certainly be willing, Yang Dahai replied with a bitter smile. He was already over 40, and with a back injury, what else could he be picky about? Just having a job was already very satisfying. Of course, I don't mind. Brother Yang has 20 years of truck driving experience. I feel much more at ease having you as a driver, Chenmo said with a smile, which was his sincere opinion. Having driven large trucks for 20 years without a single accident, he was definitely an experienced driver. Let's talk about the salary then. I wonder what requirements Brother Yang has. As long as the salary is paid on time, that's fine. No expectations regarding the salary? I'm not very familiar with the salary for a full-time driver, whatever president Chen says is fine, Yang Dahai said honestly. Chenmo looked at Yang Dahai's earnest expression and sighed helplessly. Fortunately, he had encountered him. If it had been another boss, the salary offered would surely have been ridiculously low. After some bargaining with the system, Chenmo finally figured out the highest salary he could offer Yang Dahai. Let's tentatively set it at 8,000 a month, and I will also fully cover your 5 insurances and 1 fund. Chenmo was very surprised by this salary. It was even higher than that of the highly educated Shinro. But thinking it over, it made sense. Shinro had no work experience and was essentially in an internship state. Yang Dahai, on the other hand, had 20 years of experience driving large trucks, so offering 8,000 was reasonable. This 8,000 was also the salary after a 30% increase. Normally, it would be around 6,000. However, in terms of potential for development, Shinro definitely had more promise. 8,000? You can't be joking. Yang Dahai looked at Chenmo in disbelief, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. This young man couldn't be a fraud, could he? I'm not joking. Brother Yang, with your 20 years of truck driving experience, you are absolutely worth this price, Chenmo said earnestly, but seeing the doubt on Yang Dahai's face, he knew the price he offered seemed a bit exaggerated in Yang Dahai's perception. After thinking for a moment, he continued, this is my company's address, you can consider it. If you want to join, you can come to the company tomorrow to sign the contract and complete the onboarding procedures. Saying this, he handed Yang Dahai a note with the company address and turned to leave. There was nothing more he could do. Whether Yang Dahai believed it or not was beyond his control. Sometimes, opportunities are right in front of you, yet you lack the courage to even try, then you can't blame others. After leaving, he found a restaurant to have lunch, but thinking about what to do with the company, he simply went home. As soon as I got home, I received a call from Wei Yan. Once connected, I heard Wei Yan's voice asking, Mr. Chen, I want to ask, what price range do you need for the office desks and chairs? What's the budget? Expensive. Chenmo replied without a second thought. He was pondering how to spend the system funds, and of course, the more expensive, the better. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before he continued. Mr. Chen, I have a price list from them. I'll send it to you on WeChat, you should take a look. After that, Chenmo received a WeChat message with the price list from Wei Yan. He opened it to see various office supplies and their prices across different categories. Glancing through it, he found that the most expensive desk was actually priced at $49.99, while there were 2 options for chairs. One was a genuine leather seat, and the other was an esports chair, with the highest price being over $2,000. Of course, this was just the price for standard office chairs. Custom office chairs could cost tens of thousands, even over $100,000. But that was beyond the system's allowance. After some thought, Chenmo ultimately chose the $49.99 desk and the $23.99 esports chair. After all, a desk job requires long hours of sitting, so the esports chair would definitely be more comfortable. This brought the total price for a set of desk and chair to $73.98. Currently, the company only needed 3 sets for him, Wei Yan, and a clerk, which meant spending just over $20,000. No, that was too little. They could hire another clerk, and in the future, they would definitely need positions like finance, accounting, HR, and assistants, all of which required desks and chairs. Right, they could also add 2 more salespeople, which would add 2 more sets. The workshop also needed a workshop director and a factory manager, both of whom would need offices and office chairs. Adding it all up, at least 12 sets of office chairs would be needed. That would cost 88,776 yuan. They should buy 1 more set as a spare, bringing the total to 96,174 yuan. Not bad, spending nearly 100,000 just on office desks and chairs. With a decision made, he called Wei Yan again to share his thoughts. Mr. Chen, isn't this spending a bit wasteful? There's really no need to buy such expensive desks and chairs, and aren't you buying too many? Wei Yan advised over the phone. He couldn't understand why Mr. Chen would buy such expensive office furniture. He thought those around 1,000 yuan were quite good. Xiao Wei, we need to think long term. The company's future development will definitely get better and better, and the staffing will become more complete. These desks and chairs will all be useful. Moreover, comfortable office chairs can provide employees with a good working mood, and a good mood can effectively enhance work efficiency. This creates a perfect positive cycle, Chenmo said earnestly. Well, Wei Yan was momentarily speechless, and for a moment he somewhat agreed with Mr. Chen's theory, but he still felt something was off. Alright, let's buy as I said. Hearing Wei Yan still trying to advise against it, Chenmo directly finalized the decision. Just as he was about to hang up, he heard Wei Yan speak again. Wait a moment, Mr. Chen, there's one more thing. The sales staff here said that if the quantity purchased is large enough, they will offer a 5% discount, but it requires the company's. Before Wei Yan could finish, Chenmo interrupted him. No need for a discount, the original price is fine. Mr. Chen, according to the sales staff's calculations, a 5% discount could save over 4,000. No need, the sales staff work hard too, so let them earn a little more. We can't prioritize our own interests without considering others. Remember, no discounts on purchases. Chenmo randomly found a reason, emphasized it a bit, and then directly hung up the phone. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the sofa. Wei Yin was really a source of worry. He was trying every possible way to spend a little more money, while this guy was always thinking about saving it. In the city center, inside a store that specialized in tables and chairs, Wei Yin pointed at the most expensive office desk and gaming chair and said to the sales assistant, "I'll take 12 sets of these too." "Okay, boss." The sales assistant perked up upon hearing that 12 sets were being ordered, especially since they were the most expensive items. "Boss, with this quantity, you can enjoy a 5% discount. I'll prepare the invoice right away." "Wait a minute." Wei Yin hurriedly stopped the sales assistant from issuing the invoice. "Boss, is there a problem?" The sales assistant looked at Wei Yin with some trepidation. Wei Yin hesitated for a moment, then steeled himself and said, "You can skip the 5% discount, just issue the invoice at the original price." "Boss, this discount only requires you to sign up for a membership under the company's name." "Don't worry, signing up for the membership doesn't cost anything, and you'll enjoy the 5% discount on future purchases of tables and chairs. If you accumulate a certain amount, you'll even get higher discount policies." The sales assistant explained patiently, relieved. "No need, just issue the invoice at the original price." Wei Yin waved his hand, feeling a bit awkward under the sales assistant's strange gaze. "All right," the sales assistant replied reluctantly, but couldn't help but mutter to himself. "This person is so strange, he could get a discount but refuses it. Are the rich playing like this now?" After a while, the sales assistant returned with an invoice. "Boss, the invoice is ready, and the tables and chairs will be delivered to the company tomorrow." Wei Yin nodded and went straight to the cash register to pay. In the old city neighborhood, Yang Dahai returned home with his daughter after school. Dong Hong came out carrying the prepared meal. "Welcome back, wash your hands and then eat. Time to eat." His daughter, Yang Duo, happily ran to the bathroom. After dinner, Yang Duo went into her bedroom to start her homework. In the living room, Dong Hong looked at the silent Yang Dahai and asked, "So, did you find a suitable job at today's job fair?" A silence fell over the living room. Seeing Dong Hong's expectant expression gradually turned to disappointment, Yang Dahai sighed. He knew she had heard about the job fair from her colleagues and had hoped he would find a job there, but now, seeing his silence, she understood he hadn't found anything. Yang Dahai looked at his wife's disappointed face and sighed. "It's not that I didn't find anything, there is a job, but I think it's a bit unreliable." "What job? It's not some heavy labor, is it?" "That won't do, your back can't handle it. Don't forget, the last time you took a construction job, you ended up lying at home for half a month," Dong Hong said anxiously. Seeing her reaction, Yang Dahai quickly explained, "It's not heavy labor, it's my old line of work, driving." "Isn't that good?" "But this job." Yang Dahai seriously recounted the details. "The monthly salary is 8,000 plus 5 insurances and 1 fund, and the boss is that new young guy from upstairs. It sounds a bit unreliable." After listening to her husband's account, Dong Hong fell into thought. Why not ask Yao Yao? She knows more. "Forget it, at this hour, our daughter should still be studying, let's not disturb her." Yang Dahai interjected. "Tomorrow, I'll go to the company and see for myself, then I'll know if it's reliable." "All right." Dong Hong nodded and then reminded him. "Going to take a look is fine, but if they ask you to pay any money, don't agree, okay? I've heard that companies asking for money are all scams." "I know." Nighttime, Jiangcheng University, girls' dormitory. Shenro returned to her dorm, looking exhausted after finishing her part-time job. Ro, didn't you go to the job fair today? Why did you still go for a part-time job?" Her roommate, Zhang Lan, sat up in bed as soon as she saw Shen Ro come back. "After the job fair, I went straight to the part-time job." Shenro casually placed her backpack on the table and slumped into the chair. "You really are risking your life for money. How was the job fair today? But based on the requirements on your resume, I guess there won't be any results. Advanced salary? Today's bosses are so stingy, they won't agree to that." Shenro rested her chin on one hand, a worried expression on her face as she placed a somewhat crumpled note on the table. "There is one company that agreed to advance the salary. Isn't that great? Why do you look so unhappy?" Zhang Lan asked curiously, noticing Shenro's troubled expression. "I feel like it's a bit unreal. This company not only agreed to advance the salary but also offered a generous monthly salary of 6,000. Shenro fiddled with the note on the table, thinking about the young man from the interview, feeling he didn't seem like a scammer. Giving an intern 6,000? This boss is too generous. "Let me see what company it is," Zhang Lan exclaimed. "Here." Shenro pointed to the note on the table. Zhang Lan eagerly got out of bed and took the note. It only had the name of a company and an address written on it. Changfeng Garment Company, Limited. Zhang Lan mumbled the company's name and started searching for information on her phone. After a while, she looked up and said, "The information shows that this company only has about 30 employees. And recently the legal representative of the company changed, a new boss took over. There doesn't seem to be any illegal operations, but for such a large private enterprise, there's really no need to spend 6,000 to hire an assistant, right? That doesn't make sense at all." "Yeah, I'm puzzled too." A company that big doesn't need an assistant at all. Shinro frowned. I know why. Zhang Lan suddenly exclaimed. Why? Do you think the boss of that company might have taken a liking to your looks and wants to support you? Our Ro is so beautiful, it must be that way. Zhang Lan came over to Shinro, excitedly saying. As she spoke, she reached out to lift Shinro's chin, grinning. Isn't there a saying? If there's work, do it secretly, if not. What nonsense are you talking? There was only a young interviewer, I didn't even see the boss. Shinro irritably swatted Zhang Lan's hand away. Seeing this, Zhang Lan stopped joking and looked at Shinro seriously. So what are your plans? Are you going tomorrow or not? I've decided to go take a look. Shinro hesitated for a moment before speaking. Then be careful. Remember to call me when you go tomorrow. I really don't have a good feeling about this. Zhang Lan advised, as she didn't believe a small private enterprise would need an assistant position. But she also knew Shinro was eager for such a job, so she didn't want to discourage her. The next day, Chenmo arrived at the company early. Hello, President Chen. Hello, President Chen. Every passing employee greeted Chenmo respectfully. Chenmo smiled in response and went to his office. Bored sitting in the office chair, I intended to open the computer and play some games to pass the time, only to find that the old office computer was so laggy that I couldn't play at all. Ha! This computer can be replaced with a new one. Chenmo suddenly thought of another way to spend money. With such an old computer, how are the employees supposed to work? It must be replaced with a good one. Yesterday, 12 sets of desks and chairs were purchased, which means 12 computers can be configured, and of course, the configuration must be the best. I wonder how much of the system funds these 12 computers will consume. It just so happens that I can find something for Wei Yan to do, so I'll have him check out the computer market. Chenmo thought to himself that among the entire company, Wei Yan was the most unreliable. He was either thinking about bringing in clients to make money for the company or looking for discounts to save money for the company. He really didn't understand the situation. This kind of improper work attitude must be corrected in a timely manner. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Wei Yan knocked and entered the office. President Chen, the desks and chairs have been purchased, and someone will deliver them soon. Here's the receipt for the desks and chairs. Saying this, he took out a receipt and handed it to Chenmo. Chenmo took the receipt, looked at the final price, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it was purchased at the original price. Very good, you handled this well. Thank you for the compliment, President Chen. Wei Yan was a bit flattered. He didn't expect President Chen to actually praise him. It should be noted that he hadn't received any praise for bringing in the first order for the company just 2 days ago. By the way, do you have anything else to do? Later? Chenmo suddenly asked. I plan to go out and meet some clients to see if I can bring in some orders. The last batch of orders is almost finished in the workshop, and without new orders, the workshop will probably have to stop working. Wei Yan answered truthfully. Last night, when he went out with Li Xin to look for vendors selling clothes, Li Xin mentioned it to him, so he planned to meet a few more clients today to see if he could bring in new orders. What? This guy is still thinking about bringing in orders. I've already had enough trouble spending money. Does he want to make it harder for me? Chenmo silently complained in his heart, cleared his throat, and said in a deep voice, I've noticed that our current office computers are a bit laggy. Go to the computer market and find out how much it would cost to assemble a higher-end computer. Then make a price list and send it to me. What about the clients? Wei Yan asked anxiously. The clients are right there, they won't run away. So why are you in such a hurry? You should know that to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Without good office computers, how can the clerks place orders and make plans? Alright, just do as I say. Chenmo waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Wei Yan silently exited the office, pondering President Chen's words, feeling that something was off. It wasn't until he left the company that he suddenly realized. Although the current office computers were a bit laggy, they didn't affect the clerk's ability to place orders and make plans. No matter how you put it, Chenmo was still the boss. He couldn't go back and argue, so he had no choice but to drive to the computer market. Once Wei Yan left, Chenmo returned to his bored state. He thought about the 2 people he interviewed yesterday, wondering if they would come. Time slowly passed, and soon it was just past 9 o'clock when the office door was knocked again. Come in, Chenmo instinctively said. The office door was soon pushed open, and a familiar face walked in. Hello, I am. Shinro started to speak but stopped halfway. She realized that the person sitting in the office was the interviewer from yesterday. Pausing, she looked at the young face and tentatively asked, Are you the boss? Oh, I forgot to mention yesterday, my name is Chenmo, and I am the owner of this company, Chenmo said with a smile. After getting confirmation, Shinro suddenly remembered what Zhang Lan had said last night. I bet that boss has taken a liking to your beauty and wants to keep you. Yesterday, she thought. This young man was just an interviewer, so she didn't take Zhang Lan's words to heart. After all, the boss hadn't even seen her, so how could he be attracted to her looks? But now she was told that the interviewer from yesterday was indeed the boss. This made her think twice. Could it really be that this boss was captivated by her beauty, which is why he offered such generous treatment? Shinro couldn't help but murmur to herself, "Sit down and talk." Chenmo, seeing Shinro standing still, pointed to the chair in front of the desk. Oh, Shinro walked to the desk and slowly sat down, watching Chenmo with some caution. She seemed afraid that Chenmo might suddenly lose control and do something reckless. To her, "Have you thought it over? If you think it's okay, we can sign the contract now. If you want to know more, I can take you to the workshop for a visit." Visit? Shinro was in a state of mental tension and hadn't really paid attention to what Chenmo had just said, only catching the last phrase. "Let's go, take a look at the workshop." Chenmo looked at Shinro's dazed expression and felt increasingly satisfied. This was the kind of talent he needed. If she could zone out during their conversation, her work efficiency would surely not be very high. With her managing the company in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about losing money. At that moment, Shinro, in his eyes, was simply reliable. Chun-Mo happily stood up and walked out of the office. Seeing that Chun-Mo hadn't done anything out of line, Shinro's tense mood relaxed a bit. Watching Chun-Mo leave the office, she quickly got up and followed him. Soon, the two entered the workshop through a side door. This is the first floor of the workshop, mainly used for storing fabrics and packing for shipment. The real working area is on the second floor. Chun-Mo briefly introduced the first floor and then led Shinro directly to the second floor. Shinro carefully observed the workshop environment. Overall, it looked pretty good, with no trash in sight. Of course, what surprised her the most was that the workshop was equipped with central air conditioning. Feeling the temperature inside, it was set quite low. Not to mention the cost of installing air conditioning, just allowing employees to set it to such a low temperature would incur a significant daily electricity expense. A boss this generous was quite rare. This made it seem possible that the 6,000 salary was not out of the question. Shinro thought to herself as she followed Chenmo to the second floor of the workshop. "Hello, Mr. Chen." An employee, seeing Chenmo arrive, quickly greeted him respectfully. Chenmo smiled and nodded, continuing to show Shinro around the workshop. As they passed each workstation, the employees would respectfully greet them. Shinro was amazed by this scene. She hadn't expected this young boss to have such high prestige among the employees. Her wariness towards Chenmo finally eased. After touring the workshop, they returned to the office and Chenmo looked at Shinro and spoke lightly. "So, what do you think? If you feel it's okay, let's sign the contract." "Okay." Shinro hesitated for a moment but then nodded in agreement. She had previously worried that the other party had ulterior motives, but now it seemed she had overthought it. Moreover, this young boss was capable and handsome, looking nothing like a scammer or someone who would take advantage of her. With those concerns out of the way, there was no reason to refuse the job. "Then let's sign the contract." Chenmo handed the prepared contract to Shinro. "This is the contract. You should know better than I do how to sign it." Shinro picked up the contract but didn't sign it right away. Instead, she began to read it carefully. After a while, seeing that there were no issues with the contract, she picked up the pen and began to sign. In no time, the contract was completed. "Welcome. From now on you are a part of the company. Due to limited office space, you'll have to share an office with me for now, but don't worry, improvements will come. The desk and chair will be arranged later." Chenmo put away the contract and said with a smile, "That's fine." Shinro nodded. It was quite normal for an assistant to share an office with the boss. However, she was more concerned about another matter. After thinking for a moment, she cautiously asked, "Mr. Chen, about the salary advance?" "Oh, I almost forgot about that. Just give me your bank account, and I'll transfer it right away." Chenmo suddenly realized, how could he forget something as important as spending money? "Ah, okay." Shinro was taken aback. She didn't expect Chenmo to agree so readily, and quickly found her bank account to give to him. Before long, her phone received the transfer notification. She opened it and was stunned. It was not 6,000 yuan. "Mr. Chen, did you perhaps overpay?" Shinro looked at the transfer amount, puzzled as she glanced at Chunmo. "Yes, isn't it 6,400? Chenmo was confused. Could it be that he accidentally added an extra zero and transferred 640 instead? But when he checked the transfer record, it was indeed 6,400. "It is 6,400, but isn't my salary 6,000? Shinro asked in confusion. Chenmo realized and smiled. "Ah, your salary is indeed 6,000, but the extra 400 is a full attendance bonus. But I haven't even started working yet. I might not have full attendance. Let's pay you as if you have full attendance first. If you don't, we can just deduct it later." Chenmo said on the surface, but inwardly he was thinking, "Deduct? How could that be? Money spent doesn't just come back." He was already calculating what excuse he could use to refuse a refund if she didn't have full attendance. Shinro looked at Chenmo's relaxed expression, feeling deeply moved. This money might not mean much to Chenmo, but for her right now, it was a lifesaver. Thinking this, she deeply bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Chen, I will definitely work hard." Chenmo looked at Shinro's serious demeanor and felt a pang in his heart. Working hard was one thing. No, he had to dispel that thought. Well, Shinro, our company advocates a relaxed and pleasant work environment, not competition. So, working hard is fine, but don't lose the joy of life for the sake of work. Thank you, Mr. Chen, I will keep that in mind. Shinro thanked him again. This boss was so considerate of his employees. No wonder the workers in the workshop respected him so much. Chenmo felt a bit relieved and sat down. Mr. Chen, when do I start working? Shinro asked, now that the contract was signed and her salary had been advanced. Naturally, she wanted to know about the working hours. If you have no other matters, you can officially start today. Shinro's face lit up with joy. She naturally hoped to start as soon as possible. Then I'll start today. Is there anything I can do? Well, could you organize the materials for the social insurance and housing fund? We might be processing them for the employees in the next few days. Chenmo thought for a moment and said, he had already informed the employees about the insurance yesterday, and now that Shinro was here, he naturally didn't need to worry about it anymore. Okay, Mr. Chen. Shinro nodded and then looked around the office, only to realize that she still didn't have her own workstation. Chenmo also noticed this issue and immediately got up. Just sit here for now, the computer is a bit slow, so make do with it for the time being. A new one will be here in a couple of days. Mr. Chen. Shinro stood still, not moving over. It didn't seem right to take the boss's workstation right after starting work. Don't worry about it, just use it for now. Once the new desks and chairs arrive, you'll have your own workstation, Chenmo said gently, thinking to himself that he needed to get the social insurance sorted out quickly so he could spend another chunk of the system's funds. Seeing that Chenmo really didn't seem to mind, Shinro stopped declining and sat down directly, starting to organize the materials for the social insurance and housing fund. Emo sat not far away, idly scrolling through his phone. Soon, it was noon, and time for lunch. Chenmo suddenly realized that he hadn't had lunch the last few times he came to the company, so he didn't even know where to go for lunch now. After thinking for a moment, he called Li Shen over. Mr. Chen, you called for me? Li Shen entered the office, respectfully asking. I want to ask you something, where do the workshop employees go for lunch? Usually by noon, fast food trucks come outside the industrial park and everyone goes there to buy food to bring back, Li Shen replied. Do you pay for it yourselves? Shenmo's eyes lit up. He felt he had found another way to spend money. It's always been like this, Li Shen nodded, somewhat puzzled as to why the boss was asking this. Since he joined the company, meals had always been at the employees' own expense. This is my oversight. As the owner of the company, how can I let the employees pay for their own meals? How about this? From now on, the company will reimburse the employees' lunches. Thank you, Mr. Chen, Li Shen said with a delighted expression, quickly expressing his gratitude. With the company reimbursing lunch expenses, they would save on meal costs, which could add up to several hundred yuan a month, effectively equivalent to a raise of several hundred yuan in salary. He then thought of a question and asked, Mr. Chen, there are several price levels for the fast food, which one should I buy? What's the most expensive one? The most expensive is 16 yuan per portion, all meat and vegetables. Only 16? Chenmo frowned upon hearing this. There were only about 20 employees in the workshop, which meant a lunch would only cost a few hundred yuan. That's a bit low. It seems fast food won't work, the expenses are too low, and he needed to think of other ways. However, lunch today was definitely going to happen. With that thought, he looked up at Li Shen. Count the number of people and buy the most expensive option, plus one drink for each person. Also, this is Shinro, my new assistant. She will manage some of the company's affairs from now on. Chenmo pointed to Shinro to introduce her and then sent Li Shen off to buy lunch. In the workshop, Li Shen excitedly went to the second floor and called out loudly, come a few people, go with me to buy lunch. Li Shen, it's still a while until lunchtime. If the boss finds out you're going to buy lunch this early, it won't be good, someone said. Yeah, Mr. Chen is really good to us. How can we use work time to buy lunch? Li Shen looked at the few dissenters and smiled mysteriously. This is the boss's idea, and he said that from now on, everyone's lunch will be reimbursed by the company. As soon as he finished speaking, the workshop fell silent, then it became chaotic again. Li Shen, you're not joking, are you? Is it true? One by one, the employees spoke up, their expressions filled with disbelief. Seeing this, Li Shen clapped his hands. Everyone, quiet down, this matter was personally told to me by Mr. Chen, so it can't be wrong. I wouldn't joke about something like this. So just two people come help me get the food, it won't affect everyone's work. With that, he finished speaking. Two men walked out and left the workshop with Li Shen. After finishing lunch, Chenmo was contemplating how to expand the expenses for employees' lunches when there was another knock on the office door. Come in. Chenmo looked up to see a weathered middle-aged man walk in, his face covered in large beads of sweat, as if he had just undergone intense exercise. Hello, General Chen. Yan Dahai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, slightly out of breath. He had taken the bus to save money, but the bus stop was a bit far from the company, so he had jogged the rest of the way to avoid being late. Sit down and catch your breath. Chenmo was pleasantly surprised to see it was Yang Dahai. It seemed the driver situation was resolved. He quickly got up and pulled a chair for Yang Dahai. No need, I can stand. Yang Dahai looked at his sweat-stained clothes and then at the clean chair, quickly waving his hand. It's fine, sit down. Otherwise, when we discuss things, you'll be standing while I sit, and I don't like talking while looking up. Chenmo teased, noticing Yang Dahai's awkwardness. Hearing this, Yang Dahai finally sat down slowly, but only at the edge of the chair, not leaning back. Chenmo understood this was just Yang Dahai's personality and didn't say anything further. At that moment, Shinro also brought over 2 cups of water and handed them to the 2 men. Thank you. Yang Dahai took the cup and quickly expressed his gratitude. Chenmo waited a moment for Yang Dahai's breathing to calm down a bit before slowly speaking. Brother Yang, have you thought about it? Do you want to join us? What procedures are needed to join? Do I need to pay anything? Yang Dahai thought for a moment and asked. His wife had repeatedly warned him to walk away if they asked for money. Don't worry, joining only requires signing an employment contract. There won't be any fees. Shinro, bring the contract over for Brother Yang to take a look. Chenmo called to Shinro. Soon, Shinro brought over a contract and handed it to Yang Dahai. Yang Dahai took the contract and awkwardly looked at Shinro. Miss, I can't understand this contract. Can you help me explain it? Seeing Yang Dahai's cautious demeanor, Shinro couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Turning to see Chenmo nodding at her, she smiled and said, Sure. I'll explain it to you. Saying this, she opened the contract and went through the terms one by one. After a long while, Shinro closed the contract and looked at Yang Dahai. Brother Yang, that's the entire content of the contract. Is there anything you don't understand? Thank you, miss. I think I understand. As long as I sign this contract, it means I'm employed and can start working. Yang Dahai thanked her and then asked, Is that right? Yes. Shinro nodded with a smile. Then I'll sign. Yang Dahai quickly nodded. He had been looking for a job for a long time, but for various reasons, he hadn't found a suitable one. The financial burden at home was growing, and he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Most importantly, the 2 young people in front of him gave him a very kind impression, not like scammers at all. Okay. Shinro nodded and pointed out where Yang Dahai should sign on the contract. Welcome aboard. Seeing Yang Dahai finish signing the contract, Chenmo stood up and clapped his hands in joy, then quickly changed the subject. Brother Yang, give me your bank account and I'll transfer this month's salary to you. But I haven't officially started working yet. Yang Dahai said in confusion, Isn't normal salary paid after more than a month? Oh, our rules here are different from other companies. We pay first and work later. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Chenmo pointed at Shinro beside him. Yes, Brother Yang, we all received our salaries in advance. Shinro smiled and said. After a morning of understanding, she finally realized that the company was not giving her an advance on her salary but was simply paying her normally. The other employees in the workshop were the same. Since learning this, the little bit of wariness she had towards Chenmo completely vanished. It turned out he had no ulterior motives. It was just the company's system. It truly was a unique system. While other companies were trying every means to withhold a few days' wages from their employees, this company was actually paying in advance. However, it was precisely this system that resolved the difficulties she faced. Shinro thought to herself and couldn't help but smile. Is that so? Yang Dahai still didn't quite understand, but he handed over his bank account. Chenmo directly transferred 8,400 yuan as salary to the account. Yang Dahai looked at the 8,400 transfer record on his phone and was so excited that he couldn't speak. He instinctively pinched himself until he felt pain, realizing this was not a dream. The money had really been transferred. And it was over 8,000, a salary he had never dared to hope for after injuring his back. However, he soon noticed a problem. It seemed there was an extra 400 yuan in his salary. He quickly looked up at Chenmo and said, Mr. Chen, the salary is 400 more. Oh, that's the attendance bonus, Chenmo explained, but inwardly he thought that some salary regulations needed to be listed out for interviewees to see, otherwise, explaining every time would be quite troublesome. Shinro watched the scene before her and couldn't help but smile. Wasn't this exactly what she had experienced that morning? Yang Dahai nodded in understanding. He was familiar with the attendance bonus. Then Mr. Chen, what car should I drive? A car? The company hasn't assigned any cars yet. Let's do it tomorrow. You can go with me to the forest shop to pick up the car, Chenmo said. Then turned to Shinro and added, You should come along too. Okay. Shinro nodded. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was knocked on. Again. Come in. As the voice fell, a man peeked in. Excuse me, who is Mr. Chen? The office desks and chairs we ordered have arrived. Where should we put them? Move them to the lobby first, Chenmo said after thinking for a moment. Before long, 12 sets of office desks and chairs filled the entire lobby. Mr. Chen, everyone is here, Li Shen said as he approached Chenmo, followed by a dozen employees. Please move all the old desks and chairs out of the office, and then unpack and bring in the new ones, Chenmo instructed. Okay, Mr. Chen, Li Shen quickly called the employees into each office to remove the old desks and chairs. I'll help too, Yang Dahai said as he followed along to assist. Although he had a back injury, lifting desks and chairs was still manageable. Ding, ding, ding. The phone suddenly rang. Chenmo glanced at it. It was a call from Wei Yan. He answered. Soon, Wei Yan's voice came through. Mr. Chen, the pricing list for the configurations has been sent to your WeChat. You can take a look. Upon hearing this, Chenmo opened WeChat to check. His gaze skipped over the lowest price and landed on the highest one. 43,000. 12 units would cost over 500,000. Chenmo felt delighted. This meant he could spend over 500,000, taking a big step towards spending the 2 million. While he was pondering, Wei Yan's voice came again. Mr. Chen, from what I understand, if it's just for office use, the configuration priced at over 7,000 is sufficient and offers great value. Chenmo's expression stiffened. 7,000? What a joke. Wei Yan was out of his mind. That little way, although 7,000 is enough, you have to consider the company's future development. As the company grows, you might encounter other fields, and at that time, a configuration of over 7,000 might not be sufficient. So let's go with the 43,000 option, 12 units. Mr. Chen, isn't the 43,000 option a bit too extravagant? Wei Yan thought Chenmo had a point, but there was no need to choose the highest configuration outright. Even if they ventured into other fields later, a configuration around 20,000 would suffice. Just go with the highest tier, no need for further discussion. Chenmo didn't give Wei Yan another chance to speak and directly set the price. By the way, Mr. Chen, I heard that the computer market will have a discount event in half a month. Should we wait to purchase? Until then? No need, the office needs it urgently. Let's finalize it now and have them get it done as soon as possible. But I heard that the discount event could save a lot of money. Not necessary, Chenmo said lightly and hung up the phone. Wei Yan was really too much of a worry. Waiting to buy in half a month meant they would have already settled accounts by then. Not far away, Shenro had been keeping an eye on Chenmo's movements. Seeing him hang up the phone with a gloomy face, she was curious. She wondered who had upset Mr. Chen. Half an hour later, all the offices on the first floor had been tidied up. Mr. Chen, it's all done. What should we do with these old desks and chairs? Li Shen walked over and asked, pointing at the moved-out furniture. You handle it yourselves. See if anyone in the workshop needs them. If not, contact someone from the second-hand market to sell them. The money from the sale can be used to buy you cigarettes. Chenmo glanced at the moved-out desks and chairs and said casually. Although these pieces were described as old, they were all intact and could be used without any problem. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Li Shen quickly expressed his gratitude. These desks and chairs would be more than enough for use as dining tables. Chenmo nodded. And when he saw a few people behind Li Shen, an idea struck him. By the way, give me the list of the people who helped move the desks. Li Shen looked puzzled, not knowing what Chenmo wanted the list for, but he obediently handed it over. Chenmo looked at the list, found each person's bank account, and transferred 200 yuan to each. These people helped move the desks and chairs, which wasn't part of their regular work, so it was only right to give them a little extra pay. Although it wasn't much, adding up to just over 2,000 for a dozen people, it was better than nothing. Every little bit counted. Mr. Chen, this money. Li Shen quickly received the transfer notification on his phone. This is the pay for those of you who helped move the desks. There's no need to think too much about it. Mr. Chen, this is what we should do. We don't need this pay. Li Shen spoke up. At the same time, the other workers also chimed in. Mr. Chen, it's just a small matter. Feel free to ask us in the future. You've already taken care of the desks and chairs for us, no need to give us money. Mr. Chen, let's return this money to you. You've already been more than good to us. Seeing this, Chenmo quickly raised his hand to stop the discussion. This work isn't what you should be doing. Your responsibilities are in the workshop. So it's only right to give you this pay, and you don't need to argue about it. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Chenmo with admiration. They had long been smoothed out by society, and not only had they helped move desks, but they had even helped their bosses move houses. However, these things were taken for granted in the eyes of those in leadership, and they had long since gotten used to it. Chenmo's actions at this moment, however, gave them unprecedented respect. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Everyone spoke in unison without any rehearsal. Their voices were sincere, coming from the heart. Chenmo looked at the crowd, remained silent for a long time, and finally waved his hand. Alright, you can all disperse now, go do what you need to do. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent and turned to head towards the workshop. Once all the workers had left, Yang Dahai approached with a serious expression. Thank you. Just moments ago, he had also received the transfer record. No need to thank me, this is your hard-earned money. Chenmo shook his head. He hadn't expected his actions to earn him their gratitude. He just wanted to spend the system's funds as much as possible. Then why do I also have money? I didn't move any tables or chairs. At that moment, Shinro also came over, looking puzzled. Chenmo cleared his throat lightly. After a while, he said, did you not just direct them on how to arrange things? Although you didn't participate in the labor, directing is also considered a form of participation. Ah, Shinro opened her mouth, recalling that she indeed had given some instructions. But it was just a brief direction, telling them to move the tables and chairs a bit to the left, and then she hadn't done anything else. Just a single sentence earned her 200 in wages. When did money become so easy to come by? Alright, there's no need to dwell on this matter. Chenmo didn't want to continue entangling in this issue, leaving those words behind as he turned and walked into the office. The afternoon passed quickly, and soon it was time to get off work. Brother Yen, you're back. Li Shen greeted Wei Yen, who drove into the company. Yeah, don't mention it. I spent the whole day helping the boss choose computers and didn't see a single customer. Wei Yen sighed. President Chen is quite good. There's definitely a reason for him to have you do this. I know that, so I was just saying, not complaining. But President Chen really is generous with money. He equipped the office with a computer and chose the highest configuration, costing over 40,000 each. Wei Yen exclaimed in admiration, but to be fair, that feeling of spending money was indeed exhilarating. Thinking back to the computer market, he and the salesperson had settled on 12 top configured computers, and the salesperson's excited expression was amusing to recall. Li Shen nodded in agreement. President Chen really isn't short on money. You don't know, today I helped a few colleagues in the workshop move some tables and chairs, and afterward, he transferred 200 to each of us. It has nothing to do with being short on money. There are plenty of wealthy bosses, but none have reached the level of President Chen. I've never seen that before. That's true. Li Shen nodded in deep agreement and then spoke again. I heard there's a night market over in Bayshore with quite a few street vendors. Let's go check it out today. Sure, let's get the clothes out and load them into the trunk and back seat. Wei Yen nodded. Soon, the two moved the accumulated clothes from the storage room and loaded them into the car. Just as they were halfway through loading, a familiar voice came from behind. Need any help? Mo asked, looking at the two who were busily loading the car. Wei Yen turned around, surprised to see Mo, and quickly waved his hand. No need, President Chen, it's not too heavy, we can finish it quickly. Alright, then you carry on. Mo glanced at the bags on the ground, didn't think much of it, smiled back, and left. Once Mo had walked away, Li Shen leaned closer to Wei Yen and asked, Brother Yen, do you think President Chen noticed what we were doing? He should have noticed. How could President Chen not recognize the bags filled with accumulated clothes? Wei Yen thought for a moment and replied, what should we do now? I wanted to give President Chen a surprise. Actually, it's unrealistic for us to hide this from General Chen. After all, as we sell off the accumulated clothes, the stock in the warehouse will dwindle, and General Chen will find out sooner or later. That's true. Li Shen nodded. Wei Yen, however, smiled confidently. Did you see General Chen's smile just now? It was clearly encouraging us, so what we're doing has his support. Next, as long as we clear out these piled-up clothes, General Chen will definitely be pleased. So what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and set off. Li Shen quickly loaded the clothes into the car. In the old city market, Duo, what do you want to eat tonight? Daddy will buy it for you. Young Dahai, carrying a backpack, walked through the market with young Duo. Young Duo's gaze lingered on the meat stall for a long time, but soon shifted to the vegetable stand. The teacher said we should eat more vegetables for good health. Young Dahai felt a pang in his heart at this scene. Although he and his wife tried their best to hide their financial difficulties from their child, he didn't expect his daughter to notice. Thinking back, his daughter, who used to love eating meat, hadn't mentioned wanting meat for quite some time. However, now that he had a job with decent pay, he naturally couldn't be as frugal as before. With this in mind, he led his daughter to the meat stall. Boss, I'll take 3 pounds of pork and 2 pounds of beef. Young Dahai pointed to 2 nice-looking pieces of pork and beef. Daddy, Duo doesn't like eating meat. Seeing this, young Duo tugged at young Dahai's shirt. Young Dahai, feeling heartbroken, gently ruffled his daughter's little head and bent down to speak softly. Duo, Daddy can earn money now, so we don't have to be as tight on money as before. Really? Young Duo's big eyes widened, seeming a bit incredulous. Of course it's true. Great. Duo gets to eat meat tonight. Young Duo smiled innocently. Children are easily satisfied. Just being able to eat the meat they want can make them happy for a long time. Before long, young Dahai emerged from the market carrying a large bag of goods. Having gotten a job today, he planned to celebrate with a nice meal. Back at home, Dong Hong looked at young Dahai entering the house with a big bag and paused for a moment, then turned to her daughter. Duo, go into the room for a bit, Mommy and Daddy need to talk. Oh, young Duo tilted her head to look at her parents and obediently went into the room. Once their daughter was inside, Dong Hong looked at young Dahai with a serious expression. Don't you know the situation at home? Buying all this at once, what will we do later? Looking at the various meats, vegetables, and even fruits in the bag, Dong Hong felt a pang of heartache. The money spent on these items could probably cover their usual expenses for a month. Yang Dahai, hearing this, smiled foolishly. You can still smile? Dong Hong became even angrier upon seeing this, her eyes reddening. Seeing his wife on the verge of tears, Yang Dahai hurriedly comforted her. Alright, let me tell you some good news, I found a job. Upon hearing this, Dong Hong calmed down a bit, then nervously asked, is it the job you mentioned last night? Did they ask you to pay anything? No, the boss is really nice. There are no fees to start, just sign the contract. Yang Dahai said with a smile, thinking about today's experience, it was probably the luckiest day he had in years. It's not some kind of predatory contract, is it? Oh no, it's not a predatory contract. The boss is really nice and even had the assistant help me understand the contract. Yang Dahai looked at his wife's anxious expression, feeling a mix of sadness and amusement. But even if you find a job, you can't spend money like this. By the way, all this money is in my hands. Where are you getting the money to buy these things? Alright, Yang Dahai, you've got some nerve, secretly hiding your savings behind my back. Dong Hong's anger grew as she twisted Yang Dahai's waist hard. Ouch, 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 dear, let go and listen to me. Yang Dahai grimaced, quickly begging for mercy. After a while, on the sofa, Dong Hong looked at the transfer records on her phone, and her eyes instantly turned red, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Isn't this a good thing? Why are you crying? Yang Dahai felt a bit at a loss upon seeing this. I'm happy about this, you need to work hard in the future and not upset the boss. Dong Hong wiped her tears and said, I know, with such a good job in front of me, if I don't cherish it, I might as well be dead. Stop talking nonsense. Dong Hong shot Yang Dahai a glare and then got up to head to the kitchen. This time I'll let it go, but next time you can't buy these things, it's too wasteful. Hee, got it. Yang Dahai chuckled foolishly. What are you laughing at? Come over and help. That Chen Zong has helped our family a lot. I noticed that the garbage bags he brought over these days are all takeout boxes. Eating takeout isn't healthy. Make some extra food and send it upstairs. Upstairs, Chenmo sat on the sofa, looking at the system panel in his mind. Host, Chenmo System Funds, 134600/2 million personal assets, 2825 settlement period. 2 weeks later, countdown, 11 days 15 hours. Did I only spend over 600,000? It seems I need to think of other ways to spend money. I can think of ways to buy a car tomorrow, but according to the system's regulations, it seems I can only get a car within the normal operational range of the company. Buying a car worth several million seems impossible. However, the employee's lunch issue can be addressed. Eating boxed meals every day is definitely not enough, it's too little. I could consider building a cafeteria and hiring a few star chefs. That would quickly increase the expenses. I can check it out at the company tomorrow. Having determined the next plan, Chenmo relaxed against the sofa, glancing at the time, which was already past 8. It was time for dinner. Just as he was about to pick up his phone to order takeout, there was a knock on the door. Who could be knocking at this time? Chenmo wondered, getting up to look through the peephole, but saw nothing. Could it be a mistake? Just as he was about to turn back, the door was knocked on again. What's going on? Chenmo looked at the empty corridor outside the peephole, feeling a bit uneasy. Is it haunted? Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on once more. Listening to the soft yet rhythmic knocking, Chenmo cautiously opened the door a crack to look outside. When he finally saw what was outside, he let out a sigh of relief. A little girl was standing there, holding a bag with both hands, her small body leaning against the wall beside the door, possibly because it was a bit heavy. No wonder he couldn't see anything through the peephole. He recognized the little girl. She was Yang Dahai's daughter from downstairs. Seeing Chenmo open the door, Yang Duo quickly handed the bag to him. Hello, brother, this is from my mom. Noticing how hard the little girl was struggling, Chenmo quickly took the bag from her. Looking at the boxes of food inside and the aroma wafting out, he didn't need to ask to know what it was. Thank you, what's your name? Chenmo bent down and rubbed the little girl's head, thanking her. This was a kind gesture from Yang Dahai's family, and he couldn't refuse. Plus, he was just about to have dinner. My name is Yang Duo, you can call me Duo. Brother, mom said the dishes should be eaten while they're hot, so I'm heading back first. Yang Duo blinked her big, watery eyes and said with a smile. Without waiting for Chenmo to respond, she quickly ran downstairs, looking quite anxious. Seeing this, Chenmo smiled gently, closed the door, and began to take the dishes out one by one to set on the table. There were actually 6 dishes in total, and the aroma wafting from the food, along with its appealing presentation, instantly whetted his appetite. He picked up his chopsticks to taste a bit, and the flavor was also quite good. It could definitely be described as having color, aroma, and taste, all in one. With such excellent culinary skills, once the cafeteria was built, he could easily hire someone as a chef. He could ask Yang Dahai tomorrow to see what he thinks. After all, it would cost money regardless of who he hired, so why not help out if he could? In the night, After finishing her part-time job, Shinro had just walked to the bottom of the dormitory building when her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she hurriedly answered. Grandma Wu, is there something wrong? Xiaoro, why did you send so much money over? Didn't I tell you not to worry? About the orphanage? What will you eat and where will you live with all this money you're sending us? An elderly voice came through the phone. Don't worry, Grandma Wu. I'm living in the school dormitory now, so I don't need to spend money, and the company provides meals. So just keep the money and buy some good food for those little brothers and sisters, Shinro said with a smile. After work today, she had transferred over 6,000 yuan to the orphanage's account. She had grown up in the orphanage and had benefited from it since childhood. Now that she was earning money, it was only natural to give back. Moreover, there had been some recent changes at the orphanage, and if she didn't send money, the children there might go hungry. Although this money couldn't change the situation at the orphanage, at least it could ensure the children had something to eat. You child. A sigh came from the phone. I'll thank you on behalf of those little ones for that money, but don't do this in the future. You're in your prime and should think about yourself too. And if you keep sending us money like this, how are you going to date? Then, I won't date. I won't give up on the orphanage regardless, Shinro said stubbornly. The money for her schooling had originally come from the orphanage, and that money could have been used to buy more good food for the children. After hanging up, she walked directly into the dormitory building. Oh, our Ro is back. As soon as she entered the dorm, Zhang Lan rushed over and hugged her tightly. So, did I guess right? Is it that company's boss who has taken a liking to your beauty? Shinro looked at Zhang Lan's gossiping expression and rolled her eyes in annoyance. What are you talking about? That boss is nothing like you said. Then what is he like? Tell me. Zhang Lan seemed interested and kept asking Shinro questions. With no choice, Shinro had to recount her experiences at the company today. Wow, you actually have such a generous boss? You're not joking with me, are you? Zhang Lan exclaimed, somewhat incredulous. Paying salaries in advance, installing air conditioning in the workshop, and just for directing a bit he gave 200 yuan as labor fees. All these scenes seemed like something that could only happen in a dream. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Get off me, I need to study. Shinro pushed Zhang Lan away, starting to look up information. Zhang Lan glanced at her phone. It was almost midnight. What time is it? Aren't you going to sleep? I'm just checking some information to see what professional qualities an assistant needs. I just started my internship and I'm not very familiar with this area yet, Shinro said without raising her head. She was very optimistic about this job, so she wanted to improve her abilities as much as possible to strive to stay in the company. Since the pay for this job is good, why not quit the part-time job in the evening? That way, you can take it easier. Zhang Lan couldn't understand why Shinro was making herself so tired. Shinro paused her actions for a moment, then spoke. Let's talk about it later. The money she earned now was still not enough to completely improve the lives of those orphanages, so if she could earn a little more, she would earn a little more. In front of the 4S dealership, Chenmo surveyed the luxurious facade of the 4S store, nodding in satisfaction. It was indeed the largest 4S store in Jian City. Let's go in and take a look. He turned to Shinro and Yang Dahai behind him. Hello, what car are you looking to buy? I can show you around. As soon as they entered the 4S store, a salesperson approached them. I'll take a look first. Chenmo didn't answer directly but began to wander around the 4S store. It was his first time in a 4S store. How could he not browse around? Shinro and Yang Dahai were also curiously looking left and right. Sir, the car you are looking at is this year's new model, and it's selling very well. If you buy it now, there are discounts, and the configuration is also very. The salesperson saw Chenmo lingering in front of a car for a long time and hurriedly came over to explain. How much is it? Chenmo asked directly. This high-end model costs 160,000, but if you buy it today, there are promotional activities, so it will be a bit cheaper. 160,000? Too little. Chenmo shook his head and walked towards other vehicles. Just like that, Chenmo kept walking past one car after another, occasionally asking about the prices. At first, the salesperson was still very enthusiastic about explaining the vehicle configurations, but in the end, she simply stated the price. It wasn't that she was unprofessional, but after explaining so many cars, she was quite tired of it. Moreover, seeing the other party's demeanor, it seemed like they were just there to ask for prices, with no intention of buying. Just when the salesperson thought Chenmo would continue looking at cars, he suddenly stopped. What cars do you have? In the 500,000 to 600,000 range that are more business-oriented? Please give me the price list, Chenmo asked. After continuously inquiring, he finally tested the maximum amount the system allowed him to spend on a car, which was about 600,000. So he wanted to see the price list for cars close to 600,000 and then choose the most expensive one from it. Through his earlier inquiries, he also discovered that the vehicles the system allowed him to buy were limited, mostly practical business cars. If he wanted to buy a sports car, it was not within the system's allowed range. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll go get it, the salesperson said stiffly and turned to leave. Based on her years of experience, the longer a customer looked at cars, the lower the chance of a deal. So she had already given up hope for a sale, but out of professional ethics, she still agreed to get the price list. Not long after, the salesperson returned with a price list. Here is the price list you requested, the vehicles at your price are all in here. Chenmo took the price list and didn't look at the vehicle configurations, directly looking at the prices behind each car. Finally, his gaze landed on a car priced at over 590,000. This one. Chenmo pointed to a Mercedes with the price list in hand. The salesperson was taken aback for a moment but quickly reacted. Looking at the model Chenmo pointed to, she quickly spoke. Sir, this car currently has a promotional activity. It can be written down for about 580,000. Discount? Upon hearing the word discount, Chenmo instinctively frowned. Just as he was about to refuse the offer, he heard the salesperson speak again. However, there's another model of this car priced at 620,000, which has a bigger discount. If you pay in full, it can be yours for 600,000. 600,000. Chenmo's eyes lit up, and the words he was about to say were instantly swallowed back. He changed his mind. Then I'll take the one for 600,000. Great. Please follow me to sign the contract. The salesperson enthusiastically led Chenmo and his companions into a room and quickly brought over a contract. After signing the contract, Chenmo directly paid the full amount for the car, much to the salesperson's astonishment. Watching Chenmo and his group leave, the salesperson couldn't help but sigh. This was probably the most indecisive customer she had ever encountered, but at the same time, he was also the most straightforward one. Brother Yang, this car will be under your care from now on. On the way back, Chenmo said to Yang Dahai. Sure, President Chen. Yang Dahai nodded and continued to focus on driving. This was the best car he had ever driven, and he didn't dare to be careless, fearing any scratches or bumps. By the way, Brother Yang, was Hongjie a chef before? The dishes she makes are really delicious. Chenmo suddenly thought of the idea of setting up a canteen last night and asked. Oh, her father was a chef, and she learned some cooking from him since she was a child. I was thinking, the company is planning to establish a canteen and hire a few chefs. I think Hongjie's skills are quite good and she would be fully capable. The salary can be 7,500 a month, Chenmo said seriously. He had roughly looked into chef salaries last night. A head chef typically earns between 6,000 to 10,000. However, although Dong Hong's cooking was good, there was still a significant gap compared to those truly top chefs. So 7,500 was the highest salary he could offer, but as her culinary skills improved in the future, there could be room for raises. Thank you, President Chen, but I can't make that decision. I'll ask her after work tonight. Yang Dahai expressed his gratitude. 7,500 a month was already double Dong Hong's current salary. If it weren't for needing to drive, he would have rushed home to tell his wife right away. Although he said he couldn't make the decision, he believed that once he brought it up, his wife would definitely agree. This way, their combined salaries would total 15,500. And if they included full attendance, it would be 16,300. Their family's financial situation would shift from struggling to a comfortable living. All these changes were brought about by the young man in the car. His heart was filled with gratitude, but he didn't know how to repay it, so he could only work hard. Chenmo was unaware of Yang Dahai's thoughts, but he was busy calculating his spending plans. Hiring a star chef for 15,000, recruiting 3 more, and including Hongjie, would total over 50,000. Just having chefs wasn't enough, they also needed assistants and cleaning staff, which would add to the expenses. Indeed, the plan to set up a canteen was completely feasible. Next, he needed to find a place to set up the canteen. The current workshop wouldn't do, as there wasn't enough space. Once back at the company, he could check if there were any vacant workshops for rent in the industrial park, which could be rented as a canteen. Rent would be another expense, and the canteen would also need renovations, plus purchasing some kitchenware and dining tables and chairs. If managed properly, he could completely use up the remaining system funds. However, even if he spent the system funds, he couldn't relax too much. He still needed to keep an eye on the clothing orders. Otherwise, if a payment for an order suddenly hit the company account at settlement time, it would be a huge loss. Thinking of this, Chenmo felt a pang in his heart. That old Wei Yen, he had to keep a closer watch this time. If he could cut down on some business trips, he should. The vehicle slowly drove, and soon they arrived at the company. President Chen, you were looking for me. Wei Yen arrived at the office and looked at Chenmo, asking, do you have something on today? Chenmo casually replied, I'm preparing to meet a few clients. Let's put the client meetings on hold for now. I'm planning to set up a company cafeteria, otherwise, it's not healthy for the employees to eat takeout every day. Can you check with the head of the industrial park to see if there are any vacant workshops nearby? The closer, the better. Wei Yen sighed inwardly. As a salesperson, he hadn't been out to run business for several days. However, since President Chen had already given the order, he couldn't refuse. He could only nod helplessly. Alright, President Chen, I'll go take a look right away. Chenmo nodded, watching Wei Yan leave. He still wanted to go out and run business, he might as well forget it. Wei Yan left the office and walked towards the office building of the industrial park. He had been there a few times before and was somewhat familiar with the manager of the industrial park. He arrived at the office building smoothly and found the manager's office. After knocking on the door, a response quickly came from inside. Come in. He pushed the door open. Manager Li, are you busy? Wei Yan smiled as he looked at the bald man sitting in the office chair. Li Mata recognized Wei Yan, pointed to the chair in front of him, and spoke in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Xiao Wei, come sit. What's the matter? Oh, I just came to ask if there are any workshops available for rent in the industrial park. Yes. Upon hearing that Wei Yan wanted to rent a workshop, Li Mata instantly became interested and quickly took out a floor plan of the industrial park. Wei Yan leaned in to look along with him. After a while, Wei Yan stood up. Alright, I've got the information, but I need to go back and report to the boss. I'll wait for your news. Wei Yan nodded and was about to leave when he caught sight of a blueprint out of the corner of his eye. As a salesperson for a clothing company, he immediately recognized it as a clothing sample design. Thinking of this, he casually asked, Manager Li, are you planning to make clothes? Oh, the boss asked me to find a clothing factory to make a batch of work uniforms. Li Mata picked up the clothing sample design from the table and then looked up at Wei Yan, realizing, I remember your company makes clothes, right? That's right. If Manager Li hasn't chosen a company yet, our workshop can make a sample garment for you first. It should be ready by tomorrow. What do you think? Wei Yan said seriously, he couldn't miss such a good opportunity. No problem, but the quality must be guaranteed. Don't worry, Manager Li. We only use top quality materials in our workshop. The quality is absolutely assured. Alright. Li Mata warmly escorted Wei Yan to the office door. In the afternoon, Shenro finished preparing the materials for the 5 insurances and, with the employees' documents, drove to the Social Security Bureau with Yang Dahai to open an account. Since the customized computer hadn't arrived yet, Chenmo could only scroll through his phone out of boredom. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was knocked on. Chenmo responded, and soon Wei Yan walked in. President Chen, here are the vacant workshops in the industrial park. This is the floor plan of the industrial park. As Wei Yan spoke, he marked the few vacant workshops on the map. Chenmo took a glance and found that these vacant workshops were not far from the current workshop. The farthest was only 200 meters away. Not bad. Have you discussed the price? The workshop itself wasn't the focus. The key was how much he could spend on rent. Not yet. If President Chen is interested, we can discuss it in person. Tomorrow. Then let's meet tomorrow. Chenmo nodded and Wei Yan exited the office. As it neared the end of the workday, Shenro also returned to the company after completing her business. Chenmo didn't stay at the company either. He had Yang Dahai drive him home, conveniently taking Shenro back as well. President Chen, just stop here. At a subway entrance, Shenro hurriedly called out. This subway station was only one stop away from her part-time job, and she didn't want President Chen to waste too much time sending her off. Thank you, President Chen. After getting off, Shenro expressed her gratitude once more. President Chen, are we going straight back? Yang Dahai slowly started the vehicle and asked. Yes, home. Chenmo nodded. Honey, how is it? I think the pay is great, and they even provide insurance, so when we get old, we have some security, and it can also relieve some pressure for our daughters. On the sofa, Yang Dahai mentioned Chenmo's plan to hire a chef. Isn't 7,500 a bit much? With my mediocre cooking skills, getting such a high salary feels a bit unrealistic. Dong Hong hesitated. It wasn't that she didn't want to be a chef, but everything felt too sudden and somewhat surreal. President Chen said your dishes are very tasty, and if you're not confident, just take cooking a bit more seriously and make the food delicious. Yang Dahai said earnestly. Alright, then I'll quit my job tomorrow. Dong Hong made her decision and then got up to head into the kitchen, eager to try. I'll make a few dishes to send upstairs to President Chen for him to taste. Soon, the table was filled with a sumptuous spread. Wow, so many dishes. Yang Duo ran out of her bedroom, drawn by the aroma, and looked at the food on the table, unable to stop swallowing. Her gaze fell on the soy sauce chicken feet, and she reached out her little hand to sneak a taste. Are your hands clean? Just use your hands. Before her little hand could touch the chicken feet, it was intercepted by a pair of chopsticks. Then I'll go wash my hands. Yang Duo stuck out her little tongue and ran towards the bathroom. When she came out, she saw her mother holding a bag for her. Take this to your brother upstairs, be polite, and don't cause trouble. Oh. Yang Duo grabbed the bag with both hands, left the room, and headed upstairs. Upstairs, Chenmo saw the bag in Yang Duo's hands and knew she was bringing him dinner. Again. After a moment's thought, he took it from her. Thank you, Duo. He bent down and rubbed Yang Duoduo's little head, speaking gently. No need to thank me, because of my brother. Duo got to eat a lot of meat. Yang Duo tilted her head happily. She didn't know who this brother was, but she could feel that the changes at home must be related to this handsome brother in front of her. Brother, you have to eat well. Duo is going back now. After saying that, her small body quickly dashed downstairs as if something was pulling her. Chenmo shook his head and smiled at the sight. The next day, at 10 in the morning, inside the company, Limata looked at the office's desks and chairs, his expression slightly surprised. He was very familiar with this brand of furniture, and it wasn't cheap. He didn't expect a small clothing factory to spend money on such expensive desks and chairs. Moreover, he had just secretly toured the workshop and found that they had even installed air conditioning there. From what he knew, in the entire industrial park, among all the workshops and factories, this was probably the only one with air conditioning. Managerly, please have a seat. Chenmo greeted the bald man who entered. President Chen is too polite. I wonder if President Chen has decided which room to rent. Limata sat down, looking at the floor plan of the industrial park on the desk. Shinro timely placed a cup of water in front of Limata. I don't know what the prices are for these rooms. Chenmo directly asked the question he was most curious about. Oh, let me introduce them. Limata pointed at the marked rooms on the floor plan and explained one by one. This one is the smallest, with a rent of 100,000. This one is slightly larger, at 130,000. This one, after listening to Limata's introduction, Chenmo did not hesitate and directly pointed to the most expensive house. This one. This house was not only the most expensive but also the closest to the current workshop. Whether considering the price or the distance, this house was undoubtedly the most suitable. This house has 2 floors, each with an area of 600 square meters, and the rent is 200,000 per year. The lease starts from 1 year. Is Mr. Chen sure about renting this? Just this one. Let's rent it for 2 years. Do you have the contract? We can sign it now. Chenmo nodded. He initially wanted to try renting for a few more years but did not expect the system to allow a maximum lease term of only 2 years. 2 years it is, at least that's 400,000. I have it. It's. Limata was taken aback. He did not expect things to go so smoothly. In the past, when someone came to rent a workshop, they would always haggle for a while before settling. Moreover, this young boss didn't seem to consider anything at all. He didn't even negotiate the price and just chose right away. This was truly beyond his expectations, but he quickly took out the contract from his briefcase and handed it over. Soon, both parties completed the contract signing. May I ask, Mr. Chen, are you planning to expand the workshop's production? Limata asked curiously, as he put away the contract. Oh, not at all. It's going to be used as the company cafeteria, Chenmo replied honestly, then picked up his phone to prepare a transfer for Limata. But Limata suddenly interrupted him. Mr. Chen, you only need to transfer 330,000. What does that mean? Chenmo looked at Limata in confusion, suddenly feeling uneasy. It's like this, our boss wants to customize a batch of work uniforms. Yesterday, Wei Yan came to see me, and we happened to discuss it. This morning, the sample uniforms were delivered to me. I took a look, and the workmanship and quality are quite good, so I ordered 1,000 sets, each priced at 70. So the 70,000 deducted is for the work uniforms. Limata said happily, having rented out a property and completed the task assigned by his boss. Today was truly his lucky day. Wei Yan, again it's Wei Yan. This guy is really against him, isn't he? He wondered if he could get him fired. Host, please note that as the boss, if you want to fire an employee, you must provide a valid reason. Otherwise, you should not dismiss employees casually. Chenmo listened to the system's warning and sighed helplessly. However, Wei Yan himself hadn't done anything wrong. His intentions were also for the company. If he were to be fired just for this, he wouldn't feel right about it. Unable to fire him, he still secretly caused trouble. Just asking about a house led to him bringing back an order. If he were to go out and run business, who knows how many orders he would bring back. It was too worrisome. However, even if he couldn't fire him, he had to find an opportunity to transfer him elsewhere. It wouldn't do to let him cause chaos in the business department. At worst, he could be transferred to another place with a higher salary. Chenmo secretly calculated in his mind. Mr. Chen, is there something troubling you? Shenro asked quickly as she noticed Chenmo's unusual expression. It's nothing. Chenmo shook his head and then turned to Shenro. Look for a renovation company. I want to renovate the newly rented house into a cafeteria. Okay. Shenro nodded and returned to her seat to start uploading renovation materials online. Around noon, Yang Dahai brought Dong Hong to the company. Sorry, Mr. Chen, resigning took a bit of time. Yang Dahai said apologetically. After dropping Chenmo off at the company this morning, he went to pick up Dong Hong with Chenmo's permission. But he didn't expect that the boss of Dong Hong's company was not in, and they had to wait a long time. It's not too late, since Hongjia has made up her mind. Let's sign the contract. Chenmo smiled as he handed the prepared contract to Dong Hong. With trust in Chenmo, Yang Dahai took the contract without even looking at it and began signing with Dong Hong. In no time, the contract was signed. After putting away the contract, Chenmo directly transferred the salary to Dong Hong's account, a total of 7,900. Thank you, President Chen, you are truly our family's benefactor. Dong Hong looked at the transfer information on her phone, her eyes reddening for a moment, and she bowed to Chenmo in gratitude, her expression incredibly sincere. Chenmo did not expect Dong Hong to react this way and quickly reached out to help her up. Sister Hong, you provided the labor, and I provided the salary. There's no need to thank me. It's different. In any case, you helped our family. And the cafeteria is still being set up. It's almost noon. I should go cook. I can't just take this salary for nothing. Dong Hong said earnestly, feeling uneasy about receiving the salary without doing something in return. Sister Hong, the cafeteria is still under construction and the company doesn't have a place to cook for now. Ah, that won't do. I'll return the salary to you for now. Once the cafeteria is built and I can work, then you can pay me. Sister Hong, don't worry. You may not be able to cook, but there are other tasks that need your attention, Chenmo said with a smile, genuinely feeling the simplicity of this family. I need you to create a menu for the future cafeteria's dishes. The more dishes, the better. Dong Hong regained her composure and agreed immediately. She was confident she could create the menu. When she was younger, she had learned many recipes from her father, though some dishes she hadn't made in a long time and would need to familiarize herself with again at home. Woo! Use office building. Chang Lin's renovation. Everyone, stop for a moment. There's a job tomorrow that requires measuring. Who can go? A slightly plump man walked into the studio and clapped his hands. Brother Chi, what kind of job is it? A designer asked curiously. The other designers also looked at the slightly plump man with interest. A good job could earn them a lot of commission. The information shows it's for renovating a cafeteria, Chibu said. As his words fell, everyone instantly lost interest. Renovating a cafeteria or restaurant was recognized as the least profitable job in their design department. Moreover, the requirements were often numerous and they would spend a lot of effort creating design plans, only to have the orders snatched away by other renovation companies. Brother Chi, I have a design plan for a villa that isn't finished yet, so I won't go, a man said. Brother Chi, I need to communicate with that previous client today. Chibu looked around and found no one willing to take the job, sighing. He knew this job had little profit, but even a mosquito was meat. As a supervisor, he couldn't just ignore this order. Looking around, his gaze finally landed on a young man. He remembered this young man was a new intern who had been with the company for 3 months and was already capable of handling basic design plans in quotes. However, he hadn't been officially hired yet and had always been assisting other designers. Why not give him this order to practice? If he did well, they could consider hiring him. If it didn't go well, it wouldn't matter much, since there wasn't much profit anyway. Chibu thought to himself and then spoke directly. Wang Yang, you've been with the company for a while now. I'll let you try this order. If you can complete it, we'll consider hiring you. Saying this, he casually tossed a set of documents to Wang Yang. It has the contact person's phone number and address. You can reach out yourself. Thank you, Brother Chi. Wang Yang quickly expressed his gratitude as he received the documents. Others looked down on this job, but he was different. He was just an intern, usually just assisting others. But this time he could actually complete an order on his own, regardless of whether it was good or bad. It was a valuable experience for him. Moreover, if he could do it well, he would be able to get a permanent position, something he had longed for. Once he became a permanent employee, he wouldn't have to earn a meager salary anymore. He could earn commissions on renovation fees like the other full-time employees. After the supervisor left, several employees quickly gathered around Wang Yang. One of them looked at the documents on the table and sighed. Xiao Yang, don't get your hopes up too high for this job. I've taken on similar tasks a few times and they're really hard to manage. Hard to manage is secondary. The main issue is that the profit is too low and it doesn't match the labor costs at all. It's the kind of thing that's tasteless to eat, but too wasteful to discard. That's just my experience. I think Chi Gu just threw this order to you because he couldn't get rid of it. Several designers around Wang Yang were either discussing or complaining. Almost all of them were pessimistic about this order. Wang Yang felt a bit uneasy upon hearing this, but thinking of the supervisor's words about getting a permanent position, he clenched his fists. The next day, in the morning, President Chen, the measuring personnel have arrived and need you to go over and discuss the renovation requirements. Shen Ro approached and said softly, looking at the squinting Chenmo, they're here? Let's go take a look. Chenmo perked up at this. This renovation was related to how much system funds he could spend, and he had to supervise it personally. He couldn't trust anyone else with it, especially Wei Yan. President Chen, this is our newly rented workshop. Shenro led Chenmo to the new workshop, her expression strange. President Chen had rented the place yesterday but hadn't even come to take a look, so she had to guide him when they just arrived. Chenmo glanced at the exterior of The new building, like the company's workshop, it was also a two-story cement brick building, but slightly smaller than the company's workshop. Pushing the door open, the interior was very spacious, with no extra structures except for the necessary support columns. This building was previously used as a warehouse, so no renovations or modifications have been made. Chenmo walked beside him, looking at the empty space and explaining. She had already gone through all the information about the new workshop last night. "Hello, I'm the designer from Shanghai Renovation. You must be President Chen." A woman suddenly walked over and said politely. At the same time, other designers from different companies also approached. Chenmo nodded in response and looked up at the crowd around him, surprised to see more than 10 people. Why are there so many people? He thought there would only be one renovation company. That renovation software works like this: as long as you upload the information, many renovation companies will receive it simultaneously. Chenmo answered truthfully, her expression a bit awkward. She had just learned about this last night. After uploading the information yesterday afternoon, she received countless calls from renovation companies after work, to the point where her boss criticized her during her part-time job. After going back and finding out, she realized that the uploaded information was shared, and any renovation company registered as a member of that software would receive the uploaded data. The more than 10 people in front of her were the result of her filtering, otherwise, there would be even more. Well, having more people is good, that way, we can choose the one with the highest price. Chenmo muttered unconsciously, a smile appearing on his face. The highest price? He must have misheard. It should be the lowest price. Chenmo listened to Chenmo's mumbling, her expression puzzled, and then shook her head. "Mr. Chen, do you have any renovation requirements? You can share them, and we will have a direction when we create the design drawings." The female designer spoke again. "All right." Chenmo nodded and began to walk around the room. The first floor is being built as a cafeteria. For the safety of the employees while eating, the first point is the paint. It must be safe and environmentally friendly. The price is not an issue, but we must choose paint that is less harmful to the human body. The second point is the tiles. The cafeteria is also the company's facade, so we must use tiles from well-known brands. The above points are the primary requirements. You must remember them. Chenmo emphasized, then walked to the back and gestured with his hand. This area is designated for cooking and stir-frying. As for the specific details, a chef will communicate with you later. He continued to walk around. The remaining area is for employee dining. There are no specific requirements, but the two walls can be left with corresponding spaces. I plan to install 2 large screens so that employees can watch TV and relax while eating. Oh, and we also need to install central air conditioning for both the first and second floors. Chenmo suddenly said, almost forgetting about the air conditioning, which is a significant expense. As for the restroom, I won't elaborate on the basic facilities like sinks. The only point is that they must be branded. I don't want things to break down shortly after use. A group of designers followed Chenmo, sketching and continuously recording his requirements, but each person's eyes were filled with astonishment. They had never encountered a boss who cared for employees like this. Wang Yang was also among the crowd, and the sketch was already filled with annotations. Thinking about the earlier requirements, he couldn't help but admire how good this boss was to the employees. Installing air conditioning in the cafeteria was remarkable. Their design department didn't even have air conditioning and worked every day with just fans. Chenmo ignored the expressions of others and went to the staircase. I plan to wrap this staircase with a layer of solid wood. This way, if someone falls, it will be safer. As for upstairs, I intend to create a recreational room for employees to relax and entertain after work. He arrived on the second floor. The layout was the same as the first floor. The entertainment room must have recreational facilities. I plan to install 2 pool tables, a ping pong table, and gaming machines, along with a few massage chairs for employees to relax when they are tired. As for how to arrange these facilities, that's your responsibility. After Chenmo finished speaking, he directly went downstairs and left. All the requirements had been stated. The remaining task was to select the one with the highest price among these designers. Chenmo followed behind, her eyes flickering. She knew that Chenmo treated his employees well, but she didn't expect it to be to this extent. Just the facilities mentioned for the entertainment room would already be a significant expense. 2 days later, at Changlin Decoration, Wang Yang sat in front of the computer, feeling relieved as the completed floor plan and quotation had finally been sent out. It's done, let me see how it looks. A designer leaned over to the computer desk. Not bad, this floor plan is well done, can't find any faults. What about the quotation? For a cafeteria renovation, the quote shouldn't be too high, right? The designer curiously opened the quotation, and then his entire expression turned serious. 450,000. For a simple cafeteria renovation, the quote had reached 450,000. It couldn't be real. He then opened the quotation list and took a look. He finally understood why the quote was so high. All the materials, such as paint, tiles, and lights, were from big brands, and the prices were extremely expensive. Just these items alone were not enough to reach 450,000. The most ridiculous part was that they had included a central air conditioning system worth over 100,000. He had worked on company projects before, and generally, when companies requested central air conditioning, it was mostly for show. For several hundred square meters, they would only install a small capacity air conditioner, costing less than 10,000, making no real difference whether it was on or off. Xiaoyang, your quote is too high, you should revise it or you won't be selected, the designer said earnestly. But I've already sent it over, Wang Yang replied. And this quote was made according to the boss's requirements over there. The designer sighed and patted Wang Yang on the shoulder. Kid, you're still too young. Although the client has made many requests, in the end, it all comes down to the price. This was something he had learned through experience. Step by step, clients would insist on using big brands for decoration, but when they saw the quote, they would change their minds and unhesitatingly choose the cheaper materials. Mr. Chen, here are the renovation company's quotes and floor plans. You can take a look, Shenro said as she walked over with a stack of documents. Chenmo reached out to take the documents and flipped through them casually. Shenro, this assistant, was quite meticulous. She had bound together the quotes and floor plans from each company and labeled them with the company names, making it easy to distinguish. With such a careful assistant, a salary of 6,000 was simply not enough. She deserved a raise. Well done, it seems you fully adapted to this assistant role. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chen, Shenro replied, unable to hide her smile. Being recognized felt really good. Starting next month, your salary will be raised to 8,000. Chenmo said with a smile, looking at the happy Shenro. He secretly complained that this stingy system only allowed a raise of 2,000. Ah! Shenro exclaimed, then looked at Chenmo in disbelief, momentarily doubting whether she had heard correctly. Mr. Chen, did you just say a raise? Yes, after observing you these past few days, your business skills are quite good, and the company is still short-staffed, with most of the work needing to be done by you alone, so a salary increase is inevitable. But isn't that a bit too much? Shenro said softly. She was very happy about the raise but hadn't expected it to be an increase of 2,000 all at once. Not at all, you deserve it. You can go back to work now, I need to look at these companies' quotes. Chenmo waved his hand when he saw Shenro was about to say something else. Shenro, seeing this, had no choice but to turn and leave. However, she secretly resolved that since Mr. Chen valued her so much, she had to work even harder. Chenmo, unaware of Shenro's thoughts, was currently frowning as he flipped through the quotes. He had clearly told those designers that all the renovation materials should be from big brands. Yet, after flipping through the quotes from 4 or 5 renovation companies, the highest quote was only 200,000. Moreover, from a rough glance at the materials listed in the quotes, although they were not from small brands, they still fell short compared to the big brands he was familiar with. The most outrageous part was that the central air conditioning system was quoted at just over 20,000. Chenmo, speechless, tossed aside the documents from these companies and continued to pick up quotes from others. However, soon, his frown deepened. These companies' quotes were no different from the previous ones and completely did not meet his spending expectations. The quotes were tossed aside one by one, and soon more than 10 quotes were reduced to just 3. Just as Chenmo had little hope for the quotes, he finally spotted one that stood out. This quote had an amount of 450,000, which was more than double the quotes from other renovation companies. A quick glance at the materials listed on the quote showed that they were all tailored to his specifications. Good. Someone actually understands my intentions. Chenmo nodded in satisfaction, then looked over the remaining 2 quotes, finding nothing remarkable, and tossed them aside. This one. He kept the quote from Changlin Decoration and called over Shenro. As for the floor plan, he only glanced at it. It was similar to what he had described, with no outrageous designs, so he didn't delve deeper. Mr. Chen, have you made your choice? Shen Ro looked at the quote in Chenmo's hand with curiosity, wondering which renovation company he had selected. While organizing the quotes, she had also taken a rough look at the prices from various companies. Aside from one quote that was absurdly high, the others were quite similar, and she had no idea which lucky one would be chosen. Shenro curiously glanced at the name on the quote. Changlin Decoration. It sounded somewhat familiar. But soon, she realized why it was familiar. This was clearly the company with the most outrageous quote, priced more than double that of other companies. So she had a very deep impression of this renovation company, and at the time, she had been wondering how such a high quote could possibly be selected. But reality slapped her in the face. Mr. Chen chose this renovation company. Was there something special about it? Shenro was puzzled and opened the quote to take a look, quickly coming to a realization. This quote was indeed expensive, but there was a reason for it. The materials listed were all from major brands, which matched the requirements Mr. Chen had described the day before. The other quotes fell short in comparison. It turned out that Mr. Chen genuinely cared for his employees, not compromising even slightly on the renovation materials. This was different from those bosses who merely talked about providing various benefits for their employees but did nothing in reality. Or even if They did something, it was heavily discounted. Mr. Chen was a man of his word. Having such a boss was truly wonderful. As Shinro thought about this, the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. Returning to her seat with the quote, she picked up the phone to call the designer from Changlin Decoration. At Changlin Decoration, Wang Yang sat at his workstation, distracted. Ever since a colleague mentioned that his quote had issues and shouldn't be so high, he had started to feel anxious. He spent the entire morning anxiously waiting for results. Whenever there was any activity on his phone, he would eagerly check to see if there was any news. Xiaoyang, have they not replied yet? A designer walked by and casually asked. No. Wang Yang glanced at his phone and shook his head. Then it's probably not going to happen. It's been so long since you sent it. If they had chosen someone else, they would have called you by now. Just stop waiting, focus on your work. There will be plenty of opportunities for a permanent position. If you miss this one, just wait for the next. The designer patted Wang Yang on the shoulder, looking like an older brother comforting a younger one. I understand, Jungu. Wang Yang nodded, feeling dejected. He placed great importance on this renovation design. Both the design drawings and the quote were crafted with great care. He hoped that his design proposal would be selected, allowing him to seize the opportunity to become a permanent employee. Although he had prepared himself for the possibility of not being chosen, when the result actually fell on him, he still felt a bit disappointed. Just know that, don't be discouraged. Next time when you make a quote, feel free to discuss it with me. As a senior, I can still share some experience with you. Then I'll be bothering you more in the future, Brother Jun. Wang Yang looked at Chen Jun with immense gratitude upon hearing this. Receiving guidance from a senior could save him a lot of detours. Chen Jun nodded in satisfaction, thoroughly enjoying the appreciative gaze directed at him. Just as he was about to say something, Wang Yang's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Brother Jun, it's a call from the renovation side. Let me take this. Hello, this is Wang Yang. Wang Yang answered the call, but with Chen Jun's earlier words in mind, he felt much less anticipation and excitement this time. Yes, that's right. Yes. Thank you, I'll take care of it right away. As the words from the other end came through, Wang Yang's expression gradually shifted from calm to excited, finally turning into exhilaration. Hanging up the phone, Wang Yang looked at Wang Jun, who was still standing nearby, with a face full of excitement. Brother Jun, they called to say my proposal was selected, and we need to arrange for people to start the renovation as soon as possible. Your proposal was selected? Chen Jun looked at Wang Yang in disbelief. A proposal that expensive was actually chosen. Yes, absolutely. I'll go notify the supervisor. They can sign the contract anytime, and the requirement is to arrange the renovation as soon as possible. After saying this, Wang Yang excitedly ran towards the supervisor's office. Wang Jun stood there in a daze, his mind racing with thoughts, and he couldn't help but start to doubt whether the experiences he had summarized over the years were right or wrong. But soon, he shook his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts. This must be Wang Yang's good luck hitting upon a client who wasn't short on money. However, encountering such a client wasn't that easy, and it was uncertain whether there would be such good luck in the future. Before long, Supervisor Chibu brought Wang Yang to the design department. Looking at the many designers who were focused on their work, he cleared his throat and spoke loudly. Everyone, please stop what you're doing. I have an announcement to make. All the designers looked up. A couple of days ago, I assigned our intern Wang Yang a project to renovate the cafeteria, and today I've received news that his proposal was selected. As I mentioned before, starting today, Wang Yang is officially an employee of our company. Let's congratulate him. A round of applause erupted. Once the applause faded, Bu spoke again. On this note, I want to mention one more thing. Do you all know what the final quote for this cafeteria renovation project is? After a brief pause, he raised his voice. A whopping 450,000. This quote has already surpassed most of your projects. This serves as a wake-up call for us. We should never underestimate any project. Perhaps an inconspicuous project actually holds significant profits. Chibu spoke loudly. And Wang Yang's case could serve as a typical example for the company, used for future promotions. Changfeng Garment Factory, Office. President Chen, Changlin Decoration said that as long as the contract is signed, they can start work anytime. However, they need to receive the renovation fee for the 3 floors up front, and the remaining 7 floors will need to be paid in 2 installments. Shenro approached Chenmo, reporting the news she had just received. The renovation fee? Tell them I will pay the full amount. President Chen, that might not be a good idea. What's wrong with that? Chenmo was unconcerned. Of course, the renovation fee had to be paid in full. What was the purpose of all this if not to spend money? Shenro was momentarily speechless and obediently proceeded to handle it according to Chenmo's request. The next day, Chenmo directly paid the full renovation fee in the astonished gaze of Changlin Decoration. The renovation team quickly arrived on site and began the remodeling. In the following days, 2 star chefs were hired, and the cafeteria's renovation plan was finalized. During this time, The custom computers finally arrived at the company and were installed. The exterior wall of the workshop was also renovated on schedule, and even the company sign that was initially customized was completed. Due to its size, it was directly installed on the roof of the workshop. When night fell and the lightbox on the sign was turned on, it became the brightest spot in the industrial park. Then there were the facilities for the entertainment room. Although it wasn't fully renovated yet, it didn't stop him from spending money on purchases. Pool tables, ping pong tables, massage chairs, etc. All the facilities he bought were branded, and this series of operations drained the system's funds. Chenmo leaned back in his gaming chair, his consciousness immersed in the system panel, and he couldn't help but smile at the remaining system funds displayed. Host: Chenmo System Funds 341/20000000 Personal Assets 2023 Settlement Period 2 weeks later, countdown, 1 day 4 hours, tomorrow, the settlement would be done. If he maintained this, by noon tomorrow he would become a millionaire. With this thought in mind, Chenmo happily opened his computer and skillfully clicked on the game icon on his desktop. Since the new computer was installed, he had downloaded a game called Tianlong to pass the time during his usual boredom at the company. Most of his time at the company was indeed quite dull. At this moment, his character in the game had already reached level 50, allowing him to leave the novice village and venture into the wild to hunt monsters. Entering the game, Chenmo controlled his character to leave the novice village and head into the wilderness. According to the game's settings, the chances of finding good equipment in the wild were higher. In the distance, Shinro heard the constant sounds of the keyboard and mouse, knowing that President Chen had started playing games again. At first, when she heard Chenmo's incessant typing, she thought he was focused on work, so she took the opportunity of delivering water to sneak a glance. To her surprise, President Chen was actually playing a game. However, upon reflection, it was a sign of his trust in her. After all, what kind of boss would delegate all tasks to an assistant and not care at all? Shinro thought to herself, silently encouraging herself. Come on. I must work hard and not let President Chen's trust down. In the game, Chenmo continuously controlled his character to hunt wild monsters and soon found a decent piece of equipment. However, just as he was about to pick it up, a streak of light suddenly shot in from a distance and hit his character. The health bar of his character visibly emptied by more than half. Before Chenmo could react, another streak of light shot in, and this time, his character's health bar was completely depleted. Your character has been killed by I am a tycoon. Chenmo stared at the kill notification, bewildered, but soon he saw a character in luxurious gear approach, sporting a pair of enormous colorful wings on its back. Beep beep, I am a tycoon sent you a private message. Poor loser, call me daddy, or I'll kill you every time I see you. Chenmo's mouth twitched as he read the private message, and he quickly clicked the report button. Sorry, the user you reported is a luxury VIP user, report failed. Chenmo remained silent for a long time, finally closing the message interface and clicking to respawn. Preparing to start over. Sorry, you were killed by a luxury VIP user, you can only respawn after 30 minutes. Tip: pay 1 diamond to respawn directly, or obtain protection from a luxury VIP user to respawn immediately. Damn it! Chenmo finally couldn't hold back a curse upon seeing this scene. He then clicked on the recharge page to check the membership levels. Regular member, recharge 100 yuan. Premium member, recharge 1000 yuan. Luxury VIP member, recharge 100,000 yuan. Looking at the figure of 100,000 and then glancing at the personal assets on the system panel, Chenmo fell silent once again. Finally, he picked up his phone, recharged 1 yuan, bought 10 diamonds, and chose to revive. He returned to the wild to grind monsters, but it wasn't long before a streak of light shot towards him. Then a familiar figure appeared on the screen. Your character has been killed by I am a rich man. Immediately, a message flashed. I am a rich man sent a private message. Poor loser, if you don't have money, don't play this game, trash. Chenmo looked at the mockery in the private message, wanting to report or block it, but all attempts failed. He felt a wave of malice in this game. Is being rich that impressive? Without hesitation, Chenmo chose to uninstall. He also left a bad review on the game. Trash game, even dogs won't play it, wasted my 1 yuan. He casually browsed through other people's reviews and found that 90% were negative, which instantly made him feel much better. Money grabbing game, trash. You can't play it all without spending money, waste of data. Mr. Chen, are you okay? Shinro brought over a cup of coffee. Looking at Chenmo's angry expression, she asked with concern. I'm fine. Chenmo waved his hand, took the coffee Shinro handed him, and took a gentle sip. Feeling the bitterness of the coffee, his emotions gradually calmed down. Knock knock knock. The office door was knocked on. Come in. Chenmo spoke. Wei Yan pushed the door open and walked in, a smile on his face. Mr. Chen, the snack cabinet you wanted has arrived. I've arranged for them to be placed in the workshop, and there will be someone coming regularly to restock. Good job, but next time you don't need to report such trivial matters. Chenmo nodded. Initially, he planned to place the snack cabinet in the activity room on the second floor of the cafeteria, but then he thought that too could also be placed in the workshop. Of course, the snacks in these cabinets would be reimbursed by the company. Oh, I mainly wanted to report another thing, Wei Yan said with a smile, looking mysterious. What is it? Chenmo's curiosity was piqued. Remember, I took an order a while ago? That batch of goods was completed in the workshop a few days ago and has already been sent to the client over there. The client over there looked at the quality of the clothes and thought they were very good, so they placed an order for 70,000. You mean the client over there placed an order for 70,000? Chenmo's expression froze. Yes, the client over there also said that if the quality continues to be maintained, they will keep placing orders in the future. Wei Yan looked at Chenmo's frozen expression, thinking that Mr. Chen was shocked by his news. Chenmo rubbed his head, feeling an inexplicable headache, and looked up at Wei Yan. When will they make the payment? He hoped they hadn't made the payment yet so he could find a way to delay it. However, Wei Yan's next words shattered his fantasy. They've already made the payment. It should have arrived in the company account by now. Upon hearing this, Chenmo hurriedly glanced at the system panel in his mind. Sure enough, the system funds, which had only been 341, had now turned into 70,341. Chenmo slumped directly in his chair, looking at the smiling Wei Yan, his mouth twitching. Wei Yan, what a rebellious brat. I should have seen this coming. Mr. Chen, are you okay? Wei Yan asked with concern, looking at Chenmo's expression. Chenmo weakly waved his hand. I'm fine, you can go now, I want to be alone for a while. Then Mr. Chen, please take a good rest. Wei Yan looked at Chenmo's state, said a concerned word, and then exited the office. Just lean a bit to the right, good, that's it. Li Shan directed the workers to move the snack cabinet to the corner of the workshop, arranging it neatly. There were 2 snack cabinets in total, one filled with chips and other small snacks, and the other stocked with various drinks. Xiao Shun, what's this? For? An older employee looked at the snack cabinet placed in the corner, asking in confusion. I know this, it's a vending machine, you just scan the code to pay for whatever you want. Another young employee also came over to explain. Li Shan glanced at the young employee, smiled faintly, and then clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Everyone, please stop for a moment, I have a few words to say. As all the employees turned their gazes towards him, he continued. I'm sure you all have noticed these 2 snack cabinets, right? That's right, they were funded by President Chen. You can freely choose snacks and drinks from inside, and you don't need to pay anything, all expenses will be covered by President Chen. Upon hearing the word free, all the employees showed happy expressions. The young employee who had mentioned the need to scan for payment earlier now looked surprised, carefully observing the snack cabinet, and indeed found no place to scan. Li Shan looked at everyone's joyful expressions, cleared his throat, and continued. Although the snacks in these cabinets are free, please be mindful and take only as much as you can. Eat, don't waste. President Chen kindly provided us with these free snack cabinets, so we should cherish them. Alright, that's all I have to say, just be mindful. After finishing, Li Shan returned to his workstation. The workshop fell silent for a moment, and everyone once again immersed themselves in their work. After an unknown amount of time, an employee stood up, hesitated for a moment, then walked to the snack cabinet and returned to his workstation with a bottle of drink. After taking a sip, he continued working, but now his entire demeanor was filled with energy, no longer the previous lethargy and monotony. The small snack cabinet was not just about snacks, it filled his heart with happiness and a sense of belonging to the company. This feeling had begun to change little by little since President Chen took over the company. Early salary payments, air conditioning installation, salary increases, insurance contributions, free lunches, and the cafeteria and entertainment room currently under renovation, along with today's snack cabinet. Each item had increased her recognition of the company, reaching an unprecedented height today. Working in such a company truly felt like a blessing. In the office, Chenmo slumped in the gaming chair, not knowing how long it had been before he slowly stood up, determination rekindled on his face. He turned his gaze to Shinro, who was working, and spoke. Xiao Ro, please tally up how many employees we have in the company now. He still had 1 day left, and he had a chance to spend that 70,000 yuan. Okay, President Chen. Shinro nodded and opened her computer to start the tally. After a while, she said, President Chen, we currently have a total of 26 employees in the company. 26, huh? Chenmo murmured softly, then picked up the calculator to do some calculations. Looking at the numbers on the calculator, he stood up and called Shinro to leave the office. He also called Yang Dahai, who was waiting in the company. President Chen, where are we going? After getting in the car, Yang Dahai asked. To the Carrefour supermarket. Chenmo replied quickly. Carrefour was the largest supermarket closest to the company. About an hour later, the vehicle slowly stopped in the underground parking lot of Carrefour. Yanggu, wait here for a moment, I'll be right back. Chenmo left a sentence and then pushed the door open to get out. Seeing this, Shinro hurriedly opened the door and followed him. Until now, she still didn't know what Chenmo was doing at the supermarket. After going upstairs and entering the supermarket, Chenmo took a glance and headed straight for the service desk. "Hello, sir, how can I assist you?" The staff at the service desk smiled and asked as Chenmo approached. "I'd like to apply for shopping cards with a value of 500 each," Chenmo said without hesitation. This was something he had planned before coming, so there was nothing to think about. The employees work hard, and as the boss, giving them some benefits, 1 card each, isn't too much, right? "Sir, how many shopping cards would you like to apply for?" the staff asked with a smile. 26 cards. All right. The staff was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and began to take out the shopping cards for counting. It had been a long time since she had encountered someone applying for so many shopping cards at once. Shinro, who was following closely, finally understood what Chenmo was up to. She had just told him that the company had a total of 26 employees, and now Chenmo was applying for 26 shopping cards. It goes without saying that these were prepared for the employees. Being an employee of Chenmo really is a blessing. "Sir, here are the shopping cards. The total is 13,000. Chenmo took the shopping cards, paid, and then directly returned to the underground parking lot. "Brother Yang, let's go to Xingyu restaurant." Once in the car, Chenmo spoke up. It had been almost a month since he became the company boss, and it was time to take the employees out for a team-building event to enhance the company's cohesion. Xingyu Restaurant is a relatively nice restaurant in Jiang City, and it could easily spend the remaining system funds in one go. Chenmo leaned back in the car seat, gradually relaxing. "It's just 70,000 yuan, how could it possibly be a challenge for me?" The vehicle slowly drove, and soon arrived at Xingyu Restaurant. "Hello, welcome, how many of you are there? Do you have a reservation?" The waiter hurriedly approached as Chenmo and the others entered the restaurant, respectfully asking. "No reservation, but I plan to make one for tonight." Chenmo glanced at the restaurant's decor, nodded reassuringly. With such luxurious decor, the consumption must be high. "All right, please follow me." The waiter respectfully led Chenmo to the front desk, explained their purpose to the receptionist, and then turned to leave. "Hello, sir, how many people will be there? What time is the reservation for, and would you like to order now or later?" The receptionist smiled at Chenmo. "I need a table for 27 people, around 7:30 p.m. tonight. As for the dishes," Chenmo pondered for a moment, then continued. "I won't order the dishes just yet. You can arrange them according to a standard of 44,000. "Sir, did you say 44,000? The receptionist asked, somewhat uncertain. "Yes, that's right, 44,000. Chenmo nodded. This was a price he had calculated beforehand. Spending this 44,000 and then giving some benefits to the employees would leave his system funds at just a few hundred. How clever. After making the reservation, Yang Dahai drove back to the company. "President Chen, you called for me?" Li Shin arrived at the office, looking at Chenmo seated at his desk, respectfully asking. "Notify the workshop employees and the chefs over at the renovation site to come to the office hall for a meeting in 15 minutes. "Understood, President Chen." 15 minutes later, Chenmo stood at the front of the hall, all the employees gathered in the center, looking curiously at him. "President Chen, everyone is here." Shinro leaned closer to Chenmo and whispered. Chenmo nodded, his gaze sweeping over the many employees in the hall, and he slowly began to speak. "The reason I called everyone here today is to discuss a few matters. First of all, I have taken over this company for nearly a month now, and I have observed everyone's work attitude. As the boss, I have prepared a small benefit for everyone as a reward." With that, Chenmo turned to signal Shinro. After these days of adjustment, Shinro instantly understood Chenmo's intention. She took out the shopping cards she had prepared earlier and distributed them to each employee. Once Chenmo saw that everyone had received their shopping cards, he continued, "This is a shopping card for Delafo Supermarket with a balance of 500 yuan. You can go and buy some things you need." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of gasps erupted from the employees. "Everyone, please be quiet. I will now talk about the second matter. It is already July, and high temperatures have set in across the country. Considering everyone's hard work, I have prepared a heat subsidy of 500 yuan for each of you, which will be transferred to your bank accounts shortly." Another round of astonished exclamations arose from the crowd. Seeing this, Chenmo shook his head helplessly and continued, "Now for the third matter. The company will hold a gathering to enhance everyone's relationships. Moreover, there will be gatherings every so often in the future, and all expenses will be reimbursed by the company, so you can rest assured. As for the time and place of the gathering, it will be posted in the company group chat later, so everyone can take a look. Alright, that's all. You can disperse now." After announcing the matters, Chenmo turned and returned to his office. He transferred the promised 500 yuan heat subsidy to each employee's personal account. Watching the system funds return to several hundred yuan, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat fortunate that it wasn't during the settlement when the payment was made, otherwise, it would have been impossible to recover. He almost got tricked again by that rebellious Wei Yen. In the distance, Shinro hesitated for a moment before getting up and walking to Chenmo's side. Mr. Chen, I have some matters to attend to tonight, so I might not be able to make it to the gathering. She had initially wanted to ask for a day off from her part-time job, but thinking of the poor children in the orphanage who were going hungry, she ultimately gave up. Although her salary had now risen to 8,000 yuan, every extra day of part-time work could mean one less meal for those children. So after much hesitation, she decided not to attend this gathering. She wondered if this would make Mr. Chen unhappy, thinking she was not a team player. Oh, if you have something to do, then it's fine not to go. Chenmo glanced at Shinro and said nonchalantly. After all, the money had already been spent, whether she went or not didn't matter. After thinking for a moment, he spoke again. By the way, please inform the other employees that tonight's gathering is not mandatory, it's entirely voluntary. Okay, Mr. Chen. Shinro nodded quickly and her worries instantly dissipated. Li Shin, Mr. Chen is organizing a gathering tonight, so you don't need to go to the night market with me. There aren't many clothes left anyway, I can handle it myself tonight. Wei Yan found Li Shin and shared his thoughts. Although Mr. Chen's gathering was stated to be voluntary, the more people who attended, the better. Li Shin nodded in agreement. That's fine, then you just run around a bit more. Don't worry, I'll definitely clear out those clothes tonight. Tomorrow, I'll transfer the money we spent on clothes these days to Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen should be very pleased, right? I'll also give you some credit for it, after all, this sales channel was your idea. Wei Yan patted Li Shin on the shoulder, feeling very grateful for the support he had received from him in selling clothes at the night market these days. Now that it was time to take credit, he couldn't bring himself to betray his partner. Brother Yan, President Chen is so good to the employees. Helping out a little within my means is nothing. Li Shin shook his head. How can that be? How can we forget such kindness? Your brother Yan is not an ungrateful person. Alright, it's settled then. Wei Yan didn't give Li Shin a chance to argue, turning around to the storeroom to move the last 2 bags of clothes onto the car. 7:30 p.m. Xingyu Restaurant. A few employees looked at the restaurant's luxurious decor outside and couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Wow, this restaurant is impressive. Just look at the decor, the cost must be quite high. Xingyu Restaurant is already one of the top restaurants in Jiang City. The chefs inside are all-star chefs in the industry, so the prices are naturally not low, averaging between 500 to 800 per person, Wang Manyan remarked as he gazed at the Xingyu Restaurant. As a star chef himself, while others became chefs in luxury restaurants, he ended up in the company cafeteria. If his old friends found out about this, they would probably laugh at him. But there was no choice, President Chen had given too much. 500 to 800? With all of us combined, that must be around 20,000. President Chen is really generous, the employees couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing the prices. Stop crowding at the door, let's go. In, Li Shin glanced at the crowd gathered at the restaurant entrance and said, leading the way inside. Hello, welcome, do you have a reservation? Upon entering the restaurant, a smiling waitress quickly approached. Yes, Li Shin nodded and quickly relayed the information President Chen had given him. Alright, please follow me. The waitress's attitude became even more friendly upon hearing this, enthusiastically leading the way ahead. As expected of a big restaurant, the service attitude is something those small restaurants can't compare to. If it weren't for President Chen, I probably would never come to a restaurant like this in my life, a few employees following behind whispered while surveying the restaurant's interior. Please come in. The waitress led everyone to a private room, opened the door, and respectfully said, everyone's here, please, take a seat. Today's preparation was a bit rushed, next time, we'll do better. Chenmo smiled and greeted the approaching company employees. While chatting with the restaurant manager earlier, he glanced at the menu and realized that with this restaurant's pricing standards, he could easily spend more money. It seems that company team-building events could become a stable expense in the future. However, this time he had already spent the system's funds, so it would have to wait until next time. Thank you, President Chen. Everyone looked at Chenmo in the private room and said in unison, no need to be polite, everyone take a seat. Chenmo waved his hand, pointing to the dining table. One by one, everyone sat down, and the waitress began to push in the food cart. Wang Manyan stared at the dishes on the table, falling into silence. With his years of experience as a chef, just the high-end dishes like the Australian lobster on the top of the cart indicated that this gathering would cost at least over 1,000 per person. He didn't expect that for just an employee gathering, President Chen would spend so lavishly. As time passed, with a few drinks down, the initial tension gradually eased and the atmosphere became more lively. Li Shin stood at the table and shouted loudly, what are we, brothers? All the employees raised their glasses and shouted in unison. Then Li Shin spoke again. How do we drink this? Bottoms up. Everyone echoed, and then they downed their drinks in one go. Chenmo quietly watched this scene, smiling slightly. as he began to calculate in his mind. Beer might not be worth much, so next time he would switch to red wine. Given these people's drinking capacity, it would surely lead to another hefty expense. Just as he was pondering, Li Shen approached with a glass of wine. President Chen, I toast to you. Ever since you took over the company, everyone in the workshop has come out of their days and is now looking forward to the future. Thank you, President Chen. Without waiting for Chenmo to respond, he downed the drink in his hand. Chenmo felt a bit awkward watching all this and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. What he had done was never intended for this, he simply wanted to spend the system's funds. After Li Shen came over to toast, some other bolder employees also approached with their drinks. Late at night, with Yang Dahai's support, Chenmo finally returned upstairs. Due to the lively atmosphere of the gathering, he had also drunk a few glasses under the toasts of many employees, but he completely forgot his own drinking capacity, and after a few drinks he was already starting to feel hazy. Helpless, he could only let Yang Dahai take him back first. What are you doing? How could you let Xiao Chen drink so much? Dong Hong looked at Chenmo lying on the bed and couldn't help but complain. After these days of contact, their family had become very familiar with Chenmo, and he had never acted like a boss, always treating them as elders. This made Dong Hong very grateful, and she felt very reassured about Chenmo's character, which unconsciously sparked a bit of fantasy in her mind. Her eldest daughter was currently in her first year of college, not much younger than Chenmo. When her daughter had a break, she could bring her home to meet Chenmo and get to know him. Such an outstanding young man was hard to come by. If her daughter ended up with him, it would be a blessing. Dong Hong thought to herself, looking at Chenmo lying on the bed, feeling increasingly satisfied. Yang Dahai, however, was unaware of his wife's thoughts. Hearing her complaints, he looked innocent and couldn't help but explain. I didn't expect it either. President Chen only drank less than a bottle of wine and ended up like this. You're still explaining. As the boss's dedicated driver, you don't even know your boss's drinking capacity. That's your dereliction of duty. Upon hearing Yang Dahai's explanation, Dong Hong instantly became displeased and shot him a fierce glare. Seeing this, Yang Dahai chuckled awkwardly. Years of experience told him that if he dared to retort at this moment, he would be the one to suffer. Noticing that Yang Dahai didn't continue to argue and didn't dwell on the matter, Dong Hong turned and walked toward the kitchen. Keep an eye on him, I'm going to make some hangover soup. In the morning, sunlight spilled onto the bed, casting starry spots. Chenmo rubbed his throbbing head and slowly opened his eyes. Gradually, memories of last night's events came back to him, and he felt an inexplicable wave of embarrassment. Damn it, he had actually forgotten that he couldn't drink. It was all those people who kept toasting, otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to resist a few drinks. Who was the first to toast me? Chenmo seriously thought for a moment, and slowly, Li Shen's face appeared in his mind. Was it him? He had a good impression of Li Shen, who had always listened to him. Unlike Wei Yan, that rebellious brat, who was always thinking of pulling orders for the company and making it harder for him to spend money. Right, Wei Yan didn't come to the gathering last night. He wasn't off doing something again, was he? A sudden alarm went off in his mind, and he hurriedly looked at the system panel in his head, finding that the system funds were still a few hundred from last night, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he still felt a bit uneasy, so he picked up his phone and made a call. Hello, President Chen, you were looking for me? Wei Yan's voice came through the phone. Upon hearing the call connect, Chenmo asked, I just wanted to check, did we not receive any orders last night, and what about today? There's no order yet. But don't worry, Mr. Chen, I will definitely work hard to bring in more business for the company. By the way, there's one more thing. Wei Yan was halfway through when he realized the call had already been disconnected. Looking at the hung-up phone, he thought for a moment and put his phone away. Forget it, I'll report to Mr. Chen in person when I get back to the company. Anyway, the backlog of clothes has already been sold out, so there's no need to rush, and I need to tally up the amount from selling the clothes these days to transfer directly to the company's account. Later, upstairs, Chenmo hung up the phone with a displeased expression. This rebellious kid is still thinking about how to bring in more orders, really adding to my frustration. But thankfully, no new orders have come in, so it seems this time the system settlement should be successful. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks came at the door. Chenmo went to the door and looked outside. Seeing no one, he already had a guess in his mind and reached out to open the door. Sure enough, he saw a small figure standing by the door. Brother, Mom asked me to give this to you, Yang Duoduo said, extending her hand to pass the bag she was holding to Chenmo. Chenmo took the bag, reached out to rub Yang Duoduo's little head, and said gently, thank you, Duoduo. Hee, then I'm going back, brother. Yang Duoduo tilted her head and giggled, then quickly ran downstairs. Back in the room, Chenmo looked at the steamed buns and the stomach-nourishing soup on the table. He felt somewhat touched. Ever since he arranged for Yang Dahai and his wife to work in the company and offered them a good salary, this family has been expressing their gratitude in their own way. After quickly finishing breakfast, Yang Dahai drove him to the company. Good morning, Mr. Chen. Shunro was wiping the desks and chairs in the office. Upon seeing Chenmo walk in, she greeted him. "Morning." Chenmo nodded and went straight to his seat. Looking at the system panel in his mind, he couldn't help but smile. Host, Chenmo, System Funds 385/2000000, Personal Assets, 1993, Settlement Period, 2 weeks later, countdown 3 hours, with just over 3 hours left until the settlement, he was finally going to become a millionaire. This time, Chenmo was very confident, as Wei Yan hadn't received any orders, so there was no risk of a client suddenly making a payment and causing the settlement to fail. In a good mood, he started to open his computer to look for games to play. However, this time he was much more cautious in searching for games. He didn't want to encounter another game like Tianlong and be ruthlessly mocked by a wealthy player. Just thinking about it made him angry. Once I have money, I will definitely get back at them. In the workshop, Li Xin arrived at the storage room and saw Wei Yan waiting there, so he walked over. "Brother Yan, you were looking for me." "Yeah, all the remaining backlog of clothes from last night has been sold out. Now we should tally up how much money we've made from selling clothes these days, and once we finish counting, we'll send it all to Mr. Chen." "Alright." Li Xin nodded, and he and Wei Yan began calculating the amount earned from selling clothes in the storage room. After a while, the two looked at the final number on the calculator and exchanged glances. 74,280 yuan, that's not bad, Wei Yan said lightly. There were over 10,000 pieces of clothing in the storage room, and he sold each piece for between 5 to 10 yuan at the night market, so over 70,000 in sales was already quite good. More importantly, these backlog clothes were defective items that had been returned. If they weren't handled this way, they would probably just gather dust in the storage room and take up a lot of space. Alright, I'll go transfer this money to the company account, just wait for my good news. Wei Yan stood up and left the storeroom, secretly pondering. General Manager Chen would surely be very pleased to see that these surplus clothes could sell for this much money. Watching the countdown decrease little by little, Chenmo was happily playing a computer game, humming a tune. On the other side of the mountain, on the other side of the sea, there's a group of Smurfs. They are lively and smart, they are mischievous and nimble. Shinro sat at her desk, occasionally glancing at Chenmo. Did something good happen to General Manager Chen today? He looks so happy. And that song is so cheerful. How come I've never heard it before? I'll ask General Manager Chen later. If I get a chance to return to the orphanage, I can sing it for the kids. While playing the game, Chenmo kept an eye on the system panel in his mind. Watching the countdown decrease, he realized he was getting closer to becoming a millionaire. Ding dong! The phone suddenly rang. Chenmo instinctively glanced at it, and his expression froze instantly. Bank deposit, 74280. Looking at that transfer notification, Chenmo's heart sank. He quickly looked at the system panel, and sure enough, the system funds that were originally a few hundred had now turned into over 70,000. What's going on? Why did the company account suddenly have more than 70,000? Chenmo was puzzled, but there was no time to think about it. There were only about 10 minutes left until the settlement. How could he spend this more than 70,000 system funds in just a few minutes? Give employees some benefits, distribute a little more to each person. As soon as the thought arose, he received a system reminder. Not feasible. Then what should he do? Chenmo felt a headache coming on, watching the time tick down to 0, and he slumped back in his chair, his previously joyful mood now at rock bottom. Soon, the countdown reached 0, and the system entered the settlement interface. System settling. System settlement complete. Starting fund conversion complete. Starting to replenish system funds. System funds have been replenished. Please check. Host. Listening to the system's voice, Chenmo opened the post-settlement interface with a sense of despair. Host, Chenmo, system funds, 4 million, personal assets, 3,872, settlement period, 1 month later, countdown, 2 million, my 2 million just disappeared. Like that? Looking at the mere 3,872 in personal assets, Chenmo felt a sharp pain in his heart. Who was it who suddenly transferred over more than 70,000? Looking at the transfer notification on his phone, Chenmo gritted his teeth in anger. Everything was going smoothly, but this sudden transfer caused the settlement to fail. Knock knock. A series of knocks came at the door. Chenmo glanced up, too lazy to respond. He didn't want to say anything at the moment. Knock knock. The knocking continued. Shinro looked at the dejected General Manager Chen, puzzled. He was just happily humming a song. How did he suddenly become like this? After thinking for a moment, she gently called out, General Manager Chen, come in. Hearing Shinro's call and the persistent knocking, Chenmo weakly shouted. The office door opened gently, and Wei Yan slowly walked in, looking at Chenmo in the room, excitedly saying, General Manager, you received that transfer of over 70,000, right? Hearing Wei Yan's words, Chenmo perked up a bit, his gaze fixed on Wei Yan. That money was transferred by you? Yes, General Manager. Didn't you say there were no orders? Chenmo gritted his teeth and asked. He remembered confirming in the morning that there were indeed no orders. Oh, that's not the order. Money, but the money for handling the surplus clothes in the storeroom. Wei Yan explained with a smile upon hearing this. Clothes piled up. In the warehouse? Chenmo looked puzzled. He had no idea there were clothes piling up in the warehouse. Yes, that's right. CEO Chen, you said not to rush on business matters before, and later I thought about it. You were hinting that the clothes in the warehouse should be dealt with first. Of course, this matter was also thanks to Li Shin's reminder. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have thought of it. Wei Yan spoke eloquently, completely unaware of Chen Mo's increasingly gloomy expression. I hinted. What did I hint at? Clearly, it was your own imagination. What does it have to do with me? Chen Mo felt speechless. And what about Li Shin? Yes, CEO Chen, I must tell you, Li Shin deserves at least half the credit. For this, he has been going out with me these days to sell those piled up clothes. Wei Yan boasted. He secretly thought, Li Shin, you don't need to thank me. Good. Li Shin, oh Li Shin, you're hiding deep enough. I didn't expect to have a rebellious one by my side, and there's even an old six hidden away. Chen Mo thought bitterly. Wei Yan observed quietly and noticed that CEO Chen was not as happy as he had imagined. In fact, he seemed somewhat displeased. What's going on? Wei Yan was puzzled but soon realized. Indeed, dealing with the piled-up clothes in the warehouse was something I should have done. There's nothing to praise about it. I had gotten a bit carried away, thinking of coming over to take credit. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. After all, it was his own lack of cultivation. He looked at Chen Mo with a gaze full of admiration. CEO Chen is indeed CEO Chen. I need to work even harder. Dealing with the piled-up clothes is just a small matter. Bringing in a continuous stream of orders for the company is the real business. I understand this matter. You can go back now. Chen Mo waved his hand helplessly. For this rebellious one he couldn't dismiss. He needed to remember his contribution. Right, and there's that old six, Li Shin. Once Wei Yan left, Chen Mo slumped back into his chair, looking at the system panel where the replenished 4 million system funds were displayed, gradually regaining some fighting spirit. In 1 month, if he could spend the 4 million system funds down to below 4,000, he could fully convert the 4 million system funds into personal assets. CEO Chen. At some point, Shinro brought over a cup of coffee. Seeing the CEO's fluctuating emotions, she showed a worried expression. The CEO must have been stimulated somehow. Oh, thank you. Chen Mo took the coffee, took a gentle sip, and continued to think about how to handle the newly arrived 4 million system funds. The failures in the last 2 settlements were all because the employees were too capable, so this time he must avoid such occurrences. Wei Yan and Li Shin were already in the company, he couldn't handle it. But for the new employees, he could carefully screen them. With this in mind, he turned to Shinro. Xiaoro, how's the recruitment going? A few days ago, he had asked Shinro to register the company on a recruitment platform to hire people. He didn't know if it was done. It's all set up. Several resumes have already come in my email, but I haven't started screening or notifying anyone yet. Shinro hurriedly replied. Chenmo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The first step to a successful settlement starts with recruitment. Then, just right, send me those resumes, I'll screen them. Okay, CEO Chen. Shinro responded and sent the resumes from her email to Chenmo. Chenmo looked at the few resumes that were sent over, and casually opened one. Applying for sales, with 10 years of sales experience. No way, having one Wei Yan pulling in business is already enough of a headache. Bringing in another one would just be asking for trouble. This won't do. Applying for sales, recent graduate, no sales experience. Name, Wu Yu. Advantages, hardworking, unafraid of difficulties, optimistic mindset. No sales experience. This is exactly the kind of talent I need. As for those advantages, Chen Mo directly ignored them. Hardworking, unafraid of difficulties. He couldn't remember how many times he had submitted such resumes in his previous life. It was just that he couldn't think of any real strengths, so he casually wrote a couple of lines to brush it off. Before long, Chen Mo had read through all the resumes, set aside a few he was satisfied with, and resent them to Shin Xiaoro, I've sent you the filtered resumes. Please notify the candidates on the list. Shinro looked at the resumes that had been sent back, her expression curious. She wondered which resumes Mr. Chen had chosen. They were probably the ones with rich experience. After all, only those employees could create benefits for the company more quickly. Curiously, she opened the few resumes selected by Mr. Chen. Shinro's expression gradually became strange. The resumes sent back were all from candidates with little to no work experience. Could it be that Mr. Chen sent the wrong ones, the rejected resumes? Confused, she asked, Mr. Chen, did you send the wrong resumes? Why are all these candidates inexperienced? Oh, I didn't send the wrong ones. New company, new atmosphere. Only by hiring these inexperienced employees and nurturing them from the ground up can they truly integrate into the company and become part of it, Chen Mo said earnestly. Shinro nodded slowly, feeling that there was some truth to what he said. She began to reply to the emails on the resumes one by one, notifying them to come for interviews tomorrow. 2 days passed in a flash, and the hiring process went very smoothly. Most of the positions in the company were filled. Chenmo leaned back in his chair, thinking about how to quickly spend the system funds. This time, although the settlement period was a month, the system funds had doubled, going from 2 million to 4 million. So he needed more ways to spend money. Just then, a sound suddenly rang out in Chenmo's mind. Detected that the host's company personnel configuration completeness has reached 70%. Unlocking side quest. Side quest, own another company. The field must not be the same as the current company. Task success, reward a random work from a parallel world, a work that does not exist in the current world. Can I really own a second company? Chenmo's face lit up at the sound in his mind. He had previously thought that he could consume system funds by continuously starting companies, but the end result would be that this operation was considered a violation. However, now that he could own a second company, he could use the new company to spend the system funds. As for the company, a month was enough time to register a new one, but to spend the system funds in that time would not be enough. It seemed he still needed to buy a company on the company trading platform. Moreover, choosing to sell a company on the trading platform was mostly because the company was facing bankruptcy or had been in a state of loss for a long time. Either way, it was what Chenmo hoped to see. Only such companies could allow him to spend more system funds while not making too much profit. It was simply a perfect existence. Chenmo casually opened the company trading platform and began to browse. Looking at the numerous companies on the trading platform, Chenmo felt a bit dazzled, unsure of which one to choose. However, he was soon attracted to a gaming company, not because he liked games, but because of the name of a game developed by this company, Tianlong. Looking at those familiar two characters, Chenmo instantly recalled the scene in the game where he was killed in an instant by a luxurious VIP user, along with the mocking visuals. A great idea suddenly popped into his mind. If he bought this company, he could leverage its privileges to equip himself, and then he could do whatever he wanted in the game. Chenmo had already imagined himself crushing those wealthy players. What did their money matter? He had a powerful backing. He glanced at the acquisition price of the company, 1.5 million. That was reasonable. As long as he bought this company, he could instantly spend 1.5 million of the system's funds and take the opportunity to seek revenge in the game. It was a win-win situation. Why not go for it? This was the one. Chenmo instantly decided to acquire this company. However, since he was going to acquire a company, he naturally needed to find a professional to help and spend a little money in the process. The last time he helped acquire a clothing factory, Tang Xiu did a great job, and he didn't plan to change to someone else. With that thought, he took out his phone, found Tang Xiu's number, and called directly. T&D Law Firm. Woo, I'm afraid I can't handle this case. Tang Xiu closed the folder and placed it back on the desk, looking troubled at the middle-aged man in a suit in front of her. Xiao Qiu, currently in the firm, several senior lawyers are tied up with their own cases and can't spare the time. This case in front of us can only be handled by you, and I can only feel at ease if it's entrusted to you. Wu Zhenghua pushed up his glasses and said in a serious tone, but if I take this case, I won't be able to live with myself. Tang Xiu remained unmoved. She couldn't stop others from taking this case, but she absolutely wouldn't do anything that went against her conscience. The reason she chose the legal profession was to seek justice for the unfair, not to become a weapon for the wealthy. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, and he said sternly, Tang Xiu, I understand that you have a kind heart, but please be clear about the occasion. You are currently working at the firm, and all work must follow the firm's arrangements. The employer over there is not simple. If we can win this case, the firm might gain another big benefactor in the future. So you have to take this case, whether you want to or not. Don't sacrifice your future for a moment of righteousness. Tang Xiu opened her mouth to say something, but the middle-aged man didn't give her a chance to speak and directly stood up to leave. Looking at the documents on the desk, Tang Xiu's expression kept changing. Just as she was hesitating, her phone suddenly rang. Chenmo. Seeing the caller ID, Tang Xiu was surprised. Although nearly a month had passed, she still had a deep impression of Chenmo. She was still amazed by his decision to pay his employees in advance. She wondered what he was calling her for. Could it be that the company was facing a legal dispute? With confusion, she answered the phone. Lawyer Tang, I hope I'm not interrupting you. Chenmo's polite voice came through the phone. It's nothing. Did something legal come up, Mr. Chen? Oh, actually, there's no legal issue. I want to acquire a company and would like your help with the process. Tang Xiu was taken aback. If she remembered correctly, it hadn't even been a month since Chenmo acquired the last company, and now he wanted to acquire a second one. What was going on? Tang Xiu couldn't figure out what Chenmo was trying to do, but since he had something to discuss with her, and it wasn't a big deal that would take up much time, she didn't refuse. Plus, she was curious about what kind of company Chenmo was planning to acquire this time. Okay, Mr. Chen, please give me the name of the company you want to acquire, and I'll look into it and get back to you. The call ended. And not long after, the phone received the company name sent by Chenmo. Tangqiu opened her computer and began to confirm the current status of the company through a search software. Soon, the information appeared on the computer screen, and after seeing all the details, Tangqiu felt completely disheveled. This was yet another company in a state of loss. Moreover, this time it was even more serious. If the company wasn't acquired or didn't receive any investment, it would likely go bankrupt in no time. Could it be that President Chen had some special hobby? Why was it always this type of company he was acquiring? President Chen, most positions in the company have been filled, but we are currently facing a problem. The existing office space is insufficient. Shenro walked over directly after Chenmo hung up the phone. I'll find a solution. Chenmo's expression turned thoughtful. Currently, all the offices were on the first floor, while the few rooms on the second floor were all employee dormitories. If the employee dormitories were vacated and converted into offices, it would be completely sufficient. But what about the employees who would be moved out? Chenmo lowered his head in contemplation but soon raised it again. If the employees had nowhere to live, then they would need to arrange a place for them. He remembered that there was an empty two-story workshop behind the cafeteria, with about 160 square meters on each floor. Renting it and converting it into employee dormitories would be more than enough. Moreover, whether renting the workshop or renovating the offices and dormitories, it would all require spending money. If handled well, it could easily consume a large portion of the system funds. With this in mind, he directly called the industrial park manager, Li Mauda. The call connected, and Chenmo briefly expressed his intention to rent the workshop. President Chen, that's easy to arrange. Li Mauda's enthusiastic and hearty laughter came through the phone. With the previous successful rental of the workshop as a foundation, the two quickly agreed on a price, 450,000 for 2 years, with the contract to be signed tomorrow. It's settled. The employee dormitories upstairs will be converted into offices, and I've rented another workshop to be renovated into employee dormitories. Chenmo relaxedly leaned back in his chair and said to Shunro, who had come over, acquiring the company required 1.5 million, and with the new workshop rental and legal fees, he had already spent 2 million. He had completed half of the 4 million expenditure. Once the new company was in hand, spending the remaining 2 million would likely be very easy. Upon hearing Chenmo's solution, Shunro quickly realized a problem. But President Chen, if we convert the dormitories into offices now, those living in the dormitories will have nowhere to stay. If we don't convert the offices, then the new employees we just hired will have nowhere to work. How about this? Let the finance and accounting staff work from home temporarily. Once the offices and dormitories are ready, they can come to the company to work. Chenmo suddenly thought of this solution. After all, his original intention in hiring these people was not for them to work in the office, but rather for each additional person, he could spend an extra salary. So whether they worked from home or in the office, he didn't care. President Chen, is that really okay? Shunro hesitated upon hearing this. She knew that some professions could work from home, but she had never heard of finance and similar professions being able to do so. It just seemed a bit unreliable. Why not? We need to trust our employees, Chenmo said earnestly. All right, then. I'll go notify them. Seeing that President Chen had made a decision, Shunro didn't think about changing it anymore. Wait a moment. Chenmo seemed to have thought of something and called out to Shunro, who was about to leave. If you're working from home, you'll need to handle your meals yourself, so during this period of remote work, the company will provide a monthly meal allowance of 1,500. Little by little, he wouldn't miss any opportunity to spend money. Shunro was taken aback. She had never heard of a company doing that, offering a meal allowance for working from home. Hey, do you think this company is reliable? They're hiring people but haven't considered the issue of workstations, one of the new female employees whispered in the corner of the lobby. I don't know, but we've already signed the contract, and the boss even paid the employees in advance, so it should be pretty reliable, right? That's true. It's the first time I've seen a company pay employees ahead of time. Let's wait and see. The company brought us in, they can't just leave us idle. The two new female employees, who had interviewed yesterday, one was in finance and the other a cashier, were discussing quietly. Today was their first day at work, but upon arriving at the company, they found that no workstations had been prepared for them. There you are. Shunro left her office, scanned the lobby, and spotted the two in the corner. Hello, Assistant Shun, how are our matters progressing? Zhao Lingling and Zhou Chen stood up straight as Shunro approached. Shunro smiled and nodded, noticing the two looked a bit nervous, and gently spoke. President Chen has decided that due to the tight workstation situation, you two will need to work from home for the time being. Working from home? Zhao Lingling and Zhou Chen voiced their confusion, doubting they had heard correctly, being told to work from home on their first day. What kind of operation was this? That's right. Due to the current workstation shortage, you can only work from home for now. I will communicate any work to you via your phones. But don't worry, working from home is only temporary. Once the office upstairs is ready, you can come to the company to work, Shinro explained earnestly. Zhao Lingling and Zhou Chen exchanged glances, and finally nodded in unison. Okay, Assistant Shun. By the way, President Chen considered that you would need to spend your own money on meals while working from home, so the company will provide you with a monthly meal allowance of 1,500. After explaining everything, Shinro left. Directly, Zhao Lingling and Zhou Chen stood there, somewhat dumbfounded. After a moment, Zhou Chen hesitantly spoke. Ling Jia, doesn't this company feel a bit unusual? Yeah, it does seem a bit strange, Zhao Lingling agreed, nodding. Not only were they working from home, but they were also getting a meal allowance. And it wasn't just a symbolic few hundred like other companies, it was as high as 1,500. She couldn't help but wonder, could there really be such a good company? Zhou Chen immediately started to have second thoughts. So what do we do? Do we still go to work tomorrow? I don't know, Zhao Lingling shook her head. She just felt that this company was a bit different, but if it were a scam, it didn't seem like it. After all, the workshop was right there, and there were employees working in the workshop. It was unlikely those employees were actors, just to deceive the two of them. Ding dong! Just as the two were hesitating, their phones chimed one after the other. Zhao Lingling instinctively took out her phone to take a look, but the next moment she froze. It was a transfer notification. Seeing the transfer amount of 1,500, Zhao Lingling instantly understood it was the meal allowance Assistant Shin had just mentioned. Ling Jia, it seems the meal allowance has been transferred, Zhou Chen said after checking the message. Yeah, don't overthink it. Let's just work from home tomorrow, Zhao Lingling decided immediately, as she really couldn't figure out what the company was trying to scam them for. Money? It didn't seem like it, since their salaries and meal allowances had already been paid in advance. People? It's impossible. They've all been sent to work from home, how can we deceive them? San Shui game. Mr. Meng, there's no way out. Tianlong has continuously changed many aspects, yet there's still a massive loss of players. Nowadays, most of the game's revenue comes from just a few wealthy players' top-ups. Zheng Hongyun sat on the sofa with a dejected expression. The game Tianlong was originally the company's ace, once a sensation in the gaming world and a major source of income for the company. However, in the past 2 years, the company made some wrong decisions, investing heavily in aristocratic weapons for profit, which directly disrupted the game's balance. This led to a very poor gaming experience for some mid to low-end players, causing them to choose to quit. By the time the company realized what was happening, the game's reputation had already plummeted, and it was too late to think about adjustments and corrections. After all, in this type of game, they are not the only ones. Trying to bring back lost users is undoubtedly a daunting task. With the ace game falling from grace and no new game to support the company, the revenue has been in a state of negative expenditure. Additionally, last year, they spent a fortune to create a new game, which also received a very poor response, and the game's revenue could only sustain the operation of the current game. Over time, the company's funds quickly entered a tight state, and now, with no one willing to acquire the company, it wouldn't be long before bankruptcy is announced. Meng Lei rubbed his forehead vigorously. He had been paying attention to this matter for the past few days, but, alas, it was too late to mend the situation. There's no way out. We can only hope someone takes over on the company's trading platform, otherwise. He trailed off mid-sentence, ending with a long sigh. Zheng Hongyun sighed along with him. Although Meng Lei didn't finish his sentence, he knew what was coming next. It was nothing more than talk of bankruptcy. I wonder if anyone will take over. It had been listed on the company's trading platform for a long time, yet no one had taken it over. The next day, Changfeng Garment Factory office. Mr. Chen, it's been a pleasure working together. Limata closed the contract he had just signed and enthusiastically shook hands with Chenmo. In less than a month, the other party had rented 2 workshops from him, undoubtedly a big client. He couldn't afford to be careless. Pleasure working with you. Chenmo smiled, directly transferring 450,000 in rent to Limata. Limata looked at the transfer information, his smile growing even brighter. After being a park manager for so many years, Chenmo was undoubtedly the most straightforward client he had encountered. Watching Limata leave, Chenmo had just sat down in his chair, ready to take a break, when Tang Qiu's call came in. Chenmo quickly answered the phone. Lawyer Tang, how's the acquisition of that company going? Can it be acquired? It can be acquired, but there are some details I need to explain to you. We need to discuss them in person. Alright, let's meet at that cafe we went to last time. Shan Mo agreed immediately. After hanging out, he took Shinro with him and had Yang Dahai drive them to the cafe. Lawyer Tang, sorry to keep you waiting. Upon arriving at the cafe, Chenmo quickly found Tang Qiu's location and walked over with Shinro, instructing Yang Dahai to wait in the car. Not a problem, I just arrived not long ago, Tang Qiu said with a smile as she stood up upon seeing Chenmo. However, she soon noticed Shinro behind Chenmo, her face showing confusion. Could she be Mr. Chen's girlfriend? Chenmo noticed Tang Qiu's gaze and introduced her. This is my new assistant, Shinro. This is Tang Qiu, Lawyer Tang. Shinro quickly greeted politely upon hearing this. Tang Qiu smiled and nodded, but her gaze at Chenmo became somewhat peculiar. A company with only 20 or 30 people actually assigned her an assistant. Chenmo must have some ulterior motives. What would Lawyer Tang like to drink? Anything is fine, Tang Xiu replied casually. Upon hearing this, Chenmo called the waiter and ordered 3 cups of the cafe's signature coffee. Mr. Chen, here are some materials I gathered about Sangshui games, you can take a look. Before the coffee arrived, Tang Xiu directly pushed the prepared materials to Chenmo. Chenmo took the materials and quickly glanced through them. As he suspected, the company's profitability was in a state of loss. Good, this is exactly what he needed. It could help him spend the system's funds while ensuring minimal income. Moreover, once he acquired this company, he could leverage internal connections to return to the game and redeem himself. It couldn't be more perfect. What do you think? Tang Xiu asked after Chenmo finished reading. Not bad, Chenmo replied with a smile and a nod. Tang Xiu's expression instantly froze. She didn't expect Chenmo to give a decent evaluation of a company on the brink of bankruptcy. However, recalling the experience of the last acquisition of the clothing factory, she felt relieved. Mr. Chen had always played by his own rules. After thinking for a moment, she decided to voice her concerns. This game company has been in a state of loss, as you can see. If you take over, there's a high possibility of losing money. And there's another issue, this company has a total of 34 employees. If you acquire this company, are you planning to lay them off or keep them? Tang Xiu detailed the pros and cons of the company, and how Chenmo chose was beyond her interference. Chenmo nodded while listening. Of course, the 34 employees would be retained, which meant another significant payroll expense. Without hesitation, he nodded and said, no problem, we can acquire it. Seeing this, Tang Xiu nodded. She had come to understand Chenmo a bit, so she wasn't too surprised by his answer. Then it just comes down to the price. From what I know about this company, it's on the verge of closing down. If you're not in a hurry, you could negotiate slowly with the other party and probably acquire it for less than 1.5 million. No, I'm in a hurry. 1.5 million is acceptable. Upon hearing that Tang Xiu wanted to help him negotiate a lower price, Chenmo quickly interrupted. It was hard to find an opportunity to spend money. How could he let her lower the price? Tang Xiu looked at Chenmo seriously. She really couldn't understand what the young man across from her was thinking. He could save money but insisted on spending more. Even a rich second generation didn't need to be so wasteful. Finally, she shook her head helplessly. Alright, since Mr. Chen has made a decision, you can contact the person in charge on the other side to discuss the acquisition. Rather than a discussion, it was undoubtedly just a meeting to handle some procedures. After all, regarding the price, Chenmo would directly purchase at the listed price. This made what usually took a long time to negotiate happen without any pause here. Then I'll trouble Lawyer Tang, Chenmo said in thanks. After discussing the acquisition of the company, the group did not linger in the cafe. Mr. Chen, are you really going to acquire that game company? In the car, Shinro couldn't help but ask worriedly. She had also looked over the game company's materials in the cafe. She knew well that what Lawyer Tang said was accurate. Acquiring that company had a high chance of losing money. Chenmo nodded. But that company has been in a state of loss, and I just calculated that if President Chen really wants to establish a game company, 1.5 million is more than enough to set up a new one. Shinro eagerly expressed her thoughts. Establishing a new company is definitely better than a money-losing one, right? Chenmo secretly scoffed at this. Setting up a new company is nowhere near as quick as acquiring an existing one, plus it's less hassle. However, he said with great significance, if you can turn a loss-making company into a profitable one, wouldn't that be even more fulfilling? Turn a loss into profit? Don't even think about it, it's impossible in this lifetime. Having a money-losing company continuously spend on oneself is quite delightful. Shinro, upon hearing this, stared blankly at Chenmo's profile, not expecting President Chen to think this way. Indeed, transforming a loss-making company into a profitable one through one's own efforts sounds very fulfilling. Her own thoughts were still too narrow, only focusing on immediate gains and losses. It seems she needs to work harder, otherwise, if she can't keep up with President Chen's pace, she might have to be replaced by someone else. Shinro silently encouraged herself. Did you remember everything I said? Wei Yan looked at the young man in front of him, feeling a bit of a headache. This morning, Assistant Shin had informed him that the company had hired a new salesperson and asked him to mentor them. He had thought it would be an experienced salesperson, but upon meeting, he realized it was a complete novice. It's not that he looked down on newcomers, it's just that the company was at a critical moment, urgently needing a large number of orders to bring back funds. But a newcomer without any resources would find it hard to bring in orders in a short time. Got it, Brother Yen. Wu Yu nodded obediently. How about this, you follow me for a few days and see how I do things. Wei Yen rubbed his head, realizing he had no choice but to stay with the newcomer for now. With a helpless sigh, he thought it was hard earned that President Chen hadn't assigned him any tasks, allowing him to focus on business, only to suddenly have a newcomer assigned to him. Thank you, Brother Yen. Wu Yu quickly expressed his gratitude, handing Wei Yen a cup of water. Brother Yen, you must be tired, have some water. Wei Yan took the cup and nodded slightly. Although this young man was a newcomer, he seemed decent in terms of interpersonal skills. If he trained him well, he could become a good salesperson. Let's go, there's still some time today. I have an appointment with a client, so I'll take you to meet them. Saying this, he patted Wu Yu on the shoulder and directly pushed the door open to leave the salesperson's office. Wu Yu hurriedly followed behind. Hello, President Chen. Just as they left the office, Wei Yan saw Chenmo and a few others returning from outside. Going out? Chenmo looked at Wei Yan, feeling a bit wary. This guy wouldn't be planning something again, would he? Oh, taking Xiao Wu out to meet a client. Wei Yan pointed to Wu Yu behind him. Chenmo glanced at Wu Yu, the young man he remembered, the one he personally selected as a salesperson. Just graduated from university with no sales experience. Taking such a newcomer to meet clients, he doubted they would bring in any orders. However, it wouldn't do to keep him under his wing indefinitely. If he trained an inexperienced salesperson too long, it could backfire. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. Well, meeting them is fine, but ultimately, business relies on oneself. Only by experiencing difficulties can one grow quickly. I understand, President Chen. Wei Yan instantly grasped the meaning, feeling a bit emotional inside. Yes, he has come this far, but it hasn't been without stumbling along the way. No one has guided him. A flower in a greenhouse cannot withstand the wind and rain. Is President Chen hinting at him? Today, he will take Xiao Wu to familiarize himself with the process, and tomorrow he can run things on his own. After all, he has quite a few resources at hand. He can't handle everything alone, so he might as well delegate some tasks. We're leaving now, President Chen. After a quick greeting, Wei Yan hurriedly took Wu Yu away. Understood what? Chenmo looked at the departing Wei Yan, utterly confused. Sangshui Games, Old Mang, there's news on the company trading platform. Someone wants to acquire our company. Zheng Hongyun burst into the office, visibly excited. What's going on? Meng Lei asked impatiently, eager to hear the news Zheng Hongyun brought. Someone just called, expressing interest in acquiring our company. They will come over tomorrow for detailed discussions. What about the price? Did they mention how much they would offer? No, they just called to express their acquisition interest and didn't mention anything else. Zheng Hongyun calmed down a bit and realized he had been too excited upon hearing about the acquisition interest, forgetting to ask what price they were offering. Although they had set a price on the trading platform, he understood that once the acquirer learned about their company's situation, they would definitely try to negotiate a lower price. Should I make a call to ask? Forget it, since they said they would come over tomorrow for detailed talks, let's discuss it then. Meng Lei waved his hand. Even if he called to inquire, it wouldn't be possible to confirm the price over the phone. It would be better to discuss it in person tomorrow. However, he was also aware that the acquirer would definitely try to lower the price. A slightly lower price would still be acceptable to him. What he cared about most were the employees currently working in the company. If the acquiring party did not plan to retain these employees, they would face the risk of unemployment. The younger employees might not have much of a problem, but there were quite a few older employees with families who would struggle if they suddenly lost their income. Although he could provide some compensation, that wouldn't be a long-term solution. The next day, 10 a.m. Innovation Building. President Chen. We've arrived. Yan Dahai parked the car in the Innovation Building's parking lot and got out to open the door. Chenmo nodded and got out. Not far away, Tang Chou also parked her car and walked over, looking at Chenmo with a puzzled expression. She had left the cafe early yesterday and hadn't noticed that Chenmo had a dedicated driver. She remembered that when they acquired the clothing factory, the other party didn't even have a car. Now, not only had he bought a car, but he also hired a full-time driver and a full-time assistant. Those who knew would understand. He was just a small clothing factory owner. Those who didn't would think he was the owner of a large company. This President Chen not only squanders money but also knows how to enjoy life. Lawyer Tang, this is the place, right? Chenmo looked up at the office building directly ahead. Yes, this is it. Their company is on the 11th floor. Let's go up. Tang Qiu also looked up at the building with Innovation Building written on it and confirmed. Innovation Building, 11th floor, Sangshui Games. President Meng, everything has been tidied up. I guarantee it's spotless. An employee approached Meng Lei and said quickly. Meng Lei looked around the company's environment. It was much cleaner than before, and even the employees' workstations were shining. He nodded slowly. That's good. Go back and tell everyone to be more spirited today. I know, President Meng. The employees responded and quickly returned to their workstations. Is this really useful? Zheng Hongyun looked at the freshly cleaned company, puzzled. Meng Lei sighed helplessly at his words. Who knows? But if we can do a little more, we should. It's better than doing nothing at all. This way, we can leave a good impression on the acquirer, and maybe the negotiations will be a bit easier later. I hope so, Zheng Hongyun said hopefully, though he didn't hold much expectation in his heart. Look at the time, they should be arriving soon. Let's go out and greet them. Meng Lei raised his hand to check his watch, realizing it was already the agreed time, and walked straight out. He didn't want to leave a bad impression in terms of etiquette. "Hello, are you Mr. Meng Lei?" As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Tang Xiu saw someone waiting at the elevator door who looked somewhat like the photo of Meng Lei in the documents, so he asked, "I am Meng Lei, are you Mr. Chen?" Meng Lei nodded, his gaze lingering on Tang Xiu and the others, tentatively asking. Among the three, only Tang Xiu looked the most mature. The other man and woman seemed too young. "Oh, this one is Mr. Chen, and the other is Mr. Chen's assistant. I am the lawyer invited by Mr. Chen, we contacted yesterday." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiu quickly pointed to Chenmo and introduced him. "Ha ha, Mr. Chen is indeed young and promising. It's a pleasure to meet you." Meng Lei was momentarily taken aback. He never expected that the very young-looking guy was Mr. Chen. After a moment of surprise, he quickly reacted, chuckling a couple of times and hurriedly complimenting him. Then he introduced himself. "I am Meng Lei, the CEO of Sangshui Games, and this is Zhang Hongyun, the vice president of our company. We founded the company together. Pleasure to meet you." Chenmo nodded and smiled in response, then got straight to the point. "No need for pleasantries, let's get down to the acquisition." He was here to do business, not interested in any hypocritical niceties. Upon hearing this, Meng Lei slightly restrained his smile, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. Mr. Chen looked young, but his style was decisive and efficient. He had intended to exchange a few pleasantries to build rapport, but Mr. Chen didn't give him the chance at all. They went straight to the subject. It seemed Mr. Chen was here to drive the price down hard. A hint of worry surged in Meng Lei's heart, but he still smiled cheerfully on the surface. "Then let's go back to the company and talk, follow me." Saying this, he began to lead the way. "Mr. Chen, our company is right here." Upon reaching the company entrance, Meng Lei pointed to the company sign and introduced it. Entering the company, he continued the introduction. "This is the employees' tea room, they can come here to have tea and chat during breaks." Chenmo glanced at the tea room and noticed it only had 2 glass round tables and a kettle. Very simple. He began to consider that this tea room was too rudimentary. After taking over, he could install a coffee machine and a snack cabinet. Yes, it was a place to spend money. "Mr. Chen, this is the employees' office area." Meng Lei led the way into a larger room where rows of computers were neatly arranged and the employees were working very diligently. Chenmo surveyed the work environment and slightly frowned upon seeing the employees working so earnestly. However, he quickly relaxed. Not bad, if the employees worked this hard, the company could still be losing money. It seemed these employees were all talents. He had to keep them and let them continue to work hard for the company's losses. Also, the desks, chairs, and computers were all too outdated. It seemed they all needed to be replaced with new ones. With good office desks, chairs, and computers, employees can have a positive work mood, and with a good work mood, employees can work better, right? Chenmo thought to himself. Of course, this was something he was saying to the system. After all, every penny he spent for the company had to be justified, otherwise, it would be deemed a violation by the system. Looking at the row of computers, there were already more than 30. According to the last computer configuration, each one cost 43,000. More than 30 computers could easily cost over 1,200,000. Adding in the desks and chairs, it would be enough to spend the remaining 200,000. Thinking of this, Chenmo felt a surge of happiness. He arrived at the office. A few people took their seats in turn. Meng Lei brought in the tea that had been prepared earlier, serving each of the 3 a cup. Then cautiously asked, "I wonder, Mr. Chen, how do you plan to acquire Sangshui Games? Didn't you quote 1,500,000? Just acquire it for that amount," Chenmo replied casually. Meng Lei was taken aback. Chenmo's response caught him off guard. He had been calculating in his mind how to respond if the other party tried to lower the price. But he never expected that the other party wouldn't negotiate at all and was ready to acquire at the quoted price. No negotiation? While surprised, he also breathed a sigh of relief. However, he quickly thought of the employee issue. Could it be that the other party was planning to make a fuss over the employees since they weren't lowering the price? With this thought, he nervously asked, "Then Mr. Chen, how do you plan to handle the employee issue?" "For safety," he added, "if Mr. Chen can retain all the employees, I can lower the acquisition price a bit." Chenmo frowned upon hearing this. His intention was to keep the employee configuration unchanged. After all, the current personnel setup was causing the company to operate at a loss. If there were any changes in personnel, wouldn't it be a huge loss if the company turned from a loss to a profit? However, the other party's request to lower the price put him in a difficult position. Is it easy to spend money? Meng Lei had been closely watching Chenmo's expression, and seeing him frown, his heart sank to the bottom. Is lowering the price not an option? "Well, Meng, let me put it this way," Chenmo said earnestly. Meng Lei forced a bitter smile upon hearing Chenmo speak. Usually, after such statements, it would lead to refusals. In the end, they couldn't keep those employees. However, Chenmo didn't notice Meng Lei's expression and continued, "For people, the most important thing is credibility. I just said I would acquire at the quoted price. If I change it, wouldn't I be a person who goes back on my word? So, the acquisition price must remain at 1,500,000. As for the employees, it's too troublesome to hire new ones, so let's keep all the current employees and their positions unchanged. Mr. Chen intends to keep all the employees? Meng Lei spoke excitedly, his words becoming a bit jumbled. He didn't expect that after all Chenmo said, the final conclusion would be to retain all the employees. Exactly, Chenmo nodded, looking at Meng Lei in confusion. He didn't understand why Meng Lei was so excited just about keeping the employees. After receiving Chenmo's confirmation, Meng Lei hurriedly stood up and bowed deeply in front of Chenmo. Mr. Chen, thank you. On behalf of all the employees of Sangshui Games, I thank you. Seeing this, Chenmo quickly helped Meng Lei up. Meng Lei looked to be in his 40s. Bowing to him was like shortening his lifespan. After the round of thanks, Tang Qiu took out the documents and spoke at the right moment. Gentlemen, if we have agreed on the terms, let's proceed to sign the contract. Saying this, he handed the prepared contracts to both of them. Chenmo took the contract, didn't look at it in detail, and directly signed his name on it. Meng Lei carefully confirmed that there were no issues and signed the contract. Once the contract was signed, that Sangshui Game officially belonged to Chenmo. Mr. Chen, let me introduce you to the company employees. This will be the formal handover, Meng Lei said, closing the contract with a look of relief. Now that the company's and employees' issues had been resolved, he could proceed with the handover and leave with peace of mind. Okay, Chenmo nodded. In the employee office area. Everyone, please stop what you're doing. I have an announcement to make. Meng Lei walked into the office area, clapping his hands and calling out loudly. All the employees looked up in response to his shout. As you all know, the company has faced some challenges, and I am very grateful to everyone for sticking with us through these tough times. However, after today, I will no longer be leading you. From now on, the company will be taken over by Mr. Chenmo, who is by my side. As Meng Lei spoke, he pointed to Chenmo beside him. Hearing this, all the employees turned their curious gazes toward Chenmo. Hello everyone, I am Chenmo. You don't need to worry too much, you can continue working as you have been. Chenmo noticed the many eyes on him and waved his hand. Meng Lei stood quietly to the side, waiting for Chenmo to continue. But after a long pause, there was no further comment. Was that it? Normally, there should be some encouraging words about working hard together, right? This Mr. Chen certainly had a unique style. He sighed inwardly and stepped forward to speak. Everyone, let's give a warm welcome. Applause erupted enthusiastically. Once the applause faded, he continued, in a moment you will receive a compensation payment. Please come to my office one by one to collect it. Although Chenmo had retained all the employees, he felt it was necessary to show some appreciation after all these years. Back in the office, Chenmo directly transferred the acquisition payment of 1.5 million. Thank you, Mr. Chen, Meng Lei said, looking at the transfer information and expressing his gratitude again. At the same time, he handed over a thick stack of documents. This contains all the information about the company's employees, including their positions and current salaries. Chenmo took the documents and handed them to Shenro, who was standing nearby. Mr. Meng, while you distribute the compensation to the employees in the office, may I take this opportunity to handle some other matters? Does Mr. Chen have any important arrangements? Meng Lei looked at Chenmo in confusion. Oh, nothing special, just taking the chance to pay the employees' salaries, Chenmo replied with a smile. When he heard that Meng Lei was going to distribute compensation, he thought of the payroll issue. The tradition of paying salaries early at the clothing factory could not be broken here. Paying salaries? Mr. Chen, are you referring to this month's wages? That's not necessary. When I distribute the compensation, I will also pay the employees' salaries for this month. Meng Lei assumed Chenmo meant the wages he hadn't yet distributed for the current month. Oh, it's not this month's wages, it's next month's wages, Chenmo patiently explained. Meng Lei looked bewildered. But next month hasn't even started yet. Pay first, work later. This. Meng Lei was momentarily speechless. Was Mr. Chen not afraid that after paying the salaries, the employees would just leave? Shenro, standing behind, secretly smiled at Meng Lei's expression. She was already used to Mr. Chen's behavior. Tang Qiu, on the other hand, looked puzzled, feeling that this scene seemed somewhat familiar. Right, it had happened during the acquisition of the clothing factory as well. After a while, a long table had already appeared in the office. Chenmo sat in the middle, leisurely sipping tea. Shenro and Tang Qiu each held employee files in a calculator. Tang Qiu looked at the calculator in her hand. It was not familiar at all. It was as if they were reenacting the whole process. Knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. A man in a white shirt slowly walked in, appearing to be in his 30s. Fang Chang glanced around the office, his gaze paused on Chenmo and the others, then walked over to Meng Lei's desk. Looking at Meng Lei, who had become the former boss, he felt a twinge of sadness. Manager Meng. The new boss is a good person, do well here, Meng Lei said to Fang Chang with a hint of advice. Fang Chang was the company's planner, quite capable, and had strongly opposed the addition of the aristocratic system when Tianlong was expanding. Unfortunately, he hadn't listened to the advice. Back then. After a slight sigh, he handed over the compensation. Fong Chang looked at the compensation amount that had arrived and thanked him, preparing to turn and leave. But before he reached the door, he heard a voice beside him calling him to stop. Turning around, it was the new boss of the company. Fong Chang walked over nervously, looking at the young new boss, and spoke with some tension. "Manager Chen, you were looking for me?" Fong Chang, the company's planner? Chenmo asked, looking at the employee files handed over by Shinro. "Yes, Manager Chen," Fong Chang nodded, feeling increasingly anxious. He couldn't understand what the new manager Chen wanted. "So you've participated in all the games, big and small, in the company?" Chenmo continued to ask. Fong Chang's heart tightened at the words, and he couldn't help but guess that this was about some issues the company was facing, possibly related to him. But that was a misunderstanding. Although he was a planner, all the major decisions in the company were made by Manager Meng and Manager Zhang. Many of his suggestions had not been adopted. If it weren't for the decent treatment from the company, he would have been looking for an opportunity to switch jobs. He wanted to explain but ultimately decided against it. After all, Manager Meng had treated him well, and there was no need to speak ill at this moment. Besides, with his abilities, he could find work anywhere. He finally nodded and replied, "Yes, Manager Chen." With both questions confirmed, Chenmo felt a surge of joy. Fong Chang was definitely a talent. He was a key figure in the company's losses, and he didn't know why Manager Meng had kept someone like him until now, but it was a bargain for him. If he were to manage the company, there would be no worry about the company losing money. Looking at Fong Chang standing in front of him, he felt increasingly satisfied and said with a smile, "Good, I won't be coming to the company often in the future, so I will promote you to manager. While I'm not in the company, all matters, big and small, will be decided by you." Fong Chang had thought it would be some critical words and was even prepared to be dismissed. But he didn't expect such a statement. He looked at Chenmo in confusion but quickly reacted and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Manager Chen, I will definitely work hard." Do well, I have high hopes for you," Chenmo praised without reservation. But inside, he couldn't help but think he must work hard to let the company lose more money. Meanwhile, Tang Chiu pushed the calculator over, and Chenmo looked at the numbers on the calculator and continued, "With greater ability comes greater responsibility. Since you have taken on the role of manager, your salary will naturally be adjusted upwards. Your original salary was 8,000, and now it will be adjusted to 15,000. This was the salary he calculated based on a 30% increase for the manager position. Fong Chang was already shocked when he was told he would be the manager, and upon hearing the adjusted salary, he felt as if he had entered a dream. It all seemed unreal. From 8,000 to 15,000, this increase is almost close to doubling. He had mentioned a salary raise before, but it was mostly just a few hundred. This near doubling is something he has never seen before. While he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly buzzed, but since he was in the office and President Chen was right in front of him, he didn't want to take it out to check. However, President Chen spoke up again. "The salary has already been transferred to you, check if it has arrived." Fong Chang, still a bit dazed, took out his phone and looked at the transfer information showing 15,000, gradually coming to his senses. Looking at the real transfer information, he felt excited yet somewhat puzzled. "President Chen, isn't this salary payment a bit early?" "Yes, he hadn't even started working yet, so how could the salary have been sent?" Chenmo smiled and explained, "This is a tradition. In my management of the company, salaries are paid in advance." "A tradition?" Fong Chang muttered, still a bit confused, but since President Chen said it was a tradition, he felt there was no need to dig deeper. After all, he was also a beneficiary. Looking at the calm President Chen, he sincerely said, "Thank you, President Chen." No matter what, this new President Chen had already left a deep impression on him. He had made up his mind to work hard and not let President Chen down. Tang Chiu had been observing from the side. As a lawyer, she naturally noticed the changes in Fong Chang. She had come to understand Chenmo's actions to some extent. Regardless, what Chenmo did undoubtedly won people's hearts. Of course, this method of winning hearts could probably only be done by someone like Chenmo, a rich second generation who squandered money. "Well, go call the next person in," Chenmo nodded and said. There were over 30 employees, so it seemed they needed to speed things up. Fong Chang left, and another person walked in. One by one, employees came in, received their compensation, and then got their salary for the next month from Chenmo, which was raised by 30% on top of their original salary. Each employee left the office unable to hide their smiles. As noon approached, the last employee left the office. Chenmo leaned back in his chair, feeling quite exhausted, but his mood was very good. In the series of operations just completed, he successfully spent over 200,000 of the system's funds. After deducting the 1.5 million for acquiring the company, 450,000 for renting the workshop, and 50,000 for legal fees, he was left with over 1.7 million in system funds. Now, there were many places he could spend money, and this 1.7 million might not even be enough. It seemed that spending all the system funds before the settlement would not be a problem. "President Chen, it's already noon, shall we go have lunch together?" Meng Lei organized the few materials he had and came to Chenmo's desk. Although he was no longer the owner of the company, he was still very grateful to Chenmo for acquiring his company. Thanks, Meng, but I have things to do this afternoon, so I won't be joining. Chenmo declined outright. He still needed to check the newly rented workshop and plan the renovation. By the way, he could ask that Wang Yang from last time. The quote was quite good and met his requirements. Thinking of this, he directly told Shinro beside him. Such trivial matters were naturally to be handled by the assistant. Got it, President Chen, I'll contact him shortly. Shinro nodded obediently. She was very happy with Chenmo assigning her tasks. After all, there was hardly any work in the company most of the time, and she was usually idle. Of course, she didn't let her guard down. Instead, she took the opportunity to learn a lot about assistant-related knowledge during her free time. Changlin decoration. Wang Yang sat at his workstation with a gloomy face. Today he had lost another order, but he was clearly doing everything according to the client's requirements. Xiao Yang, I've told you before, don't take all the client's requests seriously. In the end, they will still compare budget prices. If your price is high, they won't choose you. Chen Jun looked at the dejected Wang Yang, imparting his views. He then patted Wang Yang on the shoulder. Stop dwelling on that previous order. It was just an accident. Are you really expecting to encounter something like that again? Xiao Yang, you need to write a summary today, reflecting on the reasons for the lost orders these days. Just then, Supervisor Chibu walked in and addressed Wang Yang. He added, listen more to the opinions of the senior employees. Your previous order indeed had an element of luck. In the future, it will still depend on personal ability. After Supervisor Chibu left, Wang Yang stared absently at the computer screen. Shen Jun sighed at Wang Yang's demeanor, knowing that no matter how much he said, it wouldn't help. The best way was to hit a few walls and, after getting hurt, he would slowly understand. Buzzing. The phone on the desk suddenly vibrated. Wang Yang came to his senses, glanced at the caller ID, and saw it was Assistant Shin calling. Could there be a problem with the renovations over there? With that thought, he quickly answered the phone. After all, this was his first order, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Hello, Assistant Shin, is there a problem with the renovations? Oh, it's not about the renovations. I understand, I'll go over tomorrow. Okay. After hanging up, Wang Yang slowly looked up at Chen Jun, who had not yet left, and spoke softly. The clothing factory called and said an employee dormitory and office need renovations, and they want me to go measure tomorrow. They called you directly, not looking for someone on a renovation website? Chen Jun asked a crucial question. If they had directly sought out Wang Yang, then this order was currently only his. As long as the design and budget met their expectations, it would basically be secured. He had encountered such orders before, often from a previous client who trusted him greatly and then referred him to a friend. But such situations were rare. He might not encounter one even once a year. Could it be that Wang Yang's first order was such a case? Chen Jun looked at Wang Yang with a growing sense of envy. It must be said, this guy really had good luck. I don't know. Wang Yang shook his head. He had never thought about this question, so he hadn't considered asking. You'll find out tomorrow. The chances of them calling you directly are very high. Make sure to seize this opportunity. This could very well be your second order. Chen Jun patted Wang Yang on the shoulder, his tone mixed with a hint of envy. After saying that, he didn't wait for Wang Yang to respond and turned to leave. Nighttime, Jiangcheng University, girls' dormitory. Ruru, is this all you do in a day? Zhanlan sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a mirror while removing her makeup, and said in surprise. She had thought that with Shinro's salary rising to 8,000 in such a short time, her workload would be substantial, but it turned out she was just following the boss around, signing some contracts, and that was it. That's all there is. Even if I want to find something to do, I can't. Shinro lay on the table, looking distressed. In recent days, she had searched for a lot of information about being an assistant and learned many things, but in the end, she found that none of it was needed in the company. At first, it was fine. She was responsible for some banking matters, insurance, and tax issues. But once the finance, cashier, and HR personnel were all in place, those tasks were no longer needed from her. But even so, President Chen still gave her a raise. No matter how she thought about it, it felt a bit unsettling. Well, a small clothing factory can't have that many things going on. It's normal not to find anything. I suddenly envy your job so much. You don't have to do anything and still get such a high salary. How about I just hang out with you? Zhang Lan put away her mirror, revealing an envious expression. What? You're not planning to become a star anymore? Shinro shot Zhang Lan a glance. Her roommate had always had a dream of becoming a star, and whenever there was a music talent show, she would eagerly participate. Shinro didn't believe she would give up just like that. Of course, I won't give up. I'm going to be a big star in the future, Zhang Lan said confidently, tilting her head back. Then, as if she thought of something, she looked at Shinro and said, I remember watching a drama where the assistant managed everything for the boss, from their food to their living arrangements, picking out suitable clothes and matching ties. And in that drama, the assistant ended up with the boss. Why don't you give it a try? Didn't you say your boss is young and handsome? If it works out, you could become a rich wife without having to work hard. The more Zhang Lan spoke, the more excited she became, finally revealing a gossipy expression. You're asking for trouble. Shenro, embarrassed and angry, grabbed a small object from the table and threw it at Zhang Lan, but quickly calmed down. She remembered that when she looked up information about assistants a couple of days ago, there seemed to be a similar description. After thinking for a moment, she looked at Zhang Lan. What was the name of that drama? Hello, President Chen. In the cafeteria, Chef Wang Manyan, who was directing the renovations, hurried over to greet Chenmo as he entered. You keep busy, I'm just here to take a look. Chen. Imo nodded at Wang Manyan, who had come over to greet him. He had come to the company this morning, felt there wasn't much to do, and decided to check on the renovation progress. Besides, the person he had scheduled to come and take measurements was about to arrive, so he could wait here. After all, the newly rented workshop was just behind the cafeteria, not far away. Then President Chen, take a look around. If you need anything, just call me, Wang Manyan said respectfully. Chenmo nodded, preparing to head to the second floor, but his gaze lingered on Wang Manyan's face. President Chen, is there anything else? Wang Manyan sensed Chenmo's scrutiny and felt a wave of nervousness. You went to the company team building event a while back, right? Chenmo asked out of the blue. Wang Manyan's tension dissipated instantly upon hearing that President Chen was only asking about this, and he smiled as he replied, I went, President Chen. I even toasted you. Oh, it was you. Chenmo looked at Wang Manyan with a knowing glance. He had always felt that this person seemed familiar. It turned out that the last drink he had while drunk was poured by this guy. At that time, he didn't want to drink anymore. It was this guy who insisted that President Chen was being generous, spending so much money on a staff dinner, and some flattering and respectful words. He couldn't take it and ended up drinking another cup. The result was that he was helped back home after that drink. Finally found the right person. President Chen, you remember me? Wang Manyan was pleasantly surprised, not expecting President Chen to have any impression of him. Of course, I remember, Chenmo said slowly, calculating how to get back at him. Firing him was not an option. Deducting his salary, was that punishing myself? This is tricky. President Chen, is there a problem? Wang Manyan asked tentatively, noticing Chenmo's troubled expression. Nothing? Chenmo shook his head, thinking, why would I tell you how I plan to punish you? Master Wang, I've bought the things you asked for. You said it wasn't far, but after running for a bit, I'm completely worn out. At that moment, a man, not much younger than Wang Manyan, rushed in holding a bag, panting as he spoke. It's the same for me since I never exercise, I get tired after just a short run. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Manyan took the bag from the man's hands and expressed his gratitude. Chenmo listened to their entire conversation from the side. His eyes gradually brightened. It seemed he had found a way to impose some punishment. Chenmo looked at Wang Manyan's slightly overweight body and secretly chuckled. He walked briskly around the cafeteria, checking the renovation progress. He noticed that the renovations were going quite quickly, having completed more than half. At this rate, in about a week, the cafeteria would be nearly finished. But then again, it made sense. Aside from the kitchen area being a bit troublesome, the rest was mostly just tiling and painting. President Chen, the measuring team has arrived. Shenro suddenly approached him and whispered, they've arrived? Let's go over then. Hello, President Chen. At the entrance of the newly rented workshop, Wang Yang greeted Chenmo, whom he had met last time, hurriedly. He had just arrived at the workshop entrance and noticed that there were no other colleagues around, so he knew he was the only one coming to take measurements this time. He felt very grateful for President Chen's trust in him. Let's go in and take a look. Chenmo replied with a smile and led the way into the newly rented workshop. Upon entering the workshop, he glanced around and found that this workshop had a different layout from the cafeteria, with a few simple rooms that were likely meant to be used as offices. President Chen, what are your plans for the renovation? Wang Yang asked after looking at the indoor layout. I plan to convert the entire workshop into employee dormitories. Does President Chen have any specific requirements for the size and layout of the dormitories? Chenmo thought for a moment and then spoke. Design each dormitory to accommodate 2 people, not bunk beds, and ensure there are independent bathrooms. Overall, it shouldn't be too cramped. Also, each room must have its own air conditioning. Initially, he had intended to make them all single rooms, but upon seeing that there were also couples working in the workshop, he decided to design them as double rooms. President Chen, if we use central air conditioning and connect air vents in each room, it would save a lot compared to independent air conditioning. Wang Yang recalled the advice that Brother June had shared with him yesterday and attempted to suggest it. No need. Every employee has different temperature preferences for their dormitories, some like it cooler, while others don't want it too cold. Central air conditioning can't meet these varying needs. Only by installing an air conditioner in each dormitory can employees adjust the temperature to their liking. Without a second thought, Chenmo directly rejected the idea. He cast a faint glance at Wang Yang, thinking to himself, why did I even call you over? It's not like you can do more budgeting. I understand, President Chen. Wang Yang weakly nodded. He felt a tremendous pressure from Chenmo's earlier glance, as if he were Chenmo's enemy. So, President Chen, besides these, do you have any other requirements? Yes, the final requirement is that all materials used for the renovation must be from major brands, just like those used in the cafeteria, including beds, bathrooms, air conditioning, and other items, Chenmo said seriously, while looking at Wang Yang. Understood, President Chen. Wang Yang obediently nodded and then began measuring with his tools. Chenmo thought for a moment, ensuring he hadn't forgotten anything important to mention, and then left directly. President Chen, your coffee. Just as he took his seat, not long after, Shinro came over with a cup of coffee. Chenmo looked at Shinro. He felt that she was a bit different today, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what was different. Mr. Chen, what do you want for lunch today? I can arrange it. Shinro didn't leave but continued to ask. Anything is fine, whatever works. Chenmo thought for a moment, unsure of what he wanted to eat. However, he finally realized why Shinro seemed different today. It seemed that since she entered the company this morning, she had been particularly attentive to his every move. If he wanted water, it was brought to him. If he wanted to adjust the air conditioning, it was already done for him. What's going on? Chenmo was puzzled, looking at Shinro sitting at her workstation, not understanding why she had suddenly changed like this. After thinking for a moment, he felt a bit uneasy. Shinro. Mr. Chen, is there something you need? Hearing her name called, Shinro immediately walked over. Chenmo looked at her and organized his thoughts slightly before speaking. Isn't what you're doing today a bit too considerate? Mr. Chen, I read some books on assistant skills. These are things a competent assistant should do. So you don't need to worry, Shinro quickly explained upon hearing the question. Is that so? So assistants have this responsibility too. Hearing Shinro's explanation, Chenmo finally felt relieved. Well, hiring this assistant seems quite worthwhile. She even arranges my meals and clothing. Worth it, really too straightforward. With such a competent assistant, isn't 8,000 yuan a bit low for her salary? Chenmo secretly probed the system. How could he miss such a good opportunity for a raise? After a while, he slowly raised his head and looked at Shinro. You're doing great. As an assistant, your work has improved, so I've decided to adjust your salary. Next month, your salary will be 10,000. This was the result he had tested with the system. Ah! Shinro exclaimed in surprise. A raise? Hadn't she just received a raise not long ago? Her salary for next month hadn't even been issued yet, and now it was going up by 2,000 yuan. Shinro didn't even know how to describe her feelings at that moment, a mix of happiness and disbelief. Moreover, she was just trying to fulfill her responsibilities as an assistant and hadn't even considered the issue of a raise. Mr. Chen, I'm not doing this to get a raise. I know, but as your boss, if your abilities improve, your salary naturally should too. It's not just you, it would be the same for anyone else, Mr. Chen said seriously, not giving Shinro a chance to refuse. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Shinro looked at Mr. Chen's serious expression, feeling very touched. By the way, I have a task for you. Chenmo suddenly remembered the punishment method he discovered in the cafeteria. Mr. Chen, what is it? Shinro's expression immediately became serious upon hearing there was work to do. Please notify the personnel from each department to gather tomorrow morning for employee morning exercises. Okay. Shinro nodded, although she didn't know why Mr. Chen wanted to organize morning exercises. Since he had decided to do it, there must be his reasons behind it. Oh, Mr. Chen, you also need to go to Tsangshui Games today. Fang Chang over there sent a message saying that several project proposals are ready for you to decide on. Alright, I'll head over shortly. Chenmo sighed. He realized he was getting busier and busier. However, since he was in charge of Tsangshui Games, he had to ensure the company developed new projects, otherwise, the system would determine that he was intentionally operating at a loss. Tsangshui Games. Mr. Chen, there are 3 project proposals here for you to review. Fang Chang nervously handed the proposal to Chenmo. These 3 proposals were projects he had prepared earlier, all with promising prospects. He was confident that as long as they were executed, the company would definitely turn a profit. It was just a matter of how much. Unfortunately, they had all been passed over by the previous boss. He couldn't help but wonder what Chen would think of these proposals. Did you come up with all these proposals yourself? Chenmo casually flipped through the documents, finding them hard to understand, so he directly asked the one question he was most concerned about. Given Fang Chang's previous planning experience, which had successfully led the company into a loss, it was likely that as long as this proposal was his, there would be no issues. Yes, Chenmo. Fang Chang nodded nervously. He didn't know why Chenmo asked this, but he answered truthfully. Then there's no problem. Just choose the one you think is best among these 3, Chenmo said, reassured by Fang Chang's confirmation, and then handed the proposals back to him. Letting him choose might even result in picking the most unprofitable option. Fang Chang looked at the proposals in his hands, filled with emotion. He hadn't expected Chenmo to trust him so much. Thank you, Chenmo, he said gratefully, then selected one of the proposals. This proposal was for an FPS shooting game, and compared to current FPS games, he had designed many new gameplay elements. He believed that if this game were developed, it would definitely break the current state of FPS games. Most importantly, he had seen someone else on a game design exchange website with a similar idea. This made him very eager, so he chose this game proposal directly. Chenmo, I'll go with this one. Please take a closer look, he said, pulling out one of the proposals and handing it back to Chenmo. However, Chenmo did not take the proposal to review, casually saying, I won't look at the proposal, as long as you know what you're doing. Just tell me how much budget you need. The budget was what he was most concerned about. Chenmo, this proposal will require about 300,000 for the initial production, but that doesn't include future testing and promotional costs, Fong Chang said cautiously. 300,000 was the minimum budget for making this game, and he wasn't sure if Chenmo would agree. Just 300,000? Chenmo thought for a moment and then said, I'll give you a budget of 500,000, you must make this game well. Such opportunities to spend money were rare, so it was worth spending a bit more. Fong Chang was taken aback, then gratefully bowed to express his thanks. Thank you, Chenmo. I will definitely work hard to make this game a success. He hadn't expected Chenmo to trust him so much, giving him an additional 200,000 without hesitation. After so many years in planning, this was the first time he had encountered a boss who trusted him so deeply. A soldier dies for a confidant. Fong Chang silently vowed to create this game well and generate profits for the company. Alright, the proposal has been decided. You can handle the rest on your own. I'll take my leave now, Chenmo said, seeing that there was nothing more to do, and stood up to leave. After all, staying there wouldn't help much. He would let Fong Chang take the reins. With his abilities, losing money wouldn't be a problem, it was just a matter of how much. Chenmo thought this to himself as he happily left Sangshui Games. This time he had spent another 500,000, leaving the system funds with just over 1.2 million. The budget for renovating the employee dormitory hadn't come in yet, and according to his estimates, the renovation costs would be around 800,000. This meant the system would only have about 400,000 left. The garment factory employees would soon be receiving their second paycheck, and with another company team building event, that 400,000 would be spent quickly. I didn't expect that spending money this time would go so smoothly. It didn't take long before I had almost used up the system's funds. Late at night, Jiangcheng University. Shen Ro returned to her dorm after finishing her part-time job. You're back. How was it? Did you do it like in the TV drama? Zhang Lan's curiosity peaked as soon as she saw Shenro. Last night, she had seen Shenro secretly binge-watching the drama she mentioned. Given Shenro's personality, once she decided to watch that show, she must have been prepared to learn from it. Since ancient times, the relationship between a boss and a secretary has always been a rather ambiguous topic. She was very eager to know how the young boss would react to Shenro's actions from the show. With Shenro's looks, he should be quite taken, right? I only did part of it. Shenro flopped onto the chair and casually replied. Indeed, she had only done part of it. The other part wasn't that she didn't want to do it, but rather that it was simply impossible. For example, tying a tie for the boss. The key was that President Chen always wore casual sportswear, so there was no need for a tie at all. So, what was your boss's reaction? Zhang Lan asked curiously, her face full of gossip. Not much of a reaction, just a bit surprised, I guess. Shenro recalled President Chen's reaction at the time. It seemed that aside from some astonishment, he didn't show any other expression. Is that so? Zhang Lan pouted, looking disappointed as she sat back on her bed. Shenro looked at Zhang Lan's disappointed face and felt speechless. Did she really hope something would happen? However, she quickly thought of something and added, he didn't show much of a reaction, but he did give me a raise. Another raise? How much this time? Zhang Lan asked, her face filled with astonishment. She remembered that Shenro had just received a raise not long ago, and now she was getting another one that seemed a bit frequent. 2,000. Shenro replied casually. Another 2,000, so your salary is now at 10,000. Zhang Lan's mouth dropped open. In less than a month, her salary had jumped from 6,000 to 10,000. If it weren't for Shenro telling her this, she wouldn't have believed it at all. This boss was running a company, clearly doing charity. Where do you find a company that raises salaries like this? The next day, early morning, Chenmo arrived at the company. Early because there was something particularly important to do today, to train those employees who performed well. Oh, not punishment, but training. The employee's physical condition was too poor and needed to be improved. Everyone, stand in line. Li Shen stood at the front of the line, directing the employees to line up neatly. Some time ago, he had been appointed as the production manager of the workshop, so all matters, big and small, in the workshop were his responsibility. This was also something Chenmo regretted deeply, as this guy was the reason for his second settlement failure. If he had known Li Shen was such a schemer, he wouldn't have appointed him. But now that the appointment had been made, without a valid reason, he couldn't just change positions at will. However, while he couldn't change positions, punishment was unavoidable. Oh, it was training. President Chen, all the employees have gathered. Li Shen organized the line and quickly ran to Chenmo's side to report. Chenmo glanced at the line and noticed that several key figures had already arrived, smiling slightly. All the employees looked curiously at President Chen at the front of the line, wondering what he had gathered them for. Yen Gu, what does President Chen want to do? The new salesperson Wu Yu quietly asked Wei Yan beside him. Wei Yan also looked at the team ahead with a puzzled expression. He had just received the news and didn't know what General Manager Chen was gathering all the employees for, but he thought it probably had little to do with the salespeople. I don't know, but it should be about some workshop matters, right? It doesn't concern us much. Later, just go meet a few clients as I instructed, and remember to bring the sample clothes. Okay, Brother Yen. Wu Yu nodded. Just then, General Manager Chen's voice came from the front. I have some announcements to make today. Through my observations over this period, I found that everyone's physical condition is currently in a sub-healthy state, which is a very dangerous signal. Health is the foundation of revolution. Only with good health can one live and work normally. Chenmo's gaze lingered on Li Shen, Wang Manyan, and Wei Yan, a slow smile creeping onto his lips. Therefore, I've decided that the company will implement a morning exercise system with a half-hour morning run every day. However, considering that everyone is quite tired from work, each person only needs to attend 3 days a week for morning exercises, but I will select a few lead runners who must attend every day. Chenmo paused here. He noticed the employees in the crowd whispering to each other, their expressions seemingly discussing who the lead runners would be. He continued, let me announce the list of lead runners: Li Shen, Wei Yan, Wang Manyan. As his voice fell, a wave of relieved sighs swept through the crowd, and every employee's gaze turned to Li Shen and the others with a hint of gloating. General Manager Chen, I can't run. Wang Manyan timidly raised his hand in the crowd and said, cautiously, if you can't run, you need to run even more. Only by persisting can your health improve, Chenmo advised with a smile. He thought to himself, it's precisely because you can't run that you need to run, to keep you all in line. Alright, that's enough. The running route is tentatively set for 10 laps around the workshop. Let's start. As everyone listened to Chenmo's words, they reluctantly began to run. Li Shen and Wang Manyan exchanged glances and helplessly moved to the front of the line to lead the run. Wei Yan, why are you still standing there? Mo scanned the area and noticed Wei Yan still standing not far away without moving. General Manager Chen, I don't need to run, right? I still have to meet with clients later. Wei Yan slowly walked over, smiling ingratiatingly. Chenmo narrowed his eyes at his words. Meet clients? How could I let you go meet clients? He said in a serious tone, Wei Yan, business can be done anytime, but health cannot be neglected. Go run now. But Wei Yan wanted to argue, but seeing Chenmo's serious expression, he ultimately gave up helplessly. He hurriedly jogged a few steps to catch up with the lead runners, Li Shen and Wang Manyan. He couldn't help but feel that General Manager Chen was really too good to the employees. For the sake of their health, he even put business last. General Manager Chen, since this is a collective activity for the employees, I'll join the run too, Shinro said, looking at the team running ahead. You can volunteer, but do it according to your ability, Chenmo replied, assessing Shinro's well-proportioned figure and speaking lightly. Running can indeed improve health, and if Shinro wanted to join, he had no reason to refuse. However, he roughly calculated that running 10 laps around the playground would be at least 2,000 meters. Worried that Shinro might not be able to keep up, he specifically reminded her. Don't worry, General Manager Chen, I exercise regularly, so running 10 laps is no problem for me, Shinro confidently said, then quickly caught up with the team ahead. This wasn't her boasting, it was because she often had to run a bit to avoid being late while doing her part-time job every day. After a while, Wang Manyan jogged heavily, sweat beads quickly sliding down his forehead, panting heavily. Li Shen, how's it going? I can't hold on any longer. This is only the third lap, Li Shen replied breathlessly, struggling to keep up. His steps were a bit lighter than Wang Manyan's. With my physique, running 3 laps is already a miracle. Wang Manyan glanced at his bulky figure, then ran a short distance before stopping with one hand on his waist. I can't do it anymore, really can't run. He looked at the counting Chinzong ahead and walked over, exhausted. Chinzong, I really can't run anymore. Chenmo glanced at the panting Wang Maokai, feeling a surge of satisfaction in his heart. However, his expression remained serious as he said earnestly, it doesn't matter if you can't run, you can walk. Chenzong, walking takes a long time, and there's still work to do at the cafeteria. How about we just leave it at that? Wang Manyan pleaded, knowing that even walking was quite a struggle in his current state. Don't worry about the cafeteria, running is the priority. Go on, even if you walk, you need to finish 10 laps. Chenmo patted Wang Manyan's shoulder encouragingly. With no other choice, Wang Manyan had to start jogging again. No, it should be walking. Soon after, more people began to tire and chose to walk. These employees usually lacked exercise and most couldn't hold on past the 5th lap. It seemed this activity needed to be continued. Chenmo stroked his chin, thinking to himself, and he came up with a good idea for spending money. In the future, they could hold a company sports day with prizes for those who ranked high. As for the prizes, get some phones, computers, and other valuable items plus the costs of holding the sports day and renting a venue. It would definitely be a considerable expense. Boss, everyone can't run anymore, let's call it a day, Wei Yan said, coming over drenched in sweat and panting. Chenmo looked at the disheveled Wei Yan and then at Li Shin, who was gasping in the distance and couldn't help but smile. These few old-timers finally let out a breath. How could it be so easy to stop like this? It's normal to be tired on the first day of exercise, don't give up. Stick with it for a few days and you'll get used to it. Keep running, if you can't run, at least walk the 10 laps. Look at Shinro, she's still going strong, and she's a girl. How can you guys feel embarrassed? Chenmo said, pointing at Shinro, who was still jogging in the distance. He was quite surprised. He hadn't expected this seemingly fragile girl to hold on longer than those male employees. But everyone has to work later. If they're too tired, it might affect their work efficiency. Affecting work efficiency is great. Chenmo's eyes lit up at the thought. If work efficiency drops, they would produce fewer clothes, which means earning less money. With this in mind, Chenmo became even more determined about the morning exercise. However, to encourage these employees to be more proactive about morning exercises, it seemed necessary to announce the employee sports day he had just thought of. Chenmo glanced at the group of employees waiting for Wei Yan to inquire about the results, cleared his throat. Everyone, hang in there, running is good for your health, and there's no downside. The company will hold an employee sports day in the future, and those who rank high will receive generous rewards. For example, phones, computers, and other practical appliances. Chenmo said loudly. Sure enough, all the employees perked up at the mention of those rewards, putting aside their previous fatigue and gritting their teeth to continue jogging. Hearing Shinzong say this, Wei Yan knew that whatever he said would be useless, so he turned around and joined the running team. So, how's it going, Xiaoyang? Have you finished the design and budget? Chen Jun approached Wang Yang's workstation, curious. Yeah, it's all done, Wang Yang replied wearily, stifling a yawn. He had stayed up all night to complete the design and budget as quickly as possible. Let me take a look. Chen Jun leaned in, intrigued. Wang Yang, hearing this, didn't hide anything and directly opened a folder. Chen Jun first glanced at the design drawings and found no issues, so he opened the budget sheet. Initially, his expression was calm, but upon seeing the final budget total, he fell silent. 930,000, a budget of 930,000 for an employee dormitory. Moreover, he specifically checked the materials Wang Yang had used and found that all the materials were of the highest quality and environmentally friendly. Even the appliances were from major brands. This 930,000 was genuinely spent, with no hint of false reporting. But the key question was, would the client really choose a budget of 930,000? Chen Jun looked doubtful. However, he didn't dare to say much, as he had learned from his previous experience of being slapped in the face. This time, he chose silence. So, how is it, Brother Jun? Wang Yang asked anxiously after a while of Chen Jun's silence, fearing there was something wrong with his proposal. It's nothing, the proposal is good, but is the material configuration in the budget what the client requested? Chen Jun shook his head first, then asked somewhat tactfully. President Shin didn't specify any brand, but he did require that we use major brands. Is that so? Then let's send it to the client and see what they think. Make sure not to make the proposal too rigid. Tell them that if they're not satisfied, adjustments can be made. Okay, Brother Jun. Wang Yang nodded and sent the completed proposal via email. Seeing this, Chen Jun patted Wang Yang on the shoulder and returned to his own workstation. He was calculating how much commission he would earn if Wang Yang landed this deal, which would be equivalent to several renovation projects he had completed. Sigh, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. He suddenly recalled a popular saying online, afraid that your brother suffers, yet afraid that your brother drives a Land Rover. Although he and Wang Yang weren't exactly brothers, his current mindset completely matched that sentiment. In the office, Chenmo sipped the coffee that Shinro had prepared and felt a wave of joy thinking about how exhausted Wei Yan and the others looked after their run. However, that guy Wei Yan, despite being that tired, took a shower and went to meet clients again. He really was a handful. He needed to think of a way to stop him from doing that. After all, with Wei Yan's business skills, combined with the quality of the clothing in the workshop, as long as he ran seriously, there was no fear of not getting orders. What reason could he come up with? One that could prevent Wei Yan from running business while also being deemed compliant by the system. Chenmo fell into deep thought. President Chen, the renovation proposal from the renovation company has come in. I've printed a copy for you to review. Shinro walked over and handed the printed proposal to Chenmo. Had it been completed already? Chenmo didn't expect the renovation proposal to be done so quickly. He wondered how much the budget for this renovation would be. He casually opened the design drawings, saw that the planning was basically in line with his requirements, and then moved on to the renovation budget. Looking at the figure of 930,000, Chenmo nodded in satisfaction. Wang Yang had indeed not disappointed him. The budget he provided was even several thousand higher than he had anticipated. Not bad. Now, after deducting the 930,000 renovation fee, the system funds would be left with less than 300,000, just enough to pay the employees' salaries for next month. Okay, let's proceed according to the requirements above. Tell them that the renovation fee will be paid in full later. He closed the renovation plan and handed it back to Shinro. Alright, Mr. Chen. Shinro nodded as she took the plan, but she was quite surprised. After all, that was a renovation budget of 930,000. Mr. Chen agreed, without even blinking. Moreover, it was a full payment. She noticed that Mr. Chen never liked to delay payments. He always paid in full and never in installments. At Changlin Decoration, Wang Yang sat anxiously at his workstation. He had sent the plan over some time ago and was unsure if they were satisfied with it. Don't think too much about it. Once the plan is submitted, renovations for such companies require a process. They won't give a decision that quickly. Based on my experience, we won't get a response until tomorrow at the earliest, Chen Jun said, noticing Wang Yang's anxious demeanor, and patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. I understand, Brother Jun. Wang Yang glanced gratefully at Chen Jun. He knew the response wouldn't come that quickly, but he couldn't help feeling anxious. Let's go, there's nothing much to do today, and it's almost time to get off work. Let's go play some basketball to relax, Chen Jun suggested after thinking for a moment. Wang Yang knew that the people playing basketball with Chen Jun were all from the company, and he realized this was an attempt to help him integrate into the company. After all, he had just joined and didn't know many people outside the design department. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, his computer's email notification suddenly flashed. He had been waiting for an email, so he instinctively clicked it open. When he saw the sender's name, he froze for a moment. It was actually Assistant Shin who had sent it. This meant that there was already a result regarding the renovation plan. Brother Jun, the renovation plan, they've replied, Wang Yang said, turning to Chen Jun. Really? That's good news. Let's see what they think, Chen Jun said with a smile, though he felt a bit hesitant. Usually, when they reply this quickly, it often means they are not satisfied with the plan and have rejected it without much consideration. Wang Yang nodded and quickly opened the email. So, how did they respond? Seeing Wang Yang staring blankly at the email, Chen Jun became more convinced of his suspicion. It must be that the budget was too high. After all, for renovating an employee dormitory, as long as the equipment is sufficient and the safety standards are met, there's no need to make it so expensive. This could serve as a warning for Wang Yang, reminding him that last time was just luck. They replied that the plan has been accepted, and the renovation fee will be fully transferred to the company account shortly, so we should arrange for the workers to start the renovation as soon as possible, Wang Yang said quickly, feeling a wave of relief. They agreed. Chen Jun was taken aback, unable to believe it, and leaned closer to the computer screen. After reading the email, he felt a bit unwell. He always had a feeling that his years of experience were of no use to Wang Yang. However, he was happy for Wang Yang to secure this order. After all, it was impressive for a newcomer to land such a big project. With a renovation fee of 930,000, just the commission would be substantial. Kid, not bad. With this month's expenses, you have to treat me to a meal, Shin Jun said, patting Wang Yang on the shoulder with a smile. Don't worry, Brother Jun. Even if you didn't say anything, I was already planning to treat you, Wang Yang replied with a grin. And he was speaking the truth. He had been wanting to take Chen Jun out for a meal since he joined, as Chen Jun had helped him a lot. Why are you so happy as we're about to get off work? A somewhat serious voice suddenly came from the doorway. Hello, Supervisor. The two looked over at the sound and found it was Supervisor Chibu, and they greeted him in unison. Chibu glanced at the people and then focused all his attention on Wang Yang. Xiao Yang, have you completed the renovation plan for the dormitory at the clothing factory? This needs to be done quickly. Who knows what might happen if it drags on. This order is quite substantial, and if you can secure it, you'll earn a nice commission. Supervisor Chi, the renovation plan has already been finalized, and the budget will be transferred to the company account shortly, Wang Yang replied. Upon hearing Chibu's reminder, suddenly, he remembered that he hadn't informed Supervisor Chibu when he sent the plan to the clothing factory that morning. As a result, the other parties still thought his plan was incomplete. Chibu frowned upon hearing this. The normal procedure required that renovation plans be submitted to him for review before being sent out. However, considering that Wang Yang was still relatively new and not too familiar with the process, he didn't say much, just offered a reminder. Is it finalized? That's good, but remember to notify me in advance next time. I understand, Supervisor Chi, Wang Yang replied obediently, acknowledging that it was indeed his oversight. Seeing Wang Yang's good attitude, Chibu nodded in satisfaction. By the way, what is the budget for your plan? This was related to the company's performance and tied to his monthly bonus, so of course he had to pay attention. Oh, it's 930,000. What? 930,000 if I remember correctly, isn't this for renovating the employee dormitory? Chibu asked uncertainly. Could the budget for renovating an employee dormitory really be that high? That didn't seem right. Yes, it's for the employee dormitory, Wang Yang confirmed. Chen Jun, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle at Chibu's shocked expression. It turned out he wasn't the only one who found it unusual. Feeling much better inside, he stepped forward to explain why Wang Yang's budget was so high. Are you saying that all the materials for this employee dormitory are from top brands? In that case, how could they possibly agree to that? Chibu asked, somewhat incredulous. He had been in the renovation business for many years and had encountered many requests to renovate employee dormitories, but which of those bosses wasn't looking to save money? If they could cut costs, they would definitely do so. The basic requirement for dormitories was that they were livable. Quality and brand were not important at all. Independent bathrooms and air conditioning were out of the question. This was specifically requested by the boss over there, Wang Yang asserted. I've never seen such a generous boss before. Alright, I understand this matter now. With a budget of 930,000 plus the previous renovation of over 400,000, your performance this quarter is basically secured for the quarterly bonus. I will apply for it for you shortly. Keep up the good work. Chibu looked at Wang Yang with a satisfied expression. Normally, an excellent renovation designer would have a quarterly performance of around 1 to 1.5 million. With just these two orders, Wang Yang had directly boosted the performance to over 1.3 million. Unless another designer suddenly landed a particularly large order, he would likely be the sales champion for this quarter. It would be hard for anyone to believe that a newcomer could take the quarterly sales championship. Of course, he didn't mind this phenomenon at all, as his salary was tied to the company's overall performance. With Wang Yang's two orders supporting this quarter, it was enough for him to rank among the top in several other branches. If the other designers put in some effort, perhaps this branch could even take the quarterly sales championship. I will. Supervisor Chi, Wang Yang said, puffing out his chest and nodding. A few days later, Mr. Chen, is there a mistake with the salary? Why is it 2,000 more? Shinro looked at the bank transfer record, puzzled. Her salary had been raised to 10,000, and logically, after deducting taxes and insurance, it shouldn't be more than 10,000. She had even calculated it specifically. After removing insurance and taxes, her salary was exactly 2,000 more. She had just called the company's finance department to ask if there was an error, and the result was that the boss had indeed issued that amount on the payslip. However, she had also reviewed the payslip, and it was definitely 10,000 without a mistake. Chenmo looked up at Shun Ro, who was inquiring, and suddenly realized, oh, the extra 2,000 is a temporary adjustment I made. It's your bonus for this month. I didn't mention it to you and just sent it directly to finance. A bonus? But I haven't done anything special. But you haven't done anything wrong either, have you? If there were no mistakes at work, shouldn't there be a reward? And you're not the only one getting a bonus, many others are receiving it too, so you don't need to be surprised. Chenmo countered, not willing to reveal that the system funds still had 20,000 left, and after thinking it over, he decided to treat it all as bonuses. Looking at the system funds dwindling to just a few dozen, he felt quite pleased. This time spending money had gone smoothly. He had quickly exhausted the system funds. With 10 days left until the system settlement, as long as he maintained this, the 400,000 in system funds would surely convert entirely into personal assets. Of course, he also needed to keep an eye on those few old sixes. Once Shinro left, Chunemo comfortably leaned back in his gaming chair. After the system funds were spent, there was suddenly nothing to do, but he thought of the game Tianlong he had played some time ago. He had connections with the company that made this game and could easily ask Feng Chang for an internal account for it. Remembering the scene where he was instantly killed by that rich player, the flames of revenge began to burn fiercely in his heart. He couldn't believe that with the internal account, he wouldn't be able to win. Mr. Chen, you called for me. Feng Chang answered the phone, nervously asking. Yes, the Tianlong game is produced by our company, right? Chenmo asked. Feng Chang was startled by this and thought to himself, Mr. Chen wouldn't know about Tianlong losing money and is preparing to hold him accountable, would he? Fortunately, he had already prepared in advance. He just needed to issue an announcement to shut down the service. Yes, Mr. Chen, but Tianlong has been losing money for a long time now. I plan to shut it down. Shut it down? Why do you want to shut it down? Upon hearing Feng Chang's words, Chenmo quickly intervened. He thought, such a good money-losing game, how could they want to shut it down? It was a good thing he called, otherwise, if they shut it down, he would lose a lot of money. Mr. Chen, the Tianlong game has been continuously losing money for a long time. The company has made some improvements, but there has been no progress. If we don't shut it down, we will lose even more money, Feng Chang explained. No need, just shut it down like that. What about those who are still playing the game? What about those players who have already spent money? Wouldn't they feel disheartened? What about our games company's reputation? If we shut down just because of losing money, would those players still dare to play our other games? So we need to think long term. We shouldn't give up the company's reputation just because of temporary losses. Chenmo racked his brain and finally came up with a reasonable excuse. Losing money was such a good thing. The more they lost, the better. So we won't shut it down? Feng Chang asked tentatively. as he really didn't understand what Mr. Chen meant. Of course not. Also, give me an internal account for the game, one with those godly items. Okay, Mr. Chen, I will send you the account shortly, Fong Chang quickly replied. Hanging up the phone, he directly called for his assistant. After a while, there was a knock on the office door. Brother Chang, you were looking for me, Zhao Bowen said as he walked into the office, looking at Fong Chang. Yes, give me 2 internal accounts for Tianlong, the God tier ones. What do you need the God tier accounts for? Aren't we preparing to shut down the servers? Zhao Bowen looked puzzled. He had been busy with the shutdown matters these past few days. No need to shut down? Fong Chang spoke softly. If we don't shut down, the game has been losing money all along. It wouldn't be good for President Chen to know that the company still has a money-losing game, Zhao Bowen said, his expression somewhat worried. If that boss knew there were still money-losing games in his game company, his face probably wouldn't look too good. It's fine, the decision not to shut down was made by President Chen, and the internal accounts were also requested by him. Does President Chen not know this game is losing money? He knows, but President Chen insists on not shutting it down. Fong Chang leaned back in his chair and sighed. Reflecting on President Chen's recent words, he couldn't help but admire him for sacrificing the company's profits for its reputation. So, what does President Chen plan to do? Zhao Bowen asked, somewhat confused. I don't know, but President Chen probably wants the internal accounts to experience the game and see if there are any changes that can be made, Fong Chang speculated, as he couldn't think of any other reason for President Chen wanting the internal accounts. Most of the time, the game was losing money. He probably wanted to find a solution. Otherwise, it couldn't just be that he wanted the internal accounts to play the game. He didn't believe a company boss would have that kind of leisure. If that were the case, the company would have long been unable to operate due to losses. We professionals have no way to save this game. Can President Chen really do it? Zhao Bowen couldn't help but doubt. I don't know. Fong Chang shook his head. But President Chen must have some ideas, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for the game accounts. At Changfeng Garment Factory, in the office, Chenmo had just downloaded the game Tianlong when Fong Chang sent over the internal account. He entered the account and directly logged into the game. Looking at the game character in the account, adorned with splendid gear, he smiled slightly. Now, no one could defeat him. Controlling the game character, he swaggered into the wilderness, quickly arriving at the place where he had been killed by a rich player last time. He looked around but didn't find that rich player. Since he didn't encounter anyone, he casually started farming monsters in the wild. This god tier account was so much better than his own. The wild monsters he encountered were almost all one-hit kills. Damn it, there are fewer and fewer people in this game. I've been wandering around the wilderness for half a day without meeting anyone. It must be because that rich guy was killing too many people out here recently. In a rented room, a young man was bored, controlling his character on the phone, wanting to find other players in the wilderness to kill and have some fun. But after searching for a long time, he found no one. What a broken game, not even a single person. Shouldn't it be time to shut it down? Zhang Jiu angrily slammed his mouse, preparing to log off and stop playing, when he suddenly noticed a figure in the distance farming monsters. Shuelua, I haven't seen this ID before. They're not from the guild, but they seem to have decent gear. Why care so much? Just kill them first, Zhang Jiu thought, quickly controlling his character to attack. Oh, someone is coming over. Chenmo, controlling his game character, was rampaging in the wilderness when he suddenly noticed a figure approaching him quickly from a distance. Before he could figure out what the other party intended to do, a skill was already cast on him. Fortunately, this time it was a god tier account, otherwise, he would have been killed instantly. Chenmo suddenly recalled the moments when he had been killed and mocked not long ago, and his expression darkened. A glance at the incoming player's ID revealed it wasn't the last rich guy, but it didn't matter. This person was doing the same thing as the rich guy. With a quick thought, he directly controlled his character to rush towards the opponent. Hey, what? I only lost 1 health bar? Zhang Jiu looked at the health bar above the opponent's head, which only dropped by 1 after his attack. Shocked, he realized that only a top-tier god tier account like the rich guy could withstand such an attack. The person in front of him was indeed a god tier account. He had kicked a metal plate this time. Zhang Jiu thought it was bad and immediately controlled his character to flee into the distance. Facing a god tier account, he was no match and could only run away. After a while, Zhang Jiu found himself cornered in a dead end and hurriedly began typing to plead for mercy. Bro, it was just a misunderstanding. Chenmo looked at the plea for mercy sent by the other party and sneered coldly. It was hard to come by a catch like this. How could he let him go? Without hesitation, he unleashed a skill on the opponent, watching as the opponent's health bar dropped by a quarter. Just 4 more attacks, and he could kill him, right? In the rental room, Zhang Jiu watched the other party attack without hesitation, knowing that pleading for mercy was futile. So he typed a series of messages and sent them. Bro, I'm from the rich guild. Your gear is so good, the rich guy should know, right? If soft tactics didn't work, he had to resort to hard ones. The rich guy was quite famous. In this game, he didn't believe the other party wouldn't know of his existence. Just as Chenmo was about to attack again, he noticed another message from the opponent. The rich guy? He suddenly remembered that the ID of the person who had killed and mocked him was "I am the rich guy." Could they be the same person? After thinking for a moment, he typed a question. The rich guy you mentioned, his ID wouldn't be "I am the rich guy," would it? Soon, a reply came back. That's right, the ID is "I am the rich guy." Since you know him, we're all friends. I'm from the rich guys guild. Friends? He had been looking for him for ages. Chenmo quickly typed and sent another message. Tell your rich guy to stay out of the wild recently, otherwise, I'll kill him every time I see him. After sending the message, he didn't wait for a response and directly controlled his character to attack a few times, completely draining the opponent's health bar. He believed that as long as the other party conveyed this message to that rich guy, the rich guy would definitely come looking for him in the wild. At that time, revenge would be just around the corner. Damn it. Zhang Jiao looked at the gray screen of his computer and slammed the mouse down hard. He then took out his phone and made a call. What's up? The call connected, and a lazy voice came through, as if the person hadn't woken up yet. Rich guy, I got killed by someone in Tianlong. Who dares to kill you? Didn't they mention my name? They did, but after mentioning you, they killed me even faster. They also told me to let you know not to go to the wild in the future, otherwise, they'll kill you every time they see you. So arrogant? Do you know who it is? The voice on the phone suddenly rose a bit. I don't know, I haven't seen that ID, but their gear should be the same as yours, top tier god tier. Alright, I got it. I'll notify the brothers in the guild. We'll gather in the wild tomorrow. Anyone who dares to provoke me, even if they're a god tier account, will be killed without exception. In a villa, Chen Song hung up the phone and sat up from the bed. The number of online players in the game Tianlong has been decreasing every day. Every time he logs in, it takes him a long time to find someone to kill. Recently, he has been considering giving up on that game and looking for a new one to play. But today, a call from Zhang Jiao piqued his interest. Someone in Tianlong was provoking him, which was quite amusing. It was probably one of the little noobs he had previously killed, trying to get revenge with a god tier account. Chen Song smiled faintly. This kind of thing had happened many times before, but in the end, they all ended up being subdued by him. This time, he would subdue this person too, and then uninstall the game, marking it as a final farewell ceremony. Brother Yen, I have an order. In the business office, Wu Yu hung up the phone, looking at Wei Yen with surprise. Just now, a customer called him and placed an order worth 100,000 yuan. Oh, when will the contract be signed, and how will the payment be made? Do you have any details on that? Wei Yen asked Wu Yu gently. They said we can sign the contract tomorrow, but they haven't mentioned the payment yet. Then bring it up when signing the contract tomorrow, otherwise, it will be troublesome to collect the payment later. Okay, brother Yen. Wu Yu nodded happily. He didn't expect to receive an order so soon after joining the company. Wei Yen shook his head as he watched Wu Yu's joyful expression. This kid has hit a good platform. The materials used for the company's clothing are all top-notch, yet the prices remain the same as before. The reason it's so easy to secure orders now is all thanks to President Chen's efforts. If it were another clothing factory or a similar sales position, a newcomer might not receive any orders for months. However, having an order is a good thing, as the employees in the workshop are about to have some downtime. Moreover, he recently secured a deal with a major client he had been following up with for a long time. If it goes through, it would be at least 500,000 yuan. He would go meet them today, and it should be finalized soon. President Chen, your coffee. Shinro brought over the freshly brewed coffee. After observing for a long time, she noticed that Chenmo drinks a cup of coffee every morning. So, these days, as soon as she enters the office in the morning, she immediately brews a cup of coffee for Chenmo. Alright, just put it on the table, Chenmo said, focusing on the computer screen. After entering the company this morning, he logged directly into the Tianlong game, wondering if the person he killed yesterday had informed that wealthy player. If they did, he would probably encounter them in the wild today. Seeing that Chenmo was staring at the computer screen without looking up, Shinro curiously glanced over. She found that President Chen was playing that game again. Tianlong, huh? She didn't know the name of the game before, but after Chenmo acquired Sangshui Games, she carefully read all the information about Sangshui Games. That's when she discovered that Tianlong was developed by Sangshui. No wonder President Chen had been playing this game. It seems he had plans to acquire this game company long ago. However, this game has been losing money all along. Did President Chen want to experience it personally to make improvements? President Chen is really dedicated. I need to work harder too. I can't let President Chen down. Shinro silently encouraged herself and quickly returned to her workstation to focus on her work. Chenmo controlled his character to the wild, and noticed that there were more players in the wild than before. After walking a short distance, he spotted some game players. Moreover, as he continued to move around in the wild, he encountered even more people. Brother Hao, the ID Shui Luo has appeared. In the union group, someone sent a message. I am a tycoon, keep an eye on it, wait for us to gather. Chenmo had walked a distance in the wild and noticed someone was following him from afar. He already had a suspicion in his heart. This should be that tycoon's people. He decided not to walk any further and waited in place. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a group of people gathered. Chenmo immediately spotted the ID. I am a tycoon, the same person who had not only killed him last time but also mocked him. Finally found him. Brother, you killed my brother. Chenmo found himself directly pulled into a chat room where the tycoon asked directly in text. He didn't hold back and replied with 2 words. That's right. You have guts. Since that's the case, I'll first give you a beating. I haven't killed anyone with a godly account either. The chat room dissolved. Meanwhile, the opposing team had already started launching skills to attack this way. Chenmo looked at the attacks from the other side, completely unfazed. The attacks that landed on him only took away 1 or 2 health points, and he could just take a potion to recover. It was no different from a tickle. However, he soon noticed something was off. Among the several attacks, a few could actually take away a small portion of his health in one hit. The other side also had godly accounts, and not just one. Realizing this, Chenmo didn't want to sit and wait to die anymore. He prepared to take the initiative. But there were simply too many people on the other side, and he couldn't find where their godly accounts were hiding. Not long after, Chenmo looked at the gray computer screen and the taunts in the private chat. He didn't expect that even with a godly account, he was still no match for them. Mainly because the other side also had godly accounts, and there was more than one. Should he also get a few more godly accounts? This shouldn't be too difficult to arrange with Fang Chang, but who could he find to play with? It definitely wouldn't work to let the employees play. That would surely be deemed a violation by the system. But if he looked for someone himself, where would he find so many people to play games? This method wouldn't work. Soon, Chenmo's eyes lit up. Since he couldn't find anyone to play games with, he could work on the equipment. He could have Fang Chang develop a new set of equipment with stats that completely crushed the previous gear. By then, he would be the only one with a godly account, and the other side would have no way to deal with it. The more Chenmo thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He directly picked up his phone and called Fang Chang. Good morning, President Chen, what can I do for you? In the Tsangshui game, Fang Chang hurriedly answered when he saw it was President Chen calling. The Tianlong game hasn't updated new equipment in a long time, right? Yes, President Chen. Due to Tianlong being in a state of loss, after several adjustments, there hasn't been any improvement. The previous owner gave up on continuing to update the equipment and items. Moreover, the current staff is all focused on developing a new game. If we were to create a set of equipment for Tianlong, it would definitely take away some of the employees. In that case, the progress of the new game would be significantly affected. Fang Chang patiently explained that the game was already losing money, and if they continued to invest human resources to update new equipment and items, it would only lead to greater losses. This won't do. Without new equipment and items, how can we keep the game fresh? Over time, people will get bored and eventually choose to quit. How about this? You arrange for someone to quickly develop a new set of equipment. With the stats raised a bit, it must be stronger than the previous equipment. What's the fastest you can get this done? Chenmo gradually persuaded, feeling even more delighted in his heart. Being able to develop new equipment for revenge while also delaying the progress of the new game was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If we want to make it a bit more refined, the fastest would be half a month. Fang Chang thought for a moment and replied. The equipment doesn't need to be too flashy, as long as it gets the job done. That's what matters most. The stats of the equipment, Chenmo thought to himself. He just wanted to reclaim his territory with the new gear. As long as the stats were sufficient, the appearance and color were completely irrelevant. Fang Chang fell silent for a moment, unsure of what Chen was thinking, but he still answered truthfully. If we don't consider the appearance of the equipment, it could be done much faster. It should be ready in about a week. The most time-consuming part of making equipment is the modeling, and if the requirements in this area aren't high, it could save at least half the time. Then it's a week, Chenmo said, nodding in agreement. He felt a bit emotional. If it weren't for his eagerness to reclaim his territory, spending a bit more time on the modeling of the new equipment might have prevented him from losing even more money in this game. After hanging up, Chenmo looked back at the gray computer screen. He had just respawned and was quickly killed again. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message and exited the game. I have something to do. If you have the ability, let's have another match in 7 days. In the Tsangshui game, after hanging up the phone, Fang Chang immediately called the heads of various departments to gather. A week to develop a new set of equipment. Even though the modeling requirements are not high, the time is still a bit tight. So he quickly summoned everyone to arrange the division of labor. Manager Fang, what is Chen thinking? The Tianlong has been losing money. There's no need to develop new equipment. Moreover, if we divert manpower to make new equipment, the speed of developing new games will be greatly reduced. The head of the design department spoke up in confusion. I brought this up with Chen, but unfortunately, he doesn't seem to take it seriously, so let's just follow the arrangement. Fang Chang sighed. After all, Chen is the boss, he can't disobey orders. Besides, Chen should also be trying to save the Tianlong game, so it's best to just do as he says. Afternoon. Clothing factory, office. Chenmo exited the game and leaned back lazily in his chair. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the office door was knocked on. Come in, Chenmo replied, looking up to see Wei Yan walking in with a smile. Seeing Wei Yan's expression, Chenmo's heart sank. This troublemaker wouldn't be up to something again, would he? Manager Chen, there's good news, Wei Yan said, walking up to the desk with a beaming face, speaking mysteriously. Chenmo felt increasingly uneasy at Wei Yan's demeanor. What good news? The new salesperson, Wu Yu, has landed in order. Just as he thought. Chenmo sighed helplessly. He really couldn't do anything about the orders. He couldn't just stop the salespeople from doing their jobs for no reason. How big is the order? He just hoped it wasn't too large. It's just a small order of 100,000, but it's a good start. There will definitely be bigger orders in the future. Only 100,000? Thank goodness, with 100,000, he could manage to spend a little on something. Hearing the amount from Wei Yan, Chenmo finally breathed a sigh of relief. 100,000 was still acceptable. But soon, Wei Yan spoke again. Manager Chen, Wu Yu's matter is just a small thing. There's an even bigger piece of good news. What could be a bigger piece of good news? Chenmo's heart, which had just calmed down, began to race again. Looking at Wei Yan's expression, he felt that this bigger piece of good news was definitely going to be something bad. I accidentally landed an order too, Wei Yan said. With a smile, scratching his head, looking somewhat shy. How much is it? Chenmo's bad premonition grew stronger. Not much, just placed an order for 1 million. How much? Chenmo doubted. He had heard correctly. 1 million, but they plan to pay in 2 installments. Tomorrow, they will first transfer 600,000 to our company account and the remaining 400,000 will be transferred after we complete half of the work. Wei Yan looked at Chenmo's stunned expression and smiled as he spoke. Chen, you don't need to be too surprised. It's mainly because the fabric we use in our clothing factory is much better than that of other factories, so at the same price, the client will definitely choose us. Therefore, being able to secure this big order is actually thanks to you, Chen. Indeed, it's your foresight, Chen. Good products will naturally have good sales, right? So it's my fault then. Chenmo looked up at Wei Yan and said expressionlessly, yes, if it weren't for your decision to use good materials, we wouldn't have been able to take orders so easily. The fact that a newcomer could get an order so quickly is also partly due to this, Wei Yan said with certainty. I understand this now, you can go out. Chenmo rubbed his head vigorously, waving his hand weakly. He just wanted some peace and quiet. The fact that the salespeople were so good at securing orders had something to do with him, huh? If he had known, he would have just continued using the old, shabby fabric. He had always wondered why, when he took over this clothing factory, there were basically no orders, but ever since he took over, the orders started to increase. This was still the result of him occasionally stopping Wei Yan from pursuing business. If he hadn't intervened, there would probably be even more orders. Today, he finally learned the reason from Wei Yan. It turned out it was related to him. But now, it was definitely impossible to switch the fabric back to the old one. It seemed he could only work on the personnel aspect. Wei Yan was too capable in business, he absolutely couldn't let him stay in the sales department any longer. But where would it be reasonable to transfer him? Right. Didn't Feng Chang say this morning that he was short-staffed? He could transfer Wei Yan over to help out. Giving him a position as an office director would count as a promotion, and if he raised his salary a bit more, it shouldn't be deemed a violation, right? Sure enough, this idea did not receive a warning from the system. Since the system allowed it, he wouldn't be polite. He could finally get this rebellious Wei Yan out of the sales department. With Wei Yan gone from the sales department, even if the quality of the clothes was good, relying solely on a newcomer wouldn't yield many orders. He would notify Wei Yan during the meeting tomorrow. For now, he should think about how to spend the money that would be deposited into the account tomorrow. Wei Yan's 600,000 order plus the newcomer's 100,000 totaled 700,000. The Sanshui game had over 30 workstations, and replacing all the chairs would require a budget of about 300,000. That would leave him with 400,000. Speaking of fabric, there wasn't much stock left, so he could purchase another batch. Let's buy 30,000 worth. The remaining 100,000 could be used to organize a company team building event, allowing the people from the game company and the clothing factory to get to know each other. That way, he could spend about 700,000. Chenmo calculated that the upcoming 70,000 would already have a plan. Fortunately, there were many places for the company to spend money, otherwise, it would be difficult to use the suddenly increased funds. What relieved Chenmo even more was that this order didn't suddenly appear during the system settlement. This rebellious Wei Yan had finally done something about personnel. The next day, outside the workshop, Chenmo watched the employees running with great enthusiasm, especially enjoying the sight of Wei Yan and Li Shin panting heavily, which made him even happier. Unfortunately, transferring Wei Yan to Sanshui Games meant he wouldn't have the chance to watch him run anymore. However, if it allows him to leave the business department, then let him not run. After all, running every day is exhausting, and it only got him $1 million order. So it's better to quickly transfer him elsewhere and let him earn a little less money. That's better than anything. Soon, the employees finished their run and returned to the workshop to prepare for today's work. Wei Yan, come to the office in a bit, Chenmo called out to Wei Yan, who had just finished running. Okay, General Chen, Wei Yan replied hurriedly, supporting himself on his knee upon hearing Chenmo's call. In the office, Chenmo didn't wait long before Wei Yan arrived. Seeing the other's damp hair, it seemed he had just taken a shower. General Chen, is there something you need? Wei Yan asked, looking at Chenmo with confusion. You make yourself comfortable. We can talk slowly, Chenmo said with a friendly smile, gesturing to the chairs in front of the desk. Once Wei Yan sat down, he continued, Wei Yan, you've been in the company for quite a while. Now, I wonder if you have any thoughts about climbing up the ladder. General Chen, I'm just a salesperson, how can I climb up? It's just about working harder to bring in more orders for the company. The more orders the company has, the more commission I earn, Wei Yan said with a wry smile. He had not studied much as a child and had entered society early to make a living. Some technical work was beyond him, and since the sales threshold was low, he stepped into the sales path. From having no orders at the beginning to now accumulating many connections and clients. So it wasn't that he didn't want to climb up, he simply didn't know what else to do besides sales. That may not be the case. You should know that I recently acquired a game company that is in need of staff. I'm planning to transfer you there as the office director. What do you think? And rest assured, the salary will definitely be higher than what you earn running sales now, and you won't have to meet clients every day, Chenmo said directly, without beating around the bush. General Chen, I haven't been to school for long. How can you expect me to be the office director? I wouldn't even know what to do, Wei Yan said with a wry smile. Chenmo felt secretly pleased upon hearing this. If you knew everything, I wouldn't dare to send you there. He thought to himself, but he encouraged him verbally. That's easy to handle, can't you learn? The internet is so developed now, you can watch online courses and improve yourself while working hard. Also, they urgently need help over there. I don't feel comfortable hiring someone else, and after thinking for a long time, you're the only one I trust the most, so I can only ask you to help out. As Wei Yan listened to Chenmo's words, his eyes gradually became a bit moist. It was the first time he felt so trusted by someone, and it was also the first time he felt valued. Thank you, General Chen, for trusting me so much. I'll go over there and give it a try. If it doesn't work out, you can transfer me back anytime. I won't have any complaints, Wei Yan said gratefully. That's the spirit. Work hard, Chenmo said, relieved to hear Wei Yan agree. Finally, he managed to transfer Wei Yan out of the business department. It's settled then. Go back and properly hand over things to Wu Yu. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the new company for your position. Okay, General Chen, Wei Yan nodded and then got up to leave the office. General Chen, if we transfer Wei Yan away, it won't be good for the business department to only have one newcomer left, Shinro said, walking over with a cup of freshly brewed coffee, looking somewhat worried. It's fine, this way, it can give the newcomer better training. If it really doesn't work, you can notify HR to find 2 more salespeople. Remember, they should be fresh graduates, not experienced ones, Chenmo said casually, taking the coffee Shinro handed him and taking a light sip, unconcerned. Anyway, Wei Yan must be transferred. If one newcomer doesn't work out, then add 2 more. After all, 3 newcomers combined can't match the capabilities of one Wei Yan. Alright, President Chen. Shinro saw that Chenmo was resolute and didn't say anything more. President Chen must have his reasons for doing this, it's just that her experience is too limited to understand. After all, since she started working with President Chen, she had never seen him make a wrong decision. Brother Yan, you're back. When are you going out to meet clients? Let's go together. Wu Yu hurriedly asked as soon as he saw Wei Yan return. Wei Yan looked at Wu Yu, remained silent for a long time, and finally spoke slowly. Wu Yu, from now on, you might be the only one left in the business department. Brother Yan, what do you mean? Are you resigning? Wu Yu asked, puzzled. Wei Yan shot Wu Yu an annoyed glance. You're the one resigning. I've been transferred to another position, so you'll be the only one left in the business department. But you don't need to worry, just follow what I taught you and be a bit more diligent. If there's really a problem you can't solve, you can call me. Got it, Brother Yan. Wu Yu nodded, then looked at Wei Yan with curiosity. Brother Yan, what position did you get transferred to? The office director of a new company. As Wei Yan spoke halfway, he realized that Wu Yu seemed unaware that President Chen had acquired another game company, so he explained the situation regarding the game company. So President Chen has another company? Wu Yu exclaimed in shock. What do you think? So work hard, maybe the next promotion could be yours. Wei Yan wore a big brother's expression as he patted Wu Yu on the shoulder. The next day, Chenmo brought Wei Yan to Sanxue Games. He had already spoken with them on the phone yesterday, so as soon as they arrived at the company entrance, Fang Chang was already waiting there. President Chen, everyone is here. We can go in and announce it directly. Fang Chang hurriedly greeted Chenmo and the others. Okay. Chenmo nodded and then pointed to Wei Yan beside him. This is Wei Yan, the future office director. Upon hearing this, Fang Chang took a moment to size up Wei Yan and then extended his hand warmly. Hello, I'm Fang Chang. Welcome. Wei Yan, please take care of me in the future. Wei Yan smiled and shook hands with Fong Chang. Soon, the group arrived at the conference room where all the heads of various departments were already waiting. After a round of introductions and explanations, Wei Yan successfully became the office director of Sanshui Games, a position slightly lower than Fong Chang's, making him the company's second-in-command. This was just right. Fong Chang had a natural talent for planning, though it was a talent for losing money. Wei Yan, on the other hand, knew nothing about this area. It might be better if he didn't get involved, as his interference could make things worse. A perfect combination of talents. The company was bound to lose a lot of money. Alright, you can discuss the company's matters among yourselves. I'll take my leave now. Once the handover was complete, Chenmo spoke at the right moment. With this pair of talents in place, he was confident about the company. Just as he took a few steps, he suddenly remembered something. He still needed to replace the office desks and chairs here, almost forgetting. He turned back to look at Wei Yan and Fong Chang. I think the desks and chairs the employees are using are too worn out. This won't do. Let's replace them all with new ones. Wei Yan, didn't you buy a batch of tables and chairs before? That set was quite good, just buy according to the last configuration. When the time comes, you can tally up the amount and I will transfer the money directly to you. Got it, Mr. Chen. Wei Yan nodded quickly. He had helped Mr. Chen purchase items so many times that he was quite familiar with it. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Fong Chang also expressed his gratitude at this moment. It was his first time meeting such a good boss. He had been to other companies where changing tables and chairs was only possible if the old ones were broken and affected work. After Chenmo left, Fong Chang pulled out some recent planning proposals from the company and handed them to Wei Yan. Director Wei, these are the recent plans and tasks from the company. You can take a look and feel free to point out any issues. Manager. Fong, you're being polite. To be honest, I don't understand much about games, so for now, I'll just learn by following along. The planning can proceed according to the original plan. Wei Yan spoke slowly. Mr. Chen had confidently assigned him here, and he didn't dare to give orders casually. Moreover, Fong Chang and the others were professionals, and their planning was certainly far superior to his. Alright then, Director Wei, if you have any needs, feel free to let me know. Upon hearing Wei Yan's response, Fong Chang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that the other party wouldn't understand anything and would start giving random orders. That would likely render all his previous efforts wasted. Actually, I do have a request, Wei Yan said, somewhat shyly. Fong Chang's heart, which had just relaxed, tightened again, unsure of what Wei Yan would ask for. Director Wei, please speak. As long as I can manage it, I will definitely take care of it. I don't know much right now, so I was wondering if I could go to the employees' workstations to see what they do every day. I could also learn along the way. I wonder if this would affect their work. Wei Yan asked tentatively. Since he didn't understand anything, he could only start learning from the grassroots level. Hearing that Wei Yan only had such a request, Fong Chang immediately relaxed and casually said, Director Wei, feel free to learn. It won't disturb their work. Besides, if you sit there, it might even serve as a form of supervision. In that case, I can rest assured. Wei Yan also sighed in relief upon hearing this. He was genuinely worried about affecting the employees' work, as he wouldn't know how to learn otherwise. Mr. Chen had assigned him here, and he absolutely couldn't betray Mr. Chen's trust. He had to double his efforts to learn. Days passed in a flash. Outside the workshop, Chenmo watched the employees jogging in the morning, but today he noticed that the employees didn't seem very energetic. One or two could be understood, they might have stayed up late. But now, almost all of them looked listless, which made him feel something was off. After the employees finished their run, Chenmo directly called over Li Shun. Li Shun, what's going on with those employees? Why do they all look so lethargic? Mr. Chen, about that, everyone has been working overtime these past few days, so they might not have had enough rest. Li Shun replied, realizing, overtime? How come I didn't know about this? Chenmo asked, puzzled. He had never asked the employees to work overtime. Ah, wasn't it because Brother Yin took on a big order? I was worried that this order wouldn't be completed, and then other orders would come in, so I had everyone work overtime to speed up the schedule, to avoid having all the orders pile up together and everyone being overwhelmed. I decided this yesterday and hadn't had the chance to report it to Mr. Chen. Li Shun puffed out his chest, looking confident. Chenmo frowned upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that just after sending Wei Yan off, Li Shun would start causing trouble. Overtime. What a detestable thing this is. It's not about forcing oneself to earn more money. In my company, overtime is impossible. Don't even think about it for the rest of your life. Not only is there no overtime, but we also need to reduce working hours. Chenmo suddenly realized that the employees of this clothing factory seemed to have no vacation days. Ever since he took over the company, he had been working every day as well. He hadn't paid much attention to it before. After all, every small factory is like this. But those are other factories. His factory should be different. It should have holidays. If there are more holidays, will the factory produce fewer clothes? That would reduce his profits too. That's exactly the point. Why hadn't he thought of this before? Chenmo's eyes lit up as he looked at Li Xin and slowly said, Li Xin, I understand you're rushing the schedule, but you can't encroach on the employee's personal space. Employees are also human, they have their own things to do after work, like watching movies, shopping, or just lying down at home when they're tired. After work, that's their own time. We can't deprive employees of their freedom for the sake of the company's interests. So, no more overtime from now on. Li Xin listened to Chenmo's words, slowly lowered his head, and had a look of shame on his face. I understand, Chenmo. I didn't consider it thoroughly. But what if we get more orders and can't keep up? You, in the workshop, can discuss with the business side about how much work there is each day and let them take orders based on that amount. Chenmo said seriously. Deep down, he thought to himself, how clever he was. This not only curbed the production quantity of the workshop but also limited the order volume of the business side. The two combined, and there was no worry about losing money. But this will limit the order volume, which will indirectly reduce the business's income. Can they handle it? That's not your concern, I will handle it. Also, go back and inform the employees to come to the company hall for a meeting shortly. Okay, Chenmo. Li Xin nodded and turned to enter the workshop. Company hall. A group of employees gathered in the company hall. Did you hear that Chenmo called us for a meeting? What's going on? I don't know. It can't be about distributing benefits again, can it? It can't be benefits again, Chenmo has already given out a lot of benefits. The employees gathered together, whispering among themselves. Before long, Chenmo walked out of the office with Shinro, looked at the employees gathered in the hall, and cleared his throat. Today, I called everyone over mainly to talk about overtime and working hours. First of all, regarding overtime, everyone worked hard yesterday. Later, I will have Li Xin tally up everyone's overtime hours and we will pay overtime at double the normal salary. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of warm applause erupted from the crowd. Seeing this, Chenmo smiled and continued, however, I do not advocate overtime. What I advocate is that everyone completes their work efficiently and with high quality within the limited working hours, so there will be no more overtime in the workshop from now on. That's the first point. The second point is the change in working hours. Previously, everyone worked from 7 in the morning to 6 in the evening. From now on, it will change to 8 in the morning to 5 in the evening, with a normal lunch break. Clap, clap, clap. A more enthusiastic round of applause echoed in the hall. Once the applause subsided, Chenmo continued, next is the issue of working days. I just learned about it. Originally, everyone had 1 day off. If you don't take that day off, you will receive a 400 full attendance bonus. If you take the day off, then the full attendance bonus will be gone. Is it like this? Chenmo asked, having just learned about the full attendance system upon returning to the office from Shinro. Previously, he knew that the company had a full attendance reward and he had casually mentioned it, but he hadn't really delved into the specifics. However, after just learning about it, he realized the problem. This system is fundamentally unreasonable. They say there's a day off, but if you take that day off, then the full attendance reward is gone. That's not right. Normally, shouldn't you lose the full attendance reward only if you take more than 1 day off? The previous boss was too calculating. That was hardly a day off at all. Mr. Chen, that's right. Some employees eagerly responded to his inquiry. Chenmo nodded at their words. I didn't really understand this system before, but today I found out that it is unreasonable. So I decided to cancel this rest and full attendance policy. From now on, there will be a 2-day weekend on Saturdays and Sundays, and all statutory holidays will also be days off. Additionally, under the new full attendance reward system, your normal days off will not affect the reward. Only if you take extra leave beyond your normal days off will the full attendance reward be deducted. After Chenmo finished explaining the vacation and full attendance policy, the hall fell silent. The quiet was so profound that one could hear everyone's breathing. A few seconds later, the hall erupted into a commotion, all eyes filled with excitement as they looked at Chenmo. Their expressions were all incredulous. They had no idea how many factories they had worked in. The previous 5 insurances and 1 fund were needless to mention, but this year's 2-day weekend and normal rest on statutory holidays were things they never expected. You have to understand, in other factories, asking the boss for a day off was harder than killing them. Even if there were no orders in the workshop and you were just cleaning, they wouldn't give you a day or even half a day off. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Everyone stared blankly at Chenmo at the front of the hall, shouting in unison, loud and clear. No need to thank me. This rest is something you should have. Chenmo waved his hand a bit awkwardly. He never intended for these employees to thank him. He just wanted them to work a little less and let his factory lose as little money as possible. Also, everyone worked hard overtime yesterday, so after this meeting, just go home and rest. Don't worry, today's rest counts as a public holiday, and no one will have their pay deducted. Once you're refreshed, come back to work tomorrow. Oh, by the way, today is Friday, and the day after tomorrow is Saturday and Sunday. So you'll come back to work the day after tomorrow. Alright, everyone, the meeting is dismissed. Clap, clap, clap. Another round of enthusiastic applause erupted. Watching everyone clap so vigorously, their hands must be sore by now. Is this really a day off? It seems so, and it's a continuous 3-day break. Let me pinch myself. Am I dreaming? Hey, be gentle, that hurts. Pinch yourself. Does it hurt? Looks like it's not a dream. When Chenmo returned to the office, the crowd in the hall remained motionless, each face showing confusion. However, it wasn't long before chaos ensued. People were constantly confirming with each other whether the news they just heard was true. Shinro, please inform those working from home about the changes to the system later, Chenmo said, leaning back in his chair as he looked at Shinro, who had followed him in. Okay, Mr. Chen, Shinro nodded in response, but she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she gazed intently at Chenmo. This Mr. Chen, who was not much older than her, was incredibly kind. It was the first time she had seen a boss treat employees so well. On weekends and public holidays, they have normal time off, with 5 insurances and 1 fund, various benefits, and upon discovering that employees were working too hard, they directly granted a day off with pay. All these systems combined, even those large enterprises couldn't reach such a level, right? What's wrong? Chenmo noticed Shinro staring at him, and instinctively wiped his face, wondering if there was something dirty. Oh, nothing. A slight blush flashed across Shinro's face, and she hurriedly turned to leave, returning to her workstation. Jiang Chang had just changed his clothes and was walking on the road in the industrial park. Today, President Chen gave them a day off, and they would also have tomorrow and the day after off, so he planned to go home for a visit. He hadn't been home for over 3 months. In fact, his home was in a small town right next to Jiangcheng, just a little over 3 hours by car. But according to the factory's previous policy, if he went home, he wouldn't be able to get the full attendance bonus, and if he stayed for a day or two, he wouldn't have much left for the month. To earn a bit more money, he had been working without rest. However, everything began to change after President Chen took over the company. He never expected that at nearly 40 years old he would have a job with 5 insurances and 1 fund, and his salary had increased significantly. Today, the rest policy was also changed. They would have at least 2 days off each week, and it would be paid leave without deducting the attendance bonus. This way, he could go home every week. However, he didn't plan to run home every week. Recently, he heard that once the company cafeteria was completed, they would hire a few cleaners to maintain hygiene. The salary could reach 4,000, and they would also pay for insurance. He planned to have his wife take that cleaning job, so they wouldn't have to be apart or travel back and forth. This way, both would have insurance, and they wouldn't have to trouble their child in the future. Moreover, the employee dormitory was also under renovation, with rooms designed as doubles just right for him and his wife to live together. As Jiang Cheng thought about this, he couldn't help but smile, as if he had already envisioned the scene of them working and living together in the future. Old Jiang, dressed so well, you're off today? Just a short distance away, Jiang Cheng heard someone calling him. He looked up to see a former colleague. They also worked in a factory in this industrial park, and he had left his previous job due to wage cuts by the boss and came to this clothing factory. Yeah, it's been a while since I went home, thought I'd take a look. This is a rare sight, you usually don't take leave. Lu Jinghua looked Jiang Cheng up and down, teasing him. In the previous factory, this guy only took leave once every 6 months. I didn't take leave, the boss gave it to us. Jiang Cheng replied with a smile. Wow, it's been a while since I've seen you, you can still joke around. It's really the boss who gave us the time off, and it's 3 days. Jiang Cheng held up 3 fingers, unable to hide his smile. Don't tell me the company is doing poorly and gave you a few days off without pay. That kind of leave is worse than no leave at all. Your boss is too much. Lu Jinghua saw Jiang Cheng's serious expression and realized he wasn't joking. But then he thought of a guess. Your boss is the one who's too much. Our boss is doing well. Jiang Cheng immediately got upset when he heard Lu Jinghua talk about his boss. These 3 days off are all paid leave. And from now on, we'll have weekends off every week, all paid. Jiang Cheng looked up proudly. Is that true? Lu Jinghua looked at Jiang Cheng. Knowing his character well, he usually wouldn't lie. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, go ask the other employees at our clothing factory. Jiang Cheng pointed in the direction of the factory. Old Lu, the boss is coming soon. We need to get back to work. Lu Jinghua wanted to say something, but a colleague in the distance was calling out to him loudly. Coming. Lu Jinghua responded, then looked at Jiang Cheng. I'll go work first, let's grab a drink when I have time. Sure, go ahead and get busy. Jiang Cheng watched Lu Jinghua leave inside. If it weren't for Manager Chen, he might be in the same situation. Old Lu, who are you chatting with for so long? An old colleague. I heard his factory is doing quite well now. High salary, huh? I didn't ask about the salary, but that factory has weekends off now, and it's paid leave. You're kidding, right? I've been to nearly 20 factories and I've never heard of that one having weekends off. Your colleague must be joking with you. Lu Jinghua fell silent. He knew Jiang Cheng wouldn't make such a joke, but based on his understanding of the factories, his colleague wasn't wrong. He had never heard of that factory having a weekend off policy. Xiaoro, wake up quickly, it's almost 7. If you don't get up now, you'll be late for work. Zhang Lan got up and found that Shinro, who usually woke up early for work, was still in bed today. Worried that Shinro would be late, she hurried to her bedside to wake her up. Xiaolan, you're up. Shinro opened her eyes groggily and murmured as she looked at Zhang by the bed. Whether I get up or not isn't important, look at the time. If you don't get up now, you'll be late. Zhang forcibly pulled Shinro up from the bed and held her phone in front of her. It's 7. Shinro looked at the time on the phone and said, you do know it's 7, right? Are you not worried about being late? Oh, I'm off today, I don't have to go to work. Shinro suddenly remembered that she had worked a bit late last night due to her part-time job, so Zhang had already been asleep when she got back and didn't know about her day off. Day off? Are you feeling unwell? Do you need to go to the hospital? Zhang was startled and quickly reached out to touch Shinro's forehead. In her impression, Shinro was a hard worker. She wouldn't take a day off unless she was unwell. It's not hot. No, it's just that the company gave us a day off. I'm not unwell. Shinro moved Zhang hand away from her forehead, feeling a bit touched and amused. Wow, your boss is really generous, giving you a day off. No, the whole company is off. Don't tell me your boss is actually quite nice. I've heard it's hard for factories to get days off. Zhang couldn't help but praise, as she had learned a bit about Chenmo through Shinro, whether it was about salary increases, today's day off, or various benefits. All of it indicated that Chenmo was a conscientious boss. Manager Chen has always treated the employees well. Shinro nodded and said matter-of-factly, Oh, you're already defending the company. You haven't fallen for him, have you? Are you looking for trouble? Shinro's face turned slightly red and she couldn't help but give Zhang a light slap. You're blushing. Zhang looked at Shinro's flushed face, her curiosity ignited. In the end, she directly pinned Shinro down on the bed and began to interrogate her. Shinro resisted. The two of them started to wrestle on the bed. After a while, they lay on the bed, disheveled. Zhang tilted her head, panting, and looked at Shinro, smiling as she said, Shinro, have you noticed that ever since you joined that company, you've become much more cheerful? You never used to play around like this with me. Really? Shinro thought for a moment and realized there had indeed been some changes. Perhaps it was because her salary had increased and the psychological pressure had lessened. After all, in the past, she worked up to 3 jobs a day for the orphanage, resting only 2 or 3 hours each day. How could she enjoy a lazy sleep like today? Yet all of this was brought to her by Chenmo. Of course, you rarely have a day off. Today, how about we go shopping? Zhang exclaimed excitedly as she sat up in bed. Aren't you going to work? I have a single day off, so I can choose to take today off and work tomorrow. Instead, Shinro thought for a moment and finally nodded. Then let's go. I'm planning to visit the orphanage tomorrow and I can buy some gifts for Grandma Wu and the kids. This time, she had transferred 10,000 to Grandma Wu, but Grandma Wu returned 5,000 to her. No matter how she persuaded her, Grandma Wu only wanted 5,000. Since that was the case, she could take advantage of her day off to buy some gifts for the children at the orphanage. You're off tomorrow too? Zhang looked at Shinro in confusion. Yes, yesterday President Chen changed the company policy, so now we have weekends off. Ah. Zhang mouth dropped open in shock. Weekends off? The job she was currently doing still had a single day off, and a workshop had already started implementing a weekend policy? Is your President Chen a reincarnation of a bodhisattva? How can he be so nice? Shinro smiled slightly, her face filled with pride. Why? Don't you invite your boss to dinner today? I'm really curious about him. I'd rather not. President Chen is very busy and probably has a lot on his plate. Shinro hesitated, she knew that company bosses were usually very busy and had no time to go out and have fun. Why not just call and ask? He might not be busy. Zhang said, wrapping her arms around Shinro's. Shinro hesitated for a moment before finally taking out her phone. She didn't have the same thoughts as Zhang, she just wanted to express her gratitude since it was President Chen who helped her when she needed money the most. In the old city community, Chenmo lay bored on his bed. He realized that giving employees a day off was a very wrong decision. Otherwise, he should be sitting in a comfortable gaming chair playing on a high-performance computer. If he got thirsty, his assistant would make him coffee and even the air conditioning would be set to a very comfortable temperature. But at home, there was no air conditioning, no one to make coffee, and not even Wi-Fi. Compared to life in the office, it was like heaven and hell. What should he do? He couldn't just lie around at home all day, especially since there was another day to go. Ding ding. Just as Chenmo was pondering what to do, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Shinro. What was she calling for? Was there something going on at the company? He answered the call with curiosity. President Chen, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Shinro's voice came through the phone, sounding a bit nervous. You're not disturbing me. Is there something you need? Chenmo asked. Do you have time today? I would like to invite you to dinner. Dinner? When? Is noon okay? Evening works too. Then let's go with noon. Send me the location, and I'll navigate over. Chenmo agreed without much thought, feeling that staying at home was boring. Just as he was about to hang up, Shinro called out to him. President Chen, I have a classmate with me. Is that okay? Sure, but just so you know, you're treating. I will treat. Then it's settled. Chenmo felt relieved upon receiving confirmation. He didn't mind having a classmate along, he was just afraid that he would end up footing the bill. You should know that. These personal living expenses are all drawn from personal assets. Those 2 or 3,000 in personal assets are definitely not enough, and I still need to keep some for emergencies. Then, it's settled, I'll send the location later. On the phone, Shinro's excited voice came through. After hanging up, Shinro looked at Zhang Lan with a beaming face. He agreed. How about that? I told you to give it a try, and look, the invitation was successful. So what are we going to eat later? Shinro suddenly looked a bit troubled. Given her financial situation, she certainly couldn't afford a lavish meal. But if they went to a regular restaurant, she was worried that Chenmo might not be used to it. She clearly remembered that during the last employee gathering, they had gone to a star-rated hotel. How about we go for hot pot? The cost isn't too high, and you can definitely afford it, Zhang Lan suggested after thinking for a moment. She knew Shinro's financial situation, so it wouldn't make sense to choose a restaurant with exorbitant prices. Is that okay? Shinro asked anxiously. What's wrong with that? Didn't you say that Chen always had meals with you before? Eating hot pot should be no problem at all, Zhang Lan comforted her, wrapping an arm around Shinro's shoulders. Alright, then let's go for hot pot. With Zhang Lan's confirmation, Shinro finally felt a bit more at ease. Then let's get dressed and head out. On Jiancheng Pedestrian Street, inside a shopping mall, Zhang Lan held up a long dress, comparing it against Shinro. This one looks nice, go try it on, let me see. Zhang Lan, how about we skip the trying on? I've already tried on several, and if I don't buy anything, it would be awkward, Shinro whispered, glancing at the salesperson not far away. If I tell you to try it on, just try it. What's there to be afraid of? You can only know if it looks good or fits well by trying it on, Zhang Lan insisted. When buying clothes, you definitely need to try on several to pick the most suitable one. With a nonchalant expression, Zhang Lan pushed Shinro into the fitting room. She often strolled through the mall, trying on anything she liked, and whether to buy it or not depended on her financial situation. No one said that trying on clothes meant you had to buy them. After a while, Shinro emerged from the fitting room in a new outfit, a bit shy as she walked up to Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan, isn't the neckline a bit too low? What are you talking about? Nothing is showing, how can it be too low? This is just right, if you add a necklace, it would look even better, Zhang Lan said, stroking her chin as she appraised Shinro from head to toe. Satisfied, she nodded. The long dress showcased Shinro's curves perfectly, and her already beautiful face looked even more stunning in this dress. Overall, she appeared pure yet not lacking in sexiness. A necklace? Then I don't want it. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, Shinro waved her hand dismissively. She had just sneakily checked the price of the dress in the fitting room, and it was over 500 yuan. That amount could buy a lot of delicious food for the children at the orphanage. If she bought a necklace too, who knows how much more it would cost. I just said it would look better with a necklace, not that you have to buy one. Zhang Lan instantly saw through Shinro's little thoughts and explained helplessly. Oh, but this dress is really expensive. I just checked the price, and it's over 500. Shinro looked at the dress she was wearing, her expression hesitant. She quite liked this dress, but she had never bought such an expensive piece of clothing in her life. You're going to have dinner with Chenmo later, don't you want to look a bit nicer? Besides, the mall is having a special sale. Today, you can get it for less than 500. Zhang Lan rubbed her forehead, once again appreciating Shinro's frugal nature. Really? Shinro looked at Zhang Lan with surprise. What would I gain from lying to you? Zhang Lan shot Shinro a glare, then called over a salesperson. Can you check how much this dress costs after the discount? Sure, just a moment. The salesperson glanced at the price tag, then walked to the counter and started calculating with a calculator. Hello, beautiful. This dress is only 465 after the discount. Alright, we'll take this dress. Zhang Lan spoke directly to the salesperson without waiting for Shinro to say anything. She knew that even with the discounted price, Shinro would hesitate, so she made the decision for her, having noticed that Shinro really liked the dress. Now that she was making money at the new company and the situation at the orphanage had improved, it was time for Shinro to think about herself. Okay, beautiful, do you want me to wrap it up for you, or should this lady wear it? Just let her wear it, just help me cut the tag, Zhang Lan said. Shinro quietly watched as Zhang Lan made the decision for her, not saying a word to stop her. She didn't know what was happening to her. In the past, she wouldn't even glance at a dress that cost over 400. After leaving the mall, the two arrived early at the hot pot restaurant they had reserved. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Chenmo walked into the hot pot restaurant right on time. Mr. Chen, over here. Shinro had been keeping an eye on the entrance, and the moment Chenmo walked in, she noticed and quickly stood up to wave. However, she didn't dare to call out too loudly. Chenmo looked around and soon spotted Shinro waving. When he saw Shinro's outfit, he was slightly surprised. Usually, Shinro wore formal attire to work. This was the first time he had seen her in a dress. She looked quite good. This is my college classmate, Zhonglan. This is my boss, Chenmo. As Chenmo approached, Shinro hurriedly introduced the two. Hello. Zhonglan extended her hand to Chenmo graciously. Hello. Chenmo shook her hand lightly before withdrawing it. The three of them took their seats, with Chenmo sitting opposite the two women. Mr. Chen, did you drive here? After ordering the dishes, Zhonglan casually asked. I took a taxi, Chenmo replied. It wasn't that he didn't want to drive, it was just that the car he bought was company property and he wasn't allowed to drive it during the holidays. Not driving is good, Mr. Chen. Do you want to have a couple of drinks? Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, Shinro stiffened, her palm repeatedly patting Zhang Lan under the table. Has this girl gone mad, saying whatever comes to her mind? I'd rather not drink, I can't hold my liquor. Chenmo directly shook his head in refusal, clearly remembering the last time he had too much to drink. He didn't dare touch alcohol again. Then let's have fruit wine, it's like a drink without alcohol. Xiaoro and I often have it, Zhang Lan said somewhat regretfully. Really no alcohol? Really no alcohol. To put it simply, it's just a beverage. Alright then. Chenmo nodded in relief. Since it was a drink, there was no problem. Hurry up, help me support him on the right. A taxi stopped by the roadside. Shinro struggled to help Chenmo out of the car, but his entire weight leaned on her, making it hard for her to hold on, so she quickly called Zhang Lan over. Coming, how do we go? Zhang Lan hurried to the other side to help. Let's go that way. Shinro took out her phone to check the location sent by Yang Dahai, then pointed in a direction. Why do you insist on drinking something? How was I supposed to know he couldn't hold his liquor? It's just 2 bottles of fruit beer. This is the first time I've seen someone get drunk on just 2 bottles. Zhang Lan looked innocent. She did have the thought of getting Chenmo drunk, but not like this. If she had known it would turn out this way, she might as well have just had a soft drink. What a waste of those meat rolls in the pot. They hadn't even had a few bites before Chenmo got drunk. Assistant Shin, what's going on? Yang Dahai saw Chenmo being supported by Shinro and another girl as they walked over, and hurried to greet them. He had just received a call from Shinro asking for Chen's address, and he hadn't thought much of it, assuming she needed to find Chen for work matters. So he had sent her the location and building number directly. But he didn't expect that. As he was heading out to the market to buy some vegetables, he would see Chenmo being helped by Shinro and another woman right at the stairway. Brother Yang, Chenmo is drunk. Shinro said to Yang Dahai, looking a bit guilty. Let me help him, it's tough going up the stairs. Yang Dahai sighed in relief upon hearing this, so it was just that he was drunk. He quickly stepped forward to take Chenmo from the two of them. When they reached the 3rd floor, he knocked hard on the door. Wife, open the door. What are you knocking for? Didn't I tell you to go buy vegetables? Why are you back so soon? The door didn't open, but a voice came from inside. Chenmo is drunk, you should be making a hangover soup. Once the door opened, Yang Dahai pointed to the unconscious Chenmo on his shoulder and spoke. How did he get drunk again? Didn't we say he shouldn't drink because he can't hold his liquor? You take Chenmo back first, I'll send it over. Once the hangover soup is ready. Dong Hong glanced at the completely out of it Chenmo and hurried back inside. From the sounds coming from within, it seemed she had already started chopping ingredients and making the soup. Shinro felt ashamed as she listened to Dong Hong's words. It was all because of him that Chenmo ended up this way. Assistant Shin, can you check if Chenmo has the house key on him? Yang Dahai struggled to support Chenmo to the 4th floor and said to Shinro, who was following behind. He couldn't free his hands to look for the key. Ah, okay. Shinro responded quickly and began to search Chenmo's body. She found the key and opened the door. Yang Dahai skillfully helped Chenmo onto the bed and said to the two of them, alright, please take care of him, I'll go check if the hangover soup is ready. Okay, Uncle Yang. Shinro nodded hurriedly. Once Yang Dahai left, Zhang Lan curiously asked, do you know each other? Uncle Yang is Chenmo's driver, and Aunt Dong is the chef in the company cafeteria, Shinro explained. What kind of relationship do Chenmo and them have? They seem to get along well, and they live on different floors. It seems like they don't have much of a relationship. Shinro shook her head, but she remembered the scene during Uncle Yang's interview. It didn't seem like they knew each other well. As for why they lived on different floors, it was probably just a coincidence. Oh, Zhang Lan replied and then began to explore the house. Hey, what are you doing? Wandering around? This isn't our home. Shinro quickly stopped Zhang Lan as she moved about. I'm just curious about what the big boss's place looks like, but it seems pretty ordinary now. Zhang Lan looked around at the very old-fashioned decor and the chairs that looked like they had been used for many years. It shouldn't be like this, according to Shinro's description. Chenmo should be quite wealthy, so why does he live so simply? Could it be that he's like you, unwilling to spend on himself? Zhang Lan's eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at Shinro. Ah, no way. Chenmo is usually quite generous with spending on his employees. Shinro instinctively denied it. She followed Chenmo every day and had no idea how much he spent on employees daily. I meant spending on himself. Just like you spend all your earnings on the orphanage but are reluctant to spend on yourself. Otherwise, how do you explain that Chenmo is so wealthy yet lives in such simplicity? Zhanglan rested her chin on her hand, analyzing seriously. President Chen is like me? Shenro exclaimed in surprise, glancing at the sparsely decorated room, feeling that Zhanglan's analysis seemed quite reasonable. So, President Chen is so great, living in a simple house while demanding the best decor for employee dormitories. Looking at Chenmo lying on the bed, Shenro's eyes were filled with admiration. Why are you down here? Donghong asked in surprise when she saw Yang Dahai return. I asked assistant Shin to help take care of him. I came back to check if the hangover soup is ready. Yang Dahai walked into the kitchen, speaking casually. You really don't learn. Donghong looked at Yang Dahai with a look of disappointment. What do you mean I don't learn? Yang Dahai scratched his head, confused. Have you thought about it? Assistant Shin is already working closely with Xiao Chen, so she's already in a favorable position. If you have Assistant Shin take care of Xiao Chen, what if they develop feelings for each other? Donghong muttered while stirring the soup. Isn't it good? If they develop feelings? I think Assistant Shin and Xiao Chen are quite a match. Yang Dahai's expression grew even more puzzled. You just want to drive me crazy. I was planning to introduce Yao Yao to President Chen. Donghong pointed the soup ladle at Yang Dahai, thought for a moment, then put the ladle down and simply pushed Yang Dahai aside. Move over, you're in the way. Are you angry? I also want to introduce my daughter to Xiao Chun, but how many calls has Yao Yao made? If she doesn't come back, there's nothing we can do. You can't stop others from getting close to Xiao Chun, that's unfair to him. Let young people interact naturally, whether they can be together is their business. We shouldn't meddle. Yang Dahai smiled in a pleasing manner and tried to persuade her. Upon hearing this, Donghong shot Yang Dahai an annoyed glance. You talk about fairness, back when you were pursuing me, you secretly beat up my other suitors. How is that fair? You know about that. Yang Dahai paused, awkwardly smiling. Of course, the guy you beat up came to me secretly to complain. You were too gentle, he dared to come to you. Yang Dahai snorted coldly, then curiously looked at Donghong. Since you knew about this, why did you still choose me in the end? I won't tell you. Just tell me. Do you really want to? No? Yes. I chose you because I knew you beat him up. At that time, I thought you were very manly, a bit bad but charming. As Donghong spoke, she felt a bit shy and lowered her head. If I had known, I would have beaten him up sooner. Yang Dahai looked at Donghong, grinning foolishly. You look silly. Donghong rolled her eyes at him and continued stirring the soup. Before long, the hangover soup was ready and Yang Dahai took it up. Although she said she couldn't let Shenro take care of Chenmo, she couldn't actually do it herself. Zhanglan, don't you have to work tomorrow? Leave this to me, you should go back and rest. After feeding Chenmo the hangover soup, Shenro stood up and said to Zhanglan, can you manage on your own? If not, I can take a day off. Zhanglan replied with some concern, is that really okay? It feels like you're rushing me. Have the vows we made back then gone to the dogs? Zhanglan showed a sad expression. Are you looking for a beating? Shenro pretended to hit her, and Zhanglan turned and ran out of the room. Seeing Zhanglan leave, Shenro helplessly returned to the room and moved a chair to sit by Chenmo's bed. In the morning, Chenmo rubbed his slightly swollen head and slowly sat up. Just as he was halfway up, he felt something pressing down on the blanket. Turning to look at the source of the pressure, he found Shenro sleeping at the edge of his bed. How did she end up here? Chenmo was puzzled but quickly recalled the scene from last night's hot pot dinner. He had drunk too much fruit beer, thinking it had no alcohol. Indeed, one shouldn't trust what women say. Chenmo silently complained, but he couldn't blame them entirely. He thought the fruit beer was quite good, so he couldn't help but drink a bit more. You're awake, Shenro said, sensing the movement. She rubbed her eyes and looked at Chenmo with surprise. Chenmo nodded and softly thanked her. Yes, thank you for taking care of me all night. Seeing her sleeping by the bed, it was clear she had been watching over him the whole night. It's nothing, it's my fault for letting you drink. Zhanglan didn't mean it either. Shenro quickly waved her hand. Knock, knock, knock. Chenmo wanted to say something more, when the door was suddenly knocked on. I'll go open the door. Shenro ran out first upon hearing the knocking. You must be Sister Shin, right? Mom made some breakfast and asked me to bring it over. When Shenro opened the door, she saw a little girl holding a bag, speaking in a sweet voice. She looked very cute. Who's your mom? My mom is Donghong, she lives downstairs. Yang Duo pointed downstairs. Hearing this, Shenro finally knew who had sent the breakfast. Looking at Yang Duo's adorable face, Shenro couldn't help but think of the children in the orphanage and reached out to gently rub the little girl's head. Thank you. What's your name? My name is Yang Duo. Sister, you take the breakfast, I have to go back now. After saying this, Yang Duo handed the bag to Shenro and quickly ran downstairs. Is this breakfast from Duo? Chenmo walked into the living room and saw Shenro coming back with the bag, immediately knowing who had sent it. Ever since Yang Dahai and his wife joined the company, he had hardly eaten breakfast outside, as it was almost always brought by Yang Duo. Yes, Shenro nodded. Put it on the table, let's eat together. Chenmo took the bag from Shinro and laid out the breakfast on the table. Looking at the amount of food today, it was clear there was more than usual. By the way, you didn't rest well last night. You should go take a break in your room, Chenmo suddenly asked while eating breakfast. No need, I have things to do today. Shinro shook her head. She planned to visit the orphanage and hadn't bought gifts for the children yet. Do you need help? Chenmo casually asked. Shinro paused for a moment thinking about buying gifts for the children and realized she indeed needed someone to help carry them. She carefully replied, I'm going to visit the children at the orphanage and need to buy some gifts. I might need someone to help carry them. Of course, if you're busy, you don't have to. Alright, then let's go together later. Chenmo nodded in agreement, thinking that he had nothing to do. Anyway, so he might as well go out for a walk. Perhaps he would come across some place worth spending money. Are you really not going to delay your work? Shinro confirmed again. I don't have anything to do today, it's fine. Chenmo shook his head. That's good. Shinro felt relieved and happily started eating her breakfast. After finishing breakfast, the two quickly tidied up the dishes and left the house. Jung City, Red Heart Orphanage. A taxi slowly stopped at the entrance of the orphanage. Chenmo got out and began to unload the gifts he had bought from the back seat and the trunk one by one. I'll help. Shinro hurried over to assist. Soon, a mountain of gifts was piled on the ground. Chenmo straightened his back and carefully surveyed the orphanage. He saw a very worn-out sign hanging above the main gate with the words Red Heart Orphanage clearly visible, though the paint had long since faded. The playground was a very simple dirt surface with a few old play facilities that looked like they had been there for years. The orphanage itself was only 3 stories tall and appeared quite dilapidated, with many spots showing signs of peeling paint. If Shinro hadn't brought him here, he would have thought this orphanage had closed down. You grew up here. Chenmo turned to Shinro, who had told him a lot about the orphanage during the journey. Yes, Shinro nodded, her gaze seriously examining the orphanage, a smile spreading across her face. Every time she returned here, it felt like coming home. Before long, a group of children suddenly rushed out of the building, running straight towards the gate. Sister Shun! Sister Shun! The children shouted as they ran. They quickly surrounded Shinro at the entrance. Sister Shun, we haven't seen you in so long. Sister Shun, I miss you so much. Sister has been busy lately. Look at what I brought you today. Shinro looked at the children surrounding her, gently leading them to the mountain of gifts. Wow! So many gifts. Did Sister Shen buy all of these for us? The group of children surrounded the mountain of gifts, looking left and right, their small eyes filled with excitement. However, even in their excitement, none of the children dared to take the gifts on their own. Xiaoro, you could have just come back without buying so many things. What a waste. Suddenly, an old lady walked over, looking at Shinro with a reproachful expression. Grandma Wu, it's been a long time since I came to see them. Besides, these are just little trinkets, they didn't cost much, Shinro said as she hurried over to the old lady, affectionately hugging her arm. You! The old lady sighed helplessly. You little rascals, stop crowding around and help carry the things inside. Oh, we're moving the gifts. I want to carry the biggest one. I can carry 3 at once. Hearing the old lady's words, the group of children eagerly rushed to carry the gifts inside. Chenmo wanted to help but couldn't find a chance to step in. Xiaoro, why don't you introduce this person? Once the children entered the orphanage, the old lady's gaze fell on Chenmo, sizing him up. Grandma Wu, this is Chenmo, my boss. This is Grandma Wu, as I mentioned in the car, Shinro said as she stepped between the two, making the introductions. You are Xiaoro's boss, right? Thank you for taking care of her during this time. Grandma Wu said gratefully, knowing that Shinro had joined a new company with very good benefits. Upon hearing that the young man in front of her was the boss of that company, she quickly expressed her thanks. Grandma Wu, you don't need to say that. Shinro's company is very capable and its development relies on her as well. Chenmo shook his head humbly. Shinro, standing aside, felt her face flush. Her daily work consisted of just the most basic tasks and any experienced assistant could probably handle them. She was indeed learning every day, but there was still a long way to go before she could match those elite assistants. It wasn't as good as Chenmo said at all. However, Grandma Wu was unaware of this and smiled happily at Chenmo's praise. She said proudly, Xiaoro has been smart since she was little. She was the first college student from the orphanage. Alright, stop standing around here. Come inside quickly. You all stay with the kids, I'll go prepare lunch. Entering the orphanage building, Grandma Wu led the two into a classroom and then turned to leave. Grandma Wu, I'll go help out, Shinro said, hurriedly, chasing after her. What do you need to help with? Are you planning to leave him alone in the classroom with those kids? Grandma Wu said irritably, gesturing with her eyes towards Chenmo in the classroom. Then Grandma Wu, can you manage? When you're not here, I can manage just fine. It's just 2 more mouths to feed, she said. Hurry back. Grandma Wu impatiently pushed Shinro back into the classroom. Aren't you going to help? Chenmo asked, looking at Shinro as she walked back. Oh, Grandma Wu said she can manage without me. Shinro looked at the children playing in the room. Sister Shin, who is this big brother? Suddenly, a little girl about 5 or 6 years old ran over, looking curiously at Chenmo. This is brother Chen, and he's also sister's boss, Shinro said softly, squatting down to the little girl. The little girl bit her finger, puzzled. What is a boss? A boss is someone who pays sister's salary, Shinro explained patiently, rubbing the little girl's head. Oh, is that so? Then can brother Chen be my boss too? The little girl looked up at Chenmo with hopeful eyes. Chenmo found it amusing and squatted down, smiling as he asked the little girl, what's your name? My name is Dong Yuer, you can call me Yuer, brother. Then can you tell me why you want me to be your boss? Because if you become Yuer's boss, you can pay Yuer a salary and then Yuer can buy gifts for her little brothers and sisters. Dong Yuer said happily. Yuer is still small and needs to study hard. When you graduate from college, you can come to my company, okay? Chenmo smiled upon hearing this. He found the children quite adorable. Then brother, let's make a pinky promise. When I graduate from college, you will be my boss. The little girl extended her small hand, making a pinky promise gesture. Chenmo also extended his hand, and their pinky fingers hooked together. Pinky promise, 100 years without changing. Whoever changes is a little puppy. Seal it. Their thumbs pressed together. The two played with the children in the classroom for a while before leaving. I didn't expect you to play with the kids, Shinro said, looking at Chenmo with curiosity as they walked down the corridor. Thinking of how Chenmo had just played with the children, he didn't seem like a boss at all. They are quite adorable. Chenmo smiled and said, of course, there's one more thing that only I know. Before he crossed over to this world, he was also an orphan. So seeing the children like this, he couldn't help but think of his own past. However, he considered himself lucky to have had a second chance and to have a harmonious family. Thinking of home, it seemed like he hadn't been back for a while. Once he finished with the company's matters, he should go back and take a look. Let me take you to visit the orphanage, Shinro suddenly said after thinking for a moment. And so, the two began to wander around the orphanage. They finally stopped on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is where the children's dormitories are. Let me take you in to have a look, Shinro said as she pushed open the door to one of the dormitories and walked in. Chenmo followed behind, surveying the layout inside. He saw that the room was very simple, with only 2 wooden beds, each with a wash basin and slippers neatly placed underneath. Moreover, the wooden beds were extremely worn out, with several bed legs broken and propped up by a few bricks. Chenmo frowned at this scene. On the way here, he had learned some information about the orphanage from Shinro, but he never expected it to be this impoverished. After thinking for a moment, he immersed his consciousness into the system panel in his mind. He wanted to see if the system funds could be used for charity. Before each settlement, the host can allocate 10% of the system funds for charitable purposes. There will also be a charity fund account, but the charity funds need to be deposited into the charity fund account within 7 days before each task cycle begins. He could actually do charity, and Chenmo felt a surge of joy at the system's response. However, even if he wanted to do charity, he would have to wait for the next settlement. After all, he had already spent most of this round's system funds, and the remaining amount of less than 100,000 yuan was already reserved for a company team-building event. Moreover, there were only 3 days left until the next settlement, and even if he had sufficient funds, it was already past the 7 days before the task cycle began, so the charity funds couldn't be deposited into the charity fund account. If he wanted to support the orphanage, he would have to wait for the new system funds to arrive in 3 days. Chenmo. Ah, what is it? Hearing Shinro call him, Chenmo immediately withdrew his consciousness. It's nothing. Let's go back. Grandma Wu should have finished cooking. Shinro shook her head and walked out of the dormitory. She had just noticed that Chenmo seemed a bit distracted, so she called out to him a couple of times. After that, they had lunch there. Before leaving the orphanage, at the Tiandi law firm, Wu Zhenghua leaned back on the leather sofa, looking seriously at Tang Qiu across from him. Tang Qiu, our firm has treated you well, hasn't it? Lawyer Wu and the others have always taken good care of me. Tang Qiu pushed up the glasses on her nose. Hearing this, Wu Zhenghua stood up from the sofa in anger, shouting, since you know we've treated you well, why did you deliberately lose the case? Don't say you lack the ability, we know exactly what your capabilities are. Winning this case is not a problem at all. Lawyer Wu, have you ever thought about how the injured family will live if we win this case? Tang Qiu stood up, unyielding as she asked. She had personally gone to the hospital to see that family. The wife was taking care of them day and night, with 2 children around 5 or 6 years old needing care. The hope that kept them going was winning the case and receiving compensation from the company. That was a violation of regulations. He wasn't even wearing a safety harness. He brought that upon himself. And even if it was a violation, the company has already given a compensation of 100,000 yuan. What more do you want? Wu Zhenghua slammed the table, glaring at Tang Qiu. What do you mean there's no safety rope? The company didn't prepare any at all. The safety ropes now in place were only installed after the accident, Tang Qiu said disdainfully. This was what she had learned from injured employees. Tang Qiu, you still don't see the reality. The company gave our firm money, so we should work for them. Taking money from others and helping them avoid disaster, don't you understand this principle? Wu Zhenghua sat back down on the sofa, his tone much calmer, but his expression grew increasingly grim. Their firm had lost a significant amount of money because of this incident. One must have a conscience. I, Tang Xiu, never make money unethically. Tang Xiu pointed to her chest, stating that she chose the legal profession for the sake of justice. Now, however, she was being asked to compromise her conscience and earn ill-gotten gains, which she could not do. Alright, you're so noble and refuse to earn unethical money, huh? Then please leave my firm. Also, you deliberately lost the lawsuit, causing our firm significant losses, so please compensate for this loss before you leave. Wu Zhenghua leaned forward, looking at Tang Xiu, speaking each word deliberately. When did I say I deliberately lost the lawsuit? I just lack the ability. Tang Xiu looked at Wu Zhenghua as if he were an idiot. Oh, you didn't say that, but our previous conversation has been recorded. Don't forget, there are cameras here. Wu Zhenghua pointed to his head, mocking her. The road ahead is still long, you must always be cautious. Tang Xiu glanced at the camera above, realizing she had been set up by Wu Zhenghua. Just from that conversation, even if she hadn't explicitly stated that she lost the lawsuit on purpose, it could still imply that she had a motive to let it slide. She never expected that, as an employee here, she would be schemed against like this. Thank you for the reminder. It has allowed me to once again understand the treachery of this society, Tang Xiu said coolly, then turned and left. Monday, today happened to be the 7th day. She didn't know if Fong Chang had finished making the equipment. Chenmo sat bored in his gaming chair, contemplating whether to call and ask, when he saw Fong Chang calling first. President Chen, the set of equipment you requested is ready. How should we list it? Fong Chang's voice came through the phone, sounding quite exhausted. How did you list it before? Chenmo asked. Since he wanted to ensure that this game continued to lose money, he naturally couldn't make any changes. Previously, it was obtained through a lottery system, but after a certain number of attempts, a corresponding guarantee would be given. If the entire set of equipment is guaranteed to be drawn, it would cost around several thousand. Fong Chang explained. Is that so? If it only costs several thousand to draw, then those wealthy competitors certainly don't seem to be short of that amount. Chenmo thought for a moment and then said, let's go with the lottery mode, but we need to adjust the winning odds, make them as low as possible, and increase the number of guaranteed draws. To ensure the entire set of equipment is guaranteed, it would require 100,000 yuan. Also, on the lottery interface, clearly display the probability table and the number of guaranteed draws. The more eye-catching, the better. President Chen, wouldn't 100,000 be too expensive? I doubt anyone would buy it. Fong Chang hesitated, feeling that President Chen didn't seem to want to sell this set of equipment at all. Displaying the probability table and guaranteed draws in the most prominent place would likely deter people from drawing the equipment. It's fine, just do as I say, Chenmo confirmed. What he wanted was for no one to buy it. If someone did, wouldn't he be making money? By the way, when the equipment is available, could you also set up a set in my game account? I want to see how it feels. Sure, Mr. Chen, Fong Chang replied. And also, please inform your staff that there will be a company team building event tomorrow afternoon, held jointly by both companies. The specific time and location will be communicated to you shortly. Chenmo suddenly remembered that due to the holiday, the team building event had not been implemented. However, holding it tomorrow was just right. It would deplete the system funds, and then the system would settle the accounts the day after. This time, there shouldn't be any surprises. Wei Yan had already been transferred, and he had been keeping an eye on the new hires in the business department, but there hadn't been any notable performance. Li Shen, that old six, had also been quite stable recently. Everything was moving in the direction he had anticipated. Brother Hao, that kid of yours isn't going to bail, is he? It's been so long, and I still haven't seen him. In the guild's chat interface, Zhang Jiao typed. He had already taken his team around the wilderness several times and still hadn't found the ID called Shui Luo. What's the rush? There's still a day left. Let everyone roam around the wilderness and notify me immediately if you find Shui Luo. Chen Tsong quickly replied a couple of lines. In the chat interface, after all, he had nothing else to do and didn't mind waiting a bit longer. After handling everything, Chenmo comfortably leaned back in his gaming chair. Thinking that there was nothing else he needed to deal with, he directly opened the game Tianlong. Today was the day of revenge. How could he miss it? He wondered if those people had logged in. Entering the game, he glanced at his game character and found that the new equipment had already been equipped. The appearance of the gear looked quite ordinary, lacking the dazzling colors of the previous ones, but the design still looked pretty good. A simple comparison of the stats with the previous equipment showed a significant increase. With this set of gear, he could definitely reclaim his place in the arena. Chenmo instantly felt confident, controlling his game character and heading straight into the wilderness. As soon as he stepped out into the wild, he noticed someone wandering not far away, and they weren't farming monsters. Seeing this scene, Chenmo understood that the rich guy must have logged in and sent people to guard various locations. At This moment, he was in the wilderness and had already been spotted. It wouldn't be long before a group of people came looking for him. "Kid, you finally made it. My brother Hao has been waiting for you for a long time." Sure enough, it wasn't long before a group of people surrounded him. Chenmo was once again pulled into the chat room. An ID called "Old Man, Long Time No See" typed in the chat room. Chenmo smiled at this ID. Wasn't this the person he had killed last time? However, he didn't intend to engage in any verbal sparring, so he simply typed back one sentence. "If you want to fight, then fight. No need for nonsense. You're quite arrogant, huh? Looks like last time I didn't beat you into submission." Old Man, Long Time No See typed another message, and then the chat room was disbanded. Immediately after, the surrounding people began to take action, each controlling their game characters and charging towards him. Seeing this, Chenmo also controlled his game character to meet them head-on, slashing directly at the person charging the fastest. A flash of light passed. Then, that person dropped dead instantly. One-hit kill. Chenmo looked at the weapon in his hand, such strong attack power, and then charged straight into the crowd. This charge was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, taking down one after another with a single strike. Awesome. This was the right way to play the game. Before long, the entire game interface showed no enemies left. A bunch of little scrubs, stop playing this game. Chenmo also created a chat group, indulged in a bit of conversation, and then logged off. He still needed to check on the cafeteria, as he heard the renovations were nearing completion. Moreover, the company team-building restaurant had yet to be booked. Although Shinro could handle these matters, he felt it was better to personally ensure that the remaining system funds were fully spent. "Brother Hao, that kid's equipment definitely has issues. His attack power could instantly kill us. I bet he's using hacks." In the game, Jiang Jiao expressed his opinion in the guild chat. During the recent battle, his gear was taken out in an instant, which was simply abnormal. He remembered that last time, the opponent couldn't kill him so easily. "Trash game, no one cares if someone is using hacks," another person typed in the guild chat. Chen Song watched the conversation in the chat room, remaining silent. He was quite inclined to believe in the hacking claims. After all, his equipment was among the best in the game, yet even his top-tier gear had only withstood a few hits before he was killed. It seemed this game was beyond saving. He had some feelings for this game. He had started playing since its launch and even established a guild for it. Even though the online player count was low now, he still occasionally logged in to play. Last week, when someone provoked him, he wasn't particularly angry. Instead, he found it amusing, as if he had returned to the peak of the game, ready to duel. But now that hacks had appeared in the game, he felt very disappointed, as he absolutely hated hacks in games. It seemed it was time to uninstall this game. Chen Song muttered to himself. Suddenly, the chatroom's dialogue box flickered, and a guild member sent a screenshot accompanied by a line of text. "I looked into it. That person wasn't using hacks but was wearing the newly released gear in the game." Chen Song curiously clicked on the image above and found a description of a set of equipment, looking at the numbers for attack and defense. If that person was wearing this gear, it could indeed kill him in just a few hits. Wow, it's true. I checked the game store, and this set of equipment is indeed available. I checked too, but this set is way too expensive. The guaranteed drop costs a whopping 100,000. Is the planner trying to run away? Who would pay 100,000 for a guaranteed drop? Can't say that. They've clearly stated the price and probability for the guaranteed drop. Whether to draw or not is up to the individual. Watching the chatroom's conversation, Chen Song curiously clicked into the game mall. He quickly found the new equipment, which, as before, was obtained through a lottery. However, this time, the probability of getting the equipment was very low, and the guaranteed drop cost a staggering 100,000. Chen Song looked at the equipment in the prize pool and smiled slightly. Since that person wasn't using hacks but was instead using the newly released gear, this was interesting. "Competing with me, Chen Song, in terms of equipment? Then I'll play along. It's just 100,000, that's nothing to him." Without a second thought, Chen Song directly recharged 300,000 into the game. One set wouldn't be enough, he wanted 3 sets. After recharging, he immediately sent a message in the guild chat room. "Let's go." In the chat room, all the guild members showed excited expressions upon seeing these 2 words. They knew that as long as Brother Hao sent out these 2 words, it meant he was about to draw for equipment. This was what they looked forward to the most, as Brother Hao never drew just one set. Any extras would be drawn among them for lucky winners. Brother Hao, mighty. Brother Hao, so generous. In the Tsangshui game, Director Wei, since you just joined the company, why don't you announce this news? It's a good opportunity to get familiar with the employees and build good relationships. In the office, Fong Chang looked at Wei Yan and slowly spoke. He had just received the team building location and time from General Manager Chen and decided to let Wei Yan take this opportunity to make the announcement. After all, a company team building event is a good thing, and if Wei Yan does it, he can at least gain some goodwill from the employees. This would also help him integrate into the company more quickly. "Thank you, Manager Fong," Wei Yan said gratefully. After running business for so many years, he could naturally see Fong Chang's intentions. No need to thank me. General Manager Chen treats us well, and as his employees, we should work together to create benefits for the company. Fong Chang waved his hand dismissively. Manager Fong is right, we should work together. The two exchanged smiles. Wei Yan stood up and walked out. In the employee studio, Wei Yan slowly approached and clapped his hands. Sorry to take up a bit of your time, but I have an announcement to make. All the employees stopped their work and curiously looked at the newly appointed office director, wondering what he was about to announce. Wei Yan looked at the curious employees and gently spoke. Tomorrow afternoon, the company will hold a team-building activity. The detailed time and location will be sent to everyone in the work group shortly. As Wei Yan's words fell, the studio erupted in a commotion. The company is actually planning a team-building event? This is unbelievable. Some of the older employees showed expressions of disbelief. They had been working in this company for a few years and it was already quite good. If they didn't have to work overtime, they never dared to think about team-building activities. Unexpectedly, after the new boss took over this game company, they directly replaced their desks and chairs with new ones. They had secretly checked the prices of these desks and chairs, and a set cost over 7,000. No wonder sitting on them felt so comfortable. It hadn't been long since the furniture was replaced, and now they were announcing a team-building event. This new boss is too good. Everyone, please quiet down. Wei Yin gestured, and once the studio was quiet again, he continued. This team-building event will be held together with employees from another company of General Manager Chen, so everyone can communicate with each other. Alright, please pay attention to the messages in the group later. A round of applause suddenly erupted. Wei Yin smiled and left the employee studio. The next day, at noon, a coach bus stopped at the company entrance. Everyone, please get on the bus. Don't crowd, there are enough seats. Li Shan stood at the company entrance, directing the employees to board one by one. Once everyone was on the bus, Li Shan walked over to Chenmo General Manager Chen. Everyone is here. Shall we depart? Yes, let's go. Chenmo nodded at the bus. Considering that the team building might last late into the night and the company was somewhat remote, it would be inconvenient to return at night, so he directly arranged for a coach bus. This way, he could spend some of the system funds while providing convenience for the employees. Moreover, he was inspired by this. The company's location was indeed remote, making it very inconvenient for employees. If he arranged for a shuttle bus to travel back and forth between the city and the company, it would greatly benefit the employees. A large coach bus costs about $1 million, and it also requires a skilled driver, which would take up another salary. With the next system funds not yet in, he had found another way to spend money. I'm really too clever. Xingyu Restaurant, all the employees gathered and went to the banquet hall on the second floor. With the combined staff from both companies, there were about 60 people, and the ordinary private rooms could no longer accommodate them. So Chenmo simply booked the entire second floor. After all, it was spending the system's money, so there was no need to feel sorry. Wow, President Chen is even more extravagant this time. He's booked the whole second floor. President Chen is getting bolder and bolder. Didn't you see that this time he even arranged transportation for us? His employees are so lucky. Aren't we supposed to have employees from another company joining us for team building? That must be them over there. The employees who had participated in team building before looked at the entire banquet hall on the second floor inside. Everyone, find a place to sit. And those over there are employees from President Chen's other company. Feel free to go over and interact. In the future, the two companies will hold events together, and for the single men and women, this is a great opportunity. Don't waste it. Li Shan was loudly rallying the employees from the clothing factory. After all, in this clothing factory, the majority were men, while the other company, although also male-dominated, had some women, so for those wanting to find a partner, this team building was a great opportunity. It was likely that President Chen wanted the two companies to hold team building together for this very reason. As Li Shan's voice faded, some single young male employees quickly headed towards the employees from Sangshui Games, each one anxious, fearing they would arrive too late and miss out on even the soup. Li Shan watched this scene and also prepared to join in the fun. After all, he was single too. Who doesn't like a sweet romance? Excuse me, is this the company team building for Chanfeng Clothing? Just as he was about to go over, a soft female voice came from beside him. Li Shan turned to look and saw two girls standing next to him, looking at him. The two girls were about 1.6 meters tall, with delicate features. They weren't exactly beauties, but they were very pleasant to look at. Oh, you must be employees from Sangshui Games? Li Shan realized, having never seen these two girls before, they must indeed be from Sangshui Games. Is this the company team building for Sangshui Games? Sorry, we must have taken a wrong turn? Zhao Lingling's face turned a bit awkward upon hearing this. They had taken a wrong turn. She hurriedly apologized and pulled her companion Zhou Chen away. As they walked, they whispered to each other. Didn't you say it was right here? How did we get it wrong? Zhou Chen looked around in confusion, puzzled. That's right, Assistant Shin gave us this address, and didn't we ask the staff downstairs? It's definitely here. Zhou Chen looked around in Bewilderment, it was Xingyu Restaurant, how could they be wrong? Did they perhaps go to the wrong floor? Was this the third floor instead of the second? Li Shen listened to their conversation and felt something was off. Wait a moment? Li Shen hurriedly stepped forward to stop the two. Do you need something? Zhao Lingling looked at Li Shen in confusion, not understanding what he wanted. Are you employees of Changfeng Clothing? Li Shen asked the two girls tentatively. They had just asked if this was the team building for Changfeng Clothing. That's right, the team building for Tsangshui Games was indeed the team building for Changfeng Clothing. How could they have gotten it wrong? And from what he heard when they were leaving, it was Assistant Shen who sent them over. Could they be new employees of the company? Yes, that's right. Do you know where the team building for Changfeng Clothing is? Zhao Lingling's eyes lit up upon hearing Li Shen's question. Yes, this is indeed the company team building for Changfeng Clothing. You haven't come to the wrong place. We didn't get the wrong place, did we? Then why did you just say this is the Sanshui game? Zhao Lingling looked at Li Shen with a hostile gaze. This person seemed quite honest, yet he had just deceived them. Li Shen scratched his head awkwardly and began to explain. This is both a team-building event for Changfeng Clothing and for Sanshui game. Don't you know that President Chen now has two companies? One is Changfeng Clothing, and the other is Sanshui game. Today, both companies are having a joint team-building event. At this moment, Zhou Chen, who had been listening to Li Shen's explanation, weakly spoke up. Assistant Shen seemed to mention. There was another company, but I forgot what it was called. Now that I think about it, it seems to have Shui in the name. So we didn't get the wrong place. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingling felt a headache coming on and shot Li Shen another glare. They almost caused a major blunder because of these two. You two must be new here. I haven't seen you in the company before, so I just assumed you were employees of Sangshui Game, Li Shen explained. No, we've been with the company for a month. We're the accountants and finance staff. Since there are no available workstations, we've been working from home, so it's normal that you haven't seen us, Zhao Lingling said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. She still felt that her job was somewhat dreamy, working from home and receiving housing and food allowances. With the allowances, her salary had already exceeded 8,000 yuan. It's worth noting that in other companies for the same position, her salary was less than 5,000 yuan, now it's nearly 3,000 more. Moreover, just a couple of days ago, they switched to a 2-day weekend system. More importantly, her salary was paid in advance. Just 2 days ago, her second month's salary had already been deposited into her account. This dispelled any lingering doubts she had. I see, you two hurry up and take your seats inside. President Chen will be here soon, Li Shen said, understanding. At the entrance of Xingyu Restaurant, a business vehicle slowly came to a stop. Chenmo and Shinro got out together and walked into the restaurant. As soon as they entered the second-floor banquet hall, they saw all the employees standing in unison, erupting into warm applause. President Chen, your seat is over there. Wei Yan timely approached, leading the way to a prominent table in front. Chenmo nodded upon seeing this and followed Wei Yan over. Ever since Wei Yan was transferred to Sangshui Game, the clothing factory's orders had decreased, and he no longer had to worry about this guy causing trouble behind his back. He had been feeling much more at ease these days. Wei Yan, how are you adjusting to the new environment? President Chen, the new company is great. I will work hard. Wei Yan felt a surge of emotion at Chenmo's concern. He had been spending every day learning and had begun to gain a foundational understanding of the gaming industry. He believed that as long as he continued to persevere, he could create greater value for the company. As long as you're getting used to it, Chenmo nodded. Hello, President Chen. Upon reaching their seats, Fong Chang and several key members of the company stood up to greet him. Everyone sit down, don't be too formal. Today, just eat freely, he said. Before long, the restaurant staff began to push in the food cart. Everyone started to dig in. Lobster, abalone, caviar, this stuff isn't cheap. It feels like this time the dishes are even more extravagant than last time. What do you mean? It's clearly better than last time. Many employees looked at the dishes on the table, all showing expressions of shock. Chenmo quietly ate the lobster in his bowl. Such a delicacy was something he couldn't usually afford with his few thousand personal assets. Only by relying on the company could he indulge a little. Just as he was enjoying his meal, he saw Li Shen suddenly stand up and shout loudly. Everyone, hold on a second. Today, President Chen has organized a team-building event. Shouldn't President Chen say a few words? Immediately, the entire banquet hall erupted in a synchronized chant. President Chen, say a few words. President Chen, say a few words. Chenmo cast a deep glance at Li Shen. This old six was a bit too mischievous. However, with so many employees requesting it, he had no choice but to put down the lobster in his hand, stand up, and face the crowd. Today's team building is mainly for everyone to relax, so don't be shy, eat freely. That's all. The more they ate, the more he could spend, right? Today's spending target was quite high. Whether he could use up the system's funds depended on how much these people consumed. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause erupted in the banquet hall. Our President Chen is truly different. He says it's a team-building dinner, and it really is just that, without rambling on about anything else. Yeah, if it were other bosses, they'd probably talk for half an hour before stopping. Time passed little by little, and the employees began to relax, with those who enjoyed drinking starting to toast each other. Chenmo felt he had eaten enough and got up to check downstairs if the spending had met his expectations. Seeing this, Shinro hurriedly followed him. President Chen, the total spending is 72,000. However, last time, I personally upgraded you to a VIP user of the company, so you can enjoy a 10% discount. After rounding off, the current bill is 64,000. What do you think? The restaurant manager respectfully handed the bill to Chenmo. This was a big client, and he had to be well taken care of. Chenmo frowned upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that they had upgraded him to VIP status, which meant he had saved several thousand. But thinking about it, it was just to let the employees eat a bit more. He casually opened the menu and quickly pointed at a few items. This one, and this one. Let's have 2 more of each. The restaurant manager's eyes nearly disappeared in a smile as he looked at the dishes Chenmo ordered. This boss was indeed generous. All these dishes were lobsters, king crabs, and other high-end items from the hotel, and he wanted 2 of each. All right, President Chen. The restaurant manager greeted enthusiastically and began instructing the waitstaff to hurry the kitchen along. Xiaoro, check for me later where there are some upscale karaoke places nearby and reserve a spot. For the employees who don't want to go back after dinner, they can go have some fun at the karaoke. There's a budget of 15,000, just reserve a spot within that budget. After ordering the dishes, Chenmo realized he still had 15,000 in system funds that hadn't been spent. This restaurant spending was a bit low, with nearly 60 people from 2 companies combined. They hadn't even spent 100,000. This wouldn't do. It seemed he would have to choose a more upscale restaurant next time. Got it, President Chen. Shinro nodded in response. She sighed inwardly, thinking how good President Chen was to the employees, even ordering the expensive dishes. Even for singing, it had to be a high-end karaoke place. President Chen, I toast to you. Without you, President Chen, there wouldn't be the current Li Shen. Just as he returned to the second-floor restaurant, Li Shen approached with a glass of wine. Chenmo glanced again at the banquet table behind Li Shen and noticed that others were also eagerly holding their wine glasses. The last time he got drunk, it was because these people kept toasting him. This time, they were going to toast him again. Oh, no, wait. It was the time before last. Li Shen, President Chen can't drink. Before Chenmo could speak, Shinro, who was beside him, stood up first and frowned. As she said this, she clearly remembered how Chenmo had gotten tipsy from fruit beer the day before yesterday. Then let's substitute drinks for wine. Soon, a drink appeared in Chenmo's hand, and he thought to himself that he couldn't possibly get drunk on a drink. After a while, Chenmo let out a burp. Looking at the drink in his hand, he just couldn't bring himself to drink anymore. He waved back those who still wanted to toast him. These people couldn't focus on eating, they just wanted to find him for toasts. It was really troublesome. After thinking for a moment, he stood up. Looking around, he found Li Shen chatting with a female employee. This old 6 was leading the toasts and had run off to flirt. After some thought, he walked straight over. Li Shen, how does this dish taste? President Chen, the food here is delicious, Li Shen said, looking surprised at Chenmo's approach, and hurriedly spoke up. If it's good, eat more. I see you haven't touched your chopsticks for a while. This lobster is great. As he spoke, Chenmo placed a lobster in front of Li Shen's table. There's also a duck leg and half a jar of caviar. Eat it all, fill up. President Chen, I'm stuffed, I can't eat anymore. Li Shen struggled to finish a duck leg, patting his chest and feeling a bit choked. Come on, there's still half a bottle of red wine. Drink a bit to help it go down, and you can eat a little more. Seeing this, Chenmo handed half a bottle of red wine to Li Shen. Li Shen looked at the half bottle of red wine, feeling a bit dizzy, but President Chen was just too enthusiastic, so he couldn't refuse. He managed to drink half of the half bottle, but he felt even more stuffed. There are still a few big prawns, I'll go check elsewhere. Seeing that Li Shen was already overwhelmed, Chenmo added a few big prawns to Li Shen's bowl, patted his shoulder, and left. Li Shen watched as President Chen finally left, and he was suddenly filled with tears. President Chen was great in every way, except for one flaw. He was just too good to the employees. Chenmo wandered around the banquet hall, looking for those who had been toasting the most enthusiastically earlier. Here, this Buddha jumps over the wall is great, and there's still more than half a bowl left. Don't waste it, eat it all. This sea cucumber is a big deal. What? Can't eat anymore? This fish soup is good, have some fish soup. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, when everyone had eaten enough, Wei Yan stood up and spoke. Brothers, there's no rush to go home. President Chen has booked us a karaoke room, and we can go sing. This was organized after Shinro had confirmed the karaoke room, and she informed Wei Yan to arrange the next activities. Chenmo didn't plan to go to the karaoke room. After all, as the boss, the employees wouldn't be able to relax. The next day, in the morning, after finishing the breakfast that young Duo had sent over, Chenmo arrived at the company. He comfortably leaned back in the esports chair, sipping the coffee that Chenmo had prepared for him. Today was an important day. That's right, today was the day for the system settlement. He focused his consciousness into his mind, looking at the system panel. Host, Chenmo System Funds, 3.08/4 million personal assets, 1942 settlement period, 1 month countdown, 2 hours 38 minutes. Thanks to yesterday's efforts, the system funds had finally dropped below 4 million. Early this morning, he inquired with the business department if there were any new achievements, and the answer was that there were no new results yet. This meant there was no need to worry about sudden client payments. He also kept an eye on Li Shen's side, and there were no underhanded moves. There wouldn't be any issues with handling the backlog of clothes. Meanwhile, Sangshui Games was still developing new games, and the other games were all in a state of loss. With the right timing, location, and people, this time he was sure to secure that 4 million. In the distance, Shinro had been secretly watching Chenmo and noticed that today he was in an exceptionally good mood, with a smile occasionally appearing at the corners of his mouth. Did President Chen encounter some good news? Why was he so happy? At Sangshui Games, Wei Yan walked into the company looking exhausted. The group of kids had partied too hard yesterday and didn't return until midnight. Good morning, Manager Fong. Why didn't you have breakfast today? Passing by the manager's office, he noticed that Fong Chang hadn't eaten breakfast today. He remembered that Fong Chang always had breakfast at this time, so it was a bit strange that he hadn't eaten. Good morning, Director Wei. I wasn't hungry this morning. Fong Chang recalled last night's experience. President Chen had given him a huge bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall. No, it couldn't be called a bowl, it was more like a basin. He had already eaten quite a bit, and with that basin of Buddha jumps over the wall, he was almost too full to move. He still felt a bit stuffed when he got up this morning. Manager Fong, I have good news. Tianlong Games suddenly received a large sum of income. Zhao Bowen rushed into the manager's office excitedly. Director Wei is also here. Seeing Wei Yin in the room, Zhao Bowen politely greeted him. Wei Yin nodded, looking at Zhao Bowen with curiosity. I remember that Tianlong Game has always been in a state of loss, right? Although he hadn't been at Sangshui Games for long, he had been learning and understanding things over the past few days, so he knew a bit about the situation with Tianlong Games. The main reason for Tianlong's losses is the severe player attrition. Fewer and fewer people are spending money in the game. But this time, someone deposited a large sum of money into the game. Zhao Bowen explained. This morning, feeling bored, he casually checked the back end of several games and suddenly found that Tianlong's game account had increased by 300,000 yuan. Curious, he looked into it and discovered that a wealthy player had directly deposited 300,000 yuan into the game the day before yesterday. How much suddenly appeared? Fong Chang asked curiously, looking at Zhao Bowen's excited expression. Tianlong Games had experienced similar situations before. After all, this game had once been extremely popular, and some wealthy old players, feeling nostalgic, would casually spend a few thousand or even tens of thousands. But he had never seen Zhao Bowen so excited before. 300,000, a full 300,000. Zhao Bowen held up 3 fingers, then revealed an admiring expression. I finally understand why President Chen priced that set of equipment so high. The high prices are meant for those wealthy players. After all, to the rich, a few thousand and tens of thousands make no difference. Tianlong Games has serious player attrition. If they continue to keep prices at the previous levels, not many people would buy. But President Chen has a far-sighted vision, directly raising the equipment prices to a very high level. This way, if it doesn't sell, the loss isn't significant, since it has always been in a state of loss. But if 1 or 2 wealthy players buy the equipment, a large sum of funds will come in. President Chen's move is brilliant. Fong Chang and Wei Yan exchanged glances, agreeing with Zhao Bowen's analysis. Unexpectedly, President Chen set the price of the equipment so high and thought so far ahead. Fong Chang sighed. He had thought that with such a high price, no one would buy the equipment. Indeed, President Chen is President Chen. But this can't be a long-term plan, right? If we keep releasing so many high-priced items, will those wealthy buyers continue to purchase? Wei Yan frowned, his tone somewhat uncertain. After all, he wasn't wealthy himself and didn't understand the mindset of the rich. Fong Chang and Zhao Bowen fell silent upon hearing this. What President Chen was doing did bring income to Tianlong, but if this continued, would those wealthy buyers really keep buying? After a while, Fong Chang rubbed his still somewhat full stomach and stood up. Don't think too much about it. President Chen must have his own ideas. We just need to follow along when the time comes. You should transfer that 300,000 to President Chen's company account first, so that President Chen can be pleased. At Changfeng Garment Factory, President Chen, Wang Manyan just called and said the cafeteria has been renovated. He wants you to come over and light the kitchen's first fire for good luck. Shenro conveyed the message she had just received to Chenmo. The cafeteria is completed? Let's go take a look. Chenmo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. After all, there were still about 2 hours until the system settlement, so it would be nice to check out the new cafeteria. President Chen is in a good mood today. Shenro smiled as she followed Chenmo. Really? Chenmo turned to look at Shinro. Was he that obvious? President Chen has been smiling all day. Arriving at the company cafeteria, they found a red carpet laid out at the entrance, along with a large inflatable arch and flower baskets placed on either side. It had the atmosphere of a grand opening. Who set this up? Chenmo asked in confusion. He didn't remember requesting any of this. I heard from Uncle Wang that the renovation company did this to celebrate the completion of our cafeteria, Shinro replied. Chenmo nodded. Upon hearing this, the renovation company really knew how to handle things, not a waste of the money he spent. President Chen, you're here. The cafeteria is just waiting for you to light the first fire. As soon as they entered the cafeteria, Wang Manyan came running over with his somewhat plump body. However, after a long period of morning runs, he had lost some weight. Let's go. Chenmo nodded and followed Wang Manyan to the kitchen. This first fire symbolized his successful settlement today, right? It was a good omen. Arriving in the kitchen, under everyone's watchful eyes, Chenmo lit the first fire. President Chen, the lounge on the second floor is also ready, you can go take a look. I'm going to cook now. The first dish in the cafeteria must be tasted by you, President Chen. Wang Manyan spoke again after seeing that President Chen had already lit the fire. Alright, then you cook. Arriving at the second floor lounge, Chenmo looked around and found that the pool table, ping pong table, treadmill, fitness equipment, and massage chairs were all set up. Which one do you want to play? Ping pong, I guess. Shinro glanced at the entertainment facilities and realized she had only played ping pong back in school. Let's play a couple of rounds and feel it out. Chenmo walked to the cabinet next to the ping pong table, found a paddle, and handed it to Shinro. After playing for a while, the dishes were ready downstairs, and the two went down. President Chen, please taste. Chenmo looked in surprise at the dishes laid out on the table. He hadn't expected that 6 dishes could be prepared in such a short time. He picked up his chopsticks and sampled a bit. The taste was excellent. Feeling no worse than those star-rated restaurants. Wang Manyan really had some skills, Chenmo thought to himself. The taste is good, but I can't finish all of this by myself. You all should eat too. Chenmo called out to the people around him. President Chen, I won't eat. Wang Manyan trembled slightly at the invitation. Just yesterday at the restaurant, President Chen had forced him to eat an entire roasted suckling pig, insisting that it must be finished in 3 bites, and he still hadn't digested it. Now, hearing President Chen invite him to eat again, the image of the roasted pig flashed in his mind, and he felt he never wanted to eat roasted suckling pig again in his life. After handling the cafeteria matters, Chenmo returned to his office and glanced at the time. It was just a few minutes to noon. That meant it was almost time for the settlement. He almost missed such an important event. Chenmo looked at the system panel in his mind with a smile. Ha! Chenmo was taken aback, blinked, and looked again. Host, Chenmo, System Funds, 300308/4 million, Personal Assets, 1942, Settlement Cycle, 1 month, Countdown, 4 minutes 38 seconds, Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he felt utterly defeated. What? When did an extra 300,000 in System Funds appear? He clearly remembered it was only 308 in the morning, and in just over 2 hours, it suddenly increased by 300,000. That old guy is tricking me again. Looking at the countdown with only a few minutes left, Chenmo knew that this time, the 4 million was slipping away from him once more. 4 million. That was a whole 4 million. He had never seen so much money in both of his lives, and now it was just gone. Chenmo slumped in his chair, feeling hopeless. He had worked so hard to spend money. System settling, system settlement complete, starting fund conversion complete, starting to replenish system funds. System funds have been replenished, please check. Host has completed the side quest of owning another company. Rewards have been issued, please check. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Chenmo looked at his system panel. Host, Chenmo, System Funds, 8 million, Personal Assets, 5641, Settlement Cycle, 2 months, Countdown, 60 days. Looking at the cold system panel, the only comfort Chenmo could find was that this time the system funds had reached 8 million. If he succeeded in this conversion, his personal assets could directly become 8 million. Of course, his personal funds had also exceeded 5,000 now, so he wouldn't have to live so frugally. Oh right, he still hadn't claimed the system reward. He wondered what it would be. Chenmo found the system rewards interface and clicked to claim it directly. 10 classic songs from parallel worlds have been sent to the host's email, please check. 10 classic songs. Chenmo curiously opened his email and downloaded the songs to his phone and computer hard drive. He briefly looked at the 10 songs, which were Invisible Wings, The Lone Brave, and Sorrow Relief. However, these songs didn't seem to be of any use to him. He couldn't possibly sell these songs, could he? He was already struggling to spend money, and selling them would just be asking for trouble. This system reward was quite useless. Forget it, even if he couldn't sell them, listening to them wouldn't be too bad. Chenmo forced himself to feel better and then put on his headphones, planning to listen to these songs from his past life. But soon, he realized something was off. Why did the voices in these songs sound so familiar? Damn, isn't that my own voice? How did these songs from parallel worlds become ones I can sing? Host, don't be surprised. Since these songs have no origin in this world, the system has automatically corrected it, and you are now the original singer of these songs. Chenmo listened to the mechanical voice of the system, tried singing a line, and found that, just as the system said, he could indeed sing all these songs, and he was quite proficient at it. Did the system want him to become a star? Chenmo lazily leaned back in his chair and dismissed the thought. What kind of star? Running around for gigs every day is exhausting, and who knows what kind of response these songs would get in this world anyway. So it was more important to find a way to spend the system's funds this time. After all, it was 8 million. But before that, he needed to figure out where that sudden extra 300,000 came from. With that in mind, Chenmo got up from his seat, looked at Shinro, who was working, and called out to her. Xiaoro, the company account suddenly has an extra 300,000. Can you check who transferred it? He wanted to see what kind of good deed that old Six had done this time. Okay, President Chen. Shinro hurriedly began to investigate. After a while, she clarified the transfer details. President Chen, it came from Sanxue Games. Sanxue Games. Hearing this, Chenmo frowned. Could it be that Wei Yan, that rebellious brat, was up to something again? After thinking for a moment, he called directly. President Chen, you looking for me? Wei Yan's voice came through the phone. Yeah, I see that Sanxue Games transferred 300,000 to the company account. What's going on? Chenmo asked slowly. Oh, that 300,000, it's the revenue from Tianlong Games. Isn't Tianlong always in a state of loss? How could there be so much revenue? Chenmo was somewhat puzzled. This is all thanks to you, President Chen. You had the R&D department create a new piece of equipment and set a very high price. I didn't expect someone would actually be willing to pay for it. On the day the equipment was listed, someone directly spent 300,000. Wei Yan spoke enthusiastically, his tone filled with admiration for Chenmo. After a while, Chenmo slowly hung up the phone. He finally understood that this settlement was actually due to his own actions. The equipment was developed at his request, and the price was set by him as well. And someone really did buy that equipment. That was 300,000. Chenmo was speechless, casually clicking on Tianlong Games. He wanted to see who had bought this set of equipment, and they had bought 3 sets at once. Entering the game, he opened the character leaderboard and indeed saw 3 people wearing the same equipment as him. One person's name stood out particularly. I am a tycoon, it was this guy. Chenmo instantly pieced together the sequence of events. This guy, after being killed by him, felt disgruntled and just happened to discover the newly listed equipment. To regain his honor, he charged in with 300,000. After figuring out the reason, he couldn't help but slap himself. Why was he playing games when he could have just kept the 400,000? But now that it had happened, there was no way to take it back. Looking at the game character, Chenmo secretly controlled his character to go out into the wild to grind monsters, preparing to vent his frustration. After a while, Chenmo looked at his gray-white game interface, sinking into deep doubt. Just a moment ago, he hadn't been grinding for long when I Am a Tycoon showed up with a group of people, all wearing the same equipment as him, and without saying a word, they directly surrounded him and beat him to death. Looking at the mocking words in the chat room, Chenmo fell into silence. He realized he had lost both his wife and his soldiers. In reality, the system had failed to settle, and in the game, he had also lost face, being beaten to death. Chenmo blared at the ID, I am a tycoon, gritting his teeth. In hatred, it was this guy. No, this couldn't just be left as it was. He thought it through. Since the settlement issue was irretrievable, he had to regain his face in the game. If this piece of equipment wouldn't work, then he would create a new set. Set a higher price, 1 million for a set. No, Chenmo quickly dismissed the thought. What if that tycoon was out of his mind and actually spent the money? Then he would be the one at a loss. He needed to think of another way. Chenmo rubbed his head, lost in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Since he couldn't sell it, why not make it drop from monsters instead? Then he could have Sanxue Games adjust the drop rate of the equipment to the lowest value. Wouldn't that work? This way, even if someone got lucky and dropped a piece, a full set of equipment, including jewelry and weapons, would have about 10 items. It would take ages to gather a complete set. Yes, that's it. The more Chenmo thought about it, the more feasible this plan seemed. This way, even if that tycoon had money, he still couldn't buy it. After confirming that there were no loopholes this time, Chenmo picked up the phone and dialed out. Hello, President Chen, what can I do for you? The call connected, and Fong Chang's respectful voice came through. Regarding the Tianlong game, didn't a new set of equipment just come out? I think it's a bit lacking. I plan to have you create another set. The requirements are the same as last time, just similar modeling, but this time the equipment values must be higher than the previous set. Chenmo slowly stated his requirements. President Chen, that set of equipment has only been on the shelves for a few days. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to release a new one? What's inappropriate? Games need to constantly update new content to keep things fresh, you understand? I understand, President Chen, but should this equipment still be priced at 100,000? Fong Chang asked, thinking that President Chen might have tasted success with the 300,000 from the morning and wanted to do it again. No, this time it won't be sold, it can only drop from wild monsters. And adjust the drop rate to the lowest. It should be the kind that's hard to drop even after a month of farming. Song Shui Games. Fong Chang hung up the phone, lost in thought. He had initially thought President Chen was planning to sell another new piece of equipment after the success of the 300,000 in the morning, but he never expected that. This time, President Chen didn't intend to sell at all. What could be the reason for this? Indeed, we mere mortals cannot comprehend President Chen's far-sighted vision. Fong Chang sighed and shook his head, calling Zhao Bowen over. Since he couldn't understand President Chen's intentions, he would just follow orders. Brother Chang, you called for me. Not long after, Zhao Bowen walked in and sat directly across from Fong Chang. Fong Chang didn't take it to heart. Before this company was taken over by Chenmo, he and Zhao Bowen were good buddies, often going out for drinks together. So, as long as Zhao Bowen didn't disrupt the company's operations, it was fine for him to be a bit casual in front of him. President Chen has announced a new task for us to develop. A set of Tianlong equipment, with values higher than the previous one. There are no other requirements, just do it as you see fit. You should still gather the same team as last time and get it done as soon as possible. Ah, so soon for the second new piece of equipment? Is President Chen trying to strike while the iron is hot and make another profit? Zhao Bowen exclaimed in surprise as he listened to Fong Chang's description. No, this time President Chen doesn't plan to put the equipment in the mall, but instead is investing in a mode for farming wild equipment. Why is that? Zhao Bowen was quite puzzled. I don't know, we just need to follow along. Fong Chang shook his head. In the afternoon, at the Changfeng garment factory, Chenmo sat at his desk, starting to plan how to spend the newly received 8 million in system funds. First, he could allocate 1/10 for charity, which is 800,000, essentially a free donation that must be utilized. Shenro's orphanage could just serve as the first charitable recipient. Next, the office computers at Sangshui Games could also be replaced. There were over 30 workstations, and with a configuration costing 41,000 each, it would amount to about 1.3 million. The air conditioning there wasn't very good either, and the break room needed some snack cabinets and other leisure items, along with some more expensive green plant decorations. In total, a budget of about 1.6 million would be needed. The employees' wages for next month also needed to be reserved in advance, which would require around 600,000. Adding it all up, a total budget of 3 million could be spent. This means he still needed to spend 5 million. No, that rebellious Wei Yan had left behind a 1 million order, and there was still 400,000 in outstanding payments that hadn't been received. Based on the construction period, it would definitely come in this month. So he still needed to spend at least 5.4 million. This was indeed tricky. It seemed a commuter bus had to be arranged, and a large bus would cost at least over 1 million. He also needed to hire a seasoned driver. He could ask Brother Yang about this, as he used to drive large vehicles and would surely know people in this field. That would leave him with over 4 million. The employee sports meeting also needed to be prepared in due time, with more events set up and more prizes distributed. He should try to get as many computers, phones, and home appliances as possible. Plus, renting the sports venue would cost at least several 100,000. For now, that's about it. The remaining money could be adjusted as needed. Spending it shouldn't be a problem. Seeing that the spending plan for the month was nearly organized, Chenmo stretched his back. Then let's start with the first thing, charity. Resolving the orphanage issue early would allow those children to live a bit better. Checking the time, it was just past 1 in the afternoon. There was enough time. Shenro, let's go out for a bit. He stood up and called Shenro, directly leaving the office. Getting into the business vehicle, Yang Dahai was already prepared and waiting at the driver's seat. President Chen, where to? To Tailong Furniture City, Chenmo replied. Tailong Furniture City is the largest and most famous furniture city in Jiangcheng, with very good guarantees on the items and quality. The beds for the children at the orphanage were too worn out, as were the small desks they used for studying. They needed to replace them with a new batch, and going now would be just right to order some. The sooner they ordered, the sooner the children could have good beds to sleep on. President Chen, what are we going to the furniture city for? Shenro asked curiously in the car. Sir, this bed is made of solid wood, and the other materials are all environmentally friendly. It's completely safe for the children to use, the salesperson at Tailong Furniture City said. Chenmo squatted in front of a bunk bed for children, carefully inspecting it, and found that the salesperson was indeed correct. It was made of solid wood. Shenro quietly watched from the side, not expecting that President Chen came to the furniture city to buy new beds for the children at the orphanage. Seeing him seriously checking the bed's material, she felt quite moved. How much is this bunk bed? After confirming the material, Chenmo stood up and looked at the salesperson. Sir, this children's bunk bed is 9,998 each, the salesperson replied enthusiastically. How many do you have in stock? Chenmo asked again. This is a question That relates to the heart. If there are enough available beds, those children can move into their new beds faster. We currently have a total of 7 available beds here. I wonder how many you are planning to purchase, sir? The sales assistant's eyes lit up upon hearing Chenmo's question. Based on her years of experience, she judged that anyone who could ask such a question had the intention to buy, and if she seized the opportunity, the chances of closing a deal would be very high. Sir, if you purchase more than 5 beds, we can offer a 5% discount here. Upon hearing the word discount, Chenmo instinctively frowned but quickly realized and smiled helplessly. He was getting carried away with spending the system's funds. This time it was for charity, for the orphanage, and spending 800,000 was inevitable. Saving a little here would allow for more funds for other expenses at the orphanage. There are currently 15 children in the orphanage, and with only 7 available beds, the bunk beds could accommodate 14 children. However, these children are still small, so 2 children can temporarily share one bed. Okay, I'll take all 7 available beds, and I would also like to reserve one of these bunk beds. I hope you can make it as soon as possible. Mr. Chen, isn't that a bit too extravagant? Those children are still small. Buying such expensive beds is too luxurious. I think the previous beds that cost a few thousand were quite good too. Hearing that Chenmo had decided to make the purchase, Shinro immediately spoke up anxiously. This bed costs nearly 10,000. How could Mr. Chen spend so much? Those beds costing a few thousand are made of composite board, which contains a lot of formaldehyde. If small children absorb too much formaldehyde, it can affect their health. This is a solid wood bed made from high-quality solid wood, so you don't have to worry about formaldehyde issues. Chenmo patiently explained, seeing Shinro's anxious expression. Formaldehyde is very harmful to people, especially children, so this aspect cannot be taken lightly. Even for the employee dormitory built for the clothing factory, he required the renovation company to use only good solid wood materials. Shinro opened her mouth. She hadn't thought about this issue before. Now, hearing Chenmo say this, she realized it was a very important matter. This concerns the health of those children. She simply couldn't refuse. Mr. Chun, thank you. You can put the cost of these beds on my account. I will definitely pay you back. Since she couldn't refuse, she would treat it as a loan. Her salary was already 10,000, and 8 beds would only be 8 months' salary, which she could afford. Chenmo furrowed his brow upon hearing this. I'm doing charity with 800,000. If I put it on your account, how can I continue with the charity? After thinking for a moment, he looked at Shinro seriously and said, Shinro, I'm buying these beds for those children, not because of you, but for those children. And this money is not just mine. It's a charitable fund made in the name of the company. So this money belongs to the company and to everyone at the clothing factory and Sangshui Games. If you really want to do something, then do your own job well. Additionally, the company will periodically allocate a charitable fund for public welfare activities in the future. In the future, those who will receive help won't only be the orphanage but also others in need of support. Listening to Chenmo's words, Shinro gradually lowered her head in shame. She realized that Mr. Chen's level of thinking was far beyond hers. While she was only thinking about that small orphanage, Mr. Chen was already considering helping more people. The orphanage was merely the first beneficiary. Mr. Chen, I understand. I will definitely work hard to bring greater benefits to the company and help more people. Shinro raised her head and said with determination. Looking at Shinro's resolute expression, Chenmo wanted to say that there was no need for her to be like this. I hired you as an assistant, not to have you generate profits for the company. He silently scoffed at this thought and turned to look at the sales assistant who was quietly waiting. You can issue the invoice now. Okay. The sales assistant responded quickly and hurried to the counter, seemingly afraid that Chenmo would change his mind. When she had just heard the girl say it was too expensive, she had thought this order was going to fall through. After all, based on her years of experience as a sales assistant, when a man and a woman came to buy something, if the woman had objections, it would be very difficult to close the deal. She had already lost hope, but unexpectedly, the situation took a turn. She quickly prepared the invoice and returned. Sir, I need you to fill in the delivery address and time. Chenmo took the invoice, filled in the time and location, and handed it back. Alright, sir. According to your timing, someone will deliver the bed tomorrow morning, and there will also be workers to install it for you. If there are any issues, feel free to contact us at any time. After purchasing the bed, Chenmo also bought a double bed for Grandma Wu. Then he ordered a batch of children's tables and chairs. After leaving Tailong Furniture City, Chenmo had Yang Dahai drive to a sports company to discuss the rubber flooring and some children's entertainment facilities. With this, the orphanage's large supplies were all set. The remaining small items could be purchased by Grandma Wu herself. This trip only cost over 200,000, leaving more than 500,000 in charity funds, enough for the orphanage for a while. Brother Yang, no need to go back to the company, just head home. Chenmo glanced at the time and saw it was already 4:30, with only half an hour left until the end of the workday, so he decided not to return. Alright, President Chen, Yang Dahai replied. Where are you going? Chenmo turned to Shinro. I just need to get off at the subway entrance ahead. Shinro looked at the location and pointed to the subway entrance in front. The vehicle slowly stopped beside the subway entrance. Just before getting out, Chenmo suddenly called out to Shinro, "President Chen, is there anything else?" Shinro paused her action of getting out and looked at Chenmo. "You don't need to come to the company tomorrow morning. The children's beds will arrive at the orphanage, so you can go check it out. Also, a donation for the orphanage will be transferred to your account shortly, which you can give to Grandma Wu tomorrow. Once you handle the orphanage matters, go to the bus trading market to investigate, gather the models and prices of the buses, and bring that back. I need to take a look." Chenmo thought about needing to arrange a shuttle bus for the employees at the clothing factory, and it was just right for Shinro to check it out in advance. "Okay, President Chen." Shinro nodded happily at this, and this time her happiness was not just about the orphanage but because President Chen finally let her do some tasks that an assistant should do. Previously, such procurement investigations had always been done by Wei Yan. "Brother Yang, weren't you driving a large truck before? Do you know any drivers who can drive a large bus? The company will need one in a few days. If you do, could you help me get in touch?" Chenmo asked in the car. Tomorrow, after Shinro investigates the information about the large bus, the next step would be purchasing it. Now, they just needed a driver. It was uncertain how long it would take for HR to recruit someone, so if Yang Dahai had any friends, it could speed things up. "President Chen, I actually do have a friend who used to drive long-distance buses and has over 10 years of driving experience. He's 2 years younger than me, but last year he was reported by a passenger and the bus company fired him. Don't think too much, Mr. Chen. My friend is a good person. The bus company just hired a younger driver who earns even less. They were just looking for an excuse to fire my friend." Yang Dahai seemed worried that Mr. Chen would misunderstand, so he explained. "What is he doing now? Can we hire him as a driver? I remember the last time we met he was working as a security guard. If you need him, I can contact him tonight." "Alright, thank you," Chenmo said politely. After all, this matter was outside of work. "Mr. Chen, there's no need to be polite with me, Yang Dahai. Our family has benefited from your kindness. We probably still worry about what to eat for the next meal every day." Yang Dahai laughed heartily, feeling genuinely grateful to Chenmo ever since he and his wife joined Chenmo's company. The pressure on him had vanished in an instant, and during this time, he felt like he had become much younger. "By the way, Mr. Chen, what salary do you plan to offer this bus driver?" Chenmo was taken aback. He hadn't really thought about that. The salary definitely couldn't be too low. Currently, Yang Dahai's salary was 8,000 yuan, and if the new driver also earned 8,000, that wouldn't be good. After all, Yang Dahai was considered a long-time employee. How could he have the same salary as a new employee? Chenmo had a sudden idea. He could raise Yang Dahai's salary by 2,000, and then it would be fine to offer the new employee 8,000. "Brother Yang, I'm planning to offer the new driver 8,000 yuan a month." 8,000? "Mr. Chen, don't worry. As long as my friend hasn't suffered any head injuries, he will definitely come to work." Yang Dahai's face lit up at the news. He remembered the last time he met that friend. Things were not going well for him. Now, offering him a job with an 8,000 monthly salary and various benefits, he couldn't believe his friend wouldn't come. "That's good." Chenmo nodded in relief and continued. "Brother Yang, you've been with us for a while now, and your performance has been excellent. So, I've adjusted your salary to 10,000 a month starting next month." "Mr. Chen, I'm already very satisfied with an 8,000 monthly salary. There's no need to raise it." Yang Dahai quickly refused upon hearing this. Mr. Chen had already helped him enough, and with the amount of work he did in a day, he felt uneasy about earning 10,000. This is company policy. Employees who perform well will receive a salary increase. No rules, no standards, so Brother Yang, you don't need to refuse. Chenmo rubbed his forehead helplessly. He didn't understand what was going on with his employees. Those who were offered a raise didn't want it. Those who weren't allowed to run business were finding ways to do so, bringing in orders. With more orders, they organized overtime without waiting for his command. Was this considered good luck or bad luck? The vehicle drove smoothly, and soon they arrived at the old city community. In the evening, at Jiangcheng University, in the girls' dormitory, Shinro sat in a chair, staring blankly at the transfer record. In the afternoon, after getting off the subway, she went straight to her part-time job and hadn't paid attention to the transfer information. It was only when she returned to the dormitory after work that she remembered Mr. Chen had transferred a sum of charitable funds for her to give to Grandma Wu. She then opened her phone to check. When she saw the 6-figure amount, she was stunned. Over 500,000. Mr. Chen had actually donated over 500,000 in charitable funds to the orphanage. If you also counted the children's beds and study desks purchased from the furniture city, as well as the rubber track and recreational equipment customized by the sports goods company, adding it all up, it must be around 800,000. Shinro remained silent for a long time, unsure how to describe her feelings at that moment. Her biggest goal had always been to help the orphanage get through tough times, to provide those little ones with a good living environment. Yet, this seemingly insurmountable goal was resolved in an instant today. She was happy for the orphanage and those children. But she also felt a bit empty. The motivation that had always supported her suddenly collapsed at that moment. What's wrong, Xiao? Her roommate, Zhang Lan, noticed something was off with Shenro and asked with concern. Lan, what if the orphanage suddenly no longer needs my support? What should I do? Shenro looked up, gazing at Zhang Lan with a hint of confusion. That's a good thing. That way, you won't have to work part-time every day, and you won't have to live so frugally. With your monthly salary of 10,000, you can buy some clothes and snacks you like. If you ever miss the orphanage, just buy some small gifts and go visit. Isn't that a beautiful life? You've been living for the orphanage all these years. If it really doesn't need support anymore, I think you should live for yourself this time. Zhang Lan said seriously, which was also her heartfelt opinion. She knew best how Shenro had lived during these college years. But soon, Zhang Lan shook her head inside. But what's the use of saying all this? We've tried to get sponsorship from those big companies before. If we're lucky, they might sponsor you a few thousand, but they want a short video in return to gain some attention. If we're unlucky, they won't even let us in the door. These days, there are really too few entrepreneurs who genuinely do charity. Who knows when we'll encounter one? I encountered one. Shenro looked at Zhang Lan and said slowly, someone is willing to sponsor the orphanage? That boss is so kind. Zhang Lan asked in surprise upon hearing Shenro's words. It's Chenmo. What's the situation? Tell me quickly. As soon as Zhang Lan heard it was Chenmo, her eyes lit up with curiosity. Last Sunday, I wasn't going back to the orphanage, and Chenmo went along. Shenro recounted the whole story. Oh, so it turns out Chen is a really nice person. Let me see how much charity funding he gave to the orphanage. Zhang Lan said, already leaning over to look at Shenro's phone. Over 500,000, that's quite a lot. But why does this charity funding have both round and odd numbers? 541,680, does it have some special meaning? I don't know. Shenro shook her head, unsure why it was like that. Never mind that. In any case, Chenmo has sponsored the orphanage, so you're completely free now. You should quit that part-time job tomorrow. You don't need the money so urgently anymore. Zhang Lan said with a smile, genuinely happy for Shenro. But suddenly losing the motivation of the orphanage, I don't know what to do next. I have no goals anymore. Really no goals? Then why have you been staying up late studying assistant-related knowledge during this time? Of course, it's because Chenmo offered such a high salary. I want to work hard to improve my professional skills and be worthy of this pay, Shenro quickly explained. And now, Chenmo has solved the orphanage's predicament. Are you not planning to work hard anymore? As Zhang Lan said this, a mysterious smile appeared on her face as she leaned closer to Shenro. Or do you not want to work hard anymore and want to stage a drama? What TV plot? Shenro looked at Zhang Lan with a puzzled expression. Of course, the young master's kindness, I have no way to repay it, so I can only offer myself in return, Zhang Lan said, suddenly bursting into laughter. Are you looking for death? The two instantly grappled on the bed. Mr. Chen, please come in. Fong Chang warmly led Chenmo into the office. Upon entering, Chenmo glanced around. This office had been specially reserved for him, but he had been at the clothing factory all this time, so it had remained vacant. Where's Wei Yan? Director Wei should be in the employee studio right now. I'll go call him over, Fong Chang quickly replied. During this time, Wei Yan had been spending every day in the employee studio, seeking knowledge about games from the employees. No need, I happen to have some announcements to make, so let's go to the employee studio. Chenmo waved his hand, and the two headed to the employee studio together. As soon as they walked in, Chenmo saw Wei Yan sitting next to an employee, holding a pen and pointing at the computer screen. Seeing this scene, Chenmo couldn't help but smile. The biggest taboo in work is when a leader knows nothing yet still tries to dictate. Wasn't Wei Yan just exhibiting this behavior? He didn't understand games at all but was pointing and gesturing next to the employees. Wasn't this exactly what Chenmo wanted? Mr. Chen, you're here. Wei Yan noticed Chenmo at the door and quickly stood up to greet him. Chenmo nodded, revealing a satisfied smile at Wei Yan. You're doing well, keep it up. Mr. Chen, I will definitely work hard. Wei Yan's spirit lifted upon hearing Chenmo's affirmation, as if he had been inspired. Was this Mr. Chen acknowledging his efforts and learning during this time? Chenmo gently patted Wei Yan's shoulder in encouragement and walked directly to the center of the employee studio. Everyone, please stop your work for a moment. Mr. Chen has something to say. Seeing that Mr. Chen was ready, Fong Chang quickly clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. Mr. Chen, you may speak. All the employees turned their curious gazes toward him, wondering what this new boss would say. I'm here today mainly to make some adjustments to our work and to discuss some company benefits and activities. Since acquiring this company, I have rarely come here, so I have somewhat neglected this side, resulting in the work model and benefits here remaining the same as before. Therefore, today I aim to unify the work model here with that of the clothing factory. As Chenmo spoke, some employees in the studio couldn't help but gasp. During the last team building event, they had chatted with employees from the clothing factory and knew what their benefits were like. They had been quite envious and had wondered when Mr. Chen would change the system here. They never expected it to happen today. Everyone, quiet down and listen to Mr. Chen. Fong Chang stepped forward and scolded. The studio fell silent. Again, Chenmo continued. First, regarding work hours, we have always had an 8 to 5 schedule here, which does not need to change. However, the rest system here is a single day off, and from now on, it will be unified with the clothing factory system, changing to a 2-day weekend. Additionally, after my detailed understanding, I found that there is still overtime here. I am strongly opposed to overtime. It not only takes up everyone's personal time but also gradually diminishes everyone's work enthusiasm. From now on, the overtime system will be abolished. Also, everyone can keep track of the overtime hours since I took over the company. The finance department will issue double overtime pay, and any work done on weekends will also count as overtime. Chenmo spoke slowly, having heard about the overtime situation from an employee during a team building event. After returning, he specifically looked into the work policies at Sanshui Games. He realized that he had been too neglectful of the company, which was almost in a free-range state. Therefore, he devised a reform plan for its Sanshui Games based on the situation at the garment factory. This led to today's speech. Clap, clap, clap. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted in the employee studio, with a few excited employees even shouting, "Boss is awesome." As the applause gradually subsided, Chenmo continued. Next, let's talk about benefits. First, regarding insurance, your previous insurance was only the minimum standard in Jiang City, and there was no housing fund. From now on, everyone will have their 5 insurances and 1 housing fund fully paid. There are also other benefits. Since we don't have a cafeteria here, everyone still has to pay for their meals. We can't solve the cafeteria issue for now, so the company will provide additional meal allowances. Additionally, there will be shopping cards, just like at the garment factory, with each person receiving 500 yuan in shopping cards every month. Moreover, outstanding employees will have opportunities for salary increases each month. As Chenmo spoke, every employee in the studio seemed to be in a dream. During the team building event, they learned that the benefits at the garment factory were good, but they never expected them to be this good. If the previous changes in working hours liberated their physical and mental freedom, then the current changes in benefits completely addressed their basic needs for food, clothing, and housing. Not to mention that 500 yuan shopping cart each month would significantly alleviate household expenses, making it no different from a 500 yuan salary increase. Beside him, Fong Chang showed an incredulous expression upon hearing Chenmo's words. He wasn't very familiar with the policies at the garment factory and had never looked into them. After listening, he suddenly realized how great the benefits for Chen's employees were. If all these plans were truly implemented, the amount Chen would be spending and losing would be a substantial figure. Meanwhile, Wei Yan stood calmly to the side, already accustomed to Chenmo's actions. He had quietly done some calculations recently and found that the money Chen was currently spending was completely disproportionate to the income of both companies. He didn't understand why Chenmo was doing this, but he had a hunch that Chenmo was playing a bigger game. Everything being done now was just laying the groundwork. After all, how could someone as visionary as Chenmo engage in futile efforts? What he needed to do was to improve himself as much as possible and not hold Chenmo back in this game. Chenmo didn't pay much attention to the expressions of the surrounding employees. These benefits are tentatively set. There will be changes in the future. The remaining topic is company activities. Company team building events will be held irregularly, and everyone will be notified in due time. Next, I want to announce that the company will hold a sports event, which will likely take place in about a month. Everyone can take this time to get some exercise. There will be many events in the sports meet, including running, high jump, long jump, skipping rope, table tennis, badminton, and a series of other sports. At that time, the top few in each event will receive corresponding prizes. The prizes will include mobile phones, computers, tablets, refrigerators, air conditioners, and more. After finishing what he had to say, Chenmo left the studio amidst the astonished gazes of the employees. Back in the office, Fong Chang carefully brought over a cup of water. Chenmo took the cup of water and realized he was a bit thirsty after all that talking. Everyone, please take a seat. I've finished discussing the matters with the employees, and there are other things I need to talk to you about. Chenmo held the cup and sat down, gesturing to the two. Mr. Chen, what instructions do you have? Please go ahead, Wei Yan asked after sitting down. Fong Chang also sat up straight beside him, appearing attentive. It's nothing major, Chenmo said with a helpless smile upon seeing their serious expressions. I just want to improve our company's environment and facilities. First, the computers. As a gaming company, the computer configurations must be up to standard. So, we need to replace the computers currently used by the employees. Wei Yan is more familiar with this, so I won't elaborate. Next is the air conditioning issue. I've noticed that the company is using air conditioners meant for offices, which are somewhat lacking in cooling. The employees' workspaces can get a bit stuffy, so we need to install a few independent air conditioners. Then there's the daily life of the employees. The hard chairs in the tea room are not suitable for resting. We could put in a few comfortable sofas, along with a coffee machine, a snack cabinet, and a beverage cabinet. We should also place a snack cabinet and a beverage cabinet in the employees' workspaces for easy access. Lastly, regarding the company environment, we can buy some green plants to place in various corners of the company to improve the air quality. Well, that's all for now. How to proceed, you can arrange it yourselves. If you need funding, contact the company's finance department. Chenmo pondered for a moment, confirming that he hadn't overlooked anything. Do you have any other matters? If not, I'll be leaving. Mr. Chen, I have a concerning issue. Fong Chang suddenly stood up, looking hesitant. What is it? Chenmo looked at Fong Chang with curiosity. It's about overtime. The company is currently developing a new project, and if we don't work overtime, it might take a long time to complete. Mr. Chen, do you think it would be possible to work a bit of overtime? Fong Chang asked cautiously, knowing that his suggestion might upset Chenmo, especially since he had just announced a no overtime policy. However, working overtime is basically the norm for programmers in gaming companies, and some don't even receive overtime pay. He had worked at several gaming companies and had never seen one that didn't require overtime. Chenmo rubbed his head helplessly upon hearing this. After a while, he looked up at Fong Chang and said meaningfully, I understand your desire to complete the project quickly, but there are many ways to expedite the project. Why must we choose to work overtime? If you feel that this project is difficult to complete without overtime, why not hire more employees? That way, efficiency will also improve. But Mr. Chen, this office is only 150 square meters. If we hire new employees, there won't be enough space for additional workstations, Fong Chang said, looking somewhat troubled. That's easy to solve. Just rent another office space. You can calculate how big you need, Chenmo replied quickly. Is there anything else? If not, I'll be leaving now. Chenmo finished speaking and stood up to walk outside. Meanwhile, he began to consider the idea of renting an office space. It could be a good way to spend money. As the company grows, they could rent a larger office or even several floors. Then they could find a renovation company to do the remodeling, which would also be a significant expense. This could be included in future goals. Chenmo nodded to himself as he walked out of Sangshui Games. Fong Chang watched Chenmo's departing figure, remaining silent for a long time. He hadn't expected Chenmo to solve the issue by renting an office space. This was all burning money. Director Wei, what do you think about this matter? Turning to Wei Yan beside him, he seemed a bit indecisive. Let's do it. Isn't there an 80 square meter office upstairs that has been vacant? We can rent it and definitely add 20 workstations without any problem, Wei Yan said after thinking for a moment. He had been working with General Chen for a while, so he had some understanding of his character. Once General Chen made certain decisions, he wouldn't easily change them. Then let's rent it. That office has been empty for several months without being rented out. If we go to negotiate, we should be able to lower the price. Hearing Wei Yan's suggestion, Fong Chang finally felt relieved. I'll handle this. I used to work in sales, so I have quite a bit of experience in bargaining. Wei Yan took the initiative to take on this task. After leaving Sangshui Games, Chenmo got into the business car. Brother Yang, do we have any news about the driver? General Chen, I called last night but couldn't get in touch. I plan to go to his house after work today. Yang Dahai said somewhat awkwardly. How about this? I don't have any car-related matters this afternoon. After you drop me off at the clothing factory, you can take the company car to check on your friend and see what he thinks. Okay, General Chen. Yang Dahai nodded. Upon returning to the clothing factory, he first went to the workshop and cafeteria to mention the upcoming sports event in a month. Chenmo then returned to his office to start organizing the system funds that could be spent in the next couple of days. The 800,000 charity funds had already been spent, and today's visit to Sangshui Games yielded unexpected gains, with a new office rental and some office facilities to be added. At Sangshui Games, at least 2 million could be spent, or even more. Not bad. If this continues, the 8 million system funds would be quickly exhausted. Chenmo leaned back in his chair, relaxed, and reached for his water cup to take a sip, only to realize it was empty. He remembered that Shinro had gone to the orphanage today and was checking on the bus situation. With a helpless smile, he got up to fill a cup of water from the dispenser and took a sip. He had barely settled back in when there was a gentle knock on the office door. Come in. The office door opened slightly, and Jiang Chun cautiously walked in. He approached the desk, slightly bowed, and greeted, General Chen, hello. Sit down, is there something you need? Chenmo gestured to the chair in front of the desk and asked. He had some impression of this person. He was an employee of the clothing factory, usually quiet and honest. General Chen, I just wanted to request something. Jiang Cheng slowly pulled the chair back a bit, sitting on the edge. What is it? Chenmo looked at Jiang Cheng curiously. The cafeteria is all set up now, right? I heard they are hiring a few cleaners, and I would like my wife to come and do this job. I don't know if that's possible. Rest assured, General Chen, my wife is very diligent. She keeps our home and yard clean. We don't need too much pay, just around 2,000 will do. We just want a couple's room when the employee dormitory is ready. Jiang Cheng finished speaking in one breath, then looked at General Chen with an expectant expression. He had wanted to talk to General Chen about this since returning from the weekend, but he had been hesitating. Just yesterday, the company cafeteria was suddenly completed, and he felt a bit anxious, worried that if he waited too long, the cleaning positions would be filled. Chenmo breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He thought it was something serious. However, for Jiang Cheng, this was indeed a significant matter. Please wait a moment, let me ask HR. Some ordinary employee recruitment has already been handed over to the company's HR department, and now he doesn't even know if the cafeteria cleaning positions are filled. However, even if they are filled, they can be arranged elsewhere. Cleaning in the workshop, cleaning in the future employee dormitories, arranging a job is not difficult at all. After a while, Chenmo hung up the phone, revealing a helpless expression. He didn't expect that. The company hadn't hired a single cleaner yet. The reason given by HR was that the factory location was too remote, and those who interviewed for the cleaning positions were mostly older women, making it very inconvenient for them to work. A few who were willing to come hesitated upon hearing that the cafeteria was not yet completed, saying they would wait until it was built to reconsider. No problem, I've already informed HR, you can just contact her about when to start. As for the salary, we can offer 4,000 now, and as for other benefits, all employees are treated the same. Chenmo looked up at Jiang Cheng and said slowly, "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Jiang Cheng hurriedly stood up and bowed in thanks upon hearing this. He didn't expect Mr. Chen to agree so easily, and even offer a salary of 4,000. He knew that he had looked into the salaries for cleaners in other places, which were basically just over 2,000. Mr. Chen actually offered 4,000, along with the same benefits as other employees. If calculated carefully, it was more than just 4,000. No need to be polite, the cleaning staff's treatment is uniform. How do you feel about the working environment in the workshop lately? Is there anything you're dissatisfied with? Chenmo invited Jiang Cheng, who was standing, to sit down and casually asked a couple of questions. Mr. Chen, the working environment in the workshop is much better now, and under Director Li's leadership, everyone is very motivated. Originally, the workload for 7 days can now be completed in just over 3 days. Upon hearing Mr. Chen inquire about work, Jiang Cheng appeared much more excited. Chenmo lightly exclaimed, feeling something was off. They weren't even working overtime, so how had their work efficiency nearly doubled? What exactly is going on? Director Li organized a competition, dividing the workshop employees into 2 groups, and every week they tally the workload of both groups. The group with the lower output has to treat the higher output group to a meal. Everyone's work enthusiasm was already very high, and with this little competition, everyone worked even harder. Jiang Cheng spoke earnestly. Chenmo's mouth twitched upon hearing this. He had thought Li Shen had calmed down, but it seemed he was still stirring things up. He had heard yesterday that Wu Yu from the business department had already started receiving customer orders. He didn't know what was going on with those interns. They hadn't been employed for long, and they even had weekends off, so how had they received orders so quickly? Now, with the production efficiency in the factory doubled, it also meant that income would increase by the same amount. Sure enough, this old 6 was causing trouble when he wasn't paying attention. While work efficiency is important, you don't need to push yourself so hard. Take a break occasionally and pay attention to your health. What was wrong with these people? Couldn't they have the same work attitude as before? Wasn't slacking off more enjoyable? Jiang Cheng felt even more moved upon hearing Chenmo's words. Mr. Chen, don't worry, we're fine. To be honest, work can be a bit tiring, but our factory has short working hours and doesn't require overtime. So even if we feel a bit tired at times, we recover after resting a bit after work. Unlike other factories where you're exhausted during the day and still have to work overtime at night. Over time everyone loses their enthusiasm for work, living each day in a daze just for that little salary. But it's different here with you, General Chen. We have hope in our hearts. We can think about where to have fun after work, to stroll around. The cafeteria was completed yesterday, and everyone went to the entertainment room. That massage chair is just too comfortable. Sitting in it for a while, the fatigue of the day instantly dissipates by more than half. So, working for General Chen, even if it's a bit tiring, we are more than willing. Chenmo listened to Jiang Cheng's account, feeling a mix of emotions. Normally, with employees working so hard and trusting him, he should feel happy and moved. But the key is, he doesn't need to make money. It's all that old 6, Li Shen. It seems he needs to think of a way. Perhaps consider promoting him, and this position should ideally involve minimal contact with the workshop's operations. However, if Li Shen gets promoted, who should take over as the workshop director? Chenmo pondered for a long time, finally setting his gaze on Jiang Cheng in front of him. Isn't this a very good candidate? Honest and straightforward, such a person would never cause trouble like Li Shen. The more Chenmo looked, the more satisfied he became. He would find a time to talk to Li Shen and then finalize this matter. Alright, I understand everything. You can go back now. Okay, General Chen. Jiang Chang nodded and got up to walk out. Business Department. Li Shun leaned back in his office chair, crossing his legs. Brother Shin, thanks to your reminder this time, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to secure the orders so quickly. Wu Yu brought a cup of water and placed it in front of Li Shen. No need to thank me, I just reminded you a couple of things. Being able to secure the orders is still the result of your hard work. Also, it's because the clothes produced by our factory are of good quality and low price. We still have to thank Brother Shen. If it weren't for your reminder, we wouldn't have realized that we could go out to do business on weekends. Wu Yu insisted. Since Wei Yan was transferred, the business department hadn't received any new orders. If they waited until the 1 million order that Wei Yan had before leaving was completed without any new orders, the workshop might face a gap period. He and the two new salespeople had been quite anxious. Just a few days ago, Li Shin found them and suggested that they could also go out to do business on Saturdays and Sundays. They thought about it. The company employees were on holiday, but it didn't affect their ability to pursue business at all. So, on Saturday and Sunday, the three of them didn't rest but went out to visit many clients. To their surprise, they actually made some gains. Some clients who had previously shown interest placed orders directly after his visit. Moreover, he realized that some clients couldn't be signed with just one visit. They required continuous contact and maintenance. Alright, I'm not here to listen to your flattery. I'm here to urge you to continue securing orders. Now the workshop's work efficiency has doubled. By the time Wei Yan's 1 million order is completed, the 2 orders you just secured won't be enough for us to handle. So you all need to keep working hard, and you two newcomers as well. Business is built through effort. Also, find time to seek advice from Wei Yan. He's been in the business for over 10 years, and the experience he imparts is much stronger than mine. So, get to work, understand? Li Shin stood up from his seat and gently patted Wu Yu's shoulder. He walked out of the business department. Construction site. Everyone, put in more effort to unload this batch of goods. It's lunchtime for everyone. A man wearing a hard hat shouted at the top of his lungs. In the distance, a group of workers unloaded cement from the truck and then moved it away. It was already noon, and the scorching sunlight fell on their mud-streaked faces, with drops of murky sweat dripping down. Lu Pengtao placed the last bag of cement down and leaned against it, feeling somewhat exhausted. He reached up with his relatively clean hand to wipe the sweat from his face. After a moment, he finally caught his breath. He walked over to a water bucket and splashed his face vigorously. At that moment, the foreman approached, pulling out a 100 yuan bill and handing it over. Here, this is today's pay. The lunch boxes are over there, go get one yourself. Thank you. Lu Pengtao took the 100 yuan bill, carefully tucked it into his pocket, and headed towards the food cart. After grabbing a lunchbox, he found a shaded spot to eat. I say, why has your phone been unreachable? If I hadn't called your wife, I would have thought you were missing. Yang Dahai came to sit beside Lu Pengtao. After dropping Chen Zong off at the clothing factory, he had tried to contact Lu Pengtao, but the call never went through. In the end, he had to call his wife to find out that he was at the construction site unloading cement. This phone's battery life is terrible, it shuts off after a short while. Lu Pengtao took out his phone from his pocket and pressed a button in front of Yang Dahai, but it showed no response. What made you think to look for me? Is there something going on? As he spoke, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, the box slightly crumpled from work. He took out a relatively intact cigarette and offered it to Yang Dahai. I don't smoke anymore, I quit. Yang Dahai glanced at the cigarette but didn't take it. Ever since he became Chenmo's driver, he had given up smoking. After all, Chenmo didn't smoke, and as a driver, he couldn't smoke in the car, so he simply quit altogether. Quitting is good, it saves money. Lu Pengtao took the cigarette back, lit it, and took a deep drag. Yang Dahai looked at Lu Pengtao, covered in mud and dust, and sighed inwardly. If his family hadn't met Chenmo, they would probably be in a similar situation. No, it would be worse. After all, he had a back injury and couldn't even do heavy labor like unloading cement. How did you end up doing this work? I had no choice. Over the years, my only skill has been driving, but now that I'm older, no one wants me. The only thing that pays a bit more is this labor work, so here I am. Lu Pengtao gazed into the distance, exhaling a puff of smoke. I remember you mentioned working as a security guard before. I'm still doing that, just as a night security guard, while doing day labor during the day. You're getting older, be careful not to ruin your health. Yang Dahai said with some concern. I have no choice, my child needs to buy a house and pay the mortgage. Plus, I just started dating someone and I need to save for the betrothal gifts. And you, with 2 daughters. Lu Pengtao sighed and turned to look at Yang Dahai. You still haven't said why you came to find me. Haha, getting to the point, I have a good job for you. Do you want to come? Yang Dahai laughed a couple of times. After their earlier conversation, he felt confident he could complete the task Shenzong had given him. What kind of job? How much does it pay? Is it reliable? Lu Pengtao asked several key questions, though he didn't hold out much hope. After all, their situations were quite similar. How good could the opportunity be? Yang Dahai, hearing this, got straight to the point. It's in your old line of work, driving. The monthly salary is 8,000, with insurance and other benefits. The job I'm introducing you to, I wouldn't scam you. Really? Is everything you said true? Lu Pingtao looked at Yang Dahai, his eyes filled with hesitation. A job with such benefits was something he couldn't find even when he was younger. Now that he was older, would anyone still want him? I'm working there right now. Would I lie to you? Can I ask what exactly the job entails? The bus driver will have a fixed route to pick up and drop off employees. I'm just asking if you're in or not. I'm telling you, this is the boss trusting me with the task of hiring. Otherwise, do you think such a good position would fall to you? Yang Dahai looked at Lu Pingtao with a serious expression. Alright, I believe you. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Pingtao agreed directly. He trusted that Yang Dahai wouldn't let him down. That's the spirit. This is the company's business card. Go to the company tomorrow morning to sign the contract. Yang Dahai took out a business card and handed it to Lu Pingtao. They had prepared these cards in the car, so he grabbed one when he got out. In the afternoon, Chenmo returned to the company with the data she gathered from the bus trading market. President Chen, here are the prices and models of all the buses. In the office, Chenmo handed the organized materials to Chenmo. Chenmo took it and glanced briefly. The prices for large buses were generally between 800,000 and 1,300,000. As for the smaller models, he hadn't paid much attention to them. After all, only the larger buses could spend more money, and they had more seats, so employees wouldn't have to be so cramped when riding. After looking for a while, Chenmo's gaze finally landed on a bus priced at 1,290,000. This bus was top-notch in both price and configuration. But soon, Chenmo realized a problem. The vehicles had already been selected, but who would pick them up tomorrow? Chenmo would need to coordinate with the finance department to handle the insurance changes for the employees at Sangshui Games, so she definitely wouldn't be able to go pick up the bus. So who should it be? Unfortunately, Wei Yin wasn't around, and Sangshui Games also needed to procure computer desks and chairs, so they probably wouldn't have time either. After thinking for a while, Chenmo suddenly thought of someone and came up with a very good plan. Yes, this way, not only could it solve future procurement issues, but he wouldn't have to worry about any behind-the-scenes trouble. It was perfect. Xiaoro, please notify Li Xin to come over. Okay, boss. Shenro stood up and walked out of the office. Before long, Li Xin walked in from outside, and at Chenmo's gesture, he sat down at the desk. President Chen, what instructions do you have? I want to discuss something with you. President Chen, just say the word, and I will definitely get it done. Li Xin sat up straight, his expression extremely serious. Recently, the company has been developing too quickly, and there are urgent needs for talent management in some areas. I've thought about it for a long time, and this position can only be filled by you. I wonder what your thoughts are. After Chenmo finished speaking, he looked up at Li Xin. Hearing President Chen's words, Li Xin's eyes almost welled up with tears. He hadn't expected to be so important in President Chen's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he said earnestly, President Chen, just give me your orders. Whether it's climbing a mountain of knives or diving into a sea of fire, I, Li Xin, can handle it. Chenmo watched Li Xin's reaction, secretly pleased that he could finally move this old six to another place. Clearing his throat, he slowly began to speak. It's like this, with the establishment of the company cafeteria and the company's updates and developments, there is a significant talent gap in the logistics support area. So, I want to transfer you to logistics. Due to the shortage of talent, you may have to take on two roles: the positions of procurement department head and life department head. However, considering your dual roles, your salary will be adjusted from 10,000 to 15,000. What do you think? President Chen, I definitely have no problem with the life department, but the procurement department requires using a computer to make purchase orders, and I don't know how to use those office software. I'm worried I might mess things up. Li Xin scratched his head, feeling a bit ashamed of the boastful words he had just spoken. Chenmo felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Wasn't this even better? He liked this kind of inexperienced attitude. Li Xin, since I dare to place you in this position, it means I trust your abilities. We can't belittle ourselves, can we? If you don't know how to use office software, we can learn. You're still young, you should be exposed to new things. Just go ahead and do it boldly. If I'm not afraid, what are you worried about? Thank you, Mr. Chen. Since you've said it this way, it would be too ungrateful of me to disagree. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will definitely do a good job with these two tasks. Li Xin stood up from his seat and bowed deeply to Chenmo. He felt that the luckiest thing in his life was meeting Mr. Chen. By the way, Mr. Chen, if I transfer to the procurement department, who will be responsible for the workshop? After sitting down again, Li Xin asked with some concern. I think Zhang Cheng is a good choice. I'm planning to let him take over your position, Chenmo replied. Brother Jiang? That's indeed a good candidate. Li Xin nodded upon hearing this. Zhang Cheng had already been in the factory when he joined. He was honest and not very talkative, but he was extremely serious and meticulous in his work. Products that passed through his hands rarely had mistakes. More importantly, he had done some machine maintenance when he was younger, so he could fix any issues with the cutting machines in the workshop. Recently, he had even made a small modification to one of the cutting machines, reducing the usual 3-step process to just 2 steps. The production efficiency had greatly improved, and Li Xin was planning to have Brother Zhang modify all the cutting machines. However, with himself transferring to logistics and Zhang Cheng taking over his position, he didn't need to worry. He believed Brother Zhang would definitely do a good job with the modifications. Since you also think it's fine, then it's settled. You go back and call Zhang Cheng over, I'll have a word with him. As for the handover of the workshop, you two can discuss it among yourselves, I won't interfere. Chenmo hadn't expected Li Xin to agree with Zhang Cheng so readily, which saved him a lot of trouble. Okay, Mr. Chen. Li Xin stood up and left the office. Not long after, Zhang Cheng knocked and walked in. Li Xin had just found him, saying that Mr. Chen needed to see him. That wasn't a big deal, but Li Xin's expression was just too strange. No matter what Zhang Cheng asked him, he wouldn't say anything, only stating that he would know once he got to the office. Could it be that his work had displeased Mr. Chen, or was there some change regarding the matter he had discussed with Mr. Chen in the morning? Mr. Chen, you called for me? With a nervous heart, Zhang Chen walked to the desk and asked in a low voice. No need to be formal, sit down and talk. Once Zhang Cheng was seated, Chenmo continued, there's nothing else, it's just an adjustment to your position. Li Xin has been transferred to another department due to company operations, so the position of workshop director has become vacant. I thought about it and believe you are very suitable for this position, Mr. Chen, but I have never been a leader. I'm afraid I won't manage well. Zhang Cheng hurriedly spoke, stumbling over his words. Being a leader was certainly a good thing. But this was Mr. Chen's company, and he was very worried that he wouldn't manage well after taking office and would cause some losses to the company. It's fine, no one is born a leader. Just manage as you think in your heart. Take your time, you'll get the hang of it eventually. Alright, it's settled then. From now on, you will be the workshop director. Additionally, your salary will be raised to the level of workshop director, which is 10,000 a month. Chenmo didn't give Zhang Cheng a chance to refuse and directly turned to look at Shinro. Xiaoro, please communicate with the finance department later about transferring Zhang Cheng and Li Xin's positions and adjusting their salaries. Mr. Chen, I'll give it a try. If I can't manage well, you can remove me at any time. Seeing that Mr. Chen had already made a decision, Zhang Cheng nodded in agreement. Alright, just manage it with confidence, I believe in you. Chenmo looked at Zhang Cheng with an encouraging gaze but secretly thought to himself, if you can't manage well, I can use you for a lifetime, and dismissal is out of the question. Zhang Cheng left the office with a moved expression. He felt both excited and anxious. Excited about the promotion and salary increase, anxious about his lack of confidence in his abilities. After Zhang Cheng left, Shinro placed a cup of water on Chenmo's desk inside. Mr. Chen, you really treat your employees well. Whether it was Wei Yan before or now Li Xin and Zhang Cheng, of course, including herself. If they were in other companies, they would probably still be working at the bottom level. Even if a company needed managers, those bosses would prefer to spend money hiring experienced people, and rarely cultivate their own employees. But Mr. Chen was different. Even if his employees temporarily lacked positional experience, he was willing to promote them and cultivate them slowly. Well, there's no helping it, their abilities are right there. Chenmo picked up the cup and took a small sip. As the end of the workday approached, Yang Dahai returned to the company. Mr. Chen, my friend is willing to come over. The two companies will sign the contract tomorrow. Yang Dahai came to the office to report the matter. Thanks, Brother Yang. Chenmo's expression brightened. Now that he had a driver, he could let Li Xin take the new driver to pick up the car tomorrow. This meant another expenditure of system funds. Congratulations, old Jiang. Shouldn't you treat us to a meal for your promotion? After work in the workshop, employees who had a good relationship with Zhang Cheng quickly surrounded him. Zhang Cheng looked at his friends beside him and smiled shyly. After he left the office, Li Xin had announced the news in the workshop and then briefly handed over his work. Alright, what do you guys want to eat today? It's on me. No matter what, a promotion was worth celebrating, and treating a few friends to a meal was normal. How about we go to that home-style restaurant we went to last time? That place is indeed good, the portions are large, and the prices are reasonable. A few employees discussed where to eat. Just then, another employee chimed in. You guys haven't forgotten about the company cafeteria, have you? They have star chefs cooking there, 6 dishes for a meal, and no limit. The taste is way better than that home-style restaurant you mentioned. Plus, the drinks in the fridge are unlimited. You can drink as much as you want, as long as you don't waste it. Everyone fell silent after hearing this, exchanging glances. The cafeteria had officially opened last night, but just from last night's meal, it had already won them over. Before entering the cafeteria, they had little expectation for the food, but when they went to get their meals, it completely overturned their perceptions. stir-fried pork, braised prawns, sweet and sour ribs, a total of 6 dishes. Each dish was beautifully presented and delicious, greatly increasing their appetite. The drink selection was also very complete, with 6 large refrigerators placed around the dining table, offering drinks, mineral water, beer, and milk. Compared to those company cafeterias that served cabbage one meal and green beans the next, this was like heaven and earth. Moreover, on both walls of the cafeteria, there were 2 large LCD TVs, allowing people to watch movies while eating, creating an incredibly pleasant atmosphere. After filling their stomachs, there was a lounge on the second floor. Those who wanted to exercise could play table tennis, while those who wanted to rest could use the massage chairs. Where are we going to eat? Jiang Chang asked tentatively. Of course, the dishes from the restaurant can't be as good as those from the cafeteria, came the reply. Let's go to the cafeteria and see what the meal is today. Don't say that, I'm actually a bit hungry. The group walked towards the company cafeteria, all wearing smiles. Old Lu, this restaurant has opened. Lu Zhenghua heard his colleague's words and looked through the window, discovering that it had indeed started serving food. Just a few days ago, when he passed by, it was still under renovation, and he didn't expect it to open today. Looking at the decor and environment inside, it seemed quite nice. He wondered who the owner was for building the restaurant here, but he was curious about the prices. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. How about we go in and take a look? Alright, let's check it out. If the food is good and the prices are reasonable, we won't have to take a taxi to eat out anymore. Another colleague nodded in agreement. The two entered the cafeteria together. As soon as they stepped in, a cool breeze hit them. This restaurant is great. The air conditioning is really strong. The decor is nice too. These chairs look expensive. Wow, these 2 large LCD TVs are impressive. They must have cost a lot. Lu Zhenghua listened to his colleague's exclamations, his eyes also filled with astonishment. Although he wasn't very knowledgeable about decor, just the temperature of the central air conditioning, the 2 large LCD TVs, and the several large refrigerators around were enough to show that the restaurant's owner had invested heavily. But why were there no waitstaff in sight? Lu Zhenghua looked around, feeling a bit puzzled. Soon, the two arrived at a display counter where various dishes were neatly arranged. Roast chicken, braised pork knuckle, spicy shrimp tails. Lu Zhenghua looked at the array of dishes, the aroma wafting towards him, and couldn't help but swallow. Just then, he saw a plump man dressed as a chef walking over from behind the counter, so he asked, "Hello, how are these dishes priced?" Wang Maonian, hearing the inquiry and noticing that the two didn't have company badges, sighed. "Sorry, this isn't a restaurant, this is the employee cafeteria of Changfeng Clothing." He didn't know how many groups of people had mistaken this place for a newly opened restaurant today. It seemed he needed to report this situation to the boss and find a solution, otherwise he would be explaining every day without end. This is an employee cafeteria, you can't be serious. Which company's employee cafeteria has such good food? Oh, I get it, your employee cafeteria charges, right? Lu Zhenggua's colleague suddenly realized. Wang Manyan's expression turned displeased. "Gentlemen, mealtime is about to start, so please don't disrupt my work and leave the cafeteria." "Sorry, we misunderstood," Lu Zhenghua said apologetically, then pulled his colleague towards the exit. As they walked, he glanced at the cafeteria's decor, secretly marveling at how generous the company's owner was to build such an impressive employee cafeteria. Just as they reached halfway, they noticed people starting to enter the cafeteria. Looking at their uniforms and badges, Changfeng Clothing, it was clear that these people were the employees of this restaurant company. Soon, those people walked up to the booth, took a few dishes, and sat down without making any payment. Clearly, the meals were not as his colleagues had said, they were free. What a great treatment! Lu Zhenghua sighed and walked step by step towards the restaurant's exit. However, after just a few steps, he saw a familiar figure entering the restaurant. Jiang Chang? What is he doing here? But upon seeing the work uniform on him, it became clear. Obviously, Jiang Chang was an employee of the company. "Old Lu, what are you doing here?" Jiang Chang asked, surprised, as he looked at Lu Zhenghua ahead. Lu Zhenghua felt a bit awkward at the question and offered a brief explanation. "Oh, I see." Jiang Chang nodded in realization and then said, "This is the employee cafeteria, so it's not convenient to entertain you. When I have time, I'll treat you to a meal." "Okay." Lu Zhenghua nodded and left the cafeteria directly. However, he couldn't help but recall the last time he saw Jiang Chang, when he mentioned benefits like weekends off and insurance, which he hadn't really believed at the time. But now, seeing this luxurious employee cafeteria, he found himself somewhat convinced. It seemed he really should inquire about it. If there was indeed a factory with such benefits, he needed to seize the opportunity. Yao, just keep this money for yourself. Your dad and I have found a good boss, and we can now earn nearly 20,000 a month, so eat whatever you want. Don't think about saving money. Buy yourself a couple of new outfits. You don't need to worry about home, your dad and I are doing well. Speaking of which, I asked you to come back last time, but you didn't." In the living room, Dong Hong was on the phone, her tone carrying a hint of complaint. "Mom, I've had a lot of coursework lately, and I need to review on Sundays. I don't have time to go back. It's not easy." for you and your dad to earn money, so don't think about sending me any. I have enough scholarship money here. Your little sister is at the age where she needs to grow, so buy her some good food. I still have things to do, so I won't talk for now. In Linshui City, in front of a house, Yang Yao Yao hung up the phone. She was well aware of the situation at home. What kind of boss could pay them 20,000? She didn't even know how to come up with a better excuse. Forget it, she would just keep the money for now and give it to them when she got home, otherwise, they would start worrying again. Looking at the transfer record on her phone, Yang Yao Yao sighed, put her phone away, and gently knocked on the door in front of her. The door was soon opened by a middle-aged woman, who warmly welcomed Yang Yao Yao inside upon seeing her. Yao Yao, come in quickly. Thank you so much. Lily scored over 40 points higher in this mock exam than before. The next day during lunch break, in front of the clothing factory, a group of employees surrounded a brand new large bus, admiring it. Wow, where did this big bus come from? I just saw Minister Lee get off the bus. Could it be that the boss bought it? We'll know once we ask Minister Lee when he comes out. A few employees whispered among themselves by the bus. Before long, they saw Li Shen walking out of the building, accompanied by an unfamiliar person. Everyone's here, Li Shen said, looking at the group of clothing factory employees gathered around the bus. Then I'll announce it right here. The big bus next to you, yes, it was purchased by General Manager Chen. And the purpose, of course, is. Li Shen paused deliberately at this point. The crowd of employees grew anxious and began to speak up. What is it for? Just tell us. Yes, we've all been waiting here for quite a while. Li Shen smiled as he saw the anxious expressions on everyone's faces. Naturally, this is for you to use as a shuttle bus, so let's see if anyone still complains about the inconvenience of going out. President Chen has invested a lot for your travel. This bus cost over $1 million. So all of you better work hard. Even though I've been transferred to another department, if I find out anyone is slacking off during work hours, no one will have it easy. His tone gradually became serious. Don't worry, Minister Lee, President Chen treats us so well, you don't need to step in. If I find anyone slacking off, I won't let them off the hook. Exactly, President Chen has even shortened our work hours for our sake. If anyone still wants to slack off, aren't they just ungrateful? From now on, we'll all keep an eye on each other. No one is allowed to slack off during work hours. The employees of the garment factory shouted indignantly. Li Shen looked at the united front of all the employees and nodded in satisfaction. He thought to himself, President Chen treats the employees so well, he must want to see this kind of scene. With the entire company united, even if new employees are brought in, they will be influenced by this atmosphere and integrate into the collective. A company like this surely has a bright future. In the office, Chenmo was eating the meal that Shenro had just brought back from the cafeteria when he suddenly heard the shouts outside, sounding like a pledge. His chopsticks froze mid-air and the food in his mouth suddenly lost its flavor. That old six, Li Shen. President Chen, is the lamb chop not to your taste? Shenro asked with concern when she saw Chenmo suddenly stop eating the lamb chop. It's fine. Chenmo came back to his senses and waved his hand. Mainly, he was mentally exhausted. Soon, the meal was finished. Shenro returned to her workstation and secretly took out a small notebook, jotting down a note. President Chen doesn't like lamb chops. Looking further up, there was also, President Chen can't drink. In the employee cafeteria, so, old Lu, I wasn't lying to you, was I? President Chen is really a good person. Just look at the food in this employee cafeteria, it can't be compared to those restaurants outside. The chefs in the kitchen were all brought over by President Chen at a high price from 5-star hotels. Yang Dahai said, excitedly talking to his friend Lu Pengtao sitting across from him. Thank you. Lu Pengtao looked at his old friend and could only express his gratitude after 1,000 words. Just a little while ago, he received a transfer notification. It was his salary, and he finally believed Yang Dahai's claims about the early disbursement. This company is truly special. What are you thanking me for? Just focus on driving your car and don't cause any accidents for President Chen. I will. Lu Pengtao nodded, with such a good job, how could he not cherish it? In the Tsangshui game, Wei Yan and Fong Chang were sitting in the office drinking tea. Director Wei, I really have to admire you when it comes to bargaining. You managed to bring down the price of that 75 yuan per square meter office to 64 yuan, Fong Chang said, looking at Wei Yan with admiration as he sipped his tea. Normally, an 80 square meter office would cost 72,000 a year, but thanks to Wei Yan's bargaining, it came down to 61,000, saving over 10,000. It's quite normal. That office has been vacant for several months. Who knows how long it will take to rent it out? If they don't rent to us and it stays empty for 2 months, that's also a loss of over 10,000. Considering the pros and cons, the chances of him renting it to us are quite high, unless he is confident he can rent out the office space within 2 months, which clearly he does not have. Wei Yan explained with a smile. He had calculated this price, which was basically equivalent to 2 months' rent. 2 months is just right. If it were any longer, the landlord might start to reconsider. Alright, enough talk. I need to go study. I've already reserved the seats and everything. You just need to communicate with General Manager Chen. As Wei Yan spoke, he stood up and walked towards the employee studio. During this time, with constant exposure, he realized there was so much more he needed to learn. Fong Chang watched Wei Yan leave, admiration evident in his eyes. No wonder General Manager Chen valued Wei Yan so much, not to mention his business acumen, just his spirit of learning was enough. It seems I need to work harder too. Fong Chang sighed, took out his phone, and dialed a number. He needed to report today's situation to General Manager Chen. After all, having procured so many desks and chairs and renting a new workshop, he had to update the boss. General Manager Chen, this is the financial report from Sangshui Games detailing the expenses for office desks and chairs as well as the new office rental. Shenro handed the report just received from finance to Chenmo. Oh. Chenmo reached out to take the report, his gaze finally landing on the total expenses, which surprisingly amounted to over 2.2 million. Not bad. With the money spent on purchasing the large bus, over 4 million had already been spent. Ding ding. The phone rang. Chenmo answered, and Fong Chang's voice came through the line. General Manager, the tasks you assigned have all been completed, and the financial report should have been sent to you today. I saw it, well done. Thank you for the compliment, General Manager, but this time we really have to rely on Director Wei. That 80 square meter office space, which would have cost over 70,000, was negotiated down by Director Wei, saving us over 10,000. Chenmo was speechless upon hearing this. This Wei Yan was always thinking about saving him money, no matter where he was. But thankfully, it was just over 10,000, which didn't have much impact. Sigh. So far, the one he felt most at ease with was Fong Chang. Everything was done according to his requirements, unlike those two troublemakers, Wei Yan and Li Shun, who always stirred up something. He didn't know how that guy's game was coming along, but with Fong Chang's ability, once this new game was launched, he would have another money-losing game on his hands. Thinking of this, he asked, Fong Chang, how is the development of your new game going? How much longer until it's ready? In response to General Manager, if the new office is fully staffed, we have enough manpower to develop it. It should take about 3 months. Alright, I will notify HR to recruit new staff for you as soon as possible. Chenmo hung up the phone and threw himself into his chair. If he recruited a batch of new staff, he could spend another chunk of system funds. Currently, counting the 400,000 in outstanding payments that hadn't come in yet, there was about 4 million in system funds left. Next month's employee salaries could take up a portion. Hosting a sports event could take up another. Plus some daily expenses, he should be able to spend around 200,000 of the system funds. This way, only about 2 million in system funds would be left for him to spend. It seems he needed to think of some other ways to spend money. Oh well, there's still plenty of time, no need to rush for now. And so, a week passed. Chenmo sat leisurely in his chair. This week had been uneventful, and the new office at Sangshui Games had officially started operations. Thanks to the generous company benefits, the 20-workstation office quickly hired over 10 new employees. As a result, he had spent a significant amount of system funds. What surprised Chenmo even more was that Li Shun, who was always stirring up trouble, had actually started spending money on him. Looking at the procurement application form submitted, he was astonished to see an expenditure of over 100,000. The largest expense was for the cafeteria, which needed to replace an electronic sensor door. After inquiring, he learned that employees from other factories often mixed into the cafeteria. To address this, Li Shun planned to install an electronic sensor door, distributing electronic access cards to their employees, so that only those with cards could enter the cafeteria, effectively preventing outsiders from mingling. It was a good solution, and it also allowed for a significant expenditure, so without a second thought, Chenmo approved it. Ding ding, the phone rang. Chenmo glanced at the caller ID. It was Fong Chang from Sangshui Games. He answered the call. President Chen, the new equipment you requested has been developed. Should we implement it into the game immediately? Oh, Chenmo perked up at Fong Chang's words. The weapons had finally been developed. During these days, he had occasionally logged into the Tianlong game to play. However, he hadn't played for long before that rich guy would surround him with people and send him home. He had been holding back his frustration for a long time. This rich guy not only caused his third settlement to fail but also suppressed him in the game. One could hide from an uncle, but not from an aunt. With the new equipment out, he could finally clear his name. Thinking of this, he answered without hesitation. Yes, go online immediately and remember to set the drop rate to the lowest. Okay, President Chen, I'll arrange for them to go online right away. After hanging up, about 2 hours later, Fong Chang sent a message indicating that the equipment was now available, and his game account was also equipped with the new gear. Seeing this, Chenmo hurriedly logged into the game. However, upon logging in, he discovered that the game version needed an update, and the update advertisement had already announced the contents of this update, including the new equipment and how to obtain each piece. A few minutes later, the update was complete. Entering the game, his character was indeed wearing the new equipment. This time, revenge was finally going to go smoothly. Chenmo thought to himself as he directly controlled his character to farm in the wild. Based on previous experiences, it wouldn't be long before that rich guy would likely bring people over. Clearly, he had already sent someone to lie in wait for him in the game. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a group surrounded him, led by that rich guy. After a while, Chenmo controlled his character to leave, leaving behind a gradually fading array of corpses. Having new equipment made a difference. He once again experienced the thrill of one-shot kills, and the set of gear he wore was something those people couldn't possibly gather in a short time, so he could walk through the game with confidence. What a delightful feeling. Something's off. Why is the attack power suddenly so high? Yeah, I got one shot. I found the reason. Everyone can check the update announcement. Damn. This game has new equipment again. That kid is wearing the new gear. Chen Song frowned as he looked at the messages in the chat room, found the update announcement, and opened it. Soon, his brows raised in surprise. This update was somewhat unexpected. He thought it would be some lottery event for equipment. But this time, the updated equipment actually required farming monsters to drop. Interesting. However, he quickly realized a problem. The equipment in this game had just gone live, so how could that ID called Shui Luo have gathered equipment so quickly? At that moment, some people in the chat room also sensed something was off. Wait, this equipment just went live, and it requires drops from wild monsters. How did that kid manage to gather the equipment so fast? Yeah, damn, that brat can't be a shill, can he? A shill? Chen Song looked at the conversation in the chat room, murmuring to himself. He hadn't seen a shill in this game for a long time. He thought the game had stopped using them, yet here he was seeing one again. Could it be that this game company wanted to salvage the game? If they could really restore the game to its peak, that wouldn't be too bad. He reminisced about the scenes of several guilds fighting together during the peak times, feeling a bit nostalgic. However, the thought of a shill trying to show off in front of him was truly laughable. He could count on both hands the number of shills he had crushed back in the day, and he quickly sent a message in the chat room. Everyone, refresh your equipment. One piece of equipment, transfer 10,000. Received, Brother Hao, mighty. Brother Hao, get your wallet ready. I'm prepared to stay up all night. In a rented room, Zhang Zhou sent a message and then got up to grab a few cans of Red Bull from the fridge, placing them on the table beside him. One piece of equipment for 10,000. This set of equipment, including accessories, had 10 pieces. He had already decided to stay up all night grinding for equipment. If he could get 5 or 6 pieces, that would be 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. How could he miss such an easy opportunity to make money? Chen Song looked at the actively responding guild members and smiled slightly. With money as motivation, he believed these people would grind monsters to their limits. If luck was on his side, maybe by tomorrow he would have gathered the new equipment. Even if you are a shill, I will still kill you back. Exiting the game, Chenmo stretched his back, feeling refreshed. He had finally regained his footing. Mr. Chen, take a look at this. This person seems to be Lawyer Tang. Shenro came to Chenmo's side and showed him a news article on her phone. Chenmo looked over curiously. Top law firm loses case, Rui Shang Group executives furious, lead lawyer resigns in disgrace? Below the headline was a photo. Although a bit blurry, it was still clear that the person in the photo was Lawyer Tang. Lawyer Tang lost the case and resigned? What on earth was going on? Chenmo looked at the text below, and after a while, he withdrew his gaze. The main content of the article seemed to discuss how Tang Qiu lost the case and then resigned in shame. However, since Tang Qiu was an elite lawyer at Tiandi Law Firm, and the employer was a subsidiary of Rui Shang Group, which had a significant influence in Jiang City, this loss would result in substantial losses for both Tiandi Law Firm and Rui Shang Group. Looking at the comments below the article, they were all filled with criticism. A woman? Who knows how this elite lawyer got her title? The evidence was so strong, yet she still lost the case. It ultimately comes down to a lack of ability. Exactly, even though I'm not an elite lawyer, I wouldn't lose this case. What a pity. Rui Shang reportedly had to pay over $1 million because of this loss. What bad luck. Chenmo frowned at the comments below. It was normal for lawyers to lose cases. Every court session had lawyers who lost. One could say they lacked ability, but some comments were a bit excessive. However, soon, Chenmo's gaze fell on the comment about Rui Shang's compensation of $1 million for the loss. $1 million, if my own company gets into some legal trouble and loses, that would definitely cost a huge amount of money. Moreover, my company hasn't even established a legal department yet. It's just the right time to set one up. Shenro, what's the typical salary range for lawyers? Lawyer salaries vary widely. Some ordinary lawyers earn around 100,000 a year, while those with slightly more experience make between 200,000 to 300,000. For elite lawyers, the annual salary ranges from 500,000 to 700,000. If it's even higher, they're partners. Listening to Shenro, Chenmo fell into deep thought. If a legal department is established, it would be better to hire some inexperienced lawyers to ensure a higher chance of losing cases. The less experience, the better, ideally hiring only interns. That way, the likelihood of losing a case would definitely be very high. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the system provided a reminder. To establish a legal department, the minimum requirement is to have at least one elite lawyer in charge. Damn it, this damn system really doesn't leave any loopholes to exploit. An elite lawyer? How could he lose a case then? Right, lawyer. Tang. Isn't she an elite lawyer? Plus, she just lost a case. Setting everything else aside, at least in terms of business capability, Tang Qiu must be lacking compared to other elite lawyers. High salary, low capability. Isn't this exactly what he wants? The system requires him to hire elite lawyers, but hiring one with lower capability isn't unreasonable, right? Moreover, the annual salary for elite lawyers is between 500,000 to 700,000, and the salary the system allows to offer would be about 30% higher than the normal wage. Based on the highest standard, plus the 13th month salary, offering a 1 million annual salary would definitely not be a problem. The only question is whether it can be paid in advance. After all, previous employees could only have their salaries paid a month in advance. Could this total annual salary be paid a year in advance? After some probing, the system surprisingly did not refuse. Damn, does that mean other employees can also be paid annually? But soon the system replied, annual salaries do not conform to the trends of society. The host can only issue annual salaries to employees in special positions. Just when Chenmo thought he had discovered a new way to spend money, he was quickly shut down by the system's words. Indeed, the salaries of lawyers in a law firm are linked to the number and size of cases. Some lawyers might not take on a single case in 1 month, but the next month they could take on several. Therefore, when lawyers discuss salaries, it's generally calculated on an annual basis. This is probably why the system allows him to offer annual salaries. Sigh, what a pity. If all employees could be paid annually, he wouldn't have to worry about where to spend money. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and found Tang Qiu's number. Since he had found a way to spend money, he naturally needed to act quickly. No matter what, as long as he could recruit Tang Qiu to the company's legal department, he could directly spend 1 million of the system's funds. T&D Law Firm Partner's Office. Since you want to deal with her, why not deliberately leak the news of her losing the case? That way, her reputation would definitely be worse, and I doubt any law firm would want her. A woman with exquisite makeup asked. Puzzled. As a partner at T&D Law Firm, she couldn't understand Wu Jingguo's approach. Tang Qiu had already caused significant damage to the firm's reputation, and they had put in a lot of effort to stabilize the employer and retain this major client. Yet, Wu Zhengguo only hired some online trolls to tarnish Tang Qiu's abilities and didn't expose the fact that she deliberately lost the case. Wu Zhengguo leisurely sipped his tea, watching the woman across from him as he spoke slowly. The internet has its effectiveness. Even if I were to leak this news, perhaps at that moment Tang Qiu might be ruined by it. But over time, most people will forget. At that time, with Tang Qiu's capabilities, do you think she would remain down and out forever? For a capable person, this bit of negative news is hardly fatal. Moreover, if she were pushed to her limits, she could easily expose the situation of the injured family. Even if she intentionally lost the lawsuit, she would gain a lot of understanding or sympathy from the public. People tend to subconsciously side with the weaker party. If it really developed to that point, who would win or lose would be uncertain. And in that case, it would also push our employer into the public eye, and that big client might really be lost. Zhou Feng listened to Wu Zhengguo's remarks, frowning slightly. But letting her off so easily is too lenient, isn't it? How could it be possible to just let her go? Wu Zhengguo looked at Zhou Feng, who appeared unwilling, and smiled faintly, picking up a USB drive from the table and shaking it. Sometimes, when you're not sure you can kill your opponent 100%, keeping a gun pointed at them is the greatest constraint. With this USB drive, I have her weakness in my grasp. I can wait for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow. The corners of Wu Jingguo's mouth curled slightly, revealing a thought-provoking smile. President Chen, do you want to hire Lawyer Tang as the company's legal counsel? But Lawyer Tang, Shenro expressed her concerns upon hearing Chenmo's plan, as Lawyer Tang was currently in the public eye, and she worried it might have a negative impact to bring her into the company now. No problem. Chenmo waved his hand dismissively. Notify Brother Yang to prepare the car. I have a meeting at the cafe, and I'll head out shortly. Understood, President Chen. Shenro nodded. Since President Chen had made up his mind, she felt it was inappropriate to say anything further. In the cafe, Tang Qiu looked at Chenmo across from her and joked, President Chen, are you looking for me again because you have thoughts of acquiring a company? The previous 2 times he had approached her were indeed about company acquisitions. This time it's not about acquiring a company. I saw your news. Chenmo chuckled lightly, slowly, speaking to Tang Qiu. Upon hearing this, Tang Qiu paused slightly, instinctively adjusting her glasses as she looked at Chenmo. I don't think President Chen is bored enough to invite me here. Just to see a joke, right? Of course not. Chenmo smiled, turning to signal Shenro. Seeing this, Shenro hurriedly pushed the prepared employment letter towards Tang Qiu. Lawyer Tang, you can take a look at this. It's our company's employment letter. Employment letter? Tang Qiu, curious, opened the letter that was pushed over. When she saw the contents inside, her expression finally changed. She hadn't expected them to offer a salary of 1 million a year to hire her as the legal director of the legal department. It's worth noting that after becoming an elite lawyer, her annual salary was less than 700,000. A salary of 1 million was far beyond what she had anticipated. What's more critical is that her reputation had plummeted. If she had lost some ordinary cases, it wouldn't have been this severe. The key point is that the employer she lost the case against was a company under Renovation Group, which is a leading enterprise in Jiang City. Losing this lawsuit was tantamount to offending Renovation Group. Therefore, everyone who knew the inside story was avoiding her, fearing being implicated. Since she resigned from the T&D law firm, her offers have been consecutively rejected by several other firms. And just when she was at her lowest point, this young man in front of her disregarded the negative comments and extended an olive branch, which left her somewhat puzzled. Aren't you worried about how my current reputation might affect the company? My company pays the maximum tax every month and never engages in illegal or unethical projects, so what do I have to worry about? Chenmo said nonchalantly. Yet inside, he couldn't help but shout, it would be great if it had an impact, the more the better. It would be even better if the company lost money. Tang Qiu fell silent upon hearing Chenmo's response. Given the current situation, joining Chenmo's company was indeed the best choice. But she still had one doubt. Chenmo's company was just a small factory, and even with the addition of Song Shui Games, it hadn't reached the level of needing a legal department yet. With this in mind, she asked, Mr. Chen, based on my understanding of the company, isn't it unnecessary to establish a legal department? Lawyer Tang, we can't just look at the present, can we? The company's growth is only a matter of time, so establishing a legal department sooner rather than later is a way to prepare for the future, Chenmo explained with a bit of a headache. 100,000. Wise? If Mr. Chen can guarantee that the company's future development will not violate laws and regulations and will not touch the moral bottom line, I can join your company. Tang Qiu hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. Law and morality were her bottom line. If it were a company like Rui Shang that disregarded employees' safety and ethics, she wouldn't join even if they offered her $1 million annual salary. I can guarantee that. Chenmo nodded. These requirements were nothing to him. In that case, let's set a time to sign the contract. Tang Qiu smiled. Faintly, she still somewhat believed Chenmo's words. After all, she was aware of some of the benefits and treatment for employees at Chenmo's company. She believed that a boss who cared for his employees wouldn't do anything unethical. Then let's sign the contract at the clothing factory tomorrow. Lawyer Tang, you haven't forgotten where it is, have you? I remember, see you tomorrow then. The two exchanged pleasantries and left the coffee shop together. Late at night, in a rented room, Zhang Jiu casually downed a bottle of Red Bull on the table, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the computer screen, mechanically controlling his game character to grind monsters. Just like that, 1 hour, 2 hours, until dawn. Zhang Jiu leaned back in his chair, dazed, and rubbed his head hard to wake himself up a bit more. Opening the group announcement, he confirmed that he hadn't miscounted the monsters, and he fell into doubt. Was he really that unlucky? An entire night, a whole night, and he hadn't gotten a single drop. Was this for real? Opening the guild chat room, he planned to ask how the other guild members were doing. Did everyone get their gear? After a while, people began to reply one after another. Today my luck is a bit bad. I didn't get a single piece of gear. I thought I was the only one with bad luck. Seeing you like this makes me feel better. None of you got anything either? Damn it, I stayed up all night and got nothing. Zhang Jiu looked at the conversations in the chat room and realized something was off. If 1 or 2 people had bad luck and didn't get gear, that would be understandable, but if no one got a single piece of gear, then it was a different story. Just how low had the drop rate been set by the game developers? There were at least 20 people who stayed up all night grinding for gear, and not a single one of them got anything. That was truly outrageous. After thinking for a moment, I took out my phone and made a call. After a while, the call connected. What's the matter? Hearing the displeased tone on the other end, Zhang Jiu quickly spoke up. How good, something seems off. What seems off? Be clear. Chen Song sat up in bed, glancing at the time. It was only a little past 7. That Tianlong game, you asked us to farm for equipment, right? The drop rate for that equipment seems off. I and the guild brothers farmed all night, and not a single piece dropped. Not a single piece? Chen Song asked in confusion. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Not a single piece, Zhang Jiu replied. I see. Chen Song's drowsiness vanished instantly. He had planned to take revenge today. But without any equipment drops, how could he get his revenge? He hung up the phone, hurriedly got out of bed, and went to the desk to turn on the computer and log into the game. Entering the guild chat room, he quickly asked, has anyone dropped any equipment? Soon, a bunch of guild members responded below. Looking at the replies, Chen Song finally understood that Zhang Jiu was not exaggerating. Not a single person had dropped any equipment. Interesting. They don't think lowering the drop rate will stump me, do they? He quickly sent a message in the guild chat. You all keep farming. I'll transfer 20,000 for each piece of equipment. With a generous reward, there will surely be brave souls. The people in his guild were all game enthusiasts, the hardcore of the hardcore. They had no problem farming for a few all-nighters to get equipment. In the rental apartment, Jiang Jiao initially wanted to go back to bed for a bit, but after seeing the message from Hao Gu, he instantly changed his mind. He got up, walked to the fridge, and took out a stack of Red Bull, placing it on the table. He opened a can, took a big gulp, and continued to control his game character to farm for equipment. So what if the drop rate is low? If I can't get it in a day, I'll farm for 2 days. If 2 days don't work, then 3 days. This money, he was determined to earn. After sending the message in the game, Chen Song took out his phone again and dialed another number. How go? Calling at this hour isn't like you. When the call connected, a teasing voice came through. Chen Song ignored the teasing and directly asked, "Let's get to business. How many people can your studio muster? As long as you say the word, my entire studio can work for you. I have a job for you, help me farm equipment, 20,000 for each piece. But I need to tell you in advance, the drop rate is extremely low. My guild members farmed all night yesterday and didn't get a single piece." After Chen Song finished speaking, he quietly waited for the other party's response. However, he believed that the price he offered would not be refused. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a voice came from the phone. "What game? What equipment? How many?" Hearing this, Chen Song quickly relayed some basic information. "Got it. In Zheng City, in an office." Mei Yuqian hung up the phone, glanced around the office, and called out, "Everyone, stop for a moment. There's a new job, farming equipment, 15,000 for each piece. I will send the game information to the group shortly, pay attention. Also, I've heard that the drop rate for this game is a bit low, so you can contact more people. As for how much to pay, you can decide among yourselves." The next day, in the morning, at the Changfeng garment factory, Tang Qiu took a look around the office and noticed that the setup was different from the last time he was here. Whether it was the computers, desks, chairs, or those potted plants, everything was quite expensive. This Chen Zong really knows how to spend money on himself. "This is the contract, Lawyer Tang, please take a look. If there are no issues, you can sign it." When Tang Qiu took her seat, Chenmo pushed the contract he had prepared long ago towards her. Tang Qiu took the contract and began to read it carefully. After a while, she frowned slightly and looked up at Chenmo. "Mr. Chen, the contract is generally fine, but there is a detail that needs to be amended." "Oh, what seems to be the problem?" Chenmo looked at Tang Qiu in surprise. "All the employees in his company signed this contract. Mr. Chen, there's no need to worry. This issue is just a minor risk and won't have a significant impact. It's about our company's policy on early salary disbursement. The contract only states that salaries for the current month will be paid at the beginning of the month, but it doesn't mention how to handle situations where an employee leaves before completing a full month. So I think we should add that if an employee leaves before completing a month, they need to return the salary for the unworked days. Otherwise, if some malicious individuals exploit this loophole, they could keep arranging for different people to join, then leave right after to cash in, which would be troublesome." As she spoke, Tang Qiu picked up a pen, opened the contract, and added a provision below one of the clauses. She then handed it back to Chenmo. "Please add the handwritten part one just wrote and print a new copy." "I'll sign the contract then." Chenmo took the contract, glanced at the new provision Tang Qiu had added, which was reasonable and not an unfair clause. He had no choice but to ask Chenro to redo the contract according to Tang Qiu's request. On her first day at the company, no. Even before she officially started, Tang Qiu had already blocked a potential opportunity for the company to lose money. Chenmo began to doubt whether bringing Tang Qiu into the company was the right decision. After a while, Shenro modified the contract, printed it, and handed it back to Tang Qiu. Tang Qiu took the contract, confirmed there were no issues, and then signed it. She officially became an employee of the company. "Mr. Chen, may I ask where my workstation is?" After signing the contract, Tang Qiu looked at Chenmo and asked. Since she had already signed the contract, she was now a formal employee of the company, so she naturally needed to go to her post to work. Chenmo stiffened at her words. He had been so focused on bringing Tang Qiu in and spending the system's funds that he completely forgot about her workstation. There were still vacant offices at the clothing factory. The company's finance, accounting, and HR departments were all still working from home. After thinking for a moment, he looked up at Tang Qiu and said awkwardly, "Lawyer Tang, you see, our company currently doesn't have any extra offices available, so how about you work from home for a while? Don't worry, while working from home, we will provide corresponding food and housing allowances." Tang Qiu listened to Chenmo's words, her expression somewhat strange. She found herself increasingly unable to understand this boss. He spent a large sum to hire her and then asked her to work from home. Logically speaking, if a company spends a lot of money to hire an employee, shouldn't they be squeezing every bit of value out of that employee? But with Chenmo, he didn't arrange any work for her and just let her work from home. "Mr. Chen, there must be something that needs to be done, like risk assessments or something similar." Chenmo thought for a moment. If he really let Tang Qiu do nothing after spending so much to hire her, it was very likely that the system would classify it as passive neglect. How about this, Lawyer Tang? The company doesn't have any urgent matters for you to handle at the moment, but many of our employees haven't received much education. Please prepare a bit, and in a couple of days, give a legal awareness class to the company employees so they can better understand relevant laws and regulations. Legal awareness promotion? I understand. I'll organize the materials as soon as possible. Tang Chio nodded upon hearing this. It is indeed very important for a company to educate its employees about legal knowledge. Lawyer Tang, it's still early. You can have assistant Shin show you around the company. Then I'll trouble you. Tang Chio nodded. Since she had become part of the company, it was only right to familiarize herself with the environment. In the staff cafeteria, Uncle Wang housed the new sensor door. Only employees with company access cards can enter, and I upgrade it periodically. Even if other employees find a card, it won't work. Has anyone tried to sneak into the cafeteria these days? Li Shan sat in a chair, looking at Wang Manyan across from him. You really have a way. Ever since we installed the sensor door, no employees from other factories have come in. Wang Manyan sighed. Ever since the company cafeteria started serving meals, there had been occasional intrusions from employees of other factories. Eating was manageable as the employees from their own workshop kept an eye on things, and those who sneaked in could be quickly spotted. What troubled him most was that some people would sneak up to the second-floor lounge while he was cooking downstairs. Even if you want to play on the second floor for a while, you should be mindful. They would just toss their cigarette butts anywhere and showed no care for the facilities, even stealing things. One day, when their employees went to the second floor to play after work, they suddenly found a pool cue missing, a ping-pong paddle gone, and one paddle damaged, seemingly smashed against something. They checked the surveillance footage and found out who did it, but the industrial park was too large, and they had yet to locate the person. Fortunately, President Chun had a good temper. After he reported the incident to President Chen, he was only told to have Li Shan replace the damaged and lost items with new ones. But now that the sensor door was installed, he felt much more at ease, as no one from other factories could sneak in anymore. Having a solution isn't enough, it also requires wise leadership. This sensor door isn't cheap, yet President Chen approved it. Without a second thought, Li Shan said with admiration. Indeed, President Chen is great in every way, except for the morning exercises, which are too torturous. You have no idea, I've lost over 10 pounds these days. Wang Manyan couldn't help but complain, then thought of a problem and looked at Li Shan. There's still an issue with the cafeteria that I think we should address. What other problem is there? Li Shan's eyes lit up. Ever since he became the head of the procurement and living departments, his daily life had become much more relaxed. His work for the day, aside from purchasing some fabrics and materials for the workshop, was mostly about the cafeteria. The workshop materials were replenished regularly, while the cafeteria procurement was even simpler. Aunt Dong had a customized menu every day, and Wang Manyan would estimate the ingredients based on the menu and then call the designated market. At that time, someone would deliver directly to the cafeteria, so he hardly needed to get involved. All he had to do was keep the procurement lists and receipts, then compile them into a report to send to the company's finance department. So, throughout the day, aside from spending some time learning office software, he really didn't know what else to do. Hearing that there was still an issue with the cafeteria that needed solving instantly perked him up. It's not a big deal, it's just that President Chen is worried that employees won't have enough to eat, so he asked me to make as much of each dish as possible. I did make more, but there are leftovers every day. I thought I should make a little less next time, but then it turned out to be insufficient. I can't control the quantity well. To ensure the employees have enough to eat, I can only make more. But this way, there are always a lot of leftovers after each meal, which is really wasteful. Wang Manyan sighed helplessly at this point. Every time he saw so much food wasted, it pained his heart. That's food. Li Shan listened to Wang Manyan's words, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Wasting food is shameful. Indeed, it should not be wasted. But if we don't prepare more, we can't guarantee that there will be enough food for every meal. The employees' meals must be ensured, so we definitely need to make more. That leaves us with just one question: how to reasonably handle the leftover food so it doesn't seem like a waste. After pondering for a long time, Li Shan looked at Wang Manyan with a joyful expression. I have a solution. We can sell the leftover food. Sell? How do we sell it? Wang Manyan looked at Li Shan in confusion. Look, every day at noon and in the evening, there are food trucks selling fast food at the entrance of the industrial park. We can also package the leftover food into meal boxes and sell them. I've eaten those meal boxes before. 2 meat dishes in one vegetable dish cost 13 yuan, and the boxes are divided into compartments, but the amount of food in each compartment is actually not much. However, we don't need to complicate things. We can just buy a batch of disposable meal boxes, put 2 dishes in one box, and add a box of rice for 15 yuan. 15 yuan might be too expensive. Didn't you just say that the 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish only cost 13 yuan? How can 2 dishes cost 15 yuan? Will anyone buy it? Wang Manyan asked with some concern. Li Shan shook his head at Wang Manyan's worried words. It's not expensive at all. First, there's the cooking skill. Uncle Wang, your skills are those of a chef, and the dishes you make are much better than those fast foods outside. Also, our cafeteria serves 6 dishes at each meal, and almost every dish has meat, so one meal box can contain 2 meat dishes. As for the quantity, even though they have 3 dishes, each dish is in a small compartment, and combined, they don't have as much food as our meal box. Plus, we have a whole box of white rice. Overall, it's definitely worth 15 yuan, and we're just trying to get rid of the leftover food, so there probably won't be too many portions. No need to worry about not selling out. And even if we don't sell out, there's no loss, it's all leftover anyway. Most importantly, our workshop finishes earlier than the others. By the time our employees finish eating, the employees from other factories probably haven't even finished work yet. We have plenty of time to pack the leftover food into meal boxes. Shall we give it a try? Wang Maonian said hesitantly. He had never done this before and wasn't sure if this method would work. However, as Li Shen said, since it's all leftover, even if no one buys it, there's no loss. Of course we should try it. I'll go buy some disposable meal boxes right now, and we'll test it out at dinner to see how it goes. Li Shen slapped the table, hurriedly stood up, and walked towards the dining hall. This is the place. Let's go in. Wu Yu glanced at the office building, checked the navigation on his phone, and said to his 2 colleagues beside him. The 3 of them each carried a box of gifts as they entered the office building. They took the elevator and finally stopped in front of a company. Sanxue Games. Is this another company of General Manager Chen? Wu Yu curiously surveyed the inside of the company before leading his 2 companions inside. Excuse me, who are you looking for? The receptionist at the entrance asked the 3 who had just entered. We are salespeople from Changfeng Garment Factory and we would like to see Director Wei. Upon hearing the receptionist's inquiry, Wu Yu replied, "Oh, you are from Changfeng Garment Factory? Please wait a moment, I'll call the director's office." The receptionist, upon hearing it was Changfeng Garment Factory, didn't dare to be negligent, as it was also General Manager Chen's company, and the first one at that. Director Wei had been transferred from Changfeng Garment Factory. Who knows if the few people in front of me are also leaders dispatched from Changfeng Garment Factory. Thinking this, I hurriedly dialed the director's office phone. After a while, the receptionist looked apologetically at Wu Yu and the others. "I'm sorry, Director Wei should not be in the office right now. Please wait a moment, I'll go find him." "Okay, we're not in a hurry," Wu Yu replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the receptionist quickly walked into the company and headed straight for the employee workroom. Sure enough, upon entering the employee workroom, I saw Director Wei sitting next to an employee, jotting something down in a notebook. Seeing this, I walked over and said softly, "Director Wei, there are a few salespeople from Changfeng Garment Factory looking for you." Upon hearing this, Wei Yan realized that the salespeople from Changfeng Garment Factory referred to Wu Yu. Could it be that they encountered difficulties in business? But a phone call would suffice, there was no need to come find him. Thinking this, he stood up and walked outside with the receptionist. "Hello, Director Wei." Wu Yu quickly greeted as he saw Wei Yan walking out of the company. Wei Yan glanced at Wu Yu, then at the gift box in Wu Yu's hand, and instantly understood. "Come with me." After a few people entered the director's office, Wu Yu hurriedly handed over the gift box. "Master, I didn't know what to buy, so I got a few boxes of tea. You can give it a try." As he spoke, he gestured to the 2 colleagues behind him. The other 2 colleagues quickly handed over their gift boxes as well. Wei Yan took the gift boxes and casually placed them on the desk, looking at Wu Yu with a teasing smile. "Not bad, running business for a while, you've learned this pretty quickly. It's all thanks to your teaching, Master," Wu Yu chuckled. "No, I haven't taught you for long, I can't take that credit. So, what do you need from me?" Wei Yan waved his hand and sat down in his chair, looking at Wu Yu. "Once a teacher, always a father, right?" Wu Yu replied with a smile, but upon seeing Wei Yan's serious expression, he quickly adjusted his demeanor and spoke. "These 2 beside me are also new salespeople in the company, just like me, with no experience. We came to seek your advice today to learn about running business." "Sit down and talk," Wei Yan said, pointing to the empty chairs in the office. Once everyone was seated, he continued, "Experience? It's just about running more, doing more, and putting in effort. Don't be afraid of rejection, have thick skin. Over time, you'll gradually figure out the ropes. But even if I say a lot, you won't be able to get orders immediately. Since you came to seek advice today, I'll give you a shortcut." As Wei Yan spoke, he reached for the cup on the table to take a sip of water, only to find it empty. Wu Yu was quick to react, taking the cup and filling it with water from the dispenser. Wei Yan looked at the full cup of water, smiled gently, and continued, "Why are experienced salespeople so formidable? Experience is one reason, but the second is customer resources. Experienced salespeople have accumulated countless customer resources over the years, which is also why they have high performance. So if you want to achieve results quickly and get orders, you need more customer resources. As for me, being transferred here as a director, I don't know if I can go back to running business. So I'll pass some of my customer resources to you. If you run more, the chances of getting orders are very high." "Thank you, Master." Wu Yu's face showed surprise. He didn't expect such a significant gain from this visit. Alright, if there's nothing else, hurry up and go run your business. I'm giving you these customer resources, don't end up with not a single order. As for the information on the customer resources, I'll organize it and send it to your phone. This gift? I'll accept it. Wei Yan patted the gift box on the table. The people in front of him were all in business, and giving gifts was essential. He couldn't leave the impression that one could receive rewards without making an effort. After Wu Yu and the others left, Wei Yan casually picked up a gift box and walked out of the office, turning into the manager's office. Director Wei, I remember at this time, you should still be studying in the employee workshop, Fong Chang joked as he looked at Wei Yan, who had just walked in. Oh, a little apprentice from the clothing factory came to ask me a few business questions and brought a few boxes of tea. I can't drink that much by myself, so you can take a box to try, Wei Yan said, placing the gift box on Fong Chang's desk. Director Wei is too kind, then I'll accept it. Fong Chang smiled, as it was all goodwill from the other party, and refusing would seem too disrespectful. Director Wei, you're here too. I saved myself the trouble of looking for you. I have something to report. Zhao Bowen suddenly rushed in from outside. What is it? Why are you in such a hurry? Fong Chang asked, puzzled by Zhao Bowen's frantic entrance. It's about the Tianlong game. I've been monitoring the back-end data of Tianlong lately, and today the number of online players is actually increasing. Moreover, the revenue has also increased, although not by much. It has been growing steadily. Zhao Bowen quickly explained. Fong Chang looked surprised. Do you know the reason? Not yet, but the source of income is very strange. Over 90% of the revenue comes from members, but these people almost all stop at level 3 membership. Zhao Bowen recalled the back-end data, his expression odd. Is there any special reward for level 3 membership? Wei Yan, listening from the side, suddenly asked. It was clear that these people were all recharging to level 3 membership because it had something they wanted. Zhao Bowen shook his head. There aren't any precious rewards. Apart from the basic ingot rewards, there's just a ring that gives +1 luck. Wei Yan was confused. He didn't understand the significance of a +1 luck item in the game. But Fong Chang was different. He was clear about the equipment values in the game. A +1 luck value had a negligible impact on the game. What use did these people have for that ring? Fong Chang thought for a while but couldn't figure it out, so he could only helplessly say to Zhao Bowen, keep monitoring the dynamics of Tianlong and let me know immediately if you discover anything or if there are any changes. In the clothing factory office, Chenmo happily logged out of the Tianlong game. He had just been dominating in the game, and those he encountered in the wild were only met with instant death. Surprisingly, there were quite a few people in the wild today, but they had all become his victims. Leaning back in his chair, he directed his consciousness to the system panel. At this moment, the system funds had dwindled to over 4 million. However, Tang Qiu's annual salary had not yet been transferred from finance. Once that was transferred, he would be left with just over 3 million in system funds. This 3 million had to reserve 1 million for employee salaries next month and some miscellaneous expenses like taxes. That left him with over 2 million in system funds. The sports meeting at the end of the month could also consume a portion of the system funds. In other words, if he spent over 1 million, he could clear the system funds this time. Over 1 million? It would be quite easy to spend that. Moreover, there are still more than 40 days until the system settlement, giving him plenty of time to spend. In the staff canteen, Li Shen waited for the employees to finish their dinner, then went to the kitchen to find Wang Maonian and asked, how's it going, Uncle Wang? I packed a total of 32 boxes of dishes as you requested. Each box contains 2 types of dishes, and I've prepared 38 boxes of rice. Wang Maonian led Li Shen to a corner and pointed at 2 large cardboard boxes. They're all inside, the rice is on the left, and the dishes are on the right. Li Shen looked at the 2 large cardboard boxes, walked over, squatted down, took out a box of rice and a box of dishes, opened them to check, and nodded in confirmation. That's good, I'll take them to the entrance to try it out. I'll go with you, Wang Maonian said, looking at the 2 large cardboard boxes, knowing one person couldn't carry them alone. No need, just help me take them to the canteen entrance. I've brought out the cart from the workshop, it'll be convenient. With the cart, Li Shen shook his head. This was his idea, so he didn't want to trouble anyone else. Moreover, this was just the beginning. Once more people started buying, he wouldn't have to run around anymore. At that time, he would set up a window at the canteen to let them buy directly. Arriving at the entrance of the industrial park, Li Shen pushed the lunchboxes outside the industrial park but stopped just inside the entrance, waiting for the employees to finish work and buy lunch. The first ones to pass by would be here. Of course, being able to do this inside the industrial park was thanks to him spending a little money to buy a cigarette for the security guard. He also promised to only set up for a few days, which allowed him to sell lunchboxes inside. He posted a piece of A4 paper with the prices written on it in front of the cardboard. Kid, what kind of meal is this? Selling for 15 yuan a portion. Before the employees finishing work could come over, the security guard was the first to approach. Seeing that it was the security guard, Li Shen quickly took a box of rice and a box of dishes from the cardboard and handed them Over. Sir, this is the meal from our canteen, you can give it a try. Too expensive, I won't eat it. The security guard quickly waved his hand and didn't take the lunchbox. Sir, come on, you. Come to me, and I can't charge you money, right? Don't worry about it, if any employees come over, you can help me advertise. Li Shin didn't wait for the security guard to refuse and directly shoved the lunchbox into the security guard's hands. The security guard looked at the lunchbox in his hands and smiled happily. Alright, I know quite a few of those little brats, I'll help you promote it. As the security guard spoke, he opened the lunchbox. When he saw the dishes inside, he was momentarily stunned. One lunchbox contained 2 dishes. One was braised pork and the other was sauced chicken pieces. Not to mention the enticing aroma, just the quantity of the dishes was enough to astonish him. The braised pork looked like good quality pork belly, with a perfect mix of fat and lean meat, and the portion was substantial, at least 10 pieces. The lunchboxes outside also had braised pork, but getting 4 or 5 pieces in one portion was already good, and most of it was fatty meat, with pieces not as large as this. The sauced chicken pieces were the same, with a generous portion. Just for this box of dishes, charging 15 yuan was not expensive at all. Picking up chopsticks, he grabbed a piece of braised pork and took a bite. The taste was even better than those from restaurants. The security guard's appetite was whetted, and he quickly placed the box of dishes on a stone step, sat down, opened the box of rice, and started eating. Before long, a commotion of voices came from afar. Looking from a distance, he could see heads of people rushing over, clearly the factory workers finishing their shifts. Soon, that group of people arrived here. Most of them took a glance and walked away. However, one person quickly came over, curious, and asked, "Brother, what kind of dishes do you have?" Just as Li Shin was about to answer, a voice jumped in front of him and spoke. "Braised pork and soy sauce chicken pieces, look at the amount of meat and vegetables, it's much more than what you get outside, and it tastes good too. 15 bucks is definitely worth it. Buy it, can the old man cheat you?" The security guard said as he showcased the dishes in his lunchbox to the inquiring employee. Seeing that it was the security guard speaking, the employee no longer hesitated. "Then give me one." Li Shin smiled upon hearing this, but he didn't immediately take the lunchbox. Instead, he said, "We have a total of 6 cuisines in these lunchboxes: braised pork, soy sauce chicken pieces, fried tenderloin, for happiness meatballs, stir-fried meat slices, and Beijing-style shredded pork. 2 cuisines per lunchbox, and they are randomly packed, so you might not even get the one you want. Alright, just get me one, I'm tired of the ones outside, I want to try something new." The employee didn't dither and directly handed the money to Li Shin. Seeing this, Li Shin readily passed over a box of rice and a box of vegetables. The employee took the meal and sat down right next to the security guard to start eating. His dishes were stir-fried meat slices and fried tenderloin, and judging by the way he was wolfing it down, it was clear that the food suited his taste perfectly. More and more people were getting off work, and with the security guard cheering them on, in less than 20 minutes, 32 boxes of vegetables and 38 boxes of rice were sold out. Meanwhile, on the steps next to Li Shin, a row of people were already sitting there, eating their lunchboxes. Li Shin tidied up the cardboard boxes a bit and pushed the cart back to the company cafeteria. After selling 31 boxes, excluding the one for the security guard, plus the extra 6 boxes of lunch, each sold for $1, the total income was 471 bucks. That was just for one meal. If I count my lunch, I could sell about 900 bucks a day. As for breakfast, forget it. Breakfast is simple, just fried dough sticks, soy milk, buns, and pancakes, and there's not much left over, plus it's too mixed to sell well. But 900 a day is not bad. In the future, with cafeteria procurement, I can save at least over 20,000 bucks a month. Li Shin thought to himself, feeling a bit more at ease. After being transferred to procurement and logistics by General Chen, he had been idle for so long. How could he justify General Chen's trust? Although over 20,000 bucks wasn't much for General Chen, it was just a small step for him, and he needed to do more for General Chen and the company. Time passed, and half a month flew by. In the clothing factory office, Chenmo looked at the performance report in front of him, rubbing his head in frustration. Another 200,000 order, when will it end? In the past half month, for some unknown reason, the 3 new employees in the sales department had been signing orders in shifts. The orders weren't big, mostly small ones around 100,000. The largest was Wu Yu's 300,000 order. Today, another 200,000 order was signed. Although the orders weren't large, the sheer number was overwhelming. Just Wu Yu alone had accumulated over 700,000 in orders. The other 2 were a bit behind, but together, they also had over 600,000 in orders. Adding it all up, there were over 1.3 million in orders. But these 3 were just inexperienced newcomers. How could they start signing orders so quickly? 1 or 2 orders could be attributed to luck, but these orders couldn't just be luck. The more Chenmo thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, a chill creeping down his back. It couldn't be that old Lu causing trouble again, could it? With this thought, he looked up and called out to Shinro. "Shinro, go check if Wu Yu and those guys are in the sales department. If they are, have them come to the office." "Okay, General Chen." Shinro stood up and walked out of the office. Not long after, Wu Yu walked in with two new employees from the business department. Manager Chen, you called for me? Wu Yu asked nervously, looking at Manager Chen in the office. This was his first time being summoned for a conversation. Chenmo glanced at the three of them and smiled. No need to be nervous, take a seat. I see you've received quite a few orders recently. Did you find some new leads? Manager Chen, this is largely thanks to my master. Not long ago, I went to Sanshui Games to consult my master about some business experience. After hearing me out, my master actually shared all his client resources with us. It's precisely because of these resources that we've received so many orders. But the key factor is still the quality of the clothes produced by our factory, which is very reliable. Upon hearing Manager Chen's inquiry, Wu Yu quickly recounted his experience of consulting his master at Sanshui Games. If it weren't for his master providing so many client resources, the few of them wouldn't have been able to secure so many orders. Therefore, he had no intention of taking all the credit for himself. After all, his master had shared such important resources with them, so he naturally wanted to commend his master in front of Manager Chen. Wu Yu's master? That would be Wei Yin. So it was this rebellious kid. He really is generous, sharing client resources accumulated over the years. He's been transferred to Sanshui Games and can still stir things up for me. Chenmo clutched his chest, feeling that if this continued, he might get a heart attack from anger. Alright, I understand the situation. You can go back now. Chenmo waved his hand weakly. Hearing this, Wu Yu stood up and left the office. Back in the business department, Luo Yuan looked at Wu Yu with confusion. I just saw Manager Chen's expression. He seemed a bit unhappy. He is indeed a bit unhappy. Wu Yu nodded in agreement, having noticed the change in Manager Chen's expression as well. When he first entered the office, Manager Chen had a friendly demeanor. The change occurred when he mentioned that his master had given him all the client resources. That's right, it was when he said that his master had given him the resources that Manager Chen's expression began to shift. Why was that? Wu Yu fell into deep thought, and after a moment, his eyes lit up. He felt he had figured out the reason. He looked at his two colleagues and said, I think Manager Chen feels we're not working hard enough. But we've already secured so many orders, the other salesperson, Kai Jing, said in confusion. That's what we think, but in Manager Chen's eyes, these orders might not be enough. After all, these orders are all based on the client resources my master provided. You have to know that when my master was in the business department, he single-handedly landed $1 million deal. And what about us? We're using the resources my master gave us, yet we've only managed to secure some small orders worth over 100,000. Yet here we are, feeling proud of ourselves. Manager Chen is probably angry that we have such good resources but aren't putting in enough effort. Wu Yu analyzed, also reflecting on himself. Indeed, in the past few days they had become a bit complacent after receiving some orders. If it had been a while ago, they would have already been out chasing business instead of staying in the department. Manager Chen calling them to the office was likely for this reason, wanting to give them a wake-up call. However, Manager Chen is known for being good to his employees, giving them face and not pointing it out directly. The other two salespeople nodded in agreement with Wu Yu's analysis. They had indeed been a bit lax these past few days. The few of them exchanged glances, and then left the business department, heading out to pursue business. In the office, Chenmo remained silent for a long time. With only over 3 million in system funds left after deducting expenses for employees and the costs of holding a sports event, he only needed to spend a little over 1 million of the system funds. But now, due to these few salespeople, he had to spend an additional 100,000. Sigh. Chenmo let out a long sigh. There was nothing he could do about it. Should he ask those salespeople to hand over the client resources given by Wei Yen, and not let them use it? Chenmo calmed himself down and took out another document to start the approval process. This was the cafeteria's procurement expenses for the week. However, when he finished approving the purchase order, a plan sheet below caught his attention and made him frown. Cafeteria retail lunchboxes? What on earth is this? With a puzzled expression, he opened the plan sheet, and when he saw the contents inside, Chenmo fell silent once again. One rebellious kid causing trouble was one thing, but you, old Lu, are joining in the fun too, huh? You really know how to do business. Selling leftover food from the cafeteria, and you can sell over 10,000 in half a month. I really thank you. No wonder the cafeteria's procurement expenses have decreased significantly. It turns out it was because of this. Chenmo looked at the plan sheet for the cafeteria retail lunchboxes, his face turning pale. These two were working together seamlessly. One was finding ways to make money for him, while the other was finding ways to save money for him, right? Shinro, you don't need to go get lunch today, I'll go to the cafeteria to eat. Chenmo turned to Shinro, who was working in the office. He wanted to see how this Li Shin was selling the leftover food. Time passed quickly, and soon it was lunchtime. Chenmo did not go directly to the cafeteria but sat in the office for a while, waiting until the cafeteria staff had almost finished eating before heading over. Around 12:20, Chenmo and Shinro left the office and arrived at the employee cafeteria. At this time, there were not many employees left in the cafeteria. Chenmo glanced around and headed straight for the kitchen. As he approached the kitchen, he saw Li Shin writing something in front of a window next to the kitchen. Seeing this, Chenmo walked over. He wanted to see what this old Lu was up to. Coming up behind Li Shin, he deliberately lowered his voice so as not to attract Li Shin's attention. The other party was still leaning on the windowsill, writing. Chenmo looked down and saw that Li Shin was writing on a piece of white paper. Today's menu: braised pork ribs, soy sauce chicken wings, kung pao chicken, twice cooked pork. Just then, Wang Maonian came over holding a cardboard box. Seeing General Chen behind Li Shin, he quickly spoke up. General Chen, you're here. The meals have already been set aside for you. I'll bring them over right away. No rush. Chenmo waved his hand at Wang Maonian, preparing to continue watching Li Shin write. However, at this moment, Li Shin had already turned around, attracted by Wang Maonian's words. Upon seeing General Chen right behind him, he quickly spoke. Hello, General Chen. Chenmo glanced at Li Shin, then picked up the white paper with the menu written on it and asked lightly, what is this for? General Chen, soon employees from other factories will come here to buy lunchboxes. This is for them to see, Li Shin hurriedly explained. Ever since they set up a stall at the entrance of the industrial park a few times, their lunchboxes had become popular and he had conveniently moved the location to the cafeteria window. Those who wanted to buy lunchboxes could purchase them at the cafeteria window, with only 20 to 40 portions available each day. First come, first served. After half a month of exploration, the lunchboxes would be snatched up in an instant every day, basically becoming a stable sales channel. So he made a plan for cafeteria retail lunchboxes and submitted it. Chenmo listened to Li Shin's words with some confusion. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a large number of employees who had just gotten off work running quickly towards them from a distance. Their obvious target was the cafeteria. What was going on? Watching those employees running frantically towards them, Chenmo was completely bewildered. What did these people want? Were they planning to tear down his cafeteria? Seeing the crowd rushing over, Li Shin quickly turned to Wang Maonian. Uncle Wang, are the boxed meals ready? They're coming. Yes, they're all in cardboard boxes, a total of 31 boxes of dishes and 36 boxes of rice, Wang Maonian replied hurriedly. As he spoke, he placed the boxed meals on the windowsill. On the other side of the window, someone had already rushed over. It was a young man who slammed the money he had in his hand onto the windowsill and shouted loudly, Brother Shin, I want 10 portions. Are you not going to check what dishes we have today? Li Shin picked up the money from the windowsill and counted it. It was exactly 150. He then pointed to the menu that was just posted on the window. No need to check, the food in your cafeteria is always good. Li Shin smiled upon hearing this and, along with Wang Maonian, took out 10 boxes of dishes and 10 boxes of rice, placing them into the bag the young man had brought. However, before the young man could finish his purchase, many more people rushed over from behind, extending their hands with money towards the window and shouting loudly, Give me 2 portions. I want 1 portion. I was here first, I want 3 portions. Don't push me, it's me, Brother Shin, give me 5 portions. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Li Shin threw the empty boxes aside and looked at the crowd gathered at the window, shouting, We're out. If you want to eat, come back in the evening. After saying that, he directly closed the window. Chenmo stood behind, dumbfounded, watching this scene. Was their boxed meal this popular? Li Shin organized the money he had just made from selling the boxed meals and came to Chenmo, nervously saying, President Chen, all the money from selling the boxed meals has been used. For the cafeteria's procurement, I guarantee not a single penny is left. Chenmo looked at Li Shin's earnest expression, his lips trembled slightly, and he waved his hand weakly. It's fine. What could he do? This old six was truly thinking of the company. At the sales rate just now, it was fortunate that they had leftover food. If they really switched to a restaurant and sold boxed meals outside, who knew how much money they could make? Chenmo thought to himself, feeling somewhat relieved. He found a dining table and sat down. Wang Maonian also timely brought over the meals he had prepared earlier. Neatly arranged, there were a total of 6 dishes. You all sit down, Chenmo said, glancing at the few people standing around. Once everyone was seated, he looked at Li Shin, who was sitting opposite him, and spoke lightly. Was this cafeteria retail plan your idea? Yes, President Chen, actually, Uncle Wang contributed a lot to this as well, Li Shin said loyally. Sharing both fortune and hardship, how could he forget Wang Maonian, who had always been helping him? Oh, Chenmo nodded lightly, his gaze lingering on Li Shin and Wang Maonian for a moment. These two guys really didn't give him any peace of mind. Just as he was about to say something, Li Shin spoke up first. President Chen, I've been keeping track of the foot traffic of those coming to buy boxed meals these days. Selling 200 portions a day is definitely not a problem. I thought about it, and perhaps we can have Uncle Wang and the others make more. Aiming for 200 boxed meals a day. If we sell all 200 portions, that would be 3,000 yuan. We could sell twice a day, which means we could sell about 6,000 yuan a day. Now the cafeteria's daily expenses are around 3,000, which means we can still earn 3,000 a day. In a month, our employee cafeteria not only won't incur costs but can also make a small profit of nearly 100,000. After Li Shin finished speaking, he looked at General Manager Chen with an expectant expression. This was the biggest business opportunity he discovered while selling lunchboxes. The main reason for this was that their meals were delicious and located right in the industrial park, saving those who bought fast food a long walk. Therefore, in recent days, it had become very popular among the workers in the park, who often complained that 30 servings a day were too few. Listening to Li Shin's words, Chenmo paused in his action of picking up food. Finally, he simply stopped eating and placed his chopsticks on the table. He didn't expect that Li Shin, the sly one, had such a big card hidden up his sleeve. Not only would they save on cafeteria expenses for a month, but they could also earn nearly 100,000. When calculated, that meant an additional 200,000 in system funds for him. Fortunately, he came over today and discovered it in time. Otherwise, this sly one would have started a side business on him. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Li Shin and slowly spoke. Li Shin, I understand you want to make money for the company, but you also need to consider others. Look, if we make an additional 200 lunchboxes, won't that put all the workload on the cafeteria chefs? In that case, while the company is making money, is it fair to those people in the cafeteria? General Manager Chen, it's no problem for our cafeteria to be a bit busier. Hearing General Manager Chen say this, Wang Maonian timely spoke up. Li Shin had mentioned this to him yesterday, and he had discussed it with a few chefs in the cafeteria, and no one opposed it. After all, working in the cafeteria was much easier than working in a hotel. Previously, they worked in the hotel kitchen from morning until night, and their wages were not as high as in the cafeteria. So what was the problem with them being a bit busier now? Hearing Wang Maonian suddenly speak, Chenmo squinted his eyes and turned to look at Wang Maonian. It seemed that morning runs hadn't tired him out. He still had the energy to make 200 lunchboxes. This is a matter of principle. The cafeteria is just the cafeteria. You only need to cook for the company's employees. So let's not think about those 200 lunchboxes anymore. As for the leftover food, throwing it away is indeed a bit wasteful. You can sell it, I won't interfere. However, selling lunchboxes is not something you should be doing in the first place. So starting this month, each of the chefs in your cafeteria will get a raise of 1,000, and the other support staff will get a raise of 500. And Li Shin, you should also get a raise of 1,000. Consider this your labor fee for doing these things. Shinro, make a note of this and inform the finance department when you get back. Chenmo said as he glanced at Shinro. He thought to himself, since you can make money, can't I spend some? Currently, there are 5 chefs in the cafeteria, 6 support staff, and now there are also 2 cleaners, one of whom is Jiang Cheng's wife, and the other is the wife of Lu Puntao's newly hired shuttle driver, who just started a few days ago. Adding to Li Shin's words, that would mean an additional expenditure of over 10,000 in wages a month. That's still less than selling lunchboxes. This won't do. Chenmo frowned and thought for a moment before continuing. Well, it's not just the cafeteria that needs raises, other departments need raises, too. For those who have worked for more than a month, all team leaders and above will get a raise of 1,000, and other grassroots employees will get a raise of 500. Let's settle on that. You go back and tally it up. This raise policy also includes the Tsangshui game side. Okay, General Manager Chen. Shinro was momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded. Li Shin and Wang Maonian were also shocked, their mouths agape. They were getting raises just like that. In other companies, it's already good if they give you a raise once a year, but here with General Chen, you get a raise every month. Chenmo ignored the shocked expressions of a few people and started to eat, finally spending the money he earned from Li Shin, which improved his appetite significantly. It's just a pity. He had wanted to give raises to the new employees as well, but the system reminded him that employees who have not been with the company for a month, unless they have special talents, are not eligible for a raise. What a shame, otherwise he could have spent a bit more. Soon, lunch was over, and as Chenmo was about to get up and leave, he suddenly remembered something. He almost forgot. In front of Wang Maonian, he said to Shinro, the sports meeting is in a few days, so let's increase the morning run. Starting tomorrow, run 15 laps. After saying that, he turned and left, casting a fleeting glance at Wang Maonian as he did. You have the stamina to make boxed lunches, so you can run 5 more laps. Watching General Chen leave, Wang Maonian sat in his chair, feeling hopeless. He had just gotten used to the pace of running 10 laps. How could it suddenly increase to 15? Li Shin sat silently beside him. He was better off then. Wang Maonian, as after a long period of morning runs, running 10 laps was no problem for him. But the key was, if one could rest, who would want to run? Sigh. In a rented room, a disheveled man was sitting in front of his computer, frantically operating it, his eyes bloodshot and red, occasionally taking a sip of Red Bull from the table. After an unknown amount of time, the man suddenly slammed his hand on the keyboard, seemingly having seen something incredible, leaning closer to the computer screen to take a serious look. Then, he burst out laughing. It's exploded. After half a month, it finally exploded. Zhang Jiao exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the equipment on the computer screen. He had been grinding monsters in this game for half a month, and today he finally dropped a new piece of equipment. After a moment of joy, Jiang Jiao proudly shared a screenshot of the equipment in the guild chat. Soon, messages started flooding in. Damn, isn't this new equipment? Damn it, I've been grinding for half a month, at least 10 hours a day, and haven't dropped a single piece. As expected of the Liver Emperor, the first in the guild to drop new equipment. Lucky player, definitely a lucky player. Let me absorb some of that luck. Jiang Jiao looked at the replies in the chat room, smiling with satisfaction. However, upon seeing the term lucky player, he lost his smile. He had initially stayed up for 2 days and nights to drop equipment, and on the third day he couldn't hold on anymore and started sleeping, but only about 4 hours a day. Even so, he had spent a full half month just to drop one piece of equipment. Was this really considered lucky? Jiang Jiao looked at his disheveled appearance after not showering for half a month and fell into deep doubt. But since the equipment had dropped, it was time to cash in. With that thought, he quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. The call connected. Jiang Jiao couldn't wait to speak. Brother Hao, I dropped equipment. How many pieces? Just one. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, before a voice finally came through. Log into the game and trade the equipment to me. Okay, Brother Hao. In a luxurious villa, Chen Song hung up the phone and walked to the computer to log into the game. After a series of operations, the piece of equipment Jiang Jiao dropped was now equipped on his game character, a pair of shoes. This was the first new piece of equipment he had obtained in half a month. He had thought that he could gather the equipment in a day or two. After all, not only were people in the guild grinding for equipment, but he had also contacted people from the studio. But it had been half a month, and the studio had shown no signs of activity. The first to drop equipment was actually Jiang Jiao. I don't know what's going on over at the studio. After thinking for a moment, I made a phone call. The call connected, and before I could say anything, a voice came from the other end. Brother Hao, I was just about to call you. What's going on? Chen Song asked, frowning at the words on the phone. Brother Hao, I'm afraid I can't take this job anymore, Mei Yuqian said with a mournful face. At first, everyone in the studio had been grinding for equipment in Tianlong, but after 5 days of grinding, not a single piece had dropped. The studio couldn't possibly have no income every day. He had pulled half of the people to do other work. The remaining half had also ground for several days, but still no equipment dropped. He had pulled another half to do different tasks, and it had continued like this until now, with not a single piece of equipment falling. There was no way out. He was just about to tell Chen Song about this situation when Chen Song called him first. Why can't you take it? Is it a money issue? Brother Hao, it's not a matter of money at all. The key is that the drop rate for this equipment is just too low. In my studio, everyone ground for 5 days and didn't drop a single piece. Brother Hao, I'm really sorry this time, but I have many gaming groups, studio groups, and some gaming forums. I can help you advertise. Chen Song listened to Mei Youqian's explanation, his expression somewhat surprised. He knew the drop rate for equipment was low, but he hadn't expected it to be so low that even the studio couldn't grind anything out. However, he still needed to save face. He couldn't just let it go like that. After thinking for a moment, he said, then help me advertise more. The more people know, the better. I'll buy any new equipment that drops for 30,000. Since the quality wasn't there, he would win with quantity. Chen Song thought to himself, then opened his phone and directly transferred 50,000 yuan to Jiang Jiao. Jiang Jiao truly deserved the title of the Liver Emperor. He managed to drop a piece of equipment that the studio couldn't even get. So, he decided to transfer him a bit more to encourage him to work harder. Yuqian Studio. Mei Yuqian hung up the phone, thought for a moment, and called all the studio members over. Starting today, the task of grinding equipment in Tianlong is cancelled. However, you can contact others to help you grind for equipment, friends, classmates, gaming groups, whatever. Advertise as much as you can. I'll buy any piece of equipment for 20,000. You can set your own price. After explaining all this, Mei Yuqian went to his computer and opened the chat software. In the chat software, he edited a message and then sent it to those gaming groups and studio groups, of course, also to some individual gold farmers. Immediately after, he opened the forums and sent the same information to several popular forum groups. After doing all this, Mei Yuqian leaned back in his chair with a pained expression. He had initially wanted to take this order all for himself, but unfortunately, the drop rate for that new equipment was just too low. There was no choice but to spread this news to earn some profit. But when did the Tianlong game change like this? Wasn't it all about drawing lots for equipment before? He remembered Tianlong. It was a very popular game a couple of years ago, but then, for some reason, that idiot planner directly turned it into a pay-to-win game. As long as you had money, you would be better than others. This led to a poor gaming experience for a large number of players, and almost all of them quit the game. Some wealthy players also began to choose to play other games as the number of players dwindled. What remained in the game were those uninformed newcomers and some old players who logged in occasionally. It seems that this time the game company, Tianlong, is preparing for a major reform. I wonder if it can return to its former level of popularity. I should pay more attention to it in the meantime. In the rental apartment, Jiangjio came out after taking a shower. After days of grinding for equipment, he felt a bit exhausted. He planned to get a good night's sleep today and start fighting again tomorrow. However, when he picked up his phone and saw the 50,000 transfer from Brother Hao, he was stunned. He didn't expect the 2,000 to suddenly rise to 50,000. Could it be a mistake? Confused, he sent a message to inquire. Soon, he received several replies. Looking at the content of the replies, Jiangjio instantly perked up. Brother Hao actually promised him that for the upcoming equipment, anything he didn't have would be priced at 50,000 each if it dropped on his side. What a great deal. Sleep? Forget about it, let's get to work. He quickly threw on some clothes, went downstairs to the supermarket to buy a case of Red Bull, opened it and put it in the fridge, then sat back down at the computer. At the clothing factory, Chenmo returned to his office and began to prepare for the sports event. Today is Monday, and the sports event will be held on Friday, as employees have weekends off and their rest time cannot be occupied. Any welfare activities that take up employees' rest time cannot be considered welfare activities. Of course, this can also slow down the factory's production pace, killing two birds with one stone. With this in mind, he called for Shinro. The employee sports event will be held this Friday. Go find a gym to rent. As for other banners and props, and sportswear, prepare thoroughly, don't worry about spending money. After you make the plan, let me have a look. Okay, President Chen. Shinro replied. After arranging the time for the sports event, Chenmo began to brainstorm again. Hosting a sports event, just renting the venue wouldn't cost much. The main expenses would still come from the prizes. And to spend more money, of course, the more prizes there are, the higher the expenses. Entertainment as a supplement, rewards as the main focus. Now with the Tsangshui game and the clothing factory, including the new and old employees, there are already over 80 people. Getting over 80 prizes shouldn't be excessive, right? With this thought, Chenmo directly opened the shopping app to see what prizes would be suitable to buy. In the end, he selected 15 mobile phones, 15 tablets, 15 laptops, 10 smart washing machines, 10 refrigerators, 10 air conditioners, and 10 televisions. He glanced at the total price, which was over 380,000. Why is it so little? Chenmo looked at the final total price, frowning slightly. 380,000 does not meet his spending expectations at all. He had tested the system, and with the current scale of the company, the expenses for hosting a sports event should not exceed 1 million. Moreover, it shouldn't be held too frequently, limited to once a quarter. However, if it can't exceed 1 million, then he should get as close to 1 million as possible. After thinking for a moment, he multiplied all the selected quantities by 2, turning the original 85 prizes into 170, and the price increased from over 380,000 to over 760,000. Looking at this price, Chenmo nodded in satisfaction. But how should these 170 prizes be distributed? According to the number of prizes, each employee could get 2, leaving a few extra. Soon, he came up with a plan. More sports events could be held, with each event having 2 rounds, and each round could accommodate 10 participants. Then a point system could be set up, with the first place earning 10 points, and so on down to 1 point for the last place. Finally, the total points from all participants in all sports events would be tallied, and the highest score would have the priority to choose gifts. Each person could choose up to 2 prizes. That's right, let's do it this way. This way, we can ensure that all employees can receive prizes. It can also motivate employees to actively participate in the competition events. After all, the more events they participate in, the more points they accumulate, allowing them to choose their favorite prizes. Those with low points can only choose from what others have left behind. Thinking of this, Chenmo's eyes suddenly lit up. Employees participating in the sports meet, and as the boss, he is also a part of the company. Participating in the sports meet isn't too much to ask, right? If I participate in the sports meet and accidentally win 2 prizes, that would be understandable, right? Chenmo cautiously tested the system, and to his surprise, the system did not indicate any violations. This was feasible. Chenmo felt a bit teary. This dog coin system was finally acting like a human. Since he could also participate in the sports meet, he needed to design it well this time. According to the points system just established, as long as he participated in one event, even if he came in last and only earned 1 point, he could still receive 2 rewards. As for getting first place in points, Chenmo hadn't thought about that. He just wanted to design a simple and easy competition event, then symbolically participate to earn a point. Although he might end up choosing prizes he didn't like, he could set a rule that unwanted prizes could be exchanged for cash. The prices of these prizes ranged from about 4,000 to 6,000. Even if he chose 2 cheaper prizes, he could still get around 10,000 yuan in cash. Plus, with his current personal funds, wouldn't he instantly become a 10,000 yuan household? Of course, he could buy some mobile phones and tablets to show the employees the physical items, which would motivate them even more. The remaining task was to design a competition event that was both easy and not tiring. After thinking for a while, Chenmo suddenly thought of a sport. Race walking, that's a good one. You just have to walk, and it doesn't require much physical strength. As for the distance, the shorter, the better. So, let's go with 15 meters of race walking. He just needed to take a couple of symbolic steps and he could easily get 2 rewards. Chenmo smiled slightly. This was the first time he had taken advantage of the system. What a good omen. With this success, he felt that the 8 million was already beckoning to him. The next morning, Chenmo stood at the workshop entrance, watching the employees jog in the morning. Li Shen, how many laps is this? Wang Maoyan gasped, asking with difficulty. The 11th lap. Ah, only 11 laps? I'm dying. Wang Maoyan looked desperate. With 4 more laps to go, how could he finish? Chenmo looked at Wang Maoyan's disheveled appearance and finally felt relieved. He was still thinking about making lunchboxes. I'm exhausted while you're struggling. After the morning run, Chenmo returned to the office, pondering what to do when Shenro walked over. Mr. Chen, here's the plan for the sports meet, completed according to your requirements. Let me take a look. Chenmo was surprised. He didn't expect the task he assigned yesterday to be completed today. He took the plan, opened it, and immediately frowned. Seeing this, Shenro nervously asked, Mr. Chen, is there a problem? Yes, a big problem. Chenmo looked up at Shenro and said seriously. Hearing this, Shenro quickly spoke up. Then I'll redo it right away. Wait a minute. Chenmo hurriedly stopped Shenro as she prepared to return to her workstation to redo the plan. In fact, Shenro's plan was fine under normal circumstances, but for him, it was a big problem. Shenro's entire plan exuded 4 words, economical and practical. This can't work. He spent over 760,000 on gifts, so the plan must have at least 200,000 in expenses to meet his expectations. But Shenro's proposal actually cost over 50,000. Such a cheap plan is definitely not acceptable. Your proposal isn't bold enough, it's too conservative. Conservative? Shenro looked at General Manager Chen in confusion, not understanding what conservative meant. Chenmo observed Shenro's puzzled expression, then opened the plan and spoke. Look at this stadium you're renting. It only costs 2,000 a day, but the facilities inside are probably inadequate, so it won't work. General Manager Chen, I went to see this stadium last night. Whether it's the area or the facilities, it's completely sufficient for our company to hold a sports event. Hearing that Chenmo thought it was conservative due to concerns about the venue, Shenro felt relieved. Last night, she had run around to several stadiums. There were better ones, but in terms of cost effectiveness, this one was just right. Just being sufficient is far from enough. Plans can't keep up with changes. What if there are modifications later? It won't be enough then. So we must be well prepared. I remember there's a famous Yunfan Stadium in Jiang City. Go check how much it costs. General Manager, Yunfan Stadium costs 50,000 a day. Shenro cautiously spoke. She knew about this stadium and had looked into it. The facilities and area were top-notch, and the service was also very good. But after learning the price, she had given up. Too expensive. That's the one. Upon hearing it costs 50,000, Chenmo decided immediately without a second thought. Does this expenditure meet his expectations? Ah. Shenro was momentarily taken aback. General Manager Chen decided just like that, and it was 50,000. Chenmo ignored Shenro's shocked expression and continued speaking. The stadium is settled. Next is the food and drinks during the event. We must prepare enough water and beverages, and lunch must be ordered from a well-known restaurant to avoid making the employees sick. With food and drinks sorted, the next thing is personnel arrangements. With so many of us at the sports event, we will definitely generate a lot of waste. If we have to clean it ourselves, we won't have time. So we need to hire some day laborers to clean the stadium at all times. General Manager. Usually, stadiums have cleaning staff responsible for maintenance. Hearing that General Manager Chen wanted to hire cleaners, Shenro quickly spoke up. This expense wasn't necessary. Mo paused, looked at Shenro seriously, and sighed. You have to consider that we are hosting a sports event with over 80 people. The stadium's cleaning staff might not be able to keep up. Hiring cleaners isn't for others, it's for ourselves, to have a clean and tidy competition environment. Hearing Chenmo's reasoning, Shenro felt a bit ashamed and lowered her head. It turned out General Manager Chen was so thoughtful. Shenro, you need to work even harder. She silently encouraged herself. Seeing that Shenro didn't argue further, Chenmo nodded in satisfaction. An obedient assistant is a good assistant. He continued speaking. With cleaners arranged, we also need some security to maintain order. After all, we are holding a sports event, and it's inevitable that people will come to watch, so we need someone to maintain order. And we need a host for the event and referees for the competitions. If our company's employees do these, it would seem too unprofessional. Since we are hosting a sports event, it should naturally be more professional. Only then can we truly enjoy the thrill of competition. Finally, we need to document the event. We should hire a few professional photographers to capture our sports event from start to finish. After all, this is our company's first formal event, so we should make some keepsakes. When the time comes, we'll make a commemorative video and distribute it to every employee. And these banners you designed, working together for great achievements and expanding our horizons, growing stronger, are too official and not very good. Change them to, never mind, I'll write them out for you later. That's about it. In short, you have a budget of 220,000. As long as you spend the entire 220,000, it will be a qualified plan. Alright, that's all. Take it back and revise it, Chenmo said, handing the plan to Shinro. Shinro looked at the plan in her hands and recalled what General Manager Chen had just said. Spending 220,000 would make it a qualified plan. She was momentarily lost in thought. This is 220,000. General Manager Chen is really generous with spending on employees. Back at her workstation, she began rewriting the plan according to General Manager Chen's requirements, including recruiting personnel such as hosts and judges, which would require discussions outside. As for the procurement of water, drinks, and other items, she could have Li Shin handle that. Before long, General Manager Chen sent over the revised banner slogans. Shinro curiously looked over, wanting to know what good slogans General Manager Chen had come up with. But when she saw the content, she was stunned. The slogans sent by General Manager Chen were, work is valuable, but health is even more precious. Effective work lies in balancing work and rest. These slogans seem to suggest encouraging employees to slack off. It shouldn't be. Perhaps General Manager Chen is worried that employees are working too hard and need to take care of their health. General Manager Chen is still as good to the employees as ever. Shinro thought to herself, jotting down these slogans. After sending the slogans to Shinro, Chenmo smiled slightly, thinking that the slogans were so obvious that the employees should understand his meaning. Every day they just know to work hard for him. Isn't it happier to take it easy sometimes? In a good mood, he opened the Tianlong game, which he hadn't played for several days. After not using his sword for a few days, he was already itching to play. Looking at the dragon-slaying sword in the game, he couldn't wait to control his character and head out into the wild. Not far into his journey, he saw someone farming monsters. Without a second thought, he struck down with his sword, sending the player straight back to the respawn point. He then moved on to other areas, and before long, 2 more players fell to his blade. The feeling of instantly killing everything was quite nice. No wonder that rich guy before liked to kill people in the wild. It turns out this is the feeling. Sigh. In the end, he has become the very person he despised the most. Chenmo sighed inwardly and continued to control his character. Hunting in the wild. Today was quite lucky. Usually, after this long, encountering 1 or 2 players would be good, but today he had already met 5. Could it be that the recent game updates attracted some old players back? Looking at those players just now, their levels were quite high. They must be those old players. Thinking of this, Chenmo suddenly felt tense. Those old players wouldn't be spending money, would they? If those old players bought 1 or 2 sets of his 100,000 equipment, wouldn't that be a huge loss? He had to ask. Chenmo quickly picked up his phone and called Fong Chang. General Manager Chen, you looking for me? Fong Chang's voice came through as soon as the call connected. Chenmo didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, has anyone bought that 100,000 equipment recently? General Manager Chen, aside from the 3 sets sold at the very beginning, no one has purchased it since, Fong Chang replied without hesitation. Upon hearing the question. During this time, as the number of players online in Tianlong was gradually increasing, he had been paying close attention, so he was quite familiar with the current situation of Tianlong. After thinking for a moment, he was about to mention the changes in Tianlong when he heard a series of beeping sounds. The call ended. What's wrong? Wei Yan, sitting nearby, noticed Fong Chang's hesitance and asked. Oh, just now, President Chen called to ask if anyone has purchased that 100,000 set of weapons recently. I had just finished answering when the call dropped. I was also planning to report on the changes in Tianlong. Fong Chang forced a smile, hesitating whether to call back to report. At this moment, Wei Yan spoke up. Appropriately. There's no need to report such trivial matters. President Chen has to manage 2 companies by himself. He's very busy. If one day the number of online players really surges and the game returns to profitability, it won't be too late to report then. Reporting these things now is meaningless, and President Chen has an internal account for the game, so he probably knows the situation better than we do. The call today was probably just a subtle reminder for us to pay more attention to the game Tianlong. Hearing Wei Yan's analysis, Fong Chang found it very reasonable. No wonder Wei Yan was so valued by President Chen, going from a salesperson to the position of office director. Understanding President Chen's underlying intentions so well, how could he not be valued over others? He realized he needed to think more and try to understand the meanings behind President Chen's words. In the office of the clothing factory, Chenmo hung up the phone, finally feeling a sense of relief. No need to recharge. He then confidently continued to dominate in the game. Not long after, Chenmo noticed a familiar game ID farming in the distance. Gonjo Di, wasn't this the rich guy's lackey? He had even provoked him before. How dare he come out to farm? Does he really not take me seriously? Without a second thought, Chenmo directly controlled his character to kill him. 1 strike, instant kill. In the rental room, Zhang Jiu stared at the gray-white death screen, utterly confused. He had been focused on farming, so how did he suddenly die? He couldn't figure it out. However, farming was important. He felt he was about to drop some gear, so he quickly spent a diamond to revive on the spot. But just after reviving, before he could even start farming again, the screen turned gray-white once more. He was killed again. This time, however, Jiangzhou finally saw who the killer was. Shui Luo. Wasn't that the game booster? Looking at the game character with the ID, Shui Luo, standing next to his corpse, showing no intention of leaving, it was clearly guarding his body. This was too much. I'll let you be arrogant for a while longer. Once Brother Hao gathers the gear, I'll definitely get my revenge. Jiangzhou gritted his teeth and ultimately chose not to revive on the spot. Since the area was being camped, he had no choice but to farm other monsters for different gear. He resolved to sleep only 3 hours in the future to help Brother Hao gather the equipment as soon as possible. In the office, Chenmo noticed that the other party had not revived on the spot, realizing they had chosen to return to the city. Since he couldn't guard the body anymore, he thought for a moment and directly exited the game. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was suddenly knocked on. After responding, Tang Qiu pushed the door open and walked in, directly handing the documents in. His hand to Chenmo. President Chen, this is the legal education plan I prepared. Please take a look and see if it's okay. Oh. Chenmo picked up the legal education plan, secretly marveling at how efficient his employees were. In just a few days, the tasks he assigned were completed. Why couldn't they slack off a bit, take it easy, and save him some worry? Reluctantly, she opened the legal education plan, glanced at it twice, then closed it again and handed it back to Tang Qiu. Alright, let's promote it this way. You need to coordinate with the workshop director about some legal education times. Remember, the legal education time cannot interfere with the employee's break time. Okay. Tang Qiu stared at the legal education plan in her hands, somewhat lost in thought. It was approved so easily. Wasn't it supposed to point out a few shortcomings and then have her revise it? She had written many plans at the law firm before, but none were approved so easily. Even the best plans would receive comments about poor formatting that needed adjustments. Is there anything else? Chenmo looked at Tang Qiu, who was standing still, puzzled. Tang Qiu came back to her senses, hurriedly responded, and left the office. Looking at the closed office door behind her, she still felt a bit unreal. She thought that after completing this legal education, President Chen would assign her some other tasks. But not only was the legal education plan approved easily, but President Chen also had no new tasks for her. So what should she do next? Coordinate with the workshop director about the work. And then, work from home? But there were no other arrangements. Was she just supposed to stay at home? Opening her phone, she looked at the transfer record of 1 million and fell into deep thought. What should she do? Time flew by, and soon it was Friday. Chenmo sat at his desk, looking at the performance report that Wu Yu had sent in the morning. His mood instantly plummeted. Orders kept coming in. Those guys in the business department were like they were on steroids, bringing him over 500,000 in orders in just a few days. Just yesterday, the finance department had already processed the employees' salaries for next month, and after accounting for all the taxes and miscellaneous expenses for both companies, nearly 1 million of the system's funds had been spent. However, with the help of these salespeople, his system funds still had over 3.1 million left. President Chen, the employees are ready. It's time to set off. At that moment, Shinro walked over and spoke softly. Today was the day of the company's sports meeting, and the employees outside had already gathered, waiting to depart. Hearing Shinro's words, Chenmo temporarily set aside the issue of system funds, but it wasn't a solution for the business department to keep signing orders like this. He needed to think of a way. Alright, let's set off then. Chenmo nodded and stood up, leaving the office. Outside the workshop, the company's employees were already lined up neatly at the entrance, dressed in matching sportswear that bore the name Changfeng Apparel, each wearing a pure white baseball cap. These sports uniforms were made by the workshop itself and looked quite nice. At the front of the line, an employee held a flag with the company name. 2 drones were also flying overhead, capturing the moment, likely the videographers hired by Shinro. Li Shen. Chenmo called out to Li Shen, who was not far away. President Chen. Li Shen quickly ran over. The items you asked me to procure are all ready, right? President Chen, everything has been purchased according to your requirements. Half of the phones and computers have been bought and loaded onto the vehicle. As for the other non-physical prizes, they have been made into sealed vouchers, indicating the prize names and prices, which can be exchanged for prizes or cash later. Chenmo nodded at this and replied calmly, alright, let's set off then. Li Shen took the order and quickly arranged for the employees to board the bus one after another. Once all the employees were on the bus, Chenmo also entered the company's business vehicle, driven by Yang Dahai, following behind the bus. Meanwhile, the employees of Sangshui Games were all dressed in sportswear made by the clothing factory, lined up neatly below the office building. Wei Yan and Fang Chang stood at the front of the line, engaged in conversation, while above, 2 drones hovered, recording everything below. Before long, all the employees of Sangshui Games began to board a large bus parked by the roadside. At Yunfan Sports Center, at the entrance of the gymnasium, a semicircular inflatable arch red, warmly celebrating the arrival of Changfeng Clothing and Sangshui Games at Yunfan Sports Center for the sports meeting. What's the background of these two companies? They're making such a grand event for an employee sports meeting. I'm not too sure. I only know that the bosses of these two companies are the same person. This boss really knows how to spend money. Did you see those 10 or so referees in the distance, along with the cleaners and security? I found out they were all hired by the event organizers. Two hosts, a man and a woman, dressed for the occasion, were quietly chatting at the entrance of the gymnasium. Before long, a large bus slowly pulled up to the entrance, and one by one, employees in sportswear got off in an orderly fashion. Everyone stand in line, make sure to bring out the banners and slogans. Let's take a group photo. Wei Yin got off the bus, noticed that the people from the clothing factory hadn't arrived yet, and organized the employees to line up at the entrance of the gymnasium for a photo opportunity. As the line stood neatly, a cameraman hurriedly shouldered his camera and moved to the front to take pictures. Once the photos were done, the people from the clothing factory haven't arrived yet, so you can have some free time. After calling out to the group, Wei Yin headed straight for the two hosts at the entrance. You two are the hosts for today's sports meeting, right? What should I call you? I'm Yi Feng, and she's Chen Xian. Are you Mr. Chen? The male host quickly introduced himself, then looked at Wei Yin with curiosity. They only knew that the company's boss had the surname Chen, but they had no idea what he looked like. Oh, the boss hasn't arrived yet. I'm the office director of Sangshui Games. I'll leave the hosting of the sports meeting to you. Don't worry, we're professionals, and we guarantee your sports meeting will be a great success, Yi Feng confidently assured. Although they weren't famous hosts, they both graduated from prestigious universities with degrees in broadcasting and hosting, and they had some recognition in the small circle of hosts. Moreover, they were a married couple, which made them very in sync. Wei Yin smiled slightly and waited at the entrance. This scene gradually attracted the attention of many passers-by. An employee sports meeting? It looks quite interesting. I wonder if I can go in and take a look. It seems pretty formal. Those two at the entrance should be the hosts, and there are quite a few referees in the distance. Didn't you notice those banners and slogans? Among the onlookers, a man pointed at the banners held by the employees. Some people, hearing the man's words, turned to look. Work is valuable, but health is even more precious. Effective work relies on a balance of rest and effort. When work gets tiring, don't push yourself. Overexerting can harm your health. Wow, these banners are quite interesting. These employees are quite cheeky. If their boss sees this, he might just spit blood. I really want to see the expression on their boss's face when he sees these banners. About 10 minutes later, another large bus arrived and stopped at the entrance of the gymnasium. A similar group of employees in sportswear got off. Seeing the bus arrive, Wei Yin hurried over to greet them. Soon, the employees from both companies stood together neatly, took a few photos, and then entered the gymnasium in an orderly fashion. After entering the gymnasium, the host, holding the competition schedule prepared by Chenmo, began to get into the groove. The sports meet was officially underway. Since the competition operated on a points system with prizes as incentives, most employees actively participated in various events. Some even signed up for all 16 sports events just to secure priority selection. Of course, there were also employees who didn't want to sign up, including Ant Dong, Shenro, Tang Qiu, Wei Yin, and others, but they all ended up registering for one or two events under his insistence. If they didn't sign up, wouldn't he be giving away fewer gifts? That simply wouldn't do. Chenmo leisurely sat in the stands, watching the enthusiastic competitions of the employees. The events were proceeding in an orderly manner with the cooperation of the host and the judges. Soon, one event concluded, and Yi Feng took the microphone to announce the next competition. The next event is 50-meter race walk. Just as he mentioned the 50 meters, despite having learned about it beforehand, he almost couldn't control his expression. It was the first time he had heard of a 50-meter race walk. This event will also feature an important participant, our boss, Mr. Chen. Let's welcome Mr. Chen to the field. As the host's voice faded, all the cameramen and the 4 drones in the air focused on Chenmo in the stands, and the sports field erupted in warm applause. Hearing his name called, Chenmo began to walk down, and since he was already wearing sportswear, he didn't need to change. Moreover, it was just a 50-meter race walk, so he didn't have to worry about sweating. Besides, he was only there to make an appearance and earn some points. It wasn't that he didn't want priority selection, he just didn't see the point in exhausting himself for first place. After all, when it came down to it, he would only be missing out on a couple of thousand yuan. By the time the settlement came around, with 8 million in hand, would he really care about that 2,000? That would be a joke. When he reached the sports field, the other competitors in the racewalk were already ready. Chenmo took a good look around. Well, they were all familiar faces. Wei Yin, that rebellious kid, Li Xin, the old six, Wang Manyan, Wu Yu from the business department, and Fang Chang from Songshui. Among these people, except for Wu Yu, the others were almost all coerced by him to participate. He didn't expect them all to choose the 50-meter racewalk. "Hello, Mr. Chen." As soon as he walked in, those few people spoke in unison, as if they had rehearsed it. Chenmo nodded in response and walked to the starting position. All participants for the 50-meter racewalk are present and the judges are in place. We're just waiting for the signal to start the competition. Let's look forward to who will be the champion of this racewalk. The two hosts began to commentate from the stands. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The race has begun. Let's see who's in the lead. It's Mr. Chen. Who would have thought that Mr. Chen, who strategizes in managing the company, is also at the forefront in sports? Mr. Chen not only maintains the lead but also moves steadily, strolling leisurely on the track, truly worthy of being Mr. Chen. On the field, after hearing the gunshot, Chenmo walked out at a leisurely pace. After all, he had no intention of taking first place, he would just go with the flow. But after taking a few steps, he felt something was off. Looking around, he realized that not a single person had passed him. Confused, he glanced back and saw Li Xin and the others neatly trailing him at a distance of about a meter. Each of their faces showed an expression of struggling to keep up. Chenmo's mouth twitched. Could these guys be any more fake? At this moment on the track, those in the know recognized it as a racewalking competition, while others might have thought a boss was leading a group of underlings on a leisurely stroll. The 50 meters passed in a flash. Chenmo finally completed this brief contest and couldn't help but sigh. What was supposed to be a serious racewalking event had turned into a collective stroll. Congratulations, General Manager Chen, for winning first place in racewalking. With a time of 1 minute and 9 seconds, the host, Yi Feng, announced loudly from above. Chenmo paused for a moment, cast a faint glance at Li Xin and the others, and then walked back to the stands. Master, it seems like General Manager Chen isn't very happy, Wu Yu said worriedly, standing next to Wei Yan. What? Do you know? That's not unhappiness, it's seriousness. Both companies' employees are here, and if General Manager Chen doesn't appear a bit more serious, how will he manage the company in the future? Oh. Wu Yu nodded slowly at Wei Yan's words, feeling there was some truth to it. Then he thought of something and spoke up. Master, you just said the competition should give the boss face. Should I give my priority selection to General Manager Chen, let him choose the gifts first? Wouldn't that give him more face? He had signed up for all the events, and due to his youth and daily morning training, he was basically guaranteed to top the leaderboard. Wei Yan shook his head directly. That's not giving General Manager Chen face, that's undermining him. Do you know why General Manager Chen prepared these gifts? He wants to use this sports event and the generous prizes to enhance employee cohesion and sense of belonging. Those gifts are meant for all employees to let everyone experience the company's generous benefits and increase loyalty to the company. Tell me, if another company offered you a 10% higher salary to poach you, would you leave? Without a second thought, Wu Yu rejected the idea. The company treated him so well and there were so many hidden benefits, only a fool would switch jobs. See, that's the effect General Manager Chen wants. You don't think General Manager Chen participated in the competition for those two gifts, do you? With his status, he could buy as many appliances as he wanted. General Manager Chen joined the competition just to feel the atmosphere. We just need to cooperate appropriately. Wei Yan patiently lectured, knowing his apprentice still needed experience. I understand. Master, Wu Yu said gratefully, secretly relieved he had asked his master, almost making a mistake. Chenmo returned to the stands and the competition below continued. Thus, the sports event lasted until around 2 p.m., completing all the events. Next came the final award ceremony. The host announced from the stage, as of now, all events in this sports meeting have concluded. Next is the award ceremony that everyone has been eagerly anticipating. The rankings are still being tallied. Please wait a couple of minutes. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he saw several employees from the company moving a few tables next to him. He knew these tables were likely for displaying the prizes and was curious about what the company would award its employees. Just then, he noticed General Manager Chen walking over from the stands and hurried to greet him. Hello, General Manager. You've worked hard hosting today, Chenmo said politely to Yi Feng, acknowledging that the couple's hosting skills were quite good. The entire sports event had not felt boring at all. You're too kind, General Manager. Since we were paid, we naturally have to make the event lively, Yi Feng smiled. Soon, he saw a few employees bringing over 2 cardboard boxes. Yi Feng assessed the size of the boxes. They didn't seem very large. It seems they should all be small gifts, he speculated in his heart. However, as the boss, being able to do this for the company employees is already quite impressive. How many companies, let alone prizes, can even hold such an event? Hello, here are the award rules for later, you can take a look. At this moment, Shinro walked over and handed the written award rules to Yi Feng. Yi Feng took the award rules, looked them over carefully, and soon his expression froze. He had thought that they would be awarding the top 3, or maybe the top 10 or 20, but this award rule told him it was not the case at all. From first place to last, there were actually prizes for everyone, and 2 items each. With over 80 employees in these 2 companies, that meant they needed more than 160 prizes. But could those 2 small cardboard boxes hold all those prizes? If they were all small trinkets, it might be possible. Yifeng thought to himself as he turned to glance at the table where the prizes were displayed. He was stunned when he saw the square packaging boxes. He was very familiar with them. Just a couple of days ago, he had replaced his old phone with a new domestic model and the highest configuration. Cost over 6,000 yuan. There were actually phones among the prizes. Moreover, as the employees placed the phones on the table, they were divided into 3 stacks. He quickly counted and found there were 15 units, which amounted to over 90,000 yuan. This boss was really generous, preparing such expensive gifts for the employees. Yifeng was shocked, but before he could regain his composure, he saw an employee take out another square packaging box from the cardboard box, only this one was much larger than the phone box. Although he didn't approach to take a closer look, he could clearly see that it was a tablet. This tablet was from the same brand as the previous phone, and he had looked it up before. It cost over 4,000 yuan. Counting the quantity, there were also 15 units, which added another 60,000 yuan. Together, that was already over 150,000 yuan. Yifeng continued to watch, wanting to see what other valuable items the employees could bring out, but he only saw them finally take out a stack of plastic sealed paper slips and place them on the table. It seemed that the phones and tablets were the grand prizes for the sports event, totaling 30 items, just enough to reward the top 15 employees. The remaining plastic sealed slips were likely consolation prizes. Yifeng speculated in his heart. He had hosted many large corporate annual meetings, but it was still quite rare for someone like President Chen to give out over 100,000 yuan in awards to employees. The rankings have been compiled. Here is the list. Chen Xian walked back from a distance. She had just been waiting for the ranking results from the judges. Give it to me. Here are the award rules. Take a look. Yifeng took the rankings and handed the award rules to his wife, then walked towards the award table with the rankings. Since the rankings were out, it naturally meant there would be awards. Arriving at the award table, he curiously looked down at the plastic sealed slips, wanting to see what these consolation prizes were. However, upon seeing the writing on those plastic sealed slips, he froze in place. His wife, Chen Xian, who had just finished looking at the award rules, was also stunned when she saw the prizes on the table. The couple stared blankly at the plastic sealed slips on the table. A domestic XX brand phone, priced at 6,188 yuan. A XX brand refrigerator, priced at 3,998 yuan. A XX brand television, priced at 4,299 yuan. Yifeng looked at these plastic sealed papers, and a bold guess formed in his mind. It couldn't be. He turned to find President Chen walking over and tentatively asked, "President Chen, what do these plastic sealed vouchers mean?" "It means exactly what it says. These prizes are not easy to move, so we only bought a portion of the smaller items. The rest were temporarily made into vouchers. After the sports meeting, employees could use the vouchers to claim their prizes." Hearing Yifeng's inquiry, Chenmo explained this. Yifeng opened his mouth, unsure how to express his current feelings. He glanced at the vouchers, but none were below 3,000. With over 80 employees, each getting 2, that would amount to at least 5 or 600,000, right? What kind of company is this? And this boss, who can do this for the employees, is truly incredible. Well, let's hurry up and present the awards. Seeing Yifeng lost in thought, Chenmo reminded him. Okay. Yifeng quickly snapped back to reality at the sound of his voice. After organizing his thoughts, he began the award presentation. The competition rankings are out. I will call names, and you can come up one by one to choose your prizes. The employees nearby, hearing the host's words, all showed excited expressions. They knew what the prizes were and had been eagerly anticipating the award ceremony. The first place in the competition is Wu Yu. Please come up to select your prize. Upon hearing the host's words, Wu Yu quickly walked to the podium. Please choose 2 prizes. The host smiled at Wu Yu. Wu Yu hesitated for a moment at the table, then quickly made his selections, first taking a mobile phone and then a voucher for a laptop. Looking at the 2 prizes in his hands, Wu Yu's expression was very excited. These 2 items together were worth over 10,000 yuan. At that moment, he had received them without spending a dime. As an employee of General Manager Chen, he felt incredibly fortunate. Wu Yu thought to himself, glancing at General Manager Chen beside him, and mustered the courage to ask, "General Manager Chen, can I take a photo with you?" Seeing Wu Yu's hopeful gaze, Chenmo thought for a moment and couldn't bring himself to refuse. He stepped up to the podium, stood next to Wu Yu, and the photographer took a few pictures. "Thank you, General Manager Chen," Wu Yu said, bowing in gratitude. Chenmo looked at Wu Yu, who was sincerely thanking him, and wanted to say, "Just give me fewer orders, that's the greatest thanks." After Wu Yu received his award, the employee in second place also began to come up to receive their prize. Chenmo glanced at the employee coming up to the podium. He had no impression of them, but the sportswear bore the name of Sangshui Games, so they should be a new hire from Sangshui Games. Su Yuan nervously walked up to the podium. He had just joined the company half a month ago and happened to catch the sports meeting. He thought it would just be a simple sports event, a bit of fun, and that was it. As for the other employees saying the prizes included phones and computers, he hadn't taken it seriously at all. He wasn't new to the workplace, he had encountered plenty of bosses making grand promises. A phone? Or a computer? If he got a 50 yuan phone voucher, that would be good enough. However, looking at the phone and tablet in his hands now, he realized he had been mistaken. The boss was serious. This company is really great. He must perform well. He glanced at General Manager Chen, thanked him, and quickly stepped down. The award presentation continued, with one employee after another coming up to receive their prizes. Soon, the awards were nearing their conclusion. Host Yi Feng looked at the next award recipient. The next awardee is. Yi Feng's voice paused slightly, then he shouted loudly, "Our esteemed General Manager Chen." As the host's voice fell, everyone knew who was leading, and a group of employees began to applaud and cheer. Boss is mighty, boss is generous, boss is awesome, boss we love you. Chenmo had initially smiled. After all, these employees were praising him. But when the last phrase rang out, his expression instantly froze. Looking at the group of boisterous men below, a chill ran through his heart. Damn it, a sports meet? Could it be that this group of male employees has been turned? Thinking of this, he hurriedly reached out to stop the shouts from the group of employees below. He was really afraid that these guys would get carried away and shout something about wanting to give him grandkids. Of course, if it were all young ladies down there, it would be a different story. The shouts gradually faded, and Chenmo casually picked up 2 relatively expensive prize tickets. This money could go into his little treasury. Next, there were a few more awards to be given, including Wang Maonian and Wei Yan, who had signed up for the racewalking event, so their scores were still behind him. Wang Maonian had snatched the rank he had anticipated, finishing last in the racewalk with a total score of only 1 point. This guy, who runs every morning for exercise, only managed to get 1 point. It was really unbelievable. It seems he would need to practice hard when he got back. With Wang Maonian, the last place finisher, receiving his prize, this sports event came to a successful conclusion. Wang Maonian looked at the 2 prize tickets in his hand, filled with emotion. This was the first time in his life he had won a prize in a sports event. Working for General Manager Chen really was different. General Manager Chen, it's not even 4 o'clock yet. What's the plan? Should we all head back to the company for now? Shenro walked up to Chenmo and asked quietly. At this point, the employees were already preparing to leave, but it wasn't quite time to officially clock out yet. Whatever, today ends here. If they want to go back to the company, they can take a big bus. If they don't want to go back, they can have free time. Chenmo replied without a second thought. What's the point of going back to the company? To work? Dream on. Everyone can just take a break. Alright, General Manager Chen. Shenro turned to leave, and soon the employees' line erupted in cheers again. General Manager Chen. Just as Chenmo was about to leave, he was called back by a voice. Turning around, he found it was Jiang Chang. Is there something? It's like this, General Manager Chen. There are 2 flatbed machines in the workshop that have been frequently malfunctioning. Lately, I checked, and several important parts are aging. I would like to apply for a replacement of the parts, Jiang Chang said cautiously. In fact, many machines in the workshop had problems, but he had already repaired some. Only those 2 machines were beyond repair due to severe aging of the parts. The only solution was to replace the parts, so he took this opportunity to mention it to the general manager. Oh, for this matter, just get finance to approve it. Just a few machine parts wouldn't cost much. It could be approved directly through finance. Chenmo thought to himself, but soon he remembered something. He still had over 3 million in system funds that hadn't been spent. If the workshop machines had issues, wasn't this a great opportunity to spend the system funds? Repairs wouldn't cost much. He could replace them, get new ones, get expensive ones. Wait a minute. Seeing Jiang Chang about to turn and leave, he quickly called him back. Those machines won't be repaired. Ah. Jiang Chang was a bit anxious upon hearing this. If they weren't repaired, the workshop would be down too. Machines, and the business department had started receiving more orders these days. If their production couldn't meet the orders from the business department, according to General Manager Chen's rules, the business department would have to temporarily stop taking orders. Although General Manager Chen had said that the company would compensate the salespeople and it wouldn't affect their income, it would still impact the company's revenue, which was not the situation he wanted to see. Just as Jiang Chang was about to explain this situation, he heard General Manager Chen speak again. I see that our workshop machines are all aging, so why not just replace them all with new ones? Constant repairs aren't the way to go. Go and calculate how much it would cost to replace all the machines in the workshop with new ones. Okay, General Manager Chen. Jiang Chang nodded hurriedly upon hearing this, finally understanding why Manager Chen had stopped repairing the machines. It turned out he planned to replace them with new ones. If the workshop switched to new machines, efficiency would surely improve, which would prevent any impact on the sales staff's ability to take orders. Manager Chen had probably thought of all this long ago. Tomorrow was Saturday, and with the weekend off, he could go to the machinery trading market to check out the machines. He had some understanding of machinery, some new machines appeared to have many functions, but in reality they were not suitable once purchased. Therefore, he needed to go see them in person to feel out which machines would be the most appropriate. Watching Jiang Chen leave, Chenmo let out a slight sigh of relief. He had finally found another way to spend money, and he could rest easy this weekend. On the company shuttle back, Jiang Cheng sat in his seat thinking about the machines when Wu Yu suddenly sat down beside him. Brother Jiang, I want to know how many more orders the workshop can handle. We need to verify that, otherwise, if we take on too many orders, and the workshop can't finish on time, it would be a problem. Hearing Wu Yu's words, Jiang Cheng came back to his senses, a smile appearing on his face. Originally, the orders you guys took had already nearly saturated the workshop. But just now, Manager Chen said he plans to replace all the machines in the workshop. If they are new machines, the workshop's efficiency will at least increase by 30%, so you can confidently take orders. Is that so? Then I can rest easy. Manager Chen is still Manager Chen. He probably noticed the recent increase in our department's order volume and was worried the workshop wouldn't be able to keep up, so he must have been considering upgrading the equipment for a while. Wu Yu couldn't help but exclaim. With that, they could continue to pursue business over the weekend without worrying about the workshop's output. I think so too. I just brought up the machine repairs with Manager Chen, and he immediately proposed the plan to replace all the machines, clearly indicating he had been planning this for some time. Jiang Cheng agreed. As night fell, in a university student dormitory, a young man burst in energetically. Brothers, we have a day off tomorrow, let's find a place to have some fun. The dormitory was quiet, with only the sounds of keyboards and mice clicking. Duan Mingyuan looked at his roommates and found them all engrossed in games at their computers. Curiously, he walked behind one of them to take a look. What the heck, isn't this Tianlong? How are you guys playing this game? Duan Mingyuan exclaimed, staring at the game interface his roommate was playing. He had played Tianlong 3 years ago when it was quite popular, and he had spent nearly 10,000 yuan on it. After several major updates, the game gradually turned into a pay-to-win model. To become powerful, one had to spend money. Even if one did spend money, it only temporarily made them strong. The equipment would constantly update, and to maintain dominance, one had to keep spending to buy new gear. He wasn't a rich second generation, so it was impossible for him to buy a new piece of equipment every time one was updated. Eventually, he stopped playing. He never expected that his roommates were still playing this game. Yuanzi, have you played this game? Duan Mingyuan's earlier exclamation finally caught the attention of his 3 roommates, who turned to look at him. Of course, I played it. Back then, I was a small team leader in a guild. Do you still have your account? I just quit playing. I didn't cancel my account, so I should still have it. Duan Mingyuan replied uncertainly. He hadn't played in 3 years and didn't know if the game company had deleted his account. Then log in quickly, I want to see. One of his roommates urged eagerly. This game is just a money-making scheme. You can't even play without money. How did you guys think of playing this? Duan Mingyuan looked at his 3 roommates and reminded them. He had been scammed out of 10,000 yuan back in the day, and now that he thought about it, he could have bought something better with that money. You log in first and then talk. One roommate stood up, directly pushing Duan Mingyuan into his seat while logging out of his own game account. The other 2 roommates also got up and leaned in closer. Duan Mingyuan was confused, not understanding why these roommates were so invested in his game account. However, seeing the eager expressions on their faces, he logged into his account on the login screen. Soon, the game successfully logged in. It seemed the game company hadn't reclaimed his account. When he entered the character interface, before he could even take a look, the 3 roommates' heads were already crowded in front of the computer, blocking his view. Wow, level 100. The gear is sufficient, it's enough for farming. Noble level 7, Yuanzi, your account is impressive. The 3 exclaimed in succession, then turned to look at him in unison. Brother Yuan, take us to level up. In the midst of their conversation, they even started calling him brother. This game really isn't worth it, we should choose another game to play. Duan Mingyuan felt a bit helpless, not understanding what was going on with these 3 roommates. Brother Yuan, we're not here to play games, we're here to make money. You don't know, there's a guy next door who sold a piece of equipment in this game for 15,000. Now that guy is so smug, he even orders extra chicken legs with his meals and got a new phone. One roommate animatedly recounted, a hint of envy in his eyes. Is that true? Duan Mingyuan looked at the 3 roommates in confusion, wondering when the equipment in Tianlong had become so valuable. He remembered that when he played, the equipment that could be traded was relatively low level and couldn't compare to the ones bought with money. Why would we lie to you? Just look at the game forum. One roommate said as he opened a game forum. Duan Mingyuan curiously looked over and found that the hottest posts were high-level purchase of dragon slaying set 15,000 each, no deception. Leveling service for max level accounts 50 day, reach level 80 in 3 days. High-priced rental of Tianlong accounts above level 80, price guaranteed, daily or weekly settlement. Duan Mingyuan clicked on a few more posts and finally understood the situation. It turned out that Tianlong had updated with a new piece of equipment, and for some reason, someone was paying a high price for this set. To farm this set of equipment, the minimum level required was 80. Realizing this, Duan Mingyuan looked up at his 3 roommates. So, you want me to help you level up? Yes. The 3 roommates nodded in unison. They had been grinding all morning and had only reached level 30, but the higher they went, the slower the leveling became. Without a high-level account to help them, they didn't know how long it would take to reach level 80. At that moment, Duan Mingyuan had a high-level account. Although it wasn't a max level 140 account, it was more than enough to help them level up. Is that so? Duan Mingyuan looked at the 3 roommates and smiled. Helping you level up isn't a problem. How about 1 meal each, or you can just call me Dad. Dad, Duan Mingyuan? The next day, early morning. Come on, today I'll take you to the city to shop for a couple of new clothes. Maybe we shouldn't go. I heard clothes in the city are quite expensive. A little expensive is fine. We don't buy clothes often. We should at least have something presentable for when we go out. At the entrance of the clothing factory, a middle-aged couple was whispering to each other. Let's go. The car is about to arrive. Zhang Cheng didn't wait for his wife to refuse and directly took her towards the industrial park's exit. Today, he planned to check out some machines at the machinery trading market, but then he thought it had been a while since he took his wife out for a stroll. In the past, when their income was low, it was understandable. Now that their income had increased, it was only natural to take her out for a bit of fun. So he got up early, hoping to finish looking at the machines and still have time to wander around. Old Zhang. Just as they were nearing the entrance of the industrial park, he heard someone call his name. Zhang Cheng turned to look. Old Lu, is that you? What a coincidence. Who is this? Lu Zhenggui approached, his gaze landing on Zhang Cheng's wife. Since he had never met her before, he didn't want to make assumptions. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my wife. She's also working at the company now, doing cleaning in the cafeteria, Zhang Cheng said with a smile. In the past, he could barely go home a few times a year, and the most he did was video call his wife on his phone. Now, they worked in the same place, and the employee dormitory was about to be completed. They could even have a couple's space, and compared to their previous life, it felt wonderful just to think about it. Lu Zhenghua looked at Zhang Cheng's beaming face with a hint of envy. He had already inquired about the benefits Zhang Cheng mentioned, like the weekends off, and they were indeed real. The employee cafeteria's food was incomparable to that of other factories. He also heard that there was a sports event for employees yesterday, with very enticing prizes. It was said that someone who came in last still received 2 household appliances. Such things, he would never have believed before. But now, they were happening right in front of him. Thinking of this, Lu Zhenghua looked at Zhang Cheng with a flattering smile. Old Zhang, I heard you're already the workshop director now. Do you think you could help me arrange a position? Upon hearing Lu Zhenggua's request, Zhang Cheng fell silent. After a while, he slowly looked up. Old Lu, I'm really sorry, but the workshop staff is already at capacity and there are no extra positions to add new employees. But don't worry, if any positions open up in the future, I will definitely think of you first, Zhang Cheng said, looking apologetically at Lu Zhenghua. Currently, there were indeed no extra positions in the workshop. Although, with his position as workshop director, he could still arrange for someone to enter the workshop. He absolutely would not do that. Mr. Chen entrusted him with the position of workshop director, and he had to live up to Mr. Chen's trust. Even if Lu Zhenggui was his friend, he would not abuse his power to do something detrimental to the company's interests. Lu Zhenggua's expression fell slightly upon hearing Zhang Cheng's refusal, but he still believed in the saturation of workshop staff. After all, with such a good job, how could there be any vacancies? Well then, if there are any openings in the future, you must remember me. Don't worry, old Lu, if there are any vacancies, I will contact you first, Zhang Cheng assured him. In the old city community, a small truck was parked at the entrance of a building. Yang Dahai jumped down from the passenger seat, directing a few movers to unload the appliances from the truck. Take them to the 4th floor, room 2. Upon hearing this, several movers began to carry the appliances upstairs. On the 4th floor, in room 2, Chenmo had just finished the lunch. Aunt Dong brought him from downstairs and was hesitating about what to do when there was a sudden knock on the door. Could it be Yang Duo? He had been living here for a while, and since Yang Duo often came to deliver meals, she was already familiar to him. Sometimes, when he didn't feel like studying, he would sneak over to her place. With him as a shield, Aunt Dong had no way to respond. Chenmo thought to himself as he walked to the door and slowly opened it. However, what met his eyes was a large cardboard box and a head poked out from behind it, looking at him and asking, "Hello, where should this refrigerator go?" Refrigerator? Chenmo looked puzzled. Did you deliver it to the wrong place? I didn't buy a refrigerator. The moving worker was taken aback for a moment and looked up at the door number. It was room 2 on the 4th floor. No, it's not the wrong place, it's right here. Just then, Yang Dahai's voice came from below, and after a few footsteps he appeared at the door. Mr. Chen, it's not a mistake, I asked them to move it here. Brother Yang, what is this? Chun. Mo looked at Yang Dahai in confusion, but he had some guesses in his heart. Mr. Chen, these are all prizes from the sports meeting. We have everything at home. But your place is too empty, with no basic appliances at all. So we figured it would be better to move these things here. Mr. Chen, you'll find them useful, Yang Dahai said cheerfully. They had discussed this with Dong Hong last night. They had been to Chenmo's place and knew that he didn't even have the most basic appliances. So they unanimously decided to use the prizes from the sports meeting in Chenmo's room. Regardless of whether Mr. Chen would use them or not, at least they would feel much more at ease doing this. After all, they had only participated in 2 events at the sports meeting and won 4 prizes. It was too easy, making them feel it was unreal. Brother Yang, I remember the finance department is on holiday these days. You have no place to exchange these vouchers. Chenmo suddenly thought of how the sports meeting had ended yesterday and they had all gone off work. Mr. Chen, we haven't exchanged the vouchers with finance yet. We bought them ourselves first. But we have the vouchers in hand and we can just exchange them with finance on Monday. It's not a hassle. Hearing Yang Dahai's words, Chenmo felt a bit moved. Although these prizes were sent out by him, since they had already reached Yang Dahai's hands, they actually belonged to his family. Now that Yang Dahai was bringing these prizes to him, it was like he was giving away his own things. He watched as the movers brought the appliances into the house one by one. There were exactly 4 appliances: a refrigerator, a washing machine, a color TV, and an air conditioner. Then a few installers came in and finished installing the appliances that needed to be set up, like the air conditioner. Watching the changes in the room, Chenmo couldn't help but sigh that if he had more employees like this, he wouldn't have to live so frugally. The holiday passed in a flash. Chenmo sat leisurely in the office, holding a cup of coffee that Shinro had just brewed. He was contemplating how to spend the 3 million in system funds. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was knocked on. Mr. Chen, I've finished investigating the machines. Jiang Cheng pushed the door open and walked in, placing the materials in his hand on Chenmo's desk. So fast, you finished the investigation? Chenmo looked in surprise at the plan on the desk. He remembered arranging for Jiang Cheng to investigate the machines during the sports meeting, but the holiday had started after the meeting, and today was the first day back at work. How could he have finished the investigation so quickly? Hearing Mr. Chen's inquiry, Jiang Cheng hurriedly explained. Mr. Chen, I took my wife shopping over the weekend and happened to stop by the machinery trading market to investigate. Chenmo instinctively frowned at this. It was a form of unauthorized overtime. Fortunately, he had gone to investigate machines. If he had gone out to make money for him, that would have been troublesome. However, it was still better to give a warning. He looked at Jiang Cheng with a somewhat serious expression. Jiang Cheng, your behavior is considered unauthorized overtime. You are not allowed to do this in the future. Do you understand? All work-related matters must be done during working hours. I understand, General Manager Chen. Jiang Cheng nodded obediently upon hearing this. Seeing Jiang Cheng's demeanor, Chenmo nodded and looked down at the materials Jiang Cheng had sent over. It recorded the prices of each machine, along with photos and their uses. However, all his attention was focused on the prices. He didn't even glance at the photos or uses. Upon seeing the prices, he frowned. He found that these machines were not very expensive. The cheapest was only 45,000, and there were some around 10,000, while the most expensive was a bag cutting machine that cost 60,000. The entire set only cost him over 500,000, which was a significant difference from the 3 million he had expected. It simply did not meet his spending expectations. He had anticipated spending at least 2 million this time. Logically, the machines shouldn't be that cheap, right? It seemed Jiang Cheng had chosen mostly inexpensive machines. Jiang Cheng, is there no more expensive option for these machines? General Manager Chen, there are more expensive machines, but given the current scale of our workshop, this configuration is sufficient. There's no need to replace them with pricier ones, Jiang Cheng explained. Chenmo breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that there were more expensive machines. Just go ahead and replace all the machines in the workshop with the highest configuration. Estimate how much it will cost. But General Manager, some of those machines have functions that our workshop currently doesn't need. That's fine. Our clothing workshop can't stay this size forever. It will expand sooner or later. Those functions we don't need now will eventually be useful. Chenmo waved his hand. He didn't care about the functions of those machines. He cared about the price. Seeing that the General Manager had made a decision, Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment before speaking. General Manager, if we purchase everything at the highest configuration, it will cost around 1.4 million. Can't it be higher? General Manager, there are more expensive machines, but they take up a lot of space, and with our workshop's current scale, we can't accommodate them. Then let's go with the 1.4 million configuration. You go find Li Xin and procure the machines together. Hearing Jiang Cheng say this, Chenmo nodded helplessly. It seemed this was all he could do. However, Jiang Cheng's earlier words reminded him of the workshop scale. If he rented a larger workshop, he could invest in more machines and hire a batch of new employees, which would be a significant expense. But if the workshop scale expanded, according to the system's regulations, the business department would also have to hire more staff accordingly. The key issue was that having 3 salespeople was already giving him a headache. He didn't know what would happen if he hired a few more. Chenmo hesitated about whether to expand the factory's scale. Forget it. Anyway, the system funds now only had a little over 1.7 million left, and with a month to go, spending it shouldn't be a problem. The factory expansion could be a backup plan. If anything unexpected happened, he could use it to spend money. Thinking of this, Chenmo smiled confidently, having this backup spending plan. Through the previous failures, he now deeply realized that to successfully settle accounts, he must always remain vigilant. Moreover, he needed to take corresponding measures based on the previous failures. He had already notified the business department to stagger the payments on the settlement day. Additionally, all unclear payments within the company must go through his approval, so there wouldn't be a repeat of Wei Yan privately making payments after selling the accumulated clothes. He had made the most perfect preparations for everything. He couldn't think of any reason that could lead to his failure in settling this. This time, the 8 million was a must for him. Changlin decoration, in the conference room. Supervisor Chibu stood on the podium, his face beaming with an unmistakable smile. Today, I have 2 main announcements. The first is that the performance evaluation for this quarter has been released, and among the several branches in Jiang City, our branch's Wang Yang has won the title of quarterly sales champion. Let's give a round of applause to welcome Wang Yang to the stage. The conference room erupted in applause. Wang Yang nervously walked up to the podium. To be honest, he still couldn't quite understand how he suddenly became the quarterly sales champion. It came too easily. Xiao Yang, keep up the good work. Chibu smiled as he handed the prepared certificate of honor to Wang Yang. Wang Yang thanked him and took the certificate, which bore the words quarterly champion. Thank you, Supervisor Chibu. No need to thank me, this is what you deserve. In addition to the certificate, you will also receive a cash reward of 5,000. As Chibu spoke, he handed a red envelope to Wang Yang. Looking at the thick stack of cash inside, Wang Yang couldn't help but smile. After taking a few photos, Wang Yang returned to his seat. Once Wang Yang was seated, Supervisor Chibu continued. The second announcement is that Chun Jun signed a villa contract yesterday, with a budget for renovation of 1.2 million. As long as we work hard and sign a few more small contracts this quarter, securing the title of quarterly champion should be no problem. So everyone, let's all work hard and follow the examples of Chen Jun and Wang Yang. After the meeting, Wang Yang walked over to Chen Jun and congratulated him. Congratulations, Jun Gu. You should also work hard and try to sign a few more contracts this month, but this month's quarterly champion is mine. Chen Jun patted Wang Yang on the shoulder, looking like an older brother. He had been following up on this villa contract for about a month, even revising the design plans several times before finally signing the contract yesterday. 1.2 million. As long as he signed a few more small contracts and raised his performance to 1.5 million, the title of sales champion for this quarter would be basically secured. By the way, how's the renovation of that employee dormitory going? It's been quite a while. Is it not finished yet? It's almost done. It should be wrapped up in the next few days. Wang Yang sat down beside him, but he felt a bit anxious. The 2 renovation orders were nearly completed, yet he still hadn't received any new orders. It was clear that the luck from the previous 2 orders was too high. He needed to improve his business skills. Luck wasn't something that lasted forever. Clothing factory, office. Shenro walked in from outside and approached Chenmo's desk. Mr. Chen, the renovation of the employee dormitory is nearing completion, and I would like to ask you to come over for the final inspection. Oh, is it almost done? I'll go take a look. Chenmo became interested upon hearing this. He had visited the employee dormitory a few times before, but those visits were mainly to check the renovation materials. Arriving at the entrance of the employee dormitory, the team leader of the renovation crew was already waiting there. Seeing Chenmo approach, he hurried over. Mr. Chen, the clutter inside has been mostly cleared, it can be inspected now. Chenmo nodded and walked into the employee dormitory. He casually chose a room to enter and carefully inspected it. The renovation crew was quite responsible. Every corner of the room had been cleaned up. The decoration was also done according to the renovation plan. The bed, wardrobe, television, air conditioner, water heater, and washing machine have all been fully equipped. After walking through several more rooms, I found no issues. I then notified the renovation team to wrap things up. Returning to the office, Chenmo sat in the armchair, thought for a moment, and suddenly realized that there might still be areas in the staff dormitory where money could be spent. He immediately picked up his phone and called Li Shun. Mr. Chen, what can I do for you? Soon after, Li Shun arrived at the office, looking ready for anything. Ever since Mr. Chen had rebuffed his side business of selling boxed meals, He had basically returned to a state of idleness. There is indeed something I need you to do. Jiang Cheng has already talked to you about purchasing the machines, right? Chenmo smiled at Li Shun. Yes, Brother Jiang contacted me this morning. We've already reached out to the machinery factory, and we'll go check the machines tomorrow. If everything is fine, we can bring them back into use. Mr. Chen, is there any change regarding this matter? Li Shun looked at Mr. Chen in confusion. You can handle this matter as usual, but when you go to purchase the machines tomorrow, also buy some daily necessities. That's easy. What daily necessities do you need, Mr. Chen? So it was just about buying some daily necessities. Li Shun felt a bit disappointed, thinking it was something major. Hearing Li Shun's inquiry, Chenmo explained. It's not for me, it's for the workshop employees. The staff dormitory has been completed. I just went over to take a look, and there are still many things that haven't been equipped in the dormitory. Li Shun was puzzled by Mr. Chen's words. He had also checked the staff dormitory, and it seemed to be fully equipped. As long as it ventilated for 10 days to half a month, the workers could move in with their bags. What else needed to be equipped? Seeing Li Shun's confused expression, Chenmo continued. I noticed that there are no cleaning tools in the dormitory. To maintain indoor hygiene, cleaning tools are essential. Oh, so that's it. Li Shun suddenly understood, not expecting Mr. Chen to think of these details. He was truly meticulous. He quickly responded. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. I'll buy some brooms and mops tomorrow. No, don't buy brooms and mops. Isn't there that kind of all-in-one automatic floor cleaning machine? Just buy that. I need one in every room. But Mr. Chen, that floor cleaning machine seems quite expensive. One costs several thousand. That's fine. Just buy the floor cleaning machine. This will save some time on cleaning, allowing employees to have more time to rest. If the employees are well rested, they will have better energy to work, right? Chenmo waved his hand, secretly thinking that it was precisely because it was expensive that he wanted to buy it. Okay, Mr. Chen. Li Shun nodded. Then, Mr. Chen, is there anything else that needs to be handled? There's also the internet issue. Employees will definitely run out of data after work, so we must ensure internet access. However, considering the large number of dormitory residents, to avoid network lag, we need to connect several more network cables. Just arrange it according to the standard of 2 dormitories sharing one network port. Also, the internet speed is crucial. Choose gigabit speed for all. Alright, that's all. Just handle it according to these requirements. After Chenmo finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair and looked at Li Shun. Okay, Mr. Chen. Li Shun replied and left the office. Inside the office, Chenmo quietly calculated the expenses for the floor cleaning machine and network cables, which would likely cost over 100,000. Not bad, although it wasn't too much. It was a small step closer to spending it all. Looking at the time, it was 4:30 p.m., and there was only half an hour left until the end of the workday. After thinking for a moment, he prepared to open the Tianlong game for some fun. The office door was knocked again. Wu Yu peeked in, a faint smile on his face. Seeing Wu Yu like this, Chenmo's heart skipped a beat. He was all too familiar with this expression. His throat tightened, and his voice came out a bit hoarse. How much did you take? As expected, President Chen has sharp eyes. You can tell at a glance that I've taken an order. It's not much this time. Just a small order of 100,000, but Kai Jing also took 100,000 order, so that's a total of 200,000. Wu Yu chuckled a couple of times. Sharp eyes, my foot. You always have that expression when you bring in orders. During this time, you've come to the office not less than 8 times. Chenmo gritted his teeth, thinking that he had just spent 100,000 with great effort, and now Wu Yu had brought in a 200,000 order. In the blink of an eye. Indeed, like master, like disciple. A rebellious disciple, still a rebellious one. Looking at the smiling Wu Yu, the more he thought about it, the angrier he felt. Was it easy for him to spend money with such effort? Hey, Wu Yu, you got first place in the sports meet. I see your physical fitness is quite good. Originally, your master was leading the morning exercises, but since he was transferred to Tsangshui Games, that position has been vacant. Starting tomorrow, you'll fill that spot. But President Chen, I have to go for business early tomorrow. Wu Yu quickly replied upon hearing Chen's words. Leading the morning exercises requires running every day, and after running, he definitely couldn't meet clients all sweaty. At the very least, he needed to take a shower before heading out, which would waste a lot of time. If he didn't lead the morning exercises, he could just practice every 3 days. He had just finished his morning exercise today, so he didn't need to do it tomorrow and was planning to leave early to meet 1 or 2 more clients. Hearing Wu Yu's words, still thinking about running business, Chenmo thought to himself, as expected of someone trained by Wei Yan. Little Wu, this morning exercise is part of the company's corporate culture, and as for business, you can run and then go, it's still on time. Alright. Seeing that President Chen was resolute, Wu Yu had no choice but to agree. It seemed he would have to walk a bit faster when running business in the future. Watching Wu Yu leave, Chenmo had completely lost his desire to play games at that moment. Including Wu Yu's recent 200,000 order, he still needed to spend another 1,600,000 in system funds to be okay. Could he really use the trump card for expanding the production house now? No, this trump card was crucial for whether he could settle successfully. Right, he could look for ways to spend money at Sangshui Games. Chenmo's eyes lit up. He had paid too little attention to Sangshui Games ever. Since he invested 500,000 in Fong Chang's new project, he hadn't focused much on it. Tomorrow, he could take a stroll around Sangshui Games. Perhaps he could spend some of those system funds there. The next day, early morning, Sangshui Games. Inside the office, President Chen, even if all the original drawings, modeling, and servers have high requirements, it still wouldn't need a budget of 1,600,000. Moreover, this would slow down the game's development progress. Fong Chang explained upon hearing President Chen's request. No problem, a slower game progress is fine, good. Work takes time. What I want to create is a quality game. As for the budget exceeding 1,600,000, that's easy. We still have several other games under our banner, and we can appropriately invest funds into the operations of those games. Hearing Fong Chang's words, Chenmo waved his hand dismissively. He thought to himself, what game progress? I know your background well. As the chief planner of the game, you planned several money-losing games for the previous boss. A slower progress just means the game will launch later and lose money later, right? Would he care about that? Alright, President Chen. Fong Chang responded, agreeing to Chenmo's words. In his heart, he began to calculate. With so much financial support, he could finally try out some of the more challenging settings he had considered before. Initially, he planned to wait until the game launched to see the response before deciding whether to add them. Now it seemed he could add them in advance. Alright, you all keep busy. I'll take my leave. Chenmo stood up, preparing to leave. Since the money had already been spent, there was no need to stay here. Seeing that President Chen was about to leave, Fong Chang quickly spoke up. Wait a moment, President Chen. Is there something else? Chenmo turned to look at Fong Chang. Hearing the inquiry, Fong Chang smiled. President Chen, there is indeed something, but it's good news. What good news? Chenmo frowned slightly. Based on his experience over the years, when they mentioned good news, it was usually not good at all. It's about the Tianlong game. Recently, the player traffic has suddenly surged, and many players have been spending in the game. At this point, Tianlong has started to turn a profit, albeit not much, but if it continues like this, the profits will definitely increase. Of course, all of this is thanks to President Chen's brilliant tactics. First, you stirred up the rich players' competitive spirit, then lowered the equipment drop rate to the minimum, making it impossible for them to get gear, and in the end, they had to find others to help them farm for equipment. President Chen, this move is truly ingenious. Fong Chang spoke to himself, his gaze towards President Chen filled with admiration. During this time, Zhao Bowen had been keeping an eye on the situation of the Tianlong game and had even logged into the game using the company's account to inquire personally. He finally understood what was going on and realized what President Chen wanted the game account for. It turned out that President Chen was personally acting as a shill. They had previously arranged for game shills, but those were only to stimulate spending. Since the game started losing money, they had basically removed the shills. After all, hiring shills also costs money. Mo listened to Fong Chang's words, feeling a bit bewildered. My tactics are brilliant? What have I done? And how did Tianlong return to profitability? Wait a minute, what exactly do you mean by Tianlong being profitable? Fong Chang looked at President Chen, who appeared completely clueless, and his admiration deepened. Clearly, he was the one who had revitalized Tianlong, yet now he pretended not to acknowledge it. This is what they call, once the matter is settled, to brush off the clothes and hide the merit in name. However, since President Chen didn't want to admit it, Fong Chang decided not to expose it. He pretended to cooperate and recounted the events. Upon hearing Fong Chang's account, Chenmo felt a bit dizzy and slowly sat down in his chair, supporting himself on the table. Tianlong is profitable? And the true mastermind behind it is actually himself. He didn't know how long it had been, but gradually, Chenmo came back to his senses and let out a long breath. He had just realized that things might not be as serious as he thought. The people coming into the game now were just there to farm gold. These people didn't genuinely want to play the game, they just wanted to farm equipment from wild drops and then sell it. However, the rich player collecting the equipment couldn't collect indefinitely. Once that rich player had enough gear and no one was buying it, these people would slowly exit the game. At that point, Tianlong would return to its previous state of losses. Having figured this out, Chenmo finally felt relieved. President Chen, what should we do next? Seeing that President Chen had been silent, Fong Chang tentatively asked. Chenmo looked up at Fong Chang, wanting to say something, but he opened his mouth and then closed it again, directly leaving Sangshui Games with Shinro. Suddenly, he thought of a question: if he could almost revive the game just by casually playing, what if he directed it a bit? Would he accidentally end up completely reviving the game? That would be troublesome. After thinking for a moment, he felt that he could no longer intervene. Anyway, once that wealthy individual had gathered enough equipment, those gold farmers and studios would gradually disappear. It was best to handle it coldly. Fong Chang scratched his head, looking at President Chen, who seemed hesitant to speak, completely puzzled. What on earth did President Chen mean? And he hadn't even told him how to deal with the situation regarding the Tianlong game. After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what President Chen meant. Helpless, he could only seek Wei Yan's help. In the entire Xingshui game, it seemed that only Wei Yan could understand President Chen's intentions. After a while, Wei Yan walked in from outside. Manager Fong, is there something you need? President Chen just came by, you know that, right? I know, he wanted to discuss the new project with you. I've only just started to understand the gaming industry, so I can't be of any help with the project. Wei Yan thought Fong Chang wanted to talk about the new project. It's not about the new project, it's about the Tianlong game. Fong Chang explained briefly and then recounted what had just happened. He then looked up at Wei Yan. What do you think President Chen means by this? Oh, so that's what it is. After hearing Fong Chang's description, Wei Yan looked as if he had suddenly understood. This matter is actually quite simple. Ah, you know what President Chen means? Fong Chang looked at Wei Yan in surprise. He had thought for a long time without figuring out the meaning behind President Chen's final expression, yet Wei Yan understood it just by listening to him recount it once. Wei Yan smiled slightly at Fong Chang's astonished expression and began to analyze. You see, the reason Tianlong has such a favorable situation now is that it's the result of President Chen's silent efforts. Yes, Fong Chang nodded in agreement. The profitability of Tianlong was entirely due to President Chen's personal involvement in transformation. This was beyond doubt. So, you say that since President Chen has already transformed the game to this extent, is it reasonable for you to ask him what to do next? After all, the boss is the boss. He can guide us and provide a general direction. What we need to do is to follow the direction given by the boss and continuously research and strive for progress. Otherwise, if everything has to be done by the boss himself, then what significance does our existence have? Wei Yan slowly finished speaking and then looked at Fong Chang across from him. Hearing this, Fong Chang's eyes gradually brightened, as if he had just received a sudden enlightenment. He understood. Yes, I am the manager of the company and also the chief planner of the game. President Chen has already silently transformed Tianlong into its current form, and I just asked President Chen what to do next. It would be strange if he understood me. So what I need to do now is to completely revive Tianlong. Thinking of this, Fong Chang looked at Wei Yan with excitement. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance. What's there to thank? President Chen brought me over just to work together. Wei Yan waved his hand nonchalantly. Yes, work together. Fong Chang nodded in agreement, then called Zhao Wenbo over. He was going to start changing the situation of Tianlong. Before long, Zhao Bowen arrived at the office. Manager Fong, what can I do for you? I want to understand the current situation of Tianlong. Haven't you been keeping an eye on Tianlong lately? Please tell me everything you know. Fong Chang said. Oh, this matter, I know about Tianlong. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bowen instantly became interested. For the past couple of days after work, he had been playing to understand the specific situation of Tianlong, but the drop rate was indeed very low. Then, he began to recount the details of the Tianlong situation. That's about it. The people entering the game now are almost all here to farm equipment and sell it for money. After listening to Zhao Bowen's account, Fong Chang fell into deep thought. After a while, he slowly raised his head. It seems that the key to truly reviving the game lies in how to transform these gold farming players into real players. Wei Yan also seemed to ponder this and spoke up. I don't know much about the game, but I do have some insights regarding the collection of equipment within it. The reason the game can attract so many players is that there are people spending money to collect equipment. However, if those collectors disappear, the gold farmers will likely stop as well. So I think we must keep a close eye on that group of collectors. Once they stop collecting, we need to respond appropriately, such as by spending our own money to buy back the equipment. Of course, we don't need to pay too high a price for the buyback. A few thousand will suffice. As long as those gold farmers know that there are still people buying equipment, they will continue to farm. This is also why President Chen requested to adjust the drop rate of equipment to the lowest. Only by lowering the drop rate can it be harder for gold farmers to obtain equipment, making it more difficult for collectors to gather everything. As Wei Yan spoke, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that President Chen had thought of this long ago. Fong Chang nodded in agreement. Coincidentally, President Chen has invested a batch of money into a new project, indicating that there are surplus funds that can be used for the operation of other games. If that group of collectors really stops collecting equipment, we can use the surplus funds to buy back the equipment. Moreover, the drop rate of equipment can still be adjusted. It is already at the lowest, but we can make some other settings. For example, we can set the drop rate of a piece of equipment to 0 for a certain period, so that no matter how much one farms, it won't drop. This can also minimize the drop of equipment and extend the time for that group of collectors to gather equipment. At this point, the few of them exchanged glances, and their thoughts became clearer. Zhao Bowen also spoke up at this moment. In the past few days of playing the game, I've come to understand that there are many old players who have quit. The main reason for their departure is the severe pay-to-win phenomenon in the later stages of the game, leaving many mid-tier players with no gaming experience. If we can address the pay-to-win issue and increase the game's playability, I believe these old players are likely to stay. Fong Chang echoed Zhao Bowen's words. Exactly, this is also why President Chen did not set the last set of equipment to be paid but instead made it drop from wild monsters. If that's the case, I think we can develop a batch of free equipment that can serve as alternatives to the paid ones. By increasing the drop rate of these free items, players can quickly obtain equipment to enhance their combat power. The same goes for game levels. Considering the level gap between returning players and some new players, we can increase the experience from early low-level monsters, allowing them to level up quickly. If we solve the issues of equipment and level gaps, the gaming experience will greatly improve. Once Fong Chang finished speaking, Wei Yin timely added, setting some free equipment as alternatives to the expensive gear is feasible, but I think we should also consider the feelings of those paying players. After all, there is still a set of equipment worth 100,000. If it is easily replaced, it would be somewhat unreasonable. I think the drop rate for the alternative gear set that costs 100,000 should be lowered a bit so players can't obtain it so easily. Fong Chang nodded upon hearing this. That's right, we can't completely ignore the noble players, we must give them a unique feeling. We could set up a few more extravagant outfits. These outfits won't change the combat power of the game characters, but they can alter their appearance and some skill effects. Then we can distribute these outfits to players' mailboxes according to their noble rank. This way, we can ensure game balance while also maintaining the uniqueness of noble players. Zhao Bowen waited for Fong Chang to finish speaking before suggesting, in the past few days of playing the game, I've noticed that the characters in Tianlong are too homogeneous. I think we could add more character types, like warlocks, archers, and various other professions. Each profession has a different role, and we can set corresponding equipment and skill books based on the profession. Moreover, these professions can cooperate with each other to unleash greater combat power. Then we can set up a few extremely powerful super bosses that only these players can defeat through cooperation, and we can place rewards on these bosses that can't be found on other wild monsters. Fong Chang and Wei Yin nodded in agreement upon hearing Zhao Bowen's suggestion. If designed this way, it would indeed make the game more interesting. The group then engaged in a detailed discussion. Finally, Fong Chang gently tapped the table and said, so it's settled. The primary task is to address the game's balance first. The alternative gear can be easily modified, we just need to make some changes to the modeling of the original noble gear. Since it's an alternative, the stats can remain the same. Next is the game's playability, which can completely follow Zhao Bowen's suggestions. Considering that the person collecting the gear might stop at any time, this change must be swift. The company currently has over 50 employees, and I've decided to keep only a few essential staff to maintain the new project, while the rest will be fully dedicated to the reform of Tianlong. Fong Chang stood up in front of his desk, his eyes radiating an unprecedented brilliance. This time, he was determined to bring Tianlong back to its peak. At the clothing factory, Yang Dahai slowly parked the car at the company entrance. Chenmo had just gotten out of the car and unconsciously sneezed twice. Mr. Chen, are you coming down with a cold? Shenro asked with some concern upon seeing Chenmo sneeze. It's nothing, maybe the air conditioning in the car was too cold. Chenmo waved his hand and walked into the company. Back in the office, Chenmo directly opened his computer and logged into the Tianlong game. He hadn't played this game for a few days, and he wanted to see what it had turned into. Upon entering the game, as soon as he appeared in the starting area, he saw two figures hurriedly passing by, heading straight for the wilderness. Chenmo was a bit stunned. Usually, there wouldn't be anyone in the starting area, but today, he encountered two people as soon as he entered the game. Has the change happened so quickly? He glanced at the public chat channel in the lower left corner. The once quiet chat channel was now filled with rapidly scrolling text, making it impossible to see what was being said, as the next message quickly covered the previous one. Curiously, he opened the public chat channel. Tianhua Studio, buying Dragon Slayer sets 10,000 each, no cheating. Max level pros. Leading teams for leveling 30 a day. North of the city, Rhino Herd, captain leading the team for 24 hours without rest. You can follow an idle equipment. Drops randomly distributed, entry fee 40 a day, and there are 2 spots available. Chenmo looked at the barrage of comments, feeling a wave of frustration. The once quiet space was now filled with a flurry of messages. He closed the chat room and maneuvered his game character into the wild. The outdoor scene was even more lively, with players running around everywhere, either farming monsters or on their way to do so. Seeing this, Chenmo was completely convinced of the game's profitability. However, it was fortunate that these people were only in it for farming equipment to sell, not genuinely interested in playing. Once the equipment was collected, the game would likely revert to its previous state of losses. But he couldn't engage in any more operations. Chenmo thought to himself and then directly exited the game. Looking at the Tianlong game icon, he ultimately chose to uninstall it. What was the point of playing any game? If he continued, his 8 million would be gone. Mr. Chen, your water. Shinro walked over with a glass of water, just in time to see Mr. Chen uninstall the Tianlong game. She couldn't help but feel a bit moved. Previously, she had occasionally seen Mr. Chen playing games and thought he was just bored and wanted to relax. But today, in that Sangxue game, she realized that Mr. Chen wasn't playing for fun, he was trying to turn a losing game into a profitable one. Mr. Chen succeeded. However, he didn't seem pleased or complacent. He calmly uninstalled the game. Victory shouldn't lead to arrogance, and defeat shouldn't lead to despair. Just this point alone made her feel far behind. It seemed there were many areas where she needed to strengthen her learning. Chenmo casually took the cup of water Shinro handed him and took a sip. Ha! What did you brew this time? It doesn't taste like coffee? He looked up at Shinro in confusion. Mr. Chen, I didn't brew coffee. This is a cold remedy. It can help prevent colds, Shinro quickly explained. She had noticed Mr. Chen sneezing a couple of times and was worried he might catch a cold, so she made him a cup of cold remedy. Oh, thank you. Chenmo smiled in gratitude. Although he didn't feel like he was catching a cold, the remedy was just preventive, so drinking a cup wouldn't hurt. Looking at the remaining few thousand in system funds, he finally relaxed. The Tianlong incident was just a false alarm. Now, the only tricky part was the business department, where the new hires had been taking on more and more orders recently. It seemed he needed to think of a way to curb that. Otherwise, every few days, they would take on small orders worth tens of thousands, which might not seem like much individually, but accumulated, it added up to a significant amount. But what could be done? Forcing them not to run business would definitely be deemed a violation. Chenmo fell into deep thought. In the office building of the industrial park, in the office of the park manager, Limata looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a troubled expression. It was agreed that you would rent for 5 years, and that's why I gave you a discounted price. Now you've only rented for 2 years and want to back out. What do you want me to do? Such a large factory, you have to wait for me to find a new tenant, right? Brotherly, you know it's not that I don't want to rent anymore, but you also know the situation in the factory over the past 2 years. That nearly 1,000 square meter 2-story factory costs 600,000 a year just in rent. But now that factory is struggling to even break even. Even if I continue to rent, I can't afford the rent, the middle-aged man said with a long face. Back then, he was full of ambition, wanting to expand and strengthen the factory, so he rented a 1,000 square meter factory, nearly 2,000 square meters across 2 floors. But he never expected that the economic downturn over the past 2 years would lead to the factory not making any money, and with such expensive rent, he simply couldn't afford it. So, he had no choice but to choose to give up the factory. Limata looked at the haggard appearance of the middle-aged man and let out a long sigh. After being a park manager for so many years, he had seen this kind of situation many times. This was still manageable. Some bosses ended up losing everything, even their underwear. How about this? I'll charge you 1 month's rent, and if I find a new tenant within that month, I can refund your deposit in full. If I can't find a new tenant, I'll only be able to refund part of it. This was all he could do. According to the contract, the deposit was non-refundable. Alright, then I'll trouble you with this. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before nodding. In the afternoon, several large trucks slowly stopped at the workshop entrance, their cargo holds neatly filled with various sewing machines. Brother Jiang, direct them to move the machines into the workshop and take the old machines out to set them up outside. I've contacted the manufacturer that recycles old machines. We should be able to sell them for around 100,000 yuan, but I need to get approval from General Manager Chen. Li Shen got out of the car and spoke to Jiang Chang. Okay, I can handle it from here. Jiang Chang nodded and began directing a forklift driver to carefully lower a machine. In the office, Li Shen knocked and walked in. Have all the equipment been purchased? Chenmo asked as he looked at Li Shen. Li Shen nodded and, at Chen's gesture, sat down across from the desk. Yes, General Manager Chen, all the machines have been procured, and I've also arranged for the floor scrubber and network cables. However, there are 2 matters I need to report to you. What matters? Chenmo looked up at Li Shen. Oh, the first matter is regarding the old machines that are being replaced. Once the new machines arrive, there will be no place to store the old ones, so I contacted a company that recycles second-hand machines. They can send someone over for a price assessment at any time, but I estimated that we could sell them for about 100,000 yuan. Li Shen spoke slowly. Chenmo lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, trying to control his expression. After a moment, he calmly said, Alright, I understand this matter, you can go ahead and handle it. He thought of many reasons to refuse the machine recycling, but they were all countered by the system. There was no way around it. The system funds were about to increase by 100,000. What about the second matter? Wei Yan quickly asked upon hearing this. The second matter is that a few of the new machines are fully automatic and our workshop employees won't be using them much, so we need to conduct a systematic training. The manufacturer selling the machines will provide this training for free, but our people need to go there in person to learn. They are offering training slots for 8 to 10 people, lasting 20 days, during which they will provide food and accommodation. After hearing this, Chenmo finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't a financial issue. Then, a flash of inspiration struck him. He had been thinking about how to curb the business department's order taking. Wasn't this a great opportunity? The salespeople could learn about the operation of the machines in their own workshop, which would also help with their business dealings. At least they could boast about how impressive their workshop's machines were and how good the clothes produced were. If they had no understanding of the machine operations, they couldn't even boast convincingly, so how could they expect customers to trust them with orders? Therefore, the business department's personnel should also attend this machine training. It made sense. Ideally, all 3 salespeople should go. Chenmo thought to himself that this way, no one would be running business and there would be no orders to take. But soon, the system reminded him that at least one person from the business department had to stay to handle business. Since that was the case, he decided to send 2 people over. It seems that Wu Yu and Kai Jing have received the most orders in the past 2 months, so let's send them both over to learn. With this thought, I spoke directly. Add Wu Yu and Kai Jing from the business department to the training list and then the workshop can select 8 more people. Understood, General Chen. Li Shin nodded, not asking why the people from the business department were included. General Chen's decision must have its reasons. By the way, General Chen, with 8 people from the workshop sent out for training, and considering that only a few can operate the new machines, the production schedule may drop significantly. Upon hearing this, Chenmo smiled slightly. This was a good thing. He couldn't have asked for more. No problem, but the 10 people going out to learn will be considered on a business trip, so naturally, they should receive some travel allowances. General Chen, they provide food and accommodation over there, and since it's just for learning, there shouldn't be any need for allowances, Li Shin reminded. Having already communicated with the people there, meals and lodging were fully covered, and they were also responsible for transportation, leaving no place to spend money. Li Shin, how can there be no place for allowances? If the food provided is too poor and the employees can't get used to it, won't they need to go out to improve their meals? Otherwise, how can they focus on learning if they can't eat well? If we don't count too much, even if they go out for 2 meals a day, at 100 yuan per meal, that's 200 yuan for daily meal allowances. And if they go out to eat, they will need to take a taxi, and the distance will vary, so let's estimate 200 yuan for taxi fares per day. Plus, there will definitely be some other unseen expenses once they get there. Calculating it this way, let's say 500 yuan per person per day. Chenmo quietly calculated in his mind. 500 yuan per person for 10 people over 20 days would amount to 100,000 yuan, just enough to offset the money from recycling the old machines. Not bad. The money is spent, and 2 members from the business department are conveniently reassigned, leaving only 1 salesperson in the company, which will likely reduce the order volume significantly. Truly a win-win situation. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time to get off work. A group of employees hurried towards the company cafeteria. Brother Jiang, I heard the employee dormitory has been completed. Yes, it's in the finishing stages. After some ventilation, it will be ready for occupancy, Jiang Chang replied when a colleague inquired. How about we go take a look after dinner? One employee suggested, eyes filled with anticipation, curious about what the employee dormitory would be like. It was said that 2 people would share a room, which was definitely better than the current arrangement of 6 people per room. Sure, Jiang Chang nodded, eager to see what the newly built employee dormitory looked like. After finishing dinner, the workshop employees all headed towards the dormitory. Even those who usually went to the lounge to play after meals were now rushing towards the dormitory. Arriving at the entrance of the dormitory, everyone couldn't wait to go inside and start exploring. This corridor is nice, and the lights are bright. Wow! Is this really the employee dormitory? One employee pushed open the door to a room and exclaimed. Soon, more gasps of surprise came from other rooms. Hearing the astonished voices, Jiang Chang also pushed open a dormitory door and stepped inside. When he saw the interior arrangement, he was stunned. He had expected the employee dormitory to be nice, but he never imagined it would be this impressive. They even provided a television and air conditioning. Opening the bathroom door, he found a toilet, water heater, and shower all complete. Although not very large, it was more than enough for 2 people. There was also a large double bed in the bedroom with a thick mattress. Even a standard hotel room wouldn't have much better amenities. Of course, this is a couple's arrangement. And it's not a double room for non-couples, it has 2 single beds. Moreover, all the appliances in the room are from well-known brands, and none of them are cheap. This environment is practically a small home. Wife, I didn't lie to you, did I? This room has a double bed, so it should be a couple's room. We'll be living here from now on. I told you, President Chen treats his employees very well. Now you've seen it for yourself, Zhang Chang said proudly as he turned to look at his wife. At first, she was reluctant to come over. Wang Wan stared at the dormitory setup, somewhat dumbfounded, and upon hearing Zhang Chang's words, she still found it hard to believe. Is this really for us to live in? Looking at the appliances in the room and the obviously expensive double bed, she wondered if this was truly meant for them. Of course. Didn't you see the 4 big characters employee dormitory above the entrance when we came in? This dormitory was specially built for us employees by President Chen. Let me tell you, you need to work seriously in the cafeteria. If I see it not being cleaned properly, just wait until I come back tonight to see if I clean up after you. Wang Wan coldly snorted at Zhang Cheng's somewhat inflated expression. Can you do it? Zhang Cheng's expression stiffened at her words, and he replied weakly. I'm being serious. I didn't say otherwise. With the company treating us so well, of course, I'll cherish it. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Cheng and began to explore the dormitory. The next day, in the Tsangshui game, Fang Chang, Wei Yan, and several key employees from the company arrived early at the conference room. Is the announcement ready? Fang Chang asked Zhao Bowen. Zhao Bowen yawned and replied tiredly, it's all done. I've written down the changes to the game and various benefits for the upcoming period. 2. Speed up the game progress. He had worked on the announcement overnight after returning home. Thank you for your hard work. Fang Chang patted Zhao Bowen on the shoulder. The company didn't allow overtime, so he had to work from home, but he only asked Zhao Bowen to do it. He didn't require the other employees to do the same, as that was President Chen's rule, meant to ensure that employees had enough rest. If he asked them to work from home, it would be no different from before. Alright, since the announcement is ready, let's make an update package and release the announcement as soon as possible so that the players can know about the changes in the game. Next, we need to address the game equipment. Team 1, those alternative items to replace the expensive ones need to be at least half done today. Just make some minor adjustments to the existing models and color changes, is that alright? Fang Chang's gaze fell on the team leader of Team 1. Manager Fang, we've already completed half of the alternative equipment and we should be able to finish the other half today, the team leader replied. Finished? Wasn't that task assigned just yesterday afternoon? Fang Chang looked at the team leader in confusion. The team leader felt a bit embarrassed and said, yesterday, I heard Supervisor Zhao mention that this matter was urgent and related to the survival of the Tianlong game, so I went back and discussed it with the team members. That's why I privately worked overtime last night. After all, President Chen treats us very well. Ever since he changed the policy, we haven't had to work overtime even once. President Chen has done this for us, so as employees, we willingly put in some extra hours. Fang Chang was somewhat moved by these words. He had never seen an employee voluntarily work overtime in the company before. Indeed, President Chen's company had a different kind of charm. Since the end of the sports meeting, these people have undergone subtle changes. They have begun to genuinely accept the company. Previously, their mindset was that if they worked for a day, they earned for a day, so the company had nothing to do with them. Now, their attitude has shifted to feeling like they are part of the company, creating an invisible connection. He finally understands why General Manager Chen distributed such generous gifts during the sports meeting. It was undoubtedly a way to win the hearts of the employees. However, this method is too costly, and some bosses are reluctant to do it. After all, there are plenty of clean laborers. If you are unwilling to work, I can just find someone else. Fang Chang thought of this and pulled back his thoughts, turning to look at Group 2. So, you Group 2 must balance the experience values of those low-level wild monsters and the drop rates of the alternative free equipment. Manager Fang, our Group 2 also added a small class last night, so this task has already been completed, the leader of Group 2 said somewhat shyly. One of their group members is friends with a member from Group 1, and upon hearing that Group 1 was going to work overtime privately, they naturally wouldn't fall behind. Working overtime for General Manager Chen? There's no shame in that. Fang Chang's mouth twitched slightly at this, and then he turned his gaze to the leader of Group 3. Before he could ask, the leader of Group 3 already said with a grin, I suddenly realized that sneaking in some overtime feels pretty good. So, without even trying, yesterday's arrangements have also been completed. Great! All 3 groups voluntarily worked overtime last night and completed today's tasks ahead of schedule. Fang Chang sighed, then remembered something. But I didn't ask you to work overtime. If General Manager Chen mistakenly thinks he made these employees volunteer for overtime, that would be disastrous. Don't worry, Director Fang, we understand the importance of working overtime, several group leaders said in unison, smiling. Fang Chang was puzzled, not knowing what they understood. However, since today's tasks had been completed, it was time to arrange tomorrow's tasks. After all, the faster the updates for Tianlong, the better. Fang Chang thought to himself, starting to arrange today's tasks, aiming for progress. In 3 days, they could complete the preliminary changes to the Tianlong plan. Then they would quickly go online, allowing players to feel the changes in Tianlong as soon as possible. In a rented room, Zhang Jiao looked at the ring he had just obtained, tears of excitement streaming down his face. After such a long time, he had finally dropped a second piece of equipment, the Dragon Slayer ring. It really wasn't easy. Zhang Jiao sighed, got up to wash his face and refresh himself, but as soon as he stood up and moved, he heard a series of popping sounds under his feet. Looking down, he saw a bunch of Red Bull cans rolling on the floor. After thinking for a moment, he kicked all the Red Bull cans aside and walked into the bathroom. After a quick wash, he directly called Hao Gu. Since he had dropped the equipment, he naturally wanted to cash it in as soon as possible. He didn't know if Hao Gu had received the ring. If he hadn't received it, that would be another 50,000 in hand. Not long after, Zhang Jiao looked at the 50,000 that had arrived in his account, smiling happily. It was worth all the effort he had put in. After tidying up a bit and taking a break, he continued. In a luxurious villa, Chen Song looked at the Dragon Slayer ring he had just obtained, then glanced at his game character, who now had only 6 pieces of Dragon Slayer series equipment, and fell into silence. Over such a long time, he had collected a total of 8 pieces of equipment, 2 of which were duplicates, leaving him with only 6 different pieces. At this moment, he felt a deep malice from this game. These game items were surprisingly difficult to farm. For the first time, I felt a desire to spend money but couldn't. If it weren't for Mei Yuqian announcing the acquisition of equipment in various game groups and forums, I probably wouldn't even be able to gather 6 different pieces of equipment right now. I wonder when I will be able to collect all the gear and find that guy to redeem my past shame. Chen Song sighed and suddenly noticed a new announcement in the game. This intrigued him, as it had been a long time since the game had released any announcements. Curiously, he clicked on the announcement. Update announcement: to maintain the balance of the game, there will be some changes made in the upcoming period. 1. A series of free equipment will be introduced, which can only be obtained through farming monsters. The stats of these free items correspond to those of noble equipment at various levels. However, as the level of the equipment increases, the drop rate will gradually decrease. 2. Considering that some older players with lower levels and new players cannot experience high-level gameplay, we have adjusted the experience points of early game monsters to allow players to level up quickly and shorten the level gap. 3. The game will introduce new characters for various professions, such as swordsman, hunter, half-orc, etc. Each profession will have different skill talents, and the combination of different professions will yield unexpected effects. 4. Considering that this reform affects the rights of noble players, the game will provide some compensation by creating multiple sets of different costumes. These costumes can change the appearance of characters and the visual effects of skills, making characters more glamorous and the center of attention. However, these costumes will not increase any attributes. After reading the last part of the announcement, Chen Song roughly understood what the game was trying to do. They wanted to gradually eliminate the influence of nobles, so that in the future, even if you have money, you might not be the strongest. Just like now, he wanted to spend money to buy a set of equipment but couldn't gather it all. This was still under the condition that all players were selling equipment for money. There was no situation where someone found equipment for their own use. If some of the big players from before really returned, he certainly wouldn't be the only one collecting this equipment. At that time, acquiring gear would probably be even harder. Thinking of this, Chen Song's eyes lit up. If he stockpiled some equipment now, when those big players returned, he could sell it at a higher price and make a profit. Of course, there was a certain risk involved. If the game didn't attract those old players back, his equipment would likely just rot in the warehouse. Well, if it rots, it rots. And even if those old friends return, I might not sell it anyway. When that time comes, enhancing my own combat power is the most important thing. After all, collecting this equipment doesn't cost much, so I might as well keep it for now. Chen Song made up his mind, and he also wanted to see what kind of noble costumes the Tianlong game would offer and how the new professions would play out. It sounded quite interesting. Luo Yuan, today Kai Jing and I are going to the mechanical factory for training. You're the only one left in the company, so all the performance pressure is on you. Just work a little harder and make a few more runs. I happen to have a few potential clients who are interested in placing orders. If I don't follow up in these 20 days, I fear they might drop off. I'll hand over these clients to you shortly, make a couple of trips, and you might just get an order. In the clothing factory, within the business department, Wu Yu was explaining some matters to Luo Yuan. He had been notified yesterday that he needed to go for training. Although he didn't understand why a salesperson was being sent for training, he agreed immediately upon learning it was President Chen's order. Since it was President Chen's command, there must be some purpose behind it. However, the training period requires 20 days, and he is worried that with 2 salespeople missing, the orders in the sales department won't support the production in the workshop. So, he decided to hand over the clients he had been negotiating with to Luo Yuan. If the master can give him the clients in his hands, then why can't he share the clients he has with other salespeople? This might also become a kind of culture in the sales department in the future. Moreover, President Chen has set a high base salary for the sales department. After the recent raise, his base salary has increased to 6,000 yuan, still a no-responsibility base salary. What does this mean? Even if he goes out to play every day and has no performance, he can still earn 6,000 yuan a month, not counting other hidden benefits. Of course, he wouldn't go out to play. President Chen trusts him by giving him such a high base salary, and he cannot betray that trust. He must bring in more orders, which is the greatest return to President Chen. So, he doesn't have to worry about not having performance and not being able to eat, and he heard that there are travel allowances for this training, so there's even less to worry about. Don't worry, brother Yu, I will work hard on the business, Luo Yuan said, looking at Wu Yu with a touched expression, assuring him. Okay, then let's go. Wu Yu nodded and left the sales department with Kai Jing. Once outside, a small passenger vehicle was already parked at the entrance. It should be the vehicle picking them up for training. The employees selected from the workshop for training were also waiting outside. Hello, President Chen. As he accurately approached the employees from the workshop, he saw President Chen walking out of the office building. Are we about to set off? Chenmo looked at the scene outside, a long-lost smile appearing on his face. This guy has finally left. The sales department should be quiet for a while now. However, doing this all the time isn't a long-term solution. They need to find a way to completely eliminate this bad habit of pulling in performance. Yes, President Chen, it seems the employees over there are waiting for me. Wu Yu nodded. He counted the number of employees over there. There were exactly 8 people, just missing him and Kai Jing. Alright, then let's set off. Don't worry, you two will receive appropriate compensation from the company for these 20 days without running business. President Chen, isn't there a travel allowance? The travel allowance is for travel. Compensation is for you not running business for these 20 days. That's different. Chenmo patiently explained to Wu Yu and Kai Jing. Thank you, President Chen. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu and Kai Jing quickly expressed their gratitude. Alright, hurry up and get in the car, everyone is waiting for you. Chenmo waved his hand upon hearing their thanks. He felt he couldn't bear their gratitude. Watching the training personnel get in the car, Chenmo returned to his office. The biggest obstacle affecting his settlement has been removed, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Changling CNC. A small bus slowly stopped at the entrance of the machine tool factory. Since the machine tool factory is not located in Zhangchang, they had been on the road for nearly 4 hours before reaching their destination. Wu Yu led the company's employees to get off the bus one after another. A middle-aged man with somewhat sparse hair approached them. You are the ones from Changfeng Apparel attending the training, right? I am Zhao Yang, the person in charge of receiving you. The training will start tomorrow. I will first take you to familiarize yourselves with the environment of our machine tool factory. Zhao Yang said as he led Wu Yu and the others into the machine tool factory, introducing the company's environment and facilities as they walked. Our company covers a total area of 60,000 square meters, which includes the production workshop, employee dormitory building, employee cafeteria, employee lounge, and office building. You've had a long journey. I will first take you to the company cafeteria for a meal and then assign you dormitories. Not to mention anything else, the food in our company cafeteria is arguably the best among the surrounding factories. Some employees from other factories even sneak over to eat, Zhao Yang said, a proud expression on his face. As the reception head of the company, he naturally wanted to showcase the good things about the company to these people. And he wasn't lying. The cafeteria's food was indeed the best among all the nearby factories, and the prices were very affordable, less than 10 yuan for a filling meal, with breakfast even cheaper. Wu Yu listened to Zhao Yang's account, his face showing interest. He had just surveyed the entire factory environment, and indeed, as Zhao Yang said, this machine tool factory occupied a large area. Before coming, he had also briefly checked the basic information about this machine tool factory. The company was already listed. A company this large should have a good employee cafeteria, right? The other garment factory employees behind him also showed curious expressions. After all, it was their first time seeing such a large factory in all these years. The entire area was occupied by this company. It was truly enormous. Zhao Yang quietly observed the curious expressions of the people behind him and smiled slightly. He had a bit of understanding about their expressions. He had received quite a few employees from small factories for training and knew that their working conditions and benefits were nothing compared to those of the machine tool factory. When they reached the cafeteria, these people would surely be even more astonished. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, the employee cafeteria appeared before them. Wu Yu took a glance and nodded slightly. No wonder it was a big factory. The employee cafeteria was indeed so large. Zhao Yang stood in front, pointing at the employee cafeteria as he spoke. This is the employee cafeteria, with 2 floors in total, capable of accommodating thousands of people at the same time. And today you are in luck. I heard today's meal includes braised pork. Saying this, he led Wu Yu and the others into the cafeteria. Once inside, Wu Yu surveyed the spacious employee cafeteria and gradually furrowed his brows. The moment he entered, he felt a wave of stuffy heat wash over him. Looking up, he saw that there were fans hanging from the ceiling at intervals, but they were not powered on. As for air conditioning, he didn't see any at all. It's so hot, doesn't this cafeteria have air conditioning? A garment factory employee muttered quietly. Although the other employees didn't say anything, their expressions clearly showed they had the same doubt. A machine tool factory this large actually didn't install air conditioning in the employee cafeteria. Zhao Yang's smile froze for a moment upon hearing the employees muttering, installing air conditioning in such a large cafeteria would be a huge expense, and the subsequent electricity bills would also be considerable. However, he couldn't really say that the cost of installing air conditioning was too high, as that would make their company seem stingy. After thinking for a moment, unsure how to respond to the employee's comment, he could only turn and continue walking, pretending he hadn't heard. Soon, they arrived at a food serving window. You are here for training, and meals are included, so you don't need to pay for your food. However, later I will give you a meal card. As long as you have the meal card, you can eat for free in the cafeteria. But one thing to note is, please don't waste food, Zhao Yang explained at the food serving window. Do employees at your company still have to pay for meals in the cafeteria? Wu Yu asked upon hearing Zhao Yang's words. Yes, but the prices for employees are very cheap. A portion of meat costs only a few yuan, and you can have a full meal for around 10 yuan. For example, for breakfast there's a 2 yuan set meal that includes a bowl of porridge, an egg, 2 steamed buns, and a small side dish. The meals in the cafeteria are very cost-effective. Hearing Zhao Yang's description, the employees of the clothing factory thought of their own staff canteen, which charges nothing and offers unlimited food. As for the 2 yuan breakfast, the clothing factory doesn't have that. However, the breakfast at the clothing factory is quite rich, with buns, pies, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. There are different options every day. But one thing is consistent: no waste. Zhao Yang didn't notice the expressions of the clothing factory employees. Instead, he knocked on the food serving window. After explaining the situation to the person inside, they quickly brought out several prepared dishes. Alright, the trays are in the cabinet over there, you can choose whatever you want. Zhao Yang pointed to the disinfection cabinet not far away. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu led the clothing factory employees over to get their trays. Holding the trays, they lined up at the food serving window. Wu Yu glanced at the dishes inside. There were only 1 braised pork, 1 dry tofu, 1 stewed green beans, and 1 cold dish. Seeing these, he couldn't help but compare them to the clothing factory's cafeteria. Among these 4 dishes, only the braised pork was presentable, but in terms of color and appearance, it was far inferior to what the clothing factory's chef could make. After thinking for a moment, he finally chose the braised pork and dry tofu, and also asked for a portion of rice. At the dining table, Wu Yu picked up a piece of braised pork and took a bite, gradually furrowing his brows. This braised pork is a bit greasy. The clothing factory employees beside him also took a few bites and whispered among themselves. This food isn't great. There are only 4 dishes, while our clothing factory has 6. The taste is also lacking, far from Uncle Wang's skill. I thought the cafeteria of a big factory would be good. I didn't expect it to be like this. Soon, they finished their meal. Zhao Yang came over at the right time. After you finish eating, I'll take you to the dormitory and arrange your accommodation. Our dormitory has for beds, you have 3 female workers, so they can be arranged in the girls' dormitory. The remaining 7 male workers will be split into 2 dorms. I'll take you over now. The employee cafeteria was not far from the employee dormitory. After walking a few dozen meters, they arrived at the dormitory building. Wu Yu and the others curiously followed Zhao Yang into the employee dormitory, wondering what the dormitory of such a big factory would be like. The girls' dormitory is on the right. I'll take you over later. Let's go to the boys' side first, Zhao Yang said, leading the way to the left staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, they finally stopped in front of the last 2 dorm rooms. These 2 are your dorms. As Zhao Yang spoke, he took out a key and opened the dormitory door. Creak, the dormitory door opened. Everyone curiously walked in. They saw that the dormitory space wasn't very large, with 2 bunk beds placed inside. There was also a simple iron wardrobe against the wall. Aside from the beds and wardrobe, there were no other extra furnishings in the room. This is the employee dormitory of a big factory? Wu Yu looked puzzled. It seemed different from what he had imagined. Hey, there's no bathroom in this room, one of the clothing factory employees asked. Oh, there's no bathroom in the dormitory, just walk straight to the right. There's a public bathroom there, and it also has showers where you can take a bath. Zhao Yang quickly replied upon hearing this. Also, all the bedding has been washed and disinfected, so you can use it with confidence. You all tidy up first. I'll take the female workers to the girls' dormitory. Alright, Zhao Gui, you go ahead, we can tidy up here ourselves. Wu Yu moved to see Zhao Yang out of the dormitory. Returning to the dormitory, the employees of the clothing factory began to tidy up their beds. After a while, several employees sat on the beds, looking at each other in silence. They had seen the dormitory that Manager Chen had arranged for them yesterday. Just The room size was much larger than this one, and it even had private bathrooms, air conditioning, and televisions. This dormitory only had 2 sets of bunk beds and a wardrobe, and nothing else. As the saying goes, no pain, no gain, one of the clothing factory employees sighed. I really miss the clothing factory. I miss the first day in the company cafeteria, another employee chimed in. Yeah, I really miss the clothing factory. I miss the first day with the company's air conditioning. I really miss the clothing factory. I miss the first day in the dormitory we haven't moved into yet. Will you listen to the employee's sighs, feeling somewhat speechless, but he still maintained the formation. I really miss the clothing factory. I miss the first day with manager Chun. I really want to run the business. After the receptionist arranged the dormitory, she took them to familiarize themselves with the workshop environment and the training area. After a tour, the most impressive thing for all the clothing factory employees was how large the company was. And then that was it. Other places simply couldn't compare to Manager Chen's company. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the conference room of Sangshui Games. Thank you all for your hard work during this time, Fong Chang said seriously, looking at everyone in the conference room. Thanks to these people leading their teams to work overtime at home, the reforms of Tianlong Games had progressed so quickly. In this half month, the game had undergone 3 updates. The changes to the alternative equipment and monster experience were completed in the first update. The subsequent 2 updates introduced a new profession, the swordsman. This profession is more assassin-oriented, with high attack power and mobility, but low health and defense. The skills have various combinations and require a certain level of operation. Then, a big boss was added, which is difficult to solo and requires a team to hunt. It offered many rewards, with a drop rate much higher than other monsters. However, due to time constraints, a set of equipment would be specially developed and introduced later, which could only be dropped by defeating the boss. Manager Fong, working overtime is voluntary for us. We do this not just for the company, but for Manager Chen. We are also doing it for ourselves. The company must continue to exist for us to keep working here and enjoy the company's benefits, right? A team leader spoke up. After working for so many years, it was his first time encountering a company with such good treatment, and he didn't want to work for a while only for the company to go bankrupt. So when he heard about the urgent changes in Tianlong, which were crucial for its revival, he unhesitatingly chose to work overtime. He clearly knew why the previous owners sold the company. It was because the game was losing money. If they could work a little overtime to make Tianlong profitable, they were naturally willing. Fong Chang smiled slightly upon hearing the team leader's words. The results of our user research are also out. Those gamers are quite satisfied with our changes and are willing to continue playing this game. Now that the foundation of Tianlong has been laid, the next step is to slowly update and change. So from now on, there's no need to secretly work overtime, just work normally every day. Upon hearing Fong Chang's words, applause erupted. In the office, everyone smiled genuinely, as this research result indicated that their efforts during this time had not been in vain. Once the applause subsided, Fong Chang continued to speak. In short, I want to thank everyone for the overtime work over the past half month, so Director Wei and I have decided to treat everyone to dinner tonight. Alright, you all go back and inform your team members about the dinner. Those who have time can come, and those who don't, no pressure. The group leaders all left the conference room one after another. Soon, only Fong Chang, Wei Yan, and Zhao Bowen remained in the room. Fong Chang was the first to speak. Now that the basic changes to Tianlong have been mostly completed, I need to pull back half of the staff to continue developing new projects. The future development of Tianlong will be overseen by Director Wei and you, Zhao Bowen. I'm still learning, so Zhao can take care of Tianlong. Wei Yan shook his head upon hearing this. Seeing Wei Yan shake his head, Zhao Bowen quickly spoke up. Director Wei, you're being too modest. Although you're not yet an expert in the gaming field, the issue you raised about game drop rates is still crucial. Through my observations during this time, I've found that players are very enthusiastic about grinding for equipment. So there are some issues where you, Director Wei, can still be of help. Alright, if there are any issues, I can offer my opinions, and you can decide whether to adopt them based on the situation. Seeing Zhao Bowen say this, Wei Yan could only nod. Fong Chang, seeing that the two had reached an agreement, turned to Wei Yan and asked, Director Wei, now that the preliminary updates for Tianlong are complete, should we inform General Chen? Upon hearing Fong Chang's question, Wei Yan thought for a moment. Let's observe for a few more days. The third update was just released not long ago, and we don't know the players' specific reactions yet. If there are no issues, it won't be too late to inform General Chen. Fong Chang felt that Wei Yan had a point. Currently, Tianlong is not stable. Informing General Chen now would indeed be premature. It would be better to wait until Tianlong has a stable user base and profitability is either stable or on the rise. Only then would it be truly good news to inform General Chen. And observing for a few days is sufficient, there's no need to rush. The three continued to discuss in the conference room for a while before adjourning. Wei Yan left the conference room and headed straight to the employee studio. He still had a lot of knowledge about gaming to learn. He couldn't afford to waste time. As soon as he entered the employee studio, he saw an employee yawning, looking as if he hadn't fully woken up. He recognized this employee as part of Team 1, likely exhausted from the recent overtime, which explained his current drowsiness. A casual glance at the other employees revealed that, although they were all working diligently, they appeared listless. Compared to their previous energetic work demeanor, it was a stark contrast. Sigh. Wei Yan let out a light sigh. He didn't say anything, as this state was a result of the recent overtime. It seemed necessary to inform General Chen about this matter. These individuals had silently worked overtime, making significant contributions to the revival of Tianlong. Heroes should not be overlooked. Their efforts deserved to be known by General Chen. He needed to find an opportunity to bring this up with General Chen. In a university dormitory, the sound of keyboards clattering could be heard from the hallway. Damn, I'm pulling aggro. The hate is all on me. Do you even know how to play a swordsman? I helped you level up for nothing. You can get one shot by the boss. Damn, you all died. How am I supposed to play as a healer? Duan Mingyuan took off his headphones and turned to his other roommates, sighing. No way, this boss's health and attack power are too high. We can't beat it. Isn't it because Tiger's skills are too trash? What's the point of being in a relationship? Doesn't that affect your speed? Exactly, look at the three of us, single for 20 years. Our speed is smooth as flowing water. How about this, Tiger? You can play the healer. It's easy, just keep pressing D. The roommate called Tiger, being teased by a few others, didn't mind at all. Leaning back in his chair, he said casually, originally, my partner wanted to introduce you guys to her roommate, but since you said that, let's forget it. Duan Mingyuan exchanged glances with the other two roommates, then broke into smiles. No, Tiger, we were just joking. Tiger, that swordsman is just leveling you up. Who dares to compete with you? I'll get mad at whoever does. Right, Tiger, you can play whatever you want. Tiger looked at their expressions and nodded in satisfaction. Alright, I forgive you. After saying that, he prepared to continue playing the game, only to see the three roommates still staring at him intently. What? Sister-in-law, what about going out to eat? The brothers will treat and bring her roommate along. I'll ask my partner later, see what she thinks. Tiger thought for a moment and spoke up, not knowing what her side was thinking or if she was willing to come out, so he didn't dare make any promises. Duan Mingyuan pondered for a moment, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Tiger, why don't you let your partner come play Tianlong too and bring her roommates along? That way our team will have 8 people. Maybe we can take down the boss. Sure, but they've been having headaches about internships lately. I heard the clothing designs they made were rejected by the clothing company and they're considering choosing another company, but haven't found a suitable one yet. I'm not sure if they have time to play games. Tiger said, recently his partner often complained to him about these things, saying those clothing companies were too rigid, only knowing how to copy popular designs from others, without any original ideas to create their own styles. Duan Mingyuan nodded in response. Alright, let's play the game first. By the way, this game has become more fun after the recent updates, and you can play without spending money. Yeah, and if you accidentally drop some equipment, you can sell it for money. Another roommate chimed in. Then, the sound of keyboards clattering echoed again in the dormitory. In the clothing factory, in the business department, Luo Yuan sat gloomily in the office. In the half-month since Wu Yu and Kai Jing left, he had only managed to secure one order, and it was just a small order worth 100,000. He was clearly working hard to run the business, so why weren't those customers placing orders with him? Even the few potential clients that Yugu had given him after he went to see them, only one ended up placing an order. He couldn't understand why. Clearly, everyone else was running business too, and they could just chat a bit and get the orders signed. He was running around left and right, his legs almost breaking, yet no customers were willing to place orders. Luo Yuan fell into deep self-doubt. In the boss's office, President Chen, your coffee. Chenmo casually took the coffee that Shenro had brewed, leisurely sat in his chair, and started drinking. This half-month had been the most comfortable time for him. He didn't have to see Wu Yu walking into the office with a smile from time to time, nor did he have to worry about the occasional surge in orders. The only remaining salesperson, Luo Yuan, had come by once, but it was just a small order of 100,000. He quickly handed it over to Li Shin to purchase some materials and fabrics for the clothing factory. Luo Yuan is quite a talent as a salesperson. There's a chance to make good use of him and place him in a key position. He loves these ordinary employees the most. With nothing much to do, he picked up his phone and started mindlessly scrolling through short videos. Since he couldn't show off in the game anymore, he could only pass the time by watching short videos. Thanks to Brother Feng for a private jet. Mwah. Thanks to Brother Hu for a supercar. Thank you, Brother Hu. Looking at the female streamer dressed quite revealingly, sweetly calling out for her brother, Chenmo glanced at his wallet and decisively sent some money her way. After the sports meeting, his personal assets had turned into a 10,000 yuan account after cashing in 2 prizes. However, sending gifts to these female streamers, over 10,000 yuan, was hardly enough to make an impression. After scrolling for a while, he suddenly saw a gaming blogger. "Hello everyone, I'm your old friend, Jonan, and today I'm recommending a classic game." Recommending a game? Just when he couldn't play Tianlong, it was perfect to see if there were any good games to try. Chenmo thought for a moment and decided to keep watching. He heard the gaming blogger say, today's game was once quite popular, but after a few updates, it turned into a pay-to-win game, causing a mass exodus of players and slowly faded from everyone's sight. At this point, I believe many players have already guessed what game it is. That's right, it is Tianlong. Tianlong? Chenmo was stunned when he heard the name of the game from the blogger. Could it be that the game has the same name? However, based on the blogger's earlier descriptions, it seemed to be referring to the Tianlong game. From Songshui. What's going on with this blogger, recommending such a trash game like Tianlong? He heard the gaming blogger continue, some might say that game is long gone, and hardly anyone plays it anymore. Indeed, this game had a mass player exodus due to some XX operations, but recently there have been some changes. Tianlong has gone completely free-to-play, and new equipment and items can be obtained just by farming in the wild. Among them, there's a Dragon Slayer set, which is currently the best equipment. Many studios in the game are collecting this Dragon Slayer set, and a single piece of equipment can sell for over 10,000 yuan. However, I've heard the drop rate is extremely low. One player has been grinding for over a month and hasn't gotten a single piece. Although I don't know why a game that hardly anyone plays would have so many studios collecting equipment, I suspect it's a self-directed play by the game developers, aimed at attracting players. But regardless, the fact that studios are collecting equipment is absolutely true. As soon as you get the equipment, someone will contact you to buy it. So, for those game players looking to make money, it might be worth trying this game. Who knows, if luck is on your side, you could easily make 10,000 yuan. Hearing this, Chenmo's expression eased considerably, so it was about farming equipment. He knew this was indeed attracting many gold farmers. But he believed that once the studio stopped collecting equipment, these gold farmers would quickly dissipate. So the current popularity was just an illusion. He wasn't too worried about it. However, what the gaming blogger said next made him a bit uneasy. Next, I'll talk about the playability of this game. Originally, this game was once very popular. The mass player exodus wasn't because the game was unplayable, so the game itself has a certain level of playability. And now there's a batch of free gear that has replaced the expensive equipment of the nobles. This alternative gear can be obtained just by farming in the wild. So now, poor players just need to be willing to invest time into the game to have a chance to catch up with those wealthy players. If luck is on their side, they might even overpower those rich players. From this perspective, in the future, poor or casual players will have a good gaming experience in this game. The second point is that the game is becoming more diverse. Originally, there were only 4 classes: healer, tank, archer, and mage. Now, a new class, the swordsman, has been introduced. I personally tested it, and its burst agility is very high, but its defense and health are quite low, and it has a variety of skill combinations, making it very suitable for players with quick reflexes who want to show off. Moreover, the swordsman is just the first class introduced. More classes like the priest, ranger, and orc will be released in the future. It's quite interesting to think about. The third point is that the game will randomly refresh a world boss at certain time nodes. This boss has very high attack and defense, and it's basically impossible to solo. Players need to team up to take it down. However, I observed that currently, this world boss has just appeared, and no one has achieved the first kill yet. So for players who haven't found a good game yet, you might want to give this one a try. During the gameplay, if luck is on your side, you might even have a chance to make some money. Alright, that's it for today's video. I hope everyone enjoys it. As the video ended, Chenmo's expression darkened significantly. What was the situation with the alternative gear, the new classes, and the world boss? He didn't remember asking Feng Chang and Wei Yin to do any of this. In his mind, he thought that as long as he ignored Tianlong for a long time and let it remain silent for a while, it would surely return to its original state. With so many changes now, he was starting to feel uncertain. Thinking of this, he quickly checked the game blogger's posting time. It was yesterday. This meant that the video had been out for a day, and he wondered if anyone who watched it had actually gone to play the game. He hurriedly opened the video comments to take a look. I tested it myself. This game is really trash, not fun at all. You all shouldn't play it. I'm the only one farming gear to sell. Dog head. Chenmo looked at the most popular comment and was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw a terrifying follow-up line. He was instantly speechless. He had seen dogs, but this guy was even worse than a dog. Helpless, he glanced at the other comments below. The game is indeed not bad. I'm a new player and directly chose the new class, Swordsman. I have to say, the skills of this class are really cool, but I'd advise clumsy players not to play it. The controls are a bit challenging. The gear farming thing is real. I had a lucky friend in college, although it wasn't a one-shot kill. After farming for a while, he got a drop and immediately shared the gear info in the public chat. A whole bunch of people contacted him to buy that gear, and I heard he sold it for 15,000. I'm an old player from before. After hearing the blogger, I re-downloaded the game and played a bit. It's indeed as the blogger said, you can play without spending money. I'm really preparing to return to this game. I actually miss it a bit, and I wonder if I can meet my old friends again. Stupid game, even dogs won't play it. Does the blogger have no game recommendations? Unsubscribed. Chenmo scrolled through the comments for a long time and only found a few negative ones, silently giving them a thumbs up. But overall, most of the comments in the section were in favor of Tianlong. This is bad. Chenmo's mind raced as he realized there were less than 10 days left until the system settlement. With such a sudden change in Tianlong, wasn't that a devastating blow to the settlement? What on earth was going on with Feng Chang and Wei Yan? How did Tianlong end up like this? Everything was normal before the uninstallation. It had only been a little over half a month, and not only had they added alternative equipment, but they had also introduced a new profession and a world boss. This was truly impressive. Chenmo gritted his teeth in frustration, took out his phone, and prepared to call Feng Chang to ask what was going on. After a moment's thought, he put the phone back in his pocket and turned to Shinro. Notify Yang Ge to prepare a car. I need to go to Tsangshui Games. He wanted to see firsthand what these people were up to. At Tsangshui Games, Chenmo leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping over Feng Chang, Wei Yan, and Zhao Bowen. The three of them stood nervously in front of the desk, feeling immense pressure as Chenmo had not said a word since entering, just staring at them. Speak up, what's going on with Tianlong Games? Shenzong, you already know. Feng Chang sighed in relief upon hearing Chenmo's question. We were actually planning to wait until the players in Tianlong stabilized before notifying you. Chenmo was startled by Feng Chang's words. If he really waited until those players stabilized to inform him, it would be too late. Were these guys planning to give him a big surprise on settlement day? Thankfully, he discovered it in time, otherwise, he would have been backstabbed by these guys again. With that thought, he shot a sharp look at Feng Chang. I remember the last time I didn't notify you about the updates and reforms for Tianlong, did I? Feng Chang straightened his chest upon hearing Chenmo's inquiry. At that time, I asked Shen Zong what to do next with Tianlong, and you just left in silence. Later, I consulted Director Wei and finally understood your intention. After all, you are the boss and can't always keep an eye on our work. You had already utilized the equipment drop rate to attract wealthy players to spend money on studios for gear, successfully drawing a large number of players into the game, which was a lifeline for Tianlong. And since you had already achieved this, it would clearly be my negligence to still ask you what to do next. Thanks to Director Wei's guidance, I had an epiphany and gathered 90% of the company's employees to carry out a half-month update and reform for the game. Finally, I lived up to your expectations, and the game's prospects look very promising. As Chenmo listened to Feng Chang's account, he instantly understood. He cast a quick glance at Wei Yan. It was this rebellious brat who was stirring things up. Behind the scenes, Wei Yan was truly toxic. Without saying a word, he managed to interpret so much from the situation. He claimed that I utilized the equipment drop rate to attract wealthy players to studios for gear, successfully drawing them in. This was clearly a happy accident. And living up to my expectations? What I hoped for was for this game to lose a bit more money. I knew it. How could Feng Chang alone pull off such a big thing? By the way, hadn't Feng Chang always been planning money-losing games? How did this reform of Tianlong turn out to be so successful? Chenmo was startled. This was a crucial question. Feng Chang now had a new project, and if that game turned out like this one, it would be troublesome. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Feng Chang and asked, Did you lead the updates for this game all by yourself? Of course not. I owe a lot to Director Wei and Zhao Bowen. The adjustment of the equipment drop rate was a suggestion from Director Wei, and it seems to be quite successful so far. Suggestions for new professions and world bosses were made by Zhao Bowen, and now the newly released profession, the swordsman, is quite popular among players. I merely played a lubricating role in this, Feng Chang said humbly. Chenmo nodded upon hearing this, feeling relieved. It turned out that the success of the Tianlong reform was due to these two guys, Wei Yan and Zhao Bowen. He glanced lightly at Zhao Bowen and Wei Yan. There was no need to say anything about Wei Yan. He was born to be rebellious. Zhao Bowen was somewhat unexpected. He didn't think he would be so capable. How could he feel at ease keeping such a capable person in the company? It seemed he needed to pay attention. He absolutely could not let Zhao Bowen get involved in Feng Chang's new project. Otherwise, a game that would originally lose money might end up making a profit under his influence, which would be problematic. Just as Chenmo was lost in thought, the usually silent Wei Yan suddenly spoke up. President Chen, actually Feng Chang has also done a lot, and the success of Tianlong is not just the result of our efforts but the collective effort of all the employees in the company. In the past half-month, everyone has been working overtime at home to revitalize the Tianlong game as soon as possible, even working through weekends. Chenmo couldn't help but twitch his lips at Wei Yan's words. Goodness, the whole company is conspiring against me behind my back. He thought, how could so many updates happen in just half a month? It turns out they were secretly working overtime. He then looked at Fong Chang with a serious expression. I have made it clear that employees cannot work overtime, right? President Chen, I did not require them to work overtime. They volunteered to do so, Fong Chang quickly explained. But you knew they were working overtime and did not stop it, which is wrong. I do not want this to happen a second time. I understand, President Chen. Seeing this, Chenmo nodded. There was no way to change what had already happened. He could only hope it wouldn't happen again. However, he could find a way to mitigate the losses. Looking at Fong Chang, he said, go and tally their overtime hours. They should all receive double overtime pay, and then notify the finance department to include it in next month's payroll. But I want to warn you, this overtime pay is not to encourage you to work overtime. It is what they deserve. Overtime should come with overtime pay. Understood, President Chen. Fong Chang quickly nodded, secretly thinking that President Chen indeed had a sharp tongue but a kind heart. He then remembered there was one more thing he hadn't informed. By the way, President Chen, there's another piece of good news. The game's traffic has surged in the past few days, and the game's revenue has started to skyrocket. During this period, the total revenue of the game has already reached over 200,000. How much? Chenmo felt something was off upon hearing the good news. It's 200,000, President Chen. Fong Chang looked at Chenmo with a beaming smile. After confirming he hadn't misheard, Chenmo leaned back in his chair, somewhat dejected. If he had known Tianlong would be profitable, he would have agreed to Fong Chang shutting down the game back then. He didn't know if it was still possible to shut it down now. The game is already in a profitable state and does not meet the conditions for shutdown. To shut down a game, it must incur losses for more than 3 months. Listening to the system's prompt, Chenmo felt speechless. Well, since the game can't be shut down, he could only continue spending money. Fortunately, the profit wasn't too much. There was still some time before the settlement, so there were ways to spend this money. He had a trump card up his sleeve, expanding the clothing factory. Although renting a large factory for 200,000 was somewhat unrealistic, paying a deposit first shouldn't be too much to ask. In any case, there were ways to spend it. Moreover, he thought of a problem. The money currently profiting from Tianlong was still in the game account and had not yet been transferred to his company account. If he continued to settle without transferring the money from the game account to the company account, would his system funds remain at 8,000 and then successfully settle? Reminder to the host, the money in the game account already belongs to the company, even if it is not transferred to the company account. During settlement, the system will automatically calculate the money in the game account into the system funds. The money that the system will not calculate includes project operating funds. For example, if a project has 1 million in operating funds and not all of it is spent during settlement, the unspent portion will not be calculated into the system funds. There are also business-related payments. For example, if a customer places an order for 1 million but the payment for this order has not yet reached the company account during settlement, it will also not be calculated into the system funds. He knew it would be like this. This dog-like system really leaves no loopholes to exploit. Fortunately, the game profit was only 200,000 and he discovered it in time. However, in the future, he needed to keep an eye on the game income from Sangshui games every day, otherwise, it would affect the settlement, and that would be disastrous. He realized that wherever Wei Yan was, he had to be extra cautious. Thinking back to his first 3 settlements, 2 of them had failed, and both were related to this guy. Moreover, he was also the stumbling block that cost him money. Even though he had left the business department, the apprentice he took was also a rebellious one. This guy was toxic. President Chen. Fong Chang called out tentatively when he noticed that President Chen had not responded. For a long time, he realized that President Chen's expression had instantly turned unhappy when he heard about the profit of 200,000. Could it be that he thought the profit was too little? After all, how could such a big boss like President Chen care about a mere 200,000? His earlier reaction seemed a bit exaggerated. It seemed that gaining President Chen's recognition would require even more effort, striving to become President Chen's right-hand man like Wei Yan. Chenmo came back to his senses upon hearing the call, thought for a moment, and said, from now on, we need to tally the profit amount every day and report it to me. This was a critical moment for settlement. There could be no carelessness. Okay, President Chen. Fong Chang nodded, not finding anything unusual about President Chen's request. It was quite normal for a boss to pay attention to his company's income issues. Alright, that's all for now. Remember to inform me of any major changes in the company in the future. Chenmo said this as he stood up from his chair, slowly walked in front of Fong Chang, and patted him on the shoulder. Also, the new project must be decided solely by you. No one else is allowed to interfere, not even with suggestions. And the plan should follow your initial proposal without any changes. After saying this, he left Sangshui Games with Shinro. Tianlong was just an accident, but that new project could not have any more surprises. He did not need a second game that was unprofitable. Moreover, in the entire game company, the only person he could trust was Fong Chang. He entrusted the project entirely to him, and given Fong Chang's track record of planning several money-losing games based on the initial draft, this time it was foolproof. Sigh. Chenmo let out a long sigh. Life is as lonely as snow. Why does no one understand him? He just wanted to lose a little money. Why was it so difficult? President Chen, are we going back to the clothing factory? At this point, they had already arrived at the parking lot outside the office building, and Shinro asked. Chenmo glanced at the time upon hearing this. It was already past 3 o'clock. It's off work. Where do you want to go? Ah. Shinro was a bit stunned. Was it already time to get off work at just past 3? But she quickly came back to her senses. There's a subway entrance. Not far from this office building. I can get there in just a couple of steps. Great. Chenmo nodded upon hearing this, then got into the car and instructed young Dahai to head straight home. There was no need to rush about the 200,000 in the game account. He would talk to Limata from the park tomorrow to see if there were any larger workshops available. This time he was determined. He had to secure a big workshop, then he would buy more machines, hire more workers, and spend money lavishly. Right now, the few workers in the workshop didn't cost much each time. However, if the workshop expanded and production increased, according to the system's requirements, the company would also need to increase its sales staff. But with Wu Yu in the sales department leading the way, the sales side was a bit of a hassle. And then there was Kai Jing. Although she didn't take as many orders as Wu Yu, her order rate was extremely stable, bringing in small orders of 100,000 or 20,000 every now and then. Not a lot, but just enough to be a bit annoying. He remembered when he first joined the company, he was quite a clean-cut kid, but after running around for a while in sales, he looked like he had gone through military training. The base salary he was given was quite decent. Was it really necessary to work so hard? Wouldn't it be better to just slack off? When the workshop expanded, he definitely had to find a way to deal with these two, otherwise, the sales department would be a major hidden danger. Calculating the time, the training was almost over. No, it was about to be settled soon. If he let these two go back and they caused some trouble during the settlement, it could lead to a disaster. Such things must not happen. It would be better to extend the training period a bit, allowing them to return after the system settlement. Good idea. With that thought, he took out his phone and called Li Shen. The call connected. President Chen, what arrangements do you have? Li Shen's excited voice came through the phone. It had been more than half a month since President Chen had assigned him any tasks. At first, he was learning office software, and now he had learned quite a bit. These days he just sat around or strolled around the cafeteria, which was terribly boring. Well, I do have something for you to do. You were the one who contacted the training personnel from the machine tool factory last time, right? Yes, President Chen. Was there a problem with the training? No problem with the training. I just thought that 20 days might be a bit short. After all, automated machines require programming, so they need to learn it thoroughly and in detail. Therefore, I've decided to extend their training period. You should contact the machine tool factory about this. But President Chen, they only provided 20 days of training time. If we extend it, they probably won't agree. Li Shen said with some concern. Chenmo, unfazed, replied. Just tell them that for the extra time, we'll pay for the training. Let them quote a price. Okay, President Chen, I'll communicate with them right away and get back to you. Alright. Chenmo responded and hung up the phone, a smile appearing on his face. Soon, Li Shen called back. President Chen, they are asking for a training fee of 100 per person per day. Fine, let's extend it for 10 days then. Chenmo agreed without a second thought. 100 per person per day. For 10 days that's only 1,000, and for 10 people, that's just 10,000. It was incredibly cheap, even less than the travel allowance he provided. Machine tool factory, employee dormitory. Wu Yu sneezed hard twice and grabbed a couple of tissues to wipe his nose. Brother Yu, you're not coming down with a cold, are you? A young man in the same dorm asked. I'm fine, it's probably just the weather changing recently, plus this dorm leaks a bit, so I might have caught a chill. Wu Yu tossed the used tissues into the nearby trash can. Counting the days, he just had to hold on for 4 more days before he could go back. Hearing Wu Yu's words, the young man looked quite gloomy. Hey, who says otherwise? I thought being in a big listed company was great, but look at this. Yesterday, I was chatting with my colleagues from the clothing factory and they all moved to the staff dormitory. They even video called me to show off that big LCD TV and the air conditioning. It's infuriating. An older brother from the upper bunk chimed in. Exactly, I can't stay in this place any longer. With that kind of food, they dare to call it the best? I really don't know what they're thinking. I really want to have a bite of the braised pork. From the clothing factory. It's the 16th day of missing the clothing factory cafeteria. A young guy added. It's the 16th day of missing the clothing factory staff dormitory. I really want to move in. Wu Yu sneezed again and fell back in line. It's the 16th day of missing manager Chen. I really want to go back to running business. That's my territory. Sigh, sigh, sigh. A series of sighs echoed in the dormitory. Late at night, in the rental room, Jiang Jiao sat in front of the computer with a bucket of instant noodles in hand, his eyes glued to the screen. It had been more than half a month and, logically, he should have dropped the third piece of equipment by now, but nothing had dropped yet. He had a feeling that the drop rate for equipment seemed to have been lowered again. But so what if it was lowered? Jiang Jiao smiled confidently. Do they really think my name, the Emperor of Gaming, is just for show? He slurped down the last of the noodles and prepared to continue farming for equipment. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Hao Gu calling, and he quickly answered. Hao Gu, what's up? What are you doing? Do you have time? Farming for equipment. I feel like the drop rate has been lowered again. No. Need to doubt it, it has been lowered. Chen Tsong confirmed. He had collected 8 pieces of equipment in less than a month before, but in the past half month, he had only managed to gather 4 pieces, and 2 of them were duplicates. So now, he only had 8 pieces of the Dragon Slayer set, still missing 2. Stop talking about useless stuff, don't farm for equipment anymore. Come over and lead the fight against the world boss. From now on, all guild battles and world boss fights will be led by you. I'll pay you 50,000 a month. I can just buy the Dragon Slayer set without farming it myself. Chen Tsong quickly said. Jiang Jiao was a seasoned gamer and very talented, with a deep understanding of game roles and skill analysis. In the past, whenever the guild fought in battles, as long as Jiang Jiao was in charge, the winning side was definitely theirs unless the strength difference was too great. So, Chen Tsong valued Jiang Jiao highly, which was also why he was willing to pay a higher price for equipment from him. He had just organized the guild members to fight the world boss twice, and both times ended in failure. There was no choice but to find Jiang Jiao. Alright, Hao Gu. Jiang Jiao readily agreed. He had known Hao Gu for many years, and since he was obsessed with gaming and had no job, Hao Gu had helped him a lot. Even if he didn't pay him, Jiang Jiao would still go to lead the fight against the world boss. Moreover, he occasionally browsed forums and game chat channels, so he had some understanding of the world boss. The biggest challenge with this boss was its high attack power. A single tank couldn't withstand it. Multiple tanks needed to take turns to draw aggro, but if there was any mistake in the process, the boss's attack could easily wipe out the backline. So, the key to this command was timing the aggro. World announcement, Hao Shang Tian Guild has completed the world boss Xin Jiague first kill. All participants received the title, Xin Jiague first kill. A banner slowly floated across the top of the game interface. Over and over again. Oh, Hao Shang Tian Guild, world boss first kill. Interesting. Unexpectedly, on the first day back in Tianlong, I encountered my old rival showing off. In a luxurious presidential suite, Du Zitong looked at the banner announcements floating across the game interface and smiled slightly. It seemed a bit nostalgic. However, since I'm back, I can't let you steal the spotlight alone. He then opened the guild interface, and the guild was named Lingyan Pavilion. Suddenly, he noticed that quite a few former guild members were online, and he was momentarily taken aback. He had stumbled upon the reforms in Tianlong on a forum and was curious enough to log back in. He didn't expect to see his old rival getting the world boss first kill right. Upon entering, he also saw that many of his former guild members were online as well. A familiar feeling instantly enveloped his heart, reminiscent of the time when Tianlong was booming. He quickly typed a message in the guild chat. Brothers, your king has returned. Soon, the guild chat exploded. Wow, Brother Zitong is back. Tangu, you finally returned. During this time, Rich Guy in Heaven has been quite impressive. Exactly, our brothers have often been chased by Rich Guy in Heaven in the wild these past few days. Tangu, if you didn't come back soon, I was planning to bomb you with calls. Welcome back, Tung Wang. Welcome back, Tung Wang. Du Zitong looked at the chat room, feeling a bit emotional. Tung Wang is his game ID. His favorite dynasty is the Tang Dynasty, which is why the guild is named Lingyan Pavilion. Lingyan Pavilion was built during the Tang Dynasty to honor meritorious officials. Tung Wang was a fantasy from his younger days. He used to love a poem by Li He. Why not take up the Wu Hook to conquer the 50 states of mountains and rivers? Please ascend the Lingyan Pavilion for a moment. What can a scholar do to become a marquis? With a nostalgic gaze, he typed a message in the chat room. You guys play. For now, I'll get familiar with the game, then lead you back to battle. After sending the message, he closed the guild interface. He began to slowly familiarize himself with the changes in Tianlong. When he left the game, the max level was 150 and now it was 160. It seemed he still had to level up. He clicked around the game interface, finally stopping at the equipment with a guaranteed minimum of 100,000. If he wanted to fight back, having poor equipment wouldn't do. He had just learned that the best equipment was the Dragon Slayer set, which had to be farmed from the wild, and the drop rate was extremely low. He glanced at the power ranking, and only one ID called Snowfall had the complete Dragon Slayer set. He didn't know if this, Snowfall, was an old rival who changed their name or a new big shot. The second highest power was his old rival, I Am a Rich Guy, who only had 8 pieces of the Dragon Slayer set. Even he hadn't managed to collect the entire set yet, and it was clearly impossible to gather the equipment in a short time. The equipment just below the Dragon Slayer set was this: 100,000 guaranteed equipment and another free alternative that needed to be farmed. Farming for equipment was too time-consuming. Why waste time on something that could be solved with money? Moreover, it was only 100,000 yuan. With that thought, Du Zitong directly opened the game's recharge interface. However, he didn't recharge too much, just 500,000. He would first get 5 sets of equipment to boost the overall power of the guild. His goal was the Dragon Slayer set. And now, I am a rich guy, already had 8 pieces, he needed to hurry. In the morning, at the machinery factory, Wu Yu and several employees from the clothing factory arrived at the staff cafeteria and ordered a 2 yuan meal. Of course, it was free for them, but looking at the thin porridge and dry little pickles, it was a bit hard to swallow. The employees exchanged glances, and in the end, they gritted their teeth and ate it. It's not that they are too picky, but they had been eating so well at the garment factory that the sudden drop was really hard to bear. Over the past half-month, they felt like they had lost a lot of weight. Hang in there, brothers. Today is already the 17th day. In 3 more days, we will be free and can return to the garment factory, Wu Yu said, taking a difficult bite of his steamed bun and trying to encourage the not-so-cheerful employees. A few employees perked up a bit upon hearing Wu Yu's words. Yes, just 3 more days and this life here would be over. Thinking of this, the steamed bun in his mouth suddenly tasted much sweeter. You guys are here, just looking for you. Zhao Yang came over with a tray, smiling at Wu Yu and the others. Brother Yang, are you looking for us for something? Wu Yu looked up at Zhao Yang. They had become much more familiar during this time. Hearing Wu Yu's question, Zhao Yang revealed a mysterious smile. Oh, I have some good news to share with you. Good news? What good news? Wu Yu looked at Zhao Yang in confusion, unable to think of any good news from the machinery factory. Could it be that the training was ending early? If that were the case, it would indeed be good news. Yesterday your garment factory contacted us and has extended the original 20-day training by another 10 days. Zhao Yang congratulated Wu Yu, having received a call from his superior last night, saying that the boss of the garment factory had paid to extend the training by 10 days and asked him to take good care of them. When he heard this news, he was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard of someone paying to extend training. However, it was still good news. The training wasn't tiring, they were provided free meals and accommodation every day, and the company would continue to pay them. What a great deal! So he sought out Wu Yu and the others early in the morning to share this good news, but it seemed they weren't very happy about it. Zhao Yang looked at Wu Yu and the others in confusion, noticing that their expressions had all frozen in place after he finished speaking. After a while, Wu Yu gradually came to his senses and stiffly turned to Zhao Yang. Brother Yang, is your machinery factory really that casual? Just like that, they can extend the training? How can it be so casual? They paid for it. Each of you is 100 yuan a day, totaling 10,000 yuan for 10 days. Your boss is really generous, willing to spend money. Zhao Yang chuckled. He could earn a commission from that 10,000 yuan training fee. If other companies coming for training did the same, he could make a lot of extra money. The more he looked at these garment factory employees, the more pleasing they seemed. Breakfast ended in a heavy atmosphere. After Zhao Yang left, the garment factory employees gathered around Wu Yu. Wu Yu, why don't you call Manager Chen and say that we've already learned everything and we really don't need to extend the training days? Yeah, Wu Yu, but you've brought in a lot of orders for the company. Manager Chen must value you. A few words from you should work. A few garment factory employees urged him. They really didn't want to continue training at the machinery factory. Then should I try calling? Wu Yu thought for a moment and made a decision, taking out his phone to dial. Xiao Wu, what's up? Wu Yu heard Manager Chen's somewhat cold voice and nervously spoke up. Manager Chen, we've learned most of the training content here. We really don't need to extend the training time. Xiao Wu, what do you mean by most of the training content? Your attitude is wrong. Learning has no limits. How can you say most in this context? Also, the decision to extend the training time has already been made. Just focus on your studies and improve every day. The extended 10-day training will also provide travel allowances. Alright, I have to get busy over here, so I won't keep you. Wu Yu listened to the beeping sound on the phone and glanced at his employees who were looking at him with eager anticipation, slowly shaking his head. In the clothing factory office, Chenmo hung up the phone, feeling quite pleased. Want to come back? Dream on. If it weren't for the system not allowing it, I would just throw down 200,000 and make sure you couldn't return for half a year. The days without the business department taking orders are simply too wonderful. Now, I just need to focus on the Tsangshui game side, and I still have 200,000 in system funds left to spend. After thinking about it, he realized he wouldn't even need to use his trump card to rent a factory. Now that Tianlong Games has been revived, turning from losses to profits, it can be considered a good thing. So, it wouldn't be too much to celebrate with all the employees. However, this time we can't go to that Xingyu restaurant. The spending there is too low. We need to go somewhere with higher expenses, and with over 80 people from both companies, spending 200,000 is still doable. As for why the celebration banquet for Tsinghua Games also involves the clothing factory, it's simply better to share the joy than to enjoy it alone. Since we have the same boss, we naturally can't treat them differently. Alright, then, let's settle on this 200,000 and hold a staff dinner the day before the settlement to spend it all at once. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was knocked on. Tang Xiu's figure walked in from outside. Lawyer Tang, is there something you need at the company today? Chenmo, seeing Tang Xiu, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, almost forgot that the company still had someone like her. Tang Xiu, hearing Chenmo's words, looked speechless. Shouldn't it be me asking you if there's anything the company needs me to do? Ever since she did some legal publicity for those workshop employees, she had been at home for half a month, thinking that General Manager Chen would assign her the next task, but until now, there had been no news at all. If it weren't for the 1 million annual salary already deposited into her account and the signed labor contract, she would have thought she was fired. Today, unable to stay at home any longer, she came to see what was going on. Upon arriving at the company, she didn't go directly to find Chenmo but took a stroll around the company first. Only then did she realize that during her half-month absence, the company had undergone significant changes and she was completely unaware. The employee dormitory had been completed and the employees had already moved in. She took a look at a few unoccupied dormitory rooms and was surprised to find that one of the dormitories was decorated so luxuriously. Air conditioning, television, washing machine, water heater, and independent bathroom were all complete. There was even a floor scrubber, which costs over 6,000. She had hesitated to buy one back then and only purchased a $3,000 one. Moreover, upon entering the workshop, she found that the old machines had all been replaced with brand new ones. At that moment, Tang Qiu once again experienced Chenmo's extravagance. He really spends money like it's nothing. Thinking of this, she suddenly came back to her senses and remembered her purpose for coming today. General Manager Chen, it's been half a month. Is there really nothing for me to do at the company? Oh, didn't I assign you to do legal publicity? That's already been completed. Tang Qiu replied irritably. Already completed? Chenmo smiled awkwardly. After assigning that task, he hadn't followed up on it. No one had mentioned it to him either. But what work should be assigned? It seemed there was nothing left for Tang Qiu to do in the company. After thinking for a moment, he looked up at Tang Qiu and tentatively suggested, how about you do another round of publicity but with different content that wasn't covered last time? Law, the more you know, the better. Tang Qiu heard this and felt a wave of frustration. It hadn't been long since the last legal awareness campaign, and now they were gearing up for a second one. Wasn't that a bit too frequent? However, no matter how one looked at it, Chenmo was the boss of the company, and as long as his requests didn't cross any moral lines, she had no reason to refuse. Besides, wasn't she here to find something to do? Having something to do was better than nothing, right? Alright, but what are the plans after the legal awareness campaign? Legal awareness campaigns didn't really require much work, she just needed to prepare a little. Chenmo paused for a moment, then felt a bit weary. What was wrong with his employees? Wasn't it better to enjoy life at home if there was no work? Why did they insist on coming to find things to do? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with any other tasks that needed arranging. In the end, he decided to stop pondering. Clearing his throat, he said, well, after this legal awareness campaign, let's prepare for the next one. Tang Qiu? After thinking for a moment, she sighed. It was clearly impossible to expect Chenmo to assign her other work. She then thought of the new high-end equipment in the workshop and curiously asked, Mr. Chen, are you planning to make branded clothing with those new high-end machines? After all, if it was just about production and taking orders to make money, there was no need to buy such high-end equipment. Only by creating their own brand and following a self-produced and self-sold route would those machines be useful. Indeed, if they wanted to grow the company, relying solely on taking orders from others wouldn't work. After all, taking orders from others only meant earning processing fees for the clothing. Once the company expanded to a certain extent, it would definitely hit a bottleneck. Therefore, the only way was to establish their own clothing brand and then promote it through advertising, selling both online and offline, gradually building their brand. Although this process would be very challenging, if successful, it would be a remarkable achievement. The future profits of the company would be unimaginable. It seemed that Mr. Chen was also an ambitious person. When Chenmo heard Tang Qiu's question, he was taken aback for a moment. What branded clothing? But he quickly reacted, and his eyes lit up. Yes, he could make branded clothing. He had been pondering how to solve the issue of the business department taking orders. If they made branded clothing, wouldn't that solve the problem perfectly? In the future, the company wouldn't need salespeople to find clients for clothing orders. Instead, they would need to find agents for offline regional sales. But who would be willing to be an agent for a newly established brand? This way, he wouldn't have to worry about sudden performance demands every day. As for the issue of clothing sales, it would be easier to resolve. With the previous experience of the clothing being of excellent quality and reasonably priced, it was easy for the sales side to take orders. This time, they definitely couldn't do it that way. The thin profit margin and high sales volume was far too common. After all, if the clothing was of great quality and very cheap, there might indeed be many people willing to buy. However, they couldn't let the clothing quality be poor. That would be unethical, and he personally didn't want to do that, nor would the system allow it. So, to ensure the clothing wouldn't sell out, he could only set the prices a bit higher, comparable to those popular branded clothing prices, or even a bit higher. In that case, a new brand wouldn't have much recognition, but the clothing prices would be on par with those established brands, or even higher. How could they compete with those big brands? Over time, the clothing wouldn't sell, and all the produced clothing would pile up in the warehouse. Wouldn't that be a perfect money-losing machine? He was expanding the factory and hiring hundreds of employees. Just the wages and living expenses of the workers would be a huge drain. With such a factory in existence, isn't it a perfect system for consuming funds? The more Chenmo thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was completely feasible. He looked up at Tang Qiu across from him and smiled sincerely. Yes, it seems that bringing Tang Qiu into the company was indeed the right choice. She had pointed out such a promising development path. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, Lawyer Tang is right, I am indeed planning to do branded apparel. And I have already thought it through. The current scale of the workshop is still too small, and I am prepared to increase the investment to set up a larger workshop. At that time, the entire garment factory will directly transform into branded apparel, just as expected. When Tang Qiu heard Chen Mo's response, she secretly thought that her guess was indeed correct. She felt a bit delighted. If the company were to do branded apparel in the future, her workload would certainly increase. After all, doing branded apparel requires its own fashion designers, and every piece of clothing designed by a fashion designer can be patented, and applying for a patent would require her involvement. Moreover, when the clothing is released, if a certain style becomes a hit, counterfeit products are bound to appear. In that case, she would still need to use legal means to protect the company's interests. So, Chenmo brought her into the company for these matters in the future. It turned out that it wasn't that she had nothing to do, it was just that her time hadn't come yet. Soon, Tang Qiu left the office, satisfied. Chenmo watched her leave with a smile on his face. At that moment, Shenro walked over and placed a report on the table. President Chen, this is the report just sent over by Sangshui Games. Please take a look. Okay. Chenmo nodded, thinking that Sangshui Games was quite dedicated, sending over the game report in the morning. He opened the report and looked at it carefully, but soon the smile on his face froze. The joy he felt from discovering a new way to lose money vanished in an instant. Yesterday, Tianlong's profit was over 500,000. What is going on? How did so much money suddenly surge in one day? Chenmo suddenly had a bad premonition and hurriedly called Fong Chang. Fong Chang, how did Tianlong suddenly have an extra 500,000 in performance in one day? What's going on? President Chen, about this matter, I had Zhao Bowen investigated, and the result is that someone directly charged 50,000 into the game last night. Is the game free now? How could someone recharge so much? According to the investigation of the recharge account, it was found that the person used the 50,000 game coins to draw for a weapon that costs 100,000 per draw. Fong Chang quickly answered when he heard President Chen's inquiry. Today, when he saw Tianlong's report, he was also taken aback and specifically asked Zhao Bowen to investigate, which led to this result. He speculated that it must be someone who isn't short on money, thinking that grinding for equipment was too tedious, so they just spent money to draw. Thinking of this reason, Fong Chang couldn't help but admire President Chen even more. It turned out that the 100,000 per set equipment designed by him had such a deeper meaning. Indeed, the game is never short of wealthy players. This 100,000 per set equipment can be seen as a watershed for entry. Those who aren't short on money can directly skip the grinding for equipment in the novice village, saving time. This can be considered a small convenience for those nobles, but it won't affect the balance of the game. After all, beyond this 100,000 equipment, everything else requires grinding in the wild to obtain. So, as long as the poor players put in some effort, they can quickly catch up. This is just like life. Some people are born winning at the starting line, but those who lose at the starting line can still narrow the gap between both sides if they are willing to work hard, and if luck is on their side, surpassing others is not impossible. It turns out that what President Chen arranged was not just a game, but a life. Indeed, a copy can be made, and this understanding can be noted in the introduction of Tianlong. In this way, the game is instantly elevated. Chenmo was unaware of Fong Chang's inner thoughts. He just wanted to shout out loud, "Damn it! Is there money to burn? Clearly, one could gain by farming, but they insist on spending money, right?" He hung up the phone. Chenmo sat in his chair, looking dejected. The original system fund of 200,000 suddenly turned into over 700,000. This time, he couldn't avoid using his trump card. In the office building of the park, in the manager's office, President Chen, please, take a seat. You should have let me know you were coming. I would have treated you well, Lee Mata said enthusiastically, pouring a cup of tea for both Chenmo and Shenro. This President Chen was a big client, so he naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Manager Lee, you're too polite. I came unexpectedly. It's good that I didn't disturb you, Chenmo said politely as he took the tea. While in the office, he initially wanted to make a phone call to inquire, but then he thought about needing to set up a large workshop, so he came directly. He could have easily handed this matter over to Shenro, Li Shen, and others. However, considering the settlement was approaching, who knew if these people would mess something up while contacting the workshop? The last time he sent Wei Yin to rent a workshop, they ended up with an order that was still fresh in his memory. So this time, to be safe, he decided to handle it personally. Hearing Chen Mo's polite words, Lee Mata quickly waved his hand. It's not a disturbance, otherwise, it wouldn't be interesting for me to stay alone in the office. I wonder, President Chen, is there something you need this time? Yes, indeed there is. I want to know if there are any available workshops in your industrial park. Preferably a larger one, Chenmo said directly. Upon hearing President Chen's words, Lee Mata's eyes instantly lit up. He just happened to have a workshop that had been returned, and he had been looking for a new tenant for days. However, this workshop was too large, and the rent was relatively high, so it had not been rented out. Now that President Chen was here wanting to rent a workshop, and a larger one at that, it perfectly matched his situation. President Chen, you won't believe it, but there is indeed a workshop that has just become available, and it meets your requirements quite well. You can see this workshop every day. It's on the way from your current workshop to the cafeteria. The workshop area is 1,000 square meters, with 2 floors totaling 2,000 square meters. How about this? I'll take President Chen to take a look. Lee Mata thought for a moment. No matter how he described it, it was better to inspect it in person. Sure. Chenmo nodded. The few of them stood up and left the office. After a short walk, President Chen, this is the workshop. Let me take you inside to have a look. Lee Mata pointed to a 2-story factory building on the side of the road and then led the way inside. Chenmo also took a look. This place was indeed a must-pass for company employees going to the cafeteria every day. If they rented this workshop, there would be no need to worry about the distance between the 2 workshops. Following Lee Mata, he entered the workshop. Chenmo took a quick glance. In terms of area, it indeed met his requirements. Since that was the case, there was no need to hesitate. Alright, this is it. Ah! Lee Mata was stunned upon hearing Chenmo's words. He had just stopped himself from saying many things in his heart, preparing to mention some advantages of this workshop and some price discounts. But what he didn't expect was that none of these words were needed, and Mr. Chen made the decision directly. Mr. Chen, is it settled? Are we going to rent this workshop? Yes, it's settled. How about I show you around a bit more? We haven't seen the upstairs yet. Lee Mata said uneasily. This deal was too quick. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the second floor of this workshop? Chenmo looked at Lee Mata with some confusion. Could there be a safety hazard on the second floor that he needed to be aware of? That wouldn't do. If there really was a safety issue, he couldn't rent this workshop. Although he was eager to spend money, he couldn't compromise on matters concerning life safety. Hearing Chenmo's words, Lee Mata quickly waved his hand. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, our workshop has absolutely no issues. All the workshops have passed quality inspections by the relevant departments, so you can rest assured about that. Then there's no problem? Let's find a place to discuss the price and sign the contract. Chenmo nodded in response, then thought of another question. By the way, wasn't there someone working in this workshop before? What happened to the original owner who rented here? Upon hearing Chenmo's inquiry, Lee Mata casually replied, the previous factory went out of business due to poor management and lost too much money, so they couldn't continue renting. Poor management? Losing too much money? Chenmo listened to Lee Mata's words with a look of envy on his face. How he wished his clothing factory was also poorly managed. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he hoped. The company's employees simply wouldn't give him the chance. Sigh. Chenmo secretly sighed in his heart. He felt bitter but couldn't express it. He looked up at Lee Mata. Let's discuss the price of the workshop, but this time I might only pay you a portion of the deposit first, and the rest later. Mr. Chen, that's fine. In the entire industrial park, I won't mention other bosses, but you definitely believe in this, Lee Mata said with a smile. The employee cafeteria of Mr. Chen had long been known throughout the park, and the food there was better than that of the small restaurants outside. He had eaten there twice, and the taste was indeed good. However, there were only a limited number of those 20 or 30 boxes each day, and as a park manager, he felt embarrassed to compete with the employees of those workshops every day. So he only went twice and didn't return. Moreover, he also knew that Mr. Chen had built an employee dormitory, and with so much investment, he wasn't worried at all that Chenmo would run away halfway. So when Chenmo said he would pay a portion of the deposit first, he didn't hesitate at all. Mr. Chen, the rent for this factory is 500,000 a year for one owner, but there will be a discount if you sign a 5-year contract. However, since you want to rent, Mr. Chen, as long as you sign a 3-year contract, you can enjoy the discounted price, which totals 1.4 million for 3 years. Chenmo was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. Li Maoda's words directly saved him 100,000 yuan, but 1.4 million was still enough to last until the settlement was over. He had already made up his mind that he could push back the payment time to Li Maoda, waiting until the day before the company's settlement to transfer all the system funds to Li Maoda. He could then spend the extra system funds all at once without worrying about sudden profits. Chenmo thought to himself that this way he would have a place to spend money whenever he wanted, as long as the sudden profits from the system funds didn't exceed 1 million, he could handle it completely. Moreover, there were only a few days left until the settlement. He didn't believe that in these few days they could still make over 1 million in profit. By the way, Mr. Chen, there's another good piece of news I need to tell you. Li Maoda suddenly spoke up. Good news? Chenmo felt a bit puzzled upon hearing this. If it were Li Shen and his group, they would have been on high alert by now, but he wasn't very familiar with Li Maoda and didn't know if this good news was truly good news. Manager Li, may I ask what the good news is? Oh, it's like this. Your clothing factory made a batch of work uniforms for us last time, and the boss was very satisfied. It's already early October, and the weather is gradually getting cooler. The boss intends to have you make a set of autumn work uniforms this time, and he wants to order 2,000 pieces. How about that? Isn't it a pleasant surprise? Li Maoda looked at Chenmo with a big smile. Hearing Li Maoda's words, Chenmo's mouth twitched a couple of times. A pleasant surprise? More like a shock. At the same time, he felt quite relieved that he hadn't sent Li Shen over. With Li Shen's tendency to be overly eager, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist Li Maoda's temptation and would have taken the order, then happily reported the good news to him in his office. But since he encountered this situation himself, he naturally wouldn't let such a thing happen. Manager Li, I might have to apologize for the autumn work uniforms. Our workshop is preparing to transition. We won't be going the crowdsourcing route anymore, but we'll start a self-production and self-sales model to build our own clothing brand. Is that so? That's really a pity. I was hoping to pull in some orders for you. Li Maoda sighed, as he still wanted to use this matter to get closer to Chenmo. However, since President Chen is going the brand route, I would like to congratulate you, President Chen, on growing bigger and stronger and creating new glories. As he spoke, he even made a gesture of cupping his fist. Seeing Li Maoda's congratulatory demeanor, Chenmo felt utterly drained of sarcasm. The two then discussed signing the contract and went their separate ways. 3 days later, at night, in the game Tianlong, in the wild, two groups of people were facing off against each other. Looking at the guild names above their heads, they were, and Tong Wang, it's been a while, but you're still the same. You too. At the front of the teams, Chen Song and Du Zitong were confronting each other. The two guilds had old grievances, and recently they had often clashed over wild monsters. As tensions escalated, it finally developed into a full-blown team battle. Rich bro, don't think that just because you have 8 pieces of the Dragon Slayer set, I'm afraid of you. 8 pieces of the Dragon Slayer gear can't even unleash the full power of the set, so you alone can't change the outcome of the battle. It still depends on the strength of the brothers. Just now, I drew 5 sets of 100,000 gear, and combined with the previous 5 sets, I have a total of 10 sets of 100,000 gear. Can you compare with that? Chen Song looked at the text Du Zitong sent and sneered, sending out a message of his own. Just because you know how to spend money doesn't mean I can't. I also bought 5 sets of 100,000 gear today, totaling 8 sets including the previous ones. Plus, I have a few extra pieces of the Dragon Slayer set that I distributed to my subordinates. This time, we will definitely make you submit in this team battle. As the team battle was about to start, members of both guilds instantly engaged in combat. This guild battle quickly attracted the attention of passing players who wanted to watch. The scene of this team battle was truly spectacular. It made one want to join in. In the morning, Brother Fong, good news. In that song, Shui game, Zhao Bowen burst into Fong Chang's office excitedly. What good news has you so happy? Fong Chang looked up at Zhao Bowen's excited expression. Puzzled. Brother Fong, it's about Tianlong. Last night, 2 guilds in Tianlong had a team battle, and the leaders of both guilds each invested 500,000 into the game. Today, the revenue from Tianlong has reached a historic high, exceeding 1 million. Fong Chang was momentarily stunned, even at the peak of Tianlong. The daily sales figures were never this terrifying. Back then, there were also guild battles happening in Tianlong, but at that time, spending 2,000 yuan guaranteed you some decent gear. Those wealthy players could spend tens of thousands to arm their guild members with a pile of equipment. But now it's different. The most expensive gear costs 100,000 for a set, and just selling a few sets means income in the hundreds of thousands. Fong Chang couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. When General Chen designed this 100,000 yuan gear, he thought no one would buy it. But now it seems he was completely wrong. General Chen likely designed this 100,000 yuan gear specifically for those wealthy players who don't mind spending. With this thought, Fong Chang couldn't help but show a look of admiration. He looked at Zhao Bowen and said, "Write a report on this matter and send it to General Chen along with the financial statements." 1 million, now that's a surprise. In the clothing factory office, Chenmo leaned back in his chair, fantasizing about how to allocate the 8 million after the settlement. Should he buy a house first, or a car? It seems he could buy both at the same time. Chenmo smiled slightly. Ding! Ding ding! The phone rang. Chenmo glanced at the caller ID, paused for a moment, and quickly answered the call. "Mom, Xiaomo, how's work going? The National Day holiday is coming up soon. Are you coming home?" His mother's voice came through the phone. Listening to his mother, Chenmo hurriedly opened the calendar and realized that October 1st was just 5 days away. The system's settlement date was exactly 3 days later, on Friday. Thinking about how long it had been since he last went home, he could wait for the system settlement in 3 days and return with 8 million in personal funds to improve his parents' current living situation. With this thought, Chenmo replied, "Mom, I'll come back on the 1st. Okay, what do you want to eat? Mom will make it for you." His mother's voice seemed to brighten. Hearing his mother's slightly excited tone, Chenmo fell into silence. Ever since he grew up, he seemed to have neglected his parents a bit. He used to contact them every week, but now it had been 1 or 2 months without a call. However, this holiday he could stay for a few more days and spend quality time with them. "Mom, just make something simple. I like everything." "Alright, I'll just make something and won't disturb your work." After his mother finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Chenmo listened to the busy tone for a while before coming back to his senses. He turned to Shin-Ro. "Shin-Ro, has the holiday schedule for the company during the 1st been finalized?" "General Chen, I was just about to discuss this with you. If we follow the statutory holidays, it starts from this Saturday and goes until next Friday, but the specific holiday schedule still needs your decision, General Chen." Shin-Ro quickly replied upon hearing Chenmo's inquiry. Chenmo glanced at the calendar. This year's National Day falls on a Monday, and the statutory holiday lasts for 3 days, from Monday to Wednesday. Adding in the 2 weekends for adjustment, it perfectly aligns from this Saturday to next Friday. A total of 7 days off. If that's the case, then employees would return to work the following Saturday. But how could they work on Saturday? Chenmo thought to himself, directly picking up a pen and circling the dates on the calendar, marking from this Saturday to next Sunday, a total of 9 circles. Is this correct? Let's go with this holiday schedule. Please notify the workshop staff and the team at Sangshui Games. As he spoke, he pushed the circled calendar towards Shin-Ro. Shin-Ro curiously picked up the calendar and took a glance, then froze completely. After a while, she looked up at Chenmo. "Mr. Chen, with the National Day holiday and the adjusted days off, 7 days should be enough." "I know, but that's for other companies. My company doesn't allow working on weekends." "Even after adjustments," Chenmo said without looking up. "No matter what, if employees work 2 days less, they can do 2 days less work, and if they do 2 days less work, he might earn a little less. So this holiday must be taken." Hearing Chenmo's words, Shin-Ro felt a wave of emotion. Other company bosses are thinking about how to give fewer days off, but Mr. Chen, on the other hand, directly gave employees 2 extra days off. Those employees will surely be very happy when they hear this news. Shin-Ro thought to herself and suddenly remembered that she hadn't submitted the report from Sangshui Games to Mr. Chen yet. She hurriedly printed a copy and handed it to him. "Mr. Chen, this is the report just sent by Sangshui Games. You can take a look." "Oh." Chenmo reached out to take the report and glanced at it. He quickly froze again. 1 million? What's going on? How did we suddenly have an extra 1 million in sales? Thinking of this, he quickly called Fong Chang to inquire about the situation. After a while, Chenmo slowly hung up the phone, feeling unwell. It was that 100,000 yuan equipment. Again, and it was a wealthy player. "You can have your team battles, but why do you have to keep an eye on that 100,000 yuan equipment?" Chenmo felt powerless to complain, but he also realized one thing: this couldn't go on. He had to take down those purchased equipment. Otherwise, on the settlement day, if a wealthy player suddenly bought 2 pieces of equipment, wouldn't that directly lead to a settlement failure? It would be best to close all channels for spending money in the game, so he wouldn't have to worry about the game making money. Reminder to the host: the game cannot have any consumption items. The system's prompt suddenly sounded. "It can't have any consumption items? Then I'll just create a few less profitable consumption points, won't that work? Anyway, the channel for purchasing equipment must be cut off, otherwise, you all can have small skirmishes every 3 days and big battles every 5 days, and while you enjoy yourselves, I'll be the one suffering. Especially at this critical moment before the settlement. Shin-Ro, also have Yang prepare the car. I need to go to Sangshui Games." "Sangshui Games, office, Mr. Chen, do you have any instructions?" Fong Chang asked cautiously as he looked at the suddenly arrived Mr. Chen. Chenmo looked up at Fong Chang and spoke. "I'm here today mainly to discuss the Tianlong reform. Mr. Chen, the Tianlong reform has been ongoing. You can rest assured." "Rest assured? Now that Tianlong is like this, how can I be at ease?" Chenmo glanced at the cup of water he had just picked up and placed it back on the table. I'm talking about other reforms. Now that Tianlong is focusing on a free model, we must reform thoroughly and completely shut down those payment channels that affect the game's balance. So what does Mr. Chen mean? Fong Chang looked at Chenmo with some hesitation, unsure if his guess was correct. Hearing Fong Chang's inquiry, Chenmo directly stated the plan he had thought of in the car. It's like this: I found that if there are still those paid equipment in the game, it is somewhat unfriendly to those poor players, so I decided to take down all equipment that requires payment. Of course, all other random places that require payment will also be taken down. But Mr. Chen, if that's the case, there will be nothing profitable in the game. Fong Chang quickly spoke up upon hearing this. I haven't finished speaking. Chenmo looked at the somewhat anxious Fong Chang and continued, as a game, there naturally needs to be channels for consumption. This way, we can set up monthly cards, weekly cards, and daily cards as consumption options. As long as you obtain these cards, you can enjoy certain conveniences, but it must not affect the balance of the game. The price for the monthly card will be set at 10 yuan per month, the weekly card at 2 yuan per week, and the daily card at 0.1 yuan per day. As for what conveniences these cards offer, you can figure that out yourselves. With only this level of consumption channel, it couldn't suddenly lead to a profit of 1 million, Chenmo thought to himself. Mr. Chen, do we really have to do this? Fong Chang felt a bit worried upon hearing Chenmo's words. A monthly card for just 10 yuan is too cheap. Other games' monthly cards are usually around 30 yuan, with weekly cards at 2 yuan and daily cards at 0.1 yuan. Not to mention the weekly card, but a daily card at 0.1 yuan a day. What's the difference from giving it away? Can this really make money? Yes, that's how we will do it, and we need to do it quickly. The sooner, the better. Ideally, we can finish the updates by tomorrow, Chenmo said seriously, looking at Fong Chang. This matter must not be delayed. Who knows when those wealthy players might suddenly decide to recharge hundreds of thousands. Seeing Mr. Chen's serious expression, Fong Chang knew this matter couldn't be changed. Mr. Chen, this is actually simple. We just need to take down those equipment and then launch the monthly card system, and it should be ready by tomorrow, Fong Chang said. This reform was not like the previous updates that required modeling and such. They only needed to tweak the program, which was relatively straightforward. That's good, Chenmo nodded in relief. With this, starting tomorrow, there wouldn't be any wealthy players suddenly spending a large sum on equipment, and he could finally feel at ease. He then wandered around the game company for a couple of rounds, casually notifying about the upcoming holiday before leaving Sangshui Games. After seeing Mr. Chen off outside the company, Fong Chang returned to the office and called Wei Yan and Zhao Bowen over. Tianlong. Currently, these two were in charge, so they naturally had to carry out this reform as well. After Fong Chang finished explaining the Tianlong reform, Zhao Bowen showed a puzzled expression. Isn't Tianlong doing quite well now? The equipment worth 100,000 has alternatives, and we don't have to worry about the experience for the poorer players. If we delete it, it would be quite a pity. In just these few days, that 100,000 set had already generated 1.5 million in revenue for the company. He couldn't quite understand why Mr. Chen would do this. I think Mr. Chen's approach has a certain depth to it. Wei Yan suddenly spoke up at the right moment. Fong Chang and Zhao Bowen turned to look at Wei Yan, their eyes filled with inquiry. Seeing their expressions, Wei Yan continued, let me ask a question first. What is the daily foot traffic for Tianlong now? Over 200,000, but this foot traffic is increasing every day. It might reach 300,000 in a couple of days, Zhao Bowen replied without hesitation. Since Tianlong's revival, he had been very attentive to its data. He had witnessed the foot traffic grow from a few thousand to 200,000, that's right. Look, if all these people buy the daily card for 0.1 yuan, that would be 20,000. If we also consider the weekly and monthly cards, it would definitely be more, Wei Yan explained. This model is referred to as low profit, high sales in our sales department. What I need to do is design the privileges of the monthly card in a way that makes people feel it's worth buying, so they are willing to purchase it, Wei Yan articulated logically. Fong Chang nodded secretly, feeling that Wei Yan's reasoning made sense. Currently, the game's traffic isn't very high. If it increases to millions in the future, then, just from each person buying a daily card for 10 cents, that would amount to hundreds of thousands in daily revenue. Moreover, this kind of income is very stable, as daily cards need to be purchased every day. This way, the game will have a relatively stable income every day, which is much more stable than a wealthy player buying 100,000 worth of equipment. It turns out that President Chen has been thinking so far ahead. Fortunately, with Wei Yan around, otherwise, he wouldn't understand President Chen's intentions. I have a suggestion on how to encourage players to buy monthly cards. I've been entering the game frequently these days to understand how players feel about it. The most common complaint is that the drop rate for equipment is too low and too hard to farm. I could add a bit of luck value to the monthly card, which could slightly increase the drop rate for equipment. As Zhao Bowen spoke, he pinched his fingers in the air slightly. For example, the daily card could increase luck by 1 point, the weekly card by 3 points, and the monthly card by 6 points. Each point of luck could increase the drop rate by 0.1%. The luck values of the 3 cards can stack, totaling a 1% increase in drop rate, which won't significantly impact game balance. Additionally, since President Chen has cut off all other spending channels, the function to revive in place using diamonds is gone. We could add that to the monthly card. The daily card could offer 2 chances to revive in place, the weekly card could offer 7, and the monthly card would have no limit. This way, I believe most players would be willing to purchase these 3 cards.
Fong Chang and Wei Yan nodded in agreement upon hearing Zhao Bowen's suggestion.
This suggestion is good, let's make the changes accordingly.
President Chen has already given the order to ensure the revised version goes live by tomorrow.
Alright, this reform isn't difficult. I can have 2 teams ready to go live by the end of the day, Zhao Bowen said confidently.
That's great, it would be even
better if it goes live by the end of the day. I see that President Chen is a bit anxious about this matter, Fong Chang reminded.
That evening, Du Ziting returned to his residence and directly logged into the Tianlong game on his computer. Yesterday's team battle ended with their Lingyan Pavilion defeat.
In fact, if he had distributed a few more sets of 100,000 worth of equipment to the guild brothers yesterday, they could have won. So he felt a bit unwilling, and today he planned to redeem himself.
Updated?
Du Ziting noticed that the game needed an update but didn't think much of it and clicked to update. However, once he entered the game, he suddenly realized there was a problem.
He couldn't find the interface for the 100,000 equipment lottery anymore. What's going on?
Du Ziting looked puzzled, then remembered he hadn't checked the update details, so he went to look at the update announcement.
After a while, he finally understood the reason.
It turned out that the game had removed all those equipment, and the only places to spend money were the newly added monthly, weekly, and daily cards. These 3 cards together cost less than 20 yuan. How could he take revenge now? Du Ziting stared blankly at the recharge interface that only showed the monthly card, but quickly realized that since he couldn't spend money to buy the 100,000 equipment, he could spend money to buy alternative
equipment for it.
Although that set of equipment was also difficult to farm, its drop rate was still much higher than that of the Dragon Slayer set.
If he spent
money to acquire it, he should be able to get a few sets.
It would definitely be no problem for revenge.
With this thought, Du Ziting took out his phone and called the game studio. He had previously contacted them to acquire the Dragon Slayer set, and now he wanted to acquire another set of equipment. After a round of discussion, the final price was set at 5,000 per item, with a complete set of 10 pieces totaling 50,000.
Calculating it this way, it was half the
price of directly purchasing the 100,000 worth of equipment.
It just required a bit of time. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. I can't wait.
10 years, but waiting a few days is still possible.
In a university dormitory, one roommate looked at Duan Mingyuan and asked, "Brother Yuan, in a couple of days, it's the National Day holiday. What are your plans? Are you going home?"
"I'm not going home, but I haven't figured out what to do yet," Duan
Mingyuan replied. "How about we make some money together?" "Make money? Are we going to get part-time jobs?" "Part-time jobs don't earn much. Let me tell you.
If we're lucky, the 4 of us can definitely make 10 to 18,000. The roommate patted his chest and said,
"What exactly are we doing?" Duan Mingyuan looked curiously at his roommate. He couldn't think of anything that could make that much money. "We can farm the Tianlong equipment." "Forget it, you know how hard it is to farm the Dragon Slayer set. Maybe during one holiday you won't even get 1 piece.
Upon hearing his roommate mention this, Duan Mingyuan
immediately lost interest.
During this time, they had spent their spare time farming equipment, but so far, they hadn't dropped a single piece of the Dragon
Slayer set.
Hearing Duan Mingyuan say this, the roommate quickly explained, "It's not the Dragon Slayer set, it's the Guyue set, the alternative equipment worth
100,000 for nobles. Someone is already buying it tonight, offering 3,000 per piece. Didn't I drop one the day before yesterday? Huzi also dropped one, and they've already been sold." The 3,000 instantly arrived.
While speaking, he showed Duan Mingyuan the transfer record on his phone.
"How come someone is buying this equipment?" Duan Mingyuan looked at the transfer record, somewhat puzzled. "Brother Yuan, you haven't logged into the game today, right? Just log in and take a look." Huzi suddenly spoke up.
Upon hearing this, Duan Mingyuan directly opened his computer and entered the game.
After reading the update announcement, he understood a bit.
It turned out that the game developers had removed all the equipment that could be purchased with real money. Since the Dragon Slayer set was too hard to farm, some people temporarily shifted their focus to the slightly inferior Guyue set. Although the Guyue set was also difficult to farm, there was still a chance to drop it if one was willing to put in the effort. The 4 of them in the dormitory had only played this game during their spare time, and over this long period, they had dropped 2 pieces of the Guyue set. If they put in some effort during the 7-day holiday, they might really have a chance to drop 4 or 5 pieces of equipment. That would be over 10,000. So, what do you think? Should we do it?
The four of us in the dormitory can cooperate. And we'll split the money from selling the dropped equipment. Seeing Duan Mingyuan finish reading the update announcement, the roommate slowly asked, Huzi, aren't you going to spend time with your girlfriend? Duan Mingyuan turned to Huzi and asked. Usually, during holidays, this guy would be out having fun with his girlfriend. Huzi waved his hand in response. Not this time, she's working on a new clothing design proposal during the holiday, preparing to pitch it to a new clothing company. Alright then, let's go for this one. Seeing this, Duan Mingyuan no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement. By the way, after this game update, there are only 3 places where you can spend money: the monthly card, weekly card, and daily card. We must buy these 3 cards, as they can increase the drop rate of equipment. And they're not expensive. The 3 cards together only cost 12.1 yuan. If we can drop one more piece of equipment, because of this, we'll break even. In the morning, at the clothing factory office, Chenmo looked at the 300,000 system funds displayed on the system panel, lost in thought. Yesterday, he had already informed the finance department to transfer 1.4 million system funds directly to the account designated by Li Mauda. Now, with only 300,000 system funds remaining, tomorrow at noon was the settlement day. Therefore, he needed to spend the remaining 300,000 system funds before noon tomorrow. It seemed he could only make a show of it at the celebration banquet. Shinro, have you booked the hotel as you were instructed? Mr. Chen, it's all set. It's a large banquet hall, and the news of the celebration banquet has already reached the employees of both companies. The time is set for noon today, Shinro quickly replied. She was increasingly amazed by Mr. Chen's boldness. The Dihao Hotel could be considered a 5-star hotel in Jiang City, much more upscale than the previous Xingyu restaurant. Dining here would surely cost a lot of money. That's good. Chenmo leaned back in his chair, feeling slightly relieved. He hadn't expected that what could have been a sure win for the system funds would lead to so many complications. Fortunately, he had been vigilant and noticed it in time, giving him ample time to react. However, spending over 300,000 system funds on a gathering of fewer than 90 employees still required careful planning. As noon approached, at Sangshui Games, Fong Chang had already set aside his work and arrived at the employees' studio. I'm sure everyone knows that Mr. Chen is holding a celebration banquet today, and the time and place have been announced in the group. A bus will be waiting downstairs to take us. If you don't want to drive, you can take the bus. One more thing about the holiday: after today's gathering, we will work one more day tomorrow before starting a 9-day long holiday, not the usual 7-day break. Whether it's the gathering or the 9-day holiday, these are benefits provided by Mr. Chen. I can assure you that if you go out and find any other company, you won't receive such treatment. So what I want to emphasize is that with such a great platform and such a good company, I hope you all cherish it. With so many holidays and so much time off, you can play however you like. But my only requirement is that during work hours, you give your all to your work. Mr. Chen may not notice your work status, but I see it clearly. Do you all remember that? Fong Chang scanned every employee in the studio. Manager Fong, we understand all this. If anyone in my team slacks off during work hours, I will be the first to object. The leader of Group 1 stood up first to express his stance. Following that, the leaders of other groups also stood up to voice their agreement. Fong Chang nodded in satisfaction at this scene. Since Mr. Chen had appointed him as the manager of the company, he had to take his responsibilities seriously. People tend to be lazy. Therefore, he needed to constantly remind these employees that such a good job was hard to come by, and if they didn't cherish it, many others were waiting in line behind them. Only by instilling a sense of urgency in these employees could he ensure they valued their current jobs. Alright, then you all continue with your work. After Fong Chang finished speaking, he returned to his office. Before long, Zhao Bowen walked in, his expression excited. Brother Fong, the revenue from Tianlong Games has exploded again. Exploded? What do you mean? Fong Chang looked at Zhao Bowen in confusion. He had just hurried over and he had only caught the word exploded. Did that mean the server had crashed? Zhao Bowen quickly began to explain. Brother Fong, the revenue from Tianlong Game has exploded. Since the update yesterday afternoon, it has already generated over 300,000 in sales, and the data shows that the revenue is still growing rapidly. How can it be so much? Fong Chang was a bit stunned by Zhao Bowen's words. Wasn't there only the monthly card, weekly card, and daily card left as consumption points? How could there be so much revenue? There is indeed that much, and it's still growing quickly. I checked the back-end data, and over 20,000 people have simultaneously purchased 3 monthly cards, while more than 60,000 have bought weekly and daily cards. As for the daily card, nearly 90% of the online players have purchased it. And this isn't even the peak traffic period yet. By tonight, I estimate even more people will recharge. The more Zhao Bowen spoke, the more excited he became. This time, the game's revenue was different from before. It was a form of sustained income. Watching the revenue curve continuously rise, his mood soared along with it. Fong Chang gradually came back to his senses from Zhao Bowen's words. At that moment, he truly felt that Tianlong was gradually returning to its former peak, and it might even surpass it. No, it wasn't just a possibility. It would definitely surpass the past. This time, under President Chen's leadership, Tianlong had undergone a complete transformation. Indeed, every step taken by President Chen had its significance. Previously, he thought that the 100,000 worth of equipment was specially prepared for those wealthy tycoons. It turned out that all of this was part of President Chen's strategic planning. His true goal was to offer it for free. By using free offerings to attract a large number of players, the monthly cards seemed inexpensive, but as the number of players increased, the daily income would also be quite considerable. President Chen's vision was long-term. While I was only thinking of the third step, he had already thought of the fifth. Admiration unconsciously appeared in Feng Chang's eyes. However, the current revenue from Tianlong was merely a burst period. In a couple of days, it would likely drop and stabilize. After all, once the monthly card was processed, there would be no need to renew it that month. Once those who wanted to purchase the monthly card completed their transactions in the next couple of days, the revenue would drop sharply until next week, when there would be a small surge again as those who bought weekly cards would need to purchase them again. Even so, Feng Chang estimated that the daily revenue would still be in the tens of thousands. This also meant that from now on, Sangshui Games would have a game with stable daily income. Has the report for this matter been prepared? Send it to President Chen as soon as possible and let him know that Tianlong has truly come back to life this time. Brother Feng, I see that this data hasn't stabilized yet, so I haven't done it. Should I go back and prepare one now? Zhao Bowen quickly spoke up, turning to leave. Seeing this, Feng Chang waved to stop him. Forget it, it's almost 12 o'clock. Everyone should be heading to the Dihao Hotel now. Even if you finish the report and send it over, President Chen probably won't see it. Besides, the purpose of President Chen's gathering this time is to celebrate Tianlong's revival. We can report this matter to him in person at the celebration, which is quite fitting. Indeed, this can be seen as a double joy. President Chen will surely be very pleased. We haven't let down his expectations. Tianlong has finally come back to life. Zhao Bowen nodded in agreement, expressing his sentiment. Yes, Feng Chang sighed in agreement. In fact, the greatest contributor to Tianlong's revival is still President Chen. He started from being a game investor and gradually transformed Tianlong into what it is today. Without President Chen, there would be no Tianlong today. But after laying the foundation for Tianlong, President Chen chose to step back and let us take all the credit. That is the true greatness of President Chen. With such a boss, what more could one ask for? In the clothing factory, Chenmo stood at the front of the workshop watching as one by one, the workshop employees boarded the bus. It was already 12 o'clock, time for the gathering. President Chen, everyone is here, should we set off now? Li Shen ran over after counting the personnel. Let's go, Chenmo nodded, then looked at Shenro. Have you notified those working from home? President Chen, I've already informed them all, Shenro quickly began to say, then suddenly remembered something. President Chen, you requested 12 tables, but I only booked 11. Chenmo turned to look at Shenro, his gaze revealing a question. This little assistant was a bit disobedient. He had estimated 7 people per table, and 12 tables would be just about right. Now, with 1 table less, he would spend less money. Shenro noticed Chenmo's gaze and cautiously spoke up. President Chen, I calculated that there are only a little over 70 people attending the gathering. So many people, are there some not attending? No, President Chen, it's just that there are still 10 people in training outside, and they haven't returned yet. Chenmo was momentarily stunned. He had almost forgotten that Wu Yu and the others were still training at the machinery factory. Counting the days, they would still be in training for one more day tomorrow before it ended. However, after the training tomorrow, the company would be on holiday and they wouldn't be back to work for another 9 days. Not bad. When they returned from the holiday, he could directly announce the factory's transformation into a brand clothing manufacturer, which would make it impossible for Wu Yu to pull orders. Chenmo smiled slightly, looking at Shenro with a cheerful mood. 1 table less is 1 table less, but it's a pity that those 10 people can't attend the celebration banquet due to training. Tomorrow, inform the finance department to give each of them 1,000 yuan as compensation, so they can celebrate on their own. They may not attend the celebration banquet, but this money must be spent. He was going to spend 300,000 in system funds, so if he could find a reason to spend a little now, he would. Shenro was a bit stunned upon hearing Chenmo's order. She couldn't believe there was compensation for not attending the celebration banquet, but she couldn't afford to think too much at that moment, quickly agreeing, and then got into the company's business vehicle with President Chen. At the Dihao Hotel, Chenmo arrived first because he had made a reservation. The receptionist at the entrance directly led him to the ordering area, and it was the hotel manager who personally served him. This time, he had to personally place the order to feel at ease. Glancing at the menu, he ordered all the most expensive dishes listed. The prices here were indeed higher than those at Xingyu restaurant. The hotel manager couldn't hide his smile upon seeing the dishes Chenmo ordered. Alright, President Chen, I've noted all these dishes, one portion for each table, right? No, I want 2 portions of each dish, Chenmo replied without hesitation. The hotel manager nearly dropped the menu in shock. These dishes were the hotel's signature items, and the prices were not low. Realizing this, he quickly grabbed a calculator to calculate the total, worried that this boss might not realize the cost of ordering these dishes. President Chen, if you want 2 portions, the 11 tables will cost over 260,000. However, considering that you are spending so much at once, our hotel can offer you a 5% discount, bringing it down to around 240,000. Only 240,000? Chenmo frowned. He had long stopped caring about the discount the hotel manager mentioned. It wouldn't be appropriate to outright refuse the discount, as that would make him seem foolish. In the future, I could let Li Xin and Wei Yan order the dishes. That could work. Chenmo thought with a wicked sense of humor. Of course, the main reason for not caring about the discounts was that the amount spent was already quite high, so whether to have those discounts or not no longer made a critical difference. The hotel manager saw President Chen frowning and felt relieved, thankful that he hadn't directly informed the kitchen to prepare the dishes. At this moment, seeing the other party's frown, it was clear that the price had exceeded the budget. Could you give me that menu again? Sure. The hotel manager quickly handed the menu back. He thought, is he planning to order again? Sure enough, President Chen pointed out a few more dishes on the menu. Alright, add these dishes. Ah, the hotel manager was momentarily taken aback. Do you still want the dishes that were ordered earlier? Of course. Why wouldn't I want them? Chenmo looked at the hotel manager with some confusion. If I don't want them, how can I spend money? He had just calculated that, including the few dishes just added, it was almost enough to reach 300,000. Watching the hotel manager leave with a look of surprise, Chenmo contentedly made his way to a banquet hall on the 6th floor. As time passed, the employees from Sangshui Games and the clothing factory had mostly arrived. The hotel staff began to push in the food carts one after another, and seeing the still luxurious dishes, the veteran employees showed no signs of surprise, as they had already guessed it before coming. Only the later batch of employees from Sangshui Games, who had never attended a company dinner, displayed shocked expressions. Su Yuan looked at the table full of delicacies. Already speechless in astonishment, this 5-star hotel was something he had never dared to try before, worried about the high prices. And now, he was actually at a 5-star hotel for the company's celebration banquet, enjoying top-notch cuisine. It was simply too dreamy. Working in such a company was truly a blessing. As the dishes on the table increased, the banquet hall gradually became lively. This time, Chenmo did not choose to sit at a table with Li Xin and the other key members, mainly because those guys could drink too much, which made him feel embarrassed. However, just after taking a few bites, he saw Fong Chang, Wei Yan, and Zhao Bowen walking over together. Chenmo's eyes narrowed with caution. These guys weren't coming over to toast, were they? Soon, the three approached and shouted in unison, President Chen, congratulations. Congratulations? Congratulations for what? Chenmo was puzzled, instinctively feeling that something was off. Manager Fong, why don't you explain this matter? Wei Yan pushed Fong Chang forward. Fong Chang did not refuse, cleared his throat, and spoke. President Chen, Tianlong Games has completely come back to life this time. Wasn't it already revived? Chenmo asked in confusion. It's like this. President Chen, previously Tianlong was revived, but the income was still unstable. However, you requested yesterday to take down those expensive items and put up the monthly card system. This reform has been very successful. From last night until noon today, we've already generated over 300,000 in revenue, and it's still increasing. What's more critical is that this income is very stable, unlike before, which relied on wealthy players to recharge. Fong Chang said excitedly. Chenmo's eyes darkened slightly. All he could think about was that 300,000 in revenue. He had clearly cut off those money-spending items, so how could there still be so much revenue? What on earth was going on? Could there be a mistake? He looked up at Fong Chang. What exactly is going on? Isn't the only place that requires recharging the monthly card now? How could there still be so much profit? President Chen, it's through those 3 types of cards that we're making a profit. Chen is indeed far-sighted, knowing that relying on the rich for recharge isn't a long-term solution, so he directly cut out those expensive items. Instead, he replaced them with affordable monthly, weekly, and daily cards, making it possible for those casual players to spend as well. Today, the data from Tianlong's backend shows that over 20,000 people purchased 3 cards together. Fong Chang spoke with excitement, unable to hide his joy. Upon hearing Fong Chang's explanation, Chenmo's last glimmer of hope was extinguished. Tianlong had indeed made a profit of 300,000 again. Looking at the 3 of them in front of him, all smiles, Chenmo weakly waved his hand. I understand this matter, you can go back now. The 3 turned obediently and left. On the way, Fong Chang spoke up with some confusion. It seems like Chen is a bit unhappy. Wei Yan shook his head in response. What do you know? Chen's expression is just a sign of keeping his emotions in check. As a boss, how could he easily let you see his feelings? Chen's outward display of unhappiness is to prevent us from becoming too complacent. In fact, he is happy inside. I see, Director Wei really understands Chen. Fong Chang realized suddenly. After Fong Chang and the others left, Chenmo silently sat down in a chair. Having just spent 300,000, now suddenly having over 300,000 more. How could this money not be spent? Chen, are you okay? Shenro noticed that Chen's expression was a bit off and asked with concern. It's nothing, come with me to find the hotel manager. Chenmo waved his hand and stood up, walking towards the banquet hall exit. Since there was an extra 300,000 in system funds, he naturally had to think of a way to spend it. Okay. Shenro nodded and followed Chenmo out of the banquet hall. Chen, is there a problem? The hotel manager asked cautiously upon seeing Chenmo approach. This boss was a big client, and he had to be treated well. No problem, just bring me your menu. I want to take a look. Sure, please wait a moment. Soon, the hotel manager brought over the menu. Chenmo took the menu and started flipping through it, looking for more places to spend. His gaze quickly landed on the red wine. One bottle of red wine costs 1,000 yuan. That's not exactly a bargain compared to the beer that costs just a few bucks. At every gathering, the employees would drink about 20 cases of beer, with each case containing 12 bottles, totaling around 240 bottles of beer. If they switched to this 1,000 yuan wine, wouldn't that easily cost over 200,000? If the employees drank a bit more, they might even spend 300,000. Chenmo's eyes lit up as he looked at the hotel manager and said, please have the waitstaff remove all the beer from the banquet hall and replace it with this 1,000 yuan red wine. Let's start with 300 bottles. We can adjust later, no problem? Chen, how many bottles? The hotel manager asked uncertainly, suspecting he had misheard. It should be 30 bottles, not 300. 300 bottles. Okay, Chen, I'll notify them right away. The hotel manager confirmed he hadn't misheard and quickly agreed, rushing to arrange for the waitstaff to remove the beer from the banquet hall and send another group to fetch the red wine. Chen, isn't that red wine a bit expensive? Shenro whispered from the side. She had seen the price of the red wine. One bottle costs 1,000 yuan, and Chen was ordering 300 bottles all at once, which seemed extravagant. You don't understand, red wine has beauty and health benefits, much better than beer. You'll have some too. Chenmo said seriously. He remembered that last time Shenro had even drunk fruit wine. If she could drink fruit wine, then drinking a bit of red wine shouldn't be a problem. Ah, do I have to drink too? Shenro exclaimed in surprise. Of course, the company will definitely grow bigger in the future. As my assistant, you will inevitably have to attend wine parties with me. If you know nothing about wine by then, how can that work? Chenmo casually found a reason to brush off Shenro's surprise. Hearing Chen's words, Shenro fell into thought. Yes. As Chen's assistant, she would definitely have to socialize with him in the future. If Chen couldn't drink, then it would fall to her to help him handle the drinks when necessary. Returning to the banquet hall, as soon as Chenmo walked in, he saw Li Shin approaching. Chen, the waiters have taken away the beer, saying you arranged for them to replace it with other wines. That's right, I replaced it with some good wine. I see you have a good tolerance, so drink a bit more this time. Chenmo patted Li Shin on the shoulder and returned to his seat. Soon, several waiters pushed in with red wine. Quickly, gasps of amazement filled the banquet hall as the employees curiously looked at the red wine on the table, some already eagerly pouring themselves a glass and drinking. Seeing this, Chenmo nodded secretly, noticing that these employees seemed quite satisfied with the red wine. However, as time passed, he noticed something was off. At first, the employees were drinking enthusiastically, quickly finishing a bottle of red wine, but gradually, with the second or third bottle, their pace slowed down. Some employees had even stopped drinking altogether. This wouldn't do. Chenmo could no longer sit still. If they didn't finish the red wine, how would he consume the 300,000 in system funds? He immediately got up and started moving from table to table. Well, you girls should drink a bit more. Red wine is good for beauty and skin. Right. Women are as good as men. You are our company's Hua Mulan. Hey, what's wrong with you big guys? The girls have already finished a bottle and you guys haven't even finished half of yours. What? Want to keep fish? Fill it up, fill it up. Right, deep feelings, down in one, strong bonds, drink until you bleed. Wang Maonian, aren't you good at drinking? Why have you stopped after 3 bottles? Chenmo looked at Wang Maonian sitting there, not having drunk for a while, and directly opened a bottle of red wine and brought it over. Wang Maonian looked at the red wine Chenmo placed on the table, rubbed his head, and spoke with some difficulty. Chen, it's not that I don't want to drink, this red wine has a bit of a kick, let me take a breather. Alright, then take your time, this bottle of red wine is yours. Now. Chenmo secretly smiled at Wang Maonian's reluctant expression. Finally, he got his revenge for the last 2 times he had been toasted. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, the celebration banquet quickly came to an end. In the end, the red wine was not finished, only 236 bottles were consumed.
However, Chenmo wasn't in such a hurry anymore. He suddenly thought of other ways to spend money. Since it was a celebration banquet, there should be awards. He could completely reward the employees who participated in the Tianlong reform. Chenmo thought to himself, while in the distance, Wei Yan and others had already started arranging for the company's employees to leave in succession. At the entrance of the Dihao Hotel, Lawyer Tang, these two are in your hands now. Chenmo looked at Zhou Chen and Zhao Lingling beside Tang Xiu. Both of them worked from home and had just drunk half a bottle of red wine, so they were a bit wobbly as they walked. Fortunately, Tang Xiu had driven over and hadn't drunk, so he took it upon himself to see these two home. Don't worry, Chen. What about Shinro? Tang Xiu's gaze turned to Shinro, who was beside Chenmo. At that moment, Shinro was being supported by Chenmo, completely intoxicated. She hadn't expected that this seemingly delicate Shinro could drink so fiercely, downing 2 bottles of red wine. I've already contacted her classmates. I'll take her to school, Chenmo said, glancing at Shinro leaning against him, speaking in a calm tone. Okay. Tang Xiu nodded and then shoved Zhou Chen and Zhao Lingling into the car. Chenmo also helped Shinro to the company's van and assisted her inside. Yang Ge, head to Jiangcheng University first. At the entrance of Jiangcheng University, Zhang Lan waited anxiously. After receiving Chenmo's call, she had come to wait at the school gate. Before long, a van pulled up at the campus entrance and she saw Chenmo get out and carry Shinro down. She hurried over. How is Shinro? Why did she drink so much? Zhang Lan asked anxiously, looking at Shinro, who was fidgeting in Chenmo's arms. It's nothing, just drunk. Where's your dormitory? Chenmo replied, somewhat awkwardly. He had only intended for Shinro to drink a little with a few female employees at that table, but when he returned after trying to persuade them to drink less, he found that aside from Tang Xiu and one female employee who couldn't drink, the others had all gotten drunk, including Zhou Chen and Zhao Lingling, who were taken away by Tang Xiu. Shinro was even more impressive. While the other female employees had drunk a bottle or half a bottle, Shinro had downed 2 full bottles. Chenmo felt a bit moved. Shinro understood him the most, even going to the extent of drinking heavily to help him spend money. Unlike Mao and his group, who were all enthusiastic when toasting but started complaining about the strong aftereffects of red wine when it came time to drink. Zhang Lan carefully checked Shinro's condition, confirming that she was indeed just drunk, and finally relaxed. She pointed in the direction of the dormitory and looked at Chenmo curiously, asking, how much did Xiaoro drink to get this drunk? 2 bottles, Chenmo replied, carrying Shinro in the direction Zhang Lan indicated. That's not right. Xiaoro and I have drunk together in the dorm before, and she drank more than 2 bottles then without getting this drunk, Zhang Lan said, puzzled. Chenmo turned to look at Zhang Lan and replied calmly, it was 2 bottles of red wine. Zhang Lan felt a headache coming on. Arriving at the dormitory building, they greeted the dorm supervisor and directly took Shinro inside. After laying Shinro on the bed, Chenmo turned to Zhang Lan. I'll leave her in your care. When she wakes up tomorrow, tell her that if she doesn't feel well, she doesn't have to come to work. Give her a day off. Got it, thank you, Zhang Lan replied gratefully. Although Shinro had drunk too much at the company dinner, it was quite rare for a company boss to personally carry her back to the dormitory. The next morning, Chenmo looked at the real-time data from the Tianlong backend sent by Tsangxue Games and felt unwell. Last night, he had heard Fong Chang say that Tianlong had generated 300,000 in revenue, having switched from beer to red wine, spending nearly all of it. He had thought that by giving some rewards to the employees involved in the Tianlong reform today, he could exhaust the remaining system funds in one go. So this morning, he ordered Tsangxue Games to provide him with Tianlong's real-time data. He needed to calculate the amount of rewards based on Tianlong's income from yesterday to today. However, to his surprise, Tianlong's account balance had reached over 900,000. If he included the 300,000 spent yesterday, Tianlong had actually earned over 1.2 million in just a little over a day. This is not the most critical issue. He discovered an even more perplexing problem. The revenue of Tianlong was still increasing. At this rate of development, even if he spent the current 900,000, the continuously increasing revenue would be enough to lead to his failure in settlement. So the current situation was that no matter how he spent the money, it was impossible for him to successfully settle and obtain the 8 million in system funds. Thinking of this, Chenmo directed his thoughts towards the system panel in his mind. System, your system has a bug. According to your current settlement rules and my company's revenue, it is impossible for me to successfully settle and receive the full system reward. I need an explanation. The system is currently detecting the host's current revenue. Please wait. Detection complete. The host's current enterprise revenue, according to the current conversion rules, indeed cannot fully convert system assets. To reflect the system's fairness and justice, the system is updating. System update complete. Please check the current system settlement rules. Settlement 1. If the remaining system funds are less than 1% of the total system funds, full conversion of system funds. Settlement 2. If the remaining system funds are less than 50% of the total system funds, 1% of the consumed system funds can be converted.
Settlement 3, if the remaining system funds are more than half of the total system funds, 1,000th of the consumed system funds can be converted. For example, 8 million system funds. Settlement 1, if the remaining system funds are below 80,000. Full conversion. Settlement 2, if the remaining system funds are below 4 million, for instance, if 2 million remains, it will convert 800200 equals 600 millions. 1%, which is 60,000. Settlement 3, if the remaining system funds are above 4 million, for instance, if 6 million remains, it will convert 800600 equals 200 millions 1000, which is 2000. Chenmo looked at the latest conversion rules and found that this time, to achieve full conversion of system funds, he only needed to spend the system funds down to below 80,000. It was indeed easier than the previous 8,000. Seeing such conversion rules, Chenmo instantly felt motivated again. Thinking of this, Chenmo quickly called Fong Chang to inquire about how many people participated in the Tianlong reform and what positions they held. President Chen, why are you asking about the personnel involved in the Tianlong reform? Fong Chang asked, somewhat puzzled. The reform of Tianlong has been very successful and everyone's efforts are commendable. I am preparing to distribute project bonuses. Chenmo quickly replied he needed to quickly tally the number of people and then distribute the project bonuses. However, when he thought of the project bonuses, the system gave a reminder. Project bonuses could be distributed, but the bonuses could not exceed 30% of the current project's profit amount, and the bonuses for each employee's position also needed to be reasonably allocated. As for not exceeding 30% of the current profit funds of the project, Tianlong's profits during this period had already reached about 3 million, which meant he could distribute 900,000 in project bonuses. Chenmo looked at the current system funds, which were just over 940,000. He could spend 900,000 on project bonuses, leaving him with just over 40,000 in system funds. Over 40,000 was enough for him to fully convert the system funds. But with 3 hours left until the 12 o'clock settlement, the profits from the Tianlong game were still increasing. If the revenue of Tianlong exceeded 40,000 in these 3 hours, his settlement would be considered a failure. However, Chenmo had no good way to deal with this, as he still needed to calculate each person's bonus distribution and then notify the finance department to quickly transfer the funds to the employees. This was already enough to keep him busy, leaving no extra time to think about anything else. Soon, he received the list of personnel involved in the Tianlong reform sent by Fong Chang. There were a total of 43 people, including Wei Yan, Fong Chang, and Zhao Bowen, who were all above the supervisor level, along with 14 leaders and 36 team members. Chenmo briefly allocated the bonuses, giving the 3 supervisors 100,000 each and the 14 leaders 50,000 each. This way, 500,000 was deducted, leaving 400,000 to be evenly split among the 36 team members. Chenmo calculated with a calculator and found that 40 divided by 36 didn't yield a whole number. The calculator displayed 1,111.11. However, he was too lazy to think of a better distribution method. Since it couldn't be divided evenly, he decided to just give a little less. 1,111.11 yuan wasn't bad. With that thought, Chenmo picked up the phone and called the finance department directly, not bothering to have Shinro handle it to save time. It was a race against time. If the finance department took too long to transfer the funds and didn't get it done before the system settled, all his efforts would be in vain. Once the call connected, he quickly conveyed all his requirements to finance and insisted that the project bonuses must be transferred to the employees' accounts before noon. After completing a series of tasks, Chenmo finally let out a sigh of relief, collapsing into his chair. This short period had drained too much of his energy. For the first time, he realized that spending money could be exhausting. Before long, Chenmo sensed something was off in the office atmosphere and turned to see Shinro looking at him with a resentful expression. President Chen, I really have no issues. It was just that the after-effects of the red wine were a bit strong yesterday, but I'm fine this morning. So, it's no problem for me to handle notifications to finance and such, Shinro said softly, looking at President Chen. He was worried about her health, and she was already this tired in the morning without him assigning her any work. Oh, if something comes up later, I'll arrange for you to do it, Chenmo replied somewhat awkwardly, then shifted his focus to the system panel in his mind, needing to keep an eye on the changes in system funds. System settlement begins. System settling, Chen. Mo leaned back in his chair, listening to the system's voice in his mind without any emotional fluctuations, as he had already anticipated the settlement results before it occurred. Moreover, there was no suspense in this outcome. He had no room to resist. Just an hour before the settlement, the revenue from the Tianlong game had surged at an incredible speed. In just 1 hour, the revenue had already risen to over 500,000 and was increasing rapidly, leaving him no time to react. Post remaining system funds 523,358 using the second settlement method, converting personal funds to 74,766. Given that the host broke the Original settlement rules. Before the settlement, the host is rewarded with the ability to establish 2 different companies in different industries. System. Settlement complete, system funds have been replenished. Please check the system panel. After a while, Chenmo gradually came back to his senses and let out a long sigh. He had missed out on 8 million, but due to the system update, he still converted over 70,000 of his personal assets, which could be considered a consolation prize. Immersing his consciousness, he looked at the system panel in his mind. Host, Chenmo, system funds, 15 million, personal assets, 85,374. Settlement period, 4 months, countdown, special task, spend system funds down to below 5 million within 2 months to receive a mysterious reward. Chenmo took a serious look. According to the current settlement method, to fully convert his personal assets, he needed to spend the system funds down to below 150,000 at the time of settlement to achieve full conversion of his personal assets. However, due to the system update, an additional settlement standard was introduced. If he couldn't reduce the system funds to below 150,000, using this second settlement rule, he just needed to spend the system funds as low as possible. Converting a personal asset of over 100,000 would definitely not be a problem. As for the third settlement rule, Chenmo directly ignored it. According to the third settlement, he could convert at most a little over 7,000 yuan. So, his goal this time was to secure the minimum while striving for the maximum. There was also the mysterious reward for this mysterious task. He had no idea what it would be. Last time, he was rewarded with 10 classic songs, which were quite useless to him. Hopefully, this time the reward would be something better. After the settlement, he could also develop 2 additional industries, but this time, he had to choose carefully and not be reckless like in the Tsunshui game. He must select 2 unprofitable industries. Otherwise, establishing 2 profitable industries would be problematic. Next was the issue of the clothing factory. Once the holiday was over, he could start transforming it into a brand clothing line. He had already learned that creating a brand clothing line required his own fashion designers, but he still needed to focus on recruiting inexperienced interns. He absolutely could not hire experienced designers, otherwise, if they designed a hit piece, it would be troublesome. As for the interns, even if they were excellent, they had no work experience, so there wouldn't be any surprises in the short term. Of course, exceptions like Wu Yu were made. The workshop had already been rented, but it needed some renovation. Wang Yang was quite good. The previous 2 renovations had gone smoothly, done according to his requirements, and there were no issues with substandard materials. Since that was the case, he would choose him for this renovation as well. It would save time and effort. Another issue was that once the workshop was built, a batch of new employees would definitely need to be hired. However, for a 2,000 square meter workshop, how many employees and machines were needed and how to allocate them could be left to Zheng Cheng and Li Xin to figure out. That was about it for now, but there was still half a day until the holiday, and any implementation would have to wait until after the break. Of course, there was still one important thing. To understand why the income from Tianlong suddenly surged an hour before the settlement. In just 1 hour, the revenue increased by over 500,000, which was definitely not good news. Thinking of this, he called Fong Chang. Sanshui game. Fong Chang was staring blankly at the transfer record of 100,000, which was timestamped at 11:30. However, he had been busy with the new game in the morning and hadn't paid much attention to his phone messages. It was only during the lunch break at noon that he noticed. He had known since around 9 a.m. that General Manager Chen was going to distribute project bonuses, but he didn't expect the project bonus to arrive by around 11. That was too fast. What surprised him even more was that the project bonus was as high as 100,000. That was way too much. His monthly salary was only 18,000. It started at 15,000 and had increased a few times since then. But now, a project bonus of 100,000 was almost equivalent to his half-year salary. Moreover, he had just inquired with the finance department, and the tax on this bonus would be uniformly declared and paid by the company at the end of the month. So, this 100,000 yuan was genuinely in his hands. Fong Chang's mood at this moment was beyond words. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He saw it was a call from General Manager Chen and quickly answered. He could hear General Manager Chen's voice coming through the phone. My Tianlong's backend data, how did the revenue suddenly surge so much? Do you know the reason? Tianlong's revenue had skyrocketed again. Fong Chang's expression froze. He had only glanced at Tianlong's backend data that morning and hadn't paid attention since. Manager Chen, I don't know the reason either. I'll ask Zhao Bowen later. He's been keeping an eye on Tianlong's matters. I'll report back once I have results. Alright. After the call ended, Fong Chang put away his phone and prepared to find Zhao Bowen to inquire about the situation. Arriving at the employee workspace, it was already lunchtime, and some employees were eating at their desks. Zhao Bowen was discussing the sudden appearance of a transfer with several team leaders, with Wei Yan also present. Yan Gu, why don't you call Manager Chen and ask about this sudden transfer? Yeah, how did a transfer suddenly appear? It's not even time for expenses, and my salary isn't that
Much. The information says it's a bonus, but I haven't done anything to earn a bonus. Fong Chang listened to their conversation and suddenly remembered that when he learned Manager Chen was going to distribute project bonuses, he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly, so he hadn't rushed to announce the project bonuses. Brother Fong, you're here. You also received a transfer, right? What's going on? Zhao Bowen noticed Fong Chang at the door and asked. Oh, I know about this, I just haven't had the chance to inform everyone. Fong Chang cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward. Brother Fong, what exactly is this? Money, and why is it so much? Zhao Bowen quickly asked. The others in the studio also looked over, their eyes filled with curiosity. Feeling the attention of the crowd, Fong Chang slowly spoke. This money is the project bonus that Manager Chen is distributing to everyone, related to the recent reforms at Tianlong. Everyone suddenly understood upon hearing Fong Chang's words. But Manager Fong, why is our transfer amount 11,111.11? Does it have any special meaning? An employee raised their hand and asked curiously. Then several other employees raised their hands as well. Ours is also 11,111.11 yuan. 11,111.11 yuan? Fong Chang was momentarily stunned. He had only seen his own transfer record and didn't know how much the employees' project bonuses were. Judging by their expressions, it seemed that the bonuses for these ordinary employees were all 11,111.11 yuan. I guess Manager Chen is hinting that we shouldn't engage in office romances. It's all one, which means being single, right? Zhao Bowen stroked his chin, pondering. It should mean that Manager Chen hopes we work hard and always strive for first place. Given Manager Chan's attitude towards employees, as long as it doesn't affect work, he wouldn't oppose office romances, Wei Yan suddenly interjected. Listening to their speculations, Fong Chang felt Wei Yan's interpretation was more accurate. After all, if Manager Chen truly opposed office romances, he would have issued a company regulation. But currently, there was no rule against office romances in the company's regulations, clearly indicating that Zhao Bowen's guess was unreliable. Alright, everyone, don't overthink it. As long as you work hard and create more benefits for the company, Manager Chen won't treat us unfairly. This project bonus is the best proof of that, Fong Chang said to the employees in the studio and then called Zhao Bowen and Wei Yan into the office. Tianlong's revenue has surged again today. Do you know the reason? Once in the office, Fong Chang turned to Zhao Bowen and asked. Oh, it's about that matter, I know. However, I realized it was already lunchtime and was planning to tell you this afternoon, Zhao Bowen said, suddenly enlightened. The surge in revenue for the Tianlong game occurred around 11 o'clock, and since he had been monitoring the back-end data of Tianlong, he was the first to know when the revenue skyrocketed. This data was very unusual. Given the current player traffic, it was impossible for the revenue to suddenly spike like that. After all, by this time of day, the number of players purchasing monthly subscriptions was nearly saturated, so such a sudden increase in revenue was unlikely. Initially, he thought there might be a bug in the game's back-end, but after checking, there was no issue. Later, he entered the game and found the answer in the public chat. What exactly is the reason? Fong Chang hurriedly asked, as President Chen was waiting for his news. It's because of a game blogger. This blogger has over 10 million followers, and during that time in the morning, he live-streamed playing our game, which led a large wave of viewers to download Tianlong and start playing it. In just 1 hour, the user count increased by 300,000, but that streamer is still live now, so it should be even more. Zhao Bowen shared everything he had learned. I see. Fong Chang nodded and asked Zhao Bowen for the ID of that game blogger before calling President Chen. In the office of the clothing factory, Chenmo was eating the meal that Shenro had brought from the cafeteria while frantically trying to grab high-speed train tickets. When he decided to go home a couple of days ago, he thought he could definitely convert that 8 million in system funds in full this time and hadn't even considered the ticket situation. After all, once the 8 million was in hand, he could go directly to the Forest dealership to pick up a new car and drive home in style. However, he never expected things would develop to this extent. It was clearly impossible to show off by driving a car home now, so he could only obediently buy a ticket to go home. Nevertheless, he now had a net worth of 80,000, so he could afford to take the high-speed train. And while 80,000 might not be enough for anything significant, it was certainly enough to buy some new appliances for the family. Ding ding, the phone rang. President Chen, we've found out the reason for the sudden surge in Tianlong's revenue. It's a game blogger named Zhou Nan who was live-streaming our game, attracting a large number of new players. Fong Chang's voice came through the phone. Zhou Nan? Why does that name sound so familiar? Chenmo pondered for a moment and suddenly remembered that he had come across a game blogger named Zhou Nan while scrolling through short videos. He hung up the phone. Chenmo opened the short video platform and directly searched for Zhou Nan, and sure enough, he found a game blogger with millions of followers at the top of the list. At that moment, he was still live-streaming. Curious, Chenmo clicked in. He saw a man in his 30s playing the Tianlong game. The comments section was bustling. Wow, this game is really generous, eh? Monthly card is only 10 yuan, a weekly card is 2 yuan, and a daily card is just 1 dime.
And there are really no other charging channels. Streamer, I'm
already level 60, I want to join your guild. I heard the drop rate for equipment in here is very low, and there are people buying it at high prices, is that true? I can confirm, there are indeed buyers, and they recently updated the equipment enhancement system. As long as you collect different materials and use gold coins, you can enhance your equipment. So now, people are also starting to collect materials and gold coins, and the prices are not low. As long as you buy all 3 cards, monthly, weekly, and daily, and gather 10 lucky points, grinding for a day, it's not too much to say that those materials and gold coins can
sell for 100 or 80 yuan without any problem. Indeed, a friend of mine grinded all night yesterday and sold over 60. And if luck is on your side, getting a piece of the Ancient Moon set or the Dragon Slayer set could mean a huge profit. I've already decided that during this National Day holiday, I'm going to grind this game. It's just too enjoyable to make money while playing. I've already fallen into the trap. I'm a student and don't have much pocket money, but this is just right for me. I can easily cover the monthly card fee by selling materials in gold. Damn, I just accidentally got a piece of the Ancient Moon set, and someone bought it for 3,000 bucks right away. So happy. Is that for real? If you don't believe me, check my personal page, I posted a video. Dude, you're so lucky. Chenmo looked gloomily at the livestream.
This game streamer has millions of fans, and this livestream will definitely attract a wave of new players. Even if it only draws in a few 100,000, if these people buy monthly cards, that could be millions. If this Dragon Slayer continues to develop like this, it's basically a money-making machine. Thinking of this, Chenmo let out a long sigh. If he had known it would turn out this way, he should have. Chenmo ultimately shook his head helplessly. The revival of this Dragon Slayer still felt somewhat unreal to him. Moreover, he seemed to be the biggest contributor, but he initially just wanted to take revenge. Brothers, I've decided, I want to create the strongest account in Dragon Slayer. So if you drop any materials or gold you want to sell, remember to come to me, I'll take them all. The price is negotiable. With my personality, I'll definitely buy at the cheapest price. Haha, just kidding, the game blogger said while playing the game. Chenmo looked at the peaceful game livestream, typed a comment calling it a trash game, and then directly exited the live stream room. From just one live stream, he made so much money. This Dragon Slayer was completely done for. He could only pin his hopes on Fong Chang's new project. Of course, he still had 2 opportunities to develop new industries, and during the holiday, he could take some time to figure out what could be profitable. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time to get off work. In the old city community, Chenmo was having dinner at Yang Dahai's house. In the past, it was always Yang Duo who brought the food upstairs. However, this time, since the holiday starts tomorrow, Dong Hong made a lot of dishes and directly invited him over to eat. Come on, Xiaomo, eat while it's hot. There are just 2 more dishes to finish. Dong Hong placed a plate of large shrimp on the table and hurried back to the kitchen. Chenmo smiled slightly but didn't pick up his chopsticks. As for the name Dong Hong used, it was his request. After all, it was after work and there was no need to call him President Chen, which felt quite awkward to him. Before long, all the dishes were ready, and Chenmo counted. There were actually 12 dishes. Xiaomo, are you going home for the holiday? If not, you can celebrate here. Coincidentally, our Yao Yao is coming back in the next couple of days. You two are about the same age and can play together. Dong Hong sat at the dining table and placed a piece of meat into Chenmo's bowl. I'm going home, my train is tomorrow morning, Chenmo replied. Brother Chen, that's such a pity, my sister is really beautiful. Yang Duo tilted her little head and suddenly spoke up. Chenmo smiled at her words, looking at Yang Duo's adorable face, and couldn't help but pinch her little cheek. So, who looks better, you or your sister? Hearing this, Yang Duo looked down at herself and pouted. Duo is still too small now. When I grow up, I'll be even prettier than my sister. The dinner quickly ended amidst laughter. Chenmo wanted to help clean up the dishes, but he was stopped by Yang Dahai, so he had no choice but to return to his own home. He called his parents to inform them of his arrival. Time tomorrow. To get back early, he booked a high-speed train for 6 in the morning. However, the place where his family lived was a county-level city, which currently did not have a train station, so the high-speed train could only reach the prefecture-level city, and then he would have to take a bus or a taxi to get home. After a quick wash-up, he went to bed early. The next morning, Chenmo arrived at the train station early, smoothly checked his ticket, and boarded the train on his way home. Meanwhile, a bus slowly stopped in front of the clothing factory. The doors opened, and 10 figures slowly descended. They were the 10 employees from the clothing factory who had gone for training. I'm back, finally back. Still the familiar sight, still the familiar atmosphere. The month of training is finally over. The group of employees looked at the familiar clothing factory before them, unable to hold back their tears. Woo! Yu gazed at the workshop in front of him, feeling a sense of nostalgia. He was finally back. In Jinyun City, Chenmo slowly walked out of the train station, glanced at the time, and it was just 8 o'clock. To get home as soon as possible, he directly hailed a taxi at the station entrance. Driver, to Baiming County. After saying this to the taxi driver, he got into the car. Jinyun City was not far from Baiming County. It took about 40 minutes to arrive. Driver, just stop here. 40 minutes later, Chenmo instructed the taxi driver to stop in front of an electronics mall. After paying, he got out of the car. Looking at the electronics mall in front of him, he walked straight in. He didn't choose to go home but planned to order a few appliances from the mall before returning. After all, knowing his parents' personalities, if he went back and said he wanted to replace the appliances at home, he would definitely be stopped. So he planned to act first and report later, buying everything before going back. In fact, his family was not very poor. Compared to other ordinary families, they were even quite well off. His father was a high school teacher and his mother worked in the county government, a civil servant. Although their monthly salaries were not very high, they were not low either. He had never been deprived in terms of food and clothing since he was a child. Even his pocket money was much higher than that of his peers. But the one thing was that both of them were very frugal with him, rarely buying new clothes, and over the years they had not installed air conditioning at home, and the refrigerator and washing machine were both many years old. He often advised them that it was unnecessary to be so frugal and that they should enjoy life a bit. But no matter how he advised them, things would remain the same. This time, since he had already made money, he decided to just replace everything for them. He ordered all the necessary appliances at the electronics mall and arranged for delivery and installation. Then, he bought some nutritional supplements before feeling reassured to go back. More than 10 minutes later, Chenmo, carrying a large bag, walked into the community, where he had lived for over a decade. Since starting college, he had returned much less frequently. The familiar layout, the familiar buildings, time had only made them appear more dilapidated without any other changes. Chenmo took a deep breath of the air here and slowly walked into the dimly lit hallway. On the third floor, Chenmo looked at the familiar door and gently knocked. "I'm coming." A familiar voice came from inside. Soon, the door was opened. "Why did you buy so many things? Didn't I tell you not to buy stuff? Is it heavy? You must be tired. Come in quickly. I've made your favorite dumplings." Yang Xiulian looked at the large and small bags that Chenmo was carrying and first complained a bit. Then she hurriedly took the things from Chenmo's hands and pulled him into the house. After closing the door, she shouted into the room, "Old Chen, our son is back. Hurry up and get the dumplings in the pot. It's almost noon, he must be hungry." "They're already in the pot," came the father's voice from the kitchen. Chenmo quietly watched the scene, feeling an infinite warmth in his heart. "Son, sit for a while, the dumplings will be ready soon." Yang Xiulian pulled him into the living room and sat him on the sofa. Seeing the unhidden joy in his mother's eyes, Chenmo silently reflected. He realized that he had been home less often in recent years. It seemed he needed to come home more often in the future. "There were a lot of people on the road today, right? Is there anything you want to eat? I can go buy it later. It's already autumn. Why are you only wearing this little?" Chenmo listened patiently to his mother's rambling, responding as needed. It had been a long time since he felt this way. When he was at home before, he often found it a bit annoying. Now, all he felt was overwhelming concern. "The dumplings are ready." Before long, his father came out with a plate of dumplings and placed it directly on the coffee table in front of him. "I'll go get you some soy sauce and vinegar." His mother stood up and hurried into the kitchen. Looking at the steaming dumplings, Chenmo's appetite instantly surged. It had been a long time since he had eaten dumplings made at home. He picked up his chopsticks and eagerly started eating. They were a bit hot, but the taste was just as it had always been, without any change. "Delicious. If it's good, eat more. If it's not enough, there's more dough. I can make you some more." "No need, Mom, this is enough." Chenmo quickly stopped his mother, who was heading to the kitchen to make more dumplings. For a moment, the room was filled only with the sounds of eating. He ate while his parents watched him with smiles. It seemed that this alone made them very happy. A plate of dumplings was quickly finished. His mother cleared the dishes and went into the kitchen. It was just him and his father left sitting in the living room, a silence enveloping them. After a while, his father seemed to finally think of a topic, and suddenly spoke up. "I heard you tell your mother last time that you partnered with a friend to start a factory?" "Yes, but it's not really a partnership. I'm just helping to manage it." Chenmo nodded. He had mentioned this during a few previous phone calls with his mother. However, he hadn't said it was his factory, mainly because his system and those employees were too unreliable. If he told them he had started a factory but didn't have much money, it might lead his parents to think he was losing money in his business. After all, how could a company owner be so poor? So he told a little lie, saying he was starting a factory with a friend and he was responsible for management. In reality, that friend was the system. The system provided the funds to start the company, and he managed it. The profits belonged to the system while he received a salary based on settlements. If the settlements went well, he could become a millionaire overnight. If they didn't, he would just get a basic income.
However, thanks to those unreliable employees, he had never had a good settlement. I see. Then you all need to be careful. Business has been tough in recent years. Don't end up losing money, his father said with some concern. Dad, don't worry. The money for the factory is all from my friend, I just manage it. The profits and losses are all on him. Even if it loses money, it won't affect me, Chenmo thought. To himself, wishing for losses. The more they lost, the better. If he could fully convert the system's funds this time, it would amount to 15 million. By then, it wouldn't just be a millionaire but a multi-millionaire. Is that so? Then you really need to manage it well. Your friend trusts you so much, you can't just mess around because of this. I know. Chenmo nodded. After a few exchanges, the topic came to an end and the two fell into silence once again. Chenmo was already used to it. Neither he nor his father were particularly good at chatting, and usually it was his mother who talked more at home. He and his father would often say a couple of sentences and then run out of things to say. It wasn't that they didn't have a deep relationship, it was just their personalities that shaped this mode of interaction. Son, I think it's better for you to be honest and take the civil service exam. Starting a business is too unstable. I went out shopping, and many stores outside have closed down. His mother, Yang Xiulian, came out after finishing the dishes and said with a sigh as she looked at Chenmo and your second aunt's brother-in-law's wife's sister. She joined some trendy milk tea shop last year, rented a place plus renovations and franchise fees, spent hundreds of thousands inside and out, and lost it all. Now she's really upset. Lost it all? Chenmo's eyes lit up. This was an opportunity. He was considering what could lead to a loss. This was a good chance. Mom, can you tell me more about it? What's there to say? Aren't I just trying to learn from their mistakes? I can avoid pitfalls in the future. Alright, I'll tell you, but don't spread it around. It's not good for this kind of thing to get out. His mother, Yang Xiulian, cautioned before she began to recount the story. After a while, Chenmo nodded. He had roughly figured out the ins and outs of the situation. The main character was the sister of his second aunt's brother-in-law's wife, who graduated from college, didn't work, and took out a loan to franchise a trendy milk tea shop. And it was located in Jiangchang, but she ended up losing everything. He had heard that the milk tea industry was quite profitable. How could she lose it all? Was it poor management? It seemed he could find time in the next few days to visit his second aunt's house and ask his brother-in-law about the reasons. Chenmo thought to himself. While he was pondering, his mother suddenly asked, Son, your factory is on break for a few days. You can stay home for a while. I can probably stay for about 8 days, returning next Sunday. Chenmo calculated the time. He would return on Sunday and start work on Monday. You can stay for so many days. Yang Xiulian smiled happily. The next day, Chenmo was called up early by his mother for breakfast. Before he could eat much, his mother suddenly spoke up. Son, you're not young anymore, it's time to date. Mom, why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Chenmo was a bit taken aback. He didn't expect to be urged to marry right after graduating. If I don't bring it up, you won't be anxious either. It's not like you have to get married right now. Just find someone to date first, and when the time is right, you can get married. Mom, this change is too fast. You didn't let me date in school, and now that I've graduated, you're urging me to marry. At least give me some time to adjust. I didn't stop you in college. You just didn't date. Yang Xiulian couldn't help but retort. Ugh. Chenmo was momentarily speechless and could only silently continue eating. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks came at the door. His father, Chen Jingrui, quickly walked to the door to open it. Hello, I'm here to deliver home appliances. This is the Chen Jingrui residence, right? I am Chen Jingrui, but I didn't buy any home appliances. What are you delivering? Chen Jingrui looked at the delivery person at the door, puzzled. Oh, it's something I ordered. You can move it in first. The installation is also your responsibility, right? After hearing the conversation at the door, Chenmo rushed over. Yes, they will all be installed for you, the delivery worker said while directing the people outside to carry the appliances inside. Son, what appliances did you buy? Chen Jingrui asked as he watched the delivery worker bring in an appliance, noticing there were more to come, and couldn't help but look at Chenmo. Just bought an air conditioner, washing machine, refrigerator, water heater, LCD TV, and a foot massager, Chenmo replied nonchalantly. Why did you buy so many? You child, the appliances at home can still be used, isn't this a waste? Before his father could speak, his mother had already walked over without him noticing. If it really doesn't work, just return them. Mom, the money has already been paid, and they've sent the installation workers over. We can't return them now. Besides, our appliances are old and it's time for new ones. I just started working and earned some money. Chenmo hurriedly stopped his mother, fearing she would go out and return the appliances. He secretly felt relieved that he had acted first and reported later. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make the purchase. These appliances must cost quite a bit, right? Your job isn't easy, you should save some money for yourself, Yang Xiulian said, looking at the appliances being brought in, murmuring. Mom, it's not much, the mall is having a sale and everything is Discounted, very cheap, Chenmo quickly reassured her, knowing his mother was a bit concerned about money. This couple had been frugal all their lives, and the only place they wouldn't be frugal was on him. After some coaxing and deceiving from Chenmo, several appliances were finally installed successfully. The old appliances had also been arranged for collection in exchange for cash. That night, when Chenmo came out of his room to use the bathroom, he accidentally saw his parents watching TV while fighting over the foot massager. He smiled slightly. In Jiangcheng, in the old city community, Yang Dahai's family also welcomed their eldest daughter home. What did Yao Yao say to you? This money is for you to spend, why did you bring it back? Dong Hong looked at her daughter, who had brought back all the money she had transferred to her in previous times without spending a single cent, and said with a bit of heartache, Mom, I know exactly what our family's situation is. You all keep the money for yourselves, or buy some good food for my little sister. I have a part-time job, off-campus and a scholarship, which is enough for me, Yang Yao Yao said seriously to her mother. She understood the family's situation better than anyone else. The money they had sent her might have taken a long time to save up. You child, why don't you believe what I say? Your dad and I really found a good job. Now, we have. Dong Hong paused, unsure of how much it was, remembering that Chen had recently given everyone a raise, but she didn't know the exact amount now. At least over 16,000, so you don't need to worry about home. You can stop the part-time job to avoid affecting your studies. Really? Yang Yao Yao instinctively felt disbelief at her mother's sudden pause. After all, it was hard for her to believe that any company would pay her parents such a high salary. Together, over 16,000 meant each of them could be earning over 8,000, which is more than what an average college graduate would earn. She leaned more towards thinking her parents were fabricating a lie to put her at ease. Yang Dahai, come and talk to your daughter, Dong Hong said, seeing her daughter still looking skeptical, feeling a bit helpless. Okay, Yang Dahai responded, bringing out an iron box from the room and placing it on the table in front of Yang Yao Yao. Then, he solemnly took out 2 contracts from inside and pushed them in front of his daughter. This is the labor contract I signed with your mother, you can take a look. Yang Yao Yao picked it up and examined it carefully, discovering that it was indeed a genuine labor contract. And that business vehicle over there, see it? That's the car I used to pick up and drop off the boss every day. Yang Dahai, seeing that his daughter had finished reading the contract, led her to the window and pointed at a business car downstairs. As he spoke, he took out the car key and turned it on. When Yang Yao Yao saw that her father's car key could actually control that business vehicle and thought about the labor contract she had just seen, she finally believed that her parents had indeed found a good job. Dad, what kind of person is the boss of that company? They aren't asking you to do anything illegal, are they? Yang Yao Yao felt a bit worried that the boss might take advantage of her parents' ignorance and pay them to engage in some illegal industry. What are you talking about? I cook in the cafeteria every day and your dad just drives. How could we do anything illegal? You shouldn't say such things again. Mr. Chen is a very good person. Dong Hong couldn't help but speak up upon hearing her daughter's words. Yes, Brother Chen is really nice. Yang Duo also raised her little hand and shouted. Seeing her sister defending Mr. Chen, Yang Yao Yao began to feel a bit curious. If what her parents said was true, she really wanted to know what kind of company it was that offered such a high salary. How about this? Since there's nothing much to do today, I'll take you to visit our company, so you won't have to worry all the time. Yang Dahai suddenly suggested after thinking for a moment. Is that okay? Yang Yao Yao looked up at her father, considering that the company was already on holiday. It's fine, I checked the company group and there are still some employees who haven't gone home yet. Yang Dahai replied. I want to go too. I want to see Brother Chen's company. Yang Duo jumped up, raising her hand. Alright, then let's all go as a family. After a while, the family of 4 changed their clothes and went downstairs, hailing a taxi to the clothing factory. Yang Dahai didn't drive the company car, as it was holiday time, and their visit to the company was a personal matter. Driving the company car at this time would seem inappropriate. At the clothing factory, the Yang family got out of the car one after another. Yang Duo turned her little head, looking around for where Brother Chen's company was. Although Yang Yao Yao was a bit curious, she didn't have much expectation. How good could a factory be? She came here to confirm whether this factory was a legitimate one, whether there were any safety hazards, or if they were doing anything illegal. Let's go to the cafeteria and dormitory first, they're closer. Yang Dahai led the way. Soon, they arrived in front of a restaurant. When Yang Yao Yao saw her father stop at the entrance of this restaurant, she knew it was the company's employee cafeteria. From the outside, this restaurant looked very large, much bigger than those small eateries outside. They pushed the door open and walked in. Upon seeing the restaurant's decor, Yang Yao Yao was completely stunned. She didn't expect the restaurant to be so well decorated and impeccably clean, with central air conditioning on the ceiling and 2 large LCD TVs on the distant wall. Even a restaurant wouldn't reach such standards. How about that? This is our company's employee cafeteria. Your mother works in the kitchen over there every day. Yang Dahai turned to look at his stunned daughter, pointing to the kitchen in the distance. With a hint of pride, their cafeteria was quite famous in the current industrial park. Yang Yaoyao came back to her senses upon hearing this. The decor of the cafeteria was indeed beyond her expectations. Dad, this restaurant is decorated so nicely. The employees eating here, they won't have to pay, right? Pay for what? The employees of the garment factory eat here for free, and they can eat as much as they want. And did you see those 6 big refrigerators? The various drinks and alcohol inside are also free, they can just help themselves. Yang Dahai said, leading Yang Yaoyao and the others to a nearby refrigerator. Yang Yaoyao took a quick glance at the drinks inside the refrigerator, which were very complete. She even saw red wine. Are these free too? The owner of this company is really generous. Wow, so many drinks. Yan Duo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the beverages in the fridge. The selection here seems even more complete than in the supermarket. Duo, these are drinks from Brother Chen's company. We can't drink them during the holiday. If you want something to drink, wait until we get home, and Mom will buy it for you. Dong Hong gently rubbed Yang Guoduo's head and said, okay. Yang Duo nodded obediently. Let's go check out the second floor. After a brief interlude, Yang Dahai's family arrived on the second floor. The second floor was not as quiet as the first. A few employees who hadn't gone home for the holiday were playing billiards in the activity room. Upon seeing Yang Dahai enter, they greeted him. Brother Yang, it's the holiday. What brings you to the company? Oh, my daughter is back for the holiday, so I brought her to tour the company. Otherwise, she always feels uneasy. You all continue playing. Don't mind us, we'll just take a look and leave. Yang Dahai responded with a smile and began showing Yang Yaoyao around the activity room. Yang Yaoyao looked at the amenities in the activity room: billiards, table tennis, treadmills, fitness equipment, and even a row of massage chairs against the wall. At that moment, 2 people were lying on the massage chairs with their eyes closed. She couldn't tell if they had fallen asleep comfortably. Observing all this, Yang Yaoyao secretly admired the company owner. There aren't many bosses willing to spend money like this for their employees. Let's go. We've seen enough here, let's check out other places. After touring the activity room, Yang Dahai took Yang Yaoyao to the employee dormitory and the workshop. This tour took about half an hour. So, what do you think? There are no issues with this company, right? You should feel reassured now. After leaving the garment factory and waiting for a car outside the industrial park, Yang Dahai turned to his eldest daughter and asked. Yang Yaoyao nodded somewhat numbly. This time she came, she didn't find any problems in this factory, but she was shocked by it. Just when she thought the employee cafeteria and activity room were the best benefits of this company, she arrived at the employee dormitory and saw the private bathrooms, air conditioning, washing machines, and televisions, leaving her at a loss for words about her feelings. She couldn't imagine how generous a boss could be to create such employee dormitories. Moreover, after touring the workshop, she had no negative opinions about this factory. This company is very legitimate, and it's their luck that her parents can work here. Thinking of this, Yang Yaoyao let out a sigh. With such changes in her family, the pressure in her heart eased significantly. However, she also didn't plan to give up her part-time job. Her parents earning money was their business. She could spend it, but it shouldn't be taken for granted. If she could earn money with her own hands, she would still rely on herself. So after staying home for 2 days, she would return to continue her part-time job, but this time she wouldn't have to worry too much about her parents. In a hot pot restaurant next to a university, a man and a woman were eating hot pot while chatting, but the expression on the woman's face suggested she wasn't in a good mood. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Did you encounter difficulties with your new clothing design proposal? Chang, who asked, noticing his girlfriend's lack of enthusiasm. Zhou brushed her hair back inside. Our latest proposal didn't get approved again. Those clothing companies are too conservative, worried that the new styles we design won't be accepted by the public, so they don't dare to take risks. Then why not just follow their requirements and create a new proposal based on those popular items? Chang Hu said, somewhat confused. Why not just do what the companies ask? Isn't imitation easier? What do you know? This is design. If we just blindly imitate others' hits, we'll eventually lose our own soul. Zhou shot Chang, who will look, then changed the subject. But after the holiday, if we can't find a suitable company, Yening Jia is planning to raise money to open a studio herself. Yening Jia, is she the leader of your dorm? Yes, but the risk of opening a studio is too high. She hasn't made a decision yet. Zhou found Chang, whose comment a bit speechless, but Yening Jia was indeed their leader. Among the 4 of them, she was the most capable and had the most ideas. It's just a pity that those wild ideas and creativity had no place to be utilized. Thinking of this, Zhou sighed. If only we could find a company that wouldn't worry about our designs and would let me express myself freely. Chang Hu heard his girlfriend sigh. He couldn't bear to discourage her. How could any company let you have free reign? Those companies were all about making money. As long as they imitated those popular items, they would definitely be accepted by the public, with no worries about sales. Why take the risk of choosing an unknown proposal? Unless that company didn't intend to make money, but would there really be a company that didn't want to make a profit? However, Chang Hu was afraid of discouraging his girlfriend and didn't voice his thoughts. Instead, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, you're so lucky, you'll find something soon. Only you know how to say nice things." Yu felt her mood lift a bit after hearing Chang Hu's words. "By the way, why did you suddenly treat me to hot pot today?" "Of course, it's because I made some money. Did you get a part-time job? But wait, since the holiday started, haven't you just been playing games in the dorm?" "Hee, I made money from playing games," Chang Hu said with a smile. Since the holiday began, they had been incredibly lucky, managing to get 2 sets of ancient moon outfits plus the materials dropped from equipment, selling for over 6,600 yuan in total. Divided among 4 people, each would get over 1,600. Yu frowned upon hearing Chang Hu's words. "Next year, you all have to intern, play less games and don't let it affect your studies." "I know, we only play during our free time, it hasn't affected our classes, so don't worry," Chang Hu reassured her, then revealed a mysterious smile. "I also bought you this, take a look." Saying that, he pulled out a packaged box from his backpack and pushed it in front of his girlfriend. Yu glanced curiously and was stunned. It was a laptop, the very one she had been eyeing for a long time, costing over 5,000 yuan, which she had kept in her shopping cart, planning to buy it after earning some money. She never expected Chang Hu would buy it for her. However, she quickly thought of a question: where did Chang Hu get so much money? She knew a bit about his family situation. Then she recalled the news about selling kidneys to buy phones from a while back and couldn't help but feel a bit worried. "Where did you get so much money to buy a computer?" "I earned it playing games." "You don't know about this game." Chang Hu excitedly recounted everything about the game. In front of the room, he had sold an ancient outfit for 3,000 yuan, which was all his. Yesterday, he split over 1,600 yuan, and with the blood money he had saved up before, it was just enough to buy a computer. After listening to Chang Hu's explanation, Yu looked a bit shocked. She hadn't expected that playing a game could earn so much money. And the first thing he thought of with his earnings was to buy her a computer. He must have seen her shopping cart on her phone. "Thank you, but this gift is too expensive. I can't accept it. We're just being polite. You're going to start working soon, and when you earn money, you can buy it back for me. Besides, isn't your current computer lagging? That really affects your design work," Chang Hu said nonchalantly. Yu listened to Chang Hu's words and thought about it. It was indeed the same. Buying it back after she earned money would be just as good. "Alright then, I'll accept it. When I start working and earn money, I'll support you." "That's not certain. My roommate and I have decided to use that game to make money while we're in school and then save up to start an animation studio after graduation. So by then, it might not be clear who is supporting whom." Straight man. Yu couldn't help but tease Chang Hu, who was excitedly talking. "Baiming County, Mom, I'm going to my second aunt's house today. I won't be back for lunch." Early in the morning, Chenmo greeted his mother and left home. Today was already Saturday, and tomorrow was Sunday. He had to return to the company. However, there was still an important thing he hadn't done, which was to go to his second aunt's house to ask his older brother about the money-losing milk tea shop. That was a big deal that related to how much he could settle in the future, so he had to ask clearly. If it really was a losing industry, he definitely needed to take action. His second aunt's house was in the north of the city, and if he walked there, it would take half an hour, so he planned to take a small electric vehicle. This small vehicle was a very common mode of transportation in their county, essentially a 3-wheeled electric bike with a canopy, costing 3 yuan to go anywhere in the county. However, before arriving at his second aunt's house, he stopped by the supermarket to buy a bag of rice, a bag of flour, and a bucket of soybean oil. You can't visit relatives empty-handed. Rice, flour, and oil were the most common gifts here. In the north of the city, the electric vehicle stopped in front of an apartment building, and the driver even helped unload the rice and flour. Chenmo thanked him and picked up his phone to call his older brother. After all, he couldn't carry all this by himself. Not long after, a sturdy man came thumping down the stairs. It was his older brother, Li Jingqi. "Little brother, you could have just come without buying all this stuff." Li Jingqi quickly lifted a bag of flour and grabbed a bucket of oil. "Don't lift the rice. Wait until I take the flour upstairs, and I'll carry it down." "Big brother, I can handle a bag of rice." Chenmo smiled, lifting the bag of rice and following behind. "Chenmo's here. You kid. You could have just come without bringing anything. Oldly, hurry and take the rice from Xiaomo. It's quite heavy." Just as they reached the 3rd floor, they saw his second aunt already standing at the door. "What are you changing shoes for? The house isn't clean either." Just as Chenmo was about to change his shoes, his second aunt, Yang Xiuhua, warmly pushed him inside. Sitting on the sofa, I was subjected to my second aunt's relentless interrogation. What job am I doing? Am I tired? Do I have a girlfriend? And a series of similar questions. After a long while, Chenmo finally found an opportunity to be alone with his older brother. "Big brother, can I ask you something?" "What is it so mysterious?"
Li Jingqi, seeing his younger brother pull him into a room, was a bit curious. I want to ask about my sister-in-law's younger sister who joined a milk tea shop and ended up losing money. What exactly happened? Chenmo inquired. Li Jingqi was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly understood. Your aunt told you, right? Why are you inquiring about this? I have a friend who is also looking to invest in a milk tea shop, so I came to help find out if there are any pitfalls to avoid. Chenmo casually made up an excuse. He couldn't just say he wanted to open a milk tea shop himself. If he said that, his family would worry to death. I see, but I don't know much about the specifics. If you really want to know, you should ask the person directly. Li Jingqi scratched his head awkwardly. He wasn't interested in the matter and didn't have much knowledge about it. Oh, then just give me the phone number. Chenmo had no intention of asking anything here. Getting the phone number was his ultimate goal. In fact, he could have asked directly over the phone, but he had to visit relatives when he came home. What phone number? The person is upstairs. I'll take you there. Chenmo followed Li Jingqi to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was where his brother Li Jingqi and sister-in-law lived, while the 3rd floor was where his second aunt and uncle lived. Upon entering, he saw 2 women sitting in the living room. One, who looked older, was his sister-in-law Song Qing, and the other woman he had never seen before, but she resembled his sister-in-law, so she must be the person his brother mentioned. It must be Song Qing's sister, Song Xia. She wasn't a stunning beauty but had a type of charm that was quite appealing. Wife, my little brother is here, Li Jingqi said loudly as he walked into the living room. Chenmo, you're here. Sit down, I'll get you some fruit. Upon hearing this, Song Qing quickly got up to greet the arriving Chenmo. Sister-in-law, no need to fuss, I'll be leaving soon. Chenmo spoke up to stop her, but Song Qing had already gone to the kitchen. Soon, she returned with a fruit platter. Why the hurry? Eat some fruit before you go. These are freshly bought. Song Qing placed the fruit platter on the coffee table in front of Chenmo and introduced, you're just in time, this is my sister Song Xia. You two are about the same age, so you can get to know each other. Hello, I'm Chenmo. Chenmo looked up at Song Xia and introduced himself warmly. Hello, Song Xia replied. The reason Chenmo came is to ask Song Xia about the milk tea shop franchise. Li Jingqi chimed in at the right moment. Chenmo, why are you asking about the milk tea shop? You don't want to open one too, do you? Let me tell you, this is not something you can do. Song Xia lost quite a bit of money doing this. She didn't even dare to go home for the holidays and came over here. Instead, Song Qing said anxiously. Their family was quite upset about this matter. They had signed a 2-year lease for the shop with a monthly rent of 5,000. In less than a year, the milk tea shop couldn't continue operating. The franchise fee, plus the store renovation, various machines, and raw materials. All the miscellaneous expenses added up to about 200,000. This didn't even include the monthly rent. Before the holidays, the milk tea shop was completely unable to continue, unable to pay for raw materials or the staff's wages. Sister, Song Xia, feeling a bit embarrassed, called out, what's wrong? If you can do it, can't you say it? You've lost so much money. If it weren't for your family backing you up, you'd be living off the grid by now. How dare you? Take out a loan on your own, look at your capabilities. Song Qing shot a displeased glance at his sister, Song Xia. Their parents had been quite upset over the issues with her. Chenmo watched the scene unfold, hesitating to speak. He felt that asking anything at this moment might be akin to rubbing salt in a wound. However, Song Qing turned to him. Chenmo, what exactly do you want to know about the milk tea shop? Oh, I have a friend who wants to open a milk tea shop too, so after hearing about Song Xiao's situation, I came to ask for some advice on what pitfalls to avoid. Chenmo pulled out the excuse he had just come up with. I see, I thought you wanted to open a milk tea shop yourself. You scared me there. Song Cheng sighed in relief upon hearing Chenmo's words. But I suggest you tell that friend of yours not to franchise a milk tea shop. I know, I came to ask about the drawbacks today. When I go back, I'll discuss the pros and cons with him and let him decide whether to open it or not. Chenmo replied casually, thinking he must clarify all the downsides and then go back to check them all out. Alright then. Song Cheng nodded and turned to Song Xia. You need to explain in detail how you ended up closing your milk tea shop, especially focusing on the pitfalls. Oh, Song Xia pouted, somewhat reluctant, but she began to explain seriously. The most important thing about opening a milk tea shop is the location. You can't just look at foot traffic, you also need to see if there are other milk tea shops nearby. This was a hard lesson for her. The location she chose had decent foot traffic, but there were just too many milk tea shops, 12 in total on that entire pedestrian street. Some had opened before her, and some after. A street can only be so long, no matter how much foot traffic there is, it can't support that many milk tea shops equally. Moreover, to save on rent, she chose a relatively obscure spot on that street, making it impossible to compete with the other milk tea shops. The second point is the brand of the milk tea you franchise. This is also very important. Some milk tea brands are only out to make money from franchise fees and don't really care about how the franchisees operate. The recipes and flavors of those milk teas are usually mediocre.
That's about it. Thanks, this information is really useful to me. After listening to Song Xia, Chenmo pondered quietly. If he were to open a milk tea shop, he couldn't go the franchise route since that wouldn't be his own business. He would have to establish his own brand of milk tea. However, a key point in this was the franchising issue. From what Song Xia just explained, those trendy milk teas primarily profit from franchise fees. If he were to open a milk tea shop, he would definitely need to avoid franchising. He would only open direct stores. Not earning franchise fees while letting the stores lose money would be killing two birds with one stone. Then there was the issue of location. He could either choose a place with low foot traffic or one with many competitors. However, he already had a plan for the location. Wasn't there a successful case right in front of him? Since the other party was no longer in business, he could take over their address. Plus, their shop was conveniently located in Jiang City. With this in mind, Chenmo looked up at Song Xia. Could you tell me the address of your shop? I'd like to do a site visit. What address do you need? Chenmo, aren't you going back to Jiangcheng tomorrow? Song Xia is also going back to handle the store matters. You can go together and take a look on the way. Li Jingqi suddenly spoke up from the side. He had heard downstairs that Chenmo was returning to Jiangcheng tomorrow. That's perfect. Xiao Xia is going back to prepare to sublet the store, and Chenmo can help out too. I'm a bit worried about her handling this alone. I have no problem. Chenmo nodded, his gaze landing on Song Xia. He was just about to take over that store, but unexpectedly, the other party was going back to deal with the subletting. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity? He could directly take over the store and turn it into his own milk tea brand. Then he could start his money-losing plan. Alright, then I'll trouble you tomorrow. Song Xia did not refuse upon hearing this. Okay, let's set it for tomorrow morning. Chenmo decided on the time. After all, if they left in the afternoon, they probably wouldn't arrive in Jiangcheng until evening. His purpose for coming had already been fulfilled. Chenmo sat for a while longer before preparing to leave. However, just as he reached downstairs, he was pulled back by his aunt, who insisted he finish lunch before leaving. Unable to refuse her hospitality, Chenmo had to stay for lunch. I didn't expect Xiaomo to be so successful, actually opening a factory with friends. That's really impressive. During the meal, his sister-in-law, Song Qing, exclaimed, then turned to look at her sister. Look at him, how reassuring. Upon hearing this, Song Xia stuck out her tongue and continued eating, choosing to ignore it. Chenmo's expression stiffened slightly. The factory business was not something he had claimed. He had merely mentioned it in passing while chatting with his aunt on the third floor, and he hadn't expected her to bring it up again during lunch. Wasn't this just inviting trouble? Chenmo, how's that factory of yours? Can you arrange a suitable position for Song Xia? I'm really worried about her being out there alone. A lower salary is fine, as long as she doesn't run around. Song Chang looked at Chenmo with anticipation. She was very concerned about her sister being out there and possibly doing something unreliable. If someone could keep an eye on her, it would be much more reassuring. Well, I'll go back and discuss it with my friend to see if there's a suitable position. After all, the company isn't just mine. I can't make decisions alone. Chenmo thought for a moment and replied. In fact, it wouldn't be a problem to arrange someone, but this matter still depended on the main person's wishes. If he agreed now and later Song Xia didn't want to do it, it would be awkward for both sides. So he didn't give a definite answer. Alright, then I'll trouble Xiao Mo to put in some extra effort. Lunch soon came to an end. When Chenmo was preparing to leave, his aunt still tried to stop him, insisting he stay another night. However, this time he directly refused. On the way back, he kept thinking about arranging work. Although his salary needed to be settled by the system, he could easily arrange for those relatives and friends to join the company and enjoy the benefits and treatment. This wouldn't be a violation of any rules. However, after thinking it over, he abandoned this plan. His parents and these relatives had lived in this small county for most of their lives. Friends and family were all here. Just walking around the street, he could see a few familiar faces. If he brought them all over and they lived for a year without knowing who their neighbors were, they would find it very uncomfortable. Moreover, his parents had their own jobs here. They probably wouldn't want to move either. However, once the company grew, he could definitely open a branch in this county. Then these relatives and friends wouldn't have to leave their homes to enjoy the benefits of the company. Of course, all of this is too troublesome. Once he successfully settles a few more times and becomes a billionaire, helping these relatives and friends will be a piece of cake. So, he still needs to work hard to develop loss-making enterprises. This is the only way to get closer to the path of successful settlements. The next morning, Chenmo slowly left his home. Reunions are joyful, while farewells are painful. Chenmo waved his hand but did not look back. He knew his parents were silently watching him from behind, but he dared not meet their gaze, because that look was filled with too many emotions: reluctance, anticipation, helplessness. Every time he made eye contact, he would wonder if he should really leave. Gradually, he disappeared from his parents' sight. Chenmo tilted his head, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the Jinyang City train station.
Of course, on the way, he picked up Song Xia, whom he had arranged to meet earlier. Upon arriving at the train station, they boarded the train together. The two set off for that so-called big city. At 2 in the afternoon, after several transfers, they finally arrived at Song Xia's store. Chenmo took a glance. This location was not a golden business district but rather a pedestrian street next to a small shopping mall. This is my milk tea shop. Song Xia pointed to a milk tea store ahead. Chenmo looked over. Fire milk tea. This must be the milk tea brand that Song Xia had franchised, but it clearly hadn't taken off. Oh, Chenmo glanced next to the milk tea shop and found another closed store. Wooden House Coffee. Is this coffee shop closed too? He turned to Song Xia. Yes, it closed too. This coffee shop shut down even earlier than my milk tea shop. They lost even more. The coffee making machines are much more expensive than the milk tea machines, and the raw materials for coffee are also pricier, Song Xia replied. This coffee shop opened a month later than hers but closed even earlier. During a chat, she heard that it seemed to have lost over 500,000. So how did this coffee shop go under? Chenmo instantly became interested. The cost of running a coffee shop is higher than that of a milk tea shop, so wouldn't it incur even greater losses? At the entrance of the pedestrian street, there's a Starbucks. That's a very well-known coffee brand, widely recognized by the public. Under the influence of commercial brand effects, it's clear that more people will choose Starbucks. After all, taking a photo with a Starbucks cup to post on social media is much more impressive than with an unknown brand. And this Wooden House Coffee was still going for a boutique route, which means higher costs and relatively higher prices. With a brand that can't compete in higher prices, the daily foot traffic is almost pitiful. Although there are some who understand coffee and know that boutique coffee tastes better, they are not many, and it's simply not enough to support profitability. Over time, they couldn't continue operating. Song Xia sighed. This was what she learned from chatting with the owner of that coffee shop. Chenmo's eyes gradually lit up. He realized that coffee shops seem to lose money more easily than milk tea shops. After all, milk tea has a broader audience and is relatively cheaper, so even with fierce competition, there would still be sales. But the audience for coffee is relatively smaller. If he raises the cost of making coffee and subsequently increases the price, then compared to Starbucks, wouldn't fewer people choose his coffee? Ideally, no one would enter his shop. Then he could hire a few more staff, and the store would definitely need a complete renovation. These are all great ways to spend money. Let's go find an agent first and register the information for subleasing the store. Song Xia couldn't help but speak up when she saw Chenmo silent for a long time. Mo came back to his senses at her words and replied calmly, "There's no need to go to the agent." Song Xia looked at Chenmo in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Aren't you looking to sublease? I think the store is good, so I'll just rent it myself, Chenmo explained. Since he had already decided to open a coffee shop, there was no need to hesitate. You want to rent it? What are you going to do? Song Xia didn't expect Chenmo to want to rent her store, nor did she know what he intended to do. Open a coffee shop. To be honest, that friend I mentioned was fictional. I made some money from my factory and am planning to invest in other industries. I see a lot of potential in the coffee shop industry, so I've decided to make an investment. Chenmo laid it all out. After all, Song Xia was different from the elders in her family. She would be more accepting. Moreover, he had another plan. He intended to hire Song Xia as the store manager. If she could run her milk tea shop until it closed, it was likely due to the intense competition, but her management skills couldn't be that great either. Otherwise, with so many competitors, why did some milk tea shops manage to stay open? Clearly, the closure of this milk tea shop was also related to Song Xia herself. If he chose her as the manager, it would be a case of 1 + 1 being greater than 2, losing money plus losing money, resulting in a significant loss. This was practically a talent delivered to his doorstep. So, to support his money-losing venture, he had to reveal the truth. You want to open a coffee shop? Song Xia struggled to digest the news she had just received and looked at Chenmo with a strange expression. Didn't you see that there's a coffee shop next door that just closed? Also, didn't you say you wanted to open a milk tea shop before? She clearly remembered Chenmo saying yesterday that his friend wanted to open a milk tea shop. Since that friend was fictional, it meant he wanted to open a milk tea shop himself. How did it suddenly turn into a coffee shop here, especially when there was already a closed coffee shop next door? She couldn't understand Chenmo's thinking. Whether it was a milk tea shop or a coffee shop, they would both lose money here. Well, I think the coffee shop has a bigger prospect. After all, your milk tea shop has too much competition, while this coffee shop only has one competitor, so it's obviously easier. Chenmo casually made an excuse. Song Xia was speechless at his words, that Starbucks was a much bigger competitive pressure than 10 milk tea shops combined. Overall, opening a coffee shop here was much more difficult than opening a milk tea shop. Her sister even asked him to look after her. Chenmo was unexpectedly less reliable than her. Knowing it would lose money here, he still wanted to open a store. And it was a coffee shop with even higher costs. I think you should reconsider. Opening a coffee shop here really won't work.
I've talked to the owner of that coffee shop. It's doing well if they get a dozen customers a day. They even lowered their coffee prices to match Starbucks, otherwise, almost everyone who enters the coffee shop is scared away by the prices. Song Xia tried to persuade him. After all, Chenmo was her sister's brother-in-law's brother, she couldn't just watch him open a money-losing coffee shop. So it's that bad? That's great. He could raise the prices a bit later, then put the price list at the door to scare away everyone who comes in for coffee. Not having a single customer would be perfect. Chenmo secretly rejoiced, but for now, he needed to deal with Song Xia first. The previous coffee shop closed because their business model was wrong. As a specialty coffee shop, how could it possibly lower its prices? He has completely misjudged his positioning. As a specialty coffee shop, the very thought of competing on price with those two commercial coffee chains has doomed him to failure. Upon hearing this, Song Xia felt that Chenmo's words made a bit of sense and looked up at him. So what should we do? The approach is simple. We need to compete on the craftsmanship of the coffee. We need to increase our costs, get better coffee machines, better coffee beans, a better environment, and set higher prices. We need to surpass those two commercial coffees in flavor, letting customers know that our coffee is better than theirs. This way, we can gradually draw customers in. Chenmo said with righteous conviction, thinking to himself that most people drink coffee to stay awake. How many truly understand coffee? Even if the taste is better than Starbucks, the high price could deter many. So his argument could only exist in theory. In practice, it would definitely lead to losses. Seeing Song Xia deep in thought, Chenmo decided to add more fuel to the fire. Moreover, I believe your losses in running that milk tea shop were entirely due to bad luck, and you never got to showcase your management skills. So I've decided that once this coffee shop opens, I'll invite you to be the manager. What do you think? Ah! Song Xia exclaimed, having been pondering Chenmo's earlier words, which seemed to hold some truth, yet she felt something was off. But suddenly hearing that Chenmo wanted to make her the manager was truly unexpected. A manager. Her biggest wish had always been to run a small shop, so after graduating, she took out a loan to open a milk tea shop, only to end up closing it. She thought she would never have the chance to own a shop again, especially after the lessons learned from her previous failure. She was too afraid to take risks. But Chenmo had given her another opportunity to open a shop. Should she agree? Song Xia hesitated, although this time she wouldn't be the owner, just a manager. The investment was from her brother-in-law's brother. If she opened another shop and lost money, and her family found out, she wouldn't be able to go back to either side. Don't worry. We'll keep the shop opening a secret from the family, and the funds for the shop come from my factory earnings. Even if we lose money, I have the factory as a backup, so there won't be any problems. Seeing Song Xia still hesitating, Chenmo continued to persuade her. Then I'll give it a try. Upon hearing Chenmo say this, Song Xia felt her heart lighten. Then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Chenmo smiled slightly. Pleasant cooperation, Song Xia replied, then added, I'll transfer the lease of the place to you right away, but you need to handle a lot of procedures to open your own shop. Are you clear on that? Well, Chenmo paused for a moment. He wasn't very familiar with the specific details, but that was okay, he had professionals to help. With that thought, he directly called Tang Xiu. Why not just ask a professional lawyer what exactly needed to be done? After a while, Chenmo hung up the phone and turned to Song Xia. Let's go inside and wait for a bit. A lawyer will come over to help. Is she your friend? Song Xia looked at Chenmo curiously, surprised that he had such a wide network and even knew a lawyer. And with just one phone call, he could bring her over. She's an employee at my company, but we're also friends outside of work, Chenmo replied. He hadn't intended to call Tang Xiu over, he just wanted to inquire about the specific process of opening a shop and what procedures needed to be handled. But after Tang Xiu heard his inquiry, she directly suggested discussing it in person. Song Xia was somewhat surprised and wondered how big Chenmo's factory was to have hired a lawyer. While thinking this, her hands had already opened the door to the milk tea shop, and Chenmo followed her. Inside, the two waited in the milk tea shop. About half an hour later, a tall woman dressed in a black trench coat and wearing sunglasses stopped at the entrance of the milk tea shop. Tang Xiu glanced at the sign of Huahua Milk Tea, knowing she hadn't come to the wrong place, and walked straight in. Lawyer Tang, I appreciate your help this time, Chenmo said, looking at the incoming Tang Xiu with a hint of gratitude. It's no trouble, otherwise, I'd be quite bored at home, Tang Xiu replied with a somewhat emotional tone. Ever since she joined Chenmo's company, she had been in a state of idleness. Besides the legal publicity work Chenmo arranged for her, there was no other job. Today, since she finally had something to consult her about, she naturally wanted to be more proactive. Please, have a seat. Chenmo led Tang Xiu to a seat and pointed to Song Xia, introducing her. This is Song Xia, my sister-in-law's younger sister. This is Tang Xiu, Lawyer Tang. After Chenmo finished the introductions, the two women sized each other up and greeted one another. Mr. Chen, could you elaborate on what the specific matters are? Tang Xiu asked Chenmo, as she hadn't fully understood everything over the phone. Upon hearing this, Chenmo explained all his plans in detail. Mr. Chen, are you looking to open a coffee shop? Tang Xiu asked in surprise after listening to Chenmo's explanation. She knew that Chenmo already had a clothing factory and a gaming company, and now he was choosing to open a coffee shop. The fields were too disparate, none of the three companies were related. Yes, Chenmo nodded. Tang Xiu took a deep breath. She really couldn't see how Chenmo chose his industries. However, fortunately, this time he wasn't acquiring a loss-making company. After thinking for a moment, she directly explained the process of opening a shop and the necessary permits in detail. That's about it, Mr. Chen. How about this? I'll go tomorrow and take care of everything, Tang Xiu suggested. Tomorrow was the official start of work for the company, but for her, it made no difference. She would still be working from home, doing nothing. It was just right to take on this task and not be bored at home. However, what she didn't expect was that before Chenmo could speak, Song Xia spoke up first. I've noted down all these processes. As the future manager of the coffee shop, I'll handle this. Song Xia, these matters are a bit complicated, let me take care of it. No need to trouble Sister Tang, I assume. Sister Tang will have a lot to do at work tomorrow. Chenmo looked at Tang Xiu and then at Song Xia, seeing that neither of them was willing to back down, feeling somewhat speechless. How did this task become a competition? After thinking for a moment, he said, how about you both handle this together tomorrow? I have no problem with that. Tang Xiu nodded first, mainly feeling that since she was getting paid, staying at home all day was quite uncomfortable. Whether she handled this task alone or with someone else didn't matter to her. I have no problem either, but I'm a bit worried it might delay Sister Tang's own work. Song Xia said softly. Alright, then it's settled. You two will go together tomorrow, Chenmo said, directly finalizing the arrangement, then turned to Song Xia. Song Xia, you have the phone number of the owner of the coffee shop next door, right? Yes. Then please give him a call and ask if his shop is available for sublease. Do you want to rent the shop next door as well? Song Xia instantly understood Chenmo's intention. Yes, the key to a coffee shop is the environment. A small space can't create a good atmosphere. Chenmo nodded. Since he was prepared to lose money, he might as well go for a larger space. After all, Song Xia's small shop of over 80 square meters wouldn't consume much of the system's funds. Moreover, he had just checked, and the wall between the two shops was not a load-bearing wall. During the renovation, they could open a circular archway in the middle of the wall to connect the two shops directly. That shop is quite large, nearly 140 square meters, and the rent is over 100,000 a year, Song Xia reminded him. If they rented both shops, including her 80 square meter space with a rent of 60,000, it would amount to nearly 200,000 a year. That's quite a hefty investment. No problem, if we want to run the coffee shop well, a significant initial investment is unavoidable. Chenmo waved his hand dismissively. If he hadn't learned from Song Xia that the shops on this pedestrian street were only for rent and not for sale, he would have considered buying one outright. However, when opening the second coffee shop, he could look for a place that was available for purchase. That way, he could spend a large sum of money all at once. Tang Xiu watched Song Xia's surprised expression and smiled slightly. For President Chen, that rent of over 100,000 was nothing at all. During the last gathering, just the cost of the red wine had exceeded 200,000. Then I'll get in touch, Song Xia said, opening her phone to find the number of the neighboring cafe's owner and called. She quickly received a response that the shop was still available for sublease. They could sign the sublease contract tomorrow. Chenmo decided to leave this matter to Tang Xiu and Song Xia to handle. After all, he would be very busy at work tomorrow. The clothing factory's transformation was set to officially begin tomorrow. After the transformation, the sales staff's scope of work would also need to change. Plus, starting his own clothing brand would require hiring his own fashion designers and dealing with the renovation of a new factory. Then there was the matter of Song Shui Games. He wondered how much revenue they had generated during the holiday period. Hopefully, it wasn't too much. Also, it was already the beginning of the month, and due to the holiday, the salaries for October had not yet been distributed. However, with so much system funding this time, he planned to raise the employees' salaries and benefits a bit, using up as much system funding as possible. Yet, all these matters required him to personally issue orders and make arrangements. Just thinking about the busy day ahead made Chenmo's head ache. Why? He just wanted the company to lose money, yet he was still so busy. By the way, President Chen, what should we name the coffee shop? Tang Xiu suddenly remembered that they still didn't have a name for the coffee shop, which was needed for the paperwork tomorrow. A name? It had to be something with a good meaning. Chenmo thought for a moment and suddenly came up with a nice name. Let's call it Manhwa Coffee. Manhwa Coffee, Tang Xiu murmured to herself, instinctively feeling that the name was quite good. However, she quickly felt something was off. How did the phonetics of Nanha sound so much like bad taste? It must be a coincidence. How could Chenmo curse his own brand? The group discussed the details of opening the shop for a while before Chenmo left. The coffee shop hadn't even obtained its business license yet, so he wasn't in a hurry and decided to leave it to Tang Xiu and Song Xia to handle for now. Once
All the paperwork was complete. He could start arranging things for the coffee shop in due time. President Chen, let me give you a ride, Tang Qiu said as they reached the outside of the coffee shop, leading him to her parking spot. Returning to the old city community, Chenmo greeted Yang Dahai's family before heading back to his own home. In the early morning, Chenmo arrived at the clothing factory early. Good morning, President Chen, Shinro said as she pushed the door open and walked in, smiling at Chenmo, who was already seated in his office chair. Good morning, Chenmo replied, then fell into deep thought. There was quite a bit to accomplish next, and he needed to figure out where to start. Soon, he confirmed the first task, the issue of employee salary increases. After all, with the holiday over, the finance department would need to start processing payroll at the bank for the employees. If he delayed the notification, the salary increase for this month would not happen. This time, almost all employees in the company had completed a full month of work. Therefore, they were all eligible for a raise. However, simply increasing each person's salary by 500 or 1,000 for over 80 employees would amount to less than 100,000, which was still too little. He needed to think of other expenditures. Perhaps he could make some adjustments to the benefits. President Chen, your coffee, Shinro said as she placed a cup of coffee in front of him. Chenmo took the coffee and took a small sip, then looked at Shinro and spoke. I need to make some adjustments to employee salaries and benefits. Please take note and inform the finance department. Of course, President Chen. Shinro quickly grabbed her notebook, ready to take notes. This time, all employees who have worked for over a month will receive a 500 raise, and those who have worked for 3 months will receive 1,000. Additionally, for the employees involved in the Tianlong project at Sangxue Games, due to the project's success, they will receive an additional 500 on top of their original raise. Next, regarding company benefits, please compile a list of employees who have worked for 3 months. These employees, who originally received 500 for shopping, will have that increased to 1,000. I also noticed that many employees do not have accommodation. Renting a place outside is certainly an expense, so from now on, employees living outside will receive a housing allowance of 1,000 per month. Furthermore, there's the issue of transportation for employees who live on site. Although there is a shuttle bus every day, if the company is on holiday, the bus driver is also off, making it very inconvenient for these employees to travel, and taking a taxi is quite expensive. Therefore, from now on, each employee living on site will receive a transportation allowance of 1,000 per month. That should be all. For now, Chenmo concluded after considering these benefits. President Chen, what about Sister Tang Qiu? She has an annual salary, Shinro asked. Chenmo thought for a moment before responding. Well, the benefits will be distributed normally each month. As for the salary increase, we will directly issue it for a year. According to the raise rules, Tang Qiu will receive a 500 increase with a total of 13 months' salary, which amounts to 6,500, plus 1,000 for housing allowance and 500 for the shopping cart. Got it, President Chen, Shinro said, returning to her seat with her densely packed notes, though her heart was anything but calm. She remembered that it had only been a little over a month since her last raise. At that time, her salary had already reached 11,000. Following the raise rules, she would receive another 1,000 this time, bringing her salary to 12,000. But that wasn't the end. She also had 1,000 for housing allowance and another 1,000 for the shopping cart. Adding it all up, that was 14,000. Yet she had only been with the company for a mere 4 months. Moreover, there was an even more important issue that had been troubling her for a long time. The orphanage had finally overcome its difficulties. Shinro sat dazed at her workstation, as if everything were a dream. After a while, she gradually came to her senses, suppressed her emotions, and began to focus on her work. Everything was given to her by President Chen, and she must complete every task assigned to her well, not to disappoint President Chen's expectations of her. The salary increase issue has been resolved, and next comes the most important matter of the clothing factory reform. First, the issue of the business department needs to be addressed. She made a call, directly summoning Wu Yu and a few others over. President Chen, is there any arrangement? Wu Yu entered the office and asked excitedly, looking at President Chen. After a month of training and a 9-day holiday, he hadn't seen President Chen for 40 days. Everyone, please take a seat. Chenmo looked at Wu Yu's excited expression, feeling helpless in his heart. He still had to face this little rebellious spirit. Fortunately, he had thought of a solution. The reason I called you here today is to discuss the clothing factory reform. Luo Yuan knows about this, and I believe he has mentioned it to you as well. From now on, the clothing factory will focus on branded apparel, adopting a self-produced and self-sold model, so your business direction will change. We will shift from taking individual orders to recruiting agents for clothing brands. However, considering that the clothing factory has just transitioned and lacks any reputation, the initial phase of business will likely be quite challenging. Therefore, the company will provide you with some compensation. For the next year, your commissions will be based on the highest commission rate previously offered. Of course, if your future performance exceeds the previous commissions, it will be calculated at the higher rate.
Is there any problem with that? Chenmo looked up at the three of them, increasingly satisfied with his arrangements. Now that the clothing factory is transitioning and currently has no clothing samples, he didn't believe that Wu Yu could find agents just by talking. Moreover, if they couldn't find agents, the clothes they produced wouldn't sell, leading to losses. Then he could still offer them high commission salaries. The combination of losses and expenses was simply perfect. No problem. The three of them nodded in unison. They had discussed the clothing factory's transition during the holiday, so they were already prepared for what President Chen said. The only surprise was the commission issue. According to that pay structure, even with zero performance in the coming year, they could still enjoy the benefits of the highest commission previously offered. President Chen was essentially sacrificing his own interests to support them. Watching Wu Yu and the others leave, Chenmo leaned back comfortably in his chair. Now that the business department's issues have been resolved, he wouldn't have to worry about sudden orders for a long time. The clothing factory had completely entered a state of only producing without any incoming revenue. He turned to Shinro. Shinro, has the report from Sangshui Games regarding the Tianlong holiday period been sent over? President Chen, it has been sent. I saw you were talking with Wu Yu, so I didn't give it to you, Shinro said, getting up to hand a report to President Chen. Chenmo took the report and casually flipped it open, but upon seeing the final amount on the report, he was stunned. The revenue during the 9-day holiday was over 3.6 million. How could this be possible? He remembered that when he left, there were only a few 100,000 in revenue left. This meant that in just 9 days, the revenue had increased by 3 million. Chenmo looked at the contents of the report in disbelief, gradually realizing the reason. Due to the holiday, more people were playing games. And during this holiday period, that game influencer with millions of followers was actually live-streaming Tianlong every day. With this series of factors, the number of online players for the Tianlong game had reached 800,000. Among them, 400,000 are new players, and more than half of those players have purchased the 10 yuan monthly card. Coupled with the income from weekly and daily cards, there has been a total revenue of 3 million. Chenmo sat dejectedly in his chair. Throughout the morning, he had increased salaries and improved benefits, spending only a few 100,000 in total. Yet, Tianlong had suddenly brought in over 3 million in revenue. Moreover, Chenmo thought of an even more terrifying issue. That is, with 800,000 users, even if 80% of them purchased daily cards, there would still be over 60,000 in daily income. Additionally, there would be weekly card revenue, which would amount to at least several 100,000 a week. Then there are the monthly cards. According to the data, the number of people purchasing monthly cards has already exceeded half. This means that the monthly income from these cards would be around 4 million. Altogether, Tianlong's monthly income would be at least 5 million. More importantly, the number of new users for Tianlong is still continuously increasing. If the user base grows to 1 million, 2 million, he couldn't imagine what kind of heights Tianlong's monthly income would reach. This game is completely doomed. Ring ring ring. The phone rang, and Chenmo glanced at it. It was a call from Fong Chang. Is there something you need? President Chen, we would like to request a budget for promotional expenses. Fong Chang's voice came through the phone. Budget? Chenmo's eyes lit up. Could Fong Chang be here to help him spend money? How considerate. What kind of budget are you talking about? President Chen, it's like this. Today, Wei Yan, Zhao Bowen, and I seriously studied the back-end data of Tianlong. We found that the retention rate of the Tianlong game is very high, which indicates that our game is highly playable and can attract players to continue playing. So we unanimously believe that we can do some promotion for the Tianlong game, allowing more gamers to know about it. Given Tianlong's current state, it will definitely attract more players. Chenmo's initially pleased expression gradually sank. He was worried about Tianlong's income, yet Sangshui wanted to promote it. If this promotion brought in several 100,000 more players, that would be a disaster. Fong Chang, as a game company, the ultimate goal is to create a good game, so we should focus more on the game itself. Let's not mention promotion anymore. Good wine needs no bush. As long as your game is good, you won't lack players. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Sangshui Games. Fong Chang put away his phone and shook his head at Wei Yan and Zhao Bowen. President Chen rejected the promotion, saying that as a game company, we must aim to create good games and not think about other things. Upon hearing this, Wei Yan seemed to understand something. I think President Chen is worried that we will put most of our energy into promoting the game and neglect the game itself. After all, the reason Tianlong has so many players now is partly due to that blogger with millions of fans. There's a certain element of luck involved. And the main goal right now is how to retain the more than 400,000 new players brought in by the game blogger. These players started playing during the holiday period. And at most, they will play for 9 days. 9 days is simply not enough to retain a player completely. So what we need to do now is to continuously optimize the game's content to keep those players and turn them into stable Tianlong players. Fong Chang and Zhao Bowen nodded in agreement upon hearing Wei Yan's analysis. In the Tsangshui game, if anyone understands President Chen the best, it's Wei Yan, no one would dare to claim otherwise. This is probably the main reason why President Chen transferred Wei Yan here. I have a perspective. During this holiday, I've been playing the game Tianlong. I've found that what currently attracts players the most in Tianlong is the free trading system, where players can farm equipment and materials and then trade freely within the game. If we can maintain this trading atmosphere, I believe we can definitely attract more players, Zhao Bowen suggested. Upon hearing Zhao Bowen's words, Wei Yan stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "This matter is actually quite easy to resolve. To maintain the trading atmosphere, we need to focus on the items being traded. First, we need to keep the trading items in a state of high demand. Second, these trading items cannot exist permanently, just like clothes. When they wear out or break, they need to be replaced with new ones." Zhao Bowen's eyes gradually lit up upon hearing Wei Yan's words. I understand. Maintaining high demand is easy to solve. I just need to set a fixed quantity for those equipment. Once the number of these equipment drops reaches that limit, they will no longer drop. Then I will set a durability for these equipment. Once the durability hits 0, the equipment will automatically be destroyed. This way, a cycle is formed, and the equipment will always be in a state of scarcity. We could also introduce a material that can repair equipment durability, and then place this material in world bosses to increase players' enthusiasm for fighting bosses. Of course, this repair material should also have a limited quantity. It can't be too much. The more Zhao Bowen spoke, the more excited he became, and he suddenly thought of many ways to increase the game's playability. He directly left Fong Chang's office and rushed to his workstation, eagerly starting to work on the plan. At Changlin Decoration, Wang Yang sat at his workstation, hesitating for a long time. Finally, he walked over to Chen Jun's workstation. "Brother Jun, can I join you for measuring the site these days? I want to learn how you communicate with clients." "No problem, just follow me these days. Don't be too anxious. It's actually normal for a newcomer not to have orders. It's just that those 2 orders you had before raised your expectations too high, leading to a big gap in your feelings." Chen Jun patted Wang Yang's shoulder to comfort him. "Thank you, Brother Jun." Wang Yang expressed his gratitude again. "No need to be polite." Chen Jun smiled. During this time, he had secured 2 more orders, and his sales figures were solidly on track to be the sales champion for this quarter. At the clothing factory, after the lunch break, Chenmo looked at the system funds of over 18 million and felt a bit of a headache. This time, the current system funds were compared to the initial system funds. Currently, the employees' salaries had not yet been processed by the finance department, but even if the salaries were distributed, the system funds would still have over 17 million left. It seems it's time to speed up the spending. The known places to spend money are the coffee shop and the new factories decoration, but the sublease procedures for the coffee shop have not been completed yet. Once the coffee shop is rented, we will find a decoration company to do the renovations together. Then, the new factory will definitely need to purchase a batch of new machines, which is a significant expense. As for what machines to buy and how many, that will be left to Jiang Cheng to figure out. The only requirement is that they must be valuable. Additionally, the new workshop will definitely need new employees. We should recruit new employees after the workshop is decorated, but that might be too late, so we must recruit new employees right now. As for how many people need to be recruited, that also needs to be counted by Jiang Cheng. With this in mind, he directly called Jiang Cheng over. After a while, Jiang Cheng walked in somewhat awkwardly. "Mr. Chen, what arrangements do you have? Sit down and talk." Chenmo gestured to the chairs in front of him. "There are some things I need you to do. You know, our clothing factory has started to transform into a brand apparel business, so we've also rented a 2,000 square meter workshop. However, for this 2,000 square meter workshop, you need to arrange how many machines to invest in and what kind of machines to buy. The standards for the machines should still follow the previous criteria. Remember, don't be afraid to spend money. Choose the most advanced machines for me. Then there's the personnel issue. With so many machines being added, we will definitely need to recruit new employees. You need to calculate how many new employees we need based on the increase in machines. Then I can notify the HR department to start hiring as soon as possible." Jiang Cheng nodded hurriedly upon hearing Mr. Chen's arrangements. "I understand, Mr. Chen. But the new workshop hasn't been renovated yet. We probably don't need to recruit new employees so early. You don't understand this, do you? Work is all about efficiency. The sooner we recruit employees and get them familiar with the work environment, the better. We can also conduct training in advance, so once the workshop is renovated, they can start working right away," Chenmo explained earnestly. As for the real purpose, of course, it was to recruit employees early so that they could start earning money sooner. Jiang Cheng nodded secretly, realizing that Mr. Chen indeed thought of everything. "Then Mr. Chen, I'll go back and calculate it as soon as possible." "All right, go ahead." Watching Jiang Cheng leave, Chenmo began planning the next steps. Aside from the renovation, everything regarding the workshop was basically arranged. Next was the recruitment of designers, which
he had to pay special attention to, as the quality of clothing design directly affects sales. Therefore, he had to personally oversee the recruitment of designers and ensure that only experienced designers entered the company. With this in mind, he directly informed HR of his requirements. After everything was set, Chenmo relaxed in his chair. After a busy half-day, most matters had finally been resolved. About an hour later, Jiang Chang knocked again and entered the office, handing a folded A4 paper to Chenmo. Mr. Chen, the statistics for machine purchases and personnel recruitment are ready for your review. Chenmo opened the A4 paper, his gaze skipping over the models of the machines purchased and landing directly on the prices. 3.2 million. It was about what he expected. It seemed Jiang Chang hadn't saved him any money. An honest person is indeed worry-free, just do as instructed. Chenmo smiled slightly, feeling that his decision to choose Jiang Chang as the workshop director was indeed correct. He then looked at the number of employees needed to be recruited. 60 people. Why? Are there only 60 employees? Chenmo looked at Jiang Chang in confusion. This was fewer than he had anticipated. In his mind, a 2,000 square meter space could accommodate around 100 workers, but it turned out to be only 70. Mr. Chen, some of the machines we purchased are automated, which are larger than the previous machines, so they take up more space. However, this process usually requires 3 people to complete, but with this machine, 1 person can operate it alone. For example, among the machines we purchased, there is a fully automatic cutting machine that can save several workers. Jiang Chang explained. Chenmo frowned slightly upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that choosing these expensive machines would save so much labor. In the long run, having more workers would definitely increase the system's operational costs. After all, machines are a one-time expense, but workers need to be paid every month. Should we replace everything with the ordinary machines from before and increase the labor costs? Chenmo thought for a moment and quickly abandoned this idea. The system funds he currently has are really too much. He needs to quickly consume them in a short period of time. Therefore, choosing those automated machines is the most suitable option for now. With this in mind, he placed the A4 paper on the table and looked up at Jiang Chang. Alright, it's settled. You go discuss the machine matters with Li Shun, have him order from the machinery factory and arrange for delivery after the renovation of the garment factory is completed. Also, go back and conduct an internal selection in the workshop. A total of 11 people, 1 workshop director, 2 team leaders, and 8 group leaders. Once the new employees are recruited, they will be responsible for training. Additionally, these positions won't be without compensation. Group leaders will get a raise of 1,000, team leaders 2,000, and the workshop director 3,000. Jiang Chang, you will be promoted from workshop director to head of production, with a raise of 4,000, that's all. You go arrange it. Chenmo waved his hand, feeling quite impressed with his own sudden inspiration. The idea of promoting employees just came to him. Since the number of workshop personnel has increased, it's definitely not feasible for Jiang Chang to manage everything alone. Therefore, adding a few small leaders is both reasonable and justified. Moreover, with the positions elevated, their salary should naturally increase. Jiang Chang walked out of the office in a bit of a daze, still pondering over Chen's words. He had been promoted to head of production and received a raise of 4,000 yuan. He pinched his thigh in disbelief, and the pain confirmed that he was not dreaming. He slowly made his way to the workshop on the second floor. Looking at the employees who were working, he moved his lips slightly. Chen had asked him to select 11 people, but there were only 16 people in total in the workshop. How was he supposed to choose? Jiang Chang thought for a moment and called Li Shen. Brother Jiang, this is easy. Just let them choose 11 people themselves. The one with the highest votes will be the workshop director, and so on. Li Shen said on the phone. Voting is relatively the fairest selection method. This way, it can also indirectly exclude those who usually don't work hard. He had been in the workshop before. No matter what kind of treatment is offered, there will always be some who try to cut corners. However, in Chen's workshop, those who originally slacked off were less blatant in their behavior to keep their jobs. But if the workload of each person is counted every day, there will still be some who do less than others. In daily work, those who are slower indeed seem to have it easier than others. Everything has two sides. If you choose to slack off in your daily work, you will find yourself at a disadvantage in the current position selection. He believes that those who work hard every day will not vote for those who are lazy. Jiang Chang thanked him and hung up the phone. Looking at the employees working in the workshop, he called out, "Everyone, please stop what you're doing. I have an announcement to make." As Jiang Chang's voice fell, all the employees put down their work and looked at him curiously, wondering what it was about. Due to the new workshop recruiting a large number of new employees, President Chen has decided to select 1 workshop director, 2 team leaders, and 8 group leaders. Once the new employees are on board, you will lead and train them. After taking on these positions, the salary will also be increased accordingly. Group leaders will get a raise of 1,000, team leaders 2,000, and the workshop director 3,000. Hearing Jiang Chang's words, everyone showed expressions of shock.
They had just received the news in the morning that employees who had completed 3 months would get a raise of 1,000. Now, the people in the workshop were all long-term employees who had completed 3 months. So, they had already received a 1,000 raise in the morning. The shopping cart had also increased from 500 to 1,000. Additionally, there was a housing and transportation subsidy of 1,000. That meant their salaries had already increased by 2,500. Then, in the afternoon, there was a selection for positions. If someone was chosen as the workshop director, their salary would directly increase by 5,500 for that day. Even being a team leader would be good. Going from 16 to 11, it was uncertain which 5 people would become the lucky ones. Brother Jiang, aren't you the workshop director? Why is there still a selection? A curious employee asked. Jiang Cheng touched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, I've already been promoted to the head of the production department, so the position of workshop director has become vacant. Congratulations, Brother Jiang, the employee exclaimed, quickly clapping to congratulate him. Soon, the other employees in the workshop also started clapping. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng hurriedly stopped their actions. Alright, let's quickly choose the list of candidates. The selection method will be a vote. Each person will take a piece of paper and write down the 11 people they think are suitable for the positions. The positions will be assigned based on the number of votes. Before long, after the voting, 11 employees had been selected for the positions. Jiang Cheng took the finalized list of candidates to the office of General Manager Chen, as he needed this list to process the salary increases. Soon it was 5 o'clock, the end of the workday. The company's employees gradually walked out of the workshop and headed to the cafeteria, each face beaming with a brighter smile than usual. Jiang Cheng also walked out of the workshop with a smile, casually taking out his phone to make a call. Hello, old Lu, is it a good time to talk? It's fine. Old Jiang, what's up? Lu Jingguo's voice came through, accompanied by the roar of machinery. Clearly, he hadn't finished work yet. Didn't you always ask me to keep an eye out for any vacancies in our clothing factory? Well, there's one now. If you still want to come, I can mention it to HR tomorrow. Of course, I want to go. Alright, I'll talk to HR tomorrow. You just need to prepare for your resignation, and you can start working here. But let me remind you, our benefits are good, but you have to work hard. I won't favor you just because you're my friend, Jiang Cheng said, having already consulted General Manager Chen about this when he delivered the employee list. Chen's response was, since you are already the head of the production department, you don't need to report on the recruitment of ordinary employees in the workshop. You can coordinate directly with HR. So, he had no problem bringing Lu Jingguo into the workshop. Got it. Director Jiang. With such good benefits, why wouldn't I work hard? Am I an idiot? After I finish work, I'll treat you to a meal. You're not a director anymore. Once you join, you'll call me minister. No need to treat me. The company's cafeteria is much better than those small restaurants outside. Jiang Cheng finished and hung up the phone, as his wife in the cafeteria had probably already prepared his meal. As for Lu Jingguo, he had previously promised to keep an eye on the company's recruitment. Now that General Manager Chen was expanding the workshop and needed to hire many new employees, he casually asked about it. Moreover, Lu Jingguo was a good worker, not someone who would slack off. So, he felt assured about bringing him on board. In the industrial park, at a machining factory, Lu Jingguo stared blankly at his phone that had just been hung up. Had he really been promoted to minister? The speed of this promotion was just too fast. I remember last year, the two of them were still working in the same factory, sleeping in bunk beds. Jiang Cheng usually spoke very little, but he worked diligently, never slacking off, no matter how others took it easy. Even when the boss came around, he wouldn't say a word. So even though he was quite capable, he wasn't as favored as those few who flattered the management. At that time, only he and Jiang Cheng had some rapport, often going out to eat and drink together. Over time, they became friends. Later, due to salary issues, Jiang Cheng had some conflicts with the factory and directly resigned. He never expected that. Those who were doing the same job as him last year were now already department heads. That was quite a blow. However, he was also lucky. It was precisely because of Jiang Cheng's presence that he could easily enter the garment factory. You should know that nowadays, the benefits at that garment factory are well known throughout the industrial park. Few people have managed to find connections to get in. Hey, Lu Zhenghua, didn't we say no playing with phones during work hours? That's a 50 yuan fine. And also, there's some urgent work today, you need to work overtime. A slightly plump man walked over from a distance, looking at Lu Zhenghua, who was holding his phone, with an air of authority. Boss, I just made a phone call and only said a few words, so don't deduct that 50 yuan. Lu Zhenghua forced a smile upon hearing this. I don't care how many words you said, using your phone means a 50 yuan deduction, that's the factory rule. If you can work, then work, if you can't, then leave. The boss had a stern expression. Hearing the boss's words, Lu Zhenghua felt quite uncomfortable. If it had been before, he probably would have silently endured this. But just after talking to Jiang Cheng and confirming that he could go work at the garment factory, he had already made up his mind.
Originally, he planned to finish work today and resign tomorrow. Since the boss said that, he had nothing to hesitate about. So he directly pulled off his gloves and placed them on the table beside him. "Boss, then I won't work anymore." After saying that, he walked straight out of the workshop. The boss was a bit stunned watching Lu Zhenghua leave. He didn't expect that Lu Zhenghua, who usually never argued back no matter what he said, would choose to resign so directly. This was quite unexpected for him. Thinking about the urgent work that night, he hurriedly chased after him. "Old Lu, what do you mean?" "Nothing much, just not working anymore." "Didn't you say if you can work, then work, if you can't, then don't?" "Since I can't, I won't work." Lu Zhenghua didn't look back as he walked out, but he felt a bit relieved inside. So this is how refreshing it is to resign. No wonder those young people in the factory just quit whenever they feel wronged. "I guess I'm young once too. But you still have to do the work tonight." The boss followed closely behind Lu Zhenghua. "Find someone else to do it, or you do it yourself. I'm not serving anymore." The next day, in a new building's bare shell apartment. "If we make a shoe cabinet here, we can do a full height one, with 2 small cabinets on top for storing seasonal shoes or some miscellaneous items. It would be great. And the background wall can just be painted with a coat of latex paint. It's simpler and more elegant than a backdrop, and it saves money." Chen Jun pointed out some spots in the bare apartment, giving his suggestions. Wang Yang followed behind, assisting Chen Jun while paying attention to Chen Jun's interactions with the homeowner. After a while, they finished measuring and chatted with the landlord about some details before leaving. "How was it? What do you think?" Outside, Chen Jun casually asked Wang Yang a question. Wang Yang shook his head in response. He only noticed that Chen Jun was getting along well with the homeowner, but felt nothing else. Seeing this, Chen Jun smiled and began to share his experience. When measuring, communication with the client is very important. First, when communicating, you must speak suggestively. You're just offering opinions. How to choose is up to the homeowner. Second, it's crucial to understand the homeowner's approximate renovation budget. Only by knowing their budget can you tailor some design proposals, which increases the chances of closing the deal. Take your time to learn. This communication skill can only be developed through more interaction with clients, Chen Jun said, patting Wang Yang's shoulder with a meaningful look. "I understand, Brother Jun," Wang Yang replied, nodding appreciatively. "It turns out there is so much knowledge in communication. It seems he really needs to practice more." Just as he was about to say something else, he felt his phone vibrating in his pocket. "Assistant Shun?" Looking at the familiar yet somewhat strange number, Wang Yang paused for a moment before quickly answering. "Assistant Shun, is there something you need? Is this Wang Yang? We have a workshop that needs renovation. Can you come over to take measurements?" "Sure, I'll head over right away." Wang Yang quickly responded and hung up, but he stood there in a daze. He didn't expect that the clothing factory would have another renovation job. What's wrong? Did something happen at home? Chen Jun, seeing Wang Yang's dazed expression, thought something bad had occurred and asked with concern. Hearing Chen Jun's inquiry, Wang Yang gradually came to his senses and said, "Brother Jun, the clothing factory just contacted me, saying a workshop needs renovation and asked me to come take measurements. Is it that Changfeng clothing factory?" Chen Jun asked, recalling that the only clothing factory Wang Yang knew was the one where they had previously renovated the cafeteria and dormitory. But why does that factory have so many renovation projects? "Yes," Wang Yang nodded. "I'll take you there. I'm also quite curious about what that clothing factory is like." Chen Jun opened the car door and got into the driver's seat, increasingly curious about what kind of clothing factory it was to have so many orders. He felt a bit anxious, wondering if he might lose his top sales position. Wang Yang quickly took the passenger seat. "Thank you, Brother Jun." "No need to be polite, just guiding the way," Chen Jun said nonchalantly as he started the vehicle. Clothing factory, office. Shenro hung up the phone and looked at Chenmo. "President Chen, Wang Yang has been contacted and will be coming over shortly." "Good." Chenmo nodded. Last night, Song Xia had already called to say that the sublease contract had been signed. So after handling some basic matters at the company, he notified Shenro to contact Wang Yang to come take measurements. Today, he needed to arrange the renovations for both the workshop and the coffee shop. These two projects could consume a significant amount of system funds. However, since he just notified Wang Yang, it would take some time for him to arrive. Chenmo couldn't help but think about the 10% of the initial system funds he had for welfare. This time, the initial system funds amounted to 15 million. Therefore, the amount he could allocate for welfare was 1.5 million. After considering this, Chenmo directly found the orphanage's bank account, preparing to transfer the money. Why can I only transfer 200,000? Reminder to the host, the current funding account for the orphanage is sufficient for a period of time, and no further funding is needed for now. Is there still a limit? Chenmo was taken aback for a moment. It seemed he needed to find other charitable causes for this charity fund. After thinking for a bit, he opened his computer and looked up some charitable organizations. He quickly selected one, but when he attempted to transfer the funds, he received a message indicating the transfer had failed. What's going on?
Reminder to the host, charitable donations
can only be successfully transferred if over 90% of the funds are used directly for the beneficiaries by the charitable organization.
Additionally, for each different charitable project, the host must personally conduct an on-site inspection.
The system's voice echoed in his mind once again.
Chenmo was
somewhat speechless, and after searching for several more charitable organizations, he found that all of them had failed to process the transfer.
Chenmo fell silent.
It seemed that relying on these charitable organizations to spend the charity funds was clearly impossible. It appeared he still needed to find funding for beneficiaries. Chenmo felt a headache coming on. He had no idea where to look for beneficiaries.
Why did everything become so difficult? When it came to him,
other company owners could easily incur losses, but for him, even to lose a bit of money required scheming and effort.
Now, he couldn't even find beneficiaries for charity. It was really too hard. Half an hour later, Wang Yang arrived at the clothing factory office with Chen Jun president.
Chen, this is my colleague Chen Jun.
Hello, President Chen. After Wang Yang's introduction,
Chen Jun hurriedly greeted him.
Hello, please have a seat and we can talk. Chenmo smiled and gestured to the chairs in the office.
Thank you.
Wang Yang took a seat next to him and looked at Chenmo. President Chen.
I wonder where the workshop for renovations is. Let's head over there now.
Just a moment, someone will take you there. I'll briefly explain my requirements.
For the materials to be used in the renovations, Chenmo simply outlined his requirements. As for the workshop, he called Jiang Chang, since he wasn't very knowledgeable about what needed to be arranged for the workshop renovations.
Soon, Jiang Chang arrived at the office.
Jiang Chang, these two are Wang Yang and Chen Jun from the renovation company. Please take them to the new workshop to take measurements and communicate with them about what needs to be installed
in the new workshop,
Chenmo said as he looked at Jiang Chang, who had just entered.
Okay, President Chen. Jiang Chang nodded and greeted Wang Yang and Chen Jun.
The group then left the office together and headed to the new workshop.
President Chen, here's the report sent by Xiangxue Games. Once Jiang Chang and the
others left, Shenro brought over the freshly printed report.
Chenmo took the report, glanced at it casually, and then tossed it aside. Even without looking, he knew it was definitely profitable. After thinking for a moment, he looked up at Shenro.
From now on, have them send this report once a week,
at least.
For now, Tianlong was thriving. It was impossible for it to incur losses.
So why should he look at this report every day and add to his stress? All right, President Chen.
Shenro nodded and carefully picked up the report that Chenmo had tossed aside. About an hour later, Wang Yang and Chen Jun returned to the
office. President Chen, we've taken the measurements. We'll go back and prepare the renovation plan for you.
Not so fast. I have another store that needs
renovations. Come with me, Chenmo said as he stood up and walked towards the office door.
He had already notified Yang Dahai in advance, and at that moment,
the company's vehicle was parked at the workshop entrance.
Chen Jun arrived at his car, entered the driver's seat, opened the navigation app, and input the location that General Manager Chen had just mentioned, slowly following the business vehicle ahead.
This is the place. Chenmo, accompanied by Wang
Yang and Chen Jun, arrived in front of the milk tea shop and pointed with his hand. Both this milk tea shop and the coffee shop need renovations.
I need to connect these two stores and renovate them into a larger coffee shop.
The style of the cafe needs to be fashionable and stylish, giving people the impression that the coffee here is expensive at first glance, using high-quality materials. He wanted to decorate this coffee shop luxuriously and upscale, which would
directly deter some more frugal customers. I understand, General Manager Chen. Wang Yang nodded and entered the coffee shop with Chen Jun first. Wang Yang, did General Manager Chen have such requirements before?
Once inside the coffee shop, Chen Jun curiously looked at Wang Yang.
After this brief interaction, the
impression General Manager Chen gave him was clear: use expensive materials for the renovations.
I'm not short on money.
Yes, General Manager Chen has very high standards for renovation materials. They all need to be from big brands.
Upon hearing Wang Yang's response, Chen Jun understood. No wonder Wang Yang's renovation budget was so high the last two times and he was selected. Isn't this just a classic case of a wealthy patron? Sigh. Chen Jun secretly sighed. If Wang
Yang secured these two orders, the sales champion for this quarter would change hands. Not to mention the coffee shop renovation, just the renovation of that 2,000 square meter factory was beyond his reach. If you add the coffee shop renovation, Chen Jun felt that Wang Yang might even secure the annual sales
champion. This is terrifying.
It's worth noting that Wang Yang had only been confirmed for a few months. In just a few months, he had become the annual sales
champion of the company, which felt somewhat unreal. Lawyer Tang is here too.
Chenmo walked into the milk tea shop and found Tang Qiu sitting
inside.
Oh, I went with Song Xia to handle some paperwork this morning, and then I just sat here for a while, Tang Qiu explained as she stood up upon seeing
Chenmo.
Chenmo approached the table where Song Xia and Tang Qiu were sitting and took a seat.
How's the business license coming along? The materials
have all been submitted and it should be ready in about a week,
Tang Qiu replied. By the way, Chenmo, the owner of the coffee shop, heard that you are also opening a coffee shop and said he could sell you all his coffee machines and equipment at a low price. I checked the original prices and they are indeed much cheaper. Song Xia suddenly spoke up, resting her hands on the table. Oh, no need for that. Since it's a new shop, the machines should naturally be new as well. There's no need for second-hand ones. Chenmo refused without a second thought. He was already worried about how to spend a bit more money. How could he possibly buy second-hand coffee machines at a low price? Oh, Song Xia pouted. She thought she had found a way for Chenmo to save money, but he outright rejected. It's Chenmo, however, ignored Song Xia's reaction and thought for a moment before speaking. The business license will take a week to be issued, so I can only sign the labor contract with you after that. But I won't let you work for free during this time. Once the contract is signed, the days you worked will be calculated as overtime. Currently, I can offer you a salary of 8,000 a month plus a 1% commission on the store's profits. What do you think? Upon hearing the offer from Chenmo, Song Xia was shocked and opened her mouth in surprise. When she worked at the milk tea shop, she had some understanding of the salary for the shop manager, which generally ranged from 4,000 to 6,000 without any profit commission. Chenmo surprisingly offered her an 8,000 salary, along with a 1% profit share. This treatment was too good to be true. However, she quickly thought of a problem and looked up at Chenmo. The coffee shop renovation will take at least a month, right? Signing the contract this early means I have nothing to do. It wouldn't be right to take your salary for nothing. Tang Xiao, listening to Song Xia, felt the same way. She felt like she was getting paid for nothing, as there was nothing for her to do in the company. Yet, her salary hadn't decreased. Even though her annual salary had already been paid, this month, money was still deposited into her account. After inquiring, she learned that part of it was a raise and part was a welfare subsidy. But she hadn't done anything at all. How could a raise even apply to her? Chenmo, unaware of Tang Xiao's thoughts, pondered for a moment after hearing Song Xiao's question and replied, How could I let you take it for free? As the manager of the coffee shop, you must understand the various methods of making coffee. How about this? Tomorrow I'll enroll you in a barista training course, and the company will cover the costs. You can use this renovation period to study well. Also, pay attention to the various machines and tools needed for the coffee shop and make a list for me when we open. Once your training is complete, I'll raise your salary to 10,000. Ah! Song Xia gasped in shock. Paid training, with the company covering the training costs, and a salary increase right after training. If it weren't for the fact that this person was her brother-in-law's younger brother, she would have thought he was a scammer. So it's settled. Also, during the training, keep an eye on those trainees. We can hire them as staff at the shop, starting with a salary of 6,000 plus a 0.1% profit share. Additionally, they can be considered reserve management personnel, and when we open a branch, the manager will prioritize selecting from them. Chenmo waved his hand, finalizing the matter. He felt a bit proud. This method was great. Spending a month's salary for free while also covering training costs. However, the training cost for one person seemed a bit low. By the way, when you're recruiting those trainees, you can tell them that if they're willing to work at the coffee shop, the company will reimburse their training fees. Let's aim to recruit 10 staff for now. This way, they could spend the training fees for 11 people. Not bad. Isn't 10 staff a bit too many? Song Xia thought for a moment. With 2 stores combined, it was only over 200 square meters, and they really didn't need 10 staff. 4 to 5 staff would be sufficient. Chenmo smiled and shook his head at her words. Not too many at all. As a storefront, you need to open by 8 in the morning, right? You'll have to stay open until 8 in the evening. That's 12 hours of work. It's impossible to have staff working from morning until night. That would be too exhausting and against my humanitarian principles for running a company. So, to reduce employee working hours, 2 shifts are the best solution. 1 shift from 8 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon, and another from 2 in the afternoon to 8 in the evening, each shift being 6 hours. So, while it seems like 10 employees, in reality, only 5 will be working at the shop. Therefore, to ensure the coffee shop operates normally, I'm entrusting you with this recruitment task. To motivate you, I'll give you a 1,000 recruitment bonus for every employee you bring in. Calculating it this way, hiring 10 people would cost another 10,000. Although it was just a fraction compared to the over 10 million in system funds, every little bit adds up. Song Xia was left in a daze. This coffee shop was just too good. But as the store manager, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Can this really make money? And is Chenmo running a RMB printing factory? The feeling of spending money is just like a strong wind blowing through. She swallowed hard and looked at Chenmo to confirm, is it really okay to do this? What problem could there be? Just go ahead and do it boldly. I'll cover you from behind, Chenmo said nonchalantly. Seeing that Chenmo was truly unconcerned, Song Xia gradually relaxed, thinking about the promise Chenmo had just made 1,000 yuan per person, and for 10 people, that's 10,000. She was itching to rush to the coffee training company to recruit people right away. Tang Xiao watched from the side, showing an envious expression. She had just been lamenting how Song Xia was in the same boat as her. But unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Song Xia had a whole pile of tasks to do, while she was still idle. This was too frustrating. With that thought, she turned her gaze to Chenmo. Mr. Chen, is there any work I can do? Here we go again. Chenmo felt a bit of a headache at Tang Qiu's inquiry and rubbed his forehead. How's the legal publicity going? It's already been completed. Then can we do it again? We just did it before the holiday, it might be a bit too frequent this time. Well, Chenmo thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that he would soon be hiring a large batch of new employees. Well, the workshop is expanding, and in a few days we'll be bringing in about 70 new employees. You can conduct an onboarding training for them to help them understand our company. Onboarding training? This should be the HR department's job, right? But Tang Qiu couldn't care less about that. It was hard to find something to do, so who cares whose job it is? Moreover, she also noticed that Mr. Chen's way of treating employees was different from other bosses. This was part of the company's unique culture and management philosophy, but Mr. Chen had never put it into writing. She could take this opportunity to draft a document that outlines the company culture. These materials could be used in employee training to help new hires quickly adapt to the new environment. With that thought, Tang Qiu quickly agreed. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll prepare when I get home. Chenmo felt a sigh of relief when he saw Tang Qiu take on this task. It seemed that for the time being, she wouldn't be coming to him for work anymore. How strange it was. What kind of company has employees chasing after the boss for work? I'll go make you guys a cup of milk tea. Seeing that no one was speaking, Song Xia jumped up and ran to the milk tea machine to make some. Although the milk tea shop was closed, the machine and raw materials were still in the store. Soon, 3 cups of milk tea were ready, one for each person. Chenmo curiously took a sip. It tasted pretty good. However, since he often drank coffee, this milk tea felt a bit too sweet. Sister Tang, look, these little cats and dogs are so pitiful. Song Xia placed her phone in front of Tang Qiu, looking sympathetic. Tang Qiu glanced at Song Xia's phone and watched the video playing inside, realizing, oh, this is the Corner Love Cat and Dog Rescue Station, located in a village on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. I know about it. Sister Tang, you know this rescue station? Song Xia looked at Tang Qiu in surprise. Of course, this cat and dog rescue station has about 1,000 animals in total. I even donated cat and dog food before, Tang Qiu said with a smile. She had known about this rescue station for a long time. Back then, there were only a few hundred cats and dogs, and now it had increased to 1,000. Donating cat and dog food? Chenmo, who had been scrolling through his phone, suddenly became interested in the conversation between Tang Qiu and Song Xia. He had been troubled that morning about how to engage in charity work. And here it was. Helping stray cats and dogs is also a form of charity. If someone wants to donate to that cat and dog rescue station, who should they contact? Mo looked at Tang Qiu. Since Tang Qiu had donated dog food to that rescue station, she should be quite familiar with the donation process. Mr. Chen, this rescue station does not accept monetary donations. If you really want to donate, you can give some cat food, dog food, and maybe some old blankets, Tang Qiu replied. She had also wanted to donate money at first, thinking that the people at the rescue station could use the funds as they saw fit. However, upon arriving at the rescue station, she found out that they did not accept monetary donations. After some inquiry, she learned that some people who donated money would closely monitor whether their donations were being used for the stray cats and dogs. Consequently, these donors would impose various demands on the rescue station, such as finding better places for the strays or ensuring the quality of food they received, and a series of other issues. If the actions of the rescue station did not meet their expectations or requirements, they would suspect that the rescue station was pocketing the donations, leading to unnecessary disputes. Therefore, the rescue station began to refuse monetary donations and only accepted material donations. I see. If I want to donate some cat and dog food, which brand would be better? Since they did not accept monetary donations, he could just buy more cat and dog food. It was merely an extra step and did not affect his spending. Chenmo thought to himself. However, he wasn't very knowledgeable about cat and dog food, so he could only ask Tang Qiu. Mr. Chen, for the cat and dog food donated to the rescue station, it doesn't need to be a big brand, just safe and healthy will do. There's a factory in Zheng City that produces cat food, and I've inspected it personally. They use very healthy ingredients. The usual online price is around 20 yuan, but if you buy over a ton directly from the factory and specify that it's for donation to the rescue station, they will offer a discounted price of 13 yuan per pound. However, the only requirement is that someone from the factory needs to follow up to ensure that the purchased cat and dog food is genuinely donated to the rescue station. If Mr. Chen wants to donate cat and dog food, I can help you get in touch. I know the owner of that factory. Tang Qiu looked up at Mr. Chen, having guessed from his earlier words that he was preparing to donate cat and dog food. Then please contact them. Chenmo nodded. Since Tang Qiu had connections, he could just pay directly later. He didn't mind the price discount. After all, this was a donation to the rescue station. A lower price meant he could buy more cat and dog food, allowing the rescue station to use it for a longer time. Seeing Chenmo nod, Tang Xiu asked, Mr. Chen, how much cat and dog food are you planning to prepare? Let's start with 500,000. Chenmo replied casually. He didn't intend to spend all 1.2 million of the charity funds on cat and dog food. After all, the rescue station was right there and he could donate whenever he wanted. Keeping some charity funds aside could be useful for emergencies. Tang Xiu paused for a moment, her hand holding the phone suddenly stopping. She was a bit unsure if she had heard correctly. Mr. Chen, is it 50,000 or 500,000? 500,000, let's set aside 300,000 for dog food and 200,000 for cat food. Chenmo glanced at Tang Xiu's astonished expression and couldn't help but smirk. He hadn't even spent all the charity funds on cat and dog food yet. If he did, she might as well throw her phone away. Suddenly, a loud sound startled Chenmo, and following the noise, he saw Song Xia standing there with her mouth agape. A hand hovered in the air, where a phone should have been, but it was now lying on the ground. Ah! You all continue. Song Xia came back to her senses and hurriedly bent down to pick up the phone. Waves of shock surged in her heart. That was 500,000. Opening a milk tea shop had cost her less than 300,000, and her parents had been upset for over a month. She hadn't even dared to go home for the holidays and had run off to her sister's place instead. And just now 500,000 had been so casually spoken and then decided to be donated. Looking at Chenmo, who showed no change in expression, Song Xia finally understood why he had been so generous with her before. It turned out he really wasn't short on money. Tang Xiu took a deep breath, recalling the previous employee sports meeting and the celebration banquet, which had also cost quite a bit. This time, donating 500,000 worth of cat and dog food was indeed in line with President Chen's style. However, she hadn't expected President Chen to be so compassionate. With this 500,000 in support, the corner animal rescue station would surely feel some relief in terms of food expenses. I understand, President Chen, but the quantity for this one-time purchase is a bit large. It will probably take 2 days to prepare everything. That's fine. Chenmo nodded. He wasn't in a hurry for a day or two. I want to go too. Can I come along when you donate? Although I don't have much money, I can volunteer. Seeing the two finish their discussion, Song Xia excitedly raised her hand to speak. Sure, just go when you have time. Chenmo didn't refuse. The three sat for a while longer until Wang Yang and Chen Jun came over from next door after measuring. After a while, the measurements for the milk tea shop were all done. Wang Yang walked over. President Chen, the measurements are complete. I'll head back now to prepare the plan and design, then send it to you. Okay. Chenmo stood up to see the two out, and seeing there was nothing else to do here, he bid farewell to Tang Xiu and Song Xia and returned to the company. In a university student dormitory, there's a clothing factory looking for fashion designers, and the pay is pretty good. Interns get 6,000. Should we apply to this one? Let me check. Changfeng Clothing Factory. I'll look up the company information first. It's just a small factory. It probably doesn't have much potential. That 6,000 salary is likely just to attract people. Once we get there, they'll probably change their tune. What should we do then? We've already tried those big clothing companies. If this doesn't work, we'll have to look for jobs out of town. In the dormitory, several girls were discussing the job postings on the website. Yening, what should we do? Should we apply to this clothing factory? Zhou Yu asked Su Yening, who had been silent. The other two girls also looked at Su Yening, waiting for her decision. Among the four in the dormitory, Su Yening was their leader. Most indecisive matters were decided by her. Su Yening sensed the three gazes on her, thought for a moment, and said, let's give it a try. After all, there aren't any better options. If this one doesn't work out, I'll just decide to open a small clothing studio. Hearing Su Yening's decision, Zhou Yu and the others fell silent. Starting a clothing studio was a very risky venture. If any company could allow them to express their ideas, even if the initial salary was low, they wouldn't choose this path. Zhou Yu sighed, controlled the computer, and sent out the resume. Wow, this new computer is so smooth. The resume was sent out in an instant. Right? I really want a new computer too. The younger students have it good. The two roommates, seeing Zhou Yu had sent out her resume, began to tease her. Why aren't you looking for the younger students outside? Zhou Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes at the two. But those younger students won't call me good. Sister, are you looking for trouble? Zhou Yu's face instantly turned red as she recalled the phone call she had in the bathroom last night, which they had overheard. Seeing her roommates' teasing expressions, she couldn't help but pounce on them. Good sister, I'm sorry, good sister. The roommate who was pinned down burst into laughter. Su Yening quietly watched the scene from the side, smiling slightly. The somewhat gloomy atmosphere dissipated in that moment. In the evening, Chenmo had just finished the meal that Yang Duo sent over when he received a call from Song Xia. Chenmo, I looked into the barista training schools, and the prices vary. How should I choose? The most expensive one. But the most expensive one costs 11,000 a month and is not local. It's in Kyoto. I found a local one for 6,000 and the reviews are pretty good. Just choose the most expensive one, go to Kyoto for training, and I'll reimburse your travel and accommodation expenses. How about this? Send me the details of that coffee shop training school and I'll arrange for someone to sign you up and plan the itinerary tomorrow.
Chenmo initially wanted Song Xia to handle it herself, but then he thought about how there were significant connections involved in travel and accommodation, and if he managed it well, it would be another expense.
Okay. By the way, my sister just messaged me asking if I've started working at your factory. How should I respond? Song Xia asked. After seeing the message, she hadn't replied yet, planning to discuss it with Chenmo. First, just say you've already started working at the factory. Don't mention that I opened a coffee shop.
Chenmo hurriedly advised he couldn't let his family know about the coffee shop, especially since Song Xia had just lost a lot of money opening a milk tea shop, and here he was opening a coffee shop against the odds. If his family found out, they would be worried sick. I know, but if I say I'm working at your factory, my sister's personality will definitely dig deeper. How about this? Come to my clothing factory tomorrow, and then you can video call your sister. I'll be there as a witness, and it should be fine.
Alright, thank you.
After finalizing the plan, Chenmo hung up the phone and threw himself onto the bed.
The next morning, Chenmo arrived at the office
and directly opened the computer to check the name of the barista training school that Song Xia sent. He saw that the price was indeed 11,000, so he entered
Song Xia's information and signed her up for a 1-month training course.
The coffee shop would also need to be renovated in the meantime, so it was just right for him to handle the coffee shop matters upon his return. He then opened the ticket booking software to check flights from Jiangcheng to Kyoto, ultimately selecting a first-class ticket for 3 days later. There were still some scattered tasks that needed Song Xia's attention at the coffee shop, which would take about 3 days, so he could only depart after that. With the travel arrangements sorted, only accommodation remained.
He couldn't arrange meals, so he decided on a daily meal allowance of 500 yuan.
As for accommodation, he had to choose carefully.
Chenmo seriously looked into 5-star hotels in Kyoto and finally
selected a luxurious suite for a month at a 5-star hotel near the barista training school.
The price was over 2,000 a day.
Not bad, calculating it all. This trip for Song Xia would cost him nearly 100,000 yuan. If she brought in 10 staff members and reimbursed their training fees, that would be another 100,000 or more.
Chenmo did a quick calculation and nodded in satisfaction. Sister Tang, is this the employee cafeteria of Chenmo's clothing factory?
Song Xia looked through the window, surprised by the cafeteria's decor, her mouth agape.
The setup was just too good.
Tang Xiu stood beside her, a smile at the corner of her mouth, remembering that she had the same expression when she first saw this cafeteria.
Let's go, President Chen's clothing workshop is ahead. Okay.
Song Xia took another glance at the cafeteria before following Tang Xiu forward. After finishing a call with Chenmo last night, she had chatted with
Tang Xiu about some trivial matters regarding the coffee shop.
Later, she casually mentioned that she would be visiting the clothing factory the next day. Coincidentally, Tang Xiu also needed to go to the factory, so they agreed to come together. We're here, the left side is the office area, and the right side is
the workshop.
However, President Chen has rented another large workshop over there, and it's currently being prepared for renovation.
Tang Xiu pointed in
the direction of the new workshop and led Song Xia inside. Arriving in front of the office, she gently knocked on the door.
Come in. Hearing the voice from
inside, Tang Xiu opened the door and walked in, with Song Xia following behind. Chenmo was sitting in his office chair, looking at the two who entered with surprise. He didn't expect Tang Xiu to come as well. She wasn't here to ask for work again, was she? He forced a smile and stood up. Lawyer Tang, what brings you
to the company today? Aren't I here for the onboarding training?
I came to learn more about the company to better explain things to the new employees.
Tang Xiu explained.
Chenmo felt relieved upon hearing this. As long as she wasn't here to ask for work, that was fine.
Let me introduce you, this is Shenro, my assistant.
This is Song Xia, the manager of the coffee shop. You two can get to know each other. There will be plenty of work coordination in the future.
Chenmo introduced Shenro and Song Xia to each other.
Hello. Shenro quickly extended her hand to greet, realizing that Song Xia was the manager of the
coffee shop newly opened by President Chen.
Hello.
Song Xia shook hands with Shenro. However, her gaze lingered on both Shenro and Chenmo, revealing a strange expression.
Looking at the assistant's looks and figure, there was nothing to criticize. They even shared an office.
This Chenmo really knew how to enjoy life. Please, have a seat. Chenmo sensed the atmosphere was a bit awkward and quickly spoke up.
I won't sit, I'm going to the workshop to learn more
about the company in preparation for the onboarding training,
Tang Xiu said,
then directly left the office. She needed to create a PPT for the new employees,
which naturally required including some characteristic photos of the company, such as the cafeteria and the employee dormitory, etc. She believed that the new employees would be very excited to see these photos and look forward to joining the company. Once Tang Xiu left, Chenmo's gaze fell directly on Song Xia.
Well, how about you video call your sister? Okay. Song Xia nodded and then called her sister on video. Soon, the video connected. Sister, I'm now at Chen Mo's company. See, do you believe it now? Song Xia adjusted the camera to capture the environment of Chen Mo's office. Hand the phone to Chenmo. I don't feel at ease talking to you. Humph. Song Xia pouted and then handed the phone to Chenmo. Hello, sister-in-law. Chenmo took the phone and greeted her with a smile. Xiaomo, is Song Xia really working at your company? You didn't trick me, did you? Song Cheng asked as she saw Chenmo take the phone. Sister-in-law. Don't worry, Song Xia has really joined my company. Chenmo thought to himself that this shouldn't count as lying. The coffee shop was part of his company, wasn't it? How about this, sister-in-law, let me show you my factory, so you can feel at ease. Okay, but wait a moment. Chenmo was puzzled about what to do. Next when he heard Song Qing's voice shouting from his phone. Li Jingqi, Xiaomo was going to show us his factory. Hurry and call our parents over. Hearing that shout, Chenmo felt a headache coming on. After a while, 4 heads crowded into the small video frame. Chenmo first showed them the workshop, then the staff cafeteria, and finally the employee dormitory. Wow, this factory is really nice. That big cafeteria is so bright, came his aunt's voice from the phone. After the factory tour, only Song Qing was left in the video frame. Xiaomo, arrange for Song Xia to join the company. Your investment friend has no objections, right? No problem. The company just happens to have a position for Song Xia. As long as I don't cause you any trouble, that's fine. I won't disturb your work. Then, after hanging up the video call, Chenmo handed the phone to Song Xia. It's all set, just focus on being the store manager. Also, the training class and schedule have been arranged for you. It's in 3 days, and you can log into the software to check it out. Okay. Song Xia nodded. The two returned to the office. When Shinro saw Chenmo come back, she got up and walked over. President Chen, the HR department sent a message saying that 8 fashion designers have submitted their resumes. Please set a time for the interviews. Tomorrow morning, I guess. Chenmo thought for a moment. He had nothing planned for tomorrow. In the staff cafeteria, Tang Qiu took her phone and snapped a few pictures of the dining environment. That should be enough. She had already taken photos of all the highlights in the company and could put them into a PPT when she got back. Lawyer Tang, taking pictures? Li Shen walked into the cafeteria, bored. It was almost noon, and he was preparing to help Wang Maokai with the cafeteria duties since he had to sell boxed lunches after the employees finished eating. This was the only ongoing job he had in the company. If it weren't for the boxed lunches, he would be utterly bored every day. Yeah, just taking some photos of the cafeteria for the new employee orientation, Tang Qiu replied when she saw it was Li Shen. Do you need cafeteria photos for the orientation? Li Shen asked, puzzled. Tang Qiu explained, it's not that we need cafeteria photos specifically, but rather some that represent the company's characteristics or notable places. This cafeteria, the employee dormitory, and the work environment compared to other factories, it's already far superior. These photos will be very useful for both the orientation and company promotion. Oh, then Lawyer Tang, you carry on, Li Shen nodded thoughtfully, and then walked inside. What are you thinking about? Watch where you're going, Wang Mangyan said as he saw Li Shen walking over with a distracted look, almost about to bump into a table, and quickly reminded him. Li Shen snapped back to reality upon hearing the reminder and found he had walked to the back of the cafeteria, sitting down in a nearby chair. Wang Mangyan sat down across from Li Shen, looking concerned. What happened? You seem distracted. Nothing much. Just thinking about some things and got a bit lost in thought. Li Shen shook his head. Thinking about love, huh? Wang Mangyan teased when he saw Li Shen. Really had nothing going on. It's serious business, Li Shen said, looking earnestly at Wang Mangyan. You know, as a department head in the company, I spend my days selling boxed lunches in the cafeteria and there's nothing else to do. I always feel a bit guilty about the salary President Chen pays me. What can you do about it? The boxed lunch plan you proposed before has already been rejected by President Chen. Do you have anything else you can do? Wang Mangyan looked at Li Shen, somewhat speechless. This guy seemed obsessed, trying every possible way to contribute to the company. Li Shen looked up at Wang Mangyan, revealing a mysterious smile. That was before, just now, I figured out what I want to do. What do you want to do? Wang Mangyan asked with interest. Li Shen straightened his posture and asked seriously, what do you think is the most needed thing for General Manager Chen now that he's transforming into a brand clothing business? Upon hearing Li Shen's question, Wang Mangyan thought for a moment. With such a large new workshop, they must need a lot of employees. Employees are certainly needed, but that's not the most critical part. Li Shen shook his head. Seeing Wang Mangyan's puzzled expression, he explained, what the clothing factory needs most right now is publicity. Look, the clothing factory is transforming into a brand clothing business, so naturally, they need to sell their own branded clothes. But the clothing factory has just transformed and has no reputation at all. Even if the clothes are well made, it's likely that very few people will buy them. So, looking at it now, the most important thing is publicity. General Manager Chen should have thought of this long ago, but the workshop is still being prepared and renovated.
The fashion designers haven't been hired yet, so General Manager Chen is probably waiting until the new workshop is fully operational before starting the publicity. However, I can take advantage of the current free time to do some preliminary publicity for the clothing factory. Li Shan said this with a confident smile, finally able to do something for General Manager Chen. Preliminary publicity? How are you going to do that? Wang Maonian looked at Li Shan in confusion. Short videos and live streaming on the internet. Li Shan's face was filled with excitement. This idea was actually inspired by Lawyer Tang. We can turn the company's restaurant, dormitory, and other work environments into short videos and post them on short video platforms. Also, company team building activities and sports events have photos and videos. I can edit those when I get back. Then occasionally live stream a day in the life of an employee. I believe with the benefits and treatment at our clothing factory, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. I've even thought of a name for the account. A happy day for employees, Changfeng Apparel. Will that work? Wang Maonian said with some skepticism. Anyway, there's no cost involved, so we might as well give it a try. If a lot of people pay attention, it would be a way to build some reputation for the clothing factory in advance. If it doesn't work, there's no loss, right? It's better than doing nothing every day. Li Shan leaned back in his chair and sighed. That's true. Wang Maonian nodded in agreement. His work was quite relaxed every day, 3 meals a day, and then there was nothing else to do. If he were working in a hotel, he would be busy from morning till night. However, once the new employees start, he would have a bit more to do. He heard they were hiring 70 new employees. The restaurant would finally be a bit livelier during meal times. Usually, the only people eating in the cafeteria were a few from their restaurant, and about a dozen from the workshop. It made the large cafeteria, which could accommodate over 100 people, feel incredibly desolate during meal times. In fact, if they replaced all the expensive 4-person tables and chairs in the restaurant with long communal tables, it would easily seat 200 to 300 people. It would save money and create a lot more seating. But General Manager Chen directly vetoed that and chose the expensive dining tables, making the employee cafeteria more luxurious than the restaurants outside. It was really too extravagant. However, the work environment was indeed appealing. Now, even if someone offered him a higher salary to return to hotel work, he wouldn't do it. Old Lu, you can stay in this dormitory. When the other new employees arrive, they should arrange for someone else to come in. I live diagonally across from you, so you can find me if you need anything. After work at the clothing factory, Jiang Chang brought Lu Zhenghua, who had completed his onboarding procedures today, to the employee dormitory and arranged him in an unoccupied room. Lu Zhenghua was stunned as he looked at the layout of the dormitory. He had heard that the clothing factory offered good benefits, but he never expected it to be this good. With the air conditioning, television, and private bathroom compared to his previous dormitory where 10 people shared a room, this place was simply paradise. Alright, you can unpack a bit. Spend the next couple of days getting familiar with the work environment. Once the new employees start, there will be an orientation training for you all, Zhang Cheng said, patting Lu Zhenghua on the back before leaving with a smile. He was happy for his friend to join the company. In a university student dormitory, Yenning, the clothing factory, has replied. They want us to come for an interview tomorrow morning, Zhou Yu said as she checked her email. Okay, let's prepare for it then. We'll go take a look tomorrow, Su Yenning responded. This time, let's stick to the previous plan. Should we try to modify the design a bit, maybe lean towards trendy styles? That might make it easier to get recognized, Zhou Yu suggested. And the other two roommates looked over as well. After all, they had faced several setbacks before, and it was clear that if they continued to hold on to their ideas, it would be hard to gain the approval of those clothing companies. Feeling her roommates' gazes, Su Yenning shook her head firmly. What we've always insisted on is creating our own original styles. If we change our ideas now just to cater to those clothing companies, then what was the point of our previous persistence? The three roommates fell silent, lowering their heads. Indeed, if they compromised now, their previous insistence would hold no meaning at all. Alright, everyone prepare well and get some rest early, Su Yenning said, turning to sit at her computer to organize the materials needed for the interview. Tomorrow. Seeing this, Zhou Yu and the others also turned to refine their plans. In the morning, the four of them woke up early, washed up, did their makeup, and dressed neatly before leaving the school together, heading to Changfeng Clothing Factory. This should be the place, Zhou Yu said, glancing at the sign above the workshop to confirm. It's so small, this clothing factory. The company profile says it's 1,000 square meters, but how can there be only this small workshop? Are we being scammed? This doesn't look like a brand clothing factory at all. Su Yenning listened to her roommates mumble quietly and looked at the workshop in front of her, slightly furrowing her brows. The factory only had that large sign to attract attention, but the size of the workshop was far less than the several thousand square meters of the other factories they had visited. Moreover, she was more worried about one issue. With such a small factory, even if they hired fashion designers, how many could they possibly need? 2 would probably be the maximum, but there were 4 of them they couldn't abandon.
anyone after sticking together for so long. Let's go in and take a look, Su Yening sighed. Since they were here, they might as well check it out. Excuse me, you are the fashion designers here for the interview, right? As soon as they pushed the door open, a woman in formal attire approached them. Yes, Su Yening replied. Please wait here for a moment. You can hand your materials to me and I will notify you when it's time for your interview. Shinro led the four of them to the seating area in the lobby and collected their materials. Back in the office, she handed the collected materials to Manager Chen. Manager Chen, here are the materials for the interviewees. There are a total of 8 candidates, and they have all arrived. Chenmo took the materials, opened them one by one, and found that these 4 people were actually all fresh graduates from the same school. This aligns well with his hiring philosophy. However, upon seeing their clothing designs, he frowned slightly. The styles proposed by these fresh graduates were not as subpar as he had imagined, but rather looked quite good. After thinking for a moment, he took out the design proposals from the other 4 interviewees and compared them. With his discerning eye, he couldn't distinguish any differences in quality based on the designs presented. This was a dilemma. He had planned to choose the one with the worst proposal, but now, it seemed his calculations had fallen through. Perhaps he should just select those 4 fresh graduates compared to the other 4 experienced designers. These inexperienced designers seemed much safer choices. Mr. Chen, who should we notify to come in for the interview first? Shinro asked as she noticed that Mr. Chen had nearly finished reviewing all 8 sets of materials. Hearing Shinro's inquiry, Chenmo felt he couldn't just choose those 4 fresh graduates. He needed to be more cautious. Interviews were necessary, but interviewing all 8 one by one would be too troublesome. Just call them all in together. I'll interview them at once. Okay, Shinro replied and walked out of the office. She approached the 8 interviewees and said, you can all go into the office, Mr. Chen is ready to interview you together. Su Yening and the others exchanged glances and then stood up to head toward the office. Inside the office, Chenmo looked at the 8 interviewees who had entered and gestured to the chairs on either side. Find a seat and sit down, don't be nervous. Once everyone was seated, he continued, let me introduce myself first. My name is Chenmo, and I am the owner of this clothing factory. The upcoming interview will be simple. Starting from the left, please introduce your advantages one by one. Alright, let's get started. As Chenmo spoke, his gaze shifted to the first person on the left. This was a slightly older woman, but her makeup and attire gave off a very fashionable vibe, not at all appearing old-fashioned. Noticing Chenmo's gaze, she slightly adjusted her sitting posture. My name is Zhang Fong, I am 36 years old and I have been a clothing designer for 12 years. My advantage is my rich experience and diverse creation in fashion. Listening to this woman's self-introduction, Chenmo was secretly amazed. Was she really that impressive? This wouldn't do. He flipped through the materials he had just received, found Zhang Fong's name, and set it aside. Soon, the first interviewee finished, and the next one began to speak. My name is Wang Chang, I am 27 years old and I have been in the clothing industry for 5 years. My greatest advantage is that I can quickly identify current popular styles and create new designs based on them that are well received by the public. After 4 interviewees had shared their strengths, Chenmo frowned slightly. These 4 had impressive resumes, couldn't they be a bit more ordinary? He hoped the remaining 4 fresh graduates wouldn't let him down. Chenmo thought to himself, turning his gaze toward the 4 fresh graduates. One of the girls had already started her introduction. My name is Su Yening, and I don't have any work experience, but we have many ideas and concepts regarding clothing design. If Mr. Chen chooses us, we will do our utmost to create our own clothing brand for the company. The 3 beside me are my roommates and partners. We are a team. If Mr. Chen only wants to hire 1 or 2 designers, we might not be suitable. Su Yening pointed at the 3 roommates beside her, her tone calm and confident, showing no signs of inferiority despite their lack of work experience. Chenmo listened to Su Yening's account, secretly chuckling to himself. As expected, interns are reliable, their ideas and concepts are just cliches. He had wanted to be a scientist when he was young, and now he had only achieved a family. So, it shouldn't be taken seriously. As for the 4 of them together, isn't that just perfect? More people mean more salaries. Once everyone had finished their introductions, Chenmo gently tapped the table and turned his gaze to the 4 experienced fashion designers, apologetically saying, I apologize. But according to my company's development philosophy, these 4 are more aligned with our company. After the 4 interviewees left the office, Chenmo turned to the remaining 4 fresh graduates. If any of you have something to say or any requests, feel free to bring them up now. Su Yening glanced at the already closed office door and then at Chenmo sitting at the desk, momentarily lost in thought. She had already lost hope, thinking they would be left behind. Like this. Hesitantly, she spoke up. Did we pass the interview? Yes, Chenmo nodded with a smile. All 4 of us passed? That's right, Chenmo nodded. Again. With the confirmation, Su Yening felt a sigh of relief in her heart, though she was still somewhat incredulous. They were actually accepted? Zhou Yu and the
Other two roommates exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of surprise. If you have no objections, let's discuss the salary and benefits, Chenmo said, looking at their surprised faces with a smile. Su Yening snapped back to reality at his words, thought for a moment, and said earnestly, Mr. Chen, before we discuss salary and benefits, I would like to confirm one thing. Go ahead. Chenmo looked at Su Yening. It's about the design aspect. Although the four of us have no work experience, we each have our own design philosophies. If we join the company, we hope to design according to our own ideas. Of course, this also carries certain risks. It's possible that the clothing we design may not be well received by the public, leading to a decrease in the company's clothing sales. So, we hope Mr. Chen will consider this carefully before making a decision. Su Yening expressed all her thoughts. This was something the four of them had always insisted on, and it could not be shaken. There are risks not recognized by the public. Decreased sales. Chenmo extracted several key phrases from Su Yening's words. What a good thing this is. Looking at the four people across from him, his satisfaction grew. These four are truly talented. Rest assured, if you join the company, you will be the first batch of fashion designers, and no one can interfere with you. You can boldly and confidently create the clothing you want. If that's the case, we can join, Su Yening said, her heart finally at ease upon hearing Mr. Chen's words. They had truly found a clothing company that would allow them to work entirely according to their own ideas. Then let's discuss the salary and benefits, Chenmo said slowly upon seeing Su Yening agree to join the company. Given that you are all fresh graduates with no work experience, the initial salary can only be 6,000 a month. But don't worry, the salary will definitely increase in the future. They actually have a salary of 6,000. Su Yening and Zhou Yu all showed expressions of surprise. They had thought this was just a tactic to attract interviewees and that the actual salary would not be 6,000 once they joined the company. After all, the highest initial salary offered by the big fashion companies they had interviewed with before was only 5,000 a month. How could such a small clothing factory offer so much? Moreover, after Su Yening confirmed that General Manager Chen would not interfere with their clothing designs, she had fewer demands regarding salary. After all, no matter how it was still better than starting their own clothing studio, which carried risks. Seeing that the four of them remained silent, Chenmo continued, since there are no issues with the salary, let's move on to the company's benefits. First, we fully pay for the 5 insurances and 1 fund. This will start in your first month after you join, with no probation period. Next, there are allowances. If you choose to live on site, you will receive a transportation allowance of 1,000 yuan. If you choose to live off-site, you will receive a housing allowance of 1,000 yuan. Then there are shopping cards. Since you just joined, you will receive a shopping card worth 500 yuan per month, which will increase to 1,000 after 3 months of employment. As for time off, there's no need to elaborate. 2 days off each week, normal holidays, and no overtime. These are the main benefits the company offers. If you have any questions, feel free to ask now. Su Yening listened to Chenmo's words, secretly clenching her palms. These benefits were far better than those offered by the larger clothing factories she had interviewed with before. Although her salary appeared to be 6,000 yuan, when factoring in the allowances, it amounted to a full 7,500. Of course, after deducting personal income tax and part of the insurance, the take-home pay wouldn't be that much. But for an intern, this treatment was quite good. The key point was that they would start paying for the 5 insurances and 1 fund right away, with no probation period. She found it hard to imagine that a small clothing factory could offer such benefits. Just then, she suddenly felt a bump on her thigh and turned to see that Zhou Yu was signaling to her from below. Following the direction of the gesture, she noticed that General Manager Chen was looking at her. It dawned on her that she had spaced out and momentarily forgotten to respond to his question. Thinking of this, she hurriedly spoke up. General Manager Chen, these benefits are all ready. Very good, we have no questions. Since there are no issues, let's sign the contract. Sure. Su Yening turned to her 3 roommates, and seeing that they had no objections, she nodded in agreement. Shenro had been paying attention to the situation and, seeing Su Yening and the others nod in agreement, brought over the prepared contract to hand to the 4 of them. This is the labor contract, you can take a look. If there are no issues, you can sign it. Su Yening and the others took the contract, flipped through it, and confirmed there were no problems before signing. Congratulations to the 4 of you for officially becoming employees of the clothing factory. Chenmo stood up to congratulate them. General Manager Chen, where will we be working tomorrow? Su Yening suddenly asked. Now that they had officially joined, she naturally wanted to understand her work environment. It's just upstairs, I'll take you to have a look. Mo said as he led the way out of the office. The upstairs had previously been employee dormitories, with 4 rooms. At this time, the employees had already moved to the new dormitory, leaving the upstairs vacant, just right for office use. However, because it had been employee dormitories, the walls of the rooms were somewhat yellowed. They planned to renovate these 4 rooms when they renovated the large workshop. The renovation would be simple, just a fresh coat of latex.
Paint and installing air conditioning would basically complete it.
As for the computer desks and chairs, they had been prepared long ago.
Once the rooms were renovated, those employees who worked from home could come to the company to work. However, after calculating, there would still be 2 rooms available. Now, they could just be used for these designers. Upon reaching the second floor, Chenmo opened a room. The room will be renovated in a couple of days, so don't worry. Su Yening and the others looked inside through the doorway. The room seemed to be about 15 square meters, and currently, there was nothing inside. Aside from the slightly yellowed walls, it looked quite clean. Mr. Chen, is there a slightly larger office available? How big of an office do you need? Mo observed the hesitant expressions of the 4 and realized that this office might not be sufficient.
Su Yening hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking up. Mr. Chen, a clothing design studio requires a lot of things: a small sewing machine, a larger tabletop, mirrors, clothing racks, and a computer desk.
These are all essentials. If we add some miscellaneous items, to operate properly, we would need at least a 50 square meter room. Is that so? Mo nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Su Yening and the others.
I will take care of the office situation.
For now, you can work on the clothing designs at home for the
next few days. There's no need to report to the company. Of course, your salaries for these days will still be paid.
Okay, Mr. Chen. Su Yening nodded upon hearing this.
Although working from home felt a bit strange, the contract had already been signed, so she had nothing to worry about. She just needed to focus on the clothing designs. Shinro, take them around the workshop area of the company to familiarize themselves with the environment.
Seeing that everything
was nearly settled, Chenmo turned to Shinro beside him.
He then returned to his office.
Thinking about the office issue for Su Yening and the others, he
directly called Li Mauda, the manager of the industrial park. He intended to inquire if there were any suitable workshops available to set up an office building.
As the clothing factory grew larger, the number of office staff would surely increase, so establishing an office building at this time seemed reasonable. The call connected quickly, and Li Mauda's voice came through the phone, sounding somewhat dull.
Hello, Mr. Chen, how can I help you? I just wanted to ask if you have any available workshops there? Mo asked directly. Mr. Chen, are you looking to rent a workshop?
Li Mauda's previously dull tone suddenly
became excited. If there are any, yes, I am looking to rent.
I happen to have a 2-story workshop available. Each floor is about 250 square meters.
I wonder if it meets Mr. Chen's requirements.
Each floor being 250 square meters, not too big or too small, would be just right for an office building for a clothing
factory.
It felt as if it was prepared just for him, Chenmo thought to himself.
This workshop perfectly meets my requirements.
If there are no issues,
let's discuss the price and sign a contract.
Then, Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. I will bring the documents over right away for a face-to-face discussion.
Li Mauda said quickly.
After hanging up, Chenmo sat quietly in his office waiting.
About 10 minutes later, Li Mauda knocked and entered, holding a file bag.
Slightly out of breath as he sat down across from the desk, looking as if he had jogged over. Managerly, take a breath and rest for a moment.
Chenmo stood up and poured a glass of water, placing it in front of Li Mauda.
With Shinro absent, he had to handle this personally.
Thanks, Mr. Chen. Li Mauda picked up the cup and took a small sip. No need to be polite, we are old acquaintances. Chenmo sat back down in his chair, smiling at Li Mauda. Where is that workshop? Located in the industrial park? The area just meets my requirements.
I was a bit worried before that there wouldn't be any available workshops.
Upon hearing
Chenmo's words, Li Mauda looked at him with a somewhat strange expression. This workshop hadn't been available before, it just became vacant today.
Oh, what a coincidence. Chenmo looked at Li Mauda in surprise.
Li Mauda, seeing Chenmo's astonished expression, felt a bit puzzled.
Mr. Chen, isn't the situation in that workshop you're doing? My doing? What do you mean by my doing? Chenmo was a bit confused upon hearing Li Mauda's question. What exactly is going on? What does that workshop being vacated have to do with me? Mr. Chen doesn't know? Should I know? Li Mauda looked at Chenmo, who genuinely seemed unaware, thought for a moment, and then spoke up. That's a machinery factory. Yesterday, about 80% of the employees all resigned. What does their resignation have to do with me? Chenmo was even more puzzled. Isn't your clothing factory hiring? Those employees who resigned have all come to your clothing factory.
Now that machinery factory has already stopped operations, even if they try to hire new employees, they can't compete with your clothing factory. This morning, the owner of that machinery factory came to me and returned the workshop, planning to rent a new one elsewhere.
Li Mauda recounted the events.
This matter didn't just affect that machinery factory, other factories in the industrial park were also impacted, but the most affected were those small factories
that hadn't signed labor contracts with their employees.
Employees who had signed contracts needed to go through procedures even if they wanted to resign.
However,
those small factories without contracts were in trouble. For their employees, leaving was just a matter of saying a word. When he first heard about this, He was also taken aback, but later, seeing that the recruitment website was only hiring 70 employees and that they had almost filled those positions, he relaxed. If other factories also experienced mass resignations like that machinery factory, leading to the owner returning the workshop, he would be finished. His income was tied to those rented workshops.
And this matter? Chenmo was astonished and opened his mouth upon hearing Lee Maoda's account. Sorry, I didn't
mean to the machinery factory owner I haven't met. Chenmo silently apologized in his heart, then spoke calmly.
Let's discuss the price for the clothing factory. All right.
Lee Maoda nodded, as he had previously thought Mr. Chen was deliberately targeting that machinery factory.
After some discussion, they finally
agreed on a price of 160,000 a year for 2 years.
That meant another 320,000 of system funds spent. This didn't even account for the renovation of the new workshop. Who would have thought that hiring a few clothing designers would lead to such a large expense?
Those clothing designers were indeed worth it.
After signing the contract, Chenmo contacted the finance department to transfer funds to Lee Maoda's account. Lee Maoda then took his leave. Once Lee Maoda left, Chenmo immersed himself in the system panel.
After days of spending efforts, the system funds had now dropped to over 16 million, which was still quite a lot.
However, Chenmo wasn't anxious about it.
The renovation budget hadn't come out yet, and the 3.2 million for purchasing machines hadn't been spent either. If those two items were all settled, the system funds would definitely drop sharply.
Not long after, Shinro returned to the office.
The clothing designer hadn't
come back, probably having left directly. Shinro, this is the new workshop I've rented.
Please take a look at the information and contact Wang Yang this afternoon, asking him to find a time to come over and take measurements.
Also, the 4 rooms upstairs need to be renovated as well. Okay, Mr. Chen. Shinro
took the information Chenmo handed her, feeling a bit puzzled. She had only been out for a short while, and Mr. Chen had already rented a new workshop. That
speed was a bit too fast, wasn't it?
After arranging the renovation matters, it was almost lunchtime. Shinro noticed the time, put away the workshop information,
and went to the cabinet to take out a few lunchboxes to go to the cafeteria for food. Chenmo comfortably leaned back in his chair. At work, there's Shinro to serve meals, and after work, young Duo brings food. It's really comfortable. The only regret is that I'm a bit poor.
That's right, poor. Originally, I had over 80,000 in funds, but after a trip home, I was left with less than 40,000.
Sigh. Other people's systems have assets worth hundreds
of millions arriving in minutes, accompanied by luxury cars and beautiful women.
My system, on the other hand, still relies on settlements to get money. And as
if that weren't enough, I happened to encounter a bunch of lazy employees.
Fortunately, after several adjustments, those slackers have settled down. Ding ding, ding. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Tang Qiu. I answered the call.
President Chen, we've prepared 50,000 worth of cat and dog food at the
factory.
If all goes well, we can set off tomorrow.
All right, let's set off tomorrow. Chenmo thought about the tasks for tomorrow, aside from notifying Wang
Yang to come and take measurements. There didn't seem to be anything else, so he agreed directly. As for the measurements, he didn't need to be present, he could
just arrange for someone else to handle it.
Okay, I'll notify the boss over there to load the cat and dog food today.
After Tang Qiu finished speaking, she hung up the phone. In the employee cafeteria, old Lu, those new employees are all from the machinery factory, right? Jiang Chang looked at a
few new employees who seemed familiar. They were clearly his former co-workers from the machinery factory.
Not just those few, but the others over there are too. Lu Jinghua pointed at another group of employees in line, chuckling awkwardly.
When he left that day, he had mentioned the clothing factory's recruitment
while in the dormitory.
Then, a younger co-worker in the same dormitory checked a recruitment website and indeed found that the clothing factory was hiring, and they were looking for 70 people.
This eventually led to the current situation.
Moreover, he heard from those employees that the machinery factory had been
forced to stop working due to a lack of workers. This was something he never expected. Hello, Brother Jiang. At that moment, an employee came over to get food and greeted Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang looked up and recognized him as a former co-worker.
Although they weren't very familiar in the factory,
there were no conflicts between them. So he nodded and said, "Sit down, let's eat together."
He had no particular thoughts about the machinery factory employees coming to the
clothing factory. It didn't affect him anyway.
Besides, he had no good feelings towards that machinery factory, which only exploited its workers day in and day
out. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have chosen to leave just because the clothing factory was hiring. Thank you, Brother Jiang. The person quickly sat down upon hearing this.
Jiang Chang looked at the person who sat down and spoke lightly. No need to thank me. This isn't how we do things here. If you want to stay, then work hard and don't slack off. If I find out you're not working properly, no matter how much you thank me, I won't go easy on you.
Since
President Chen promoted him to the position of department head, he had to manage the workshop diligently. He wouldn't keep anyone who was lazy. This way, he could live up to President Chen's trust in him.
Changlin decoration, Wang Yang. How's the temperature in the studio? Is it suitable? If not, we can adjust it. Supervisor Chibu asked Wang Yang, who was at his workstation, with concern. Supervisor Chi, the temperature is just right, no need to adjust it. Wang Yang quickly replied. That's good. Then you focus on your proposal, I won't disturb you. After Chibu gave a reminder, he left directly. Wang Yang, with your treatment. No one else here has enjoyed such benefits. Once Supervisor Chibu left, Chen Jun leaned over and joked. Brother Jun, don't tease me like that. Wang Yang smiled helplessly upon hearing this. Ever since he returned to report after taking measurements, things had turned out this way. Even the air conditioning, which had been off for over a month, was now running again. What I'm saying is the truth. If those 2 orders go through, the budget will be at least around 3 to 4 million. Can Supervisor Chi not take it seriously? A monthly performance of over 3 million would directly break Lin Decoration's record, and it's estimated that it will be hard for anyone to surpass it in the future. As a newcomer, this is quite impressive. Chen Jun praised earnestly. Brother Jun, you know how I got these orders, right? It's all just luck. These 2 orders are indeed substantial, but what about in the future? That clothing factory can't always have renovation work, can it? Wang Yang said with a bitter smile, aware of his own capabilities. All these orders were given to him by General Chen. Without him, he wouldn't have received a single order. But General Chen couldn't always have renovation work, could he? That's true, but you're already doing quite well. Your business skills can be improved gradually. Chen Jun nodded secretly at Wang Yang's words. Where would the clothing factory get so many renovations? Once this was done, it would almost be over. In the future, he still had to rely on his own business abilities. Buzz buzz buzz. Wang Yang's phone on the desk suddenly vibrated. Glancing at the caller ID, it was Assistant Shen, and he quickly answered the call. Hello, Assistant Shen, is there something you need? Wang Yang asked cautiously, guessing it might be about some changes in the renovation. Oh, I wanted to ask if you have time tomorrow. We have a new workshop renovation that needs you to take measurements. Assistant Shen's voice came through the phone. Wang Yang was taken aback. A new workshop for measurements? Could it be? Didn't he just measure for a new workshop? How could there be another one? Thinking of this, he confirmed, Assistant Shen, is it another new workshop, besides the one I measured last time? Yes, General Chen has rented another workshop. If you have time tomorrow, come over to take measurements. However, General Chen won't be at the clothing factory tomorrow, so just find Li Shin and let him take you there. After getting confirmation, Wang Yang took a deep breath and quickly replied, okay, Assistant Shin, I'll be there tomorrow. After hanging up, Wang Yang turned to Chen Jun and slowly said, the clothing factory called and said there's another new workshop to renovate and they want me to go take measurements. Chen Jun's mouth twitched a couple of times upon hearing this. He opened his mouth to say something but ultimately swallowed all his words. He simply stood up silently and returned to his workstation. He wanted to be quiet. In the early morning at the clothing factory, Chenmo arrived and arranged the specific matters before leaving the company to head to the cat and dog food processing plant. It was about an hour's journey. Finally, he arrived at the entrance of the processing plant. As soon as Chenmo got out of the car, he saw Tang Xiu and Song Xia standing at the entrance of the cat and dog food processing plant, with a middle-aged woman standing beside them. At that moment, the 3 of them approached him as he got out of the car. General Chen, the cat and dog food has been loaded onto the trucks. There are a total of 4 large trucks, each carrying 5 tons of goods. As they got closer, Tang Xiu spoke, pointing to the 4 trucks filled with goods in the distance. Chenmo looked at the 4 trucks and asked in confusion, I remember that at 13 yuan per pound, 500,000 should be less than 19 tons of cat and dog food, right? How come there are 20 tons? Oh, it's because the factory owner, Sisterly, heard that you were purchasing 500,000 worth of cat and dog food to donate to the rescue station, so she gave you some discounts, bringing it up to 20 tons. Tang Xiu said, pointing to the middle-aged woman beside her, Manager Chen, this is the owner of the cat and dog food processing factory, Sisterly Ru. Sisterly, this is Manager Chen, Chenmo. Upon hearing this, Chenmo's gaze fell on Li Ru, and he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Boss Li. Manager Chen, you're too polite. Being able to spend 500,000 to buy cat and dog food and donate it to the rescue station, I can give you a little profit here, it's nothing. Li Ru said with emotion as she looked at Chenmo. All her discounts still had profit margins, which couldn't compare to someone like Manager Chen who directly donated money. But she had her own plans. Her goal was to help as many rescue stations that took in stray cats and dogs as possible while ensuring her factory could operate normally. After all, only by keeping her factory running could she help more stray cats and dogs. With that, the few of them exchanged a few more pleasantries. Chenmo then directly proposed to take his leave. Boss Li, since the goods are ready, let's head straight to the cat and dog rescue station. Alright, I've arranged for 2 workers for each truck. They can help you unload the goods at the rescue station. Li Ru waved her hand.
Chenmo thanked her and got into the car to head towards the corner cat and dog rescue station. Tang Xiu led the way, with Yang Dahai driving behind. Following them were 4 large trucks. Since the cat and dog rescue station was located in a village on the outskirts of Jiang City, it was somewhat remote. After checking the navigation, it would take about an hour and a half to get there. At the corner cat and dog rescue station, 2 middle-aged men were sitting in a rather simple room discussing matters. Brother Su, what should we do? Should we take in that batch of dogs? Pang Tao asked, looking at the man sitting opposite him. Su Zhangming hesitated upon hearing this. Just last night, the police received a report about 2 vehicles illegally transporting stray dogs. After the police intervened and investigated, they confirmed that this batch of dogs were not farmed meat dogs, they were all illegally captured strays or stolen dogs. The 2 drivers had previous criminal records and were currently taken away by the police, but the dogs in the vehicles were left behind, with no one to take over, and they didn't know how to handle them. If they chose to take in this batch of stray dogs, they would face a huge financial crisis. He had already been following the situation of those stray dogs last night, and many sick dogs had appeared. Among them, judging by the situation, it was likely distemper. According to the current prices at pet hospitals for treating distemper, it generally ranged from 1,000 to 3,000. Among the more than 200 stray dogs, he initially estimated that about 20 had contracted distemper. If they conducted a more detailed inspection, there would surely be more. Additionally, there were some injured and disabled dogs that needed treatment. Just the medical expenses alone would be a significant burden. For their rescue station, it was already very difficult to support such large expenditures. Su Zhangming found himself in a dilemma, and after a while, he looked up at Pang Tao. Have you contacted the cat and dog rescue station in the neighboring city? Are they willing to take in some of the stray dogs? If there was a rescue station willing to share the burden of some stray dogs, things would be much easier and their pressure would be greatly relieved. Pang Tao shook his head, revealing a wry smile. We did get in touch, but as soon as they heard about the distemper, they flatly refused. Sigh. Su Zhangming sighed helplessly. Just then, a few honks from vehicles came from outside. Pang Tao looked out the window. It seemed a car had stopped outside the rescue station. It should be someone coming to donate dog food. Generally, when a car arrived at the rescue station, it was mostly kind-hearted people coming to donate items. Let's go out and take a look. Su Zhangming stood up and walked out with Pang Tao. In the courtyard of the rescue station, several volunteers were curiously observing the outside. Su Zhangming and Pang Tao stood on the steps, peering through the courtyard wall, and were astonished to see 4 trucks parked outside. 4 trucks. If all of them were filled with donated items, that was no small amount. Su Zhangming and Pang Tao exchanged glances, then quickly descended the steps and hurried towards the courtyard gate. As they opened the gate, they saw a familiar figure along with 2 young men and women walking towards them. Lawyer Tang, thank you so much for your generosity again, Su Zhangming said gratefully as he looked at Tang Xiu approaching. Brother Su, don't misunderstand. This time, the one showing kindness is not me, but this person, General Chenmo, Tang Xiu said with a smile, pointing to Chenmo beside her. Su Zhangming awkwardly smiled at the mention and quickly turned to Chenmo, apologetically saying, General Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. I really appreciate you coming to show your kindness. Upon seeing Lawyer Tang, he instinctively thought it was her coming to donate again. After all, she had donated cat and dog food to the rescue station several times before. Chenmo smiled slightly at the somewhat nervous Su Zhangming. No worries, it doesn't matter who shows kindness, the key is to help those stray cats and dogs. General Chen, if everyone were as compassionate as you, I believe there would be no stray cats and dogs in this world. A boss like you, with such a big heart, is bound to make a fortune, Pang Tao suddenly praised. At this, Chenmo's expression stiffened, and he quickly changed the subject, pointing to the 4 trucks in the distance. Well, these 4 trucks are loaded with cat and dog food. You can designate a spot for them to unload. All cat and dog food? Su Zhangming looked at the 4 large trucks in shock. Each truck could carry about 5 tons, so that meant a total of 20 tons of cat and dog food. If converted to money, even the cheapest dog food would cost hundreds of thousands. General Chen really was generous. The storage room is over there, I'll take you there. Su Zhangming led the way to a warehouse in the courtyard. After confirming the location of the warehouse, the volunteers from the cat and dog rescue station came out to help unload the goods. After a flurry of activity, all the cat and dog food was stored away. Looking at the warehouse filled with cat and dog food, Su Zhangming felt a surge of excitement. With this supply, their rescue station wouldn't have to worry about the stray cats and dogs going hungry for a while. Moreover, by saving on food expenses, he was confident he could take in those 200 stray dogs. Thinking of this, Su Zhangming looked at Chenmo with deep gratitude. General Chen, I can't thank you enough this time. Your donation of dog food has truly saved over 200 lives. Brother Su, I'm just showing a little kindness. The real credit for saving lives goes to you all, Chenmo said, a bit awkwardly waving his hand. The money he spent was from the system, so he didn't feel any pain in his heart and thus didn't see it as anything great. The truly great ones were those who willingly dedicated themselves to helping these stray cats and dogs. General Chen, what Brother Su said is true. Just last night, the police seized a vehicle involved in the illegal transport and capture of stray dogs, and there were over 200 stray dogs inside. Brother Su and I were worried about how to accommodate them, and then you just happened to arrive. With the dog food you donated, our financial pressure has eased a lot and we can almost take in those 200 stray dogs. Pang Tao also stepped forward to explain the situation. Is that so? Chenmo was somewhat surprised, realizing that he had inadvertently helped in such a significant way. Thinking to himself, he immediately asked, where are the more than 200 stray dogs now? The dogs are still in the van, about 10 kilometers away from here. However, with the dog food donated by you, Mr. Chen, we are already preparing to bring them back. Are you planning to go see them? Su Zhangming revealed a heartfelt smile. Sure. Chenmo thought for a moment and nodded. He also wanted to see how those dog traders treated the stray dogs. Then let's go. Right away. Su Zhangming said eagerly. It was very cruel to keep those stray dogs locked in the van. Now that it was confirmed they would take them in, he wanted to bring them back as soon as possible. So, a group of people set off to bring the stray dogs back. However, because some of the stray dogs had already contracted canine distemper, they did not take them directly to the rescue station but instead placed them in an unoccupied yard for isolation. Chenmo watched as one stray dog after another was released from the van, falling into silence. Among those stray dogs, some were already on the brink of death, lying motionless on the ground. Some were covered in wounds, huddled in a corner, bravely licking their injuries while emitting soft whimpers. One had a broken leg, limping around the yard in confusion. The most cruel sight was a dog missing an eye, its empty eye socket a dark void. Killing is just a nod. He couldn't understand why those dog traders could be so cruel. After settling the stray dogs, the group returned to the rescue station. On the way back, Tang Qiu and Song Xia, who had originally been cheerful, now wore downcast expressions. Clearly, they were also affected by the tragic sight of the stray dogs they had just seen. Upon returning to the rescue station, just as they were about to say their goodbyes, they found that meals had already been prepared for them. Mr. Chen, there's nothing much to thank you for, just let's have a lunch together. Su Zhangming warmly invited. Chenmo glanced at the time, realizing it was already noon, so he didn't refuse. Halfway through the meal, the previously somber atmosphere due to the stray dogs became lively again. Pang Tao downed a glass of beer and said enthusiastically, Mr. Chen, I've always had a project in mind, which is to open a pet park like a zoo, but instead of animals, it would be cats and dogs, attracting visitors to come and enjoy. This way, we can charge admission fees from the visitors, and then we can use that money to rescue more stray cats and dogs. It's a pity that none of those investment companies have the insight to see its value. They all rejected me. Su Zhangming looked at Pang Tao, who seemed a bit tipsy, and snatched his glass away. Don't talk about that broken project of yours. How many people would be willing to pay to see the stray cats and dogs we've rescued, some of which are even injured or disabled? Isn't that obviously a money-losing project? It's strange that those investors would be interested in your project. Chenmo paused in his actions of picking food as he listened to Su Zhangming's words. A money-losing project? Isn't that exactly what he wanted? A pet park does seem rather unreliable. Moreover, since those investment companies had already rejected the project, it clearly confirmed that it wouldn't make money. It's worth noting that those investment companies have professionals who evaluate projects. Goodness, he was just worried about finding a money-losing project, and unexpectedly, after showing a bit of kindness, he discovered such a reliable project. This must be the reward for doing good deeds. At this moment, looking at the slightly tipsy Pang Tao, he found him increasingly agreeable. Brother Pang, do you have any plans for this project? Yes. Pang Tao perked up immediately upon hearing Chenmo's inquiry. I have 5 acres of land over in the suburbs, about 3,000 square meters. I'm planning to establish a small pet park there first, and then gradually expand outward from that park. My goal is to develop the pet park to the scale of Disney, so that, no matter how many stray cats and dogs there are, it can accommodate them all. Mr. Chen, are you interested in investing? Is the goal really to be as big as Disney? Pang Tao's ambition seems quite grand, but if he truly wants to develop it to that scale bit by bit, it would be a sustainable money-burning project. Chenmo calculated silently in his heart, not counting the cost of building the park for now, but the daily expenses for feeding stray cats and dogs would be a significant expenditure. Moreover, since a pet park is to be established, these pets must be well taken care of to ensure safety. All the stray cats and dogs must be vaccinated and provided with protective measures. Furthermore, after the park is established, it can no longer be considered a rescue station, but rather a company. Therefore, it wouldn't be possible to rely on volunteers for help. It would require its own employees, medical expenses, care costs, employee salaries. Adding these items together, it could be said to be a huge expense. Mr. Chen, don't listen to Pang Tao's nonsense. His project is completely unrealistic. He's a bit drunk, don't mind him, Su Zhengming hurriedly explained when he saw Pang Tao trying to get Mr. Chen to invest. No, I think Brother Pang's project has great development potential. With pet culture being so popular now, building a pet park is a very promising project. Chenmo's gaze shifted past Su Zhengming and landed directly on Pang Tao, his palm lightly slapping the table as he said decisively, Brother Pang, I'm investing in your project. As soon as the words fell, the room instantly fell into silence. The pet park that Pang Hai mentioned was not taken seriously by those present. They thought it was just a joke at the dinner table. But they never expected that Mr. Chen would actually say he wanted to invest in this project. Even the somewhat tipsy Pang Tao looked at Chenmo in disbelief. Mr. Chen, you really want to invest in this project? He had only asked casually and never thought Mr. Chen would invest in his project. Of course, I think your project has great potential. On Monday, bring the project proposal to my company to discuss the investment, Chenmo said, taking out a business card and pushing it across the table to Pang Tao. As for why Monday, it was because the next 2 days were Saturday and Sunday, a holiday. It could only be scheduled for Monday. Mr. Chen, his project won't work. Several investment companies have already rejected it, all stating it wouldn't make money. Su Zhengming quickly interjected upon seeing this. With all the dog food Mr. Chen had donated to them, he couldn't just watch him invest in a losing project. It's fine, I believe this project is feasible, Chenmo said firmly. How could he be stopped from losing money? Seeing Mr. Chen's resolute attitude, Su Zhengming sighed and didn't continue to persuade him. He thought to himself that he could only approach Pang Tao from this angle. He couldn't just watch Mr. Chen jump into a pit. The meal quickly came to an end. Chenmo and the two women, Tang Xiao, looked again at the stray cats and dogs being cared for in the backyard. Watching those healthy and lively cats and dogs, they had already shed their former stray state. So many cats. Song Xia, holding food, was instantly surrounded by a large group of cats. After a rough count, there seemed to be about 30 of them. Brother Su, with so many stray cats and dogs taken in, hasn't anyone wanted to adopt them? Chenmo surveyed the cats and dogs in the backyard, noticing quite a few breeds. There were border collies, huskies, golden retrievers, they had all kinds. There should be people wanting to adopt these types of dogs. Su Zhengming sighed upon hearing this. We did organize adoption events before, and indeed many people adopted cats and dogs at that time. However, later on, after we conducted follow-up surveys on those who adopted the pets, we stopped organizing adoption events. If someone really wants to adopt, we will assess their situation to see if we can allow them to adopt. Why? Chenmo looked at Su Zhengming in confusion. Because a large portion of those adopters don't genuinely love cats and dogs. According to our follow-up surveys, we found that many adopted pets were once again abandoned and became stray cats and dogs. Moreover, the reasons for abandonment are all sorts of strange, like breaking up with a boyfriend and not wanting to keep them anymore, or they urinate everywhere at home, or they just don't look good anymore, and many other reasons. Su Zhengming paused here, revealing a helpless smile. Isn't it ridiculous? They claim to love cats and dogs, yet they do the most cruel things. They don't truly love cats and dogs, they just need a pet to play with. Once they get bored or no longer like them, they just throw them away. Chenmo fell silent upon hearing Su Zhengming's account, looking at the cats and dogs in the yard, many of which must have been abandoned in this way. He suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. He could help these stray cats and dogs by donating money, but he couldn't change people's hearts. Such people will always exist. Ha! Chenmo exhaled, releasing the pent-up frustration in his heart. Suga, I wonder if I can adopt 5 dogs to take back. Shenzong, why do you want to adopt so many dogs? I have a factory, and I can just adopt a few dogs to help keep an eye on the place. But don't worry, since I've chosen to adopt them, I won't abandon them. He couldn't change others, but he could set standards for himself. Moreover, if he adopted the dogs, the leftover food from the cafeteria could be directly fed to them. This way, he could completely eliminate Li Shen's boxed meal business, indirectly reducing one source of income. This was simply a win-win situation. Since it's Chenzong who wants to adopt, I naturally have no worries. The dogs here, Chenzong can choose freely, Su Zhengming said. With a smile, whether it was Chenzong's act of kindness or his financial strength, adopting a few dogs would definitely not be a burden. Upon hearing this, Chenmo walked around the backyard and finally chose 4 huskies and 1 border collie. Of course, his choice wasn't based on breed but rather on how much these 5 dogs could eat when he saw the volunteers feeding them. After selecting the dogs, the matters here were almost concluded. He directly said his goodbyes and left. Chenzong, take care. The dogs you selected will be delivered to you in the next couple of days. Su Zhengming waved at the entrance of the corner cat and dog rescue station. Okay. Chenmo nodded and then thought of something, opening his mouth to remind him. When Pang Tao wakes up, remember to tell him to bring the project proposal to me on Monday to discuss the investment. This was the biggest gain he had from coming here. However, Pang Tao's drinking
Capacity was too poor. He got drunk after just a few bottles of beer. Otherwise, he would have wanted to finalize the project today. Leaving the corner cat and dog rescue station, Tang Xiu drove away alone while Song Xia got into the company's business vehicle with him. Tomorrow was the day Song Xia would head to Kyoto for training, and he needed to convey some matters. Don't forget to bring the employees for the training in Kyoto tomorrow. This was crucial for how much system funding could be spent, so he had to remind him a bit. I got it, Shenzong. Song Xia nodded in response, knowing that bringing in an employee came with a reward of 1,000 yuan. Even without Chenmo's reminder, she would have been attentive to it. After confirming the training arrangements with Song Xia, Chenmo glanced at the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon. He decided not to return to the factory and went straight home instead. At the clothing factory, in the employee cafeteria, Li Shan placed the prepared lunchboxes on the windowsill and they were quickly snatched away. Some employees who didn't manage to get a lunchbox couldn't help but complain. Li Ge, can't you prepare a few more lunchboxes? 30 or 40 boxes a day just aren't enough for everyone. Exactly, just make a few more, I'll pay extra. Li Shan looked at the group of people who hadn't gotten their lunchboxes and smiled helplessly. He would have liked to prepare more, but President Chen simply wouldn't allow it. Watching those who left disappointed because they didn't get a lunch box, Li Shan felt a pang of regret. What a great customer base. Selling only 30 boxes a day was such a waste. With a sigh, he collected the empty boxes. After selling out and took out his phone to record a video in the cafeteria. Hello everyone, today I'm going to show you the meals at our clothing factory. You can judge for yourselves how good the food is. And let's take a look at the environment of our cafeteria. After recording the video, Li Shan carefully edited it and sent it out. So, how's the view count on the video? Wang Maoyan asked as he sat down beside him. Not much traffic yet, it's normal since I just posted it a few days ago, Li Shan replied casually. He hadn't expected the video to go viral immediately, the chances were low. However, he had already thought of a plan. If there was no improvement, he would create a few scripts and have some employees act them out to increase the video's fun and appeal. This way, he could retain viewers while showcasing the company's good side. So, with low traffic at the moment, he wasn't in a hurry. At worst, he could spend some money to buy a few waves of traffic. President Chen was already paying such high salaries. Spending a little for company promotion didn't seem like a big deal. The next day, early morning, Song Xia arrived at the airport early. It was her first time flying, and she felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Hello, Ms. Song. You've purchased a first-class ticket. You just need to wait in the VIP lounge. When it's time to board, a staff member will come to remind you, and there's no need to check in or queue, an airport staff member said respectfully to Song Xia. Ah, okay. Song Xia nodded, feeling a bit anxious. She knew Chenmo had bought her a first-class ticket, but she hadn't expected such treatment. Thinking about how she had been anxiously searching for the check-in area just moments ago made her feel a bit embarrassed. Soon, it was time to board. Guided by the airport staff, she smoothly boarded the plane. Arriving in first class, she sat down in the spacious and comfortable seat, feeling a bit awkward. She gazed around at the first-class setup, unsure of what to do since it was her first flight, especially in first class. Sometimes, when faced with questions from the flight attendants, she didn't know how to respond. And so, after about 2 hours, the plane finally landed at Kyoto Airport. Song Xia couldn't wait to get off the plane and then took a taxi to the hotel that President Chen had booked for her. Upon arriving at her hotel room, she was once again stunned by the luxury of the hotel. Stepping into her lavish suite, the decor was even more extravagant than her own home. Suddenly, Song Xia felt a strange sensation. Was she here for training, or did it feel more like a vacation? She couldn't help but marvel at it. After putting away her luggage, she left the hotel and headed to the barista training school. Chenmo had invested so much to bring her here for training, so she naturally had to pay attention and study hard. On Monday, Chenmo arrived at the clothing factory early in the morning. Sitting in a chair, he slightly organized the arrangements for this period. The transformation of the clothing factory had been fully arranged. Now it was just a matter of renovation and purchasing machines. As for Sangshui Games, aside from the already profitable Tianlong, only the new project in Fong Chang's hands remained. Whether Sangshui could turn a profit or not depended on Fong Chang's project. He had already prohibited Wei Yan and Zhao Bowen from participating in that project, believing that with Fong Chang's ability there would be no problem at all. Then there was the coffee shop matter. Song Xia had already started training in Kyoto, and all that was left was the renovation of the coffee shop. There was no rush for this. Once Wang Yan completed the design and confirmed there were no issues, they could start work directly. The 3 companies he currently had were all developing in the expected direction. Next up was the new project. He had already scheduled a meeting with lawyer Tang and Pang Tao from the rescue station to discuss project investment today at the company. He was very optimistic about this project, as it could definitely help him lose a significant amount of system funds and it would be a continuous loss. With this project
In place, it could greatly alleviate the pressure brought by Tianlong Games. Not long after, there was a knock on the office door, and Pang Tao cautiously walked in. Chenmo was delighted to see Pang Tao arrive and quickly stood up to greet him. "Brother Pang, please have a seat. Lawyer Tang will be here soon, and we can discuss the project together." Upon hearing this, Pang Tao hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. "President Chen, you might want to reconsider the pet park project." Chenmo frowned at Pang Tao's words. Just a couple of days ago during dinner, he had been very firm about it. Why had he changed his mind today? Can you tell me why? "President Chen, the thing is, I've pitched the pet park proposal to several investment companies and they all rejected. Clearly, this pet park proposal is not being viewed favorably. So, I thought about it carefully. It's not easy for you to make money, so it's better not to invest. The risk is too high." Pang Tao spoke seriously, having been told a lot about these matters by Su Zhangming after he sobered up. He also realized his own issue. President Chen was a kind-hearted person, and he couldn't let the other party take such a big risk by investing in his project. Chenmo felt a bit relieved upon hearing Pang Tao's words. He had thought someone else had snatched the project away, but then again, who would want to take over a losing project? Since that was the case, things would be easier to handle. He thought for a moment and then looked up at Pang Tao. "I'm glad you have this thought. However, you should know that every project carries risks, so you needn't worry about me losing money by investing in your project." "But President Chen," Mo raised his hand to stop Pang Tao as he began to speak. "Let me ask you a few questions first and then you can decide. First, do you want to help more stray cats and dogs?" "Yes," Pang Tao answered without hesitation. "Then can this pet park project help more stray cats and dogs?" "It can." Pang Tao nodded. His original intention for the pet park project was to help more stray cats and dogs. "Do you have confidence in your project?" President Pang Tao showed hesitation. Seeing this, Chenmo helplessly rubbed his forehead. This guy was not following the script. Shouldn't he be giving a straightforward answer? After a long time of deliberation, he found himself lacking confidence in this project. But isn't it better to have less confidence? Doesn't that just prove that the project is unreliable? This project was already set for investment. You don't need to say anything. I understand your point. Whether or not you have confidence is not important. What matters is that you put your heart into it. Let me ask you, if this project were handed to you, would you put your heart into it? "Mr. Chen, I will definitely put my heart into it." Pang Tao raised his arm, making a gesture of swearing an oath. "Isn't that enough? If you put your heart into it, how could it not succeed? Have you ever heard the saying, nothing in the world is difficult for one who is determined? I've never heard of it." Pang Tao shook his head. Chenmo's expression stiffened, then he quickly changed his tone. "Whether you've heard it or not doesn't matter, as long as you understand the meaning. If you put your heart into this project, it will definitely succeed. So, bring over your project proposal, and let's finalize the investment." Pang Tao instinctively handed the project proposal to Chenmo, only to realize it afterward. "Mr. Chen, I'm a bit worried this project might lose money. How about? If I'm not worried, why should you be? I have high hopes for you, so go ahead and do it boldly. Don't you want the pet park to be larger than Disneyland so that all the stray cats and dogs can have a home?" Chenmo suddenly felt a bit exhausted. He just wanted to invest in a losing project. Why was it so difficult? Upon hearing Mr. Chen's inquiry, Pang Tao fell silent. The last sentence from Mr. Chen struck at his soft spot. If they could really develop the pet park to the scale of Disneyland, then there would be no need to worry about where to place stray cats and dogs. After thinking for a moment, he finally made a decision. "Mr. Chen, I will definitely develop this project well. For Mr. Chen's trust, and for those stray cats and dogs to have a home, he would do his utmost to make this project successful. Nothing in the world is difficult for one who is determined. Mr. Chen, I will remember your words. That's more like it." Seeing Pang Tao agree, Chenmo smiled sincerely. Finally, he had managed to secure this losing project. After a while, Tang Qiu also arrived at the office. With lawyer Tang Qiu helping out, there was no need to worry about the investment process. The key issue was the amount of investment. Chenmo looked at Pang Tao and asked, "How much funding is appropriate for the initial investment in this pet park?" Pang Tao was taken aback. He hadn't even considered this aspect. After thinking for a moment, he extended a hand and slowly spoke. "Mr. Chen, how about 500,000? Chenmo looked at Pang Tao's outstretched hand. 500,000 wasn't even enough to fill the system's gaps. Add a zero to that. "I'll invest 5 million for now. Of course, this is just the initial investment. You can boldly develop the pet park, and if funds run short, I will continue to invest." Pang Tao was momentarily speechless. He hadn't expected Mr. Chen to invest 5 million directly. In his entire life, he had never seen so much money at once. "All right, it's settled then. Lawyer Tang, I'll leave the rest to you." Chenmo directly finalized the matter, turning his gaze to Tang Qiu. Tang Qiu nodded slightly and took out the prepared contract. After
A series of signatures, Chenmo's fourth venture finally appeared, the corner pet park. Chenmo thought the word corner was nice, so he didn't change it. Corner implies a remote and neglected place. Since it's a park, it would definitely profit from ticket sales, and if it's neglected, that means no one is buying tickets. No one buys tickets, which means no profit. What a great metaphor. Of course, at this moment, the Pet Corner Park has not officially been established yet, and he still needs to go through the relevant departments to obtain the necessary permits. But that's not something he needs to worry about. He is already the owner of 4 companies now. If he had to handle everything personally, he simply wouldn't be able to keep up. What he can do now is to ensure that the 4 companies stay on the right track in terms of development. As for what that direction is, it's obviously losing money. Mr. Chen, I'll head back now, Pang Tao said, slowly getting up with the contract he had just signed. Alright, go back and do your thing confidently. I have high hopes for you, Chenmo said, standing up with a smile and patting Pang Tao on the shoulder. Mr. Chen, I will work hard, Pang Tao nodded earnestly, suddenly remembering something. By the way, Mr. Chen, I brought the dog you wanted today. Where do you think it should be placed? He had almost forgotten about the dog while discussing the project. Upon hearing this, Chenmo glanced at the time. It was already past 11 o'clock, just in time for lunch, and with the dog arriving, the lunchbox business could be cancelled directly. Eliminating the lunchbox business would mean a loss of over 20,000 yuan a month. Today really is a double blessing. Let's put it over by the staff cafeteria, Chenmo said, leading the way out of the office with Pang Tao to the staff cafeteria. He pointed to an empty space behind the cafeteria and said, just put it there. Pang Tao looked at the spot, first took down several large iron mesh frames from the truck and quickly set them up in the space Chenmo indicated. Do you need help? I can call a few people for you, Chenmo asked. This large iron cage was something he and Su Zhangming needed. After all, this was in the factory, with people coming and going, so it was safer to keep the dog in a cage. No need, Mr. Chen. I brought all the tools, it's easy to set up. You just go about your business. Pang Tao quickly waved his hand. Chenmo watched for a moment and realized that Pang Tao indeed didn't need help, so he turned and entered the cafeteria. He planned to inform Wang Maonian in the cafeteria that starting from today, the company would no longer sell lunchboxes. To his surprise, Li Shin was also in the cafeteria. This made things easier. He could notify the instigator directly. Mr. Chen, is there something you need? Li Shin was squatting on the floor, organizing disposable lunchboxes, and quickly stood up when he saw Chenmo approaching. What are you doing? Chenmo asked curiously, looking at Li Shin, who had just stood up. This guy definitely needed to be kept an eye on to prevent any small tricks. Oh, the disposable lunchboxes are running low, so I'm checking the quantity to prepare for a new batch, Li Shin said, lifting a bag containing disposable lunch boxes from the floor. Chenmo glanced over and saw that there were indeed not many lunchboxes left in the bag. However, it didn't matter how many were left, since there would be no lunchboxes to sell in the future. Chenmo thought to himself, smiling at Li Shin. There's no need to buy these lunchboxes anymore. They won't be needed in the future. Seeing Li Shin's puzzled expression, he continued, starting today, the company will no longer sell lunchboxes. But, Mr. Chen, if we cancel the lunchbox business, the leftover food will go to waste. Li Shin quickly interjected. Chenmo waved his hand dismissively. No waste. I brought a few dogs, so the company's leftover food can just be fed to them. The dogs are currently placed behind the staff cafeteria. Feed the dogs? Li Shin's expression was a bit strange. Although there was nothing wrong with what Mr. Chen was doing, he couldn't help but feel that it was somewhat off to think that the lunchboxes, which were so fiercely sought after by people in the park every day, would just be used to feed dogs. Curiously, arriving at the back of the restaurant, I saw a middle-aged man installing an iron cage, while on a truck in front of the restaurant, 5 dogs were tied up. It was obvious that these were the dogs that General Chen had brought in. Let me introduce you, this is Pang Tao, the head of a new project I've invested in. This is Li Shin, currently the head of the procurement and logistics department at the clothing factory. Chenmo led Li Shin to Pang Tao and introduced them to each other. Hello, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Pang Tao quickly put down his work and shook hands with Li Shin. Brother Pang, you are too polite. As Li Shin spoke, he began to help with the iron fence. After a while, the two of them finished setting up the fence together. Pang Tao moved the dogs from the truck into the enclosure and looked at Chenmo. General Chen, I'll head back now. Alright. Chenmo nodded, watching Pang Tao leave before returning to his office. Li Shin glanced at the 5 dogs getting accustomed to their new environment, then walked back to the cafeteria. Looking at the few disposable lunchboxes on the ground, he couldn't help but sigh. His lunchbox business was completely over. After thinking for a moment, he threw the few disposable boxes in his bag into a nearby trash can. Why did you throw the lunchboxes away? What will we use to pack the meals later? Wang Maonian had just finished preparing lunch and stepped out of the kitchen, only to see Li Shin tossing a lunchbox into the trash. They're no longer needed, and there wasn't much left, so I threw them away. What do you mean they're no longer needed? Wang Manyan looked at Li Shin in confusion, wondering if they weren't still going to sell lunchboxes. Seeing Wang Manyan's puzzled expression, Li Shin explained.
General Chen canceled the lunchbox business and adopted 5 dogs from the stray cat and dog rescue
station.
From now on, any leftover food will be fed to the dogs. He learned about this while helping Pang Tao with the fence. Upon hearing Li Shin's response,
Wang Manyan couldn't help but exclaim.
General Chen has a kind heart. Not only is he good to his employees, but he also cares so much for stray cats and dogs.
Indeed, Li Shin echoed.
At first, he thought General Chen simply wanted to raise dogs, but during his chat with Pang Tao, he learned it was for the stray
cats and dogs.
He also found out from Pang Tao that the new project was related to stray cats and dogs.
General Chen is truly compassionate. Suddenly, Li Shin had a bright idea. Could he make a short video about this?
Then he could take a trip to the cat and dog rescue station, where General Chen donated 500,000 in cat and
dog food, and record a video about it.
General Chen is noble, purely doing good deeds without seeking fame or profit. But as one of General Chen's subordinates, he needed to consider General Chen's interests.
So with the lunchbox business gone, doesn't that mean you have even less to do? Wang Manyan joked, as he often heard Li Shin complain about having too little work in a day.
Now it was even better. There was no lunchbox business left.
How could I have nothing to do?
I can still make short videos to promote the company, Li Shin said, feeling fortunate that he found a new task. Otherwise, he would really be idle. Plus, without the lunchbox business, he could wholeheartedly focus on making short videos to promote the clothing factory.
Just like that, the two chatted for
a while longer, and finally, the clothing factory finished work for the day.
Groups of employees rushed to the staff cafeteria, lining up for their meals. Now,
with the newly hired employees, the number of workshop staff at the clothing factory had reached over 80. Every mealtime, the cafeteria was very lively. Li Shin also got a meal and sat down at a table to eat.
After finishing, he didn't leave.
After all, the lunchbox business had been cancelled, but those who were
planning to buy lunchboxes still didn't know.
So he needed to stay and inform those who came to buy lunchboxes. At around 6 o'clock, Li Shin stood at the window where boxed meals were originally sold and glanced into the distance. He saw a few scattered figures sprinting towards him. This scene played out every day, as the number of boxed meals was limited. If you arrived late, there would truly be none left. But this time, no matter how fast they ran, it wouldn't matter. Soon, a young man with short hair reached the window, panting as he shouted, "Shingu, give me 5 boxed meals."
"I'm sorry, but we won't be selling boxed meals here anymore."
Li Shin looked apologetically at the young man at the window, feeling a bit reluctant. He had run and sweated just to get a meal.
"Shingu, why not? Is it not profitable?
You could raise the prices, I'd still buy them.
Your boxed meals are just too delicious,"
the young man said earnestly. The food in this cafeteria was considered the best in the entire park. If it suddenly disappeared, they would have to eat those tasteless meals every day.
Again,
it's not about the price, the cafeteria just won't have extra food to make boxed meals anymore.
How could there be none?
Well, in short, there won't be any. Thank you for your appreciation of our cafeteria's food, but we won't be selling boxed meals to the public anymore.
Li Shin thought for a moment,
but still didn't reveal the truth. He was afraid these people would overthink it. He watched the young man leave. Soon, several more groups of people arrived at
the window.
Upon learning that boxed meals would no longer be sold here, they all left with disappointed expressions.
At the entrance of the employee
cafeteria, Wang Wan carried leftover food and walked out, heading towards the back of the cafeteria.
Sure enough, she saw a large dog cage with a few dogs moving around inside. When did these dogs arrive?
Wang Wan was somewhat surprised. If it weren't for Master Wang asking her to feed the leftover food to the dogs, she wouldn't have known the company had dogs. Looking down at the braised pork and roasted chicken in the bucket, she thought it was really too extravagant to
feed dogs with such food. "Sister, is the food in that bucket from this cafeteria?"
A middle-aged man passing by happened to see the dishes in the bucket. Although they were all mixed together, such hearty meals could probably only come from this cafeteria.
"Didn't they say there were no extra meals? How could there be 2 large buckets now?"
"Oh, yes,"
Wang Wan replied casually upon hearing the inquiry.
She then carried the 2 buckets of food over to the dog cage and poured all the food into the prepared feeding trough. The middle-aged man stood frozen, watching the food that could have been sold as boxed meals being frantically snatched by 5 dogs. An unnamed sadness rose from the bottom of his heart. So, the meaning of not having extra meals for sale was that all the surplus food was being fed to the dogs. He looked down at the boxed meal he had just bought from outside and couldn't help but recall a saying:
"Eating is not as good as a dog, no 5 dogs."
At the corner of the cat and dog rescue station, Pang Tao got out of the car, his spirits high as he hummed a little tune. While walking into the yard of the rescue station, he thought about how one day the pet park would develop into a scale larger than Disney, feeling that the future was bright. Remembering what General Chen said, "Nothing in the world is difficult, only those who are determined are feared," he found it very reasonable.
He must remember this saying. Pang Tao, that project didn't get General Chen's investment, did it? Su Zhangming asked hurriedly upon seeing Pang Tao enter the room. This morning he had reminded him not to let General Chen invest in this project. He couldn't let such a caring boss take such a big risk. General Chen invested, and he invested 5 million. Pang Tao replied casually, then began rummaging through the room. Didn't I tell you not to let President Chen invest? Su Zhangming said anxiously. I'll explain it to you in a bit. First, help me find my calligraphy tools from when I practiced with a brush. I'm talking about serious matters here. What do you need those tools for? You'll find out soon enough. Pang Tao didn't lift his head, continuing to search through boxes and cabinets. Soon, he found a wooden box in a corner. He took out a roll of paper and some brush tools, then spread the paper out on the table. Su Zhangming took a deep breath and quietly watched Pang Tao busy himself, curious to see how he would explain President Chen's investment. Pang Tao prepared the ink and began writing on the paper. Before long, a sentence appeared on the surface. Su Zhangming murmured softly, "There's nothing difficult in the world, only those who are determined." What do you think, Su Gu? I've decided to frame this sentence that President Chen gave me. Pang Tao held up the calligraphy he had just written for Su Zhangming to see. Su Zhangming looked at the crooked characters and felt speechless. Didn't he realize how he had only self-studied calligraphy for over half a month? The sentence is good, but the writing? It still needs practice. But how does this relate to President Chen's investment? Of course, it's related. Pang Tao carefully placed the written characters on the table, waiting for the ink to dry. President Chen said that investment projects are always risky, but he is very optimistic about the pet park project and he has a lot of confidence in me. You? Su Zhangming looked at Pang Tao with some doubt, his expression anxious. Aren't you worried about putting all of President Chen's 5 million into this? I was a bit worried at first, but after President Chen encouraged me, I felt it was worth a try. Just based on your education level, which is less than a high school diploma. Just based on that. Pang Tao's gaze became resolute as he pointed to the sentence on the table. I believe President Chen is right. Life will always present difficulties, just like when we established the corner cat and dog rescue station. Wasn't it full of challenges at the beginning? Yet we persevered. Did we rely on our education back then? No way. We relied on our wholehearted dedication. When the costs for treating the cats and dogs were too high, we went to the pet hospital to learn some basic medical knowledge. When we couldn't afford to buy dog cages, I built them myself with stones. Whenever there was a problem, we learned how to solve it. And this project from President Chen is essentially a larger cat and dog rescue station, right? I want to give it a try, and along the way, I've thought about how to establish the pet park. Su Zhangming looked at Pang Tao's serious demeanor, fell silent for a moment, then slowly said, "What do you plan to do?" Since they had already signed the contract, it was pointless to scold him further. It would only wear down their brotherly bond. The only thing they could do now was to make this project successful together. Hearing Su Zhangming's question, Pang Tao exhaled and began to speak slowly. I thought about it, and if we just create a simple cat and dog park, it really lacks appeal. We can add some fun activities. You see, there are dolphin shows at aquariums, and various animal performances at circuses. We can also have some performance programs in the pet park. What kind of performances? Su Zhangming asked, puzzled. Of course, pet performances. Dogs are actually very smart, especially border collies. We can hire a few pet trainers to provide targeted training for some pets and prepare some programs. Of course, if the pet performances are too monotonous, we can intersperse some other shows. In short, we can't let the visitors come and feel that this pet park is boring, Pang Tao said seriously. Su Zhangming nodded upon hearing this. The proposal indeed had a certain feasibility, and he soon thought of a way to increase the park's appeal. If we want to add some fun, I have a suggestion. We could establish an entertainment pet training area. Set up some training props for pets, and then visitors can bring their own pets to play and have fun. Pang Tao's eyes lit up at this suggestion. He found it very good. No matter how much one visits and tours, nothing compares to personally bringing one's pet to play, which offers a greater sense of participation. The two of them, as if a light bulb had gone off in their heads, began to discuss in the room. At Sangshui Games, Wei Yan and Zhao Bowen sat in the office discussing matters. Director Wei, the last game reform was very successful. Most of the new players who were drawn in have become regular players. Moreover, due to the reform, the players who farm gold in the game have become more active, leading to many studios joining in. Now, a group of fixed gold farming professions has emerged. Also, the new profession, Orc, has successfully launched and received a good response. Some players have already developed new styles based on the Orc skills. Zhao Bowen enthusiastically narrated the internal changes at Tianlong. Wei Yan nodded in response. After a long period of learning, he had gained a certain understanding of the gaming industry. At this moment, Tianlong was steadily moving in a positive direction. Well, now that Tianlong has stabilized, we can start producing the clothes promised as compensation to the previous noble players, and we can also develop a set of costumes to send to the former veteran players.
Once these clothes are released, they will be designated as limited edition and will not be produced again. Of course, in addition to these clothes, we can also develop a few sets to be dropped by the world boss, which can increase players' enthusiasm for farming the world
boss. However, these sets of costumes must not be easily obtainable by players.
I understand, Director Wei. We can set it up so that the boss drops clothing fragments. Each time a boss is defeated, it can drop 1 to 3 fragments, and collecting 1,000 fragments will allow players to exchange for a complete outfit.
Zhao Bowen found Wei Yan's suggestion very reasonable.
Although Director Wei was not very skilled in the gaming field, he had a very accurate grasp of the psychology
and needs of gamers. The fact that Tianlong had developed into its current state was largely due to Director Wei's crucial role. General Manager Chen is
indeed impressive. He must have seen early on that Director Wei could help Sangshui Games, which is why he was parachuted in here. The two continued to chat briefly
about Tianlong. Suddenly, Zhao Bowen sighed.
I heard that Brother Fong has come up with a new gameplay for that new project these days, but I don't know what it is. It's a pity that General Manager Chen doesn't allow us to participate in the new project. That plan was prepared by Manager Fong long ago.
General
Manager Chen is worried that our involvement might affect Manager Fong's thinking, so we should just wait patiently, Wei Yan said flatly, then stood up and
walked out of the office, heading straight to the employee studio.
He still had more to learn.
In the clothing factory office, General Manager Chen, the preparations for the new employee training are all set.
When do you think we should start the training?
Tang Xiu asked, sitting across from Chenmo.
The content for the onboarding training was already prepared by her on Sunday, but in the morning, because President Chen needed to discuss the new project with
Pang Tao, she didn't mention it.
At this moment, she finally found the opportunity.
Then let's start tomorrow. For the specific time, just have Zhang Chang arrange it. Chenmo spoke up.
The HR department had already notified him that all 70 new employees had been recruited. Now that Tang Xiu had also prepared the training content, it was just right for the onboarding training.
However, the only thing that gave Chenmo a bit of a headache was that after this onboarding
training, Tang Xiu would definitely come to her for more tasks, but he had no tasks left to assign.
Was he supposed to conduct legal awareness promotion for the workshop employees? That would be too frequent. Oh, that Sanshui Games hadn't done any legal awareness promotion yet. Chenmo smiled lightly. Next time
she came to him for tasks, he would let her go to Sanshui Games for the legal awareness promotion. Moreover, once the coffee shop and pet park were built, those
two companies would also have employees, right? They could also do some legal awareness promotion. Then I'll head back to prepare. President Chen. Tang Xiu glanced at President Chen, who was smiling, a bit curious about what happy thing he was thinking of. All right, Chenmo nodded, watching Tang Xiu leave. Just
as he was about to take a break, he saw Shinro walking over.
President Chen, with the increase in workshop employees, one bus can no longer accommodate so many people. Oh, Chenmo perked up at her words. How could he have forgotten this? This was a very simple way to spend money.
Since one large bus can't fit
them all, then let's buy another one.
You inform Li Shen and have him take care of the purchase.
Just buy the same model we're currently using. Okay, Shen. Ro replied, then spoke again. President Chen, the 4 clothing designers, Su Yening and the others, want to know when they can start working at the company.
Chenmo thought for a moment. He had planned to set up the clothing designer's studio in the newly rented workshop.
However, it hadn't been renovated yet. And if they waited for the renovation to be completed, it would take at least a month.
Thinking of this, he looked up at Shinro. Just inform them that the clothing studio needs about a month for renovations. Let them work from home for a month and additionally give each of them a monthly meal allowance of 1,500 on
top of what they already have.
The meal allowance was also given to the other people working from home.
Naturally, these clothing designers couldn't be treated differently. In a university student dormitory, Sister Yening, why hasn't there been any news from Assistant Shin yet? Zhou Yu asked anxiously.
Ever since they signed the contract at the clothing factory, it felt like there had been no follow-up.
Several days had passed and they hadn't been assigned any tasks. Of course, there were 2 rest days in between,
but this was too unusual. They had to let them start working.
Let's wait a bit longer. Su Yening
thought for a moment and replied. She felt a bit anxious inside. Ever since returning from the clothing factory, there had been no news from there at all. If it weren't for the fact that they had already signed the labor contract, she would have thought she had failed the interview again. Moreover, the fact that this company paid in advance was somewhat surprising. Although she hadn't worked before, she knew that companies usually paid at the end of the month or at some point in the next month, and they often withheld a few days' wages. This clothing factory not only didn't withhold wages but actually paid in advance. Her employment period hadn't even reached a month by the end of the month, but they still gave her a full attendance bonus, and with the allowance, after deducting the 5 insurances and personal income tax, her take-home salary was actually over 5,000.
This was simply unimaginable for her. The few people in the dormitory calmed down a bit upon hearing Su Yening's words.
After waiting for a while, Su Yening's phone finally rang. Seeing that it was Assistant Shin calling, she quickly answered. "Hello, Assistant Shin, is there any news?" Su Yening asked, a bit nervously. "Oh, the studio prepared for you is currently under renovation, and it will take about a month, so during this month you will need to work from home. However, President Chen also mentioned that during this month you will receive a food allowance of 1,500, so you don't need to worry." Listening to Assistant Shen's response, Su Yening's expression became somewhat complicated. The purpose of her call was to inquire about when they could start working. She never expected that Assistant Shen would inform them to work from home for a month, and also provide them with a food allowance of 1,500. This, Sister Yening, what's going on? After Su Yening hung up the phone, Zhou Yu and the others were left stunned. They immediately became a bit anxious. Could it be that the clothing factory over there had changed their mind and no longer intended to use them? Hearing the calls from the others, Su Yening gradually came back to her senses. Looking at their anxious expressions, she began to explain. "It's nothing. Just that the studio prepared for us needs renovation, so we need to work from home for a month, and they will also give us a food allowance of 1,500. Ah! Zhou Yu and the others were shocked and opened their mouths in surprise. Working from home was one thing, but they were also given a food allowance of 1,500. This company is too good. Alright, that's how it is. The clothing factory hasn't notified us to start working because the studio needs renovation, so everyone shouldn't overthink it. However, since we are working from home, we need to be self-disciplined. I will make a schedule later, and everyone should follow the schedule from today on. Don't slack off just because we are working from home. This job can provide us with such high benefits and allows us to create freely. According to our own ideas, we must cherish it." Su Yening stood up and looked at everyone in the room, speaking earnestly. "Don't worry, Sister Yening, we all understand. Yes, we will definitely design great clothing that the public will love. I heard that a classmate from the next dormitory found a place that only offers them a monthly internship salary of 3,000, and they have to wait 3 months for the insurance, with no retirement fund at all. The company has given us such generous treatment. If we don't cherish it, wouldn't that be foolish?" The three roommates spoke up, each with an excited smile on their faces. Su Yening smiled along with them. "Then I will work hard for myself and for the company to create the best clothing brand." At night, in a villa, Chen Song looked at the Dragon Slayer set on his game character. After such a long time, he had finally gathered the entire Dragon Slayer set. However, the only regret was that he couldn't find the player named Shu Eluo. During the time he was close to completing the Dragon Slayer set, he had been asking the guild members to keep an eye out for Shu Eluo's ID. He even posted a bounty in the world chat. Unfortunately, that player had not appeared again. Instead, a batch of fake Shu Eluo accounts had emerged, trying to team up with others to deceive him for the bounty, but they were all sent away by his Dragon Slayer sword. Sigh. Since then, in this game, I, Chen Song, have been invincible. At this moment, he finally found the thrill of dominating the game again. Moreover, today the game announcement updated, surprisingly revealing that the clothing compensation for noble players was already in production. He couldn't help but wonder what those outfits would be like. Chen Song couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. Suddenly, messages in the union's chat room began to flash rapidly. Curiously, he opened the chat interface. Damn, the boss was snatched by those guys from Lingyan Pavilion. Those guys from Lingyan Pavilion have been lurking for a long time just to land the final blow. What a blunder. So damn frustrating. The boss was stolen? Those Lingyan Pavilion folks really know how to pick their moments, striking when he wasn't around. Just as he was preparing to go reclaim his territory, his phone suddenly rang. Stomach ache? Did this guy finish off the boss and then call to gloat? He snorted coldly in his heart and answered the call. Du Zitong, did you finish off the boss just to call and mock me? I'm not that bored. I'm calling to discuss something serious with you. Du Zitong's voice came through the phone, sounding very serious. Chen Song also put away his playful expression and asked, "What is it?" "I want to establish a gaming club and would like to invite you to join." Chen Song was taken aback for a moment, and then spoke up. "Why invite me?" There was a brief silence on the other end before the voice returned. "Because we are the same kind of people. Although we have endless money, it was all earned by our parents. Don't you want to prove yourself? Plus, we all love games, and a gaming club is a great choice." Chen Song's eyes flickered. Du Zitong was right, he did want to prove himself. "Alright, fine. What's the name of the club?" "Lingyan Pavilion." "No way, it should be called Heavenly Riches." The two tugged at each other for a while before finally compromising, each taking a character from the other's name. The final name was Heavenly Pavilion Gaming Club. "What do you plan to do?" After finalizing the name, Chen Song asked. "I plan to start with Tianlong. I did a survey on Tiebot and found that those who have played Tianlong have given it great reviews. I think this game has great potential to explode in popularity. Moreover, a couple of days ago, a game blogger named Zhou Nan organized an online friendly match and it reportedly received a very good response. I want to hold a
Larger offline competition. Currently, there are 6 professions in Tianlong, and I propose a 1v1 arena match within the same profession, with the top 5 in each profession receiving prizes. This way, we can increase player participation and boost the club's initial popularity. As for the prize amounts, I haven't decided yet. We can discuss it in detail when we meet later. So, what do you think of this plan? Du Zitong briefly outlined his plan. Chen Song thought it over carefully and found no issues. Alright, then it's settled. Let's find a place to meet and discuss in detail tomorrow. Clothing factory, office building lobby. Since the company currently doesn't have a large enough office to accommodate 70 new employees for training at the same time, the onboarding training was held in the lobby of the office building. However, this issue will be resolved once the new office building is completed. The photos you just saw are the actual layout of the clothing factory. At Changfeng Apparel, we have always adhered to the principle of putting people first. We aim to complete daily work tasks within the limited time, without overtime, without wage arrears, and without shortchanging any employee. Our company's selection system is also very reasonable. Chenmo stood at the office door, listening briefly to Tang Qiu's onboarding training, and glanced at the excited new employees, feeling that this was somewhat inappropriate. However, since the training had already started, he couldn't stop it midway. Out of sight, out of mind. He had no choice but to turn around, close the door, and return to the office. He thought the onboarding training would just involve a few simple words, but he didn't expect Tang Qiu to be so well prepared. They even made a PowerPoint presentation and included something about company culture, adhering to a people-oriented philosophy. This surely boosted the employees' work enthusiasm. However, it was fortunate that the clothing factory was transforming into a brand apparel business, producing and selling its own products. Even if the employees were highly motivated and produced a lot of clothes every day, if those clothes couldn't be sold, it would be useless and would only increase the consumption of materials like fabric. Chenmo leaned back in his chair and took a comfortable sip of the coffee that Shenro had brewed for him. Mr. Chen, this is the renovation plan sent by Wang Yang. Shenro walked over and handed him 3 printed plans. Mo took the plans, somewhat surprised that the 3 plans were completed so quickly. But then he thought about it. For the workshop renovation, aside from some special arrangements, there wasn't much that needed designing. The office building was similar, just some layout adjustments for the offices, and the only part that would take a bit more time was the coffee shop. He opened each renovation plan one by one, examining them carefully. He didn't find any issues in the design drawings and finally focused on the quotes. After doing a quick calculation, he found that the total renovation budget for the 3 plans was 4.3 million. Not bad. If he added the 3.2 million for purchasing machines and the 1.29 million for buying a large bus, along with the 5 million investment in the pet park, the total would be 13.79 million. Just like that, half of the system funds would be spent. He glanced again at the system panel, which showed system funds of 16.77 million. If all those funds were deducted, only 2.98 million would remain. Okay, notify Wang Yang to proceed with the renovations according to these plans. Also, tally the overall expenditure budget for both Sangshui Games and the clothing factory. Chenmo closed the renovation plans and returned them to Shinro. As the company grew larger, with more employees, various expenses also increased. According to the system rules, he was not allowed to let the system funds go into the negative, so he needed to be cautious with spending, ensuring the company's normal expenses and operations were maintained. Therefore, it was necessary to calculate the expenditure budget for both companies for the month. Understood. Shinro took the renovation plans back to her desk. First, she called Wang Yang to inform him that they could proceed with the renovations according to the plans. Then she retrieved the financial reports submitted by Sangshui Games and the clothing factory and began to tally them carefully. About an hour later, the overall expenditure budget was calculated, and after confirming there were no issues, she handed the budget sheet to Mr. Chen. Chenmo took the budget sheet and glanced at it. He found that the overall budget for Sangshui Games and the clothing factory had already reached 2.54 million. This overall expenditure budget included employee salaries, various taxes, and procurement expenses, among others. If all the above expenses were spent, and after deducting next month's expenditure budget, his system funds would only have about 400,000 left. If he could maintain this pace, he still had a chance to fully convert the 15 million system funds. Of course, he also had to consider the profitability of Tianlong Games. Based on Tianlong's current revenue trend, the monthly revenue was almost at a baseline of 5 million. With over 3 months left until the system settlement, Tianlong's minimum profit would have to be 15 million. After deducting 2 months' expenditure budget, he would need to spend about 10 million. 10 million? In over 3 months, there would surely be a way to spend it. Chenmo pushed the calculator aside, revealing a confident smile. After a while, the sound of moving tables and chairs came from outside, indicating that the orientation training had likely concluded. Sure enough, not long after, Tang Qiu knocked and walked in. The orientation training is over? Chenmo looked up at Tang Xiu, who had taken a seat across from him. It's all done, and it went quite well. The enthusiasm of those new employees is very high. Of course, the biggest credit goes to President Chen for providing such generous benefits. To the staff, Tang Xiu said with a smile. Chenmo felt speechless. He hadn't given those benefits to encourage the employees to work hard. It seemed he still needed to find a way to make them a bit more passive. While he was lost in thought, Tang Xiu spoke again. President Chen, I've completed the orientation training. Is there any other work I can be assigned? Hearing Tang Xiu's inquiry, Chenmo secretly smiled, having anticipated that she would ask about this. Actually, there is a task I need you to do. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiu's eyes lit up with joy. Was she finally going to get busy? Well, the Tsunshui Games side has never done any legal publicity. You should go over there and promote it. Tang Xiu, Kyoto Barista Training School. Alright, that concludes the morning training. If you have any questions, feel free to come and ask me. A middle-aged woman set down her tools, glanced at the students in their seats, and spoke slowly. As her voice faded, the students stood up, discussing what to have for lunch as they left the classroom. Song Xiao waited until most of the students had left before heading straight to the middle-aged woman. Teacher Su. Song Xia, if you have any questions, just ask. I will answer them for you, Su Dan said with a smile. She had a good impression of this girl, as she was always the most serious in class. Song Xia hesitated for a moment before gathering her courage to speak. Teacher Su, have you ever thought about running a coffee shop? Which barista doesn't dream of owning a coffee shop? Su Dan's eyes sparkled with fantasy. Her dream was to run a coffee shop, but not one of those commercial chain stores, rather, a true specialty coffee shop. Each cup of coffee could be crafted according to the customer's taste. Upon hearing Teacher Su's response, Song Xia felt there was a chance. President Chen had sent her to learn coffee skills, intending for her to return and run a coffee shop. However, after a few days of study, she realized that if she only trained for a month, she would only learn the most basic skills. It would be fine for opening an ordinary coffee shop, but to create the kind of specialty coffee shop President Chen envisioned, it would be somewhat lacking. To become a seasoned barista, continuous practice and training were necessary. Yet after a month of training, she would have to go directly to work, leaving her no time for practical experience and training. After much contemplation, she finally came up with a solution. Since she couldn't become a seasoned barista in a short time, she could just hire one. And this Teacher Su was her target. Teacher Su, I have an opportunity for you to open a coffee shop. I wonder if you would be willing to give it a try. If it's just one of those fast-paced commercial chain coffee shops, then forget it, I'm not interested. Su Dan shook her head as she looked at Song Xia. If it were a commercial chain coffee shop, it would be very simple for her to do. All it would take is paying a franchise fee and decorating a storefront, and that would be it. Teacher Su, it's definitely not that kind of commercial coffee shop, but rather a specialty coffee shop. Oh, are you planning to hire me as the manager? That's right. Currently, I am the manager of this shop, but if Teacher Su comes on board, all matters of the shop can be arranged by you. I will just be a student of yours, and our boss will also open branches, so I can recommend you, Teacher Su, to be the branch manager. Moreover, the equipment for the coffee shop hasn't been purchased yet, and I'm not very familiar with these things. I don't know what kind of machines a specialty coffee shop needs. If Teacher Su comes on board, you can completely decide on the coffee machines and other equipment according to your ideas. However, the only downside is that before Teacher Su becomes the branch manager, there won't be any managerial benefits. Song Xia briefly explained the situation regarding the coffee shop. As for purchasing coffee machines and other equipment, Mr. Chen had already entrusted that to her, asking her to submit a list of equipment purchases before the coffee shop's renovation was completed. However, she didn't know much about coffee-related items and wanted to wait until she had some training and understanding of coffee before deciding on those machines. But if Teacher Su could join the coffee shop, she could completely hand over those responsibilities to her, and it would be relatively more professional. Su Dan fell into silence upon hearing this. Her original plan was to work as a coffee training instructor for a few years, save enough money, and then invest in her own coffee shop. However, opening her own coffee shop carried significant risks. If there was indeed a boss willing to invest in a specialty coffee shop and let her be the manager, it would undoubtedly be the best choice. After all, the main reason she liked opening a coffee shop wasn't to start a business or make money. It was because she loved drinking coffee and enjoyed the process of using different coffee beans to create various flavors. She loved the atmosphere of specialty coffee shops and that slow-paced vibe. Over the years, she had looked for several specialty coffee shops, but they were all run by the owners themselves as managers, with no need for additional managers. So, Song Xia's earlier suggestion made her a bit tempted. Although she isn't the manager, if she goes over, she can purchase coffee machines and other equipment according to her ideas, and the arrangements in the coffee shop would also follow her lead. Aside from the salary, it would basically be no different from being the manager. This is undoubtedly the best way to fulfill her dream.
Sudan thought for a long time before finally looking up at Song Xia.
I'll think about it.
Okay.
Song Xia nodded. She didn't think she could directly persuade her, but there was still plenty of time to take.
It's slow.
Time passed quickly, and soon it was the end of October. In the office of the clothing factory, Chenmo signed a few documents and then
found himself idly doing nothing.
After this period of effort, everything was proceeding as he had expected. The renovation was nearing completion. After all, 3 renovation teams were working simultaneously, so the 3 sites were progressing very quickly.
Mr. Chen, the workshop renovation is complete. Should we go take a look? Shenro approached and said, "Oh, the workshop is finished? Let's go take a look."
Upon arriving at the workshop, they saw Jiang Chang and Li Shen standing at the entrance, with Li Shen holding his phone, seemingly filming the interior of the workshop.
What was there to film in a workshop? Mo expressed his confusion and led Shenro over. "Mr. Chen, hello. Mr. Chen, hello." Hearing the footsteps, Li Shen and Jiang Chang simultaneously noticed Mo approaching and hurriedly greeted him.
How does it look inside?"
Chenmo nodded slightly, his gaze following the entrance of the workshop to look inside. What came into view was the glossy green floor paint, smooth and even.
Then there were the ceiling lights and the central air conditioning.
"Mr. Chen, I've already had someone check it, and I also went over to inspect it regularly during the renovation.
Everything looks great, no issues.
I've already
contacted the machinery factory, and the ordered machines will be delivered tomorrow, ready to be set up in the new workshop so we can start operating
normally." Jiang Chang heard President Chen's inquiry and quickly responded. Thinking about how the new workshop would be put into use tomorrow, he couldn't help but smile.
Chenmo nodded and stepped into the workshop, examining it seriously. His gaze stopped on the clean, empty walls, and suddenly he thought about how to reduce the employees' work enthusiasm. He recalled the slogans from the previous sports meeting. They could definitely be applied here.
If the employees
saw those slogans with negative connotations, they would surely understand his intentions.
After walking around the workshop, he turned and left. "Li Shen, come to my office for a moment, I have something for you to do."
"Sure, President Chen," Li Shen replied joyfully, following behind.
Upon arriving at the office, at President Chen's instruction, he sat down at the desk. President Chen then took out a piece of paper and quickly began to write. After a while, Chenmo
looked at the series of slogans he had written and nodded in satisfaction, thinking that these slogans were already subtle enough.
He handed the paper with the slogans to Li Shen.
"Make these sentences into slogan boards and hang them on the walls of the workshop. The boards must be large, ideally covering the entire wall, so that employees can see them when they look up while working."
"Okay, President Chen."
Li Shen took the paper and curiously glanced at the sentences.
"Eat well and drink enough to have the strength to work.
If you're hungry, eat something. If you're thirsty, drink something.
Machines have no eyes and can
easily injure people. Work must be cautious, 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 and again cautious.
Safety first, health second, work last. If you feel tired, take a break. A balance of work and rest is the best choice."
Li Shen walked out of the office holding the paper filled with slogans, his brow slightly furrowed. He felt that President Chen's slogans seemed to encourage employees to be lazy.
"No way. How could I think like that? President Chen is clearly concerned about
the employees' health, ensuring a good state to guarantee efficient work. I need to remind Jiang Chang, otherwise, those employees might really misunderstand
President Chen's intentions, and that would be troublesome."
Thinking of this, Li Shen smiled slightly, then took out his phone, opened a short video platform, edited the video he had just filmed of the new workshop, and posted it. He then casually clicked on a few previous videos, including those he filmed at the rescue station showing the dog food donated by President Chen, along with a few videos he had paid to promote.
His account finally showed some improvement.
Nowadays, every video he posted could garner tens of thousands of views, and he had over 7,000 followers. He believed that as long as he continued to manage this account, the views would keep increasing and more people would come to know about the clothing factory.
In the office, after arranging
things for Li Shen, Chenmo thought idly about how things were going at Pang Tao's pet park. Since there was nothing much going on at the company, he might as well
go check it out.
"Shenro, inform Brother Young to prepare the car. I need to go to the Corner Cat and Dog Rescue Station.
Corner Pet Park. President
Chen, this is the Corner Pet Park. The workers have just finished the park's walls, and the interior is still being planned."
Pang Tao pointed ahead at a large, open space enclosed by walls.
Chenmo took a brief look. The park was basically still in the early stages of construction and would take a long time to
complete.
"President Chen, let me take you in to have a look. I've done some simple planning,"
Pang Tao said, leading the way into the park. Chenmo followed beside
him and noticed that some areas of the park were surrounded by long fabric strips, which piqued his curiosity.
"What are these fabric enclosed areas for, Mr. Chen?" "This area surrounded by fabric strips is part of my planning. For example, the sections over there are designated for pet living spaces, with each area separating different breeds of cats and dogs.
The section on the left is for large dogs, while the right is for small dogs, and further in is the area for cats.
Chenmo listened to Pang Tao's explanation and nodded quietly.
However, no matter what, Pang Tao was genuinely dedicated to building this pet park.
Pang Tao walked ahead and passed another area.
Mr. Chen, this section is a resting place for visitors, with some greenery, trees planted, and a few benches. As for the greenery, I plan to turn the entire park into a green ecological garden, giving people a sense of returning to nature, leisurely enjoying the sight
of cats and dogs in the great outdoors. Chenmo listened to Pang Tao's introduction, secretly amused. There were many small parks with good greenery in the city. Who would drive such a long way just to experience nature here, especially when there was an entrance fee? Continuing deeper, they finally stopped in front of an area surrounded by fabric strips at the very back.
Mr. Chen, this area is the central position at the back, and I plan to build a large stage here.
Pang Tao pointed excitedly at the area enclosed for the stage.
This stage was his most perfect plan and the core attraction for visitors.
A stage? Chenmo listened
to Pang Tao's words, puzzled.
What do you need a stage for in a pet park?
Well, Mr. Chen, I thought that simply letting visitors watch the cats and dogs
would be too monotonous, so I came up with a great way to attract visitors. That is pet performances. We can select some clever stray dogs and find some
professional trainers to train them, then have them perform on stage, just like in a circus. This way, people coming to the park won't be so bored, and I believe
many will be drawn in by the pet performances. Pang Tao spoke excitedly. By the end, Chenmo's brows furrowed. Pet performances? This Pang Tao is quite
clever. If he really manages to make those pet performances interesting, he might indeed attract a crowd. It's a good thing he came to inspect today.
If Pang
Tao accidentally used pet performances to draw in a large number of visitors, he would be at a significant loss. No, this uncertainty must be nipped in the bud.
Chenmo had a sudden flash of inspiration and came up with a perfect excuse. Pang Tao, this pet performance idea seems a bit inappropriate. Mr. Chen, what? Seems inappropriate? I will definitely make changes. Pang Tao perked up. Could it be that Mr. Chen noticed something wrong?
It's just that training pets isn't
very good.
I've heard that pet training can be quite painful, so it's better not to put those pets through that.
Hiring pet trainers is fine, but don't
train them in skills like acrobatics or performances. Just simple commands like walking, sitting, and lying down will do.
Chenmo spoke slowly, not refusing
the idea of hiring pet trainers, as that could be paid for. Mr. Chen, I understand this training, it won't pose a fatal danger to the pets.
Pang Tao was a
bit anxious. He had been keeping an eye on pet training lately. No need to say more, let's scrap the performance plan.
There are many ways to attract visitors.
Chenmo raised his hand to stop Pang Tao's words. He absolutely would not allow anything with the potential for profit to exist. After all, if he really waited for this pet show to attract a lot of visitors and lead to the pet park making a profit, it would be too late for him to think about canceling it then. According to the system's regulations, he could not arbitrarily withdraw a profitable project within the company that complies with laws and regulations.
Let's go back, we've seen enough.
Chenmo glanced around. He had already explored most of the park and there wasn't much left to see.
All right, President Chen.
Pang Tao sighed helplessly, but in his heart he admired President Chen's kindness.
Clearly, training those pets for performances could attract visitors, yet
President Chen was worried that the training would be too painful for the pets and directly refused.
It seemed he would have to think of other ways. Leaving the
corner pet park, Chenmo returned to the cat and dog rescue station with Pang Tao. He planned to adopt a few dogs because, with the increase in company staff, the cafeteria had to prepare more food to ensure there was enough to eat, which led to a surplus of leftovers. The 5 dogs he had previously adopted couldn't
finish it all.
Moreover, adopting a few more would increase his expenses, as food, vaccines, and other necessities all required money.
President Chen, the big dogs are over here and they eat a lot.
Pang Tao pointed to several dog cages ahead, feeling quite moved.
President Chen was choosing dogs that could eat.
Well, to alleviate the pressure on the rescue station, he was truly meticulous. I'll take the dogs in these 2 cages.
Chenmo didn't look too closely and
casually pointed to 2 large dog cages. He roughly counted, and there seemed to be about a dozen, which he would keep next to the new workshop. The dog cages had already been prepared, built with bricks and stones by the renovation company, large and sturdy, so there was no need to worry about the dogs escaping and
hurting others.
Now that the workshop was finished, it was just right to adopt these dogs. Plus, with more dogs, he would definitely need someone to take care of them, which would incur additional expenses. Pang Tao confirmed the 2 cages of dogs that President Chen had chosen. Okay, President Chen, I'll load these dogs onto the truck and deliver them to the factory. Chenmo nodded, seeing that the purpose of coming here had been accomplished, and was just about to leave when Su Zhangming rushed out from the room.
President Chen, I've prepared lunch for you.
Looking at the enthusiastic Su Zhangming and glancing at the time, it was already past noon, and even if he returned to the clothing factory, there would be no lunch to eat.
He would probably have to spend his own money to buy food.
Looking at his meager assets of only a few tens of thousands, he followed Su Zhangming into the room.
As soon as he entered, he saw a calligraphy piece hanging on the wall at the front of the room. The handwriting was quite messy but had been carefully framed. There is nothing difficult in the world, only afraid of those with determination. President Chen, this was written by Pang Tao. He said it was something you said and he found it very reasonable. So he went back and wrote a calligraphy piece himself and framed it. Su Zhengming noticed President Chen was looking at the calligraphy on the wall and explained, Chenmo, this. After a simple lunch, he left the cat and dog rescue station directly, but instead of returning to the clothing factory, he headed straight to Tsangshui Games. He hadn't checked in for quite a while and Wei Yan hadn't made any moves, which made him a bit uneasy. This rebellious kid was quiet. He wouldn't be plotting something big, would he? He definitely had to take a look. Meanwhile, Pang Tao was taking the dozen or so dogs he had chosen to the clothing factory. At Tsangshui Games, Wei Yan, Fang Chang, and Zhao Bowen were sitting in the office, discussing matters with joyful expressions. Brother Yan, you really have foresight. Authorizing the Tianga studio to hold the Tianga competition has once again attracted a large number of players. Zhao Bowen looked at Wei Yan, speaking with admiration. Not long ago, a person from the Tianga Game Club approached them, saying they wanted to hold a Tianlong game competition and sought their authorization. After hearing about this, Director Wei agreed without hesitation. As a result, the offline competition was very successful, and for some unknown reason, it was even featured on the homepage recommendation of Hutu Live. Hutu Live is one of the two major giants in the live streaming platform industry, so it's easy to imagine that being on the homepage recommendation had a more terrifying traffic effect than that of a blogger with millions of followers. The offline competition lasted a total of 1 week, and in just those 7 days, it attracted over 1 million new players to the Tianlong game. At this point, the number of active players in Tianlong had already reached 2 million, which is an incredibly impressive figure, making it a small hit game. Moreover, some game streamers had already started live streaming their gameplay of Tianlong, which undoubtedly represented another potential influx of players. If it weren't for the fact that Tianlong had already authorized the game streaming rights to several platforms beforehand, the streaming rights fees alone would have been a source of income. It was just a fluke, Wei Yan said, waving his hand as he listened to Zhao Bowen's praise. He had indeed authorized that game club to hold the competition with the mindset of attracting players to the game. However, he never expected it to be recommended on Hutu Live's homepage. That was completely unexpected. Haha, regardless of whether it was a fluke or not, this is still a great thing. Chen is coming over soon, and we should share this good news with him, Fang Chang suddenly said with a laugh. It had been a long time since Chen had visited Tsangshui, so this visit was quite a surprise. By the way, Fang Ge, how is your new game coming along? How long until it can be launched? Zhao Bowen asked curiously, looking at Fang Chang. It's already 2/3 complete, but since the modeling for this game is crucial to ensure realism and immersion, along with debugging and testing, it will probably take at least another 2 months, Fang Chang replied. This game had high requirements for modeling, especially in terms of detail, which meant that the progress slowed down as they moved forward. Additionally, due to the large scale of the modeling, bugs often appeared, requiring constant debugging. Furthermore, Chen did not allow employees to work overtime, so the game's progress was much slower than anticipated. However, during the last round of additional investment, Chen had already expressed that a slower game progress was acceptable, which put Fang Chang at ease. Without considering the time issue, the quality of the game was what needed to be guaranteed the most. This was the first game he was fully responsible for since becoming a game planner. In the previous game companies, although he was a planner, he had little decision-making power and mostly had to create games according to the leader's wishes, unable to design according to his own ideas. But now it was different. Chen had completely delegated authority and did not interfere with his production at all. Therefore, he had to do his best to make this game well, not wanting to betray Chen's trust. At the entrance of Tsangshui Games, Chenmo greeted the front desk and walked straight in. He thought to himself that the office building for the clothing factory was already set up, so maybe it was time to arrange for a couple of front desks as well. He could plan it out properly when he had time. Upon arriving at the office, he found Wei Yan, Fang Chang, and others already waiting there. Shan, Wen Fang, Chang and the others saw Chenmo enter. They all stood up in unison. Please sit down, make yourselves comfortable. Chenmo waved his hand casually and walked to his desk to sit down. He glanced at the three of them and spoke lightly. Has anything happened in the company during this time? Wei Yan and the others exchanged glances upon hearing President Chen's inquiry, and they couldn't help but smile. Yengu, why don't you say it? Zhao Bowen spoke up, and Fang Chang nodded in agreement. Chenmo looked at their expressions and felt a jolt in his heart. Wei Yan, wearing a congratulatory expression, said, President Chen, there is indeed some good news I need to report to you. Some time ago, we authorized a gaming club to hold an offline competition for the Tianlong game, but, unexpectedly, the live stream of this game was recommended on the homepage by Hutu Live. In just a week, the number of players in Tianlong has already reached 2 million.
Moreover, due to the influx of these new players, the revenue from Tianlong has seen a temporary surge, with over 4 million in revenue now recorded.
In the game backend,
Listening to Wei Yan's words, Chenmo felt his head buzzing.
the number of players had already reached 2 million? In such a short
time, it had directly increased by over 1 million. If we consider the previously estimated data, about 50% of the players would have subscribed to a
monthly card.
That means out of 2 million players, 1 million would have subscribed. Even if a monthly card costs 10 yuan, that would still amount to 10
million in revenue. This doesn't even account for the revenue from weekly and daily cards.
In other words, the game would have at least 10 million in revenue
every month from now on.
This, he had just spent all the system funds.
President Chen, this is just the beginning.
Now those live streaming platforms have started having streamers play our game, which will definitely continue to attract more players, Wei Yan continued when he saw that President Chen had not responded.
For a while, hearing Wei Yan's words, Chenmo looked up at him and gritted his teeth, uttering 2 words, very good.
He had thought that having over 5 million in revenue from Tianlong each month was already enough of a headache, but now it had doubled. Plans had changed, and he would need to increase spending.
There was no way around it. Making money with Tianlong was a fact, and the system did not allow him to take the game down, so he could only find ways to spend more.
The coffee shop needed to wait until it opened to assess the situation. If it was confirmed to be losing money, then they would decide on opening a second one. The corner park had just been invested in not long ago, and wanting to increase investment would also require some time.
Right now, the only areas to
spend money were on Sangshui Games and the clothing factory. Although employee salaries had just been raised not long ago, unless there were special circumstances, it wouldn't be possible to raise salaries again in the short term.
But thinking of ways to improve benefits should be feasible.
With that in mind, he asked,
are there any areas in our company that need spending?
President Chen, everything in Sangshui Games is running normally, and there's nothing that needs spending, Wei Yan quickly replied. I'm not just talking about company operations, any other expenses related to the company are also fine.
For example, if the employees have any requests.
Forget it, you guys take me to the employee office, I'll ask those employees myself.
Seeing the puzzled expressions of Wei Yan
and the others, Chenmo knew he wouldn't get much information from them. President Chen, I'll call all the employees to a studio first, Zhao Bowen said as he quickly left the office. Currently, Sangshui Games had a studio upstairs and he needed to gather everyone together.
Arriving at the employee office,
Chenmo surveyed the more than 50 employees gathered in the studio and slowly spoke, everyone relax, there's nothing important.
I just want to see if you have
any requests or suggestions for the company, so feel free to speak up. The studio fell into silence for a moment, with all the employees looking at President Chen with excitement, but no one spoke up. Nonsense, with the company's benefits being this good now, who would still want to voice complaints?
Chenmo furrowed
his brow slightly, wondering if these employees had no demands, his gaze wandering among them.
Since you won't speak up, I'll have to call on someone. You, tell me, what do you think the company still needs to improve? He casually pointed to an employee.
Chen,
Mr. Chen, I think the company is already great. There's really nothing that needs improvement.
Su Yuan stood up a bit nervously, not expecting Mr. Chen to call on him directly.
Think carefully, for example, what benefits you might need, or any demands like that.
Mr. Chen, the benefits the company provides are already very high, there really aren't any demands. Seeing the employee's expression, Chenmo realized he wouldn't get anything out of him and was about to let him sit down when his gaze fell on the patch on the employee's neck.
What's that patch for? Did you get injured?
It's nothing, Mr. Chen, my cervical spondylosis flared up these past few days, so I put on
a patch to relieve the pain. Su Yuan touched the patch on his neck and said nonchalantly,
cervical spondylosis was a common issue for people like them who sat in front of computers all day. It hardly counted as anything serious. Hearing the employee's words, Chenmo's eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly thought of how
to spend money. He smiled at the employee.
Cervical spondylosis,
that should be due to prolonged sitting at a computer, which counts as a work-related injury.
Since it's a work-related injury, the company should take responsibility, so from now on, all expenses related to cervical spondylosis will be reimbursed by the company.
Ah! Su Yuan was shocked, his mouth agape.
Cervical spondylosis is considered a work-related injury?
He had never heard of a company defining
programmers' cervical spondylosis as a work-related injury. Not just Su Yuan, all the employees present, including Fong Chang and others, wore shocked expressions. Seeing the employees' astonishment, Chenmo continued. Considering the nature of the work, those who don't have cervical spondylosis yet should also take preventive measures. From today onwards, the company will organize professional massage therapy for everyone at a massage parlor, twice a week, with costs
reimbursed by the company.
Fong Chang, you arrange the schedule, and make sure it doesn't interfere with the employees' break time.
Okay, Mr. Chen.
Fong Chang nodded quickly, still in shock, when he heard Mr. Chen speak again. Also, tally the number of employees and purchase a batch of massage pillows that
they can use while working. Additionally, employees must undergo a full body checkup every 3 months. Listening to Mr. Chen's light-hearted remarks, everyone was at a loss for how to describe their feelings at that moment. Working at Mr. Chen's company was just too blissful. Chenmo nodded in satisfaction. This plan could also be applied to the other 3 companies. This would undoubtedly be another significant expense. Thank you, Mr. Chen. In the midst of his thoughts, he saw all the employees stand up in unison, shouting in chorus, "Sit down, everyone." Seeing this, Chenmo quickly waved his hand, signaling for them to sit down. He was a bit unaccustomed to this kind of behavior from the employees. Just then, he noticed an employee wearing glasses and suddenly had another idea. That employee wearing glasses, working in front of a computer all day, will definitely suffer some damage to their eyes, potentially worsening their myopia, which basically counts as a work-related injury. So from now on, for all employees, any medical expenses related to eye conditions will be fully reimbursed by the company, including eye drops and similar medications. Also, for those who are already myopic and want to change their glasses, all costs will be reimbursed by the company. Additionally, for those who don't want to wear glasses and are considering surgery, the surgery costs will also be reimbursed by the company. Of course, you may need to rest for a while after the surgery, but don't worry, your positions will always be reserved for you, and there won't be any situation where someone else takes your place. So for those employees who are considering it, feel free to go ahead with the surgery. Your salaries will be paid on time, Chenmo said. After a moment of thought, unable to come up with any other place to spend money, he directly left the employee studio. The employees were left sitting in shock in their chairs. Is myopia considered an occupational injury too? It sounds even more absurd than the cervical spondylosis mentioned earlier. If these words were spoken by any other boss besides President Chen, they would think it was just empty promises. But when it came from President Chen, it was different. He had always delivered on his promises, and they had no doubts about it. President Chen, you're not staying any longer? Outside the Sangshui Games, Fong Chang and Wei Yin escorted President Chen to the door. Not staying, Chenmo waved his hand, feeling a bit exhausted. He realized that he had never had a smooth day since coming to Sangshui Games. He looked up at Fong Chang's glasses and asked, "Are you really not planning to have the surgery?" President Chen, I currently have no plans for surgery, Fong Chang directly refused. Ever since he left the employee's studio, President Chen had suggested he undergo surgery and assured him that his position would be retained. But he refused without a second thought. His project was at a critical moment, and he couldn't afford to delay the game's progress with surgery. Alright then, just get a new pair of glasses, Chenmo said halfway through, then reconsidered and changed his mind. How about this? Find a good optical store, take all the myopic employees, and get them a new pair of glasses, with the best lenses. After leaving Sangshui Games, Chenmo did not return to the clothing factory but directly had Young Dahai drive him home. At the clothing factory, in the sales office, Wu Yu sat in his chair with a worried expression, sighing as he looked at Li Shin across from him. Brother Shin, what should we do? It's been a month, and our department hasn't found a single agent. Take it slow. The clothing factory has just undergone a transformation, and there will definitely be some difficulties in the initial stages. This is inevitable. President Chen has given you a year's salary as a safety net, which clearly shows he understands this, Li Shin replied. And rest assured, once my short video account takes off, I can help promote you in the videos and see if anyone is willing to be an agent. Li Shin spoke with confidence. Then I'll trouble you to promote it more, Brother Shin. Wu Yu expressed his gratitude. No need to be polite with me, we're all working for President Chen. By the way, the machinery from the mechanical factory will be delivered tomorrow, and there will be professionals coming to help with the setup, which may take 2 days. They will need to stay overnight at our factory, and luckily, there are a few vacant rooms in the employee dormitory. I need to go out to purchase a batch of fabric, so I'll trouble you to host them, Li Shin said slowly. With the factory's transformation, the fabric could no longer be as uniform as before. Many types were needed. The newly hired fashion designers had already sent him numerous fabric requests, and he needed to go out to procure them personally. Alright, Brother Shin, leave this matter to me, Wu Yu immediately agreed. Good, then you get back to work. I won't disturb you, Li Shin said before getting up to leave. Then he waited at the entrance of the new workshop. Not long ago, he received a call from Pang Tao, saying that President Chen had adopted a few more dogs and he would be bringing them over shortly. He was aware of President Chen's plans to adopt more, especially since the dog kennel next to the new workshop had already been prepared. It was more accurate to call it a dog house than a kennel. After all, which family's dog kennel comes with a yard, a house, and even has bricks on the outside? It was practically a scaled-down version of a rural courtyard, the kind that connects several households. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Pang Tai parked his car outside the new workshop with over 10 dogs in the back. Li Shin heard the sound of the car and walked out, greeting the already disembarked Li Shin. Brother Tao, did you wait long? Pang Tao smiled back at the greeting from Li Shin. I just got here, let me help you. Li Shin saw Pang Tao dragging a dog to the car and stepped forward to assist. Seeing this, Pang Tao quickly stopped him. Let me handle it. You're not familiar with the dog and I'm afraid you might get hurt. Just lead the way. The dog kennel is over there. It's inside. Li Shen, upon hearing this, did not insist and led the way, finally stopping at the dog kennel beside the workshop. Brother Tao, there are 4 dog kennels in total. You can decide how to place them. Pang Tao pulled the dog over to the kennel and was stunned by its appearance. Is this a dog kennel? He hadn't even put bricks on the houses at the rescue station, yet this dog kennel was fully bricked. Looking at the silly Labrador behind him, it really is true that a foolish dog has its own blessings. As Pang Tao placed the dogs one by one into the kennels, Li Shen had already taken out his phone and started recording a video. Friends, our general manager Chen has adopted a few dogs from the rescue station again, and this is the luxurious accommodation that general manager Chen has prepared for these dogs. Isn't it splendid? Our Changfeng garment factory is a very warm-hearted enterprise, whether towards people or pets. It wasn't until Pang Tao had placed all the dogs into the kennels that Li Shen stopped recording. He would need to edit it later before posting. Pang Tao casually closed the dog door and looked at Li Shen, curiously asking, by the way, after you recorded the video at our rescue station, did your views go up? It was very effective. Many people were attracted by those few videos. Some even wanted to donate to the rescue station, but I turned them down. Li Shen replied with a smile. He mainly aimed to promote the garment factory. Accepting donations would change the nature of it. It could easily lead to misunderstandings. It wouldn't positively impact the reputation of the garment factory either. Refusing was the right choice. Pang Tao nodded in agreement. Their rescue station had once accepted donations, and he was the only one who knew the downsides. Those who donated would often keep an eye on them, frequently suspecting that they were pocketing the donations. Even presenting a procurement list wouldn't help. For those who don't trust you, no matter what you do, they won't trust you. So, later, he refused donations and only accepted material support. By the way, how is your pet park project going? The two found an open space to sit down, and Li Shen turned to Pang Tao and asked, remembering that during his last visit to the rescue station to shoot a video, Pang Tao had shared many plans about the rescue station. He wondered how things were progressing now. Upon hearing Li Shen's inquiry, Pang Tao sighed. Overall, everything is going smoothly, but today, General Manager Chen visited the pet park and ended up canceling the pet performance plan that I was most optimistic about. In my entire plan, the pet performance is the most crucial element to attract visitors. If it's cancelled, the pet park will lose a lot of its appeal. Why did General Manager Chen cancel the pet performance? Li Shen asked, puzzled. He thought the plan was quite good and had no flaws. How could General Manager Chen cancel it? General Manager Chen thinks that training pets for performances is too cruel, so he cancelled it. Is that so? President Chen is really too kind. He can't bear to let those stray cats and dogs suffer like this. Yeah, the two sighed in unison. Li fell into deep thought. Since pet performances were not allowed, what could attract those tourists? This pet park was also President Chen's project. Although he wasn't the person in charge of the pet park, he wanted to contribute as much as possible. President Chen's refusal of pet performances stemmed from his concern that training pets could be too cruel, so they could come up with performance projects that didn't require overly harsh training. But what kind of performance could be engaging without needing cruel training? Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind, and he looked at Pang Tao with delight. Tao Ge, I have a great idea that could replace the pet performances. Do you want to hear it? Quick, tell me. As soon as Pang Tao heard that Li had a plan to replace the pet performances, he hurriedly spoke up. He had lost countless brain cells on this journey and had not come up with a substitute for the pet performances. He didn't expect Li to think of something, which surprised him a bit. President Chen's meaning is very clear. He isn't rejecting pet performances, but is worried that training pets might harm them. So pet performances are acceptable, but they need to be gentler and shouldn't involve too cruel training. Li first shared his speculation and then continued. Just now, I thought of one that basically doesn't require much training and can still achieve a performance effect. What is it? Pang Tao couldn't help but ask as Li hesitated to reveal the plan. Li smiled at Pang Tao's anxious expression. A pet fashion show. A pet fashion show? Pang Tao was momentarily confused about what that meant. Seeing Pang Tao's puzzled look, Li began to explain. Once the pet park is fully constructed, we can invite clothing designers from a factory to design some outfits for pets, and then dress those pets in these clothes. During the performance, just like those models, people can lead the pets to walk and showcase them on stage. I believe this will definitely attract many cat and dog lovers to come and watch. What do you think? Is this plan feasible? Li turned to look at Pang Tao, who still had something unsaid. If this plan works and many people are interested in the pet fashion show, then their clothing factory could completely develop a new field, producing and selling pet clothing. As Pang Tao listened to Li's explanation, his eyes gradually lit up. This pet fashion show is completely feasible. He had already thought of how to promote the fashion show before it was held. They could first take some beautiful photos of a few pets in outfits, then make a batch of flyers, and hire some people to distribute them in the city. As long as the number of flyers is large, he believed they could definitely attract a crowd. Moreover, he also thought of other ways to make the pet park profitable. He could select a few cute and good-looking pets and turn them into star pets. Then they could create some merchandise or figurines to sell at the park's counter or use as prizes. The prize concept is easy to understand. After accumulating a certain number of visits to the park, one could receive a star pet figurine for free. This way, it could also stimulate the enthusiasm of visitors who wanted the figurines to come to the park. The more Pang Tao thought about it, the more he felt that this pet fashion show had great development value. He looked at Li with gratitude and said, "Li Shen, thank you so much. This pet fashion show plan is excellent. I won't stay long, I need to go back and plan this proposal well." Okay. Li nodded, watching Pang Tao drive away, and he also needed to go back to edit some videos. The next day, early in the morning, Wu Yu and Zhang Chang were already waiting at the entrance of the new workshop. He had just contacted the delivery person from the machinery factory, and they would arrive at the clothing factory in about 10 minutes. Surprisingly, the person in charge this time was an old acquaintance, Zhao Yang, who had hosted them during their last training at the machinery factory. He never expected that this time it would be his turn to host them. Thinking back to the last training session, Zhao Yang had talked about how good the food and accommodation were at their machinery factory. Today, when Zhao Yang arrived, he planned to show him the food at their clothing factory, what the employee dormitories were like, and of course, the workshop. Before long, 2 large trucks slowly drove in from the distance, finally stopping at the entrance of the new workshop under Zhang Cheng's waving signal. Following the large trucks were 2 smaller vehicles. Zhao Yang got out of one of the small cars with several workers, looked around, and soon spotted Wu Yu walking over from a distance. "Brother Yang, long time no see." Wu Yu greeted him. "Let me introduce you, this is Zhang Chang, the head of the production department. Once the machines are unloaded, he will direct where to place them." "Zhang Chang, this is Zhao Yang, the person in charge of this trip." Upon hearing Wu Yu's introduction, Zhang Cheng shook hands lightly with Zhao Yang. "Welcome to Changfeng Clothing Factory. Wu Yu will arrange your accommodation and meals with the machine testers. I will be in charge of directing the unloading and placement of the machines." "Great." Zhao Yang nodded in response and called over the unloading workers to listen to Zhang Cheng's instructions. After Zhang Cheng took the workers away, Wu Yu turned to Zhao Yang. "Brother Yang, I'll take you to the employee dormitory first to drop off your things, and then we'll head to the cafeteria for a meal." Although it wasn't mealtime yet, the cafeteria was already preparing meals for these people. This had been reported to General Manager Chen and had received approval. Zhao Yang nodded upon hearing this. "Good. When we were at the machinery factory, I heard your employees say that the accommodation and food at your clothing factory are better than ours at the machinery factory. I'm looking forward to seeing it today. Then I'll take you to see it. I hope you won't be too surprised later." Wu Yu led Zhao Yang and 3 machine testers directly to the employee dormitory. There were 4 of them in total, which was just enough to split into 2 dormitories. He was eager to see Zhao Yang's expression when he saw the configuration of the employee dormitory. As for the workers unloading the machines, after they finished, they would have a meal in the cafeteria and then return to the machinery factory. With the trucks, they wouldn't be staying overnight. Soon, they arrived at the employee dormitory. Wu Yu led Zhao Yang and the others to 2 vacant dormitory rooms and casually pushed open one of the doors. "Brother Yang, this is our employee dormitory. What do you think?" Wu Yu stepped aside, smiling at Zhao Yang. Curious, Zhao Yang walked into the employee dormitory, and when he saw the interior setup, he was completely stunned. There was a television, air conditioning, and a private bathroom. The bathroom door was open, and he could already see the washing machine and water heater inside. This was no ordinary dormitory. It was comparable to standard hotel rooms. After a moment of coming back to his senses, he turned to Wu Yu. "This dormitory must be where your company leaders usually stay. How could that be? The entire dormitory building has this configuration." Wu Yu looked at Zhao Yang's incredulous expression, feeling a sense of comfort. When he had gone to the machinery factory, Zhao Yang had boasted about how great their company was. Today, he would show him what a good company really looked like. "Alright, the dormitory next door is also empty. You 4 can stay there, just divide the rooms among yourselves. The bedding is all new, so you can use it with peace of mind." Wu Yu took a deep breath and then pointed to one of the maintenance workers to share a room with him, while the other 2 would share another room. After assigning the rooms, they temporarily placed their tools in the dormitory, waiting for the machines to be moved before they could take their tools to debug. "Supervisor Zhao, this employee dormitory is indeed better than ours. Their boss really spends money," one of the maintenance workers muttered quietly beside Zhao Yang after putting away his tools. Although he spoke softly, the room was small, and Wu Yu heard him clearly. Seeing that they had already put away their tools, he smiled and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to the cafeteria for a meal." Upon entering the company cafeteria, Zhao Yang was immediately hit by a wave of warm air, momentarily taken aback. Looking up at the ceiling, he didn't see the ceiling fans like those in their company's cafeteria, but rather central air conditioning. This, Brother Yang, go further inside, Wu Yu said with a smile, noticing Zhao Yan lost in thought. Zhao Yang snapped back to reality and followed Wu Yu. He glanced at the layout of the dining area, but when he saw the refrigerators around, he felt puzzled. Why would a cafeteria need so many refrigerators? Isn't that wasteful? Thinking of this, he curiously asked Wu Yu, why does your cafeteria have so many refrigerators? Oh, these refrigerators are filled with various drinks. However, our general manager Chen thinks it's too crowded for everyone to squeeze around one refrigerator for drinks, so he added a few more around the dining tables, Wu Yu explained. Brother Yang, what do you want to drink? You can get it yourself. Later, it's all free. When they reached the serving area, the kitchen had already prepared the meals. Brother Yang, the trays are in the disinfection cabinet, and the dishes are on the serving table. You can choose whatever you want. Zhao Yang followed Wu Yu's instructions to take a tray and then approached the serving table. Once he saw the dishes, he was stunned again. Braised pork knuckle, oil-braised shrimp, sweet and sour ribs, a total of 6 dishes. How much do these dishes cost? Zhao Yang swallowed hard and turned to Wu Yu. It must be expensive. What do you mean how much? Our cafeteria is all free. Don't worry about wasting food, Brother Yang, Wu Yu said proudly, a sense of pride as an employee of the clothing factory. Free? Zhao Yang and the 3 maintenance workers behind him were astonished, their mouths agape. Such good meals are free? After getting their meals, they sat down at the dining table. Zhao Yang couldn't help but think of what Wu Yu had said during their training at the machinery factory about how great it was. At that moment, it felt like a slap in the face. After such a comparison, he realized that his family's machinery factory, when compared to this clothing factory, had no comparison at all except for the larger area. In the clothing factory office, Manager Chen, the renovation company has sent word that the office building and the coffee shop will be completed in 3 days. Shenro stood in front of the desk, reporting today's work. So everything will be completed in 3 days? Chenmo nodded upon hearing this. Alright, I understand. Please inform those employees working from home that they can come to the company in 3 days. Also, find a good health checkup institution, book a time, and organize a health check for the company employees. This kind of health check needs to be organized once every quarter. Communicate with Jiang Chang and Wang Maoyan from the cafeteria to ensure they prepare their teams in advance. Okay, Manager Chen. Shenro quickly returned to her workstation, busying herself after Chenmo had arranged the tasks. Watching Shenro return to her workstation, Chenmo was about to head out to check on the new workshop's machinery when his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, it was Song Xia. Calculating the time, it had been almost a month since Song Xia went for training, and it was nearly time for it to conclude. The coffee shop would also be completed in 3 days, and upon her return, they could start setting up the coffee shop for business. Another money-losing venture was about to commence. He answered the call, and Song Xia's voice came through the phone. President Chen, I've inquired about the situation here. Since we're opening a boutique coffee shop, the requirements for machines like coffee makers are quite high, and the prices are relatively expensive. I've listed a few procurement options, each with different prices, and I've sent them to your email in a table format. Please take a look and choose which option is better. Okay. Chenmo hung up the phone and directly opened his email. Kyoto Barista Training School. Song Xia hung up the phone and looked up at Su Dan. Teacher Su, I've sent the procurement list to our boss, and we should hear back soon. Do you think your boss will really agree? Su Dan asked with some concern. The procurement options she provided were configured according to the most standard requirements for a boutique coffee shop. Although there were some price differences, the lowest option still required a budget of over 500,000. The highest option had already reached a budget of over 800,000. Don't worry, Teacher Su, he will definitely agree, Song Xia assured, noticing the worried expression on Su Dan's face. Although she hadn't interacted much with Chenmo, the impression he left her with could be summed up in 2 words: wealthy. He donated 500,000 worth of cat and dog food to the animal rescue shelter without a moment's hesitation. At this point, the procurement options costing hundreds of thousands should be no problem. Teacher Su, if President Chen agrees to that procurement plan, you'll have to come back with me to open the coffee shop, Song Xia said with a smile, looking at Su Dan. After persistent invitations over this period, Su Dan finally agreed to return with her to open the coffee shop, but with one condition: the procurement plan had to meet her requirements. Hence, the phone call she just made to President Chen. As long as your President Chen agrees to any of those options, I can go back with you. Su Dan nodded with a smile. What Song Xia said was undoubtedly very appealing, but it was still just a verbal agreement. If she went back and the coffee shop wasn't set up according to her vision, it would be troublesome. Therefore, she made the above request to ensure that the coffee shop would be run as she envisioned. At that moment, Song Xia's phone rang again. She answered the call, and about 10 seconds later, the call ended.
Teacher Sue, President Chen has agreed, and it's the 800,000 procurement plan.
The budget will be transferred to my account shortly, and we can purchase at any time.
Su Dan was taken aback, her mouth agape as she listened to Song Xia. Just like that, they agreed, and it was the highest tier procurement
plan. This was too easy.
However, since Song Xia had said so, it couldn't be a deception. After thinking it over, she finally made up her mind.
Alright, after your training ends, I'll go back with you. 3 days later, the office building of the garment factory was officially completed. Su Yening and
the 3 others from the dormitory arrived at the company early. Today was their first day at work, and everyone was quite excited.
However, upon arriving at the office building, they found it already deserted.
They searched through all the offices but didn't see a single person.
Yening, where is the new office building? Zhou stood at the entrance of the old office building, looking around in confusion.
The industrial park was so large, where were they supposed
to find the new office building?
Let's go to the workshop and ask the people there, Su Yening sighed. She knew their studio was in the new office building, but they had no idea where it was. They thought to come to this office building to inquire, but unexpectedly, there was no one here.
Oh, those 2 people are
wearing uniforms from the clothing factory. They should also be from the clothing factory. Let's ask them, Zhou said, glancing around. Suddenly, she spotted
2 women walking over from a distance, wearing badges from Changfeng Clothing Factory.
They were already close by.
Hearing this, Su Yening also noticed the
2 women with badges. Since there were people from the clothing factory here to ask, there was no need to go to the workshop.
As the 2 women approached, Su Yening stepped forward to inquire. Hello, can I ask where the new office building for the clothing factory is? Who are you?
Zhao Lingling looked at Su
Yening and the others.
We are clothing designers from the clothing factory. We've been working from home, Su Yening quickly explained.
Oh, I know you, Zhao Lingling said, realizing.
Although she had never seen the 4 of them, she was the company's accountant and knew that the company had recently hired 4
clothing designers.
Clearly, these 4 people in front of her were those designers.
However, we've also been working from home, so we don't know where the new office building is either.
Su Yening was surprised. She thought only the 4 of them were working from home, not realizing that these 2 were also working
from home.
Then let's go to the workshop together and ask. There's no one left in this office building.
No need to go to the workshop, I'll take you there.
Right now, Li Shin said as he walked out from the workshop next to the office building, spotting the group gathered at the entrance. He had come over because he was worried that these employees working from home wouldn't be able to find the new office building, so he specifically came to guide them. He just arrived a bit early and had walked around the workshop. Alright, this is the new office building.
The clothing design studio is on the 1st floor, and the
finance office is on the 2nd floor. You can find it yourselves, Li Shin said as he stood at the entrance of the new office building, then walked in first.
In
this new office building, General Manager Chen had also prepared an office for him, which he needed to arrange properly.
Let's go in too, Su Yening greeted
Zhao Lingling and then led Zhou Yu and the others into the office building. They quickly found their studio on the 1st floor. As they pushed the door open and
saw the interior layout, all 4 of them were stunned.
The studio was over 80 square meters, luxuriously decorated, and all the items they had requested, such as sewing machines, large tables, and clothing racks, were fully equipped.
There was even a rack in the corner displaying various fabrics. It could be said
that once they entered the studio, they could start making samples of the designs they had prepared during this time.
Alright, everything is ready for us. Let's get started right away.
The sooner we make the samples, the sooner we can start production in the workshop. Su Yening clapped her hands, speaking excitedly. Zhou Yu and the others nodded in agreement. In the boss's office, Chenmo sat comfortably at the large desk, surveying the office that was several times larger than before, feeling content. This was the office a boss should have. Turning to look at the partition on one side of the office, that was Shenro's workspace. Shenro, go notify Jiang Chang, Li Shin, a few others, gather in the conference room in 10 minutes. I want to hold a meeting. After observing for the past 2 days, he found many areas in the clothing factory that required spending money.
Coincidentally, the new office building also had a
conference room, so he called everyone together for a unified arrangement.
Okay, President Chen.
Upon hearing President Chen's call, Shenro walked out from the partition to notify Li Shin and the others. 10 minutes later, Chenmo arrived at the conference room, which was quite large, with a long conference table in
the middle.
Li Shin, Jiang Chang, and others were seated on either side of the table. When they saw him walk in, they all stood up in unison.
Hello, President Chen. Please sit down.
Chenmo smiled and waved his hand, signaling everyone to take their seats, and he walked to the front of the conference table to sit
down. The main reason for calling everyone here this time is to arrange the upcoming tasks. All the employees in the conference room listened attentively. Upon hearing this,
Chenmo lightly tapped the table and spoke calmly. After these few days of observation, due to the cafeteria, dormitory, office building, and workshop being somewhat scattered, it's inconvenient to move back and forth. I have decided to purchase a batch of electric vehicles to place at the entrances.
of each workshop, making it easier for workers to travel between various office locations. Also, since the office staff have all moved to the new office building and the new employees have moved to the new workshop, there will definitely be some things that are not fully prepared. Furthermore, since the finance team and others have come to work at the company, it's quite inconvenient for them to take taxis when going out for business, so we need to purchase 4 business vehicles with a budget of around 60. All these matters will be your responsibility, Li Shun. Let them report to you what is lacking in the workshop and office. Okay, President Chen. Li Shun quickly nodded and hurriedly recorded President Chen's requests in his notebook. Next is the cafeteria issue. Considering the increase in workers, having only a few chefs will definitely be insufficient, so we need to increase the number of head chefs and assistants. Of course, we also need to increase the cleaning staff. As for how many to increase, just double the current number. Oh, and one more thing, since the company has adopted more than a dozen dogs, it's not good for the cafeteria's cleaning staff to take care of them. We need to have dedicated personnel for feeding, bathing, deworming, etc. So let's tentatively hire 3 people for that. Wang Manyan, if you have acquaintances for the chef positions, feel free to bring them in. If not, just inform HR of the positions and numbers needed so they can recruit online. Chenmo turned to look at Wang Manyan. Wang Manyan noticed President Chen's gaze and quickly nodded. After arranging these 2 matters, Chenmo turned to Jiang Chang. As for the workshop, now that it has expanded and the number of employees has increased, hygiene needs to be strengthened. However, since employees need to work, they certainly cannot be expected to clean themselves. Therefore, we need dedicated cleaning staff for the workshop. Jiang Chang, you can tally how many cleaning staff are needed and report to HR so they can recruit online. Additionally, the new workshop has already started production and the clothing designers have come to work at the company. I believe the sample garments will be ready soon, so coordinate well with the design department. Okay, President Chen. Jiang Chang responded and then asked, President Chen, how many sets of each style need to be made for the sample garments? Now that the workshop was in production, but the business side still hadn't recruited agents, he was worried that making too many clothes would lead to excess inventory in the warehouse. Chenmo replied without hesitation, make as many as you can, ensuring the workshop runs normally. At this time, the more produced, the better. If the clothes made cannot be sold and pile up in the warehouse, it would be hard not to incur losses. The more clothes are made, the more fabric and materials are consumed, and the greater the losses. He expanded the clothing factory and transformed it all for this moment. Starting today, the clothing factory officially enters the money-burning phase. I understand, General Chen. Jiang Chang lowered his head silently. Although he had some doubts about General Chen's approach, he believed there must be a reason behind it. All he needed to do was strictly require the workers in the workshop to ensure that every piece of clothing leaving the factory was flawless. Alright, that's about it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask now. After General Chen finished speaking, he looked around the conference room. The room instantly fell silent. No one spoke up. Since there are no General Chen, I have a question. General Chen paused mid-sentence, following the voice to see Su Yening, nervously raising her hand and looking at him. What is your question? You can speak. Seeing General Chen looking over, Su Yening felt even more nervous. She had been at the company for a month and had only seen General Chen once, while she had never met the others present. Then she was called in for a meeting, which made her quite anxious. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to suppress her nervousness and slowly spoke. General Chen, now that autumn has arrived, should our design department produce winter samples or autumn samples? This was a crucial question. After all, autumn had already begun, and if they made autumn samples, considering the production and shipping time, by the time they were actually sold, they would have to start selling winter clothes soon after. Just discuss it with Minister Jiang. As long as the workshop workers have clothes to make, it's fine. General Chen thought for a moment. Since these clothes weren't meant to be sold, it didn't matter what season they were for, it wouldn't delay his losses. Alright, General Chen. Su Yening let out a long sigh and sat back down. Seeing that Su Yening had no further questions, General Chen spoke again. Does anyone else have questions? General Chen, I would like to request something. Tang Qiu adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and slowly spoke. General Chen was startled to hear it was Lawyer Tang. She had been calling him frequently lately, each time asking if there were any other tasks for her. But with so many things to do at the company, there weren't that many tasks to assign. Lawyer Tang, what is it? General Chen, since we are making branded clothing, we need to pay attention to the copyright of the clothes produced in our factory. I would like to apply for copyright registration for all the clothing designs made by our factory's designers, Tang Qiu said expectantly. During this time, she had done 2 legal publicity campaigns for Tsangshui Games, and the clothing factory had done one as well, but there had been no other tasks. Every time she called General Chen to arrange work, it was to prepare for the next legal publicity campaign, but such tasks were too simple. Any lawyer could handle them. Doing such simple work while earning a 6-figure salary felt somewhat inappropriate to her. This time, she finally found an opportunity. Since the clothing factory was making branded clothing, the copyright of the clothing was very important. After all, once a designer created a popular item that the public loved, if copyright protection wasn't applied for, many imitators would soon appear. Most of the clothes made by those imitators were of poor quality but very cheap, which would directly steal many customers who wanted to buy that clothing. However, once they applied for copyright, it would be different. Those imitators, even if they wanted to copy, would have to make some changes, more or less. After all, if she did it exactly the same way, she could take the opportunity to sue for infringement and obtain compensation. When Chenmo heard that Tang Qiu wasn't looking for him to arrange work but had already found it herself, he didn't think much and nodded in agreement. It's just registering a copyright, so let's get it done. As long as she doesn't keep calling to bother him, it's fine. He glanced at Lawyer Tang's gold-rimmed glasses, thought for a moment, and asked, Lawyer Tang, nearsightedness is considered an occupational injury in our company. Would you like to undergo a corrective surgery? The costs will be fully reimbursed by the company. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Chen, but my nearsightedness isn't severe, and I have no plans to undergo corrective surgery. Tang Qiu directly shook her head in refusal, not to mention whether there are any side effects from the surgery, but the recovery time afterward is something she cannot accept. Chenmo felt a bit disappointed when he saw Tang Qiu shake her head in refusal. This system had been in place for 2 days, yet no one had applied for corrective surgery. They just changed their glasses, which doesn't cost much. He calculated that it only cost a little over 40,000 yuan. That's not even enough for a day's profit from Tianlong. The expenses for health checkups and massage devices were much higher, totaling over 300,000 yuan. However, after today's meeting, there would still be some money to spend, but it would be small amounts. Tomorrow is November, and the players of Tianlong will once again need to purchase new monthly cards, which means another large sum of money will come in. There's no way to spend it all, it simply can't be spent. He still needs to find bigger ways to spend money, and he also has 1.2 million in charity funds. That's right, 1.2 million. He defined the 500,000 yuan for pet food as an investment in a pet park, and unexpectedly, the system actually allowed it. So this 1.2 million in charity funds still needs to be spent. He can't rely on charity organizations and can only pay more attention to where there are needs for support. After waiting in the conference room for a while and seeing that no one was reporting anything, he directly announced the meeting adjourned. Back in the office, he sat down at his desk and casually picked up the cup of water, which was surprisingly warm. Chenmo smiled slightly. Clearly it had been prepared for him by Shenro while he was in the meeting. After taking a gentle sip, he began to think about the upcoming spending plans. After considering it, the only way to quickly consume funds would be to open a branch of the coffee shop. However, since the coffee shop hadn't officially opened yet, he couldn't guarantee that it was truly losing money. But last night, Song Xia sent him a message saying that yesterday was the last day of training, and she would return to Jiangcheng today. If that's the case, it wouldn't be long before they could officially open, and at that time he would carefully observe to ensure that the coffee shop really had no business before directly opening a second branch. It would be best to find a storefront that was for sale for this branch. With some renovations, a large sum of funds could be consumed. Also, he had asked Song Xia to recruit students from the coffee training school to work as staff, but he didn't know how that was progressing. Each student could have their training costs reimbursed by 10,000 yuan. Recruiting 10 students would mean 100,000 yuan, which is money spent for nothing. Thinking of this, Chenmo prepared to call Song Xia to inquire about the situation, but Song Xia called him first. Mr. Chen, we've arrived in Jiangcheng. I'll take them to the coffee shop for a tour first, then arrange their accommodation. Tomorrow, I'll take them to the clothing factory to sign the contracts together. How does that sound? After connecting the call, Song Xia said on the other end. Upon hearing Song Xia's words, Chenmo naturally also heard the word them, clearly indicating that Song Xia had successfully recruited students from the coffee training school. But he didn't know how many she had managed to bring back. That's fine, but tomorrow I will personally bring the contracts over, so you don't need to take them to the clothing factory. How many trainees from the barista training schools have you recruited? Mr. Chen, I have recruited a total of 9 trainees. Just one short of the 10 I requested. That's already quite good. The other one I recruited is not a trainee, but a teacher. The procurement form for the coffee machine was prepared by this teacher. A teacher? Chenmo was taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Since it's a teacher, they must be very familiar with coffee, and the taste of the coffee they make would likely be better. However, thinking back to the boutique coffee shop that had already failed, which had better taste than Starbucks but still attracted very few customers, it became clear that what truly draws customers is reputation and price. His coffee shop certainly couldn't compete with Starbucks in terms of reputation, and as a boutique coffee shop, his prices would definitely be higher. With a lesser reputation and higher prices, it was clear he couldn't compete with Starbucks. Perhaps there would be some curious individuals or true coffee lovers attracted to his coffee shop, but ultimately, they would be in the minority, insufficient to support the coffee shop's profitability. And with this teacher brought in, he could easily spend more funds. First of all, since it's a teacher, the salary and benefits certainly couldn't be the same as those of freshly trained trainees. Moreover, with a senior barista in place, he could set the coffee prices even higher. After all, the system has regulations. He couldn't raise the coffee prices indefinitely. Otherwise, he could just price a cup at 10,000 and he could guarantee that hardly anyone would buy it. But clearly, this was not allowed by the system. However, having a senior barista now made a difference. Coffee made under the guidance of a senior barista could reasonably be priced higher than that made by newly trained trainees. With higher coffee prices, he could better deter those customers. Overall, bringing this teacher into the coffee shop was more beneficial than harmful. Having thought through all this, Chenmo felt much more at ease. After briefly discussing some matters with Song Xia, he hung up the phone. Shenro, prepare 11 copies of the coffee shop contract. We need to sign it tomorrow. Chenmo pressed the call button on his desk. A suggestion from designer Wang Yang. With a call button installed in each office, communication became much more convenient than making phone calls. Soon, Shenro replied. Yes, it was indeed very convenient. After arranging everything, Chenmo was about to relax when he received a call from Fong Chang. He couldn't help but sigh. Why was he getting busier? What is it? Chenmo asked. Mr. Chen, it's about Tianlong. More Tianlong issues? Hearing Fong Chang's words, Chenmo felt speechless. The last thing he wanted to hear right now was the name Tianlong. This was the biggest stain on his path of losses. Recently, the number of online users for Tianlong has gradually increased and the original server is no longer sufficient. We need to purchase new servers. We need to apply for some funds. So it's about spending money. Chenmo's mood instantly improved a bit. Since he couldn't stop the profits, he might as well spend a little to mitigate the losses. How much funding do you want to apply for? Mr. Chen, I calculated that we need a minimum budget of 300,000. Only 300,000? That really isn't much compared to Tianlong's current profits. Chenmo thought for a moment and spoke directly. I'll give you a budget of 1 million, whether it's for new servers or old servers, just make sure they are all in good condition. Mr. Chen, we don't need servers that good. The previous servers can maintain the game's operation without any issues, Fong Chang hurriedly replied over the phone. Listening to Fong Chang's words, Chenmo frowned. Fong Chang had never been like this before. Why did he suddenly think about saving money? It must be because of Wei Yin. Proximity to the red makes one red, proximity to the black makes one black. They must have been influenced by Wei Yin. Saving money? That's out of the question. After thinking for a moment, Chenmo casually found a reason. Fong Chang, since we are in the gaming industry, our primary focus should naturally be to provide gamers with a better gaming experience. The current servers can indeed maintain the game's operation, but what about in the future? If there are any changes, the current game servers might not be enough. Will you still want to change servers then? So don't think that just because the servers are sufficient now, you can relax. You must plan ahead. I understand, CEO Chen. Fong Chang responded humbly upon hearing CEO Chen's words. He was still considering how to cut costs, while CEO Chen was already thinking about the future development of the game. This is what vision looks like. After hanging up the phone, Chenmo couldn't help but sigh. This batch of employees is hard to manage. Can't they just be a bit more obedient and do what they're told? At the entrance of Manhwa coffee shop, Song Xia brought teacher Su and a group of graduates from the coffee training school to the coffee shop's door. This is our coffee shop. Song Xia pointed at the sign of Manhwa coffee shop and then walked to the entrance, opening the door. Sudan looked at the coffee shop sign. Manhwa Coffee. Who came up with this name? The homophone sounds too bad. She frowned slightly but didn't think much of it. It should just be a coincidence. Seeing that Song Xia had opened the door, she led the group of students inside. Wow, such a gorgeous decoration. The atmosphere is really great and these chandeliers are just beautiful. So spacious. This must be over 200 square meters. It's rare to see such a large coffee shop. The trainees from the barista training program exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the scene inside the coffee shop, exploring every corner. This would be their workplace from now on. It really is quite nice. Sudan also carefully examined the coffee shop. She had seen more than those trainees. She had encountered many coffee shops of this size and even larger. She didn't react as dramatically as the trainees, but the size and exquisite decoration were enough to show that the owner of this coffee shop genuinely wanted to open a boutique coffee shop. She clearly made the right choice coming here. Teacher Su, the coffee machines you ordered are all here. Song Xia called out from the doorway of the storage room. Hearing this, Sudan walked over and saw the various cardboard boxes stacked inside the storage room, clearly the coffee machines and equipment she had ordered a few days ago. Seeing these machines made her hands itch. She couldn't wait to use them to make a cup of coffee. We don't have much to do today, so let's unpack these machines and set them up, Sudan said excitedly. Sure. Song Xia nodded. They were about to open, and these machines needed to be installed sooner or later.
Soon, the other trainees who had finished exploring the coffee shop also ran over to help move the large and small boxes out of the storage room. Teacher Su inspected the machines, directing the unpacking and arranging them in different places. This is the Hong Pei machine, just put it in that corner. This is the hand grinder, place it on the back counter. This is the glass container for storing coffee beans, just put it in front. It can hold different coffee beans for customers to choose from. After 2 hours of hard work, the coffee shop had taken on a new look thanks to everyone's efforts. Everyone sat down in their chairs, looking exhausted, except for Teacher Su, who was still excitedly gazing at the newly arranged coffee shop, eager to open for business right away. The only flaw at the moment was the limited variety of coffee beans. There were only 2 types available. Looking at the row of empty glass jars, she sighed slightly, wishing they could be filled. The group rested in the coffee shop for a while, and then Song Xia stood up and said, "Everyone has seen the coffee shop, so let's head back. Tomorrow, Mr. Chen will come personally to sign the employment contracts." "Okay," Su Dan replied, and everyone else nodded in agreement. Thus, everyone left the coffee shop and returned to a nearby hotel. They had booked this hotel in advance before arriving in Jiang City. After arriving in Jiang City, they first dropped off their luggage in their hotel room before coming to the coffee shop. Song Xia also did not return to her own place but stayed at the hotel, making it more convenient to go to the coffee shop together the next day. "Teacher Su, I checked the rental prices near the coffee shop. They range from 1,000 to 3,000, with the more expensive ones being larger. There's a 3-bedroom apartment, 120 square meters, with a rent of 2,100 per month. The photos show it's quite nicely decorated." One of the students was looking at rental listings on her phone. If 3 people shared this 3-bedroom apartment, it would average 700 per person. If they wanted to save more, 2 people could share 1 bedroom, making it 350 each. Save all the listings that look good, and we'll compare them later, Teacher Su said. After returning to the hotel, she had the students check for rental information nearby. After all, once they started working, they couldn't stay in a hotel forever, they needed to rent a place. "Okay," the student obediently began searching for good listings. Just then, a few students rushed in from outside, shouting loudly, "Teacher Su, let's change rooms." "What's wrong?" Su Dan looked at the students who had rushed in, puzzled as to why they wanted to change rooms. But before the students could answer, Jo Mei walked in. "What are you running for? I just asked you to try on a couple of outfits." Hearing this, Su Dan looked up at Jo Mei, but when she saw Jo Mei's outfit, she was taken aback. Jo Mei had bright pink hair with 2 antlers on her head, and her clothes were very unconventional, with an exaggerated style and messy strips of fabric. Overall, she looked like a character from an anime. Is this cosplay? Su Dan instantly realized what Jo Mei was doing. It was clearly the cosplay that had become popular this year. She had only seen it in short videos before, and she didn't expect there to be a cosplay enthusiast among the students. Looking at Jo Mei's cartoonish appearance, Su Dan gently said, "Jo Mei, if they don't want to wear it, don't force them." "I know, teacher, I'm just playing with them." Jo Mei stuck out her tongue and turned back to her room. She took a few photos in front of the mirror and then posted them on her short video account. Soon, comments started appearing below. The commenters were all cosplay enthusiasts like her. The next day, around 9 o'clock, Chenmo brought Shen-ro to the coffee shop. As long as they signed the contract today, the coffee shop could start operating immediately. "Good morning, Mr. Chen." As soon as I pushed the door open, I saw Song Xia already waiting at the entrance, with a line of people standing behind her, clearly the staff she had recruited. Chenmo glanced over briefly and smiled as he spoke. "Thank you all for choosing Manhwa Coffee. I'm here today to discuss benefits and sign employment contracts with you." After a simple greeting, Chenmo followed Song Xia to a seat. He arranged for the others to find chairs nearby before continuing. "I won't waste too much time on unnecessary chatter. Let's talk about the benefits and compensation first. As for the salary, you all should already know 6,000 a month plus a 0.1% share of the net profit, along with full social insurance and housing fund." Upon hearing this, all the trainees let out a sigh of relief. Although Song Xia had mentioned this compensation before, who could guarantee that it wouldn't change once they arrived? This had been their ongoing concern, and now the boss had personally confirmed the terms, especially right before signing the contract. It was clear that the offer was genuine. The anxiety that had been hanging over them finally eased. However, Chenmo's next words made their relieved hearts tense up again. "Of course, there will be a slight change. Initially, I thought I was hiring trainees, but unexpectedly, we have a professional teacher among us. Since she is a professional, it would be unreasonable to offer her the same salary as the trainees. Therefore, Teacher Su's salary will be the same as that of store manager Song Xia." "Teacher Su, is that all right?" Chenmo looked up at Su Dan. "And, no problem." Su Dan quickly shook her head. She was quite surprised that Chenmo had elevated her salary to that of a store manager, especially since Song Xia hadn't mentioned this to her before. Turning to glance at Song Xia, she found that Song Xia also wore a look of surprise, clearly unaware of this.
decision beforehand. It seemed this was a last-minute decision by Mr. Chen. Thinking of this, Sudan felt a wave of gratitude. Although she didn't prioritize salary for the sake of running a quality coffee shop, receiving the same pay as the trainees felt a bit awkward. Thank you, Mr. Chen. No need to thank me. This is the compensation you deserve as a senior barista, Chenmo replied with a smile. The other trainees, upon hearing this, felt their previously tense hearts relax again. It turned out that the slight change had nothing to do with them. Next, let's talk about benefits. The promised reimbursement for training expenses will be paid along with your salaries. Then there's the food and housing allowances. The housing allowance is 1,000 per person, and the food allowance is 1,500 per person. Additionally, there will be a shopping card worth 500, which will increase to 1,000 after 3 months of employment. As for the rest days, since this is the food and beverage industry, we need to operate daily, so the rest days will be on a rotating basis. Each person will have 2 days off per week, and how you take those days off is up to you to discuss. Of course, if you prefer not to take a break, you can choose to work and will receive double pay. Chenmo slowly explained the benefits of the coffee shop. Regarding the rest day policy, he had hesitated for a long time between mandatory 2 days, often voluntary rest. Ultimately, he chose the voluntary rest option. While mandatory rest could reduce employee efficiency if the coffee shop had few customers, reducing efficiency would be pointless. With voluntary rest, he also had the opportunity to pay out more salaries. The trainees listened to Chenmo's explanation of the benefits, their mouths agape. This compensation was simply too good. Housing allowance, food allowance plus the shopping card, that amounted to 3,000. With an additional salary of 6,000 yuan, their actual monthly salary could reach 9,000 yuan. Moreover, if they chose not to take a break and worked overtime, with double overtime pay, their monthly earnings could easily exceed 10,000 yuan. Is this really the salary a store clerk should have? Not to mention these trainees, even the most experienced teacher Su looked shocked. With such treatment, even civil servants wouldn't fare much better. Chenmo smiled slightly at the astonished expressions of everyone. Alright, that's about it. Do you have any questions? If not, we can proceed to sign the contract. Upon hearing Chen's words, everyone quickly nodded. Questions? With such treatment, what questions could there be? Seeing no one raise any questions, Chenmo turned to Shinro. You can arrange for them to sign the contracts. After handing everything over to Shinro, he began to walk around the coffee shop, noticing that the coffee machines and other equipment had already been installed. This meant they could officially open for business tomorrow. After a while, everyone had signed the labor contracts. Chenmo called over Teacher Su and Song Xia. Teacher Su, what is the usual price for premium coffee? Since they were preparing to open, they naturally needed to set the prices. Mr. Chen, the price of coffee beans varies from different estates. Generally, a cup of Americano ranges from 30 to 75 yuan. Of course, some more precious beans will be more expensive, such as Blue Mountain coffee or Geisha coffee. If they are top-quality beans, they can sell for hundreds or even thousands. So different beans will have different prices and won't be fixed, Sudan briefly explained. Chenmo frowned upon hearing this. If that were the case, it would be difficult for him to set a price. However, he quickly realized he didn't need to get hung up on the prices of good coffee. He just needed to raise the price of the lowest tier of coffee. By increasing the minimum consumption, he could deter a large portion of customers. Since the prices are unstable, let's set a minimum consumption. For the simplest cup of Americano, let's price it at 50 yuan. For higher consumption, Chenmo said with a smile. This price would likely deter a significant number of customers, as a cup of Americano at Starbucks is only around 30 yuan, and he was directly pricing it at 50, a full 20 yuan higher. What regular customer would be willing to spend an extra 20 yuan for a cup of Americano, especially when it doesn't have the fame of Starbucks? Mr. Chen, some estate beans don't have such high costs, and selling them for 30 yuan would still yield a profit, Sudan quickly interjected upon hearing Chen's pricing. Although it was premium coffee, they still needed to offer a few more affordable options to attract ordinary customers. If the minimum consumption was set at 50, that price would likely only appeal to white-collar workers for afternoon tea or meetings who would come for the coffee shop's environment. However, the demand and frequency wouldn't support a coffee shop's profitability. Since it's premium coffee, we shouldn't buy poor quality beans, we should purchase only from good estates. Chenmo waved his hand dismissively. But Mr. Chen, this will deter many low-spending customers. No, I'm not deterring them, I'm aiming to improve the coffee shop's reputation. You must understand that if we set the prices too low, it will indeed attract some low-spending groups, but this undoubtedly increases the workload for the employees. When they get busy, it's easy to overlook the taste and quality of the coffee. In that case, our approach would be no different from those commercial coffee shops. My original intention in opening a premium coffee shop was to provide a place to slow down in the fast-paced metropolis. Let those who truly love coffee and enjoy a quiet atmosphere have a place to rest. A place where they can truly savor the taste of coffee. After some persuasion, he finally managed to convince the professional barista. All right, Mr. Chen. Su Dan hesitated for a moment, nodded, and then asked, Mr. Chen, should we prepare an opening ceremony for our new store and perhaps some discount activities to attract customers? No need. What a coffee shop needs most is tranquility. An opening ceremony would be too grand and noisy, which doesn't match the essence of a coffee shop. As for discounts, that's even less necessary. Since we've already positioned ourselves as a high-end coffee shop, offering discounts would be like slapping ourselves in the face. Chenmo directly rejected Su Dan's suggestion. What a joke, how could he allow activities that might attract customers? Su Dan felt a bit confused. She thought there was some truth in what Mr. Chen said, but it also felt somewhat off. After a while, she regained her composure and asked her final question. So, Mr. Chen, when will we officially open for business? If everything is ready, let's open tomorrow. The staff uniforms have long been prepared, and the name tags and other items are also ready. I'll have someone deliver them to you shortly, Chenmo replied. He had arranged for the workers at the clothing factory to make the uniforms in advance and had prepared plenty so we could just have them delivered. Got it, Mr. Chen. Su Dan nodded, then thought of the coffee bean issue and hurriedly spoke up. Mr. Chen, currently there are only 2 basic types of coffee beans in the coffee shop. As a specialty coffee shop, we need to purchase more varieties from estates. Chenmo's eyes lit up at this. Wasn't this just spending money? Moreover, he realized that this coffee shop only had 2 positions, staff and manager. Therefore, in the future, recruitment, procurement, payroll, and other tasks couldn't be handled by the clothing factory. Furthermore, if the coffee shop were to open branches, a department would be needed for unified management. Thus, this coffee shop required a headquarters where all matters would be directed and coordinated. He would only need to issue orders to the headquarters as he was already involved in 4 industries and couldn't manage everything like he did with the clothing factory. He just needed to guide each company to lose money in the right direction. With this in mind, Chenmo looked at Su Dan and Song Xia. I've thought about it, and our coffee shop needs a coordinating department, which will be the headquarters. I'll leave this matter to both of you. As for where to establish the headquarters, what positions are needed, and how many people to hire, you can discuss among yourselves. Regarding employee compensation, you can consult Assistant Shen. She will provide you with the initial salaries for various positions in the company. Then, regarding the changes in positions, since we've established a headquarters, we need leadership. So, Song Xia, you will serve as the general manager of the Manhwa Coffee headquarters, and Teacher Su will be the deputy general manager. Since the positions have been elevated, the salary must also be adjusted. Let's set the base salary at 20,000 plus a 3% commission on the coffee shop's net profit. Chenmo calculated in his mind, establishing a headquarters would definitely require renting an office space. For a 300 square meter office, the annual rent would be around 300,000, so for 2 years, that would be 600,000. Then, considering the costs for various office furniture, computers, and other equipment, a budget of around 500,000 would also be needed. That's already over $1 million in expenses. This doesn't even account for the salaries of the office staff, and if calculated in detail, it would definitely be more. Song Xia was a bit confused by Chenmo's words. She had just signed the contract for the store manager position, and she hadn't even been in the role for a day, no, not even an hour. Not to mention she hadn't even settled into the chair yet, and now she was being promoted? This was too casual. The salary was the same. It started at 8,000, then increased to 10,000 after training, and now it had jumped straight to 20,000. The speed of this salary increase was unprecedented for her. Su Dan, on the other hand, was calmer. After all, when she was a training instructor, she also earned over 10,000. And if there were many students, she could make 20,000 in a month. So she didn't have much of a reaction to the salary, and she wasn't here to be a manager, she was here to fulfill her dream of running a coffee shop. With that thought, she hesitated and looked at Chenmo. Mr. Chen, I still prefer managing the coffee shop, this manager position. That's fine, being a manager won't affect your running of the coffee shop. Chenmo waved his hand nonchalantly, secretly thinking that giving you this position while you still want to run the coffee shop is a form of indirect dereliction of duty, which perfectly aligns with his intentions. Plus, with Song Xiao's experience of running a failed milk tea shop, the future of this coffee shop wouldn't be at risk of losing money. I understand, Mr. Chen. Su Dan nodded slightly, her gaze filled with gratitude. Mr. Chen was the most easygoing boss she had encountered in all these years, and working under such a boss was a happy thing. Since she enjoyed such treatment, she needed to manage the coffee shop well during the process. Alright, there shouldn't be any problems now. You two should finalize these matters in the next couple of days, including purchasing coffee beans. Just tell me how much budget you need, and I'll notify the finance department to transfer the funds to you. Seeing that the two had no further questions, Chenmo directly finalized the arrangements. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed Song Xia raising her hand. Mr. Chen, I have a question. What other questions do you have? Mr. Chen, if I get promoted to general manager, then who will be the store manager? Song Xia asked in confusion.
If she became the general manager, the store manager
position would be vacant.
Chenmo was taken aback. He had overlooked this matter. He then turned to look at the several newly hired staff members in the coffee shop. After thinking for a moment, he pointed directly at one of them.
Let's have her be the store manager.
With so many ready-made reserve managers,
it was easy to pick one. Song Xia, Su Dan, is it really that casual? Lin Zhu, come here.
Su Dan came back to her senses and called out to the
girl Chenmo had pointed at. Teacher Su, you called for me?
Lin Zhu jogged over.
Mr. Chen is looking for you. Su Dan gestured towards Chenmo. Upon hearing
this, Lin Zhu turned to look at Chenmo, her expression suddenly becoming tense, unsure of what Mr. Chen wanted from her.
You are Lin Zhu, right? From today onwards, you will be the store manager of this coffee shop,
Chenmo said, sizing her up with a smile.
Ah, what about Sister Song Xia?
Lin Zhu exclaimed.
If she became the store manager, wouldn't that mean she was taking Song Xia's position?
Song Xia has already been promoted, so you don't need to worry about
that, Chenmo explained.
After confirming that there were no other matters, he left the coffee shop with Shinro.
Return to the clothing factory and prepare
3 contracts for Song Xia, Su Dan, and Lin Zhu, then hand them to me.
Back in the car, Chenmo turned to Shinro and instructed. With the changes in the
positions of these 3, the contracts naturally needed to be re-signed.
Okay, Mr. Chen. Shinro nodded.
Back at the clothing factory, as Chenmo had just sat
down in the office, Wu Yu knocked and walked in. Is there something you need?
Seeing Wu Yu enter with a downcast expression, Chenmo instantly felt relieved. This clearly wasn't the look of someone with good performance.
President Chen, I was thinking, shouldn't we lower the franchise fee? Our clothing brand doesn't have much recognition yet, and a franchise fee of 100,000 is a big risk for most people. I thought about it, and we could lower the franchise fee to
20,000, and then the remaining 80,000 could be deducted gradually from the profits the franchisee makes. This way, the franchise fee would still be 100,000, but it would be in an installment format, which indirectly lowers the franchisee's costs, making them more willing to join. Wu Yu briefly explained his idea. After running the business for a while, he found that most of the people who refused to join were worried about the high franchise fee. He calculated the costs of joining as well. The 100,000 franchise fee plus a 10,000 contract deposit was the bare minimum. Then the franchisee would need to rent a storefront, typically around 50 square meters, which would cost about 50,000 a year. Then there were store renovations, display racks, inventory, and employee salaries. Altogether, it would require an investment of about 300,000. Chenmo listened to Wu Yu's words and looked at him seriously. This guy really knows how to think. He even
considered installment payments for the franchise fee.
If the fee were lowered to 20,000, this guy might actually bring in some franchisees.
However, he
initially set the franchise fee at 100,000 to raise the entry cost, deterring those who wanted to join.
There was no way he would lower the fee now. He lightly
tapped the table and said meaningfully, Wu Yu, this 100,000 franchise fee is not as simple as it seems, it's also a filter.
You have to understand that only
by making franchisees spend more will they be more motivated to run their stores. If the stores are well managed, sales will increase, and our factory will
benefit. Moreover, the franchise fees for major clothing brands are all around 100,000.
This amount is our target, our belief, and the direction of our efforts.
How could we easily lower it? But President Chen, the workshop has already started production. If we can't recruit franchisees, the clothes produced will just pile up in the warehouse.
Wu Yu said anxiously. Chenmo helplessly rubbed his forehead. This guy was indeed hard to fool, being a salesperson.
Wu Yu, I
understand your eagerness to recruit franchisees for the company, but in business, you must maintain a calm mindset.
Business will come when the time is right.
So just keep a calm mindset. It's normal not to find franchisees.
Tomorrow is Saturday, so go out and relax a bit. A good mindset will help you run the business better.
After a round of persuasion, he finally managed to send Wu Yu out.
Watching Wu Yu leave with his head down, Chenmo finally laughed heartily. Lowering the franchise fee? Not a chance.
After Wu Yu left the office and returned to the business department, he found that the department was much larger than
before, with many vacant positions, but new employees were still being recruited.
Currently, the business department only consisted of him, Kai Jing, and Luo
Yuan. So, did President Chen agree?
Kai Jing hurriedly asked as soon as Wu Yu returned.
Wu Yu slowly shook his head. President Chen refused, so we should keep
working hard on our business.
Let's not take a break tomorrow since it's Saturday.
But tomorrow is the opening of President Chen's coffee shop.
Aren't we going to congratulate him? Luo Yuan suddenly spoke up from the side. Wu Yu was taken aback by this. Just now, President Chen didn't mention anything about the coffee shop opening. How did you know? Assistant Chen just announced it in the employee group, saying that President Chen's third venture, the coffee shop, will officially open tomorrow.
Luo Yuan said as he showed the information on his phone to Wu Yu.
Wu Yu took a serious look and realized that the coffee shop really was opening tomorrow. After thinking for a moment, he slowly spoke. Then let's go congratulate them first, and then run some business. But it would be better to bring some gifts for the new store opening. I think we should send some flower baskets, maybe a money tree or something. It has a good meaning. Kai Jing interjected at the right moment. On Saturday morning, Chenmo arrived at the Manhwa coffee shop with 3 new contracts prepared by Shinro yesterday. Since it was Saturday and the clothing factory employees were off, he came alone this time. Hello, President Chen. As soon as he walked into the coffee shop, 2 staff members standing near the entrance greeted him. Chenmo smiled and nodded, glancing around the coffee shop. Song Xia and Su Dan were also inside, making a total of 7 people including Ling Zhu and the 4 staff members. At that moment, the group was gathered in front of the coffee machine, and it seemed that Su Dan was explaining how to use it. President Chen. Seeing Chenmo enter, Song Xia hurried over to greet him. Call Su Dan and Ling Zhu over. You all need to sign your contracts again. Chenmo found a seat by the window in the coffee shop where he could clearly see the people passing by outside, allowing him to better observe the reactions of passers-by to the coffee shop. Soon, Song Xia brought Su Dan and Ling Zhu over. Chenmo took out the prepared contracts and handed them to the 3 of them. With the experience of signing contracts yesterday, the 3 contracts were quickly signed. Holding the signed contracts, Song Xia had a myriad of thoughts in her mind. She was now the general manager of Manhwa Coffee. President Chen, this is the office I recruited yesterday, along with the coffee bean quotes. After putting away the contracts, Su Dan handed over the organized purchasing plan. Chenmo took the plan and glanced at it curiously. Most of it was similar to what he had expected, but Su Dan's budget for the office and the purchase of tables and chairs was a bit low. The other plans are fine, but the office and the tables and chairs need to be adjusted. A 180 square meter office is a bit small, considering that the coffee shop will need to expand. The office area should be at least 300 square meters. Also, the configuration of the computer desks and chairs is too low. I'll give you a contact. His name is Wei Yan, just consult him. But since it's Saturday and Sunday, let's contact him on Monday. Okay, President Chen. Su Dan took back the plan that President Chen had returned to her. Feeling a bit emotional, she had chosen a 180 square meter office and was somewhat worried it might be too big. After all, for now, Manhwa Coffee only needed to hire a few positions like HR, finance, and accounting, and a too large office would be completely unnecessary. After arranging everything, Chenmo quietly observed the passers-by outside, holding the coffee that Su Dan had brewed for him. To be honest, this flavor was indeed much better than the coffee he usually drank. Teacher Su, it's been so long, how come not a single customer has come in? Song Xia sat behind the bar, watching the hurried pedestrians outside, murmuring softly. Take it slow. Su Dan looked up at the passers-by inside. This coffee shop had no promotional activities or opening ceremony. How could it possibly attract customers? After a while, customers finally started to enter the coffee shop. However, upon seeing the price board displayed inside, they all silently turned around and left. Chenmo chuckled at this scene. Wasn't this exactly the result he wanted? He had been at the coffee shop for about 2 hours, and the sales were still at 0. If this continued, it was inevitable that the coffee shop would incur losses. Just then, he suddenly saw a few familiar figures walking over from across the street. Each of them was carrying various flower baskets and gifts. They quickly arrived at the entrance of the coffee shop, placed the flower baskets at the door, and then walked inside, heading straight towards him. Manager Chen, congratulations on your grand opening, may wealth flow in, and may your business thrive. A group of people congratulated in unison. Chenmo glanced at the few people in front of him, the sales trio, Li Shen, the factory director Jiang Chang, the chef Wang Manyan, almost all the management from the clothing factory had come. Even the usually obedient Shen Ro and the driver Yang Dahai were there. This group seemed intent on making things difficult for him. He looked at the flower baskets outside, the money tree, and the barley. Wasn't this just a pure curse on him? Just as he was about to say something, he saw another group of people walking over from across the street. The rebellious Wei Yan, Fong Chang, Zhao Bowen, and others from Sanshui Games. These people were also carrying various flower baskets. Manager Chen, congratulations on your grand opening, may your business flourish. Wei Yan and the others from Sanshui Games congratulated in unison, and at the same time, Wei Yan placed a giant lucky cat he was holding on an empty spot at the front desk. What are you doing here instead of taking a break? Chenmo said through gritted teeth as he looked at them. We heard that your new store opened, so we came to congratulate you, Wei Yan replied with a smile. And we wanted to show our support for the new store opening. Right, Manager Chen, since the coffee shop is open, I also wanted to come and try the coffee, Li Shen chimed in from the side. Thus, the entire coffee shop was filled with employees from the clothing factory and Sanshui Games. Everyone ordered a cup of coffee and started drinking. Chenmo watched this scene with a grim expression. There were over 20 people, and with each person ordering a cup, that was over 1,000 yuan. Although it wasn't a lot, the flower baskets they had placed outside had attracted many customers inside. While most people were scared off by the prices, there were still a few who, whether out of curiosity or a sense of face, chose to buy despite the 51 yuan price tag. Not many made purchases, but this was not a good sign. After a while, the employees from the clothing factory and Sangshui Games finished their coffee and began to leave one after another. However, the flower baskets left outside remained. Chenmo sat in the coffee shop for the entire day. At first, when there were no flower baskets, only a few people came in over 2 hours, and not a single one bought coffee. But after placing those flower baskets, the number of customers entering the shop had clearly increased. Those flower baskets absolutely could not be left outside. Chenmo thought to himself, glancing at the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Today's situation at the coffee shop, if not counting the consumption of the company's people, was still a loss overall. But without those flower baskets attracting customers, the losses would have been even greater. Indeed, the general direction was still in line with his expectations. Of course, if it weren't for Wei Yan and those people coming to make trouble, it would have been a pleasant day. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Song Xiao walked over from the bar. Manager Chen, why not lower the coffee prices a bit? Today, quite a few people had come into the coffee shop, but over 90% were scared off by the prices. If the coffee prices could be lowered, it would definitely retain more customers. Song Xia, this coffee shop has just opened. One day's sales don't mean much. We need to look at the long term. We need to focus on improving the service and reputation of our coffee shop. First, once the reputation is up, will we still worry about not having customers? Chenmo said slowly. How could he possibly lower the prices? By the way, about the flower baskets outside, let's have someone clear them all out after work. I see some of them have already been blown over by the wind, making the originally clean and tidy pedestrian street look messy. But Mr. Chen, those flower baskets are quite effective. I noticed many customers were attracted by them. This afternoon, Song Xia quickly interjected. The coffee prices had already deterred many customers. If they removed those flower baskets, there might hardly be anyone buying coffee throughout the day. In life, one cannot be too selfish. Protecting the environment of the pedestrian street is everyone's responsibility. We cannot let our own interests affect others' feelings. When you go shopping, do you prefer the pedestrian street to be clean or messy? Song Xia was momentarily speechless. Of course, she hoped the pedestrian street would be cleaner, but the key was that those flower baskets were just decorations. They didn't ruin the environment. It's settled then. I'll come by tomorrow to check. With that, Chenmo stood up and left the coffee shop. Losing money for a day was nothing. He needed to observe for a while. If the coffee shop continued to lose money, then he could consider opening a branch. As dusk fell, at Jiangshan University, in the girls' dormitory, Sharo, for the next while, you'll be the only one left in the dorm. If you feel lonely, you can call me, okay? Zhang Lan said while packing her suitcase, addressing Shinro beside her. Have you really made up your mind? Shinro looked at Zhang Lan, who was packing, and asked seriously. She didn't expect her best friend to quit her job just to participate in a singing competition. What if I haven't made up my mind? My dream is to sing, and that audition is an opportunity one can't miss. I don't want to quit either, but he won't give me time off, so there's nothing I can do. Zhang Lan smiled. Singing was her dream, and her job was merely a temporary solution to face life. Shinro sighed as she looked at Zhang Lan's expression. She wasn't going to persuade her. Zhang Lan's dedication to singing was just like her concern for the orphanage. If she didn't give it her all, she would surely regret it deep down. Well, I support you. Our Ro is the best. Zhang Lan stood up and hugged Shinro affectionately. If I fail in chasing my dream this time, I'll have to rely on you when I come back. You're always welcome. Shinro smiled and then glanced at the time, quickly running to her computer. You pack your things, I need to study. Hey, can't you be a little more considerate? Aren't you going to see me off? Zhang Lan pouted at Shinro, who had already opened her computer. No way, I just started learning German, I can't skip class. Shinro ignored Zhang Lan's pout. After understanding the good profession of being an assistant, she knew that a professional assistant needed to learn a lot, including various languages. Since the issues with the orphanage had been resolved, she had quit that part-time job. She then began to use her free time to study. Today was the second lesson of the German online course she had signed up for, and it was crucial not to miss it. Well, I'm leaving. Bye-bye. Zhang Lan zipped up her suitcase and stood up to walk out of the dorm. Their relationship was such that Shinro's decision to see her off didn't matter. After all, with Shinro earning such a high salary now, if she didn't study hard to improve her professional skills, she would eventually be replaced. So she also didn't want Shinro to delay her studies because of her. On Monday, Chenmo sat in the office calculating his current system funds. November had already passed for several days, and the employees' salaries had all been paid. Adding in taxes and other expenses, a total of 3.4 million had been spent. This time, the salaries of the coffee shop employees were included, so it was higher than before. Additionally, the clothing factory purchased 5 buses and 30 electric bikes, costing a total of 3.2 million. The increase in game
servers for its Sangshui games consumed 1 million. The new office space for the coffee shop had also been secured, along with the ordered desks, chairs, computers,
and some other expenses totaling 1.4 million. Adding it all up, that was 9 million.
Last time, the system funds had been nearly depleted, but due to the traffic generated by that live streaming competition, the income had skyrocketed.
Moreover, with the new month arriving, those players who hadn't purchased monthly
game cards last month began to buy them again this month. There were also weekly cards, which had even more buyers, and he calculated carefully, 4 weeks in a month, 2 yuan for a weekly card, totaling 8 yuan for the month.
This was 2 yuan less than the 10 yuan monthly card. However, the number of people buying
weekly cards was greater than those buying monthly cards. Especially after that wave of live streaming, new players for the game increased daily, leading to the income from weekly cards actually surpassing that of monthly cards over the month. As a result, the system funds had increased by over 13 million during
this period.
After deducting the over 9 million in expenses, there remained over 4 million in system funds.
Damn, how is it that the more money I earn, the more it seems to grow?
If it weren't for the big spending at the last collective meeting plus the coffee shop expenses, the system funds would probably have exceeded 10 million again.
However, having over 4 million in system funds at this point was manageable. He could wait to assess the situation at the coffee shop, and if there were no changes, he could invest in the next coffee shop. The money for renovations and purchasing storefronts should be consumed quickly.
This way, the task of spending the system funds to below half of the initial amount in 2 months should be achievable.
Just wondering what the reward for completing this task would be.
Hopefully, it won't be like the last task, which rewarded a few songs from parallel worlds that was just too useless.
In
the clothing factory workshop, Li Shin held a phone stand with a live stream running on his phone, walking around the workshop.
Brothers, this is our Chanfeng clothing factory workshop. Look at the floor, the cleanliness, and the working environment.
Our workshop meets the 5S standard, and some of the machines are the most advanced currently available. The clothes produced will have no defects. And look at these fabrics, they are all high-quality materials.
Li Shun
walked around the workshop with his phone, showcasing it to the viewers in the live stream.
After this period of dedicated management, there were already over
400 viewers in his live stream. Most of these people were attracted by the short videos he had posted. As Li Shin walked, he glanced at the comments in the live
stream and responded to them one by one.
Brother Yan Hui, the positions currently available at the clothing factory are only chef, cleaner, and salesperson. If you think you're suitable for any of these jobs, feel free to come for an interview. My personal information has the factory's address.
Brother Feng, you want to see the doghouse? Sure, once I finish showcasing the workshop, I'll show you the doghouse.
Li Shin smiled helplessly at a comment. Every time he live streamed, there was always someone wanting to see the doghouse. After walking around the workshop, I headed directly to the dog kennel outside.
Brother Feng, the dog kennel is right here.
These dogs are all strays that our boss adopted from the rescue station.
By the way, Brother Yen, are you still there?
Our clothing factory is looking to hire 2 pet caregivers. If you can bathe the dogs and provide some basic care, you can also interview for the pet caregiver
position.
The pay is quite good, currently at 6,000 yuan, along with some other benefits.
The basic tasks include feeding the dogs, bathing them, and keeping an eye on their health.
This salary was set by General Manager Chen, which is 2,000 more than what the cleaners earn, and the reason is that dogs might
bite, making it a high-risk job.
They had only managed to hire 1 pet caregiver so far, so they were still in need of another.
What? Sister Demii, you're considering joining us? If you want to visit the clothing factory in person, that's fine. Where are you?
I'll have one of the salespeople from the factory
show you around.
Li Shin was instantly excited when he saw a comment in the live stream asking about joining. His main purpose for doing live broadcasts and short videos was to increase the exposure and reputation of the clothing factory and find more agents for it.
He had even included a brief introduction of the
factory on his homepage, but it was the first time in all these days that someone had inquired about joining. It seemed that everything he had done was still meaningful. Li Shin thought to himself, feeling even more motivated.
Alright, Sister Demii, I'll contact you privately after I finish the live stream. Not long
after, the live stream ended, and Li Shin chatted privately with Sister Demii to confirm the visiting time before putting his phone away.
He went to a simple shed next to the workshop, took out an electric bike, and headed straight for the office building. Walking from the new workshop to the office building would normally take at least a few minutes, but riding the electric bike, he quickly arrived at the office building.
It saved both time and effort.
General Manager Chen really thought of the employees. Upon arriving at the office building, he headed straight for the business department's office.
Brother Shin, what brings
you here?
Wu Yu had just confirmed the route for his business trip today when he saw Li Shin knock and walk in.
I have some good news for you. I want to introduce you to a client.
Tomorrow, you can host her and show her around the clothing factory.
This person is very likely to be our first agent. As Li Shen
spoke, he handed Wu Yu the contact information for Sister Demi, whom he had just connected with.
Brother Shin, thank you so much. Wu Yu looked at Li Shin with gratitude.
He had been worried about how to secure an agent, and now Li Shin had recommended a potential client, which was like a timely gift.
No need to thank me. This person is just interested in becoming an agent. Whether she actually becomes our clothing brand's agent will depend on your performance tomorrow. Securing this agent will also be a testament to your abilities.
Li Shin said nonchalantly he was merely providing an opportunity, and whether it could be seized
was up to Wu Yu's capabilities.
Don't worry, I will do my best to secure this agency tomorrow. Wu Yu's eyes were filled with determination.
The clothing
factory's garments had already piled up in the warehouse, and if they couldn't find an agent, the backlog would only increase.
Then go for it, Brother Shen.
Let's go have some skewers, it's on me.
Then I won't be polite.
Li Shin smiled and accepted without hesitation.
The next day, around 9 o'clock,
Wu Yu stood quietly at the entrance of the industrial park, waiting. Through a phone call, the client was almost at the entrance of the industrial park. To make a good impression, he had arrived early to wait at the entrance, so the other party wouldn't have trouble finding the clothing factory once they entered
the industrial park. Not long after, a black Land Rover was seen parked at the entrance of the industrial park. Wu Yu glanced at the license plate and knew this was the target he had been waiting for, so he hurried over. When he reached the driver's side, before he could say anything, the window had already rolled down.
A woman wearing sunglasses sat in the driver's seat, her wavy hair cascading down, though it was hard to determine her age at first glance.
This should be Sister May. You must be Wu Yu?
The woman slowly took off her sunglasses and turned to look at him.
Yes, you are Sister May, Wu Yu nodded. Get in the car.
Your clothing factory is over there, I'll take you. The woman gestured to the passenger seat. Also, May is just my online name, my real name is Lin May.
You can call me Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin?
Wu Yu sat in the passenger seat,
looking at the woman in the driver's seat with confusion. Is that strange? I'm almost 50, it's normal for you to call me Aunt.
Lin May glanced at Wu Yu and slowly started the vehicle, driving into the industrial park.
Wu Yu was taken aback.
He really couldn't tell that this woman was nearly 50. However, after being reminded, he discreetly observed her and noticed a faint crow's foot at the corners of her eyes. She really took good care of herself. In the office, Chenmo stretched lazily, looking at the pile of documents on his desk that
needed to be processed, frowning slightly.
Most of these things required his review, signature, and stamp. After thinking for a moment, he realized there wasn't
anything particularly urgent lately, so why did he need to handle everything personally? He pressed the call button beside him. Shinro, come here for a moment.
Soon, the door to the adjacent office opened, and Shinro walked out.
Mr. Chen, is there something you need me to do? Yes, here are some documents, you can take care of them. You've been an assistant for so long, it's time to practice handling company affairs.
Chenmo pointed to the stack of documents on the
table and spoke lightly. Okay, Mr. Chen.
Shinro replied happily. Since she started, she had some tasks every day, but overall, she had been quite free. Now that Mr. Chen entrusted her with these documents, she was determined to perform well and complete every task properly.
She couldn't let Mr. Chen down.
Emma watched as Shinro excitedly took the documents from the table, nodding in satisfaction. As for how well Shinro would handle the documents, it didn't matter much to him. Of course, if she made a few wrong decisions that led to company losses, that would be even better. After all, as the boss, he had system
restrictions and couldn't intentionally harm the company's interests.
But if his subordinates made decisions that harmed the company's interests, that was beyond
his control. Moreover, Shinro was just an intern and hadn't been working for long, so the chances of her making mistakes should be quite high. Chenmo thought to himself. Now that he had handed all the work over to Shinro, he had nothing to do. So what should he do next? He remembered the few dogs he had adopted. They had been with him for a while now, and he wondered how they were doing. He could go take 2 of them for a walk. This was the kind of life a boss should have. Leisurely, he walked out of the office and headed outside the office building. Sister Lin, you can stop here, Wu Yu said, pointing to an empty space. Lin May slowly parked the vehicle in the spot Wu Yu indicated, casting a faint glance at him. Didn't I say to call me Aunt Lin? Sister Lin, you don't look that old. Calling you Aunt Lin feels a bit awkward, Wu Yu replied candidly.
Lin May smiled slightly at his words but said nothing and simply opened the
door to get out. Is this your workshop?
Yes, our clothing factory has a total of 2 workshops. This workshop is the new one and is relatively large, while
the other is an older workshop but its area is much smaller.
However, the equipment in both workshops is the same, Wu Yu explained as he led the way to the
front.
Just as they reached the entrance of the workshop, Lin May stopped in her tracks, her gaze directed towards one side of the clothing factory.
That
must be the dog kennel from the video. I'll go take a look, Lin May said, walking over directly.
Her visit here was secondary to observing the workshop. Her main intention was to see if the dog kennel and the dogs up for adoption in the video were staged.
After all, there are too many people online who post videos
of rescuing small animals, ultimately seeking sympathy and donations. She was someone who loved small animals, had many at home, and had donated dog food to rescue shelters. If this clothing factory was not faking anything, then joining the clothing store would be no big deal, especially since she happened to have an empty storefront that would be perfect for a clothing shop. She had also seen the clothing factory in the video, and it seemed quite legitimate. Since that was the case, why not support it? Arriving at the site of the workshop, she indeed saw the dog kennel that looked exactly like the one in the video, and the dogs inside were of the same breeds as in the video. More importantly, the kennel was kept very clean, indicating that the people at the clothing factory took good care of these dogs. Sister Lin, these dogs were all adopted from the corner cat and dog rescue by our general manager Chen, Wu said at the right moment, as he noticed Lin Mei examining the dogs in the kennel. Lin Mei nodded slightly. She was aware of the corner cat and dog rescue and had donated dog food there. Let's go take a look inside the workshop, she said. Since she had confirmed what she wanted to know, there were no issues left. Upon entering the workshop, Lin Mei was momentarily taken aback. Although she had already seen the layout in the video, experiencing it in person was still somewhat surprising. It was already November, and she was wearing a thicker coat, yet upon entering the workshop she felt a wave of warmth. Such a large workshop was completely covered by central air conditioning, not to mention the cost of the central air conditioning. Just the electricity bill must be quite a significant expense. And what about those snack cabinets and the slogans on the walls? Looking at those slogans filled with negative connotations, Lin Mei felt a bit puzzled for a moment. However, she quickly smiled faintly. This clothing factory was quite interesting. She then walked around the workshop and found that the employees' workstate and the finished clothing quality were really quite good. Moreover, the styles of the clothes were very novel, all of which she had never seen before. Aside from the clothing brand lacking recognition, there was really nothing to criticize. She suddenly thought that even without the matter of rescuing stray dogs, joining this clothing brand would still be a good investment. Recognition could be expanded through advertising and promotion, but the quality and style of the clothing were not something every clothing factory could guarantee. Sister Lin, how do you feel? After touring the entire clothing factory, Wu Yu tentatively asked. No problem, we can discuss the franchise matters. Lin Mei nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied with this clothing factory. At the entrance of the staff cafeteria, General Manager Chen, how about these two huskies? The pet manager asked, holding two dog leashes and pointing at the two huskies. Alright, do they have names? Chenmo asked, looking at the two huskies. General Manager, one is called Dodo, and the other is called Dian Dian, the pet manager replied. Chenmo looked at the two huskies and pondered for a moment. Dodo, Dian Dian, a bit too common, not unique enough. From now on, these two dogs will be called Kue Kue and Shen Xian. Kue Kue? Xian Xian? The pet manager was taken aback but didn't dare to say anything. He hurriedly leashed the two dogs and handed them over to Mr. Chen. Chenmo took the leashes and strolled around the industrial park with the two huskies. This was the life he wanted. But unfortunately, those old sixes were more troublesome than the last, otherwise he would have achieved financial freedom long ago. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the new workshop with the two huskies. Oh, whose black Land Rover is that? Could it be that some employees of his company have already bought a Land Rover? Chenmo suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. He only had a few tens of thousands in personal assets and his employees were already driving Land Rovers? That was quite a blow. Sister Lin, let's go to the office building to talk. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Wu Yu walking out of the workshop with a woman. Seeing Wu Yu's expression, Chenmo instinctively became alert, and his steps halted. Hello, Mr. Chen. Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing Chenmo at the workshop entrance, then quickly spoke up. What are you two doing? Chenmo nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the woman beside him. Wu Yu hurriedly introduced her. Mr. Chen, this is Sister Lin. She came to visit the clothing factory today and is here to discuss agency matters. Sister Lin, this is our boss, Mr. Chen. Lin Mei sized up Chenmo, then glanced at the two dogs being led, smiling as she greeted him. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello. Chenmo replied politely, but inside, his mind was racing. What's going on? Wasn't it said that they couldn't secure an agency? How did an agent suddenly appear? He turned to Wu Yu. Wu Yu, have you explained our company's situation to Ms. Lin? Mr. Chen, I've already explained everything to Sister Lin, Wu Yu said earnestly. Our clothing factory has just transitioned and currently we don't have much reputation. If we take on an agency, there might be a risk of losing money. I mentioned that too. Chenmo made one last effort, hoping that this lady would reconsider after hearing his words. But before Wu Yu could speak, the lady spoke first. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Chen. I'm aware of these matters, but I don't think they are issues. This boss seems quite decent, actually pointing out the drawbacks of the clothing factory. This was much better than those who, in order to attract investment, would paint their companies in glowing terms while completely ignoring their flaws. Chenmo, upon hearing this, moved his lips as if to say something but realized it was too late. He couldn't directly stop her from joining, as that would violate system regulations. He could only helplessly say, "You can continue discussing the agency matters. I won't interrupt." He secretly comforted himself that even if there was an agent, it would only mean earning 100,000 in franchise fees. Whether those clothes could sell in retail stores was another matter entirely. After all, the clothing brand had little recognition, yet the prices were comparable to those of well-known brands, or even higher. In comparison, who would buy clothes that were expensive but lacked any reputation? If no one buys, he would still be losing money. Not a big deal. After sorting through these thoughts, Chenmo let out a slight sigh of relief, looking down at the two huskies he had just renamed. Changing their names didn't seem to have any effect. In the business office, Sister Lin, here's the franchise contract, you can take a look. Wu Yu took out the contract he had prepared for a long time but had never used. Lin Mei took the contract, glanced at it, and found no issues, so she signed it directly. She then looked up at Wu Yu and asked, "I just checked in the workshop and noticed that there don't seem to be many types of sample garments in our workshop?" "That's right, Sister Lin. My clothing factory has just transitioned and currently we don't have many styles of clothes in production. However, we do have a professional clothing design department and they have many styles of sample garments, but they haven't gone into production yet. If you want to choose some styles, I can take you to the design department to pick. Since you still have some time to handle the storefront, the styles you choose during this period can be produced in the workshop without affecting your business," Wu Yu quickly explained. Indeed, the workshop had started production, but each garment style had to reach a certain quantity before considering the next style, so as of now, the number of clothing styles produced in the workshop was limited. However, the design department was different. It was said that during a month of working from home, those few clothing designers had already created many styles. Once the design department was established, they began producing sample garments, and many styles had already been made, but the workshop had not yet started production, so all those samples were still hanging in the design department. "Okay." Lin Mei nodded. They arrived at the design department. "Sister Lin, this is Su Yening, the head of the design department. This is Lin Mei, just call her Sister Lin. She has now joined our clothing brand, so please help her choose some clothing styles." Wu Yu introduced them to each other. The two greeted each other. "Sister Lin, please follow me, the sample garments are all inside." Su Yening turned and walked into the design department. Lin Mei followed. "The finished sample garments are all here. Of course, there are still some that haven't been made, but here is a simple hand-drawn catalog." Su Yening pointed to a row of clothing racks beside her and casually took down a catalog hanging on one of the racks, handing it to Lin Mei, who had followed her. Lin Mei took the catalog but did not open it. Instead, she carefully examined the sample garments on the racks. There were nearly 20 sample garments, which was quite a bit fewer than the number of styles from real brand clothing, but it was understandable since the clothing factory had just transitioned. What surprised her was that each piece of clothing on the rack had its own unique characteristics. Some designs were cleverly crafted and looked very interesting. The color combinations were also very harmonious, not too eye-catching but not old-fashioned either. Everything was just right. Although some styles were not to her liking, there was still a refreshing feeling about them. "Did you design all of these?" She turned to Su Yening beside her. "Yes, but time is limited and we currently only have this many sample garments. If you think it's too few, you can tell us what styles you want and we can rush to make them." Su Yening nodded. Although they had been trying their best to catch up these days, they had only managed to produce this many sample garments. Even during this time, they had been studying clothing styles and designs after work and coming to the studio during the day to make finished sample garments. But even so, they had only produced these styles. After all, they couldn't sacrifice quality for speed. However, if the agent had specific requirements, she could prioritize meeting those needs. "That's fine, these sample garments are enough." Lin Mei waved her hand upon hearing this. As someone who often shopped, the number of clothing types in the factory was not particularly important to her. What mattered was how many styles could attract customers' attention. In the office, Chenmo returned the dog to its kennel and went back to scrolling through short videos. Recently, he came across a rather bleak video about empty nest elderly people. These seniors live alone in rural areas without anyone to care for them. Some might have children who are alive but work outside, sending a little money for living expenses. The more tragic cases are those whose children have passed away due to unforeseen circumstances, leaving them as lonely elderly with no basic source of income. Their only means of sustenance might be a small vegetable garden. But how much can a small garden provide? To save money, they might have to divide a single steamed bun into several meals. He had been paying attention to this issue for some time, especially since he still had 1.2 million in charitable funds that had yet to be used. If he didn't use it, it would be a waste. In the past, he didn't have the means to help. He could only express a bit of sympathy but couldn't do anything. However, now that he had a system in place and accessible charitable funds, he felt that if he could do something for these people, it would ease his conscience a bit. Over the past few days, he planned to gather more information and then determine a target location. He would then find time to visit, as the system had stipulated that he must personally inspect any new charitable project he wanted to undertake. Days passed in a flash, and at Manhwa Coffee, a few coffee shop employees sat bored in their seats, staring longingly at the pedestrians outside, but not a single person came in for coffee. Song Xia and Su Dan were sitting in a corner of the cafe. Teacher Su, what should we do?
It's been 10 days, and we haven't even reached 1,000 in daily sales.
Song Xia wore a worried expression.
In these 10 days, the coffee
shop's peak performance was on the opening day.
In the days that followed, the total number of customers coming in for coffee barely exceeded a dozen.
Su Dan
fell silent upon hearing Song Xia's words. She had calculated the coffee shop's costs over the past 2 days, and just the monthly wages for employees amounted
to around 200,000.
Adding in utilities and some procurement costs to turn a profit, they would need at least 10,000 in daily revenue.
This didn't even account
for rent and renovations, as well as the costs of renting office space and purchasing coffee machines. Considering all these factors, the coffee shop had no
hope of breaking even in its current state. Sigh, she let out a breath. Hello, President Chen.
At that moment, a staff member's voice came from the entrance. They looked up to see President Chen walking into the coffee shop and heading toward them.
The two quickly stood up. President Chen, please, sit down. Chenmo nodded slightly and took a seat opposite them.
How has the coffee shop been these past few days?
Upon hearing Chenmo's inquiry, both women lowered their heads in shame.
With the coffee shop in such dire straits, they didn't know how to face him.
Chenmo looked at their expressions and couldn't help but smile.
He had been keeping an eye on the coffee shop and already knew its situation.
He came today mainly to implement the second step of his money-losing plan, opening a branch and increasing the cost of losses.
Song Xia took a deep breath and slowly spoke. The business at the coffee shop has been very poor these days. Our daily revenue hasn't even reached 1,000.
President Chen, how about we do some promotions and special offers to attract customers? Otherwise, if this
continues, the coffee shop will incur even greater losses. Chenmo listened to Song Xia's words, feeling delighted inside. This was exactly what he wanted.
Losing money, let me lose money fiercely. Still want to do promotions and activities, how can that be? You are still too anxious. Since you have chosen the
boutique route, this result in the early stages is also something that can be anticipated. I need to look at the long term and not be concerned about immediate
gains and losses. You must be patient, do you understand?
But, if we do some discount activities and promotions, can't that enhance the coffee's reputation?
Song Xia murmured, though her tone was a bit weaker. It's different. The reputation gained through discount promotions is just a castle in the air, too illusory.
As the saying goes, a business that relies on discounts is not a real business.
The customers you attract with discounts, what are they after? They are after cheap prices. And what do we sell at our boutique coffee shop?
We sell flavor, we sell service, we sell a comfortable and quiet environment.
So,
discount activities absolutely cannot be implemented. They completely go against the original intention and philosophy of opening a boutique coffee shop. As the saying goes, good wine fears no alley. One day, our Manhwa coffee will surpass Starbucks and become the largest domestic coffee brand.
Chenmo spoke passionately, and by the end, even he had to believe it.
However, seeing the longing expressions on the faces of the two people across from him, he knew he
hadn't misled them in vain.
These two were much easier to persuade than that rebellious Wu Yu. Just thinking of Wu Yu made him grit his teeth in hatred. He kept saying the agency fees were high and it was hard to find an agent. Yet, just a couple of days later, he had recruited an agent.
Fortunately, it was only one
agent, which didn't affect the overall situation.
Su Dan looked thoughtful. Everything Chen had just said had some theoretical basis. But the most critical point was, if the coffee shop didn't do any promotions, how could it enhance its reputation? Just relying on the coffee's flavor and environment?
But nowadays, hardly
anyone came in to drink coffee every day, relying on those few customers. When would they be able to build a reputation? Su Dan showed a troubled expression
and looked up at Chenmo. Mr. Chen, if we don't do any promotions, it will be very difficult to build the coffee shop's reputation.
Chenmo shook his head slightly upon hearing Su Dan's words.
No, building a reputation doesn't necessarily require promotions.
Then what does it require? Su Dan was genuinely puzzled. Do you know why Starbucks is so famous? Chenmo looked at Su Dan.
Su Dan thought for a moment. Starbucks entered our domestic market relatively early,
when the coffee market hadn't opened up yet.
Starbucks, under the banner of boutique coffee, instantly attracted many consumers and became a choice that
showcased one's living standards.
Back then, many people went to Starbucks not to drink coffee but to post on social media.
Chenmo's expression stiffened slightly upon hearing Su Dan's answer.
He hadn't expected her to speak so professionally, but he quickly recovered.
What you said makes some sense, but there's one crucial issue. Starbucks has many stores. Why is it so popular?
Because they have their stores all over the country.
Just think about it. When you casually go shopping somewhere, you can see a Starbucks. How can it not be popular? So if we want to make Manhwa coffee well known, we must emulate their approach and open branches.
But our coffee shop has just opened not long ago and we haven't turned a profit yet.
Wouldn't it be a bit early to open branches now?
Sudan was taken aback by this. She understood from Mr. Chen's words that he was planning to open branches. This was a significant risk.
Chenmo smiled slightly as he
listened to Sudan's words.
It was precisely because we aren't profitable that I chose to open branches. If we were profitable, why would I open branches? Your idea is wrong.
As the saying goes, one must seize the opportunity to become famous early. Establishing the coffee shop's reputation cannot be delayed. So, we must open the branch of the coffee shop as soon as possible.
As for the location and other requirements for the branch, I've written them down on this paper. You can take a look.
Chenmo said, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket and handing it to Sudan.
He had prepared this paper before coming. Seeing
Chen's resolute attitude, Sudan didn't say much more and reached out to take the paper.
She opened it and glanced at it.
After a moment, she slowly placed the
paper back on the table. Chen, choosing a location near Starbucks might not be the best idea. The reason for the current coffee shop's low customer count is largely because customers have been drawn away by the nearby Starbucks.
If we open a branch, we definitely need to avoid being close to Starbucks.
How can we open a branch near these two stores? You don't understand this, do you?
You should know that Starbucks location choices are all backed by professional research.
Their locations have the highest foot traffic and the largest base of coffee drinkers.
So as long as we open a store near them, we won't have to worry about
foot traffic at all, saving us the time for research.
Chenmo said slowly, having prepared these arguments in advance to address such questions. But with this approach, our coffee shop will struggle to compete with those two coffee shops. Sudan was a bit anxious. If we continue to open near Starbucks, the final
result might end up like the current coffee shop. Teacher Su, your thinking is wrong. Aren't you subconsciously believing that our coffee shop is inferior to Starbucks?
This is a case of being timid before the battle, which is a major taboo in warfare. The business world is like a battlefield. If we show fear
from the start, how can we compete? Is our Manhwa coffee worse than Starbucks? Not at all. In terms of taste and store environment, we are just as good. So, what is there to worry about?
It's completely normal for a new store to have few customers at first. Eventually, the number of customers will gradually increase. Therefore, we must choose a location near Starbucks. This cannot be changed.
Chenmo lightly tapped the table, speaking with undeniable authority.
This coffee shop is undoubtedly a successful case, and it should be emulated.
I understand, Chen.
Sudan nodded helplessly. Since Chen had said so, what else could
she do?
Moreover, she could roughly guess Chen's intentions and ambitions. He aimed to compete with Starbucks and create a coffee brand that surpasses it. If they win, all of Starbucks customers would shift to Manhwa coffee.
This is an extremely risky gamble. If they win, Manhwa coffee will leap to become the largest coffee brand in the country.
If they lose, it would be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Nothing would remain. She admired Chen's boldness. Given this, she also needed to think of ways to attract more customers to the coffee shop. The thought that Manhwa coffee could potentially become the #1 coffee brand in the country or even open up foreign markets made Sudan feel a sense of longing. She knew she had to think of ways to draw in more customers for the coffee shop.
Chen, your coffee.
At that moment, a staff member brought over a cup of coffee.
Thanks. Chenmo took the coffee, took a small sip, and looked up at Sudan and Song Xia. Alright, that's all for now. The remaining matters you can resolve on your own.
I might need to step out for a couple of days. My work will temporarily be handled by my assistant, Shinro.
If you encounter any issues, just consult with her. In the past 2 days, he had already chosen the locations to investigate empty nest elderly people.
Once the arrangements at the coffee shop were settled, he could set off.
Sudan and Song Xia exchanged glances, and ultimately shook their heads.
Seeing that the two had no issues, Chenmo quietly began to savor his coffee. He ordered the most expensive coffee beans in the shop. After all, as the owner, he didn't need to spend money on his own coffee, and drinking a cup would help reduce some costs. It must be said, the
taste of good coffee beans was indeed different.
After sitting in the shop for a while, it remained as desolate as ever.
Alright, you all keep busy, I'll head back first. Chenmo finished the last sip of his coffee and stood up to walk outside.
However, as he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Song Xia and Sudan, who were following behind him. By the way, after the store location is chosen, you can contact Wang Yang for the renovation. You can get his contact information from Assistant Chen, or you can ask Assistant Chen to help reach out.
Got it, Mr. Chen. Song Xia nodded in response.
In the pet park, Pang Tao and Su Zhangming were sitting in an open area holding thermos boxes and having lunch. Since they had to supervise the construction at the pet park these past 2 days, they prepared more food in the morning, packed it in thermos boxes, and brought it here to save time on
returning for lunch. Brother Su, we didn't go to congratulate the opening of the Manhwa coffee shop. Do you think Mr. Chen will be upset? Pang Tao said with
some concern after taking a bite of his meal. He had only learned about Mr. Chen's coffee shop opening in the past 2 days, and by the time he found out, it was already too late.
Su Zhangming thought for a moment and replied, Mr. Chen isn't that unreasonable.
Besides, no one informed us about the coffee shop opening.
Mr. Chen will understand.
Also, we can find a time in the next few days to congratulate him.
That works. Pang Tao nodded.
He had been to Mr. Chen's company and knew from Li Shen that Mr. Chen treated his employees very well. It seemed Mr. Chen wouldn't mind the lack of congratulations.
Soon, the two finished their lunch and arrived at an open area in the pet park.
There was already a team of workers waiting there. The foreman saw Pang Tao and Su Zhangming approaching and hurried over to ask, "Hello, may I ask how you plan to construct this open area? I have the design plans here, you can take a look."
Pang Tao
handed over the pre-prepared blueprints and then pointed to the open area, briefly gesturing. "I designed a runway stage, similar to what models walk on.
However, the initial position needs to be larger, overall resembling a T-shape. As for the dimensions I designed, if there are any unreasonable aspects, feel free to give some suggestions."
Since it was a pet fashion show, it was best for the pets to walk and showcase themselves on stage like models.
The next day, in the clothing factory office.
Shinro, for the next few days, the company's matters will be your responsibility. Chenmo sat in his office chair and briefed her on the work. After all, he was set to leave the next day to investigate the situation of empty nest elderly people, and at this stage, there wasn't much in
the company that required his attention.
Besides the Tianlong game, which was expected to lose money, everything was progressing as he had anticipated.
So he felt very reassured about going out during this time.
"Mr. Chen, this task is too important. I'm a bit worried I won't do it well."
Upon hearing Mr. Chen's arrangement, Shinro suddenly felt a bit insecure.
She hoped to help Mr. Chen handle some matters, but the fact that Mr. Chen entrusted all the company's business to her made her feel somewhat anxious. After all, he had just started working not long ago and didn't have much experience in handling affairs.
If he messed something up and caused losses for the company, that would be troublesome. Just relax and do your job. I believe in you.
Chenmo stood up and patted Shinro's shoulder, feeling increasingly satisfied as he watched her nervous expression. Yes, the more nervous she was, the better, the higher the chance of making mistakes. Once he arranged the company's matters, he could set off tomorrow. This time he wouldn't be going alone, Li Shen would accompany him. Although that guy was a bit of a schemer, he had been much quieter lately. Plus, he had strong communication skills, so having him along would facilitate better communication with the older folks. Then there was the driver, Yang Dahai, since he needed someone to drive. He had communicated systematically that this charity investigation was defined as official business. Therefore, he could use the company car, which saved a lot of hassle. They were heading to a place called Liuha Village, which would take about 6 hours to drive from Jiang City. Li Shen could also drive, so for safety's sake, they could take turns with Yang Dahai. After all, driving for 6 hours straight could lead to fatigue. Actually, it was also possible to reach Liuha Village by high-speed train, but it would require a transfer. After getting off the train, which was a bit of a hassle, in the end, they decided to drive. In the business department, Li Shen found Wu Yu. "I'm going on a business trip with the boss tomorrow, so I'm temporarily handing over my live streaming account to you. Just do a live stream to show the workshop every day and see if there are any opportunities to pull in agents." He had just received the business trip notice from General Chen, and this time, he might be away for several days, so he wouldn't be able to stream during this period, but his account had just started to gain traction, and if he stopped streaming now, it could affect his traffic. After thinking it over, he decided to ask Wu Yu for help with the live stream. That way, if someone wanted to become an agent for the clothing factory, they could directly contact Wu Yu, which wouldn't be too much trouble. "Brother Shen, suddenly switching to me for the live stream isn't ideal, right?" Wu Yu asked with some concern, as it had always been Li Shen streaming alone before. Suddenly changing to him might make the viewers think too much. "It's fine, I haven't started today's live stream yet. When I go live later, you can show your face in the workshop with me, and I'll let the viewers know that you'll be streaming for the next few days. That shouldn't be a problem. After all, those people watching the live stream aren't just watching me, they're looking at our company's work environment," Li Shen said nonchalantly, as he had already thought this through before coming. Even if Wu Yu's streaming effect was not as good, it was still better than stopping the stream altogether. "Alright, I'll do my best." Wu Yu nodded, thinking about how to make the live stream better. After all, this was the company's promotional account and he couldn't let it fall into his hands. "I'll start the live stream after lunch, so remember to come to the workshop." After Li Shen finished explaining, he left the business department. He still needed to go to the cafeteria to discuss the ingredient procurement with Wang Maoyan. As for the procurement of raw materials for the clothing factory, he had just purchased a batch recently, which would be enough for a while, so there was no need to worry. The next morning, at Yang Dahai's home in the old city community, "Xiao Chen, eat a bit more, it's a long journey and you'll get hungry," Dong Hong said with concern as she watched Chenmo finish his meal. "I'm already full, if I get hungry,
I can eat something at the service area. Chenmo waved his hand. Today was the day they were setting off for Ryoha village, and to make things easier, he had breakfast directly at Yang Dahai's house. Let's go. Seeing that Yang Dahai had finished eating, he got up and walked outside. Yang Duo, with her little short legs, followed him to the door and looked up, shouting, "Goodbye, brother Chen." "Goodbye." Chenmo smiled and ruffled Yang Duo's little head. "Old Yang, drive steadily on the highway. President Chen is in the car." Dong Hong reminded him at the door. "Don't worry, I'll be careful." Yang Dahai nodded seriously. It was his first time taking President Chen on the highway, so he naturally knew to drive steadily. As the two just stepped out of the building, they saw Li Shen, wrapped in a jacket, pacing back and forth at the entrance. It was already past the beginning of winter, and since their area was in the north, the outdoor temperature was below 10 degrees, with a bit of wind today. Li Shen didn't seem to know his own limits, wearing only a light jacket in this weather. "President Chen, you're out." Li Shen hurried over upon seeing Chenmo and Yang Dahai. "Why didn't you go upstairs?" Chenmo looked at Li Shen, who was shivering, and couldn't help but smile. "Oh, I just got here and didn't have time," Li Shen replied. Chenmo glanced at him, thinking he didn't look like someone who had just arrived. "Do you want to go back and change into something warmer? It wouldn't be good to get sick after doing a charity event." "No need, President Chen, I brought warm clothes, they're in my suitcase." Chenmo nodded. They were going out for several days and needed to prepare a few changes of clothes. However, he and Yang Dahai had already prepared everything last night and put it in the car. After placing Li Shen's suitcase in the parking spot, they all got into the car. At the clothing factory, in the business department, Wu Yu sat at his workstation with a distressed expression, feeling inexplicably nervous at the thought of having to replace Li Shen for the live broadcast today. He didn't want to ruin the account's traffic because of himself. How could he enhance the attractiveness of the live broadcast while also promoting the company? Feeling a bit of a headache, he turned to Luo Yuan and Kai Jing, explaining the situation to them. More heads are better than one. Having another person think about it was better than doing it alone. After a while, Kai Jing looked up and said, "We could try wearing the clothes designed by our factory and showcase them in the live broadcast. I've seen the designs from our clothing factory. They're quite novel and should have some effect on the broadcast." Wu Yu's eyes lit up at her suggestion. Kai Jing's idea was indeed very good. Even if they couldn't attract agents, they could still promote the styles of the clothing factory. This idea is feasible. So during the live broadcast, I'll need you two to cooperate. I'll handle the broadcast and you two will try on the clothing from the factory and showcase it in the live room. Perfect, one can handle men's wear and the other can handle women's wear. If we really manage to attract agents during the live broadcast, it'll count for the three of us. Wu Yu looked at Luo Yuan and Kai Jing seriously. Clear accounts among close brothers. If these two put in the effort for the broadcast and got nothing in return, that wouldn't be fair. Plus, helping with the broadcast would waste their time running business. No problem, Kai Jing and Luo Yuan nodded. Even if they went out to run business, they might not necessarily attract agents. However, if they did a live broadcast, even if they couldn't attract agents, it could still promote the company. Alright, then I'll go find Minister Jiang to discuss it and have him bring out a set of the clothing styles for us to showcase in the live broadcast. Wu Yu said, directly leaving the business department and heading to the production department office in the office building. However, he didn't find Jiang Chang in the production department. Wu Yu thought to himself that Minister Jiang should be in the workshop, although General Manager Chen had set up an office for Jiang Cheng in the office building. Minister Jiang rarely stayed there and was mostly in the workshop. Upon arriving at the workshop and after some inquiries, he finally found Jiang Cheng behind a machine. "Brother Jiang, are you busy?" Wu Yu looked at Jiang Cheng, who was fiddling with something behind the machine. "Xiao Wu," Jiang Cheng said as he poked his head out from behind the machine and recognized the visitor. "What's up?" "There's a little matter I'd like to discuss with you, but it's not urgent. You can finish up first." "No problem, I'm just checking the structure of these machines to see if there's any possibility of improvement to enhance work efficiency." Jiang Cheng stood up and walked out from behind the machine, picking up a rag to wipe his hands. "Let's go to the employee lounge to talk." "Sure." Wu Yu nodded. He knew about the employee lounge, which was specifically prepared for the staff. If they were tired or wanted to smoke, they could go there. After all, smoking was not allowed during work hours due to the flammability of the fabric. Upon entering the lounge, Wu Yu briefly explained the live streaming situation. "That's a good thing. The finished garments are being packed over there. I'll notify them right away, and you can just pick them up wherever you need." Jiang Cheng agreed without hesitation upon hearing this. It was a good thing for the clothing factory, and he had no reason to refuse. Moreover, he was aware that Li Shen had previously done live streaming in the workshop. "Thank you, Brother Jiang." Wu Yu expressed his gratitude. "No problem, feel free to bring up anything that benefits the company. At my age, I don't really understand live streaming. You all can handle it," Jiang Cheng said seriously. During this time, the agency for the clothing factory had not made much progress, and he was quite anxious. After all, the clothes being produced were piling up in the warehouse, and that was all money. However, he felt powerless regarding the agency matters and didn't know how to help. He could only cooperate as much as possible. After discussing with Jiang Chang, Wu Yu went straight back to the business department to start preparing. Just as he returned to the business department, his phone rang in his pocket. He glanced at the caller ID and was surprised. It was Lin Jia. What could she be calling about? He felt puzzled, but since she was the first agency client, he didn't dare to neglect it. He answered the call. Lin Jia, what's up? Xiao Yu, when are you free to meet? I want to introduce you to a few clients. Lin Jia, are those clients your friends? As soon as Wu Yu heard it was about introducing clients, he quickly asked. Sort of friends, we often play mahjong together. I mentioned the franchise clothing store during our game yesterday, and they seemed quite interested. But whether we can secure them depends on your skills, Lin Mei said on the phone. These mahjong friends had quite a bit of spare cash. They often spent tens of thousands on shopping, clothes, and bags. Plus, she had won quite a bit of money from them during their games. Getting them to invest in the clothing factory would also be a way to do some good, as the factory could earn some money from the franchise. And once the factory owner made more money, they could do even more good deeds. How about the day after tomorrow? Is that okay? Tomorrow is Friday, and the day after tomorrow is Saturday, which works perfectly. Sure, do you want to arrange the place, or should I help you with that? Wu Yu thought for a moment. He had heard that the Manhwa Cafe's business hadn't been great lately, so it might be a good idea to bring them there to discuss things. After all, the cafe's quality was fine, the only issue was that the prices were a bit high. But listening to Lin Jia's words, the people she introduced were all well off. If I could bring them to Manhwa Coffee, it might increase the cafe's customer base. Lin Jia, let me arrange it. Our general manager Chen has another boutique coffee shop, which is great in both taste and ambience. We can discuss things there. Okay, what's the name of the shop? Manhwa Coffee. Bad coffee? Lin Mei was a bit confused. Did she hear that wrong? It's Nan, as in south, and he, as in harmony. Wu Yu realized she had misunderstood and quickly explained. Alright, it's settled then. We'll confirm the specific time. The day after tomorrow. After hanging up, Wu Yu temporarily set aside the meeting for the day after tomorrow, as he still needed to prepare for the upcoming live stream. He found Kai Jing and Luo Yuan and began discussing the things to pay attention to during the live stream, the talking points, and how to arrange it to make the stream more interesting. About half an hour later, the three finally agreed on the details for the live stream. Let's go, we're heading to the workshop now. Wu Yu stood up and led the way out of the business department. Arriving at the workshop, he found the person in charge of packing and collected a set of various types of clothing. The live stream began. Wu Yu started the live stream, giving a tour of the workshop to warm things up. When the number of viewers in the workshop reached over 300, Wu Yu knew it was about time. Hello everyone, we've finished the tour of the workshop. Today, we have a new segment where we'll showcase the styles of clothing from our factory. Want to see the doghouse? Sure, I'll show you the doghouse after I finish showcasing the clothing styles. Wu Yu noticed several comments wanting to see the doghouse and his expression stiffened for a moment, but he quickly adjusted and smiled as he spoke. He didn't understand why these people were so eager to see the doghouse. It was the same when he followed Li Shen's live stream yesterday, where some people also commented wanting to see the doghouse. Alright, now let me show you a hoodie from our clothing factory. It's a bit thicker, just right for this season. As he spoke, he had already pointed the camera at Kai Jing and Luo Yuan, who were ready. This hoodie comes in both men's and women's styles. About an hour later, Wu Yu finally turned off the live stream in front of the doghouse, lost in thought. If he were to say the live stream was effective, he hadn't recruited a single agent. If he were to say it was ineffective, the peak number of viewers had reached over 700. However, despite the increased numbers, not a single person inquired about becoming an agent. The comments were basically divided into two categories, one wanting to see the doghouse and the other asking for the price of the clothes and wanting to know where to buy them. Indeed, while they showcased the clothing styles from the factory, those people didn't pay any attention to the agent recruitment, even though he had tried hard to guide the conversation in that direction, but it was all in vain. Those people only asked where they could buy the clothes. Wu Yu suddenly realized that their ultimate goal in recruiting agents was to sell the clothes. So why not sell the clothes directly online? Wouldn't that be more convenient? The more Wu Yu thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He just needed to register as a merchant on a platform, and he could sell during the live stream. Then, he could coordinate with the courier service, and it would basically be done. However, this kind of thing still needed to be reported. With General Manager Chen not in the company, Assistant Shin was currently handling all company affairs. He wasn't sure if Assistant Shin would approve this matter. Wu Yu felt a bit uncertain. After all, no matter how he looked at it, Assistant Shin's vision couldn't compare to General Manager Chen's. If he told this to General Manager Chen would probably see the feasibility of the matter at a glance and then approve it. But he didn't know about Shinro. However, let's try it first. If Assistant Chen doesn't approve, we'll just have to wait for General Manager Chen to return. Arriving at the boss's office, he knocked and walked in. Shen Ro looked at Wu Yu, who had just entered, and asked, "Is there something you need?" "Assistant Shen, there is indeed something I would like you to approve." Wu Yu hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. "Please sit down." Shen Ro recalled General Manager Chen's usual style of handling matters and mimicked him by pointing to the chair in front of the desk. "It's like this, today Wu Yu detailed his ideas about live streaming and opening an online store. Shen Ro listened thoughtfully to what Wu Yu was saying. Live streaming could increase the clothing factory's visibility and might even attract agents. If they registered as a business, they could directly sell the factory's clothes through live streaming. Moreover, this would be true factory direct sales, and the profit from selling clothes would obviously be higher. More importantly, the clothing factory had only brought in one agent so far, and they were still in the process of renovating the storefront. To truly sell clothes, they would still need to wait for a while. However, the workshop was already backed up with a lot of clothing, and if they didn't find a way to sell it soon, the storage in the workshop would be overflowing. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, Wu Yu's proposal was very helpful for the clothing factory at this stage. After thinking this through, she looked up at Wu Yu. "This proposal is feasible. Go back and make a plan, and just submit it." "Assistant Shun, does that mean you approve it?" Wu Yu asked, his face filled with surprise. "Approved." Shinro nodded. Leaving the office, Wu Yu sighed, realizing that Assistant Shen, chosen by General Manager Chen, had a strong ability to judge matters. No wonder General Manager Chen entrusted all the company's affairs to Assistant Shun. With this thought in mind, he quickly returned to the business department to start writing the plan. On Friday, at the Manhwa coffee shop, Song Xia and Su Dan gathered all the coffee shop staff together. "Let's brainstorm and see if there are any ways to increase the coffee shop's customer flow," Su Dan said, looking around at everyone. "How about lowering the prices? I see that most customers don't buy because they think the prices are too high. We could also do some promotional activities, like issuing discount coupons," another suggested. Several staff members chimed in, feeling anxious about the lack of customers. After all, they wouldn't find another coffee shop with such good benefits. Su Dan listened to everyone's suggestions, frowning. Most of the suggestions were related to lowering prices or discounts, but that was not something General Manager Chen would allow. "How about opening a coffee shop with a unique theme?" "What do you mean by unique?" Su Dan looked at the speaker, who was Jo Mei, a fan of cosplay. Jo Mei smiled at Su Dan's question, her lips curving into a crescent. "Unique means being different. Don't you think that current coffee shops are too rigid? If we change the waitstaff's uniforms to cosplay outfits, wouldn't that be unique? For example, cat girls, bunny girls, wouldn't that be very attractive? I've even thought of a name, Nanha Coffee, Made Cafe." Su Dan listened to Jo Mei's proposal, which was the only one among all the suggestions that had a real idea behind it, but she didn't give an immediate response. However, she didn't know much about the cosplay community and planned to learn more about it before making a decision. Just then, the coffee shop door suddenly swung open, and two customers walked in. Su Dan dispersed the staff gathered together and saw Song Xia stepping forward. "Brother Pang, Brother Su." Song Xia looked surprised at the two who had just entered, Pang Tao and Su Zhangming. She had met these two when she went with Chenmo to donate dog food. Moreover, she knew that President Chen had invested in a pet park project which these two were in charge of. She just didn't know what brought them to the coffee shop today. "Teacher Su, this is Pang Tao and Su Zhangming, the heads of the pet park project that President Chen invested in. This is Teacher Su, just like me, the head of Nanha Coffee." Song Xia made a brief introduction. "Hello, Teacher Su." Su Zhangming and Pang Tao quickly greeted her and then smiled as they spoke. "We mainly came today to congratulate you on the opening of the new store, but we arrived a bit late, so please don't mind. Brother Su, you are too polite. Please come in and sit down." Song Xia smiled at their words, as for the congratulatory matter, she didn't need to be picky. After all, President Chen had just invested in the pet park project, and these two must be very busy. It wouldn't be good if the congratulatory visit delayed the pet park project. They entered the coffee shop and found a seat to sit down. "Since we're here, let's try the coffee from the coffee shop." After sitting down, Pang Tao said cheerfully, "Sure." Song Xia nodded and went back to the counter to speak with the manager, Lin Zhu. Before long, Lin Zhu prepared 2 cups of coffee and brought them over, placing them in front of Pang Tao and Su Zhangming. "This is Lin Zhu, the manager of the coffee shop." Song Xia took the opportunity to introduce her and then pulled Lin Zhu to sit down beside her. Su Zhangming and Pang Tao greeted her upon seeing this. They then picked up their coffee and took a sip, savoring it, their expressions surprised. He had previously had coffee twice, but those times had left him with a very bitter taste and no other flavors, so he hadn't had coffee again since. However, this cup of coffee gave him a different feeling, although it was also bitter. After the bitterness, there was unexpectedly a hint of sweetness. No wonder this coffee shop run by President Chen had a taste that was better than others. "Brother Pang, I want to adopt a cat. Can you help me pick one out at the rescue station?
After Pang Tao and Su Jiangming finished tasting the coffee, Song Xia spoke
up at the right moment. About that, no problem. I'll help you pick one out when I get back.
But I have to say up front, you can adopt, but if one day you don't
want to keep it anymore, please return it to the rescue station.
Pang Tao reminded her, as there had been cases in the past where people adopted pets and soon after
didn't want to keep them, abandoning them instead. He didn't want that to happen again.
Don't worry, Brother Pang, I will take good care of it and won't abandon.
It's,
Song Xia assured him with a serious expression. She had wanted to adopt a cat for a long time, but previously, due to the milk tea shop situation, her financial
situation was not sufficient to support having a cat.
But now it was different. Her salary had already been deposited into her account the day after she signed
the contract.
The base salary was 20,000, along with various benefits and allowances, and they had even paid her 2 months' salary.
According to President
Chen, during her training period, even though she hadn't signed the contract yet, they counted it as paid business travel. Plus, with the bonuses for bringing in staff, the amount deposited into her account could reach 50,000, excluding personal income tax and insurance. This money was enough for her to take care of a pet.
Can I adopt a cat too?
Lin Shu suddenly spoke up from the side. She also loved pets very much and it was a perfect opportunity to adopt one, plus it could
be considered as indirectly doing a good deed.
Sure, I'll go back and pick out 2 for you and I'll deliver them in a couple of days.
Pang Tao readily agreed. After
all, if those pets at the rescue station could really have a home, it was always better than staying in the rescue station. Thank you, Lin Shu said gratefully.
I should be the one thanking you, Pang Tao replied with a smile. Shiguang County. Inside a hotel,
Chenmo stepped out of the hotel wrapped in a trench coat where Li Xin and Yang Dahai were already waiting outside. They had arrived in Shiguang County yesterday and it was already past 2 in the afternoon.
Considering the time, they decided not to head directly to Liuha village below Shiguang County.
After all, it would still take over an hour to drive from Shiguang
County to Liuha village, and even if they reached Liuha village, there wouldn't be much time left for investigation.
Mr. Chen, the rice, flour, and cooking oil have all been purchased and loaded onto the truck. Li Xin hurriedly approached Chenmo as he saw him come out. Chenmo glanced at the 2 trucks parked in the distance, which were now fully loaded with rice and flour.
This was something he had arranged yesterday. After all, he couldn't go empty-handed since he was there to provide assistance.
However, this rice and flour could only temporarily solve the dietary issues of the empty nest elderly, preventing them from going hungry. So this time, he was merely making a simple visit and survey. The visit was only to Liuha village and a few surrounding villages, but the number of empty nest elderly in these villages was undoubtedly a drop in the bucket compared to the entire country. However, the charitable funds he could currently mobilize amounted to only 1.2 million,
which was hardly enough to help all the empty nest elderly.
This entire matter could not be accomplished overnight. It needed to be approached gradually.
However, once this survey was completed,
he wouldn't need to go personally in the future.
He could form a research team to collect information about empty nest elderly and
others in need from various places. At that time, he could identify those who needed help the most based on this information, allowing him to allocate charitable funds to where they were most needed. Let's go, head to Liuha village first, Chenmo said, no longer delaying, and directly ordered the departure. According to his estimates, this survey of all the villages would take about 4 days. Adding in the travel time, this trip would likely take about a week. By the time he returned, it would be almost the end of November.
Once the month ended, that special task could be completed, and the remaining system funds would fully meet the requirements of the special task. He wondered what the reward would be this time. It would be great if he could receive a one-time reward of several million or tens of millions in personal assets. But he hoped it wouldn't be something from a parallel world. The vehicles moved slowly, with the 2 trucks following behind. About an hour later, at the entrance of Liuha village, Chenmo got out of the car and looked at the village ahead, realizing that it was very backward. The roads were still dirt paths, and some houses were old-fashioned.
Let's go, enter the village and find out where the homes of those empty nest elderly are, Chenmo said, leading the
way into the village.
As for the rice and flour, they would be distributed uniformly after counting the number of people.
Meanwhile, another truck loaded
with supplies was approaching from a different direction. Dad, with this little bit of supplies, even if we deliver them, those elderly won't last long,
Yang Ju said,
worriedly, looking at her father who was driving. I'll help as much as I can, at least it can allow those helpless elderly to get through this winter peacefully.
Yang Xinghua sighed.
His abilities were limited, and this was all he could do. Moreover, he could only prioritize helping those who had no children or had been
abandoned by their children. Dad, why are you so insistent on helping them?
Yang Ju looked at her father with some confusion.
She remembered that since she could
remember, her father had gone every year to help the elderly in the villages.
You don't understand, some things, once you start doing them, you just get used to it. Yang Xinghua sighed again.
He had grown up in Lyoha village, and after his parents died in an accident he was raised by his grandmother, who later also passed away due to illness. He was left all alone in the house, and at that young age he had no ability to earn money, relying on the kindness of others to survive. Later, after starting a family and earning money, he thought about giving back to those villagers who had helped him. At first, he would just buy some gifts during the holidays to visit them. But as time passed, those once strong villagers who had helped him also grew old. During this time, he witnessed the various aspects of society, the warmth and coldness of humanity. As the villagers aged, some dutiful children with the means had already taken their elderly parents away. Those without means would still send some living expenses to their parents regularly. Since there were dutiful children, there were also ungrateful ones. Some of these children had left home for years without ever returning. They hadn't even called to check on their parents. At first, he thought perhaps those children had encountered accidents outside, but after investigating, he found that they simply didn't want to return to see their parents, viewing them as a burden. Even more outrageous, he had witnessed several children, right in front of their elderly parents, rummaging through the money their parents had saved over the years. Then they proceeded to divide it among themselves. Ironically, they ended up arguing over the unequal distribution of the money. Those few people argued heatedly in front of the elderly, completely disregarding their feelings. When he stepped in to intervene, he was promptly shoved out, told that family matters were not for outsiders to meddle in. Of course, there were also elderly people who had lost their children and had become lonely seniors. He had transitioned from visiting them at first to now providing financial support. From one Lyoha village, it had expanded to several surrounding villages. Sometimes he asked himself whether it would be better to spend the money he was donating on himself or his family. So many people ignored these empty nest elderly. Why did he have to do this? But every time he saw those elderly who couldn't even bear to throw away a bowl of spoiled porridge, he couldn't bring himself to turn away. And so, year after year, he persisted until now. Young Ju listened to her father's response, pouting her lips. She didn't want to say anything more. Hey, what are those two big trucks for? Yang Xinghua parked the small truck at the entrance of Lyoha village and immediately spotted the two large trucks ahead. Those trucks were filled with rice and flour. What was going on? Yang Xinghua, puzzled, got out of the car and walked over to the large trucks, noticing the driver still sitting inside. He approached the truck window and greeted, "Hello, sir, may I ask what these two trucks of rice and flour are for?" The driver, who was smoking and scrolling through short videos, turned to look when he heard someone calling out. "Who are you?" "Ah, I'm here to provide some assistance to those empty nest elderly," Yang Xinghua replied with a smile. "What a coincidence, these two trucks are also for assisting those empty nest elderly, but I'm just a driver. The main person has already gone into the village." After the driver replied, he ignored Yang Xinghua and continued scrolling through his videos. Yang Xinghua was taken aback by the driver's response. He hadn't expected that the supplies in this vehicle were also meant to support those empty nest elderly people. It was the first time in all these years that he had seen others come to provide assistance. He felt a bit surprised, but if these two vehicles' supplies were indeed all donated to the empty nest elderly, then this winter, these seniors could have a good year. "Dad, what's going on?" Yang Ju asked as she saw her father return. The driver said they also came to support the empty nest elderly. "Let's go into the village and take a look," Yang Xinghua replied, leading Yang Ju into the village. In the business department, Wu Yu was discussing today's live broadcast with Kai Jing and Luo Yuan. After receiving approval from Assistant Shin yesterday, he quickly registered as a merchant. Since the clothing factory had all the necessary paperwork in order, the platform had already completed the review this morning. They could hang the little yellow cart during today's live broadcast. Wu Yu felt a bit anxious, wondering how many pieces of clothing they could sell today. Soon, it was time for the scheduled live broadcast. Wu Yu, along with the live streaming equipment, arrived at the workshop with Kai Jing and Luo Yuan. As before, they first did a live tour of the workshop environment, and once the viewer count increased, they began showcasing the clothing. "Brothers, today the host has opened the little yellow cart. If you like any of the clothes displayed later, you can purchase them from the little yellow cart," Wu Yu announced to the viewers in the live stream, then started the clothing showcase. As expected, once the clothing display began, inquiries about the prices started coming in. He gave a brief reminder, and before long, he noticed that purchases were already being made on the little yellow cart. 2 hours later, Wu Yu turned off the live stream in front of the doghouse. He had streamed for an extra hour to try to sell more clothing. After shutting down the live stream, he quickly entered the shop to check the sales figures from this broadcast. How did it go? Kai Jing and Luo Yuan looked at Wu Yu with eager expressions. Wu Yu glanced briefly and then showed them the shop's revenue on his phone. Over 4,300, which wasn't a lot considering the pricing of those clothes. This revenue only accounted for the sale of a little over 10 pieces. 2 hours of live streaming and only selling a little over 10 pieces was clearly insufficient. Kai Jing and Luo Yuan also showed disappointed expressions upon seeing the revenue. They had expected at least several thousand, but it turned out to be so little.
This revenue is a bit low, Luo Yuan said softly.
Kai Jing thought for a moment and then spoke seriously.
I think the low revenue is partly related to our live streaming.
After all, we don't know any professional live streaming hosts, making it hard to stimulate the purchasing enthusiasm of the viewers.
Wu Yu pondered over Kai Jing's words.
He had thought of this issue too. However, if they wanted to hire professional hosts for live selling, they would face two problems.
The first was whether Assistant Shin would approve hiring professional hosts.
The second was, if approved, whether to create a new live streaming account or use Li Shin's existing
account. If they use Li Shin's account, he wouldn't be able to promote the company when he returned. So, he needed to consult Li Shin about the account issue.